In the rarely visited deep mountains, a steel fortress suddenly appeared, where the people inside were not only well-equipped, but even the weapons they used were unseen by anyone. Just because I got the portal to travel through the Republic of China, I handed it over to the country directly. It turns out that this Republic of China is a modified version of the world. My first time crossing, I was almost killed by bandits. The second time crossing, I was almost eaten by zombies. Watching the zombies jumping around outside the door, Bai Yi was dumbfounded. I almost died twice in 2 crossings. Who can bear this? At this moment, a line of subtitles suddenly appeared in my mind. You have triggered a divine level selection opportunity. Option 1, walk alone in the world. Reward mastery of Maoshan Taoist techniques. 10,000 taels. Recognized by the dual-wearing door. Option 2, walk with the country. Reward physical enhancement. Bind to the national luck. Recognized by the dual-wearing door. The sudden appearance of subtitles confused Bai Yi, but he immediately understood the meaning of the 2 options. He knew himself very well. If the other side of the double doors was a prosperous world, he might choose the first option. However, since this Republican dimension unexpectedly had zombies and evil spirits, he made his choice without hesitation. I choose 2. Congratulations on choosing the second option. You have received rewards, physical enhancement, bound to the national luck, and recognized by the double-wear door. Your physique is being enhanced. You have the authority to let anyone enter the double-wear door. You are now bound to the national luck of the Dragon Country, and as the Dragon Country's luck increases, you will receive rewards. In view of your choice, you are rewarded with a special number, 138,000. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly felt that his body was undergoing some changes. His strength seemed to have increased, and his hearing and sense of smell also appeared to be more acute. But he didn't know if his reaction speed would also increase. Is this the increase in physical fitness? Bai Yi felt that he could even fight 10 people now. Of course, the most important thing is that he is no longer fighting alone. Looking at that special number, he probably knew who the owner of the number was, and without hesitation, Bai Yi picked up the phone and dialed the number. At the same time, in a secret office in the capital, an old man answered a strange phone call. Hello, who is this? Why are you able to dial this phone number? This voice was also very familiar to Bai Yi, because he often watched the news broadcast. He took a deep breath and said, Hello, my name is Bai Yi. This time's call lasted close to half an hour. Bai Yi knew that in another hour at most, someone would probably come to pick him up. He knew that as someone bound to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, he would not become a tool. His future development was completely tied to the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, the capital of Dragon Kingdom adheres to the style of discussing small matters together and discussing major matters with several people. And the Chinese authorities have launched a high-level meeting. If the double-wearing door really exists, can we carry out a series of resource development in another world? Some of our things are too tightly controlled by foreign countries. The person who owns this double-wearing door can actually resist temptation and hand it over to the country. Who said that the post-90s generation is a lost generation? This is comradeship. It seems that we need to formulate a series of detailed plans and cannot let that young comrade down. This is an opportunity for our country. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity that we may never encounter again. Does that mean everyone agrees to develop that Republic of China plane? In a secret military base in the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Yi skillfully held a rifle and fired a series of precise shots, all hitting the bullseye 100 meters away. If it were a trained sharpshooter in the military, perhaps they could achieve this level. But the problem is, Bai Yi has only been here for a month. How long has it been since he mastered all tactical movements and became familiar with the use of all individual weapons, even being able to take on 5 opponents in close combat? I have lived for more than 30 years, but this is the first time I have seen such a genius. The person talking to himself is a captain. He is the leader of a squad in a special forces brigade. He feels that this Bai Yi is not human at all. His learning ability is as fast as a rocket, and his physical fitness is even stronger. Captain Lin, is this considered passing for me? Suddenly a voice interrupted Lin Lei's thoughts, and Bai Yi, wearing a black combat uniform, walked over. Lin Lei nodded complexly. Major Bai, not only did you pass, but I'm afraid no one in the special forces of the major military regions of Longwei is more powerful than you. Bai Yi needs to undergo a month of military special training because if he is not in the Republic of China plane, the double-wearing door cannot bring people in, so he also needs to learn some skills to ensure his own safety. I have to say, the effect of increasing physical fitness is very obvious, and 1 month of study has surprised myself. Looking at Lin Lei in front of him, Bai Yi suddenly spoke. Captain Lin, are you interested in making contributions to the development of the country? Lin Lei froze. He was surprised. After we became soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, isn't it just being built for the country? Bai Yi shook his head. This time, it's a bit different. After a pause, he continued. This time, along with the unknown dangers of it could kill you at any time. Bai revealed just a little bit of the message. Just then Lindley's face suddenly turned solemn. He realized that the young Major White in front of him seemed to be about to spill some secret. Perhaps it's no longer confidential. Otherwise it was unlikely that Major White would have said something like that to himself. I only heard Bai continue. I was once granted permission from above to handpick a special operations detachment. Stay close to keep me safe. Bai laughed. I think Captain Lin's special operations detachment of yours is a good choice, but the dangers of it are not low. Lindley knew that the young major in front of him was preparing to give himself a classified mission, and a very dangerous mission at that. Taking a deep breath without bothering to think too much about it, Lindley's expression was serious. Seriously, he said, as long as it's for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the first detachment of the Dragon Eagle Special Warfare Brigade, it's incumbent. Then inform your special operations teammates. Bai paused and said, tomorrow, it's the moment of departure. Yes, the next day, early morning, the Central War Zone, with Lindley as detachment leader, the first detachment of the Dragon Eagle Special Warfare Brigade, 12 people in all, already in position. When Lindley led those members of his team to the location Bai had mentioned yesterday, he was shocked to find that the place seemed heavily guarded. This military base is already very heavily fortified. There's actually a location within the base that's this tight? It was almost as if there was a man standing guard a few steps away. Captain, when did this build a wall? There was a member inside the Special Operations Detachment that, with a surprised face, he said, I remember a month or so ago, this place wasn't walled up, was it? Lindley shook his head. I don't know. Just as they were amazed, an engine roar suddenly came from behind them. Heck, a troop carrier was approaching. Lindley looked at the number of troop carriers and thought that it had to be at least 500 people. It's a standard battalion complement, right? Eyes on a military vehicle fishtailing in. Then look at the tight defense of the place. Lindley was still a bit frazzled in his heart, but walked in stiffly. Surprisingly, no one stopped it. Could it be that Major Bai has already greeted us in advance? Lindley had absolutely no idea what to do next. Actually, the battalion of soldiers that had fishtailed in earlier had no idea what they were doing here. Everything is confidential. It wasn't until someone led them to a place that Lindley met Bai once more. This time Whitey wasn't alone. Beside Bai stood several white-haired old men, either in suits or military uniforms. At the same time there were quite a few middle-aged men surrounding them, each with an extraordinary demeanor. It was conceivable that their identities were not simple, otherwise it wouldn't be standing there. Lindley's Special Operations Detachment, as well as that one battalion of soldiers, all of them were silently arranged in a square formation. Although there were hundreds of people present, but it was very quiet. Gentlemen, suddenly, a voice rang out. You are all our Dragon Kingdom, the best soldiers, the best generals, the reason why you were mobilized in secret, and without revealing too much to you. It's because it's about the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of over 1 billion Dragon Kingdom children. So, until you arrive, absolute secrecy. What I'm about to say next, you may find it shocking, you may find it unbelievable. But it's all true. The future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of more than 1 billion children of the Dragon Kingdom, is tightly bound in your hands. Chapter for the Young Family. The chaotic and disorganized old days. The Civil War realm. The Young Family home. Located within a forested valley at the back of the Young Family's home, a huge doorway appeared out of nowhere in the open wilderness. Heck, it's a double-through door. A mysterious and subtle energy fluctuation lingered around the doorway. The location where the double-through door opens is very hidden, while the open space around it is quite wide. A hard-styled, dark green painted military vehicle poured out of the double penetration gate in droves. Huge, thick tires crushed dirt and gravel. The soldiers on the military vehicles, with their nervous, excited, and very serious expressions, both couldn't help but stare. After all, strictly speaking, they all crossed over, came to a special magically altered version of the Republic of China realm that wasn't quite the same as the Republic of China era in reality, and with an important mission given to them by the state. Even though this is the backwoods of the Young Family's home, it may be because of the Young Family's home, there's no reason for too many people, so this location is relatively hidden. There wasn't a single outsider around. This army from modern times, arriving in this world, it didn't cause much of a stir. At best, it was the sound of a car's engine that startled a number of forest birds, scared away a lot of forest beasts. The open space around it was kind of wide, with so many armored vehicles and troop carriers parked in. It didn't feel crowded, and with the secluded topography of the place, perfect for using it as a temporary base of operations. And Whitey thought the same thing. Although he was in Yangjiazhuang, chased by bandits and chased by zombies, it means it's definitely an ominous place. But he's not what he used to be now. Don't say bandits. Don't say zombies. Even if an entire warlord was put in front of Bai Yi, he didn't need to wimp out at all nowadays. That's the bottom line of having a country on your back. Not to mention, this country is also a major military power. Get off! Rally! Bai Yi was the first to step out from the passenger side of the armored car and, looking up at the overcast sky overhead, the magically altered version of the Republican realm has the same time as the real world. He glanced at the watch he wore on his wrist. It was 10:39 a.m. at this point. 500 soldiers of the advanced battalion with 12 special forces soldiers started rallying as fast as they could. Bai Yi swept his eyes over the crowd in front of him. He could clearly see the shocked point of view on the faces of each and every one of them. Obviously, traveling to another world, this kind of thing takes enough time for them to digest. Of course, these are the elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. All are talented in all aspects of the military. Their receptivity, it's not expected to be weak. Gentlemen, our mission this time to the magically altered version of the Republican realm. It is to explore all useful information within a 50 kilometers radius, centering on the location of Yangjiazhuang. This world is currently a chaotic world. Chaotic, and without much order. And the bandits, the rebel army, are numerous. If, in the course of probing, if you encounter bandits or rebels and are in danger, you can shoot the enemy. Caution, try not to move during the night time, because there is a mystical side to this world. Bai Yi's tone lurched and said solemnly, in this world, there are zombies, stern ghosts, and elves and monsters. The neighborhood of Yangjiazhuang will even be infested with zombies. At night, be sure to be vigilant. If there's a chance, try to capture each other. Bai Yi's memory of the zombie that had chased him was still fresh. The opponent casually jumped several meters away. A creepy, chilling aura emanated from his body, and it's accompanied by a distinctive foul odor. The person I was a month ago would never have made a death wish, but I'm a different person now, backed by an entire dragon nation. Bai Yi, there was no fear of a small zombie, although he doesn't have the appropriate means of dealing with zombies. I don't know any taoist techniques from Maoshan or Longhu Mountain, but a battalion of the modern army is not a meal, not to mention a heavily armed battalion, even armored cars. Next, I'll assign you your tasks. Bai Yi began to assign tasks to these 512 people. He needed a part of them in this place. Establish a simple base, the kind that can serve as a temporary base. Set up temporary shelters, fortifications, communications equipment, and so on. He also needed enough men to explore the surrounding area. At least map out this area around Yangjiazhuang. The party of 512 was split by him into 3 parts. 12 of the Special Forces members were naturally close to protect him. Another 400 are building temporary bases here. The other 100 men mapped out the Yang family home. He only had to do some general directing, and for the remaining detailed steps, it was left to the officers below. He just needs to point out a general direction. More than 500 people immediately opened up, all elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The efficiency is naturally very high. To build a temporary base, Bai Yi even moved some engineering machines from modern times, all together. Luckily, the brass gave him these guys. Each one is a talent. Bulldozers, hooks and other engineering carriers. These soldiers can actually pound them a few times, doing a hot job. As commander of the advanced battalion, Bai Yi himself was not idle. He's going to make a trip into the Young family home this time with honor. Bai Yi remembers that when he encountered the zombies, the Young family home also made a lot of noise because of the zombies. Major White, isn't this too dangerous? As the leader of Bai Yi's Close Guard Special Operations Unit, Linley reminded with some hesitation. The importance of Bai Yi cannot be questioned. In case something goes wrong. Hiss, it's fine. Bai Yi shook his head. He laughed. There won't be any zombies or ghosts popping out in broad daylight, right? At most, it's just some bandits in the mountains who come down to exploit the common people. Or a warlord, and a soldier is just a warlord. We may not be good at dealing with the kind of spirits, but these scum that plague the common people. Isn't there anything else we can do to deal with it? Linley thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, them modernized special forces, against the magically altered version of the Republican bandits. It's not a downgrade, crush? Chapter 5, A Desolate Village. Soldiers like bandits, and a martial bull. Bai Yi led a squad of 12 Dragon Kingdom special forces towards the direction where the Yang family was located. The temperature was very hot and dry at this time of year. In the middle of summer, the hot sun overhead shone through the dense foliage and reflected on everyone. Breathe in the fresh air without too much pollution. And I don't know if it's the crowd's fault. It always felt like the air quality in this world was much better than the air quality in Blue Star. It's not just because of the lack of pollution. It was an unusually wonderful feeling. A lanky member inside the Special Ops squad, with an engineer's shovel in hand, he drove ahead. A group of 13 people, after walking for about half an hour, finally came out of this dense forest area. What came into view was a field of houses. At first glance, the houses are very simple, all of them built of stone and clay. Most of the roofs were covered with some thatch, and only a few were tiled. Looking further out is a patch of farmland, and you can see a stream running slowly through it. The wind blows the grass low. No cows or sheep. These villages of this period are naturally no better than the modern countryside. Even the rural areas of the most remote places in the Dragon Kingdom were much better in appearance than this young family. Those dirt houses don't look sturdy. I guess it just collapsed when the car hit it. It was the middle of the morning, which by all rights should be the busiest time for farmers, because the sun isn't as hot as it is in the afternoon at this time of year. It's perfect for getting the heavy lifting out of the way. But the young family in front of us, but it was unusually cold. I could probably guess why it was cold. After all, there were bandits who came down and looted a wave 2 months ago, and then a month ago there was a zombie infestation. The former is fine. The bandits are just coming down to fight the fall. They won't kill anyone. Usually kill a few people and then deter the people. But a month ago, the zombie thing? I'm afraid to let the whole young family panic. Bandits keep people alive. Zombies don't. In this case, I'm afraid the people who are in some condition have moved out. The ones who are still in the young family today, either that or an old man, either that or too poor. Walking down the countryside dirt road of Yangjiazhuang, Bai saw, not far ahead of him, there were a few small, hairy children with tan skin and thin, frail bodies, who were gathered around having fun. As he walked past, naturally, he was seen by the kids. The kid froze, eyes wide. Unbelievable. The next moment, the disbelief in his eyes turned into horror, let out a shriek that resounded for 100 meters around. Pawn. Soldiers. The soldiers are here. Marshal Nyo's big-head soldiers are here. The big-head soldiers are here to rob the grain again. Immediately afterward, they scattered and ran as fast as they could. I can't wait for my parents to have 2 more legs. As he watched a few brats scatter in all directions, the corners of Bai's mouth twitched slightly. Actually, on second thought, just kinda understand the reaction of these kids. After all, in this day and age, there is no difference between soldiers and bandits. It's chaos. There were even times when those who were soldiers and the warlords. It's even more banditish than being a bandit in the mountains. Forcible looting of food and forcible conscription of young men and women were commonplace. In the extreme, they may even kill a good man. It's about defaming a village as a bandit den and then killing all the people in a village to slaughter them all. Think of it as banditry. Bai still did his homework in this month's time. He was more or less understanding of some of the various social patterns of the period. However, these Dragon Kingdom special forces beside them were in a daze. All the years they've been in the military, for the first time, I knew I could actually scare the people away. Their sons and daughters. This was normal in this period, when officers and bandits, in general, were equated with it'll be fine once you're familiar with it in the future. Bai explained. On the contrary, it's the Nyo de Shui that those kids are talking about, so you can pay attention to it. This may be a warlord with military power in his hands. Linley nodded in realization, said with a bit of gnashing of teeth. Those soldier boys and the warlords aren't even considered soldiers. Linley looked left and right for a moment and asked, Major, right now the people in the village are running away when they see us. How do we get information? Bai laughed. Don't worry, they'll find us. Bai is in no hurry at all. Continuing, he said, if they really think of us as those goose-stepping soldier boys, then they are probably very scared right now. If they're too scared, they'll want to come over and talk to us, for fear of us messing up. We'll just wait. Sometimes Bai had to lament, when he chose to work with the Dragon Kingdom, after receiving the reward of physique increase, the whole person has undergone a radical change. The brain has also become resourceful and very efficient in extracting knowledge. Only through a month, he then becomes capable of figuring out the psychology of the next person. Have to say, this is a contemporary miracle. As expected, just as Bai expected, it didn't take long. A group of bravely assembled people of the young family home surrounded a white-haired old man. Alertly, they came forward, numbering around 20 to 30, mostly thin and darker-skinned. The old man was so gray-haired that he had to be assisted in walking. The age looks to be at least 80 years old. In an age where it's hard to get enough to eat and you can starve to death if you're not careful. Older people who can live into their 80s. Definitely the ominous of ominous. A few soldier masters. Ahem. The old man arched his hand respectfully, and was humble in his manner for so great an age. In a careful tone of voice, he inquired, I wonder what the several soldier masters, what is the purpose of coming to Yangjiazhuang? Old man, I'm the village chief of Yangjiazhuang, and I have a son who also serves in the hands of Marshal Nyo. Maybe we're all family. The old man spoke with a strong local accent. But okay, barely audible. Bai Yi didn't know whether to say that this era was too pathetic or that Niu de Shui was too hateful. An old man over 70 or 80 years old is so humble. It's just that I'm worried that the Yang family will be in trouble with the army. Bai Yi shook his head and spoke. Old village chief, we are not the soldiers of that Marshal Niu you speak of, and we are not here to rob food. We are not like those soldier boys. We came over here to the Yang family home just to inquire about something. And, don't you remember me? It was you who reminded me, a month ago, that the village is haunted by zombies. Chapter 6 Message. The night of the magically altered Republic of China. Yin Qi filled the air. Bai Yi's words in turn caused the old man to freeze, and the old man opened his cloudy eyes wide, gathering the courage to gaze locked on this face of Bai Yi. It took several seconds of gawking before he suddenly reacted. He finally did recall. You're Mr. White. Yes. Bai Yi had met with the old village chief before. Even if you don't count this one now, you've already met twice. The first time was when he first crossed over and encountered bandits when he happened to catch a glimpse of the old village chief. The second time was when he was poking around in Yangjiazhuang. And then the old village chief reminded him of the zombie haunting. The impression that Bai Yi gave the old village chief was profound. After all, Yangjiazhuang wasn't a big village, and very few outsiders would usually come. Not to mention freshly dressed people. People like Bai Yi, who had received a modern education. In the eyes of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, properly intellectual, it's the rich grand old man. Mr. Big, not worthy of the word Mr. Bai Yi laughed. There's no need for everyone to be so nervous. We don't mean any harm. The old village chief was relieved. A month ago, he had come into contact with Bai Yi, an outsider, and had talked some. For Whitey, he felt very much that this was a cultured reader, one of the more humble and courteous types, never a brash soldier boy. Although the old village chief was shocked that Bai Yi was still a soldier, it wasn't really surprising these days. Soldiering on. If you don't have a few guns in your hand to protect yourself, how can you afford to study in peace? Old village chief, I remember the last time I came to Yangjiazhuang, although the place wasn't particularly bustling, but it's also more crowded, right? How come it's so cold after only a month? Bai Yi asked. When I look at those farmlands in the distance, some of them don't even have anyone to take care of them. Ugh, the old village chief sighed. It's not that zombie that's causing trouble. Mr. Bai, you don't know. Ever since the Yang village was haunted by zombies, there have been a number of consecutive people that, all were bitten by zombies. Some of them were even sucked into dried human bodies, so they couldn't live at all. Some of them, even if they weren't sucked dry, were infected with the zombie's corpse poison. They had to be tied up outside and let them get exposed to the sun, and the sun killed them. Even if you get bitten by a zombie and don't die by a fluke, you'll become a zombie that bites people on sight. Ugh, the old village was sighing in helplessness one after another. A bitter expression filled his face first. Now that most people have moved away, those left behind are either poor and unable to eat, or those like the old man who know their fate and have no regrets even after death. Originally, there was a family of over 400 in Yangjiazhuang, but now less than half of it is left. Either they moved to the county or they went to distant relatives to join them. Those of us who stayed in the Yang family home were only able to spread glutinous rice in front of the doors and windows. The Taoist priest inside the county said that glutinous rice has a restraining effect on zombies. We don't know the truth. We can only figure it out. These words of the old village chief caused Linley and the other special forces soldiers, their expressions to suddenly become solemn. This magically altered version of the Republic realm actually has zombies, and this one zombie in the Yang family home has actually harmed quite a few people already. It's got a whole village on edge. Bai Yi's expression also became serious, although he now possessed an advanced battalion that, backed by a behemoth like the Dragon Kingdom. But the existence of zombies like this, ultimately the mysterious side of the creepy existence, it must be treated with caution. Can't afford to be careless, not to be taken lightly. In the next conversation, Bai Yi, from the mouth of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, a lot of useful information was extracted. Learn that the Yang family home is located in the south of this stormy country, belonging as a coastal province. The man in charge today is a warlord who is president. As for the old village chief's previous statement about the Niu de Shui, actually, only the head of the security corps in a nearby county, a head of a security regiment can be called a marshal. These days, it's true that having a gun is a big deal. This magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and that era inside the real world, there is a large degree of similarity. Let's say there was a feudal dynasty all those years ago, and it's been invaded as well. Signed treaties, loss of power over. It's all been debunked too. But, even after that feudal dynasty was overthrown, the lives of the common people did not become much better. As usual, they are all at the bottom. Not enough to eat as usual. As usual, they will be exploited. looking at the kind of vegetable color on the faces of these villagers and people in front of me, and at their very thin and frail bodies, one would be able to know how hard their days were. You know, this is the South. Crops generally rise better in the South. The harvest is also more plentiful. After all, there's a lot of rain, but even the South is like this. What will happen to those drought-stricken areas? After getting some useful messages, Bai then returned to the back of the young family's mountain. After a morning plus an afternoon's work, the temporary base of the previously one. It's kind of a mess, so at least there's a place to get out of the wind and rain without having to burrow inside the car to sleep. It was evening now. Dusk. The outside of Yang's house was already empty, and every family had taken refuge inside their homes. Sticky rice is sprinkled at the entrance of every house as well as in front of the windows, to keep the zombies out. As for being able to defend, God knows, the camp of the advance battalion had been surrounded by a mass of barbed wire. Every soldier of the advance battalion was heavily armed, with fire gear armed almost to the teeth, because Yangjiazhuang is not safe at night at all, and zombies are on every soldier's mind. This eerie presence is panic-inducing. It's worrisome. It's best not to blast a zombie to pieces if you can tackle it, Bai admonished the soldiers. However, don't be too rigid. Once the situation is not right, shoot freely. Actually, Bai is more inclined to capture zombies alive. Yes, he wanted to take that zombie alive. What a great material for research. It's a creature that doesn't exist in the real world. On the occasion of such a reflection, Nightshade, Advent. The last glimmer of sunlight in the sky was swallowed up by the darkness. The earth fell into a dimness. However, the advance battalion's camp was brightly lit, and Bai and the others had brought a lot of power-generating equipment with them. The night in Yangjiazhuang is very quiet, so quiet that you can only vaguely hear the sporadic chirping of insects. The temperature was clearly not low, but it sent shivers down your spine. A creepy feeling came over me. It's summer. It's not right. Chapter 7, Zombies. Green Stiff. Zombie Capture Operation. I don't know if it's because of the increase in physique or not. Bai had a very keen sense of this aspect. It was obvious to him that there was a pressing chill around him. This is obviously not due to the cold temperatures. Even though it was nightfall, it was a summer evening, and that's still the southern belt. How low can the temperature go? Under the night. Quiet and unusual. At this time, not only did Bai feel that the atmosphere was wrong, the soldiers in the advance camp also felt that something was wrong. Fortunately, the advance battalion's camp was well lit, and this bright light sort of dispelled a lot of the panic. Anyone who is an individual will have panic as an emotion, even very elite soldiers, especially with the unknown danger of being about to face a legendary zombie, though it wasn't clear that the zombies would come to the door, but the vigilance that should be sure to keep it up. Suddenly, a soldier standing high above the camp, looking down on the surrounding area with his night vision device, his expression steeped in tension, and he immediately shouted into the intercom, "Searchlights, toward 8 o'clock, take a picture from about 300 meters. There seems to be some kind of large animal over there." "No, that's not an animal. I just put it in thermal imaging mode, finding little heat in it. It's, hiss." The soldier with the night vision device sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had thought of something. "It's a zombie." It was clear from the view in the night vision camera. In the distance, a very faint figure loomed. That creepy feeling. It's starting to become more and more real. It's getting more and more compelling. The soldier's voice carried everywhere from inside the intercom. At once the whole advance camp was alarmed. Zombie. This kind of existence is usually only seen inside movies and TV shows. And that's all played by people. Real zombies. None of them have seen it. And nowadays, a zombie, suspected to be a real zombie, appeared near their camp. Shocked. It is excitement. Yes, excitement. Zombies. A psychic species. How rare. The searchlights in the camp were immediately purchased and turned on, and a blinding white light shone directly at 8 o'clock. Wherever the searchlight's light passed, it was as bright as day. All the things in the place covered by the light all fell into the eyes of every single person. Soon, the soldiers then found themselves 200 to 300 meters away. There was indeed a blurry figure. And, the blurry figure seemed to be approaching in this direction. Bai picked up his binoculars and looked that way. The expression was slightly frozen. Zombie. Just zombies. And a very familiar looking zombie at that. That's obviously the same zombie that chased him down a month ago. The tattered piece of clothing worn by that zombie, Bai remembered very clearly. But, how come the form looks different than it did a month ago? Bai frowned. I remember this zombie had very bleak skin before. Why do you feel as if your skin color has changed now? It looks like the skin has taken on a slightly greenish color? Bai suddenly remembered that a book written by a novelist in the Qing dynasty, Zibu Bu Jing. The book fabricates a hierarchy of zombies. Purple stiff, white stiffs, green stiffs, grossly stiff, flying stiffs, swimming corpses. floating corpse. No bones are melted. It's not possible that the zombies in this world would have this kind of rank, right? In other words, this zombie evolved? Bai remembered what the old village chief had said during the day, that this zombie that had been causing trouble in the young family's home, it's already harmed more than a dozen people, 8 of them, directly sucked into a human stem, plus the zombies devour the beasts of the mountain. 2. God knows how much wildlife has been scourged around here? The reason why this zombie had come over must be that it had sensed the scent of a large number of living people here. It's an absolute feast for zombies. Suddenly, Bai saw the zombie, which was suspected to be a green zombie, jumping violently in the direction where the barracks were. One jump was a full 2 or 3 meters. The distance was even 5 or 6 meters away. Extremely fast. It's definitely evolved. A month ago, it definitely didn't have this speed. Bai took a deep breath. Settle your thoughts, he ordered in a deep voice. The entire army is on alert. Everyone get ready. Prepare non-lethal weapons. Try to capture it alive. For a zombie that's been dead for who knows how long, the use of the words captured alive is obviously not appropriate. But for a moment Bai couldn't think of any other words. In fact, he had already prepared himself to deal with this zombie, because this zombie was in the neighborhood of the double penetration door. As soon as you cross over to the magically altered version of the Republic realm, you have to deal with this zombie. When it gets close, use the blast net gun and see if you can catch it. If the struggle is too violent, take an electric shock. If electroshock doesn't work, ultraviolet light. If none of it works, free shot. Bai didn't have any experience in dealing with zombies, much less a way to deal with them, so only the seemingly most normal method could be used. UV, electrocution. Psychic species like zombies are absolutely afraid of sunlight, otherwise it's impossible for them to stay out during the day. As to which of the rays of the sun are feared, it is not clear. As for the electric shock, it is because lightning, in all psychic works, is the most masculine energy. If neither of those work, then just smash it to pieces. Zombies are impervious to knives and guns, but there's a limit to how far a knife or gun can go. When Bai dropped one order after another, the soldiers inside the advance battalion all began to move. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Even if the enemy was a normal human would be nervous, let alone if the enemy was a zombie, 200 or 300 meters away, not particularly far for a zombie's jumping speed. A short moment later, the zombie, nearby. At this time, even without the use of binoculars, they were able to judge the other party's appearance clearly. It was a corpse with pale green skin. The body looked incredibly stiff. Wisps of chi filled the perimeter of the body. The face was beyond terrifying, green-faced and fanged, eyes dark, clothes are tattered, and it was accompanied by a necrotic odor that made you want to vomit. Bai shouted in a deep voice, "Do it! Boo! Boo! Boo!" As Bai's words fell decisively, the dozen or so soldiers with blast-proof net guns that pulled the trigger immediately. A large net spread out to cover the front. Cage the zombie. Chapter 8, Capturing the Green Stiff Alive. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune was raised for the first time. One after another large, sturdy and incomparable net was spread out and flew in the direction where the zombies were. In an instant, it enveloped the air above the zombie's head. When all of these large nets came down, the zombies that were still hopping from one jump to the next, it was directly covered by these dozen large nets. It's like being a fish in a fishnet. This zombie, it seemed, did not have any intelligence or reason. Even when enveloped in so many nets, it's still bouncing around, attempted to get into the camp of the advance battalion. It's just a shame that no matter how much it bounces now, there's no way it's going to be able to pop out of the net. Giggle. Ho! The zombie's throat cavity let out a strange hiss of unknown significance. It was constantly struggling within a dozen large nets. The stiff joints as well as the torso made it difficult to break free from the grip of the large net. However, its sharp nails that were as black as ink were as sharp as metal. When the nails and the large net come into contact with each other and tear, the very tough burglar catch net was actually torn open. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a full dozen large nets, I'm afraid it's just going to have to break free. And it was accompanied by zombies struggling like maddened beasts. Surprisingly, one of the nets was broken. What kind of weird power is this? It was hard to imagine that a stiff, greenish corpse could have such terrifying power, able to hold up right through the blast netting. As expected, trying to capture a zombie alive, it's not that easy. Take the electric shock. The soldiers in the advance battalion are no slouches. Immediately, someone aimed a stun gun at the struggling zombies, which was similar to the tasers used by the police in pretty countries, but much more powerful. After all of these stun guns had been modified by the people at the specialized arsenal that Bai had asked. The strength of the electric current is very exaggerated, and if it is used on ordinary people, they will definitely die if they touch it. This is out of the realm of non-lethal weapons, but since the object used was a zombie, The power must be cranked up several degrees. As the soldier pulls the stun gun electric switch, the 2 electrodes instantly shot out, falling on the zombie's body. Deadly sticky. The next moment, terrifying high-voltage currents erupted. The zombies that were still struggling frantically within the dozen or so large nets. The steeple jerked wildly. An arc of electricity floated on the surface of its body. Rolls of green smoke drifted out, and it was accompanied by a hiss like that of a wild beast. It was more like a miserable howl. The voice, like a night lord in the dark night, sounded very creepy. Sweat-inducing. Seems to work. Bai was very curious about zombies as a species. Obviously they were already a corpse. It was actually able to move and still have the instinct to eat like a wild animal. It was evident from the fact that the zombie was twitching wildly, as well as howling in agony in response. It's supposed to have pain. Trying to make it feel pain, though, may require a special approach. Shock STH. It's one of those ways. Zombies are really afraid of lightning. Uncle Nine is true to his word. Electricity ran wildly through the zombie's body, and the arcs of electricity visible to the naked eye were very striking. The zombie's body was as if sulfuric acid had been poured over it, or as if a red-hot iron had been placed in water, and it was smoking furiously. And this kind of green smoke, also accompanied by a kind of very malodorous corpse stench. It was a sickening smell, makes you smell straight up, though the stun gun's current had run out in a flash. But the zombie that was electrocuted convulsed for half a minute, and that creepy howl of misery gradually weakened. Burning ulcers began to appear on the miserable green skin. The smoke was still coming straight up. Obviously, it is in a weakened state today. Several soldiers immediately held it down with blasting forks. Then another soldier would set it up with a long iron bar, and immediately bind it to death. Consider that it has a strange force. It was also specially tied with steel rope. Break the rope if you can. After seeing this zombie completely subdued and captured alive, everyone couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief, immediately followed by unbridled excitement. I didn't expect that. Zombies that look so scary are actually not so good. TSK. Still struggling? The advanced battalion soldiers responsible for tying up the zombies with steel ropes. Looking at the zombie who was still struggling weakly, he shook his head and said, "Just be a good little mouse. What is the purpose of capturing zombies alive? It goes without saying. Definitely to do some research." In other words, the next fate of this green stiff was to lie inside the lab as a guinea pig. Zombies aren't people anyway. It's up to those scientists inside the Dragon Kingdom to work out what's going on. And by who led this zombie capture operation. Looking at the weak appearance of this very zombie, he also couldn't help but feel slightly emotional. A month ago, 1 month later, 30 short days, both sides encountered. Flip it. Send it back to the Dragon Kingdom through the double piercing gate. Remember, never get hurt by its nails or teeth. Bai once again gave an order. Although there were some military researchers inside the camp earlier, but their primary purpose is to explore, not research. Just leave the researching of such things to the scientists up on the blue planet. Soon, the poor zombie was then sent away, in front of a modernized army. A tiny green stiff, can't make any waves, out of the blue. The very moment that zombie was being transported by soldiers to the blue planet, a few lines of text suddenly appeared in front of Bai's eyes. Mysterious side creature, zombie appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune has increased by a small amount. You get the bronze treasure chest +1. Bai, who was bound to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, would be rewarded whenever the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom rose. But what he didn't expect was taking a zombie from a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and using it as an experimental guinea pig. Sending it to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom can actually raise the country's luck? Bronze chest. Are the rewards also graded? Chapter 9 Bronze Treasure Chest. Shocked researchers. I wonder if the bronze treasure chest is the lowest reward. Bai guessed that it was most likely the lowest level of rewards. He didn't think a small zombie in a district could add much to the nation's fortune, and the zombie was so much wonkier. Bai wasn't quite sure in what way the growth of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune was manifesting itself. It's not like there are instructions for this double-through door. It takes time to figure out. Stay on alert. Now that we have the first zombie, then there is the possibility of a second head, a third head, and more. Bai shook off the thoughts in his head. Speaking to the soldiers around him, he said, if there are still zombies appearing, it's best to capture them alive if you can. If you can't, break into pieces. Zombies are valuable for research, but your lives are more important. I want each and every one of you to return safely to Blue Star. Yes. The soldiers of the advance battalion immediately resumed their vigilance, keeping an eye on the movements around the camp, and the other soldiers continued to work feverishly. Although the camp had taken a shape, there was just some shelter from the wind and rain. Trying to really be a base that works, it would take at least 3 days to get it done. and that's already going by maximum efficiency. Have to say, dragons are infrastructure freaks by nature. Building things is just fast. Looking at a brightly lit military tent, and an assembled bungalow being assembled. Bai Yi walked inside his tent. It's empty inside. Open the treasure chest, he mumbled in his mind. You have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving the treasure chest reward. Introduction to Dragon and Tiger Embracing Qigong. Is it withdrawn? Yes. No. It's Kung Fu? Bai Yi froze for a moment and then released. This weird magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. There are already evil things like zombies. Then there are cultivation techniques that's normal. Dragon Tiger Embracing Qigong. Lung Fu Shan? Extraction. Next moment, a large amount of information appeared in Bai Yi's mind, and a metaphysical qi arose out of thin air. Qi is as if it were invisible and untouchable energy. It runs along the body's meridians on its own. It gave Bai Yi a feeling of physical relief, a feeling that was very comfortable. He could even feel there was a mysterious energy. It was nourishing his flesh, muscles, bones, vessels, blood, visceral. All of them are being washed and nourished by this mysterious qi. It's as if you've had an all-over massage all over your body. It's true qi. Everything about the Dragon and Tiger Embracing Qigong had already been made known to Bai Yi. He also knew what the chakra was. It's real energy. Not only can it nourish and strengthen your body, it can also work with some seals, recitations, and techniques to perform taoist techniques that can subdue demons and subdue devils. But Bai Yi only had one set of qi nurturing kung fu. Nothing else. Normally, even a young taoist child with excellent talent and roots, it also takes 10 years of starting time to cultivate qi cultivation to begin with. But Bai Yi is different. His qigong, direct entry, and as a result, a true qi was embedded. Unfortunately, even if we copied it out, but it's useless to the people of Blue Star. This kind of cultivation technique required the exhalation of heaven and earth aura. The magically altered version of the Republic of China realm has the aura of heaven and earth, which is why there are zombies as such, though thin, but it's just there. And the Blue Star, nothing. Dragon and Tiger Embrace Qigong. If you put it on top of the Blue Star, at best, it's a long, stinky piece of literature. Still, Bai Yi wanted to copy it down. In case, can you raise the luck of the nation? In the meantime, Blue Star, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, secret military district. When a zombie, bound in dumplings, is transported inside the Dragon Kingdom, the entire top brass of the Dragon Kingdom was shocked. It's a zombie, on the Blue Star. An existence like zombies only appears inside movies, TV shows, and novels. And now, a living, breathing zombie appeared, and it was also tied up and sent back to the Dragon Kingdom. The official hierarchy hadn't expected that on the first day the advance battalion had just arrived in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. Just did a great job capturing a zombie. Meanwhile, this is also a side note to the danger of the magically altered version of the Republican realm. And the zombies that were sent to the blue planet were immediately transferred by the military, secretly, to a research institute. This is the highest level of research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, specializes in biological research. It stands to reason that this is the time of day, the time to eat, but everyone in the institute, and couldn't eat a thing, for all of them were dumbfounded, looking at a zombie that was tied up. Hiss, what the hell? Zombies. After the old director of the research institute was shocked, he revealed a look of incomparable excitement. Even ignoring the soldier who had brought the zombie in, he hurried over to get closer and take a closer look. As the director of the institute, he was aware of the development program of the magically modified Republic of Korea. When I first learned of the program, his whole body was confused. When he saw a living, breathing zombie, his entire body became even more confused. Come on. The old dean was flushed with excitement, and the ugly-faced zombie with an overflowing qi. It was as if it was some great treasure in his eyes. He looked at the zombie with a look of treasure. Anxiously, he cried, carry it inside. An old academician specializing in biology sees species he has never seen before. How can you be calm? As for the other researchers at the institute, they were unaware of the magic-altered Republic development program. They were dumbfounded. Years of cognizance. A disintegration occurred. Worldview, taking a hit. Chapter 10 Initial Trust. A sick world. Take a zombie from a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm and give it to the Dragon Kingdom's researchers to study. Bai Yi could guess the mood of those researchers. I'm sure they are very confused now, and after the confusion, they are very excited. It's like a man suddenly seeing a mountain of gold. How can you not be excited? Night. Pass quickly. When the first glimmer of the next morning's dawn rips through the darkness, symbolizing the arrival of the second day of the magically altered Republican realm, Bai Yi woke up early. This month's special training in the military had allowed him to develop good habits. Waking up, he was accompanied by a special ops squad. Once again, I came to the young family home. At this point, the sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the villagers of Yangjiazhuang seemed to be afraid of zombies. Every house, every family, remains closed at this time, afraid that the few pairs of flesh on his body will feed the zombies. It wasn't until after the sun had risen completely and utterly that this would be when someone would carefully open the door. As the old village head of Yangjiazhuang, he was the first to lead the way in opening the door. It is obvious that, how much of a deterrent do evil things like zombies give to ordinary people like them anymore? Muramasa, hello again. Bai Yi greeted the old village chief with a smile after seeing him. Mr. White, the old Muramasa froze. The old village gentleman knew that Bai Yi didn't live in Yangjiazhuang. As to where he lived he didn't know. Now that the sun has just dawned, this Mr. Bai has come to the young family home? Doesn't that mean, come to think of it, old Muramasa couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, hurriedly reminding, Mr. Bai, you're rushing over here in the middle of the night, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of vampires? I'm not fooling you, the young family is really haunted by zombies. That vampire, it's already harmed a lot of people. Even we locals in Yangjiazhuang usually don't dare to go out at night. Even when you sleep, you have to tug a handful of glutinous rice in your hand to be able to sleep. That zombie is fierce, scary as hell. The Taoist priest in the county, don't even dare to come over and catch it. The old village chief's words were all in the spirit of a well-intentioned reminder. Bai Yi smiled and said, that zombie, we did encounter it last night. Under the shocked face of the old village chief, Bai Yi said, but that zombie's ferocity is just like that, right? It's just a green stiff that's just become a little bit of a fixture, and we've already subdued it. Bai Yi didn't say that he had captured the zombie alive because it sounded too unbelievable. Not many people believe it when they say it. But, forgive me, the old village chief's face still wore a slight look of disbelief. In the midst of cloudy eyes, with a heavy dose of shock, zombie, subdued? The old village chief's first reaction was disbelief. But, this Mr. Bai in front of his own eyes is able to become an officer at such a young age, though it was not known to which force it belonged, or under which marshal. But looking at the essence of these soldiers around Mr. Bai, it was clear that this was a group of elite soldiers, definitely very elite generals. This suggests, Mr. White is a big man, such a big man. Is it necessary to come here personally to deceive yourself? A little old man with half a foot inside the coffin? Hiss. Saying that, have the zombies really been subdued? The old Muramasa shivered steeply. He didn't say a word, just tried to kneel down. Luckily, Bai Yi was quick on his feet and stepped forward to hold the other party. After all, Bai Yi didn't think he could afford this kneeling. An old man in his 80s who may have been running towards 90, kneeling down to a young one of his own in his 20s. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Who can stand that? Capturing that zombie alive was nothing more than a show of hands for Bai Yi. Old village Zhan was grateful. Many thanks, Mr. Bai. Many thanks to all the military masters. Many thanks, many thanks. Perhaps it is limited by a low level of literacy and education. The old Muramasa was eager to utter some cultured words of gratitude, but when it came to his mouth all that was left was the word thank you. It made his heart very penitent. Mr. White, Benefactor White, if you will excuse me for a moment, I will take this message and tell everyone in the village. Our Yang family has already lost 17 people to this zombie. There are 17 of them. One of them is still my own nephew. He was sucked dry like that. Speaking in an agitated tone, the old Muramasa couldn't help but shed muddy tears. This caused Bai Yi to sigh slightly in his heart. A zombie, a green stiff. It was able to turn a village of several hundred families into the miserable state it is in now. What kind of world is this? Demons and monsters, spirits and demons, warlords and soldiers, bandits and bandits. Eventually, the only ones who suffer are the people. Hing, hundreds of people suffer. Death, hundreds of people suffer. Those members of the Special Operations Squad behind Bai Yi also revealed an expression of intolerance. They are all sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the People's Army. Naturally, he could not bear to see an old man shedding tears of pain before his eyes. After seeing off the old village square on his crutches, he scurried off to notify the village. Bai Yi sighed softly. It is also considered to be with the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, the initial establishment of a kind of trust, sort of a better place to start. And at the notice of the old village chief, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, it soon became known that the one zombie in the young family home was subdued. Their first reaction was disbelief, same as the old Muramasa. I can't believe this is real. The zombie that plagued the young family for a full month and killed 17 people. It's just gone? Subdued? But when they realized that it was Bai Yi who led the people and subdued the zombies, again, I think, the credibility is very high. They were thinking the same thing as the old village square. In their eyes, Bai was the kind of big shot that was too high up to reach. How can a big man have a heart? Lying to them, the common people? No. In their own eyes, them poor peasants, even not worthy to be called old people. They feel that only the townspeople inside the county can qualify themselves to call themselves commoners. Too low self-esteem. Chapter 11 Warlord? Bandits. Received 100 years after the tax. As the old village chief spread these messages throughout the Yangjiazhuang, all the villagers and people of the entire Yangjiazhuang, for Bai and the others, they were naturally grateful and incomparably respectful. Take Bai, these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Think of it as a life-saving favor. In fact, there is nothing wrong with such logic. For Bai et al. Indeed, they are their saviors. If it wasn't for Bai and the others capturing the zombies, I'm afraid this zombie will still be around the Young family's house. It will still be a constant scourge on the common people here. If this zombie wreaks havoc on the entire Yang family altogether, it's hard to imagine what kind of ferocious thing it will evolve into. So, say it's a lifesaver. Indeed, not too much. The villagers of Yangjiazhuang are very simple and at the same time very grateful. Under the leadership of the old village chief, every household, surprisingly, I was able to harden up a few 100 pounds of grain, all of which was of relatively good quality, being good rice. To know, the rice they eat on a regular basis is the aged kind. The kind where every bite of rice is probably laced with a lot of rice worms and crushed sand. Predictable. These hundreds of pounds of good rice. It's definitely all the good rice in the Young family, and it's absolutely everything that's been put together. A couple of skinny farmhands carried several bags of good rice. Led by the old village chief, I found Bai, who was wandering around the Yang village. Mr. White. Mr. White. The old village chief, who was walking on his crutches, hurriedly called out to Bai and the others in front of him. Mr. Bai, this is a small token of appreciation for you from our village. You've helped us solve the big problem of zombies. You are saving us from ourselves. Bai didn't expect it. Caught a zombie that was causing trouble in the Young family's house, and was able to get a thank you gift from the villagers, but he didn't take it, because he knew very well how important this food really was to the villagers. The villagers had probably gone through a lot of trouble to come up with these several 100 pounds of grain. It may have pretty much gutted the family. It was only then that we were able to get this food together. Under the circumstances, how could Bai possibly want all this grain? He shook his head, turning to the old village headman, as well as the few peasant men carrying rice. He spoke. Village headman, we have no shortage of food. As I've told you before, we're not like those warlords. We won't take a pinch from the people. That's our principle. Bai politely declined. Look at the thin-bodied farmhands and the stunned expressions on their faces. He changed the subject and asked, Village chief, the grain in your Yangjiazhuang, what's the harvest like in general? I see that Yangjiazhuang still has quite a lot of farmland, but why are the villagers so skinny? The food grown from these farmlands is generally enough for the people of the Young family, for daily consumption, right? The old Muramasa was stunned. Although the old village chief hadn't read much, having lived for so long, still able to read people's minds, he could see that the Mr. White in front of me, when he said those words, was not intermingled with any lies, and those soldiers behind Mr. I also had a righteous look on their faces. It seems, it's really not like those warlord guys, and it's all been mentioned as a principle. Then this thank you gift is probably not going to be delivered. The old Muramasa shook his head with mixed emotions and a complicated expression. He had never seen such an army, never seen a soldier like this before, so principled, so disciplined. Said it was the Sky Soldiers, nor is it too much. The old village chief smiled bitterly and replied, Mr. Bai, you're a foreigner, you don't know anything about it. We, the village people, who grow the grain, are required to pay a grain tax to Marshal Nyo. If a piece of farmland, if you can't grow the appropriate amount of grain, you still have to pay a lazy tax to Marshal Nyo. If you want to use oxen when plowing, you still have to pay an animal tax to the cattle marshal. If you want to reclaim new farmland, you have to pay field taxes to Marshal Nyo again. If you want to divert water for irrigation, you have to pay a water tax. These taxes can be in ocean, in cloth, in grain. We, the Young family, where is the ocean of cloth? Only food can be delivered. In a year, 70% of the grain grown has to go to Marshal Nyo. It's good enough that we can take 30%, and 30% still depends on Marshal Bull. The old village chief's tone was bitter and moody. If I hadn't had a son that, it's a question of whether or not you can keep your second degree if you become a junior officer under Marshal Nyo's hand. How can you get enough to eat under these circumstances? Every 3 months, Marshal Bull's men are coming over to collect taxes. If anyone dares not to pay their taxes, they will be shot. Taxes in this period, it's all collected indiscriminately by warlords. This, Bai Yi has some understanding, but he didn't expect that bull marshal actually collects taxes so deranged. You have to pay a tax for plowing with oxen. There is a tax on all water used for irrigation. I'm afraid it's almost as bad as breathing, walking, eating, and going to the bathroom, which are also taxed. How do they calculate how much tax you need to pay? Bai Yi asked with a frown. The old village chief laughed bitterly. Those soldier lords still need to count? They all just blurt out a number. If we can't come up with that number of taxes, we're going to have to arrest a few people for target shooting. Hear this. Not only did Bai Yi frown, even Lin Li and the other special forces could not help themselves a bit. This is the warlord? Bandit bar this is. Even more like bandits than bandits. These assholes. That's how you squeeze the people? Bai Yi began to ask the old village chief for some information about that Marshal Niu. But the old village chief actually didn't know much about Marshal Niu. The content of the answer is not very useful. But one thing is for sure. That bull marshal. Not a good person is all. Bai Yi had read a news story before about the taxes in some places during this time period. All have received the year 2012. Directly ahead of the tax. Received a century later. Yes, it's that outrageous. Now that he had seen such an odd tax system with his own eyes, Bai Yi still felt that it was very outrageous. Right about this time, the wireless communicator hanging from Bai Yi's ear, came the sound. Major, our scouts have found something, please come back. Chapter 12, Bandits in the Mountains. The first bandit suppression program. Bai Yi returned inside the advanced battalion's camp and walked into the middle of a huge tent. This is the temporary command headquarters of the advanced battalion. Major, after a soldier saluted Bai Yi, he handed a few photos to Bai Yi. Immediately afterward, opening his mouth, he explained, our advanced battalion's drone team. In the course of surveying the perimeter, it was discovered that about 15 kilometers north of our camp, there is a gathering place similar to that of bandits and mountain thieves. Here's a high-resolution photo taken by a drone, and you can see that the number of people in this bandit's den is probably in the neighborhood of 50 or 60. Bandit's den? Bai Yi looked down at the few photos in his hands. All very clear photos. It was even possible to clearly see the faces of those inside that suspected bandit's den, being able to clearly see their expressions. After all, it was an advanced drone from the Dragon Kingdom, and this kind of detection technology was considered relatively common. Presented inside the photo is a collection of cottage-like buildings. You can see there are quite a few people inside. Most were armed, but these weapons just seem so outdated. Most of them are crude clay guns. Some even carried large swords, or carrying a red rifle. The men were very skimpily dressed, and each looked better. Unlike the common people inside the young family home who can't get enough to eat, everyone has a sense of pithiness. And Bai Yi also saw a few horses, but they were short, skinny horses. Indeed, this looks very much like a bandit's den, and those in it do look like bandits. I didn't realize that there was a bandit den in the vicinity of the advance camp. This made Bai Yi a little surprised. Some more clarity, because in the first time I traveled to the magically altered version of the Republican realm, he then encountered bandits coming over to loot the young family home. I even saw a bandit with his own eyes use a gun and beat a young family's people to death. At that time, he came close to being discovered by these bandits. Luckily he slipped away quickly at the time. Since the young family home can be looted by bandits, it means that these bandits are far away from the young family home. It's not particularly far away. For bandits, there's no such thing as the concept of a rabbit that doesn't do what it's supposed to do, as long as there's grass, and they eat. A bandit's nest was close at hand, so Bai Yi naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Not to mention that these bandits have killed people. I don't know how many people I've killed. Yangjiazhuan may just be one of the locations these bandits plundered. Bai Yi spoke in a deep voice. Go and poke around. For information on this bandit den. If it is truly determined that they are bandits, then they are our enemies and are permitted to be eliminated outright. Who's a good guy these days if he's a bandit? Out of 100 bandits, 99 are vicious. There's another one that's even more vicious than poor and vicious. There is no injustice in killing all of them. It's a messy world. If it doesn't come down hard, how can we stand? The soldier's expression flinched slightly as he nodded and responded. Yes, the primary mission of our advance battalion, while exploring the young family village centered on the information within a 50-kilometer radius. But if you come across something like this, you definitely can't just sit back and do nothing. And I don't think this is the only bandit den within 50 kilometers of here. Bai Yi continued. We need to get within a 50-kilometer radius. All the bandits and mountain thieves, all of them cleaned up. Don't feel any guilt. There's no injustice in killing all the bandits in this day and age. It didn't matter if it was Bai Yi or these soldiers inside the advance camp. They all have the right three views from the modern Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, there is no room in his eyes for these bandits and mountain thieves. Not to mention, The Dragon Kingdom was in need of a base for a magically altered version of the Republic realm in this place. How can a bandit den appear near a base? It must be exterminated. Especially since the scene from 2 months ago was fresh in my mind. Seeing the people of Yangjiazhuang killed with my own eyes, that kind of image is hard to forget. Revenge that the people are not capable of avenging. Bai Yi helped them to report. As Bai Yi's orders fell one by one, the entire advance battalion was like a war machine, was mobilized. Suppression of bandits means there will be danger. Even if the bandits are weak, gotta be careful too. After all, no one can guarantee that it will not turn out to be a gutter. Every soldier's life is precious. So this plan to combat the bandits, all of which needs to be worked out in detail, must be done. Can't afford to lose a single soldier. Immediately there were scouts in the advance battalion, who went forward to get information. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was working with some soldiers, making this plan to eliminate the bandits together. Make sure to do it with a thunderbolt. No loss of a general, only by removing all uncertainties within a 50-kilometer radius. It was only in this place that the Dragon Kingdom was able to establish a truly large base. A complete nail in the coffin in the magically altered Republican realm. It's also part of the development program for the magically altered Republic of Korea. An hour passed, and after the plan for the suppression of the bandits had been drawn up, in the presence of the, Bai Yi said this, if it's confirmed that the other party is indeed a bandit, I'm going to get involved in the next bandit eradication operation. Whitey knows, one needs to hone and experience, bound to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. The more rewards he will receive in the future when the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom rises, the stronger the self will be. At that time, if something came up, he might need to deal with the solution personally. So, Whitey has to hone himself early. At least, not so much that you can't even get down to killing bandits. Lindley hesitated and reminded, Major, isn't this too dangerous? The magically altered version of the Republican bandits were weak, but they were also armed with lethal heat weapons. For Rukoku, nothing can happen to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, however, shook his head and said, there are some things that, since they must be experienced in the future, then why not experience it in advance? You can't, in the future, hesitate to kill an evil person, can you? Chapter 13 3 Nests of Bandits. Suppress the bandits. Suppress the bandits. The advance battalion scouts were so efficient that, the nest of bandits was soon scouted out. It was indeed a bandit den, numbering around 50 or so, possesses a small number of relatively outdated thermal weapons, has a large number of cold weapons, and there were a couple of horses, a dozen donkeys. The place where the bandits' den is located is an easily defensible halfway up the mountain. There was only one path that led there, and that path was also covered with traps. There was a high probability that those bandits had set them up. It's a nest of bandits after all. They were also afraid that they would be approached by the officials. It's just not very probable. Expecting the warlords who raided the people to fight the bandits is like expecting the sun to rise in the west. Is impractical. Meanwhile, the advance battalion is also poking around the Yangs accordingly. After all, the bandits' den wasn't particularly far from Yangjiazhuang, and the Yang family home has been looted by those bandits. I'm sure the villagers of Yangjiazhuang are still familiar with those bandits. As expected, got quite a bit of useful information from inside the Yang family home as well. Bai Yi learned that the nest of bandits was called Tian Tian Zhai, and that the leader of that nest of bandits claims to be the Big Sky King. This group of bandits has been entrenched here for years. They had guns in their hands, often make a fool of themselves in this part of the country, robbing the countryside. And, Bai Yi also learned from the old village chief that there is more than just this nest of bandits near Yangjiazhuang. There is another nest of bandits farther away from Yangjiazhuang, and another nest closer to the county seat, within a 50-kilometer radius. 3 nests of bandits. That sounds like a huge stretch. After all, it's 50 kilometers square. It was also equivalent to just 2 small counties in the Dragon Kingdom, and some of the larger counties in the Dragon Kingdom even exceeded this area. It's amazing that there can be 3 nests of bandits in such a small area, and there's also a warlord, Marshal Nyo, who is not a bandit, but better than a bandit. This nest of bandits closest to the Yang family home, located north of it is only 15 kilometers away from Yangjiazhuang. It's the weakest of the 3 nests of bandits, numbering more than 50. Thermal weapons are available but not many, and they are very outdated. There's a nest of bandits west of Yangjiazhuang, too, but they're kinda far away. It's probably over 40 kilometers away. At the edge of our advance battalion's scouting zone, the last nest of bandits is the most powerful of the 3. The number of people is more than 200, and with that martial bull, there is an unspoken relationship. Inside a military tent of the advance camp, there was a table in front of Bai Yi. A simple map lay on the table. This map was produced by the surveyors inside the advance camp. Due to the rushed production time, It looks rather sketchy. But enough of that. Bai held a small stick in his hand and tapped a location on top of the map. Looking around at the 3 company commanders of the advance battalion in front of him, he opened his mouth and said, "This time, in our bandit eradication program, our primary goal, it's this nest of bandits in the north, known as the Heavenly King's walled city. Once this nest of bandits is removed, within a 20-kilometer radius, there wouldn't be much uncertainty. I'll go myself on this bandit suppression operation. I'll be leading a special operations team, and a platoon of advance battalion soldiers. Give these bandits a sinking blow. Crush them with one blow." When he said this, Bai's tone gave a slight beat. Then he continued to speak. "While I carry out my plan to eliminate the bandits, the advance battalion's camp will be under your care. Your mission remains the same, to build up the base, as well as exploring and surveying the surrounding area, and at the same time do a good job of communicating with the people of the Yang family. If the people have any needs, try to fulfill them as much as conditions allow. If an unknown force, or an evil zombie-like creature, attacks the Yang family or the camp, you can destroy the other side. The military doctors in the battalion can treat villagers for free to increase trust. We have to have a good relationship with the people." The commander of the 1st company of the advance battalion, hearing this, asked, "If the people are short of food, are we able to provide food?" Bai nodded. "Yes. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were originally the people's sons and daughters, and their existence was to carry the weight of the people. Although the common people of the magically altered Republic realm are not residents of the Dragon Kingdom, but they are just as much the people. It's the oppressed, the exploited. Facing such a group of old people, as a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, it's natural to protect them." Nightshade, Advent, some 60 or more heavily armed soldiers, in the hazy dimness of the night, left the camp of the advance battalion. Bai, then, was among them. The special operations squad that was responsible for protecting Bai closely was also within this group of soldiers. Bai looked at Linley next to him. "I didn't expect you, an experienced special forces soldier, to be nervous." Linley laughed bitterly. "There are different kinds of special forces." Linley and the rest of this special operations squad had always operated within the Dragon Kingdom. At best, they were involved in arresting some vicious criminals. Weekdays were basically spent training hard or maneuvering with other squads. There's not really a lot of real-life combat actually. Killing, for them, it's also a challenge. Now their mission tonight is to eliminate a nest of bandits. The word annihilation already describes the mission. As Bai said, this magically altered version of the bandits of the Republican era, all killed, all have been wronged, able to become a bandit. There are lives on the line. When I was spying on the bandits in Yangjiazhuan before, they then already knew something about this group of bandits. 2 months ago the bandits from the Heavenly King's fortress came down the mountain to plunder the Yang family home, killed a full 3 people on the spot. It also injured a dozen people. Among the dozen or so people who were injured, one of them died of serious injuries. It lasted a week and then it didn't last. And the villagers of Yangjiazhuan also said that the bandits of Tianwangsai. This isn't the first time we've plundered the Yang family home. Even other villages in the vicinity have been plundered. These bandits, one by one, blood is on the line. Chapter 14, Heavenly King's Walled City. Modern Army vs. Republican Bandits. The bandit den named Tianwangsai is only 15 kilometers away from the advance battalion's camp. A distance of 15 kilometers was not considered too far for Bai and the others, and you can also drive down a dirt road to get there. But the car was only able to drive up to 10 kilometers because the bandit den was put halfway up the mountain. You can't climb up a mountain in a military vehicle, can you? That's obviously impractical. 2 dark green military vehicles traveled down the not-so-spacious dirt road. This dirt road is the road that the villagers of Yangjiazhuan walk on weekdays. It's a road to the county seat. The 2 military vehicles stood out very well in the night, especially with the bright lights from the headlights. But due to the zombies that haunted this neighborhood a while back, no one dares to go out at night. Even the people of the Yang family knew that the zombie had been subdued, but it's still a little scary. So much so that no one saw the military vehicles. Drove about 10 kilometers along the way. The military vehicle stopped. Bai had a squad of soldiers stay here and then led the others to feel their way into the mountains. The darkness of the night was perfect to conceal their forms. Plus, Bai and the others were wearing mink as camouflage uniforms. It's even harder to be spotted in the darkness of the mountains. Climbing over mountains for every soldier. It's all part of the training routine. The party, in full armor, as keen as mountain wildcats. Constantly weaving in and out of the woods. Soon, just found a mountain road leading to a bandit den. The mountain road showed obvious signs of human reclamation, presumably by these bandits. And, at the bottom of the trail, the bandits had actually sent someone, in the shadows, to keep a close eye on this road up the mountain. These bandits are so cunning. Surprisingly, they sent 2 people to squat in the neighborhood. If it wasn't for the fact that we had a thermal imager, I guess the 2 lookout bandits would have spotted us as soon as we got close to that mountain road, then ran up there to report it. Bai was roughly a few dozen meters away from that mountain road, and he spoke as if he were talking to himself, very slight. A little farther away you can't hear what he's saying. Bai had a very complete set of equipment on him, and the thermal imager thing was pretty good, especially in the midst of this darkness. It's almost as if the perspective is on. He could clearly see, not far away, 2 sneaky figures that crouched in a very secluded spot. That heck is the lookout bandit. Bai gestured a few tactical gestures to the few soldiers around him. These soldiers around him, all special forces. After seeing these gestures he had made, Linley, who was the leader of the Special Operations Squad, nodded. Linley immediately took one of his team members and began to go around behind the 2 bandits. The action was very swift, very little movement, have to say. To be able to become a Special Forces soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, one's hands are all first-rate. The 2 bandits hiding in the shadows had no idea what was going on. They didn't know that there were already dozens of Dragon Kingdom soldiers that had silently arrived close to them. 2 of them are Special Forces, already close to them. It's a long way to go for these 2 bandits, only a few meters away. Hiss. It's a cool night. I don't think I'll meet that zombie from Yang's house, right? If we run into each other, we'll be in deep, won't we? It's hard for us to kill anyone with our 2 guns. Can you fight zombies? Alas, it's really true that the big boss, every time he lets someone guard the path up the mountain. Isn't it overly cautious? It's not like anyone knows that our Heavenly King's walled city is in a place like this anyway. Now we have to keep an eye on the mountain road in the middle of the night. If we meet a zombie then we're screwed. One of the bandits shrunk his neck and whispered in a trembling voice. The matter of Yang Jiazhuang being haunted by zombies had spread long ago, and even they, the bandits, knew about it, and that's exactly why. It's only during this time when Yang Jiazhuang is haunted by zombies that no bandit dares to go and fight the autumn wind. After all, the bandits are afraid too. Who's not afraid of something like a zombie? This damn thing, legend has it that it's invulnerable to swords, guns, water and fire, so it's very ferocious. Shut up, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. The other bandit gave his companion a hard stare. If we do meet that zombie, it'll be your asses crowing. Mother asterisk. There wasn't much going on, but then you said it and the old man started to panic a little. The 2 bandits, who were talking, didn't realize that in the darkness, 2 pairs of eyes, already on them. The dagger, coated with a special coating, was already in Linley's hands. Whoosh! Linley and the other Special Forces soldier were like ferocious cheetahs, quickly lunging towards the back of the 2 bandits. Cover their mouths with one hand. With the dagger in one hand, he quickly moved towards the bandit's neck, and wiped it viciously. Pust! Blood splatters. The 2 bandits' eyes widened abruptly. Instinctively, he wanted to struggle, but it didn't work. As the blood continued to splash out, the life was rapidly passing away. In the meantime, Bai immediately led a platoon of soldiers and touched up towards a mountain road. Linley and the other Special Forces soldier quickly followed suit. The process is thunderous. There's no dragging. The Heavenly King's cottage is located halfway up this treacherous mountain, probably with an elevation of about 200 to 300 meters. This peak is geologically unique and rocky, and there are a lot of bluffs. It is a naturally defensible place. There was only one artificially reclaimed mountain road that could lead to the bandit cottage halfway up the mountain. That's why these bandits, they set up their mountain strongholds here. If it was in the Cold War era, this place only needs a few dozen troops to be able to stop hundreds of all enemy troops. Even in this period, can do this too. Unfortunately, the group of bandits didn't realize that they were facing, from the modern day, the Dragon Kingdom's army. It didn't take long. Bai and the others had then touched halfway up the mountain, saw that bandit den, see the bandits inside. A platoon of soldiers immediately split into 5 action squads, begin preparations to surround these bandits. In the darkness, Bai was holding a rifle, adjusted the collimator, then immediately aimed at a bandit who was not far away. A gatekeeper inside the bandit's den, 100 meters or so away. His face was calm. Pull the trigger. Bang. Chapter 15. Capture the Great King of Heaven alive. Delivered to the people for judgment. Although Bai had only been inside the Dragon Kingdom's capital military region for just a month of special training, but due to his increased physique he was able to learn and adapt very quickly, able to become proficient in a wide variety of single weaponry in just 1 month. The concept of proficiency is someone who has been immersed in this path for quite a few years. Bai's shot was very accurate. Moving targets at a distance of roughly 100 meters or so were completely trivial for him, as he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! In the dark, the shots were loud. It's crisp, The gun in Bai Yi's hand was not fitted with a silencer. In fact, silencers are not particularly good at silencing sound, especially in the darkness of such a quiet night. Instead, a muzzle flamethrower is fitted for suppressing the muzzle flame a bit. The Heavenly King's cottage was a very modest piece of architecture. Bandits weren't expected to have much talent for infrastructure. After all, a wall built of stone protects the bandit den, sort of a very suggested mini-wall. There's only one door to get through, and there are 4 other bandits guarding this door. That shot from Bai Yi, it's very precise. The moment the gunshot rang out, a bandit, suddenly without a word, fell to the ground in response. Obviously, the shot was a direct hit to his vitals. Let the other side react without reacting. The sudden gunshot and the fall of his companion. It made the other 3 bandits watching the gate panic. Before they could call out, Whitey lands a series of point-blank shots. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots. 3 shots hit. 1 shot blank. The remaining 3 bandits also fell to the ground in response. The body burst into blood. These gunshots from Bai Yi were like a signal to attack. Immediately after, it was the continuous sound of gunfire, and the panicked shrieks of the bandits, like firecrackers on a holiday. What's going on? What's going on? Who the is shooting? The big boss of the Heavenly King's walled city. Big Heavenly King is a big man with a height of 1 meter 9, and his face is full of ferociousness, but a bit flustered. This kind of body type is really among the millions of people who are rare in this day and age. Big dog, big boss, the soldiers are coming. The bandit minions at the bottom hurriedly shouted in terror, but the next moment they were hit by several bullets from nowhere. Give it a shot in the stomach. 5 or 6 scarlet blood flowers emerged, opened his mouth, straight down. This scene, looking at the big Heavenly King, his scalp went numb, and the incessant gunfire all around him made him wonder just how many enemies there were. Hundreds? Thousands? The gunfire was too intense. After, left, right. It's all gunshots. Those who attacked the Heavenly King's fortress were all elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Among them are even a dozen experienced special forces, and the weapons in the hands of these soldiers are all modern and advanced. Though few people in combat will have their rifles on full auto, but even a semi-automatic point-and-shoot, a couple dozen rounds a mag. Such a point-blank shot is still a stretch. It made the bandits of this period feel like they had 1,000 armies. It feels like there are people everywhere, and every soldier is equipped with a thermal imager. Even if it's a very modest night nowadays, there was still no way to hide the movements of these bandits, and the figures of these bandits were as conspicuous as fireflies in front of the soldiers' eyes. Dozens of soldiers formed an encirclement that surrounded the bandit den, and step by step, it eats away at the center. The encircling circle slowly closed, and each soldier's gun line was very well defined, creating one crossfire after another that you can kill your enemies very quickly and effectively, and you can support your teammates very quickly as well. It does not create opposing fire that could accidentally injure friendly forces. That's the specialty. One unprepared bandit after another had no resistance at all. Even if these bandits are prepared, their end will not be the same. Bandit after bandit fell to the ground, and all they heard was a variety of gunshots. Beat them up and make them cry. Mother asterisk 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 error. How many people does this mother asterisk 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 error have? It's just a bandit against me. That asshole Nyo. What's the need for this kind of battle? No. Why does that Nyo have time to fight bandits? Didn't the laborer remember that he took a concubine just a few days ago? Is it because the laborers didn't send a gift, so that bull thinks I'm disrespecting him? Mother asterisk 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 her. This asshole. If I survive this day, I'll definitely remember this revenge. The great Heavenly King hid behind a stone wall, not daring to raise his head in curses. He treated Bai Yi and the other Dragon Kingdom soldiers as if they were Marshal Nyo's men. After all, who would have thought? It's amazing that the offense is not from this world. Gradual. Gunshots. Gradually stopping. The Dato heard the diminishing gunfire, and instead of feeling grateful, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, his scalp was numb. Cold sweat. Because it represents those of his own men. Maybe it's almost gone. Though the soldiers under Marshal Nyo's hands are all wasted, the bandits in the hands of his great King of Heaven. What's not to like about a bunch of losers? It's over. The big picture is gone. Just as he was grieving in his heart, suddenly he felt as if something that against the back of his head. Then, his hands were immediately under control, and a Mauser barge in his hand. It was also violently kicked off the floor. Handcuff-like cuffs, cuffed his hands up and quickly tackled him. Major, caught a big fish. I just saw some bandits calling this one big boss, so take it upon yourself to keep him alive. The guy, I think, has some other uses. The person who spoke was Linley. How he had set his sights on the great Heavenly King. It was really those bandits from before that shouted too loudly, "Gives the big sky away." Oh, the bandits' leader? An unhurried footstep approached. The person who approached was obviously Bai. Bai took out a tactical flashlight in his hand, and the piercing white light shone on the big heavenly king's face. The light was so bright that the great celestial king couldn't open his eyes. A big fish indeed. Bai nodded. Indeed, it's also a bit useful. Bring him to the Yang family home. I'm sure the people of Yangjiazhuang have been harboring resentment against this group of bandits for a long time. The rest of you clean up this place. Clean up all the dead bandits, lest there be any plague. Those who aren't dead are also given control and brought to the Yang family home together. They have plagued the people for so long, so let the people deal with them. Public trial for them. Chapter 16 Heavy-hearted. The mental work that must be done. This time the operation against the bandits was completed very quickly, because these bandits are nothing more than rabble, though the bandits numbered as many as 50 or 60. Unfortunately, there were only about a dozen of them with hot weapons in their hands, and these so-called heat weapons are very outdated. The most advanced weapon is probably the Mauser pistol in the hands of that big boss, Big Sky, also known as the very familiar barge gun. Against such a group of bandits who are backwardly equipped, backwardly minded, and extremely wary, it simply couldn't have been easier. There is no difficulty. The battle was only 10 minutes from start to finish, which is still because these bandits are so good at running. When the sound of gunfire when the bandits are in chaos, there is a count one all crazy like running around, want to escape. Plus they were more familiar with the surrounding terrain, giving the dragon soldiers quite a bit of difficulty in killing them. But okay, not much of a problem. In the end, after a few soldiers counted, there were a total of 57 bandits in this so-called Heavenly King's walled city. 39 of them were killed on the spot. There are only 18 alive. Inside these 18 survivors, 13 of them were seriously injured, and looked like they had less breath in and more breath out. It obviously won't last more than a few minutes. In other words, a real captive of sorts. There are only 5. Among them were the big leader of the Heavenly King's walled city, as well as the second leader of the Heavenly King's walled city. The remaining 3 are bandit minions, for being more resourceful, escaped death. Meanwhile, Bai also got some unexpected gains. This Heavenly King's walled city has been entrenched here for 8 long years, and they come down to the mountains every month to fight the autumn winds, either looting villages, either looting caravans. 8 years of plundering vast quantities of supplies. This included a wide variety of food, oceans, jewelry, antiques, and more. What surprised Bai the most was, this group of bandits actually had a collection of what appeared to be very complete tiger skins. Nice guy, so rich. The riches of this bandit den exceeded Bai's expectations, not to mention the valuable stuff, the large amount of grain hoarded inside the bandit's den alone, as well as the 100-odd coins of silver. All of this is enough to make 2 Yangjiazhuang, a whole year without worrying about food and drink. Major, we've found a dungeon in the bandit den. Inside there are civilians imprisoned by bandits. A soldier rushed over and reported to Bai. Dungeon? Bai frowned. Take me to see. Soon, the soldier led Bai to the interior of the Heavenly King's walled city and inside a dungeon. It was an underground cell with a very narrow space. It was divided into a dozen cubicles. Once inside, Bai then smelled a strange odor. That smell was somewhat similar to heather flowers. Inside each compartment of the dungeon, all of them were actually holding a female. Their clothes were tattered and disheveled, and their bodies showed more or less signs of having been beaten. It looked yellow and thin, obviously hungry for a long time. The eyes were hollow, obviously alive. But it's like death. Release them, move gently and don't let their emotions get the best of them. Then take good clothes and put them on. Give them something to eat to fill their stomachs, and take them down the mountain. Bai had mixed feelings. Anger is natural, but the bandits in the bandit den are already dead and wounded. The rest are prisoners ready for public trial. This anger flourished again. It's also hard to vent. Sure enough, none of these bandits, all of them killed, were wrongly accused. Bai took a deep breath as he stepped out of this dim and depressing dungeon, breathing in the air outside that smelled of smoke and blood. The mood was bad. It was all too values challenging for him, a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Likewise, the other soldiers felt the same way, even angrier than Bai. The soldiers are also young. Some are even aunts. They're trippy, thought positive. The sight of this all-consuming evil made them almost unable to hold back their anger. Slaughter the remaining 5 prisoners as well. Luckily, the military discipline of the Dragon Kingdom's army is strict. All this anger can only be suppressed, because they also know, these 5 captives actually won't live long, and they will only end up in hell. The entire bandit nest was turned upside down by the Dragon Kingdom's army. Everything of value was taken away, and the bodies of the bandits were buried on the spot. Consider that there are such things as ghosts and monsters in this world. In the process of burying, had the soldiers rally together and get the loud military song up. With the help of the army's fury, it shattered all the dead grudges of these bandits, so that they can't go and do evil even after they're dead. The dozen or so yellow-faced women in the dungeon were well taken care of by the soldiers. Put them on a military vehicle. 2 military vehicles came in a hurry. Back in a hurry. This battle. 0 casualties in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the campaign against the bandits was victorious, and the process was perfect, there were no slip-ups, but not many people were happy. Everyone was in a very heavy mood. One size, a small bandit den of only a few dozen people, has done so much evil. What about those large bandit dens that are hundreds in size? What about even warlords with thousands and thousands of troops? The evil things they do. I'm afraid the list is endless. With very mixed feelings, the 2 military vehicles returned inside the advance battalion's camp. Asked for the few soldiers inside the advance battalion who had studied psychology. Psychological work is done accordingly for those involved in banditry operations. After all, most of them had killed someone tonight, basically for the first time in their lives. Didn't want these soldiers to have psychological problems. Psychological work is a must. Even he himself is no exception. For the dozen or so women imprisoned by the bandits, arranged for them to stay at the advance camp temporarily, vacate a couple of tents for them. By the way, have someone heat hot water so they can take a good bath and get some rest. And they have to be psychologized as well. After all, they have suffered experiences that will absolutely affect them for the rest of their lives. There may be people who are already as good as dead. These are innocent civilians. It's a living human life. Can save. Just try to save. Whitey had a busy night. Before the hustle. After the hustle. Chapter 17 Removing the Yoke. Fight the man who rides on the neck. The next day. A.M. This time, made an unprecedented move by having someone drive a military vehicle to the young family home not far away. In addition to the soldiers of the advance battalion, there are 5 bandits captured last night in the car. All 5 of these bandits were tied up. Every bandit's face was written with panic, as well as disheveled looks. They never dreamed. It's amazing that there could be such an unheard of army in this part of the world. They had already determined that it was definitely not that Marshal Nyo's army. How can someone like Marshal Nyo have such an iron army? And these soldiers had guns on them that they had never seen before. What's even more exaggerated is that these soldiers actually have trucks. Trucks are a rare commodity these days. Plus every soldier spoke a very proper Mandarin accent. This caused these bandits to resist speculating in horror. They didn't need a big warlord, did they? Have the warlords from the north hit yet? Hiss. Duh. Big boss. Second boss. A few of us. We should be fine, right? A tied-up bandit minion. The words were spoken in a very shaky voice. You could hear that he sounded very panicked, and the bumps of the military vehicle had made him a little seasick and want to throw up. Both feet are weak. 2 strands warring. How the do you know? The Grand Master, the great King of Heaven. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the minion. Then the next moment, the soldier in the car frowned and chided. Don't talk. Several bandits immediately shut up. Scared, not afraid of not working. In their eyes, all of these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were like heavenly soldiers. It didn't take a single soldier to wipe out their bandit den. Isn't this a heavenly soldier or what? But, this big boss and the second boss of the Heavenly King's walled city. Instead, 2 very sneaky eyes darted around. They certainly don't want to sit around and wait. They've been bandits for so many years, getting away with so much. Definitely don't want to just account for it. Out of the blue, the skinnier-looking second-in-command, to the few dragon soldiers in the car who were watching them, blinked a pair of thieving triangular eyes. I only heard him suddenly whisper, "Several military masters, do you want to make a fortune?" The little one knows where some valuable things are hidden. If a couple of military gentlemen can set the little ones free, I will immediately take a few military masters to make a fortune. However, the few Dragon Kingdom soldiers in the car just glanced at them, a sneer, and then it was indifferent. Make a fortune? Not interested. They are all aware of these bandits and just how much evil they do, especially the dozen or so women housed inside the advance camp. Their looks are simply heartbreaking. The experience is even sadder to hear. The listener falls to tears. In the presence of the soldiers of the advance battalion, these bandits had long been in the minds of the tagged with the death penalty, the kind that can never be forgiven. Being a good soldier in the 21st century, as an elite soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, they were not in the least interested in bribery, and they could see that these bandits are nothing more than a bluff. The entire bandit den had been turned upside down, and everything that should have been captured had been seized. Even if these bandits, they are still hiding something, at best, it's just a few, so that they can eke out a living and be able to make a comeback with their belongings. the value probably holds up to a couple hundred dimes. The whole days is thousands of yen. Anything that can be hidden for so long is jewelry, or antiques, in addition to oceans. This, a lot? Truth be told, a random dragon soldier inside the advance camp takes the wristwatch in his hand and goes out to sell it. In this day and age they all go for thousands of dollars at random. After all, the wristwatches in their hands are high-tech products of the 21st century. Even in the 21st century, it's something that's not available on the market. It's all military tech. Before long, follow the very bumpy road. The military vehicle arrived at Yangjiazhuang. It made quite a stir. The truck, such a big truck. These villagers, people of Yangjiazhuang, in fact, there are many people, have never been to the county town. They had only heard of such things as cars inside the county. I've only heard its appearance described, knowing that this is a type of carrier that, without the need for oxen or horses to pull it, is able to walk on its own. It came in from the foreign side, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it was as if he was facing a huge steel beast straight on. Some of the younger children in the village were so frightened that they rushed away. Even some of the adults, even if it's a farmhand, listening to the engine noise from the military vehicle and looking at the exaggerated exterior styling, still heartbroken, scalp numbness. It's Mr. White. When Bai Yi stepped down from the passenger seat of a military vehicle, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang immediately recognized Bai Yi as a familiar face. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. In their eyes Bai Yi was their great benefactor. These days will be able to prove that the zombie that has plagued the young family for so long, it has indeed been subdued. Moreover, Bai Yi ordered the military doctors of the advance battalion to give free medical treatment to the villagers of Yangjiazhuang. If the villagers of Yangjiazhuang have any needs, help where you can when conditions allow. Inside a few short days, the relationship between the advance battalion and the Yangs became very good. That's when the Yangs realized. It turns out that there is also an army that works for the people and for the people. This led to the advance battalion being at the Yang. There is already an initial reputation. Even an ordinary soldier, all can be honored. The first thing Bai Yi did when he came to Yangjiazhuang was to find the old village head of Yangjiazhuang, then ask the old village headman to gather all the villagers together. This confused the old Muramesa, and when Bai Yi carried out the few bandits that were tied up, the old Muramesa was confused, shocked beyond belief, because he recognized one of these bandits. That's the big boss of the Heavenly King's walled city. Hiss! The old Muramesa sucked in a breath of cold air. Now there was no need for Bai Yi to explain. He was able to know what was going on. Mr. White in front of me. I can't believe I've swept away the bandits of the Heavenly King's walled city. Even the bandits' big boss has been captured. Facing the shocked old village chief, Bai Yi said, I want to be in Yangjiazhuang. There will be a public trial of these bandits, and the people of the village, who will criticize them, will decide whether they live or die. Such behavior, it's considered a traditional art ability in the Dragon Kingdom. Doing so can really make the people of Yangjiazhuang recognize the Longhua army, because the army of the Dragon Kingdom is helping them to remove the shackles from their necks, in helping them fight the man who rides the neck. The old village chief hurriedly went to notify the villagers in a hurry and fire, and soon the whole Yangjiazhuang shook. The bandits of the Heavenly King's fortress, Grand Master of the Heavenly King's walled city, busted to have a public trial, the life and death of a bandit, held in the hands of them, the villagers. Mr. White, a saint. Chapter 18, gunned down. The news flowed, and the clueless Marshal Niu. Half of the villagers in Yangjiazhuang have already left Yangjiazhuang because of the haunted zombies, but there were still more than 200 families who remained in the Yang family home. The population of the entire Yang family is still close to 1,000 people today. It's not really a big village in the magically altered Republican era. Magic revision Republican era clan concepts are very heavy. Most of the same clan will pile up to survive. So much so that a family village will get bigger and bigger, until it grew into a large village with a population of several thousand, or even close to tens of thousands. That's the kind of village that can be called a big village. The Yang family is medium-sized at best. Old Murakami was very prestigious in the village and he called everyone over. All the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, young and old, all gathered in the village square. A spot came out over the square. There were 5 men kneeling there, 5 bandits. Upon seeing those 5 bandits from the Heavenly King's walled city, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang were immediately mobilized in anger. One by one, they glared angrily towards these 5 bandits, gnashing of teeth, eyes on fire. Bastard! The bandits from the Heavenly King's fortress came to Yangjiazhuang 2 months ago and killed several people. One of them is also my second uncle, a young farmer's man carrying a stretcher and, in an angry tone of voice, he said with hatred, I watched as my second uncle was shot in the chest by a bandit with a birdshot, densely packed with round bullets. A woman in the village broke down in tears. 3 years ago, my son was taken away by bandits. She's only 12. Mother asterisk 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 error. This bunch of have finally created retribution. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Benefactor Mr. Bai is a benefactor of our Yang family. The soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand are all good soldiers. This is the real deal. That's what being a soldier is all about. Those soldier boys inside the county are nothing. I recognize that guy. That's the big boss of the Heavenly King's walled city, with a gag name of Big Heavenly King. The bandit lords, all captured? Heavenly soldiers. Heavenly soldiers. All sorts of murmurings went on and on at this moment. There is righteous indignation. There's gratefulness. There were tears of pain. There is shock inexplicably. The faces are different. Emotions galore. There should be everything. There are even villagers who treat the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom as if they were celestial soldiers and generals. Blowing the soldiers of the advance battalion was embarrassing. Also, I lament the simplicity of the common people these days. I can also empathize with the kind of oppression that the common people suffer on a regular basis. Gentlemen, facing the nearly 1,000 villagers of Yangjiazhuang, facing young and old, Baiyi's expression was very composed and calm. His voice increased by a few points. Folks of Yangjiazhuang, as you can see, these 5 people kneeling on the ground are the bandits of the Heavenly King's walled city. The first one on the left is the big boss of the Heavenly King's walled city. The second from the left is the second boss of the Heavenly King village. I'm sure you all know very well what the Heavenly King's walled city is. It's a bandit den. All of them are unforgivable bandits. Every bandit has the lives of innocent people in his hands. They are sinners. They have committed crimes that are too numerous to mention. Baiyi's tone paused slightly. Next moment, he continued. I know that you are very angry. Also know what you have been through. More than that, I know that these bandits deserve to die. These bandits have been riding on your heads and reigning supreme for I don't know how many years. I'll ask you to name the crimes these bandits have committed. Public trial. As the name suggests, it is to judge these bandits with the people. It is important to give the people a sense of participation, to make them feel like they are themselves and unshackle themselves. Let them feel that they have contributed to the effort when they beat the enemy riding on their necks. This will mobilize them, unlock their inherent thoughts. The villagers of Yangjiazhuang did not expect that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom would not only help them to eliminate the bandits, he actually had to join them, the common people, in judging the bandits of the Heavenly King's walled city. This caused many of the younger villagers, one by one, to scramble to tell of the bandits' crimes. There's a person to tell. There'll be a second one, the third, until all of them, 5 bandits whose mouths had been gagged long ago. They looked at the villagers of Yangjiazhuang who were filled with righteous indignation. The 5 bandits' faces were ashen. They're stupid enough to know that. Himself. It's over. Condition STH. It was clear that they would not be spared. Dead. As a crime fell on the bandit's head, the minutes ticked away. Until noon, when the sun is hot, as the sea and the tide tell, finally stopped. So many crimes, enough to shoot hundreds of times. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, following the wishes of the people of Yangjiazhuang, under the orders of Baiyi, raising his gun at the 5 kneeling bandits, pulled the trigger, shooting, as the bandits' heads sputtered with scarlet blood and fell limply to the ground in a helpless heap. Deafening cheers and shouts of approval erupted. The originally numb villagers of Yangjiazhuang, in everyone's eyes, a little something extra, more light. The first and second masters of the Heavenly King's fortress, by an army in the Yang family home, killed on the spot in front of all the villagers. It's impossible to keep news like this from the public. After all, the people who saw the bandits being shot down amounted to nearly 1,000 villagers of Yangjiazhuang. They're sure to get the word out, passing off the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom as heavenly soldiers. Message, inevitable. The word got out to the county. It reached the ears of that martial bull. The Yang family? That zombie-haunted Yang family? Upon learning the news, the Nyo Dashwai, who had a rather obese physique, a ring of beard around his lips, and a jade Buddhist tablet hanging around his neck, froze. Since when is there an army in that place? And actually took out that group of bandits from the Heavenly King's walled city straight away? No. Isn't this Yangjiazhuang my turf? Where the hell did this asshole come from? Trespassing on Labor's territory, killing the bandits of Labor's territory, and harvesting the hearts of the people of Labor's territory? This mother asterisk 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 isn't it provoking Labor? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 19 Building Deployment. Crippled kidney weakness taoist. As the double-through doors opened, more than 400 soldiers, medics, researchers, and, with a large number of equipment and facilities, and with a slightly apprehensive mood, one after another, they entered within the double penetration door. Such emotions were justifiable, after all. This was the first time in their lives they had ever traveled. How could they have thought in the past that they would encounter such a thing in their lives? Crossing over for what is now the Dragon Kingdom. That's something you can feel just by listening to it. That glorious sense of purpose in it. It made them apprehensive and slightly excited at the same time. As soldier after soldier, carrier after carrier, disappeared inside the double-through door, the other world they appeared in. Here the war is raging in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. Of course, the advanced battalion base inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm is still a relatively safe place to be in. There is no war, at least for now. The people are still having a very hard time, but they are still able to get by. And unlike some other places, there are a lot of provinces in this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm of the Divine Kingdom. It's all a battle at this point. It's not an exaggeration to say that the people are dying. A lot of people are dying every day. These people did not die because of an accident or because of end of life. Rather, they were implicated by the ripple effects of the war. The defenseless people were left to one warlord after another. Trying to survive the cracks. Live for a day. It's one day. Today's wish may be to be alive tomorrow. It's that simple. Disorganized. Brutal. Describes a time like this. The 500 or so soldiers inside the advance camp had long awaited the arrival of these fellow soldiers. Soldiers from the advance battalion will lead these new arrivals and familiarize them with the area. Take them through the current situation. Be aware of the current situation. After learning about the situation in the neighborhood and the state of affairs, the newly arrived soldiers, begin clearing the surrounding woods to make a larger wide space in which to set up camp in this area. Especially those 2 regiments of soldiers of the Corps of Constructors. They're the ones who brought a lot of engineering equipment, as well as bringing in large quantities of building materials. Enough to build this temporary base into a real base. This newly built base, it has to be even bigger. It can accommodate tens of thousands of people at least. There's room for a division. These soldiers of the Construction Corps who have just arrived in the magically reformed version of the Republic of China realm from the Dragon Kingdom. After only half a day of familiarizing myself with the place, I'm starting to take the plunge into construction. Survey geology. Hit the ground running. Churning cement. Everything was in order. Of course the main thing is to cut down the trees, because the place is just too small for that. There's nothing wrong with accommodating a few battalions. The problem is that now they have several regiments. That makes it very crowded. Every tent is now next to each other, and walking might be a concern. Will accidentally step on someone's foot. That's why the surrounding woods had to be cut down to make the wide flat area even bigger. There are plenty of trees out there in the magically altered republic anyway. Don't worry about damaging the environment. The trees that were cut down for the construction of the base were not wasted. Rather, they were transported back inside the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there was no shortage of trees that were decades, or even centuries, old, very economically valuable. The trees were of little use to them anyway. You can't use wood for military infrastructure, can you? Wouldn't that be able to be destroyed by just a few shells? Send it to the Dragon Kingdom to have real value. Once again the camp became hot and everyone had tons of work to do. Even the newly arrived soldiers of the main combat regiment, all have to help with engineering. Everyone has to be busy. Bai Yi wasn't surprised, but Bai Yi didn't know much about engineering and construction. He was too busy assigning each of the soldiers to their tasks. This is very much a test of one's management skills. Fortunately Bai Yi is very good at learning and gets up to speed quickly. And with the assistance of several staff officers arranged by the Dragon Kingdom, as well as several captains, Bai Yi managed up a large force of over 500 people. Surprisingly well managed. There's no confusion. This made the few staff officers sent by the Dragon Kingdom to aid Bai Yi, as well as several of the regiment's leaders couldn't help but be staggered, calling out in their hearts that Bai Yi didn't even look like a normal human being. It's amazing that a man who was never even a class president when he was a student can manage a force of several thousand men so quickly. Demon bar this is. This ability that Bai Yi had displayed had kind of convinced them. No wonder the old general wanted them to follow Bai Yi's orders completely. Whitey has more than just a brush. He's got a million of them. While the camp is in full swing. Late afternoon. A middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest on the muddy dirt road at the entrance of Yangjiazhuang village. Limping on his crutches, he walked towards the inside of the young family home. Without hurrying, a small brass bell was attached to the walking stick, making a crisp sound with each step. The Taoist robes on his body were a little white from washing. A long head of hair was coiled into a classic Taoist hairstyle and secured with a simple mahogany hairpin. It's just that his likeness is really creepy to look at. A face that looked pale and overall thin, as if it were skin and bones. The eyes are deeply concave and dark circles are evident. At first glance it looks like a kidney deficiency. Again, it's like smoking crack. The moment this crippled Taoist priest had just stepped into the young family's house, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt in his footsteps. Frowning in confusion, His voice sounded slightly hoarse and breathless. Cough. How is it that Yang Jiazhuan has such a strong yang qi? He coughed heavily and spoke in a tone that was thick with confusion. The last time I came to Yang Jiazhuan was half a year ago, and at that time there were more than 500 families in Yang Jiazhuan. There is no such strong yang qi. Now after Knight's zombie cholera for so long, it is reasonable to say that the village is yang qi. It's supposed to be shaky. Suddenly, his expression changed abruptly. Could something have changed that I don't know about? Something couldn't have happened to the zombie that was harboring it, could it? No, not likely. Just those few trashy Taoist priests and nuns inside the county. They're barely good enough to deal with wandering ghosts and wild spirits, but it's absolutely impossible to have the ability to deal with zombies. Such ferocious evil things. Probably overthinking it. Ahem. Chapter 20, Uncommon Vengeance. Half-red clothed night ghost. The overall appearance of the crippled Taoist priest who looks creepier. Limping slowly, he entered inside the Young family home. Along the way he noticed that there were a lot fewer people in the Young family home than before. But the whole atmosphere of the Young family is very joyful. Completely without the slightest hint of panic in the face of zombies and such ferocious things. It's as if zombies are as if they don't exist. It's just that it's already late in the evening. It was reasonable to expect it to be dark in another half hour's time at the most. Once it gets dark, it's time for the zombies to come out of their holes. Aren't the villagers here worried that they'll encounter a zombie attack at night? The night was almost over, and there were still people working in the farmland. Some of the small children in the village were still running around playing. No sense of crisis? The crippled Taoist priest felt more and more that something was very wrong. In his perception, an ordinary village is haunted by zombies. Then this village would be in absolute and endless panic. It may not even be evening yet and people are hiding in their homes, afraid to come out. But the situation in Yang Jiazhuan was different from what he had imagined. There was also no glutinous rice sprinkled in front of every house. No spiritual talisman was put on it either. Something's not right. With a not-so-good feeling, the crippled Taoist priest arrived at a farmland that, finding a farmer's man from the Young family home, he couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire, "Dare I ask this resident?" The poor Taoist heard from afar that Yang Jiazhuan was haunted by zombies and was deeply victimized by zombies. So he came over to take a look. But I found that all the people in Yang Jiazhuan were living in peace and happiness. It's a joy. And now that the sky is about to get dark, zombies are ferocious things that come out by day and night. Guru, why don't you hurry back to your home and hide from the zombies traveling at night? This farmer from Yang Jiazhuan didn't expect it. I can't believe I'm meeting a crippled Taoist priest. And how this Taoist priest looks a bit scary. That face is as thin as a skeleton. The face was as pale as a paper man. How long has it been since you've had enough to eat? It's weirdly creepy to look at. The farmer's man did not suspect this Taoist priest, but answered honestly, "Master Taoist, our village was once haunted by a zombie. That zombie killed a lot of people. That zombie, however, has long since been subdued by Mr. Bai with his men. There was no zombie cholera for these 10 days, so we are naturally not afraid of zombies." He didn't notice that after he said the zombie was subdued, the expression of the crippled Taoist priest in front of him instantly stiffened. Disbelief was written all over his eyes. "Taoist master? Are you alright, Taoist master?" The farmer's man looked at the crippled Taoist priest, who was frozen in front of him. Nana kindly asked, "If you're not feeling well, you can come to our Yang Jiazhuan's military medical clinic to take a look, and the doctors there don't charge any money to see you." "Nope, it's okay." The crippled Taoist priest squeezed out an ugly smile. Without looking back, he twisted his head and walked away. He obviously lived on crutches, but now he was walking faster than any normal person. When he turned around, the expression was unusually grim, unusually ugly. "Mr. White, never heard of this character before." "Ha?" The crippled Taoist gritted his teeth and his eyes were shadowy and spiteful. "Damn it, the layout was a full 5 years long, just to cultivate a green stiff. As a result, I can't believe that a guy who came out of nowhere has ruined the layout that Poverty Road has been working on for years." Cough, cough. In the heat of the moment, he coughed repeatedly, even coughed up blood. When he coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam, his expression became even more ugly and the face became paler. It looked like a middle-aged man, but now it was like a candle in the wind, as if they were dying centenarians. It was as if life was going to come to an end at any moment. I don't have much of a young life left, and all these years, I've been relying on the yin qi of the 5 elements of the brats to renew my life. Every night, one has to be careful for fear of being apprehended by the underworlders and taken to hell. It's hard to find a place to raise a corpse. Prepare to harbor a zombie and use the technique of reversing fate. Cough, cough. It's too late to re-inhabit a new zombie. I don't have a second 5 years left. Damn, all of this, all of it, is ruined. Mr. White, Mr. White, who cares what Mr. white or Mr. Black you are. You've ruined 30 years of poverty's cultivation, ruining the poverty road's 5-year layout. The poor Taoist does not share the same fate as you. I want you dead. The crippled Taoist priest's face was resentful to the extreme, and he gritted his teeth. I could not wait to tear that Mr. White apart, even if he didn't know what that Mr. White really was, not even sure if the other person is actually a man or a woman. All he knows is, his own days were numbered and his only chance to renew his life was gone. Years of layouts have been forcibly destroyed. In that case, before dying, be sure to pull a backstabber. 2. The crippled Taoist didn't leave the young family's house. He started asking around inside the house. Mr. White, as the farmer called him. Only the news he inquired about was all very broken. All just words. He only knew that Mr. Bai was named Bai Yi. It's an army man. The other party is a rare and great benefactor in the world in the eyes of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang. And a great benefactor. This time, the cripple did finally understand why his zombie was subdued. The zombie he contained was a new zombie after all. Insufficient strength. Physical damage is capable of hurting zombies. That Mr. White is a soldier and seems to be in charge of quite a few people. They had foreign guns in their hands. There are foreign guns. Utilizing the powerful foreign guns and cannons, it is still possible to kill a teacher with a messy fist. That's not going to be easy. The crippled Taoist's brow furrowed. He had wanted to harness the little ghost and slaughter that Mr. White while the night was still young. Suck the yang out of that asshole. But, the other side is from the military. Think, the place where you live is also a military barracks. It's extremely fury there. Ordinary little ghosts are probably going to be shaken to the core by that monstrous aura before they even get close. Humph. The crippled Taoist let out a cold snort. It just so happens. In my hand. Poor Taoist me. There is a stern ghost that was persecuted and died by a warlord. This ghost. It's already a half-red coat. Only one step away from being a red coat. Definitely capable of breaking into the middle of the military camp. I didn't want to let it out. It killed more people than the zombies. And it's hard to control. When the time comes, it will surely attract the attention of Maoshan, Longhu Mountain, and there, it's going to lead to tons of trouble for me. But, the poor Taoist already has a short life ahead of him, so what's the point of being afraid of him? Tonight, the poor Taoist will open the altar and set up a formation. Execute the man. The crippled Taoist priest uttered these words. Its gritted teeth. Hate to sink my teeth into it. Eyes clouded. Contains hate. Chapter 21 Opening the altar. Creepy red embroidered shoes. A crippled Taoist priest? Bai Yi heard the news coming from the scouts that. His face was slightly surprised. A Taoist priest has come to the Yang family home? If this was the blue planet, Bai Yi wouldn't be overly surprised even if he encountered a Taoist priest. After all, the Taoist priests of Blue Star were just ordinary people. At best, because of the many years of cultivation, his state of mind was quite a bit better than ordinary people. Not so with the magically altered version of the Republican Realm's Dawnguard, though. It's a magically altered version of the Republican realm where ghosts and monsters exist. A being like a Taoist naturally possesses mystical side powers as well. After all, one of the duties of a Taoist priest is to catch ghosts. I.e. to the Taoist priests in the magically altered version of the Republican realm. Still quite interested. Yes, when that crippled Taoist priest came to the Yang family's house, it had already been noticed by the scouts of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile detectives took photos from a distance. Bai-Yi looked at a photo in his hand, which looked very clear. Just got a shot of the crippled Taoist priest right in the face. Looking at this face that was suspected to be smoking too many large cigarettes, Bai-Yi's expression couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. A serious Taoist priest is absolutely impossible to be poor. Usually catching ghosts, drawing talismans, telling fortunes, checking feng shui. That's enough for the Taoist priests. Eating pots and pans now, not to say great wealth. At least it doesn't look like this. In other words, what kind of disease could this Taoist priest be suffering from? Or, not a proper Taoist priest at all? Bai-Yi never thought that all Taoist priests were good people, and there was good and evil in any profession. Of course he also knew that he couldn't judge a person by his appearance and assert the character of the other person by his looks. Undoubtedly rogue behavior. Have someone keep an eye on him and see what he's doing here in the Yang village. Bai-Yi commanded, because he thought of that zombie in Yangjiazhuang. Why did the zombies appear and how exactly did they form? Bai-Yi still has no clue. The arrival of this crippled Taoist priest. It struck him as fishy. If there is anything wrong with this Taoist priest, take him down and subdue him immediately. It is best to directly stun the opponent with a single blow and not let them have the power to resist. The Taoist monks in this world, guaranteed. What rare means of ability are there? Bai-Yi continued. Yes, the soldier who received the order immediately nodded and saluted. The minutes ticked by. Soon, nightfall. The construction of the campsite continued at night with great fervor. The It had to be said that the 2 construction corps sent over by the Dragon Kingdom were definitely a good hand in the area of building infrastructure, and their efficiency was also very high. At such a rate of construction, it was estimated that it would only take a month. It will be able to pound out a base of bases that holds tens of thousands of people. This is the terrifying strength of the infrastructure fiend. Undertake STH. Professional. Not everyone was building. Of course, there were quite a few soldiers, too. Patrol the perimeter of the camp in case any danger approaches. If there were any zombies or other beings approaching, they would be the first to respond. Meanwhile, 100 researchers sent by the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, these researchers are now working on a variety of things. They are curious about every blade of grass in the world. And they were actually near the campground. A plant was found that was not found in Blue Star, and seemed to be unique to the magically altered version of the Republic plane. It's a big find. This means, this magically modified version of the Republic realm has a large number of unknown plant resources for the Dragon Kingdom to study. If these plants can be used for medicine, or something can be extracted, definitely great news for the Dragon Kingdom. Bai looks good on these researchers, and he feels that if the researchers, researching something useful, then the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune, definitely going up. In contrast to the heated scene of the camp, the young family home at night is relatively cold and quiet. Although the scourge of zombies had already been solved by Bai's men, but it's still not safe to be out there at night. And in this day and age of the gods, it's a messy world after all, and there's not much entertainment at night these days. Might as well stay home and do business. At this point, the night is in full swing. A very simple Taoist altar was situated at the foot of one of the more remote mountains in Yangjiazhuan. It took the crippled Taoist priest 2 hours to build a simple Taoist altar. The Taoist altar was set up with incense burners, talisman paper, and incense lit. The incense is especially conspicuous in the dark night, and the curling smoke is slowly drifting up. But the most striking thing, or a pair of red embroidered shoes. The small, delicate red embroidered shoes were placed in the middle of the Taoist altar, and it was clearly a summer evening, but the temperature around them was eerily chilly. This Taoist altar didn't look the least bit decent, but instead gave off a creepy vibe. The crippled Taoist priest had an unusually gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with a shadowy look. He held a soul bell to his left and right. In his right hand he holds a duster. 3 soul streamers were carried on his back. He sneered, "Begin the practice." Only his duster was seen sweeping towards the Taoist altar, and several red candles on the Taoist altar instantly flared up. But the fire that was lit by that candle was an eerie flame of a ghostly green color. The green light reflected on the crippled Taoist priest's face, making his appearance even more creepy. "Break my layout and destroy my foundation. Tonight it will be your life." The crippled Taoist priest began to circle slowly around the Taoist altar, and though he was lame on one foot, however, the pace was very subtle and elaborate. As he struggled to maintain his balance, his feet stepped in arcane steps, and his mouth recited the words. Suddenly, a cold, chilly wind blew around them, causing the crippled Taoist priest, who was in the middle of performing the spell, to give a lurch. His expression was joyful instead of shocked. This stern ghost is so fierce, having been suppressed for so long. The resentment rises instead of diminishing. Very good, just what I wanted. The crippled Taoist immediately pulled out a spirit talisman, showing a rare expression of heartache. He bit through his middle finger and smeared the blood on top of the spirit talisman. Immediately, he stuffed the spirit talisman within the red embroidered shoes. The moment the spirit talisman came into contact with the red embroidered shoes, a thick white mist appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the Taoist altar with the crippled Taoist priest. White mist filled the air, makes it hard to see what's real. Go! All that could be heard was a stern cry from the crippled Taoist priest. The red embroidered shoes on the Taoist altar were as if they were being harnessed by an invisible hand, and flew away towards the distance at an extremely fast speed, and the spirit talisman stuffed inside the red embroidered shoes was burning at an extremely fast speed. The white mist dispersed. Put! The crippled Taoist stumbled and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, almost didn't fall straight to the ground. Bai, tonight, I will definitely call for your death. Even though my lifespan is coming to an end, I still have a few months to live. You, on the other hand, have to die a few months earlier than the poor Taoist. He no longer suppressed his voice and, "Open your mouth," and let out a laugh. However, it didn't take long for his words to sink in. Boo! A hand strike to his neck made the crippled Taoist double over, straighten up and pass out. A scout from the Dragon Kingdom appeared from behind him, and with an ugly expression. This Taoist priest is actually trying to harm Major Bai. Ultimately, it is because of the lack of any relevant experience in understanding the purpose of this Taoist priest's practice of opening the altar. If the other party hadn't been laughing uncontrollably, the devil knew that this crippled Taoist priest, whom he didn't know, was trying to inflict harm on Major Bai. It made the soldier very self-conscious. He hastily utilized the contact the campsite. He had to hurry up and tell this news to Major Bai. The Major is in danger now. Major White is too important to the Dragon Kingdom. Nothing can happen. Chapter 22, National Fortune Protecting the Body. The demons and monsters all retreated. In the Dragon Kingdom's military camp in the magically altered version of the Republic realm, a pair of red embroidered shoes that flew away, the moment they were about to enter the interior of the barracks. It was as if it had been blocked down by an invisible film. The movement of the red embroidered shoes flying away gave a start, and at the same time, a large amount of yin-chi began to overflow out in all directions. The yin-chi was so thick that it had turned into curls of cold white mist. It was the military fury in the barracks that was blocking its entry, and the red embroidered shoes sprouted a large amount of yin-chi white mist. Instead, they were doing battle with the military fury. Both sides scorched each other, cancel each other out of the blue. The one stuffed inside the red embroidered shoes by the crippled Taoist priest, the spirit talisman that had burned almost to the ground. At this moment a flash of elusive, subtle golden light emerged. When this flash of arcane golden light passed by, it was as if the red embroidered shoes were sheltered by something. Surprisingly, he no longer suffered from the effects of that army's panging fury. It didn't go straight inside the barracks, and, flying straight in one direction, a military tent over there. It's where Bai Yi has his office. Inside the tent, Bai Yi had just redistributed the tasks of each of the two construction corps. Suddenly a very cold breath was felt coming in, a breath that was similar to when the zombies were encountered. Feeling that yin aura on the zombie had a different flavor, Bai Yi's expression instantly became serious. He knew that something dirty had entered the barracks. In the meantime, an anxious and self-condemning voice came from one of the communicators he kept aside. Major White, that crippled Taoist priest wants to harm you. I don't know that he did. That Taoist priest set up an altar there and then one was chanting hard, and right after that it was like something flew out. I didn't know he was trying to hurt you at first. This guy money had knocked him out. The sound of the communicator was interspersed with a ripping, tearing murmur that seemed to be interfered with by something. Still, Whitey heard the scout's words, and it was no longer necessary for the scouts to explain what that thing was that flew over, because Bai Yi had seen it. He saw a pair of red embroidered shoes. It was placed in front of the curtained door of the tent. The small, red embroidered shoes revealed a bit of weirdness, and Bai Yi didn't know how it appeared. At the moment it appears, the air in the tent, it all clouded over, and it's getting colder and colder. The scout's voice coming over the comm was beginning to be less and less audible as to what he was saying. There is really too much inexplicable noise, and it seems to be interfered with by some kind of magnetic field. It's not a zombie, it's a ghost. Night ghost. Vaguely Bai Yi seems to hear. There are green clothes in the leisurely singing a quiet tune. That Peking opera accent in the voice was authentic, but for some reason listening to call people straight cold shiver. Seems to be able to hear endless resentment. That kind of hate, that kind of resentment. It seemed to materialize. This is the southern part of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the Divine Kingdom. The owner of the red embroidered shoes is, however, a Peking opera green dress. Either that or these red embroidered shoes were brought out of the capital. Either that or Peking opera is pretty popular in the south too. Only, I wonder who owns the red embroidered shoes. It's something that came up. How dare you have this kind of resentment? Bai Yi was actually not the least bit flustered by the cold and sinister aura emanating from his red embroidered shoes. The effect on him was practically minimal. It was because the true chi in his body was flowing on its own, dispelling that gloomy aura, and it can effectively block yin chi from entering the body. And even if he didn't have the means to deal with the night ghost, he was still able to walk away unscathed. He just needs to open the double-through door, head inside, it'll be fine, because he has permission to let anyone into the double-through door. It also has the authority to keep anyone from entering the double penetration door. It looks like there really is a connection between that zombie and that crippled Taoist priest. Otherwise, there's no need to hate me so much and be hell-bent on getting me killed. That avatar was for that crippled Taoist priest. It's probably something important, isn't it? Bai Yi frowned as he looked at the pair of red embroidered shoes, and suddenly his eyebrows gently raised, for he saw the red embroidered shoes as if they had been worn. One step, there's no rush, not too fast, not too slow, toward the direction he was heading. Every step, a scarlet, blood-colored shoe print would appear on the ground all over the soles of the red embroidered shoes were dripping thick blood, the kind of bloody odor Bai Yi could even smell already. I don't know if it was just him. Bai Yi felt that he saw a languid silhouette, and the other party was wearing an exquisite Peking opera costume. The physical appearance is dignified and courteous. Just, the tiny face was a blur. Couldn't tell what it looked like. It was as if Bai Yi had seen the other man stretch out his hand, the wrist and palm exposed from the fruit of the One could just tell that the other person's skin was incredibly pale, whiter than the A4 paper on which the document was printed. That's a sick white. The 5 fingers that were as white as green onions suddenly turned into claws, as if they wanted to capture Bai Yi's neck. However, when this hand was still a meter away from Bai Yi, suddenly, a vast and overbearing aura violently erupted, sweeping out with a destructive momentum. The onion-white 5 fingers instantly collapsed. A woman's scream seemed to come from the air. The silhouette flew out backwards. The pair of red embroidered shoes followed and flew out backwards, smashing straight on top of the wall cloth of the tent. Then it slowly fell to the ground, never moving again. The temperature inside the tent returned to normal, and the yin qi, which was able to turn into a substantial white mist, was gone. It seems. Nothing happened. Bai Yi froze for a moment. He was all ready to open the double-through door and bolt, and the situation just now took him a bit by surprise. What's going on here? That drop of true qi inside himself? Impossible. This bit of true qi he didn't even know how to utilize. And even if it worked, with that little bit of true energy, how could it possibly deal with the night ghost? And so on. Bai Yi remembered. He himself is tied to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Although he was now in a magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, his body definitely carried the aura of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune, even if it was just a little bit tainted. Given the magnitude of the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes, this little bit of breath was enough to deter most demons and monsters. That's the only explanation, right? Bai Yi stood up and walked forward, picking up the pair of red embroidered shoes on the ground. He could feel, these shoes are very grim. In other words, the stern ghost, it didn't dissipate? Chapter 23, Peking Opera Ching-yi. The source of evil. Martial Nyo. The gloomy aura emanating from the red embroidered shoes told Bai Yi that the owner of the red embroidered shoes, that is, the stern ghost, was not shaken to death by the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune in his own body. Perhaps it was because there was only so much of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune that was tainted in his body. This tiny bit of national breath may not be able to destroy the other side. It's also possible that there's not just a tiny bit of national fortune in yourself that you're imagining. Rather, there is a very large amount of national fortune to add to their own. It was only that he did not know how to utilize the luck of the nation to quell these demons and monsters. So the national luck is just autonomously shielding the body for a bit after. There was no other movement. Bai Yi felt that the former was more likely. After all, he was now in the magically altered version of the Republic realm. The Dragon Kingdom is ultimately in another world. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes are as huge as they are, it's not possible to travel here either. Is it? You can get a drop of it on yourself. Maybe it's already a miracle. Rather a poor man. Bai Yi could feel the monstrous resentment of the owner of the red embroidered shoes just now. That kind of resentment contained endless grievances as well as hatred, causing Bai Yi to be slightly touched. From the size of the red embroidered shoes he could deduce that the height of the costume silhouette just now was about 1 meter 6 or so. In this era of grossly inadequate per capita nutritional intake, it was rare for a woman to be this tall, and it also showed that she had grown up with no worries about food. Either that or a great lady, either that or a theater family. A great lady is unlikely. What great lady would sing in an opera? The magically altered Republican era is not the modern world. In the modern, anyone who learns opera like this is respected because they are passing on the culture. But there was no such preoccupation in the magically altered Republic. Whether it's a Peking opera singer, or a Yu opera singer, or a Huangmei opera, all belong to the theater. The social status is not very high. Need to wait until Master Mei visits the pretty country to engage in cultural exchanges with the pretty country. The position of the playwrights may only improve when they make theater popular in pretty countries as well. I don't know if it was his own illusion, but when he picked up this pair of red embroidered shoes, he felt the red embroidered shoes in his hand tremble. Bai Yi vaguely felt an emotion of fear. It seemed like the aura of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune that was tainted on Bai Yi's body had frightened the other party. Scared to death, but don't dare to run away. Have to say. A ghost. Night ghost. Very well researched. Of course, the danger factor of a night ghost is also much higher than that of a zombie. The main reason is that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have the ability to deal with the night ghosts. Zombies are okay. At least physical attacks are useful against zombies. The same can't be said for the night ghosts. Ghosts know about physical attacks. Do they work on them? Taking the risk of sending the night ghost to the Dragon Kingdom and letting the scientists drill on it could be a misstep. It's going to get people killed. You can understand what I'm saying, right? Bai Yi thought that this night ghost had intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find himself so accurately in the barracks. So he asked, there should be a reason why you've become like this, right? Because I felt that resentment, that aggression when you showed up. I'm a soldier, not like the others. It's not the same as those warlords in government offices that run around all day and mingle. If you have any grievances, You can tell me about them. Bai Yi thought that he could try and see if he could remove the resentment of this stern ghost. Keep the other person from entertaining the idea of indiscriminate victimization. As for how to remove resentment, Bai Yi was also only able to use the most earthy method, which was to understand why the other party died. Was it actually killed? Or how did you die? If the other guy was killed by an evil person, then he has room to maneuver. Bai Yi spoke with the same kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. It's not pretend. If the owner of the red embroidered shoes was really killed, under the conditions, Bai Yi will do her justice. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. It's all about serving the people. Nightly ghosts in life. Also the people. The tent was suddenly quiet. Only Bai Yi's slight breathing sound remained. As well as the squeaking and spinning of a small fan. I was originally the daughter of an opera master in the capital. Suddenly, the tent, which was empty except for Bai Yi, rang with the voice of a second person. The voice was clearly that of a woman. The voice was thick with resentment. The kind of resentment that seemed to be turning into substance. Again, it seemed to be in the way of the national fortune on Bai Yi. The other party obviously didn't dare to continue to make a scene. Moreover, Bai Yi could hear that the voice was very weak, and it seemed that he had been injured by the shock of the national fortune. It was also shaken by the luck of the nation. Maybe the right ones don't even know about such things as national luck. Perhaps this night ghost thought of himself as the kind of ghost hunter who could casually subdue demons and vanquish devils. As expected. Strength. That's the truth. As long as you have a hard fist, all of the night ghosts will sit down obediently and talk to you carefully, not daring to offend you for fear of being beaten to death. Bai Yi could probably guess what the other party was thinking. But, such a misunderstanding is good. At least, it would allow this night ghost to temporarily suppress its monstrous resentment, allowing the night ghost to regain a bit of normal sanity, so that night can be a little calmer and tell what happened to her in life. The knight's careful voice continued. Bai Yi was like a listener. He didn't have a single perfunctory expression. Instead, he listened attentively. Bai Yi also took out a pen and paper. Record what you hear. Time. Streaming. After about 10 minutes had passed, the woman's voice disappeared. The piece of A4 paper in Bai Yi's hand had been filled with all sorts of content. He also kind of knew what happened to the stern ghost in his life. He knew that the other would not dare to deceive himself, for the night ghost would be afraid too. Would be afraid that he would beat her to dust, and then she won't be able to get her revenge. The ghost was named Zhao Qingyi and was born in the capital to a family of opera singers. My father was barely considered a great opera master in the capital, and was quite famous within the capital city of God's country. When she was 17, her father took her to perform, and this performance was special, because the audience was all in uniform. These men came from all corners of the world, all of them unruffled, all of them with their own personal guards. It's all big. It was the Niu de Shui that Bai Yi was familiar with. Why would a small warlord from the south go to the capital? Bai Yi wasn't particularly clear. Perhaps it is the fact that although each of these warlords is competitive, there are cooperative ties among them. The opera was performed with great success and the seats were full of applause. But because of this, Zhao Qingyi was looked at. Look at her. Awesomely. It's Marshal Bull. It seems that because people are in the capital, a small southern warlord like Marshal Niu does not dare to mess around. He chose to spend a lot of money to buy out Zhao Qingyi's father's handler. These opera families also have upper families, and the upper families are equivalent to their bosses. The upper house collects the money and asks Zhao Qingyi's family to perform in the far south. Zhao Qingyi's father didn't think there was anything fishy, because it's normal. It's normal to travel all over the world as a playwright. So, the family followed the bull marshal. Come to the south. Chapter 24 Old Green Clothes. Justice for Ghosts. Zhao Qingyi's family came to the south with Marshal Niu. Along the way Niu de Shui did not show excessive demeanor, but when they got to Marshal Bull's territory, the other party's sinister face was instantly exposed, going so far as to force Zhao Qingyi to become a concubine of a fat-headed warlord. Anyone with a little bit of thought wouldn't agree, let alone Zhao Qingyi being from the capital. She was only 17 years old at the time. And yet, I've seen a lot of great people. And Zhao Qingyi's father refused, not having a son in his life, just one daughter. Always treated my daughter like a treasure in the palm of my hand. How can you let your daughter be someone else's concubine? Marshal Niu's marriage proposal was rejected by them, and the father and daughter knew that Marshal Niu was the local landlord warlord. Rejecting someone on someone else's turf, especially when the person doing the rejecting is a warlord head, the kind with thousands of soldiers in his hands. There is absolutely no good in sweeping a groundhog warlord off his feet. Zhao Qingyi's father, overnight, tried to leave with the troop and his daughter, but I didn't think. The people in the troop have been bribed by Marshal Niu. Someone went to tip off Marshal Bull. Before the father and daughter could escape a step out of the county, they were controlled by Marshal Niu's soldiers. because father and daughter have repeatedly refused Marshal Nyo's marriage proposals. One of them was even in front of many people, so much so that it made that Marshal Bull lose face, so much so that the father and daughter, who were under control, were directly placed under house arrest by Marshal Nyo, was confined in the middle of a county mansion. It was guarded day and night by soldiers with guns. No outsiders can enter. No one inside can get out either. The father and daughter were placed under house arrest for a full month of. Marshal Nyo thought that the two of them would definitely oblige themselves this time, but I didn't expect it. Rejected again. Two father and daughter from an opera family in the capital, with surprisingly tough bones. No folding, no compromises. But what they didn't expect was that Marshal Nyo, who had been somewhat restrained before, this time there was no more restraint, seemingly because the repeated refusals had irritated him. How could Marshal Nyo, who had spent his entire day as a land emperor in a 3/4 acre area, possibly stand someone repeatedly bucking his needs? He had restrained himself many times before simply because he was really looking at Zhao Qingyi. Want to make a good impression so you can have a good time later, but since soft doesn't work, just do it the hard way. He put the gun directly against Zhao Qingyi's father's head. In broad daylight, he coerced Zhao Qingyi and roomed with him in daylight, or her father will be shot. To coerce Zhao Qingyi, he even fired a shot. Trying to punch through one of Zhao Qingyi's father's arms exposed the true face of the local warlord, but even Marshal Bull didn't expect the shot to accidentally miss. It hit Zhao Qingyi's father's chest. The blood is flowing. Died violently on the spot. Zhao Qingyi's mother died of an illness when she was a child. Father and daughter have been living together in the capital. How could I have imagined that a trip to the south would be met with such coercion? Even father and daughter are separated by yin and yang, and kill the bull marshal, and not in the mood for coitus. A big cry of bad luck. Have someone carry Zhao Qingyi's father's body away and find a random mass grave to throw it away. Continuing to keep the 17-year-old Zhao Qingyi under house arrest. The Zhao Qingyi people at that time were stupid. She never imagined that her father would be killed on the spot in front of her. She still remembers her father on his deathbed. The disenchantment contained in those eyes. The day Zhao Qingyi didn't eat a single bite of her meal. She was as demented and dull as a froze for most of the day. By midnight, she put on a big red costume of her own and put on the red embroidered shoes her mother had embroidered for her when she was a child. She was 8 years old when her mother was alive. Her mother embroidered red embroidered shoes for her to wear when she grew up and got married. The 17-year-old is wearing these embroidered shoes. It actually kind of doesn't quite fit. Shoes run slightly small. She felt that it was her face that had caused the trouble, as it was too long and really pretty. So he ruthlessly found a pair of scissors and cut a hideous gash in his face. Blood and flesh turned out as hideous as it can be. Finally a red ribbon was found and hung above the beams of the mansion. Hanged himself. As for how on earth did she turn out to be a nightmare? She said she didn't know herself. I only remember that the soul was very muddled, and that when the ghost became a little more conscious, she then recalled what had happened to her in her life, and suddenly a monstrous resentment. Resentment suppressed the remaining dots of sanity. The first night she became a ghost, she murdered several warlords and soldiers from the marshal's residence. Even one of Marshal Bull's lieutenants was killed by her. She had been engulfed by resentment, in undifferentiated vengeance. It made the marshal's house panic, and that Marshal Nyo was even too scared to go home, until a Taoist priest was invited by Marshal Bull. But at that time, Zhao Qingyi had already become a climate and turned into a very vicious and severe ghost. That Taoist priest wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to fight with Zhao Qingyi in the marshal's mansion. Both sides fought for a full 2 hours. In the end, the Taoist priest was able to suppress Zhao Qingyi in his red embroidered shoes at the cost of losing a leg. After, Zhao Qingyi wouldn't know. She's been subdued. There's no consciousness. There's no memory. By the time she was released, her monstrous resentment had once again engulfed the senses and, coupled with a weird spirit talisman from the crippled Taoist priest, it allowed her to unknowingly fly away into the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's military camp. Immediately after that, not Bai Yi's body's national fortune shook, hardening and dispersing a lot of her resentment. It also restored a little bit of her sanity, not so much as to allow resentment to dominate. It looks like that crippled Taoist priest from Yangjiazhuang, who was at the marshal's residence back in the day. The Taoist priest who fought with Zhao Qingyi. A ghost-hunting Taoist priest was reduced to harboring zombies and releasing ghosts to harm people. Bai Yi shook his head. Sure enough, there is good and evil in any profession, even a Taoist priest who catches ghosts, and so it is. And he also knew a bit about ghosts from Zhao Qingyi's narration. Ghosts are muddled at birth. Sanity is very much lacking. If it's a ghost that's been killed by someone, the resentment will be very strong, and these resentments that, it will overpower the lack of sanity. Thereby, the ghosts are transformed into harmful ghosts, even because of the depth of resentment. Knights will victimize people without discrimination. This is why Taoist priests catch ghosts. If the night ghost only kills people who die their own deaths and then dutifully reports to hell, then the Taoist priest didn't bother. But, once undifferentiated harm is done, it would have to be managed. Don't worry, knowing what you've done will definitely get you justice. But you must also promise me that from now on you shall not harm anyone indiscriminately and keep your resentment under control. Bai Yi said to Zhao Qingyi in the red embroidered shoes. Didn't realize. It's amazing that one day there will be justice for ghosts. As for the few soldiers killed by Zhao Qingyi and one of Marshal Niu's lieutenants, Bai Yi didn't think that was any good. Soldiers and lieutenants in the warlords. They are, at times, more than bandits. Worse. Chapter 25 Captives to be utilized. Interrogating the Taoist priest. The red embroidered shoes were placed by Bai Yi inside his tent. I'm afraid he's the only one who has the ability to suppress this kind of ferocious and evil thing in the entire military camp nowadays. The reason why he was able to suppress Zhao Qingyi was still because he was tainted with the national fortune. If it had been an ordinary soldier in a different barracks, I'm afraid it's very likely that they'll be victimized by Zhao Qingyi, a man who hanged himself in a big red costume, and the resulting soporific ghosts are not to be trifled with. That Marshal Niu was so scared that he didn't even dare to return home at first. Still, it took a Taoist priest to suppress Zhao Qingyi, and only just barely, because Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, was just too fierce. The crippled Taoist priest wasn't sure he could put her to death, and was only able to carefully suppress her. It's not safe to keep such a ferocious thing anywhere. The only thing that is safest is to be by your side, because Zhao Qingyi feared him. He could use it to strangle her. Time. Streaming. It didn't take long for the scouting soldiers who were out there tasked with tracking the crippled Taoist priest to. The crippled Taoist priest, who was unconscious and tied up, even with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, came back on his shoulder. Yes, the crippled Taoist priest was knocked unconscious after he finished performing his magic. Then the whole thing was carried inside the barracks. Bai Yi also knew the news. He walked out of the tent. Come outside. When the scout, whose face was full of self-condemnation, realized that Bai Yi was unharmed, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Before, Bai Yi instructed him to keep a close eye on the crippled Taoist priest. In the event that the crippled Taoist priest acts out of character, or tries to do something bad to the people, just step in and subdue the other person immediately. It could even be a straight shot. But, the scouts didn't realize that this crippled Taoist priest was actually trying to harm people by opening an altar and doing a spell. Originally, it was a very normal thing for Taoist priests to open their altars and practice. Who would have thought that the other side could harm people? And it was Major White who did the harm. If anything happened to Major Bai, he himself would never forgive himself. But now it seems, the Major is fine. Phew. Okay, Major. The scout laid the crippled Dowser, who had passed out, on the ground, and then he gave a hasty salute to Bai Yi. It was all my negligence that caused such an accident. It's fine. The problems are solved. Bai Yi shook his head. He didn't blame the other man. There was nothing to blame. After all, they didn't know what the crippled Taoist priest is up to. After all, who would have thought that a strange Taoist priest would come to the Yang family home to do harm? And it's still here to harm him. Bai Yi, is this the crippled Taoist priest? Bai Yi had seen the photos taken by the scouts before, knowing that crippled Taoist priests are creepy looking. Now look, this is even creepier than the photo. The opponent's entire body was as if it had been hollowed out by something. The body was very thin and weak, all in a state of skin and bones. It was as if the wind was able to blow it away with just a little bit of wind. The skin on his body was also very pale. It was also second only to Zhao Qingyi, the ghost. Give Bai Yi a kind of the illusion that the opponent will burp at any moment. Get him into the interrogation room, wake him up again, and pry some useful information out of him. Bai Yi is never polite to those who want to get themselves killed, and since the other party has been captured alive, it's only natural to show the greatest use of a captive. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the barracks were also very efficient and immediately took the crippled Taoist away. Many of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom only now realized that Major Bai had gone through a death crisis. The culprit was this crippled Taoist priest with a weak kidney. This made everyone in the barracks furious because they knew exactly what Bai Yi stood for. If anything happens to Bai Yi, the future of the Dragon Kingdom would be ruined. Out of this, the crippled Taoist priest then became the public enemy of everyone inside the entire Dragon Kingdom military camp. He was stripped clean of all his Dao robes and magic weapons, sent to a temporary institute in the barracks, and the crippled Taoist himself was sent to the interrogation room. The so-called interrogation room in the barracks is really just a military tent. Interrogators are psychologically savvy. They don't need to use violence. It's just a lot of information that can be trotted out. In the interrogation room, the crippled Taoist woke up leisurely, and he felt a great soreness in his neck. It was like being punched hard. He's already very skinny, so if he gets hit hard enough, maybe the neck has to be broken. And so on. The crippled Taoist snapped his eyes wide open. he was shocked to realize that he was somehow sitting in a cold chair. On his own. Out came a pair of profane pants and no clothes. The cold chair sent a chill down his spine. A shiver ran through his body. He tried to stand up, but then realized that his hands were tied to the arms of the chair. The fingers were also entangled and unable to move, as if they were worried that he would pinch the seal. The crippled Taoist man was confused. What's wrong with yourself? Robbed by robbers? And it was just too dark around him for him to see anything. However, he could also feel that the yang energy of this place was very strong. It's so thick that an ordinary lone spirit might not even dare to approach. What kind of place can be so rich in yang energy? Suddenly, a piercingly bright light shone in his face, stinging the crippled Taoist priest to hastily close his eyes. Wait until you are well acquainted with this brightness. Trying hard to squint, then he realized that he was followed, at some point, by two people sitting in front of him. Those were two men from the army. The uniforms they wear. Haven't seen it myself. The crippled Taoist woke up to the fact that he hadn't been robbed by some bandit. Instead, he was captured by a group of soldiers. His heart sank, not realizing that he had just made a spell to kill someone. I can't believe that the rightful owner just came straight to my door. Is there someone high up here on the other side? Name? One of the two men sitting directly in front of the crippled Taoist priest asked two words with an expressionless face. The crippled Taoist let out a sneer. Keep your mouth shut. No answer. His refusal to answer, however, did not embarrass the interrogators, and they didn't know how many such people they had met when they were interrogating criminals in the Dragon Kingdom. Interrogators have ways of getting people to talk. It just takes a little time. The two interrogators looked at each other for a moment, smiled at each other. Using advanced interrogation methods of the 21st century to interrogate a magically altered version of a Republican-era Taoist priest, it has to be said, a bit of a bully. Chapter 26, Crippled Taoist's Criminal Past. Lushan Sect. The process of interrogation lasted 3 full days, and during those 3 days the two interrogators, no violent means were used, merely by verbal words and with the aid of a portion of small means that contain no violence, just pry the mouth of the crippled Taoist who had tried to keep quiet. The crippled Taoist priest's real secular name is Wu Jiansong. He is a teacher of the Lushan school of the Zhenyi Jingming sect of Taoism, but because he repeatedly broke taboos, even another big one, he killed an innocent man, so much so that the Lushan sect wanted to abolish his cultivation and expel him from the sect. But the crippled Taoist priest was very wary. He escaped from the Lushan sect in the night. He went around the land of God to escape the pursuit of his master and disguised himself as a folk ghost-catching Taoist. Use the identity of a ghost catcher to hide your whereabouts. This hiding was for more than 10 years. Period. His cultivation was more refined than when he was young, but because of the wrongness of his heart, the practice of meditation is frequently accompanied by mental demons, and because in the course of hiding from the division, he did a lot of things that hurt the world, lost a lot of longevity, so much so that the middle-aged crippled Taoist alone was already in the wind. Longevity is approaching. He doesn't want to die, reluctant to die. Learning that he had not many years to live, the crippled Taoist went mad and seek a variety of ways to renew your life. He has eaten the ashes of the recently dead and raised little ghosts for renewal. He has drunk the filthy blood of ghost babies and swallowed the young energy of infants. For renewal, to live, he pretty much does everything. Hurtful things, did pile after pile. Later, he found a true method of renewing life in the graveyard of one of his ancestors. As long as he was able to successfully perform this life renewal technique, it would allow him to live for at least an additional aeon of time. The crippled Taoist did not know the truth or falsehood of this life renewal method, but he couldn't care less if he was already crazy to stay alive. A dead horse has to be a living horse. He killed a man born on a cloudy day in a cloudy year in a cloudy month, as described in the renewal of life method. Spinning around, he killed another child who was born in the young year, young month and young day. The blood of a child is used as a lure on the body of a person born on a cloudy day in a cloudy year in a cloudy month in a cloudy year. Draw a large number of talismanic texts, then came to the south to find a corpse-raising Jedi. But this one corpse-raising Jedi wasn't ownerless, that land had an owner. To get this corpse-raising Jedi, he came into contact with the biggest local landlord, the head of the warlords, Marshal Nyo. It coincided with the fact that Marshal Nyo was frightened by a stern ghost. The crippled Taoist then promised to help Nyo Deshuai exorcise the ghosts, and Marshal Bull is going to gift him that corpse-raising Jedi. Marshal Bull agreed, but the crippled Taoist at the time didn't think that the severe ghosts that Marshal Nyo had provoked would be so ferocious. The other party had just become a night ghost not long ago and was so difficult to deal with, almost had him in the gutter, eventually paying the price of a wasted leg. He finally barely managed to suppress the stern ghost. To this point, he got the corpse-raising Jedi, and he buried the corpses, which had been prepared long ago, in the corpse-raising Jedi, and opened the altar, embracing zombies, because inside that life renewal method, which was obtained by chance. The most crucial part of the life renewal steps described. It is necessary to contain a special zombie, and then with the zombie is not in the 5 elements of the characteristics of the Book of Life and Death of the Netherworld, achieve a renewal effect. Just, when Bai Yi came to the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm and cleaned up this zombie, the crippled Taoist's layout would be a complete bust. Renewal failed. Life is not long. In this situation he had fallen into a rage that was hard to describe. He was going to put to death the person who had ruined his layout. Then the altar was opened for the performance of the Dharma. Release the night ghost, because he knew that although he knew Taoism, Bai Yi had foreign guns and cannons on his side. To use flesh and blood against foreign guns and cannons, that is obviously a death wish. That's why he wanted to use Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, to kill Bai Yi, who had spoiled his layout. Pity. Crippler's wishful thinking went out the window. Whitey ain't got. He's been arrested too. Renewal? Reading an interrogation report sent in by 2 interrogators, Bai Yi shook his head slightly. It was true that some people would put down all their morals as well as their 3 views in order to live a little longer. This crippled Taoist named Wu Jiansong was already in a state of madness. This guy is trying to renew his life. Over the years, directly as well as indirectly, up to nearly 100 people have been killed. What kind of murderer? Evil ways. In addition to getting the crippled Taoist's criminal past, Bai Yi also got an unexpected reward. That's the Taoist heritage from the Lushan school. The Lushan school is a branch of the Pure Brightness school, and the Pure Brightness sect is one of the 5 major sects of Taoism in the land of the gods. You can imagine the importance of this legacy. To know, the Taoist arts in this world are real, and if these Taoist arts are combined with true Qi mana, it's something that can really be used. The crippled Taoist belonged to the inner disciples in the Lushan sect, though he was kicked out of the division early because of his heart's wrongdoing and even committing a major taboo. But he still knows a lot of Taoist techniques. The Lushan school of Taoism that had been organized was as many as dozens of different kinds of Taoist techniques. And those spells on him, all decent stuff too. The kind that can subdue demons and catch ghosts. Have to say, compared to the crippled Taoist's former criminal past, these Tao arts of his as well as the spells were the most important things, at least for Bai Yi. The Taoist techniques of the Lushan school coupled with Bai Yi's Longhu Mountain Qigong, these 2 together are enough to produce a lot of talent, used against ghosts and monsters, a class of evil things that are not subject to physical damage. Though one is the Lucha school, one is Lungfu Shan, but since it's all Taoism, it should be able to connect. As for the crippled Taoist's magic weapon, it would also allow the researchers to study its mysteries. If the principle could be worked out, would it be possible for the Dragon Kingdom to mass-produce it? A crippled Taoist man gave Bai Yi quite a surprise. At the same time, Bai Yi also knew where that corpse-raising land was located, and he decided to destroy it. After all, what if someone accidentally dies there someday and turns into a zombie after a few years? One zombie could have casually killed so many people. Bai Yi didn't want to see that piece of land where the zombies were raised continue to harbor a second zombie out. After getting all this information, Wu Jiansong, the crippled Taoist, was no longer of any use to Bai Yi, already just a murderer. Make a list of all the crimes he has committed and drag them over to the Yang family home for a public trial. Taoist priests who know Taoism are indeed talents, and very rare ones at that. Not one of the more than 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom has such a talent. But when such a person falls into evil ways and kills so many innocent people, he wouldn't be in Bai Yi's eyes. Remember, after shooting, cremate them immediately, then pull a battalion of generals that sing a military song for half an hour in front of his ashes. A one-stop service to set him up so he can't do evil even after he's dead. Such crooked people who know Taoist and Taoist arts would surely have the means to turn themselves into ghosts. It is not possible to be careless. Bai Yi gave an order. Yes. Chapter 27 Shooting the Evil Way. Funeral one-stop service. The crippled Taoist priest who no longer has anything of value to say, in Bai Yi's eyes is a useless trash man, especially when the other side has done so many things that are bad behavior. Then it would be even more impossible for Bai Yi to let this guy go. According to the crippled Taoist priest's confession over the past 3 days, the number of innocent people he directly killed was 26. 10 of them were minor children. There were even infants under the age of 3 among them. The gods and the people are angry. Their crimes are punishable. Such scum, if they remain in the world, it simply pollutes the air of this world. With Bai Yi's own kind of morality, it's looking down on people like that. There's no room in the eyes for people like that either. The next day, noon, the crippled Taoist priest was then dragged by soldiers from the camp to the square of the Yang family home. Due to the special nature of the crippled Taoist priest, the soldiers tied him into a dumpling. There wasn't a single spot on his body that could move substantially. Fingers are taped to death. The mouth was also taped shut. Even the soldiers escorting the crippled Taoist priests numbered as much as a platoon, to make sure the other side doesn't use insidious Taoist techniques. like harnessing ghosts to attack soldiers. The point in time specially chosen was midday, when the sun was at its fiercest for the escort. Great southern summer sun. Poisonous no-no. When ordinary lonely ghosts encountered this kind of poisonous sunlight, they couldn't even hold out for a few seconds before their souls flew away. Even a stern ghost wouldn't dare to bathe in the sunlight. In a word, in a world like this with mysterious side powers, you have to be careful in everything you do. When the crippled Taoist priest was escorted to the square of Yangjiazhuang, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang have long heard the wind, and have put down their hands of farm work. They're all coming over here, because they heard from the soldiers. The crippled Taoist priest is the one who contains the zombies. The reason why the Yang family suffered cholera from zombies more than a month ago. The reason why so many villagers were victimized by the zombies. So that the entire village was on edge. So much so that fully half of the villagers' people, all were forced to leave the Yang family home. All because of this crippled Taoist priest. This is the guy who created this zombie. This is the guy who has victimized so many people. The people of Yangjiazhuang are suffering. Before, when the Longhua public trial of those Tianwangshui bandits took place, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, because they had little experience of hearing the announcement of the crimes of those bandits 10, they could do nothing more than be angry. And this time they've had experience with. They have been bringing over rotten leaves and rotten eggs that they don't want at home. You're going to get an upset stomach from eating this stuff anyway, and it could seriously kill you. Might as well waste it while it lasts. Just as expected. As the soldier read the confession of the crippled Taoist priest to the crime, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang were all furious. Where have they, the hard-working villagers, ever seen such a murderous fiend? Even babies are killed. What kind of Taoist priest is this? This is the evil way. It's demonic. My father was just scratched by a zombie. The corpse poison into the body is too deep. Glutinous rice has no effect at all. Only able to tie him up to sunbathe. As a result, I didn't expect him to turn into a zombie and die once the sun was out. It's all because of your evil ways. You gave me back my dad. Mother ********. This demonic Taoist look is so creepy to look at. It's even uglier than that disha bag at the end of the village. This little body. This guy should. It's not like he smokes big cigarettes. Is it? The newborn dolls. This asshole are poisoned. Luckily, there is Mr. Bai to do justice to our people. Shoot him. Shoot him. Especially those young teenagers who are easily angered by words and hot-blooded. Carrying rotten eggs, he threw them at the crippled Taoist priest kneeling on the ground. And for a moment it was like dominoes. Egg after earthy egg and rotten vegetable leaf after rotten vegetable leaf fluttered about. The crippled Taoist priest's eyes widened, and those eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. He had traveled the divine lands in the clouds for so many years. Even a small warlord head like Marshal Neo had to be polite to him. Where have I ever been so humiliated? Getting rotten eggs thrown at you, being thrown vegetable leaves, being abused, being beaten and killed. Under this anger attacked the heart unexpectedly throat sweet, a mouthful of old blood just about to spit out. It was gagged by the duct tape that was sealed over his mouth. For a moment, the blood refluxed, backed up into the nasal passages, and flowed out with the snot. His mind was reeling a bit under the anger. At the same time there is a sadness in the heart. Stealing a chicken is not an option. Eclipse. He had thought that with his Taoist skills, he would be able to deal with a military chowderhead. As it turned out, I didn't expect that stern ghost to be of any use, and the people on the other side had already been on to them for a long time, and they were very weak when they finished the spell. There was no time or energy to escape. Then it was a straight-up bust by the other guy, until the moment of death. It was only then that the crippled Taoist realized, sadly, that he seemed to have even that Mr. White. What exactly it looks like is unknown. He wouldn't have seen the other side in person. And that's where it ended up. Bang! As one of the soldiers pulled the trigger on his firearm, a round of golden orange. A precise hit on the crippled Taoist priest's head. The bullet drilled through the back of his opponent's head and took away large chunks of flesh and blood. It entered with only a small, blood-colored hole and came out as a bull-sized wound. All thoughts of the crippled Taoist priest went up in smoke. The whole thing collapsed helplessly to the ground. The blood flowed horizontally. Yes, instead of frightening people, such a scene caused the villagers of Yangjiazhuang to shout. After all, who hasn't seen a dead person these days? So who hasn't seen someone killed? Get used to it. And the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had killed the crippled Taoist priest were not idle. They immediately dragged the crippled Taoist priest's body away for cremation. It must be burned down to nothing but ash. And then had to drag a bunch of bloodthirsty dragon soldiers to sing a military song in front of his ashes. It is best to have no girlfriend Yuan Yang unbroken kind. This kind of effect is estimated to be the best. After all, the yang qi is the most abundant. It is also necessary to divide the ashes of the other person into 3 parts. one to be deposited inside a Buddhist temple. One copy is deposited inside the Taoist roadhouse in the county. One copy is deposited at the Yankee church in the county. Give the monks, priests, and missionaries their a little modern crafted high-fashion deo. Let them give the ashes daily readings and sermons. Read a full 7 days and 7 nights so that the crippled Taoist priest could not return from the 7th day of his life. Finally have the ashes completely raised. One-stop shop. Very well thought out. Chapter 28 The place of corpse keeping. Real artillery coverage. The news that the crippled Taoist priest had been shot and cremated reached Bai Yi at the first opportunity. Instead of being idle, Bai Yi had a full battalion of soldiers with him, travel to the place where the crippled Taoist priest described raising corpses during his lifetime. He wants to destroy the place that can harbor the zombies, the kind of place that for the wicked, it's a stunning piece of land that's hard to find. However, for the common people who have problems getting enough to eat, a place like this is a place of extreme evil. Bai Yi didn't want this piece of zombie raising land to harbor a second zombie. Though zombies of a low level were not something he was worried about, nor would he go out of his way to fear them. But a zombie of even a lower level is still a zombie to an ordinary person. It is difficult for ordinary people to go against. Besides, the presence of a zombie is just too specific to be scratched or bitten by it. Mainly, both are infected with necrotic poison. Once the corpse poison enters the body too deeply, there is no way it can be cured. There is no cure, at least not with the current level of medical care. The only solution to corpse poison entering the body is to use glutinous rice to sprinkle on top of the wound. There's no other way to do it. Like a beast of steel, the construction trucks are out in front. When you come across a rock, just smash it and get rid of it. And when you come across a tree, just saw it off and get rid of it. It was just hard enough to make a dirt road through the mountains that would allow a vehicle to pass. This dirt road is definitely not passable by a sedan, but for military vehicles in the military, it's still easy to get over there. One by one, the dark green military vehicles followed closely behind the engineering vehicles, form a huge convoy. In order to destroy this land of corpse raising, this battalion that Bai Yi had brought with him was an artillery battalion. So many military vehicles carrying the, except for people, it's the cannon. The piece of land where the crippled Taoist priest had explained to raise the corpses was actually not particularly far from the Yang family home. Otherwise, that zombie wouldn't have come to Yangjiazhuang and caused chaos for so long. It's probably only a few kilometers away from Yangjiazhuang. A few kilometers in the middle of a dense mountain forest seems like a very long way, but the army of the Dragon Kingdom, inside this mountain forest, directly forced their way. Actually, for artillery range, it's perfectly possible to set up artillery inside the camp and direct it at several kilometers of body farms. Bombardment. But just to be on the safe side, still need to get closer. The convoy stopped roughly nearly a kilometer away from the place where the corpses were kept. It was the top of a low hill from which you could look down on everything around you. Bai Yi calmly looked at the scene 1,000 meters ahead. It was a valley in the mountains. But, very weird that is, that piece of mountain valley was surprisingly devoid of any grass and trees, and looked very desolate and dilapidated. There was only a small stream trickling by, very different from the rush of greenery and vitality of the surrounding area. It's rather a grungy immediacy. Looking down from this direction, it was as if there was a bald patch in the middle of the entire mountain forest. The most crucial thing was that there was clearly a stream flowing through that piece of mountain valley where not an inch of grass grew. No water shortage, no lack of earth, but there just wasn't a blade of grass, not a bit of green that could be seen. Bai Yi even noticed some birds flying through the same air. All deliberately avoided that area. A piece of terracotta, not an inch of grass. Thinking back to the account of the place where the corpse was raised that was mentioned in the crippled Taoist priest's interrogation record, Bai Yi murmured to himself, such a bizarre place harboring zombies. It looks like logic can make sense. He'd never seen a place like this on Blue Star without any element of human intervention. Nature's handiwork, hardwired to create this kind of bizarre place. This might be what feng shui masters call a murderous place. If a living person lived in such a place, I'm afraid that 100 years of longevity would have to decay to 50 years, and the corpses of dead people buried here are bound to turn into corpses within a few years. If someone died unjustly or was killed here, it will definitely harbor the most ferocious ghosts, the kind that's no less than Zhao Qingyi. Moreover, Bai Yi realized that this land of corpse raising seemed to be affecting the surrounding zones. He bent down and pulled up a small blade of grass. Upon closer inspection, you will be able to see that the grass is actually a bit yellowish. There is a feeling of malnutrition. The birds and beasts in this neighborhood, too, were very few, only able to see one or two occasionally. Even the bugs are very few. The insect chirping was very sparse. Actually, this piece of land where corpses are kept, the Dragon Kingdom's advance battalion had recorded it at the beginning when they were scouting for information within a 50-kilometer radius. At the time, I just marveled at nature's ingenuity, and then I didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that this was actually a corpse-raising Jedi? Who would have thought that the zombie, which has been coloring the surrounding area for so long, it's actually contained from here? That's what happens when you don't have the basic knowledge about it. Spotting spooky stuff without even realizing it. It was clearly right under his nose. At this point, the artillery battalion had already placed an assortment of guns, all in the area. A door of artillery had already calibrated its orientation long ago, and all of them were aimed at the place where the corpses were raised. One after another, the blackened muzzles of the guns were hideous. There was no shortage of incredibly powerful heavy artillery. The austerity that gradually permeated the air. The eerie feeling of the place where the corpses were kept. It's all washed away quite a bit. Destroy it. With Bai Yi's light-hearted command, the men of the artillery battalion sprang into action, operating the guns as fast as they could. Next moment, deafening, violent booms emanated from the muzzles of every gun. In unison, boo, boo, boo. The earth trembled violently beneath his feet, and the bases of one of the guns shook violently. The dirt and gravel underneath his feet were all raised high by the shock. Every gun was roaring violently, and the roaring continued. A shell landed precisely on top of the corpse-raising Jedi. There was very little need for test firing at such a close range, and these elite artillerymen of the army, easily able to hit that Jedi. Cannonball. Falling. A split second. It is the real shaking of the earth and the real roaring of the mountains. The deafening sound shook everyone's eardrums. Smoke and dust rose high in the sky at the place of the corpse-raising Jedi. A shell covered that area, hardening and blasting a deep crater. The earth trembles. Birds and animals flee in terror. The smell of smoke in the air as well as the smell of mud irritated one's nasal passages at all times. The apocalyptic, frenzied scene in front of us was non-intimidating, however, as makes for quite a blood-curdling experience. The shell-washing frenzy went on for 10 minutes. Only gradually did it stop. The smoke in the sky slowly dispersed. The bizarre corpse-raising Jedi no longer existed, leaving only the mountain valley where the ground had been cut down. There are craters all over the place, full of holes. Chapter 29, Granting a Man a Fish. Marshal Nyo's army. The place where the corpses were raised was only a few kilometers away from the young family home, and the loud roar of the artillery. The villagers naturally felt it. The earth-shattering noise scared them out of their wits. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom came over in time to pacify the villagers, and after explaining the reasons, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang calmed down. Yes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom have begun to move about the young family home bright and early. They placed a large number of sentry booths in Yangjiazhuang to observe the various movements in the neighborhood. The villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang were also used to the presence of these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, mainly in the eyes of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang. These soldiers were their benefactors. It was these elite soldiers who helped them subdue the zombies. It was these uniformed soldiers who helped them gun down the evil ways that harbor the zombies. It was also these soldiers who helped them fight the bandits in the neighborhood. You can't repay a favor like that in a lifetime. So, when the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were active in the young family home, the villagers of the young family home were very enthusiastic. When the weather was too hot, the villagers would also bring in well water to quench the soldiers' thirst. Some villagers also wanted to introduce a daughter-in-law to the soldiers. After all, in their eyes, these moral and physical qualities of character and morality, all first-class soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, definitely a quality male for this era. If they could get the maid of the family to marry a soldier, then they would be satisfied as parents. This bothered the soldiers a lot. No way. Most of them are young men in their early 20s with girlfriends they haven't even talked to yet, and someone wants them to get married? Who can stand up to this? At the same time, it was also because the base of the Dragon Kingdom's military camp was located in the back of Yangjiazhuang's mountain. The two are very close to each other, with people from two different worlds coming into contact with each other, so much so that the young family has changed a great deal. The medical personnel of Longhua help the villagers of Yangjiazhuang to have medical checkups and visits for free every day. Occasionally, the construction corps, which is idle, helps the villagers build for free, help repair some of the dilapidated houses in the village, or helping to reclaim new farmland. The villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang also actively supported the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Once Bai Yi's side requested something, the villagers would actively cooperate. Truly the military and the people are one family. One of the biggest changes is the spirit of the villagers in Yangjiazhuang. These villagers people did not have enough to eat before. Each one has a yellow face. Now with the financial support of the Dragon Kingdom, they are all living better. Not to say that life has changed radically, but at least it's better than other places. Of course the Dragon State is not a brainstorm for funding. After all, it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. This is a truth that anyone understands. If one goes on subsidizing the people villagers without any compensation, then the more simple villagers, It is also possible that they will become insatiable and will take the dragon's financial support for them for granted. Once one day the Dragon Kingdom's funding for them is reduced, or simply cancelled, they might just hate the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, in the aspect of teaching a man to fish, the Dragon Kingdom must deal with it properly. Avoid this kind of thing. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye. It was a week later. It's still the height of summer, with the irritatingly high temperatures in the south. Taking a few steps outside in the sun is like killing yourself. Add to that the fact that it rained last night and it was very hot and humid all around. At this point, a tall horse was struggling to walk on a muddy dirt road. When the horse's hooves hit the muddy pavement, they were all dented for at least several centimeters. This caused the tall horse to snort in displeasure. On the back of the high horse sat a man, dressed in a light gray uniform. And it's still the same kind of uniform from this period, very much an old-timey sort of model. The high horse was followed by a body of men, which numbered about 100 and one is carrying a firearm. Of course they were not as brightly and cleanly dressed as those on horseback. These hundreds of people were also wearing light gray uniforms though, but their uniforms were of very poor quality and they wore them crooked. Even the hat he wore on top of his head was slanted. Walking in formation is very disorganized. Military discipline that can be described as no. They were talking to each other as they walked. Most of the conversation was spent complaining. Mother *********. Why is this dirt road so hard to walk on? The mud is going into my shoes when I step on it. It feels like there's at least a pound of yellow mud on the soles of my shoes, and I can't walk on both of my laboring legs. Someone couldn't help but open his mouth to complain and mutter. Obviously there are so many people under the marshal's hand. Why did you let us go to that young family's house? Harm. It's not that some ungrateful fellow dared to move the marshal's soil in the marshal's territory? I heard that that strange group of troops wiped out the Heavenly King's walled city. I don't know which warlord it was. Surprisingly, they put their hands over. Humph. It looks like they don't know that this is Marshal Nyo's territory. So what if it's a big warlord? A strong dragon can't suppress a snake. We've got about 100 people. Are we sure it's okay? What problem can there be? This time, the marshal, in order to drive out that group of troops. But we were given a mortar. We have a gun. From the content of their conversation, it could be heard that they were all under the command of Marshal Nyo. Those riding high horses must be officers under Marshal Nyo's command. And these bitter ones who walk on 2 feet are the lowest ranked soldiers. Have to say, most of the warlords in the magically altered Republic realm aren't very good. That includes this Marshal Nyo. You can tell by the military discipline of those under his command. Doesn't look like a soldier at all. The militia don't even look like that. Even middle schoolers in military training are a lot neater than they are in formation. More like gangsta, like a bunch of punks. Obviously, the marshal in the county, the cattle marshal, treats Bai Yi and others as if they were some other warlords. Think it's the other warlords who have their hands out too far and want to teach the ones who have their hands out a lesson. Let the group of troops fighting the bandits know that this is his territory. Marshal Nyo, the bandits in his territory can't be eliminated by anyone who wants to. It's about his face. It's also about profit. Chapter 30, The Arrival of Unwelcome Guests. The second young master of the Wang family. Hundreds of people in a magically altered version of the Republican army, marching so openly and with such strut. It was as if they were afraid that others would not know that they were coming over. It was simply impossible for the opponent to hide such a march from the Dragon Kingdom's scouts. Back when they were a few kilometers closer to the young family home, the Dragon Kingdom's scouts then spotted them and immediately passed on the information. This is the intelligence crush from modernization. The Dragon Kingdom had specialized in unlimited communication technology, and delivering a message was as simple as tapping a button. Then the command at the barracks gets the intel. Then, based on the contents of the information, we will formulate a policy to deal with the contents of the information. Modernization is naturally very efficient. 150 men in a magically altered version of a Republican-era unit? By E. Who got this intelligence news? Looks slightly surprised, and it's even in a fully armed state. Each one carries a long spear. It looks like they're coming for a bad reason. 150 men are close to a reinforced company. Plus everyone is carrying a gun. Such a troop can definitely walk sideways in this acreage. Troops that can casually gather 150 men in this area. I'm afraid it's only the one inside the county. Marshal Nyo. Kind of interesting. He put a few high-resolution photos that the scouts, who had transmitted the, projected on the curtain. He was surrounded by the senior officers of the barracks, either the regimental commander or the deputy regiment. He spoke to all of them. This troop that's coming towards the Yang family's house. It's likely to be that Marshal Bull's troops, and it looks like he already knows about us. All 150 of these soldiers are armed, especially since they have this thing. He pointed to an improvised human-powered trailer in the photo. Only a few warlord soldiers were seen struggling to drag the trailer, which appeared to have something on it, but covered it with a thick cloth. Bai Yi continued. Although it's covered with a cloth, but analyzing from this silhouette, it's most likely a mortar, heavily armed with mortars. Their purpose should be obvious. They're just running at us, even trying to repel us. When he said those words, Bai Yi's expression slightly looked a bit strange. A 150-strong army of warlords comes looking for trouble? The bull. Are you overconfident in your own strength? Perhaps. The other side doesn't even know the reality of the Dragon Kingdom's army. He might have been naive enough to think that the troops stationed near Yangjiazhuang were the same magically altered version of the Republic of China realm as his warlords. He probably couldn't have possibly thought that this was an army from another world. And this other world is known as the strongest army in the blue planet. A head of a construction corps spoke calmly. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover. Although it appears from these photos that the other side's equipment is backward and its military appearance and discipline are not very good, but we can't take it too lightly. Bullets don't have eyes. It's true that even the most backward guns and less powerful mortars can kill. The life of every soldier in the Dragon Kingdom is precious and irreplaceable. They, the senior commanders, are responsible for the lives of their soldiers. Well, when we can defy others on the right big picture strategy, never belittle others when it comes to the layout of details. If the other side really wants to make a move against us, we have to give them a headache, crush them while safeguarding the lives of the soldiers. The leader of the main regiment nodded approvingly. A staff officer rubbed his chin. Is this a localized war? I think we can let them into the Young family home, and then we'll catch them in a jar. The head of the construction corps frowned. Letting a group of soldiers and ruffians into Yangjiazhuang. What if they do it to the people? I don't think they're cuties, the staff officer said. That. Or maybe their officers aren't cuties. Either must have known very well that even if they were to do something to the people, they would have to destroy us first, until we destroy this heartache of ours, and to do other things that affect the heart of the army. That's nothing less than suicide. And at the same time it will show the people of the Young family that our Dragon Kingdom has the power to crush the local warlords, and in doing so, the local people will have more confidence in us. In the future when we tear ourselves away from the local warlords, the people won't be too alarmed. Occasion. Everyone turned their gazes to Bai Yi on the main seat, because inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, Bai Yi was the supreme commander. Even though there were several people present whose ranks were quite a bit higher than Bai Yi's, the seniority in the army is even higher for everyone than Bai Yi, but they still had to listen to Bai Yi's orders. Obey orders. Military vocation. Let's go ahead with Senator Li's plan, and show the people of Yangjiazhuang that we are the ones who have the strength to shelter them in the midst of chaos, and the strength to tear into the local warlords, Bai Yi said. Shortly thereafter, the Young family home. A group of uninvited guests entered within the Young family home, and it was clearly the group of troops sent by Marshal Niu. The officer at the head of the army rode a high horse. Eyes glanced around the Young family home in front of him, frowning. Go, find someone and ask where that unit stationed in this neighborhood is. Remember, be polite and don't make a mess. The unknown army must be stationed nearby. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time, I'll just shoot him. The officer gave a cold shout. His likeness looked very young. It's also in his early 20s. Yes. A couple of unkempt soldier boys down below answered airily and trailed off. Obviously for this young officer, they don't have much respect. Still, orders have to be obeyed, no matter what. Sir, a few soldiers and gangsters walked towards the inside of the Young family's house. Prepare to find a villager and ask for information. After walking away a bit, an old soldier boy spat and whispered with disdain. Che, you've studied with foreigners and you're a big shot? A kid with no hair on his head, and he's an officer after studying abroad. And I don't know what's so rare about it. Shoo, keep your voice down. He's the second young master of the Wang family in the county town. Even Marshal Niu has to be polite when he meets that Master Wang. Harm. He's rich, powerful, and young, so let's let him go. TCH, just a little white boy. Chapter 31 KAM, this place, something's not right. TSK, just a little white boy. At first, the old soldier boy with a mouth full of disdain sneered and, shrugging his shoulders, he spoke. We are so far away. What can we do if we say a few words about him? Even if he hears us, what can we do? Let's address him as chief, sir, and take a little order from him. It would have been enough to give him face. Oh no, this face is not his, it's his father's, and his father is already in his 70s, and that Master Wang is afraid he won't live for many years. Once Master Wang is gone, how dare the little white boy get high and mighty? After the old soldier gangster's words fell, a few other soldier gangsters around him couldn't help but snicker a few times. One of these warlords soldier boys counts, and all of them are no slouches. A young officer parachuted into their heads. There's no way to keep these old soldier boys down for a while, at least until the prestige was established. These soldier boys wouldn't give a damn about him. So the young officer said earlier about the warning. all of it fell on deaf ears. A few soldiers and gangsters came to the interior of the young family's house, and they saw a number of young family villagers, but they didn't bother to ask the ordinary villagers. What could the ordinary mudbloods ask in their eyes? The key thing is that they are approaching the villagers. Those villagers of the young family home then hurried far away. In the eyes of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were their great benefactors, and Marshal Bull's men are the big bad. Although they were not sure what these traitors under Marshal Bull's hand were doing here, but certainly nothing good. Many villagers even sneaked off to tip off the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the benefit of having a popular vote. This makes a few soldiers and gangsters very puzzled. Although their brothers are a bit brutal, inside the county is also belongs to the existence of a hegemony, but also does not look scary, right? How do you get to where? Everyone's gone? Suddenly, at this very moment, one of the several soldier boys suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked in one direction incredulously. Eyes couldn't help but glaze over. Stopping for what? The companion next to me asked, in a puzzled voice. Following the direction this soldier boy was looking, he couldn't help but cast his gaze as well. Look, sth. Eyes are straight. Hiss. Successive sounds of sucking in cool air came out from their mouths. The 5 warlords and soldiers moved in surprising unison. See only. Not far. Several dark green military tents were erected, with red crosses on them. This is a temporary clinic for the medical personnel of the Dragon Kingdom to give free medical treatment to the people of Yangjiazhuang villagers. These medics are actually half military. They are all undergoing rigorous military training. Sort of a profession that falls within the scope of military medicine. Whether it's a doctor or a nurse, they all carry guns on them. After all, these are chaotic times. The reason why the 5 soldier boys were looking straight in the eyes was because they saw the female nurse. So many svelte female nurses, especially in the middle of summer. The female nurse was wearing a short-sleeved nurse's uniform, exposing her white root arms and, it's more of an eye candy. Although their face value was not considered to be a great beauty in the modern era of Blue Star, but it's long and white. The figure is also appropriate. In this day and age, long white plus good figure plus good temperament is already a rare beauty. Even, in the eyes of these 5 warlords and soldiers, this was definitely a woman of heaven. Gulp! A soldier boy secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He licked his dry lips and, speaking or feeling a little dry mouth, Yangjiazhuang this place when there are so many women? And this kind of dress can't be all female doctors, right? Go and see. No, go ask around and find out where that army is hiding, he said righteously. Next moment, the smiles on the faces of the 5 soldiers and gangsters were as wide as chrysanthemums in full bloom. They trotted over in small, farty steps. Hey, the lady doctor, one of the old soldier boys, said bluntly, we suspect that you Yangjia village hiding bandit army. You had better honestly explain that group of bandit army hidden in what place. Otherwise we won't be polite. Do you know who we are? Look at us in our tiger skins. We're Marshal Nyo's men. The threat in his words naturally spoke for itself, but his eyes were very unfaithful when he spoke. Glancing around, his mouth was watering, and the 5 soldier gangsters stood in a very deliberate position, vaguely surrounding several female nurses, and continued sternly, do you know what crime it is to harbor a bandit army? That's a capital offense. The bandits have offended Marshal Nyo, who ordered us to come and destroy them. And those who know the whereabouts of the bandit army but don't report it will have to be beheaded. But well, the soldier gangster's tone changed, and he smiled heatedly. We are all reasonable people. It's not as if we can't talk a little bit about the human condition. He rubbed his hands together and smiled obscenely suave, meaning, it goes without saying. But, what the 5 soldiers and gangsters gained was a look of contemptuous disgust as they looked at the idiot pervert. A female nurse frowned. Sit down if you want to see a doctor, and leave immediately if you want to make trouble. You who? You're a tough little. Ha! A soldier boy raised his eyebrows and sneered, instantly trying to remove the gun he was carrying. It's just a shame. The nursemaid moved faster than he did. A pitch-black pistol was already pointing at the soldier gangster's head at this time. The pistol's safety was on. The dark muzzle of the gun took on a distinctive metallic luster when the sun shone on it. The faint odor of gun oil flooded his nostrils. Several of the other female nurses also moved very quickly, immediately pulling out pistols from their backs. A handful of cold guns pointed at them. A few of the soldier boys were in a cold sweat. Scalp numbness. Mother asterisk 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 her. Why does this young family's female doctor even have a gun? They recognize it. It's a real gun. If the female doctors in front of them shook their little hands, their lives would be accounted for here. And look at their skillful movements and their used to it expressions. Definitely military trained. This mother asterisk 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 her. What's going on? Cam. Something's not right about this place. It's not what they thought it would be. Chapter 32, The Urn. Dragon Kingdom's helicopter formation. Although they weren't quite sure exactly what foreign country built the pistols in the hands of several nurses, because they had never seen such a uniquely shaped pistol before, but they were able to tell it was all real guns by that faint smell of gun oil. All it takes is the slightest pull of the trigger by the other guy and it's all over. It is naturally obvious what will happen to these 5 soldier boys. From the moment they tried to take that gun off their back, it sealed their fate for the rest of the day. All of them were captured. You know that the people sent by the Dragon Kingdom to the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, even if they are medical personnel, all have received military training. Even they are able to become a qualified soldier with just a change of clothes. Even the camp's researchers. It's also military trained. The 5 soldier gangsters could only be obediently disarmed. And then one by one they were handcuffed. All of them crouched honestly in a corner. Their faces full of confusion and dismay. They know they've kicked the can down the road here. Who would have thought that the tender-feeling pinched little sissy? I can't believe they wouldn't hesitate to pull out their guns. And all of them have guns. Guns aren't cheap these days. Not to mention a handgun. A few. Aunties, please be merciful and spare the little ones. We're not aware that we've offended you. You can beat us or scold us, but don't handcuff us here. A soldier gangster cried and begged for forgiveness. He came to Yang Jiazhuang this time. It was with a mission from Marshal Bull. If we delay Marshal Nyo's mission, with his temperament, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go into a rage and try to shoot myself. Even his own family inside the county, all have to be implicated. I've been a big-headed soldier under Marshal Nyo for 5 or 6 years. He knew the style of that marshal, and if he delayed or annoyed him, that's basically a death sentence for yourself. That's why these soldier boys look down on that young king officer of theirs though. But still, the reason for honestly listening to each other's orders. After all, that Officer Wang represented Marshal Nyo, and it wasn't Officer Wang they feared. Rather, it's Marshal Nyo behind Officer Wang. However, these female nurses didn't even bother to take care of these soldier boys who saw color. They actually knew the identities of these soldiers and ruffians, because when Bai Yi's order was given, all the dragons of the entire magically altered version of the Republican realm are aware of a magically altered version of a Republican-era warlord unit. We're about to enter the boundaries of the young family's home, and the other side is still coming. And this time, the Dragon Kingdom is going to perform in front of the common people of Yang Jiazhuang what it means to be truly powerful. What does it mean to be able to crush the might of all warlords? Thus, the common people inside the young family home have a clear perception of the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, later in the day, the Dragon Kingdom flips out with the local warlords, the people of Yang Jiazhuang, and not too terrified, will have faith in the Dragon Kingdom. Those guys, why aren't they back yet? Not far. The young officer who rode a high horse and had been hovering near the entrance to the village of Yang Jiazhuang, couldn't help but frown. Those guys couldn't have failed to listen to my orders and cause trouble inside the young family home, provoking the villagers of the young family home, right? The young officer, the second youngest son of the Wang family in the county, was named Wang Ringji. Years ago his father, or Master Wang as the soldier boys called him, sent him to study abroad. Let him see the real world on the Yankee side. Now after he had returned from his years of study, he was directly in the sights of Marshal Nyo, or perhaps what Marshal Nyo was looking at was the power of the Wang family. The reason why he was given a young man who had just returned home as an officer, he can put him, Wang Ringji, in charge of 100 or so people. The reason for this is just to befriend the Wang family. And Wang Ringji had a not so good premonition. This Yang Jiazhuang, isn't it quiet too weird? By definition, he represents Marshal Bull, and this is also the territory of Marshal Bull. The people of Yang Jiazhuang met them, the soldiers under the hands of Marshal Nyo. Surely they would have come over to greet it, for fear of offending Marshal Bull. However, it was as if one by one, two by two, the people of the young family had disappeared into thin air. Don't say come and greet, not a single bird, and so on. Wang Ringji's expression changed slightly. It would not be possible that he came to Yang Jiazhuang's action. It's already been discovered by the unknown group of troops stationed near Yang Jiazhuang, right? And then the other party notified the villagers of Yang's house in advance to keep the villagers away from these people of theirs? But why didn't they run away if their whereabouts were known? Is the other party confident that in the territory of Marshal Bull, defeat Marshal Bull's army? If the other side really dares to make a move, wouldn't it really be with Marshal Nyo? Torn up? Not good. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Wang Ringji's scalp tingled. The things he learned in the country of the foreigners were not military-related knowledge. He studied to be a doctor. As a result, once back home, he became an officer under Marshal Nyo's hand. He didn't know anything about how to lead an army into battle, though he'd crammed his knowledge over the past 2 months, but still a rookie. He thinks, himself seems a little slow to come back to his senses. Fruity, just when he was feeling very bad, the entire warlord's force of 100 or so men. Suddenly there was a commotion. One warlord soldier tilted his head and looked at the sky not far away. They vaguely saw so many big birds, and they also heard banging, which was a very strange noise. The source of the noise, it seems to be those big birds in the air. Those big birds, it seems, on the fly. Of all the people present, only Wang Rinji, who had stayed in the ocean, was dumbfounded. How can that be a bird? That's an airplane. Why are there so many airplanes in God's country? But, why does this airplane look so strange? Doesn't it have wings? What's the principle of this? Chapter 33 Limitations of Time. Rifles fighting helicopter gunships? As the strange bird in the sky not far away approached, the strange roaring noise began to get louder and louder. All the warlord soldiers couldn't help but look up into the sky. Their faces carried a strong look of shock, as well as horror, because as those strange birds are getting closer and closer to here, the more they would be able to see what the strange bird looked like. That's not a bird at all. It doesn't even look like a creature of any kind. What the hell is that? A warlord soldier gawked incredulously at the dumbfounded. He looked at the sky above. Why is he able to fly in the sky without wings? Could it be that they are immortals? A soldier next to him immediately retorted. Those immortals in the sky that. What kind of person looks like that? Someone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Is it hard to believe that this is some kind of demon? Obviously none of these warlord soldiers have much insight. Or, there aren't many people in the whole world with insight these days, because of the invention of the airplane, and its use in transportation and warfare. It hasn't been that long so far. Many people don't know, and rightfully so. Not to mention, Longguas is still a helicopter gunship. It's not just challenging the perceptions of these warlord soldiers anymore. Even Wang Rinji, a foreign student who had returned from studying abroad, had a look of disbelief. Dumbstruck. Unbelievable. Soon, fully 10 helicopter gunships of huge size hovered over the entrance of Yangjiazhuan village. The propellers churned the air and made a loud noise like a ferocious beast hissing. The shock was so great that all the warlord soldiers did not dare to utter a word. They watched as helicopter gunship after helicopter gunship circled overhead. The heart chills, scalp numbness. There were even already warlord soldiers who were so frightened that the rifles they were carrying fell to the ground. Troops below, you have broken into a military stronghold. Suddenly, a loud voice came down from overhead. Please drop your weapons immediately. Please abandon resistance immediately. Repeat, please drop your weapons immediately. Abandon resistance at once. It's human voice. Strange bird. Someone. Most fear comes from the unknown. Earlier, these warlord soldiers didn't know what the thing in the sky was, and thought it was some kind of demon or ghost or something like that. Now that they heard the voice of a person coming, that meant that it shouldn't be any demons or ghosts. I remember. I read it in the paper. Suddenly, a warlord soldier exclaimed, "This is an airplane made on the foreigner's side. I read it in the paper." But, his voice was a little more suspicious. Why doesn't it look quite the same as in the papers? He remembers the newspapers with all those airplanes invented by foreigners. They all have propellers in the nose and 2 pairs of huge wings. But, headed for these planes, and Yankee airplanes, why isn't it the same? Airplanes? Hiss. Could this be the group of bandits that Marshal Nyo asked us to eliminate? Do they even have Yankee airplanes? I think I've heard of airplanes, too, and it's said that the Marshal-in-Chief in the capital bought airplanes from the Yankees. The officer came back from studying with the foreigners. Surely he's seen this kind of airplane before. Not a demon? Scared the laborer to death. Thought it was a demon. Since it's a human-operated thing like an automobile, so is it just a matter of knocking it down? How can this one Yankee airplane be worth dozens of oceans? I think it could be worth hundreds. After the initial fear had dissipated, these normally bold soldier boys, the idea of shooting the helicopter gunships down even rose. But Wang Rinji didn't have that idea. Even if he hadn't studied military, he knew that the other side was just too tall for him. And fast. Where can they be shot down with a few broken guns in their hands? If the opposite side drops in altitude, that's fine. Instead, you can try it. At the same time, again, he was very confused. What kind of channels did this group use to buy? From the foreigners? This weird airplane? Also, things like airplanes. How do you attack infantry? Actually, air forces in this day and age, all national militaries, are in the figuring out stage. The most typical is the beginning of World War I. The airmen fought by pilots with small pistols, shooting each other in the air, or even take a brick and throw it at the opposing propeller. By the time World War I was pretty much fought, it's only then that someone discovers the wonders of airplanes, started inventing all kinds of air combat weapons. A lot of people in this day and age thought that things like airplanes were very limited in their usefulness for the military. Even those foreigners think so, not to mention the warlords in those places. No way. It's too passive to go on like this. Wang Renji frowned as he looked at the sky through his eyebrows too much, and the air currents stirred by the helicopter gunship's propellers made the horse under his seat a bit restless, and even blew his eyes vaguely painful, though he couldn't figure out what it would take for something flying in the sky to attack soldiers on the ground. But he also knew it wasn't good to stall here. What if the people on the other side have taken advantage of this time and have surrounded them? In a hurry. Evil is born out of fear. Shoot it down. Wang Renji ignored the warnings from the helicopter gunships and, instead, he gritted his teeth and ordered the warlord soldiers. I've seen airplanes abroad, and although these airplanes aren't quite the same as the ones I've seen, theoretically they should be pretty much the same. They can't stop bullets. As high as these helicopter gunships fly, he's got over 100 men on his hands. There are over 100 guns, fire in unison into the air. There's gotta be a few down, right? And the warlord soldiers were so bold that they actually raised their guns in preparation for firing. They even had excitement written all over some of their faces. It seemed as if they were preparing for bird hunting, as if as soon as they fired their guns, just shoot the plane down. Shoot. Bang. 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 The warlord soldiers didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. A round of bullets, straight to the clouds. Ultimately, it was the limitations of the eyes of a different era that gave them a childish idea. This kind of childish thinking is not an exception, even for those who have stayed in school. The limitations of the times can't be eliminated by studying abroad. Chapter 34, Thoroughly Scared Silly. The strong muscles of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Dragon Kingdom's helicopter gunship pilots didn't think that someone could actually be so brave, shooting toward them with these World War I caliber rifles, leaving aside whether these warlord soldiers can hit or not. This kind of courage alone is astonishing. These guys are not normally brave. You know that Major White has given orders that if the enemy troops are not willing to surrender their weapons, then force can be used to force their surrender. If the enemy dares to shoot and attack, they can make unlimited counterattacks. From the moment these warlord soldiers received the order from that martial bull, they would already be enemies of the Dragon Kingdom, as their mission was to exterminate and crush the Dragon Kingdom army. The Longboa army first told them to surrender their weapons immediately. It's already considered very humanitarian. Now attacked by warlord soldiers, the 10 armed helicopters hovering in the sky immediately responded with countermeasures. A helicopter gunship took up position, forming a huge encirclement, and the helicopter gunships are loaded with weapons. It has been aimed at this warlord unit. The large, dark barrel was black and long, and the long chain of cartridges hung full of. Each bullet was of a very large caliber, a little thicker than a man's finger. A bullet of this caliber would be enough to destroy most fortifications, and that's just the helicopter gunships on the most humane kind of weapon. Shasta, fire away. The huge barrel of the gun spewed forth a cloud of fiery flame, and bullet after bullet was fired out of, flying towards the warlord soldiers below. The ear-piercing gunfire was almost continuous, as if countless firecrackers had been lit. The bullets hit the ground instantly, splattering several meters of mud. The terrifying firepower made all the warlord soldiers, all of them, give a dumbfounded look. The rifles they hold in their hands at this moment, as if it were a burning stick. Suddenly, a warlord soldier was struck by a bullet that carried a terrifying amount of kinetic energy. It pierced through his chest in an instant, and with a terrifying might. It even broke his entire body into two. Flesh and blood are flying. Blood rains down. The huge commotion scared the high horse under Wang Renji's ass. It threw him right off the excited blazing horse. He fell to the ground, ignoring the pain in his body as his brain had gone down from the shock. Is this an airplane? Why are there machine guns on top of airplanes? A single bullet cuts a man in two. What kind of machine gun is this? Is this a cannon? It's a cannon, right? The thoughts in his head, though very numerous, were only in a flash. In an instant, one by one, the warlord soldiers were like harvested wheat. Body after body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, being hit in the body by a heavy machine gun from a helicopter gunship. The whole person was directly cut in two. If a bullet hits a torso, such as an arm or leg, the entire hand will be gone. Even if it's just a light scrape from a bullet, that would also take away large chunks of flesh and blood. Mother! The skyrocketing transformation made these warlord soldiers, each one of them, cry out in fear. Don't even want the rifle in your hand. Throw it straight to the ground. Scramble around holding your head. The warlord soldiers, with the exception of a few older veterans, it is also considered to have fought a few battles and seen the blood-soaked scene outside of the big scene, where other people have seen this kind of scene. Eyes wide open, he watched his companion, who instantly turned into a mist of blood. That kind of viewing definitely evokes the greatest fears within. The heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships had only been strafing for 10 seconds. Just completely demoralize all the warlord soldiers. Scared them to death. Panic, cry baby. The fear that kept spreading, even made some of the warlord soldiers kneel down directly on the ground. with their mouths constantly chanting something about the Jade Emperor Ru Lai Buddha's blessing. One could tell from their faces that they had been completely stunned. Even those veterans of warlords who had fought in wars had never seen this kind of one-sided crushing. Everyone. Crash. A force of more than 100 heavily armed warlords. It's enough to walk sideways in this part of the world. But in this moment, they were as fragile as a soft-shelled egg. One touch. I.e. broken. At the same time they paid a heavy price for the childish ideas they had before. It's only a matter of 10 seconds. There were already dozens of warlord soldiers who were killed on the spot by heavy machine gun fire. Not even a chance to react. Straight up violent death. The remaining soldiers of those warlords were either completely stunned or missing arms and legs. It's either that or hold your head in your hands. Among them, Wang Renji, an officer who had returned from his studies, was already gray. He slumped to the ground with his hands on his head and both eyes filled with horror. He had been lucky not to be hit by a bullet, but that horse of his had been shot through a sieve of. Who made that horse just too conspicuous to be the most attention-grabbing target on the field? A horse was broken into pieces. The moment. The Dragon Kingdom is truly in front of the warlords as well as the people of this era, showing off that unparalleled strength of muscle. It was a desperate power. It was crushing from the future. It wasn't just these warlord soldiers who were dumbfounded. Far away, having long ago gotten the message given by the Dragon Kingdom, hiding far away from the villagers of Yangjiazhuang who wanted to watch the show also all looked dumbfounded. Turns out, an army in the hands of Mr. White. So scary. The army of Marshal Bull, which had been entrenched on an acre of land for many years. It was simply no match for Mr. Bai's army, and that Marshal Niu didn't even deserve to be treated as Mr. Bai's opponent. This state of affairs can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Anyone who is not blind can see that. The Dragon Kingdom is powerful. Not that so-called bull, able to rival. The old village of Yangjiazhuang is looking at the scene in the distance. Although his eyes are not very good in his old age, but he was also able to barely see that crushing fight. Both sides, as if they were ancient chivalrous warriors, were separated at the touch of a button. And then, the troops sent over by Marshal Bull collapsed. There was no resistance. Mr. White, a dragon who has crossed the river. The old village was murmuring in shock. Chapter 35, A man under the roof has to bow his head. At this moment, the people of Yangjiazhuang, for the mighty power of the Dragon Kingdom, has a whole new perception. It also finally became clear to them what a powerful army was stationed in the neighborhood. Yet they were not frightened by the power of the army, because the villagers of Yangjiazhuang knew very well that this army was different from those warlords. This is the army that will really work for the people. As every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, in refusing the gifts of the villagers, the sentence that was said, "We are soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, sons and daughters of the people, and we cannot collect a single stitch from you." All these days are in contact with each other, so that the people of Yangjiazhuang have an understanding of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. They've lived so long. It's the first time I've seen this kind of army, but such an army. Instead, it puts them at ease, for these villagers of Yangjiazhuang knew that if, when the people were in distress, such an army would definitely not hesitate to lend a helping hand to them. The people. They were even worried that Bai Yi and the others might be liquidated by Marshal Niu in his territory. After all, that Marshal Niu was not a good person. But, after the events of today, perhaps the villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang are not so worried. It was because of the strong power displayed by Bai Yi and the others. The horrific military power on display told all the villagers, "You need not worry. A little warlord. Not enough to worry about." In the meantime, Yangjiazhuang, village entrance, the soldiers of the warlords, who had already been plunged into endless trepidation, were each as if they were headless flies, and they were already filled with fear as well as disorientation towards this mysterious and powerful army. And so, all of these warlord soldiers who were alive became prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom. The living warlord soldiers were all disarmed and then all put in silver handcuffs. As for those injured warlord soldiers, they were sent to the military doctors for treatment. Save what you can. If you can't save it, forget it. Wang Renji, an officer who had returned from his studies, had also become one of the prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom, when the bewildered man, handcuffed by the cold handcuffs, that just came back to me, himself, caught. He began to turn his attention to the soldiers of the Dragon Army. Wang Renji swore that he had never seen this kind of uniform before, and this style of military attire was by no means any of the southern warlords. But this didn't seem to be a warlord from the northern side either, and this uniform looked very heroic. Wearing it seems to elevate the whole person's energy and vitality by several notches, and Wang Renji realized that the soldiers of this strange army, one counts as a very good essence, and 1 or 2 are full of heaven. 1 and 2 are very strong and powerful. Everyone's backs were straight and their faces were full of rigidity. What surprised him most was the discipline. The never-before-seen army in front of us doesn't mistreat prisoners? Arguably, having captured so many enemy troops, the mistreatment of prisoners would surely have been discovered. Or at least, you're also going to beat up your captors a little bit, aren't you? Yet these men did not mistreat their captives, and they certainly could not talk about being polite to them. This was unbelievable to Wang Rinji. Unbelievable. Is this the army? Hiss. Where in the land of God did you get such an iron army? Never heard of it. And those guns on those soldiers, why are they so oddly shaped? A very different gun than one remembered. And he noticed that every soldier, wearing a pair of black military boots, those pairs of military boots were polished and shiny, making Wang Rinji's eyes almost look straight. So many soldiers are wearing these boots? How much is this going to cost? Everything that the Dragon Kingdom's army displayed was beyond his knowledge. Wang Rinji suddenly realized. Study abroad on your own. Left alone. Chief, sir, we're not going to be killed by these big-headed soldiers, are we? Just like those bandits from the Heavenly King's walled city? The captured warlord soldiers were all gathered together. They had all been disarmed and crouched on the ground. There was a relatively young warlord soldier, next to Wang Rinji, who, with a trembling voice, he asked in a low voice, I heard that Heavenly King's walled city was killed without leaving a single chicken or dog. Hearing the trembling words of this subordinate, Wang Rinji also secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Guns. Shot? Shouldn't. I don't think so. Wang Rinji whispered consolingly. They didn't mistreat the captives, so they must be reasonable people. Shooting shouldn't be a problem. Not really. God knows what kind of mood he was in when he said those words. Even he didn't know if he had guessed right with those words, because he had no contact with this army at all. Oh no. The two sides were in contact. Only, just after contact, Wang Rinji, failed miserably. Not even a chance to get to know each other. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice. Pass it on. Are you their officer? The unfamiliar voice, which seemed to be very near to the voice continued. You are the only one who is dressed differently from the others. Wang Rinji looked up and forward in consternation, and saw a young man of similar age to himself. Only the other party was wearing an unfamiliar military uniform. The young man was accompanied by many loaded close guards. These close guards were keeping a wary eye on the warlord soldiers. Should any of them dare to make a move, it could be sifted by countless bullets the next moment. The young man was obviously Bai. Wang Rinji froze and looked at Bai, the second youngest master of the county Wang Jiduan after all. At the same time, it is also a person who has studied. The psychological quality is still quite a bit better than those warlord soldiers. He swallowed darkly and nodded his head. Honestly admitting, yes, I'm their officer. My name is Wang Rinji. People under the roof had to bow down. Captured. Just have to concede. Chapter 36 Laying Captives. Can you report Marshal Niu? Wang Rinji? Bai looked at Wang Rinji in front of him. He could tell this magically altered version of a Republican-era officer had a very young and boyish appearance. Presumably just how long he had been enlisted. He had just joined the army not long ago and was able to command hundreds of men while still being sent on missions by that Marshal Niu. I'm afraid it belongs to the kind of relationship that exists, doesn't it? I remember that there is a Wang family inside the county, and I heard that the Wang family is very thick, being able to go back 200 or 300 years. Bai pondered. You and this Wang family, are you related? Wang Rinji was taken aback. He had merely spoken his name, and the other party was actually able to know so much. He was even able to accurately guess that he was related to the Wang family in the county. Hiss. The mind was horrified. He nodded honestly. Wang Rinji for this unfamiliar army, exactly will let himself live. Or just shoot yourself. With hesitation, he figured he'd better hold out for the worst. He doesn't want to die. Wang Rinji thinks he's too young to have talked to a girl. He thinks he has a big future ahead of him. Don't want to die. Can't die. Without saying a word, Wang Rinji shook out all the information about himself. All of it. Include your identity, birth date, and general experience. All of it in a nutshell. This made Bai slightly surprised and at the same time somewhat amused. Such a desire for survival is really rare. I don't know whether to say that he's afraid of death or that he knows what's right. Through Wang Rinji's narration, Bai knew a lot. I didn't realize that this young warlord officer was actually a foreign student. He was sent to study in a baguette country a few years ago and only returned home 2 months ago. As a result, as soon as he returned to China, he was solicited by that Marshal Niu and became an officer under Marshal Niu's hand. Of course that Marshal Niu certainly wasn't looking at Wang Rinji's talent. Rather, he looked at the Wang family behind Wang Rinji. Speaking up, Bai felt that this magically altered version of the Republican era still had something to offer in terms of names. Not to say it's amazing. At least it's pretty normal. Not like Blue Star Modern. the name is always something like Z, something like Tatsu, something like XIN, something like Xian. Keep him under good guard and get more out of him, preferably something related to that Marshal Nyo. If you can, get information about the big families in the county, too, including the Wang family where this guy is from. Bai Yi had someone take Wang Renji away. This guy, even though he had only recently returned to the Divine Kingdom, but since he's the second youngest master of the Wang family in the county, must know a lot of things. As for the others, interrogate them briefly to determine each person's guilt and follow the rules. Don't recognize death. Give them a chance. If you denounce someone else and take credit for your crimes, you can be dealt with lightly. What Bai Yi said about following the rules naturally meant that they would be judged. These soldier boys from the warlords are no good, especially the old soldier boys. I'm afraid the evil done by those warlord old soldiers and gangsters is even worse than that of bandits. Bullying the people is just their normal operation. Adultery abounds. Bai Yi could never let a soldier gangster with the lives of innocent people in his hands live in peace. Such people don't deserve to live. As for the lesser offense, Bai Yi was thinking about what he was going to arrange for them to do. After all, he wasn't some kind of murderous maniac. There were many people whose sins were not punishable by death that he didn't have to kill, and that didn't fit with his own morals. Bai Yi hadn't lowered his voice in these words just now, and quite a few people present had heard them. This includes the captured soldiers of the warlords. Each of these captives was wide-eyed. It was impossible for them not to realize what was the meaning of the words Bai Yi had just said, and it was precisely because it was clear what it meant that they panicked. Being a soldier under the hand of a warlord in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. How many people can get out of the mud? How many people can hold on to their inner morality? 1 in 100 is not bad, not even 1 in 100. What if they do get interrogated about having done something? You won't be shot, will you? The same as those Tian Wangshide bandits the other day? Many of the captives secretly swallowed their saliva. Cold sweat. But, turning each other in? Misdemeanor? Bai Yi's last few sentences were also heard by them, which made all of these captives start to have small thoughts. How can they not know what the person next to them has done when they've done evil together a lot of the time? Being able to keep yourself alive if you turn someone in, then they must be happy to do it. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Seeing that Bai Yi was about to turn around and leave, suddenly a warlord soldier hurriedly, he shouted, "Sir, this officer, me, I want to denounce Air Paki. I'm going to denounce him 2 years ago, after defiling a woman in a brothel and not paying. The other woman wanted money, and this male stabbed her to death. 6 dogs, next to a captive soldier, evidently the so-called Ermac. At that moment, he broke his defense and shouted in rage, 6 dogs UA ***. Labor gave you a piece of ocean in the first place, so that you can swallow this thing in your stomach. Humph, that's because I was interested at first, but I've repented now." The denouncing captive had a straight face. The bickering between the two was as much dominoes as anything. The other stupid captives finally relented. "Sir, can we really get a lighter sentence? I don't want to be shot. San, I'm sorry, I'll have to poke my nose in about you beating a beggar to death back in the day. Lu Wu Tian, I've put up with you for a long time. You taking advantage of my drunkenness too. I'm not done with you for stealing my ocean. Sir, if I report Marshal Nyo, can you spare my life?" Suddenly, a word appeared and the scene quieted. Bai Yi stopped dead in his tracks and looked back at one of the captives. A smile appeared. Could be, obviously, all of the things Bai Yi had said earlier had been a setup for these captives. Now, the fish are all hooked. Chapter 37, Marshal Nyo's Secret. An ancient tomb. Bai Yi's purpose of saying those words had been achieved. Whether or not these captives saw his intentions, even if they did now it was too late, for their trust in each other had disintegrated. Everyone scrambling to be the first to try to rat out the people around them, telling all the crimes of knowing someone else. For the sake of trying to make the crime you put down a little bit less serious. All in all it can be summarized in 2 words. Fear of death. There was almost no one who wasn't afraid of death. Not even Bai Yi. Not to mention the prisoners of these warlords. These captives are used to enjoying themselves, riding on the necks of the people for a long time. How can you possibly want to die? The good old days are numbered. They just can't give it up. And Bai Yi didn't realize that he actually had a windfall, either. It is surprising that someone would want to denounce Marshal Nyo because he wants to save his life and mitigate the guilt on his body. Bai Yi naturally allowed the other party to denounce Marshal Nyo, and he wanted to find out. Marshal Nyo, who has been entrenched inside this acreage for so long, what exactly has been done? Although Bai Yi had heard a little about what that Marshal Nyo had done before. After all, the other side is so famous. The ones that I've heard a little bit about are all rumors, more or less with a little bit of false meaning. But it is the soldiers of these warlords who now want to speak out about Marshal Nyo's crimes. The soldiers of these warlords surely know Marshal Nyo best. Also for that martial bull, he has done an unknown number of evil deeds, been the dirtiest blade in the hands of martial bull. This time, the warlord captives who wanted to denounce Martial Nyo, after hearing that they only had to tell of Nyo's crimes, he was also able to mitigate his criminal past, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. He simply ignored the shocked gaze of his companions watching, in order to be able to survive the, what does he care about the marshal? His own little life might be about to be saved. Who else is going to work for that marshal? As for his own account of Martial Bull's crimes in order to stay alive, will Martial Nyo know about it and take revenge later? Whatever. The thought of the likelihood of being shot. Who cares? This officer. I say. Martial Nyo was probably a few years ago when he tried to force a woman from the capital who sang opera to become one of his concubines, but the woman and her old man refused. In the end, Martial Nyo killed her old man with one shot, and that woman couldn't take it and hanged herself. This captured warlord soldier uttered anxiously, in order to try to stay alive. Cranked up the rate of speech to the max. I remember the woman who sang the opera. I think her name was Zhao. Zhao what? Joe what coat? Suddenly he couldn't remember the victim's name, making him sweat in a hurry. Warlord soldiers who could know about it. I'm afraid they're all veterans from years ago. After all, it was some years ago when this happened. At this point, the other warlord captives, while shocked at the audacity of this soldiers, he actually dares to denounce Martial Nyo. Is this guy not afraid of Martial Nyo's retaliation? But once that opening was made, other people's minds came alive. Horizontal is also death. Vertical is also dead. Late death. Early death. That's definitely an option to die later. One time, other warlord captive spoke up. I know Martial Nyo. In order to collect all kinds of taxes, an unknown number of people were forced to die. Once a village couldn't afford to pay the taxes, Martial Nyo himself led the men and made an example of them, killing dozens of them. Sir, I know something about Martial Bull, too. I know he works with a gang of bandits. That gang of bandits is the equivalent of being able to legally rob on his turf, but they have to pay protection money. I know that Martial Nyo has opened a big smokehouse and made a lot of people in the county big smokers. Martial Nyo also forcibly requisitioned the people's houses without paying for them. Soon, all sorts of sounds began to ring out. Some have denounced each other, and others have revealed the crimes of that Martial Bull. The whole scene was good. Look at Wang Rinji's hands and feet. Scalp numbness. At least Wang Rinji has read a lot of books, but also went abroad to contact the foreigners' thoughts. The ideas abroad in this era are still more advanced. He saw this current situation more clearly than many people in the room. Wang Rinji knew that this was all the word art of the man in front of him. It's all a ruse. A few very brief words made the psychological defense of all the captives crumble. A random setup to get them to turn each other in. Let them reveal each other's crimes. Hiss. What kind of tactic is this? Unheard of. Never seen before. Someone on Baiyi's side also took out a pen and paper to take notes. But these warlord prisoners. There are so many different kinds and sizes of offenses revealed by one and all. So much so that Baiyi's side simply opened the recording and directly recorded the voice first. Have to say, compared to this warlord who has been entrenched in the area for years, the crippled Taoist priest who has been shot, the heinousness of what the other side has sent down is actually a bit of an understatement, because the crimes of these warlords are even more exhaustive and unbelievable, probably able to immediately come up with hundreds of offenses without repeating them. Now it is amazing that there is only one of these 63 captives, who has not been denounced for his crimes. That would be Wang Rinji, who has just returned from studying abroad for only 2 months. The guy hadn't had time to do much of anything before Martial Bull pulled him in as an officer. To be able to become an officer, Wang Rinji seldom went out for 2 months. Read all kinds of books every day. A good dose of military knowledge. Temporary embrace of the Buddha's leg. As for the others, all criminals. Especially that Nyo de Shui who was far away in the county. That was even more of an existence belonging to the dregs of the earth. And in the land of God. I don't know how many warlords will be the same as this Martial Nyo. Out of the blue, Wang Rinji, who hadn't said anything, suddenly gritting his teeth, he said, "This officer, I do not think I have committed any great crime. The only thing that could be considered a crime might be taking orders and trying to attack you. If I tell the reason why Martial Nyo, the reason why he became a warlord, can I erase this crime?" Baiyi turned his gaze to Wang Rinji and nodded with a smile. "Go ahead." Wang Rinji gritted his teeth and said, "Martial Nyo has an ancient tomb. He made his fortune with the treasure in the tomb, and he still holds that tomb in high regard, still sending heavy guards, most likely because there are still a lot of treasures in the ancient tomb that he can't take out for the time being." Ancient tomb? Treasure? Wang Rinji revealed this news. It made Baiyi slightly surprised. Chapter 38, Former Dynasty Burial. Another bronze treasure chest. Next Wang Rinji told everything he knew about his place of All of it, one by one. Although he had been studying overseas for many years, he was still the second youngest master of the Wang family anyhow. And the Wang family is also a very large family in this part of the world. That Marshal Niu's every move hadn't actually left within the Wang family's line of sight. The Wang family also knows a little bit about the history of Niu Deshuai's fortune. Marshal Niu used to be a guard for some warlord in the south. Then there was a falling out within that warlord's ranks, so much so that within a few years, that warlord had disintegrated in droves. Marshal Niu led a few brothers to run away. He who had wanted to dominate the mountain with a few guns, suddenly, for some reason, was, surprisingly, an ancient tomb from a previous dynasty was found, and it was said that the owner of this tomb seemed to be of great importance. No matter how uneducated Niu Deshuai is, he knows that there must be something good inside the ancient tombs of the ancients, but he doesn't know how to rob a grave, so he invited someone, hired a number of grave robbers. Unexpectedly, he had really been able to find out quite a few good things from inside that ancient tomb. Let's get Martial Bull developed straight away. Gun in hand, surrounded by brothers. There's money again. After the three conditions had been combined into one, it made the ambitions of this bull marshal. It began to swell gradually. With the treasures unearthed inside the tomb, a large amount of money was sold. Marshal Niu began recruiting and collecting his inner circle, coupled with the fact that this is a time of war and chaos. As long as you have a gun and money in your hand, you are the master. And Marshal Niu not only has guns and money, he also has an ambition. It also has a ruthless heart. It took him a dozen years to go from guarding a disintegrating warlord to, turned into a local warlord with thousands of soldiers. From a bottom-feeding soldier boy, he became a marshal. One of the main reasons for this was the ancient tomb he had discovered. An ancient tomb supports a local warlord, made a soldier boy, from nothing, into a local marshal. Honestly, Bai Yi was intrigued. He had no feeling for things like money, though, but he was very attached to the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. There must be a lot of good stuff inside the ancient tomb. What if we move these things to the Dragon Kingdom? Then the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune, will it go up a little bit with it? Is this grave robbing? No, it's archaeology. At the same time, there are also a lot of good things waiting to be developed by the Dragon Kingdom inside this acre of Marshal Niu's land. The construction of the camp is now at an end, and the whole camp is large enough to accommodate a division of troops. Once the construction is completed, the development program for the magically modified Republic of Korea is going to start completely. The first step in the plan is to develop the minerals of the magically modified Republican realm. Iron ore, coal mines, rare earths, and so on. These are resources that are very much needed in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, various precious metals, a historical treasure from a long time ago. It's also worth getting. A whole world laid out directly in front of a rabbit, and there wasn't anyone to split it with this rabbit, so that this rabbit's eyes went straight red and he wanted everything and anything. Bai Yi had someone organize Wang Rinji's statement. He wanted to know the exact information about this ancient tomb. Then he went back inside the camp. He needs to discuss, with the several chiefs and staff officers inside the camp, what to do with that bull marshal. Yes, Bai Yi wants to make a move on Marshal Niu. Inside the development program of the magically altered Republic of Korea, the initial idea was that if you can stay out of the internal affairs of this world, don't interfere. But plans can never catch up with change. The stormy land of God, not interfering is not an option. Those warlords would still be standing over the people if they didn't intervene. The common people will be oppressed for hundreds of years. Whether the last feudal dynasty fell or not, the people still don't have enough to eat, still can't wear it warm. Rokoku, who has also experienced this kind of suffering, is not likely to stand idly by and watching this happen. So, if the warlord encountered was the kind that oppressed the people, then the Dragon Kingdom would intervene. If it was a warlord who was looking out for the people, then the Dragon Kingdom would choose to cooperate. Obviously, Marshal Niu, a local warlord, belonged to the former. And just as Bai Yi was about to walk to the command post, suddenly a few lines of text flashed before his eyes. The Dragon Kingdom has obtained a large amount of precious wood with a tree age of 20 to 500 years. The Dragon Kingdom's research on green stiffs has yielded a little result. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune slightly improves. You have obtained the bronze treasure chest +1. The Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have risen. Bai Yi, who was bound to the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune with each other, was naturally rewarded as well. Bai Yi didn't realize that the trees that the camp had cut down in order to expand. Surprisingly, it was also able to make the country of Dragon also able to rise slightly. Also right, wood is also a precious resource for the Dragon Kingdom, especially this kind of trees that are hundreds of years old. That is very rare. At the same time, the research on greenstiffs actually came to fruition. This was something Bai Yi hadn't anticipated. He thought it would take years at least to get a little research done. It looks like It was myself who underestimated the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. Open the treasure chest. Bai Yi mumbled in his mind. You have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure chest reward, the distribution map of all mineral resources within a radius of 50 kilometers. Centered on Yangji Ozwang. Receiving or not? Yes. No. Bai Yi's eyebrows gently raised. A distribution map of all the mineral resources within a 50-kilometer radius? It would have saved a lot of time and effort to have this. After all, surveying for mineral resources has to be time-consuming. It also takes a lot of energy. Now it seems like all that time and energy, there's no point in wasting it. Bai Yi had an extra drawing in his hand. He spread it out and looked at it. This is. His eyes held some surprise. Here, there's actually a copper mine with reserves of 8.6 million tons? Copper. There is a shortage of copper in the Dragon Kingdom. As of this year, the proven copper reserves of the Dragon Kingdom are just over 11 million tons. There is now an unclaimed copper mine with reserves of 8.6 million tons. It's equivalent to a dozen or so of the copper reserves of the Dragon Kingdom. This is just a map of the distribution of resources within a 50-kilometer radius. Bai Yi also saw other veins of non-ferrous metals from this map. It's the other non-ferrous metals that aren't very large. Some are so small that development isn't even necessary. But the same frame has to be developed, because on the drawings, the difficulty of the development is also indicated. And the difficulty is of a very low grade. It's almost the equivalent of an open-pit mine. If this copper mine can be rationally developed, then the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely go up a notch. Instead of just being able to slowly go up a little bit, as it is now, it looks like that Martial Bull won't be able to escape this calamity. After all, God is going to kill him. Zhao Qingyi, poor people, ancient tombs, mineral veins, all of these are related to Martial Niu. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. Walk into the command post. Chapter 39 Making Plans. Make sure to get it all in one place. After Bai Yi shared the information he received from Wang Renji to everyone in the command center, everyone in the command couldn't help but freeze. They seemed to have guessed what Bai Yi wanted to do. Bai Yi was going to take a shot at Martial Niu, taking on the local warlords? Isn't that too soon? The commander of the main regiment, astonished, said, the construction of our camp, which has only just come to an end, just to take on the local warlords of the magically altered Republic Plain? To go to war with the other side early for an ancient tomb? There was something in his tone of mere surprise. There wasn't the slightest objection. Because, in the eyes of everyone present at the command, warlords like Martial Niu had to be liquidated. It's just that you need to wait for a good time to liquidate exactly when. It's not fast. Bai Yi shook his head. Opening his mouth, he said, in fact, the other party has long been unable to hold back and wants to make a move against us. They sent over 100 people here today. There's a chance that more than one day's worth of people will be sent tomorrow. There is no room for two military organizations in such a small area. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. Just because we can tolerate it doesn't mean the other side can. The tone has been allowing local warlords to take the initiative. It would be better for us, the Dragon Kingdom, to take the initiative. We've got the time, the place, and the people. Bai Yi's tone paused, continuing, the main thing is that in the middle of the local warlords' territory, there is a copper mine that has not been mined, and the reserves are probably around 8.6 million tons. After his words fell, everyone in the entire command headquarters couldn't calm down. A copper mine? Over 8.6 million tons? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They know exactly what that means. The Dragon Kingdom has always been short of copper from ancient times to the present day, and if this copper mine can be reasonably exploited, it can definitely bring a lot of benefits to the Dragon Kingdom and can solve the employment problem of many people. At the same time, the mining of copper can also promote the local development of the magically modified version of the Republican realm. There are tons of benefits for people in two different worlds. It's a win-win. But, if you want to mine this one copper mine with amazing reserves, you have to take care of that Martial Niu, because this is his territory, and the copper mine is on his property. You can never get around each other if you want to mine. As for cooperating with each other in mining, the Dragon Kingdom has a bottom line. Never work with scum. Once the local warlords are taken care of, that acre of land will become the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Because only the Dragon Kingdom is qualified to take over this acre of land. In other words, win-win. It's the same as Dragon Nation winning twice. I agree with Major Bai's decision. That surname Niu, oppressing the people for so many years' time, the number of people who have died directly, or indirectly, at his hands over the course of these years must be 4 figures at least. If such scum of the earth is allowed to live one more day, the people will be bullied one more day. We are the people's sons and daughters. How can we bear to see the common people being bullied by warlords? A leader of the construction corps immediately slapped the table and shouted. There was no one present who understood the importance of copper mines to the Dragon Kingdom better than the people of the construction corps. The Dragon Kingdom definitely wants this copper mine. Jesus couldn't stop it either. You can't just blindly strike out at local warlords. We need to develop plans that can kill the enemy in one blow. It would be best to wipe out all of that Marshal Nyo's direct troops, including himself, in a short period of time. Can't have them dogged. A staff officer held up his glasses and said seriously, a magically altered version of a local warlord from the Republic of China. The dogs have no use for us, but they may hurt the people. Soon, lured by the lure of a copper mine with incredible reserves, everyone is very excited to make plans together. Bai Yi, the Supreme Commander, formulated the plan's general course of action. The other chiefs and staff officers worked out the details of the plan. Eventually, the crowd discussed the matter for half an hour, decided to do it a week later, because, in a week's time, that's when whichever bull marshal is going to send his men to collect taxes in various places. When the time comes, the other side will take his troops and divide them into many squads. These squads then acted as tax collection officers, go to various villages and collect taxes. This is the perfect opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom could have taken advantage of the opportunity to wipe them out and still be able to harvest the hearts and minds of the local people. Because the local area has been by the cattle marshal's tax, the whole sky angry people. The whole people do not want to live. That Marshal Neo collects all kinds of strange taxes. If anyone can't pay, they'll be arrested. The men were sold to work as longshoremen and the women to local brothels. In the case of Heavy, just hit and kill. Take on the warlords at this point in time when the conflict between the warlords and the people is at its most intense. It was able to gain the approval of a large number of people and harvest a large number of hearts. In that case, even if the dragon army belonged to the outsiders, it could also take over the territory. This operation, by the main regiment, the 1st Construction Regiment, and the Advance Battalion, together in combat. Among the main tasks of the main regiment, as well as the 1st Construction Regiment, it's a way to crack down on the local warlords' tax-collecting army and gain the popular support of the common people. And the Advance Battalion went out en masse to attack the county and block the Marshal Bull inside the county. For this operation, the Special Warfare Squad is also involved in decapitating Marshal Nyo. Our goal is to take control of the local warlords' forces and decapitate the other side's head commander. Also allow the armed forces to move out with the armored units. Together, immediately after the battle, take control of the local interest groups centered on Marshal Nyo. Whether they are merchants, landowners, or relatives, they must be controlled. Then they are examined and liquidated one by one. Clear this area of bugbears. When these words of Bai Yi fell, Mao fixed their next action. This was also since the Dragon Kingdom's troops entered the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, one of the largest combat operations ever conducted. The number of people mobilized inside the camp alone is upwards of 300. Bai Yi demanded the highest efficiency, as well as the fastest combat speed, to deliver a thunderous death blow to the other side. He's not only going after Marshal Bull, he's going after Marshal Bull's interest groups. These interest groups dependent on Marshal Nyo. They have done no less evil than Marshal Nyo. Since it's going to be a shot at the local forces, that needs to be resolved once and for all. Leave no stone unturned. Getting your friends more than you can handle only applies when your own strength, compared to your enemy, is too weak. Nowadays, with the powerful force of the Dragon Kingdom, there was no need to give these people a face, the truth of everything. Within range, gentlemen, our mission, scientific and valid. Draw on the resources of the magically altered version of the Republic realm for the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be overburdened or have too many distractions. Bai Yi concluded by adding, sooner or later, all will be hostile to these warlords. This time it's kind of us turning into the active party. Exterminate them. Chapter 40 Lushan Taoism. A visit from the old village chief. Night came quickly. Bai Yi returned to his residence in the magically altered version of the Republic of China world. This is a small building constructed by the construction corps. The furniture inside can be said to be complete. Each suite has an area of 30 square meters. The area is not very large, but it is definitely enough for one person. It's kind of like not having to continue living inside a military tent. Bai Yi washed up a little and started to study those Taoist techniques of the Lushan school. All of this Taoism was obtained from the crippled Taoist priest. Almost all of them were the orthodox Taoist arts of the Lushan school, and only a few of them were the arts of the 3 paths and the 9 streams. Bai Yi was very interested in the Taoist arts of this world. He was trying to see if he could perform these dowsing techniques himself. After all, how to say that Bai Yi had true qi in his body? His dragon tiger qi nurturing technique was running all the time, allowing the strand of true qi in his body to grow stronger all the time. All of these Taoist techniques obtained from the crippled Taoist priest were printed in several copies by Bai Yi. He left one copy and sent the rest to the Dragon Kingdom. It's also a way to add to the Dragon Kingdom's collection of dowsing techniques. Soul awakening art. Bai Yi murmured to himself. This was a very basic Tao art that, in the Lushan school, also belongs to the introductory Taoist techniques. As long as the body contains the true qi, then the awakening of the soul is the Lushan school Taoist. The first Taoist art learned. Soul awakening technique is also very simple. Only need to use the body's true qi. Lead the 3 ding fire, gathered in the fingertips. Then you bite your fingertip to force out the blood and point it at the forehead of the demon-possessed person. It basically forces the lone spirit out of a person's body. At the same time, if a person's yin is so deep in their body that they remain unconscious, you can also use this very basic dowsing technique. One can be forcibly awakened. But if you want to try this Taoist art, then you need someone to have their yin qi enter their body, or someone is possessed by a ghost. That's why Bai Yi set his sights on the second Tao technique. This Taoist art is likewise one of the basic Taoist arts for Lushan sect disciples. The name is 3 Flowers Clear Mind Mantra. When encountering evil spirits using illusions, you can recite this spell to break the illusion. If you are going to a place where the yin is extremely dense, you can also recite this mantra to dispel the yin in the surrounding area, to prevent yin from entering the body and causing illness. That's good to try. Bai Yi's gaze went to the pair of red embroidered shoes placed on a side table. Yes, Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, was still by his side and was temporarily placed inside his residence, because inside the entire military camp, he was the only one who could suppress Zhao Qingyi. Zhao Qingyi was also only afraid of him alone. Zhao Qingyi is a night ghost with notable strength. Plus, her resentment is very strong. Then she can also produce a lot of yin qi. Bai Yi said to the red embroidered shoes, "You can try releasing some yin qi out of the amount doesn't need to be huge. Just release a little bit out." Bai Yi's words just fell. Shasta. The temperature inside the room was as if it had dropped several degrees out of nowhere. Gives a creepy immediacy. Obviously, Zhao Qingyi was cooperative, and it also sidestepped the fact that Zhao Qingyi now still had enough sense to stay awake. Most of the grievances that had been dispersed by the national fortune before hadn't been able to be restored for a while, but once you get her resentment back, I'm afraid that monstrous resentment is going to have to overpower what's left of her sanity. Again, perhaps, only by solving her heart disease, Zhao Qingyi and other grievances would completely dissipate. Her grudge is that cow marshal. After all, the bull must die. Right now, inside the room of Bai Yi's residence, there was already a sense of immediacy that gave people goosebumps. If it's a person who is not in good health inside Bai Yi's room, I'm afraid I'll have to take a cold and a fever the next day, because it's not just a change in temperature, it's the yin qi at work. In this chilly environment surrounded by a shadowy aura of, Bai Yi began to experimentally mobilize the true qi that was constantly flowing in the meridians of his body in the manner described by the Lushan Taoist art. The most yang and rigid true qi began to be slowly mobilized by him. Bai Yi's mouth, on the other hand, was silently chanting the 3 Flowers Clear Heart mantra. When he had recited it for 10 seconds or so, the eerie feeling of the shadowy aura that surrounded, surprisingly, it really did gradually dissipate quite a bit. In its place was a warm feeling, as if his body was being sheltered by true qi. As Bai Yi's 3 Flowers Clear Heart mantra continued to be recited silently, the yin qi released by Zhao Qingyi, it actually began to erode, disintegrated. When all the yin qi in the entire shelter room had been dissipated and disintegrated, only then did Bai Yi exhale slightly, revealing a smile. Although the Longhu Mountain and the Lushan sect are 2 different factions, but in the end, they all belong to Taoism. Using the true qi practiced by the Gongfu of Longhu Mountain as the foundation, and performing the Taoist techniques of the Lushan school, the effect was pretty good, and it was successfully cast. Being able to perform a Lushan school Taoist art like the 3 Flowers Clear Heart mantra, that would mean that other dowsing techniques can be cast. Bai Yi's desire to learn came up once more, and he wanted to learn all of the known Tao arts. That would make him barely a Taoist priest, wouldn't it? And it's still the real deal kind. At the same time, Bai Yi also put himself as some insights and experiences, all of which were recorded. These insights are recorded and could well be compiled into a book for others to view later. After all, these feats and Tao techniques were definitely going to be passed on. The Dragon Kingdom needs professional means to deal with zombie ghosts, and with the strong national power of the Dragon Kingdom's vast landmass, it is entirely possible to attempt to train ghost-catching Taoist priests in bulk. Maybe even get a vocational school out of it. Certainly the dragons who are qualified to learn the magically altered version of the Republic of China's dimensional Taoism definitely has to have an official status with the Dragon Kingdom, because that's the only way to ensure loyalty. It is only by ensuring confidentiality in this regard. The next day, early morning, on this side of the camp, there was an unexpected guest, the old village chief of Yangjiazhuan. Actually, the location of the camp is not a secret in the Young family. After all, it was impossible to hide the camp from the Young family when it had been building in a big way before. Only the villagers of Yangjiazhuan were respecting the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, so even though they knew where the campsite was, no one came by to peek or disturb. But today, the old village head of Yangjiazhuan came over to pay a visit in person. This made Bai Yi a bit surprised, also a little curious. He simply ate a piece of bread and went to meet the old village chief. After all, someone in their 80s is considered a local omen in this day and age. A visit from such a respected old man. We can't keep each other waiting, can we? Chapter 41. Inside the Marshal's Palace. Zhao Qingyi's request. Mr. White. When Bai Yi met with the old village chief of Yangjiazhuan, the old village chief greeted with a very respectful tone. Even though he was several rounds older than Bai Yi, he was just respectful to Bai Yi. Or rather, he treated everyone from the Dragon Kingdom with respect. It was because the old village proper knew very well that the people of the Dragon Kingdom could bring peace and stability to Yangjiazhuan. The strong strength of the Dragon Kingdom forces could shelter the Young family. Plus he thinks he's just plain ordinary, despite his age. And what about Bai Yi and the others from the Dragon Kingdom? All with guns in their hands. Even if Bai Yi tried to correct it however he could. This completely unnecessary deference from the other party. The old village square remains unchanged, because they have been oppressed for so long that they can no longer stand up and speak. That yoke of oppression, though unraveled by Bai Yi, but the brand of the yoke, it still burned into their hearts. Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was only able to remove the shackles from these people's necks, and there is no way to remove the shackles from the hearts of these people, and those shackles cannot be removed overnight. It takes time. The old village chief was precisely looking shocked at that moment, for he entered the barracks, led by the soldiers, and of seeing a lot of things inside the barracks. These were things he had never seen before. He saw engineering vehicles of very exaggerated size, huge, capable of easily opening mountains and cracking rocks. See also military vehicles of various shapes and sizes. More than that, we saw all kinds of technological products from modern times. Everything overwhelmed him, everything shocked his three senses. Leave it to this 80-something-year-old village proper. It feels like I've come to the immortal world. So far, heads are still all buzzing. The shock hasn't worn off. Old village chief, what does your old man want with me? Bai Yi's tone was very polite. It was out of an attitude of politeness. It was then that the old village chief came back to his senses. He organized his thoughts a little, and not having read much he wouldn't try to show off his kind of ink, but instead just nailed the subject and got right to the point, saying, Mr. White, you defeated Marshal Bull's men, killing dozens and capturing dozens. It means you've torn yourselves away from Marshal Bull, and that Niu de Shui isn't an oil lamp either. There's absolutely no way he won't retaliate. That guy is notorious for being vindictive. When he said this, the old Muramesa's tone paused, and then in a hoarse voice, continuing, he said, even though I haven't read much, I know that the favor of saving a life should be repaid from the spring. I have previously disclosed to you, Mr. Bai, that my eldest son is serving under Marshal Niu. He's the little head watchman at the Marshal's house. If Mr. White wants to antagonize Marshal Niu, perhaps the old, untalented eldest son of the old man can be Mr. Bai's inside man. When the old village chief's words came to an end, Bai Yi then understood the purpose of the other party coming over. The old village chief was actually worried about his eldest son, who might die in the fight between Bai Yi and Marshal Niu. Without saying a word, he wanted his oldest son to draw a line in the sand with that cow Marshal. You can see it here too. Old Muramesa felt that between Marshal Niu and Bai Yi's side was more strengthened militarily. In other words, a previous fruity, it had a positive effect. Let the villagers and people of Yangjiazhuan, all of them have confidence in the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Yi nodded slightly and said, you can rest assured, old village chief, our people will make some contact with your son, and if he is willing to work with us then he can make it right. But, White's tone was full of determination. If your oldest son has done a great evil, then I will never harbor him either. That's my bottom line. If he had only made some minor mistakes, I would have only put him through a couple of years of reform through labor. After the labor reform is completed, he can regain his freedom. The old village chief heaved a sigh of relief. The old, incompetent eldest son of, although he's been a soldier boy for a few years, the old man still knows him well. He's probably done his fair share of sneaking around, but something like killing someone to get rid of them, he would never do that. If it does turn out that he did this kind of thing, the old village chief gritted his teeth. Then, Mr. Bai, you can shoot him anytime you want. Bai Yi nodded and smiled. Old village chief, want to stay for lunch? In the end, the old Muramesa didn't stay for a lunch. He left with the excuse that he had something to do at home, and Bai Yi proceeded to instruct the scouts lurking in the county. Tell them to check a little on the old village chief's oldest son. The old village chief's eldest son was a janitor at the marshal's house, and a janitorial junior chief at that. If only this guy could be utilized, then the beheading of Marshal Nyo will become much smoother. But if the other guy wants to be a double agent, Bai Yi wouldn't be able to give the old village chief any more face. Bai Yi returned to his residence in the barracks. As soon as he opened the door he felt the compelling yin qi. But since it was now in broad daylight, this gloomy aura wasn't particularly chilly. Instead, it gave the impression that the air conditioning was on. Bai Yi's brows frowned slightly. The only one inside his residence that could emit a yin qi was Zhao Qingyi, a stern ghost. Could it be that Zhao Qingyi's sanity was, once again, suppressed by resentment? And then you turn into a ghost that kills people indiscriminately? Actually trying to manifest in broad daylight. You can see how fierce it really is. By Mr. White. However, right about this time, a gentle, soft, wincing, feeble voice of appeal that, weakly ringing out, "Little woman, may I call you, Mr. Bai?" The direction the voice came from was the direction where the red embroidered shoes were. After all, the Tao was not quite enough. Zhao Qingyi was in the daytime, and there was no way to manifest himself. However, from the sound of her voice as she spoke, it could be heard that she appeared to be maintaining her sanity. And this was also the first time she had taken the initiative to talk to Bai Yi. "Can Mr. White promise my daughter a request? If Mr. White agrees to this request, I am willing to make a poisonous oath to always be loyal to Mr. Bai and become your ghost servant." Once again, the red embroidered shoes came out, with a beguiling tone. Chapter 42, Revenge of the Ghosts. The Dragon Kingdom turns ghosts into people. The concept of a ghost servant is something Bai Yi has heard a little about, and he's on the crippled Taoist priest. On top of those few Taoist books, the concept of a ghost servant had been seen before. When a night ghost voluntarily takes an oath to become the ghost servant of a man, then this night ghost will be loyal to this person forever. Once the night ghost rebels or tries to harm its master, it will be burned to death by underworld fire. At the same time, not all ghosts are capable of becoming ghost servants. Nightly ghosts that could afford to take an oath to become a ghost servant were among the very rare ghosts. Like a commonplace ghost like that, there is no qualification to take an oath to become a ghost at all. Or maybe it's because they don't have enough Tao to make this particular vow. But there is a characteristic of such ferocious creatures as the night ghost, and that is that they often use words to deceive people. In the proverbial parlance, it's a ghost story. Once you take a chance on the word of a ghost and don't pay much attention, it would have to be a ghost for sure. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, not so eager to agree. Instead, he asked rhetorically, "What request do you propose to make? And I can help you fulfill your request as conditions allow. At the same time your request must not cross my line, otherwise I won't agree to that kind of outrageous request even if you really want to become a ghost servant." If the other party requests for 10 virgins and children, and then draws on their yang energy to assist in their cultivation, could it be that Bai Yi is also going to agree and do as he's told? How is that possible? When Bai Yi's voice fell, Zhao Qingyi seemed to be slightly relieved. Inside the residence, which was empty except for Bai Yi, that unique voice of hers resounded once again. "My little lady won't make an excessive request. My youngest daughter has seen the plans that Mr. White has drawn up, and knows that Mr. White wants to make a move against Nyo Dashin. Nyo Dashin is the name of Marshal Nyo, only because he is now in a high position, and he has been a local bully for more than a decade. Few people mention his name anymore because not many people dare to call him by his first name. They all call him Marshal Bull." I don't know if it was Bai Yi's illusion, but he felt that Zhao Qingyi Fong, the resentment that was vaguely revealed when he spoke the name of Nyo Dashui was very strong and huge. It even gave a vague sign of some uncontrollable resentment. Zhao Qingyi suddenly fell silent for a moment. It was as if she was trying to forcefully suppress her grievances by utilizing the remnants of her pre-birth sanity as a stern ghost, trying to force himself to stay awake while communicating with Bai Yi. There was a moment of silence. She overcame resentment. Zhao Qingyi's voice rang out once more. "Can Mr. Bai give my daughter a chance to kill Bull Dashin handily?" Yes, that was her wish and her request. This request, Bai Yi didn't refuse on the spot. Instead, he was lost in thought. The reason why Zhao Qingyi has turned into a stern ghost is definitely inseparable from Marshal Nyo. It could even be said that Nyo Dashui belonged to the shackle that was cuffed to Zhao Qingyi's head, and this shackle would stimulate Zhao Qingyi's soul all the time, making her full of resentment all the time. If she's given a chance to kill her father's killer, will she be able to make this monstrous resentment dissipate for it? A stern ghost with no grievances becomes a ghost servant. Isn't this equivalent to raising a ghost? And the loyalty of this ghost can definitely be guaranteed. And very useful too. The use of being able to assist in battle alone made Bai Yi a bit tempted. Bai Yi didn't think every night ghost deserved to die. And Zhao Qingyi had indeed killed people. but she kills people who deserve to die. Which of the officers who can hold a high position inside the Grand Marshal's office would be an innocent? Only Wang Rinji, who had just returned from studying abroad not long ago, was in a special situation. Even that eldest son of the old village chief can't do it out of the mud either. A few petty thefts. I'm afraid I didn't do much, even if Zhao Qingyi couldn't show herself because of the daylight. However, Bai Yi was still able to feel a pair of expectant eyes that were looking at him bitterly with a begging look. After all, it is also a poor person. Zhao Qingyi hanged himself when he was only 17 years old. If this age was in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, it would probably just be a high school sophomore, or a high school junior. Yes, Bai Yi nodded. However, he kept a heart. I'll only give it to you once, the chance to kill Marshal Niu handily, and you can't strike at anyone else without my permission, even if the other party is a relative of Marshal Niu. This is my condition. You have to agree. Zhao Qingyi said with a joyful tone. My youngest daughter will definitely keep Mr. Bai's words in mind. If, Zhao Qingyi hesitated for a moment and continued, if the little woman is unable to control herself at that time, please also ask Mr. Bai to use black dog's blood and rooster's blood, mixed together, to splash on top of the embroidered shoes. This was able to do a little damage to the little lady, and will keep her awake for a while. It looked like this night ghost was so sincere that he even spilled out his weaknesses. As for whether she's telling the truth, or not, it would be difficult for Bai Yi to judge. Because Zhao Qingyi hadn't manifested herself, Bai Yi couldn't watch the other party's micro-expressions. But, Whitey thought, can be trusted, but if Zhao Qingyi is allowed to kill Marshal Niu handily, then for the beheading of Marshal Niu, it would be necessary to also bring a stern ghost along. But what other person in the entire military camp besides himself could overpower Zhao Qingyi? Dare I say that when the time comes, I'll have to go out myself and accompany the special operations team with Zhao Qingyi to the Grand Marshal of the Bulls, located in the county's Grand Marshal's mansion. Conduct a decapitation. Bai Yi rubbed his brow with a headache. It was so hard to formulate a good plan. It's going to have to be changed slightly now, but okay. It's just that there's one more person inside the operatives, as well as a night ghost. That night, Bai Yi summoned all the people in command of the barracks, and narrating Zhao Qingyi's request left everyone a little confused. In fact, they all knew that Bai Yi was suppressing a stern ghost, but no one expected. In the midst of upcoming operations against local warlords, they, the great living from the Dragon Kingdom, were going to act together with a stern ghost? Hiss. No experience. Linley, the leader of the Special Operations Squad, was also present. His brain was buzzing when he learned that the beheading operation by Yi and the Night Ghost were going to be involved as well. But after seeing Bai Yi's resolute gaze, he was silent again. No way. The supreme command of the entire barracks is in Bai Yi's hands. What could he, a Special Operations Squad leader, say? At the same time, Linley had a strange feeling again. Is this their way of helping a stern ghost to avenge his death? This realm turns people into ghosts. The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom turns ghosts into people? He scratched his head. Eventually, under Bai Yi's mandatory order, the candidates for the battle plan had an additional person, and a ghost. The other chiefs and staff officers were filled with helplessness. Can't argue with Bai Yi. It can only be promised. Chapter 43, The Old Master of the Wang Family. The unlucky Marshal Niu. Under the rule of Marshal Niu, a local warlord, there are two counties, one dead and one small. The larger county is called East River and the smaller county is called West River. As the name implies, one of the two counties is to the east and the other to the west. Both counties are bordered by rivers, and one river crosses both counties. Marshal Niu, the highest-ranking head of the local warlord. Naturally, they reside in East River County, which is the largest and most prosperous, with the largest population base. At this point, inside the Grand Marshal's mansion in East River County, Marshal Niu was sitting across the table from an old man. Judging from where both sides were sitting, one would be able to see that the identity of that old man was extraordinary. Otherwise it would not have been able to be on par with Marshal Bull. Master Wang, that young son of yours, I did give him a task. Let him lead more than 100 of his brethren to exterminate the army station near Yangjiazhuang. He's only been gone for a few days. Master Wang, you don't need to be in such a hurry, do you? Marshal Niu was full of disdain. It's just a group of turtled-up bandits. Is it hard to believe that more than 100 brothers can't eliminate them? Niu de Shui reached out and patted his chest, his fat body stumbling between him. He said confidently, don't worry, in order to be able to eliminate that gang of bandits, I've given your little boy a mortar, with guns and artillery, against a gang of bandits. Gee, isn't that a handful? With the words of the bull marshal it was possible to hear that, sitting face to face with him, it's the head of the Wang family in the county. It's a respected local king. Master Wang's temples were white, his complexion didn't look too good, and his face was full of worry. I could tell from Master Wang's facial features that there was a slight resemblance to Wang Renji. He coughed softly, sighed, worried and said, Marshal, the canine son is with the foreigners, studying medicine. He doesn't know how to lead an army into battle at all. How can you let him lead people to fight against the bandit army? That's too dangerous. Master Wang has only 2 sons, and his eldest is helping the family with their affairs, sort of preparing to take over the foundation of the Wang family. But I don't know if it's Master Wang's own problem. After having his eldest son, he inexplicably has no children. No matter how hard he tries, it's just not there. His second son, or when he was in his 40s or 50s, he went to a famous overseas temple and spent a lot of money to pray to the gods and Buddha for a very miraculous talisman seal. And it was with great difficulty that he was able to get one of his concubines pregnant. He only had these 2 sons, each of whom he prized to the hilt. But now, the fact that the youngest, the second son, was going to lead an army into battle scared him so much that he couldn't sleep. I'm afraid that bullets don't have eyes on the battlefield. Don't worry, 3 more days at most, just 3 days. This marshal assures you, just 3 days, definitely will bring your little boy back, in one piece. Niu Dishui smiled brightly and, he continued, Master Wang, have some faith in your own son. I think that boy Renji is quite good at being a soldier. If he succeeds in eliminating the bandit army this time, I'll just straight up promote him to another rank and put him in charge of 300. No, put him in charge of 500. In order to pull in the county Wang family, Marshal Niu has also made a bloody effort. He had just a few thousand soldiers of the warlord under his hand. Now an outsider is directly put in charge of 500 people, and he's only smiling on the surface. In fact, the heart was hurting so much that it was spitting blood. But, if this could be used to gain the support of the Wang family, then it would be worth all the effort. The Wang family has farmed the area for centuries. A great deal of wealth has been accumulated over hundreds of years, and all it takes is a little bit of that. It'll give him Niu Dashan's money back. There is even something left over. It was with great difficulty that he dismissed Master Wang with all sorts of words. After seeing Master Wang, with a worried face and supported by his household servants, leave the marshal's mansion step by step and get into a carriage, the enthusiastic smile on Marshal Niu's face converged and was replaced by a face full of gloom and incomprehension, because he also couldn't figure out why could Wang Renji hadn't come back yet. The 100 or so men he had given him himself were heavily armed. He was even given a mortar and a large number of mortar shells. It stands to reason that we should have returned from the bandit army yesterday. What the? Something's not going to happen, is it? Mother asterisk. If something happens to that Wang Renji, then damn this old Wang family. Definitely will do whatever it takes to turn against labor. Damn. It shouldn't be. How can there be an accident? Even if that Wang Renji doesn't know how to lead an army to war, it shouldn't be possible to beat a bunch of hidden rats with such good equipment. Niu Dishui thought more and more, feel the fire up. How that young family homes so much broken things. First you have some bull asterisk zombie haunt. Then you run out a gang of bandits. Now send your own men to exterminate that band of bandits. It turns out that people didn't come back. Can it be that witch Wang Renji took a bunch of people and just ran off by himself to take over the mountain? That's impossible. That guy is the second youngest member of the Wang family. Although it's unlikely that the second youngest will take over the family. But can we at least get a third of the family fortune? There's absolutely no need to take over the mountain and be a bandit with his brain hanging from his belt. Mother asterisk. Something's not really wrong, is it? Marshal Niu gritted his teeth. There were still a few days to go before it was time to collect taxes. One should never fall out with the Wang family at such a juncture. Master. After holding back his anger and yelling a few times, Marshal Niu, a man dressed as a master, ran over in a hurry. The other man wiped a non-existent sweat stain from his forehead and, with a pleasing and flattering face, he asked, "Do you have any orders, Marshal?" Marshal Niu said grimly, "You find a few resourceful people and tell them to ride fast horses to Yangjiazhuang to take a look. That Wang Renji hasn't even come back yet, and I'm worried that something might have happened to him." What? Master Shifu was alarmed. Something might have happened to the Wang family's second young master? Hiss. Wouldn't that be breaking up with the Wang family? Although Marshal Niu was in charge of an army of several thousand men in his hands, but that Wang family isn't a vegetarian either. Yes. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, the master nodded his head in a hurry, and then farted off to find someone. Marshal Niu spat, sank his face, and cursed, "Mother asterisk. How come nothing can save me from worrying lately? Those losers over at the ancient tomb accidentally touched another organ yesterday and several people died. Now this Wang Renji is in trouble again. And that gang of bandits from nowhere. Damn it. What's with the bad luck? Shouldn't it be dry? I don't think I'm being haunted by something dirty, right?" Speaking of which, Marshal Bull shivered. He remembers the life-suppressing female ghost from a few years ago very well. Back then, he didn't dare to live in the Grand Marshal's house for most of the entire year. He touched the Buddha pendant hanging around his neck and swallowed darkly, scowling. Chapter 44 Intelligence from the Inside. Missing Master Teacher. It didn't take long for the master to leave the marshal's mansion in a hurry with a few people. What they didn't notice was a junior officer who was watching the door at the Grand Marshal's residence. A very perverse sense of nervousness appeared in his expression. "Chief, are you okay? Why are you sweating?" Suddenly, a straggling soldier boy beside him asked the junior officer curiously. The young officer's expression stiffened for a moment, coughing, shook his head. Nothing. Where was he able to say why he was out of sorts? "I'm afraid if I say it I'll have to be shot by Marshal Bull, because he's the eldest son of the old village chief of Yangjiazhuang." Look under the hand of Marshal Bull at the gates of the marshal's house. With little background, he was already in his 40s and only a minor officer. He also knew he had no future in this condition. But, yesterday someone gave him 2 ways to go. Each of these 2 paths would get him out of the predicament he was in now. The first way. It's the same army that confessed to Marshal Niu inside the marshal's palace that it was hiding near Yangjiazhuang. Someone came over and advised against himself as an insider and brought up his old man to pressure himself. If he confesses to Marshal Niu, he'll be able to act as a double agent, deceive that mysterious army, then let Marshal Niu take advantage of this difference in information to deliver a thunderous blow to that army. That would make himself a big redneck on Marshal Niu's side, flying high, sooner or later. The second way. It is to listen to the advice of one's father, the old village headman of Yangjiazhuang. Be an honest insider and betray Marshal Bull. That way, when that mysterious army called, he would be able to escape death. Also might get credit for being an insider. So the other party may be able to forget all the thievery that he or she has ever done. 2 ways. It's hard to choose. In fact, he was more inclined to the first path because he could use it to soar. But the risk factor is very high. In case Marshal Niu is not an opponent. Want money? Want to die? And he was also considered a rather dutiful person who listened to his father after all. His dad said the old village chief of Yangjiazhuang, Old Muramasa, is on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's camp. He's the son of a. Is it to turn against your own father for the supposed chance to fly the coop? Eventually, he still decided not to tell Marshal Bull. He gritted his teeth, decided to spell it out. All he could do now was to pray in his heart that that mysterious army station near Yangjiazhuang was able to defeat Marshal Niu, a local warlord, praying that the other side was a fierce dragon across the river. The kind that was so fierce that there was no way to be able to stop even the groundbreaking snakes like Niu de Shui. He decided, got to get the intel that Master Shifu was taking people out and might be going to the young family home to poke around. Tell that to the Dragon Nation scouts lurking in the county. You continue to watch the gates. Don't let any ungrateful fellows break into the marshal's house. I'm going to take a. He made up a lie and pretended he had an internal emergency. Then walk away quickly, trying to find scouts lurking in the county to deliver this information. It's kind of a pitch for him. Actually, the scouts of the Dragon Kingdom had been watching him all along. And on discovering that the eldest son of the old village chief, after seemingly trying to betray Marshal Niu, the detectives pretend to be found by the old village chief's eldest son. Then after getting a piece of information from the other side and encouraging the old village chief's eldest son for a few moments, then this information was submitted to the campsite. With this information, with a couple of resourceful warlords and soldiers, the master of the division, who ran to Yangjiazhuang to get information. Naturally, it became a couple of fish in a net. The Dragon Kingdom has sent men to hijack the road halfway, so the master of the division with his men just ran fast and furious over there, only to be robbed halfway. The hijackers were obviously soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fired a few shots, killing 2 horses and a man afterward. These warlord soldiers simply cried and surrendered. There was no desire to put up a fight. The combat is catching. That division master tried to escape, but was smashed to the ground by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, with a direct butt of a rifle. Tackled on the spot. 7 or 8 more became prisoners. One of them a big fish. That's Marshal Niu's master. To be able to be Marshal Niu's division master, this guy is bound to be Marshal Niu's inner circle. Also must have done a lot of dirty work for Marshal Bull. The main thing is, he sure knows a lot of useful stuff. So, after capturing this master teacher alive, Bai Yi had people interrogate him. Sure enough, pry out quite a bit of useful intel. Among them, the most useful information for Bai Yi. It's the location of the tomb that made Marshal Niu rich. Small people, by the looks of it, have their uses. Bai Yi gave a slight sigh of relief. The eldest son of the old village chief was successfully turned, and he revealed the information. Let the Dragon Nation net a big fish. More useful things were culled from this big fish. It's all too smooth. At the same time, it also shows that warlords in this era are really no different from bandits. Most of them don't have any skills, no military literacy. The combat operations in the Dragon Kingdom are already in a smooth flow before they even officially begin. The next day, night, East River County, Grand Marshal's mansion. What? Master Shifu was gone? Marshal Nyo's eyes widened in disbelief. His eyes were fixed dead center on a warlord soldier in front of him, and he questioned through gritted teeth, how did it go missing? The warlord soldier was shivering with fear and replied with a trembling voice, back to the marshal. Our men saw a large amount of blood halfway to the Young family home. The ground. There are still bullet casings on the ground, and the body of one of our brethren. Nyo Deshuai's eyelids fluttered and his scalp tingled. He himself had sent his master and a few resourceful soldiers to the Young family home to spy on the news. The main thing is to see what that Wang Renji guy is up to. As a result, the back foot, the division that was sent out was attacked. In other words, his every move is being watched by the enemy. What do you do that the other person knows? Since the other side knows what you do, so the other party knew when he sent out Wang Renji? Doesn't that mean that Wang Renji, the second young master of the Wang family, has also most likely met an untimely end? Hiss. Marshal Nyo realized the seriousness of the problem. Master Shifu knows a lot of his secrets, and if those secrets are unearthed, Marshal Bull could hardly imagine what would happen. At the same time, if something really happened to Wang Renji, then there was no way to account for it on the Wang family side. No way. The news of Master Shifu's disappearance. It can't be leaked. Otherwise, once the people of the Wang family know that the master has been robbed, they will definitely associate it with a problem on their side. It would also be associated with that second young master of the Wang family, who might have met an untimely end. By then, it'll be trouble. ******ing hell. Marshal Nyo had never been so suffocated. Exasperated. He kicked over a stool, his gaze as sinister as well as annoyed. When the laborers get their taxes up in a few days, they'll go straight over there with their own men. I'm going to kill you bandits who dare to provoke me. How dare you pull out a tiger's beard? I'll kill you. Thousands of men, thousands of guns, millions of rounds of ammunition, a dozen guns, under the hand of labor. Afraid of you? Marshal Bull took a few sharp, deep breaths. The eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 45 Tax Collection Day. Warlords' Oppression and Exploitation. Time. Streaming. A few days passed quickly, and today is the day of tax collection. Every now and then, Marshal Bull dispatches his men. Go to various parts of your territory to collect taxes and collect a variety of types of taxes. What kind of taxes are there? Commercial tax, food tax, land taxes. That's just the basics. What really makes it odd are the weird and wacky tax categories. For example, taxes on cropland, water, firewood, transportation, all sorts of miscellaneous and odd taxes. It makes the people under their rule miserable. Whenever there is a need to pay various taxes, it is the time when there is the most public discontent. Pity. No amount of seething public discontent will help because no one has a sense of resistance. With no sense of resistance, no amount of resentment will help. It's only going to piss yourself off. If there was a sense of resistance, they would have already turned against Marshal Nyo. In fact, it was mainly the common people who were virtually unarmed. No gun in hand. How to resist? Relying on a kitchen knife or a hoe to go into battle with someone else's rifle? There was no difference between that and sending them to their deaths, so they could only endure and swallow their anger. And it turned out that this endurance was for more than 10 years. Ugh. Inside a village not far from Yangjiazhuang, a peasant man was sighing at home. On the table in front of him were 2 large pieces of ocean, his savings from months of labor. What kind of money can you make simply farming and plowing a field these days? Apart from daily expenses, it is very frugal to have a few dollars of ocean left over. One might even say it's a case of belt-tightening. And nowadays, the 2 large dollars still have to be used to pay taxes. Not even sure it's enough. If it's not enough, then the family will be in deep. He's seen what happens to people who can't pay their taxes. Lighter penalties. It means that young women in the family are taken away and sold to brothels, and young men in the family are sold to landlords as loan laborers. This is actually a better punishment. At least it will save a life. Heavier triggers are even capable of killing people, and will get you shot by those in the military. All those who are soldiers and the warlords are soldiers. On weekdays, committing crimes, these guys definitely didn't do much killing. For those warlords and soldiers, it's the same as eating and drinking, and they had guns in their hands. Who dares to resist? Anyone who dared to resist would, presumably, have to be shot several times. The baby's father. Father. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside, and it was clearly the wife of the farmer's man, the child's father. Here come those big-headed soldiers of Marshal Bull. After hearing this anxious remark from his wife, the farmer's man immediately opened the door and hurriedly said, quickly take the child and go hide inside the cellar. He didn't want his kids and wife to be taken by these guys. Wait until the wife hides with the kids. Only then did the farmer's man grab the 2 large pieces of ocean sitting on the table. With great trepidation, he walked out the door. At this time, the villagers of the village had already gathered in the village square. Everyone wore a strong look of sadness, and everyone was very apprehensive. And with the sound of hooves hitting the ground came, more so, the villagers' uneasy apprehension has reached a peak state. It's the sound of a mule walking. Marshal Bull's men have arrived. Just see, a dozen or so warlord soldiers pulling a couple of mules, wearing a crooked uniform, and carrying a rifle on his back. He towed the line in a languid, lazy way. The villagers who had gathered in the village square were instantly silent at this moment. Everyone dared not say a word. All silent. A dozen heavily armed warlord soldiers quickly arrived at the center of the square. One of the warlord soldiers took a tin horn. Ahem! He coughed slightly and shouted, "Folks and folks, today is the day for taxes. Marshal Neo knows that this year's harvest in the fields has not been good, and that all of you folks are having a hard time. So, this time for the tax." Marshal Neo was merciful and specially suppressed the amount of the tax. This time each household will only have to pay 4 dayens. Listen carefully, $4 a household. After the voice of the warlord soldier with the tin horn fell, the villagers within the square couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, their faces filled with a look of disbelief. 4 pieces? A family has to turn in $4? Didn't you say that Marshal Bull was going to be merciful this time and keep the amount down? The last time we paid taxes, it was only $2 per family. What kind of depressing is this? That's jacking it up. June. Mr. Army, isn't $4 too much? Not many people in our village can afford to pay. An old man from the village said with a trembling voice. Can't afford it? The warlord soldier raised an eyebrow and sneered. I see you. Just pretend you can't afford to give it. A village farmhand gritted his teeth and said, last time it was clear that you only had to hand over 2 pieces of playing wild. Why did you pay so much this time? The warlord soldier shrugged. Well, you must be misremembering. Then, Master June, I remember the last time it was $5 of ocean. Having said that, he suddenly took down one of the rifles he was carrying and pretended to draw the bolt. Laughing coldly, he said, but don't try to be slick with me, military master. $4 a household, not a single ocean. Otherwise, watch it. It was obvious that this was already a blatant threat, which made many villagers furious. One gritted his teeth and glared at the warlord soldiers. But these warlord soldiers have guns in their hands, and they can't be killed by the eyes of these villagers. The problem is, for large dollars is really too much. They were at the limit of being able to shell out 2 or 3 large pieces of ocean for a family. $4. I'm afraid I'll have to sell some of my family's valuables to be able to afford it. But where do they peasants get anything of value? If we can't raise $4, I'm afraid that the children and the women in the family, it may be about to be taken all by these traitors of the bull marshal. This is blatant exploitation. Barely squeezed. Many of the villagers looked as if the sky was falling, feeling that what they saw before them was all gray. $4. How do I pay? Army, Master June, can you show some mercy? The oldest old man in the village. Trembling, he stepped forward to plead for mercy. 4 pieces of ocean is really too much. Our village is poor. Not many families can afford it. Mr. Army, can you lower it a bit? You old undead old thing. Do you not understand human language? A soldier boy was full of impatience, his eyes showing a vicious color. Raising his rifle to the senile old man in front of him, he directly slammed the butt of his rifle hard. Boo! The solid wood butt of the gun smashed right on top of the old man's head. Only a slight click was heard. The old man's brain unexpectedly dented a shallow crater, and he directly tumbled to the ground with a howl of pain. The head is bleeding. The body doesn't move at all. The soldier boy frowned, kicked the fallen old man, and spat disdainfully. Bad luck. It's so damn unforgiving. It's all smashed up at once. Spin. With a menacing grin, he looked ahead at the villagers who were either filled with anger or fear, and, laughing harshly, he said, see, this is what happens when you defy Marshal Neo. All of you, give me a speed bump. Hurry up and bring out the oceans. If you don't have oceans, you pay for the ***es you keep. And if you don't have ***es, you pay for the women and children in your family. If you don't have a woman or a child, show me the deed. Hear that. Chapter 46, Sudden Gunfire. The Dragon Kingdom is on the move. Uncle Wong, watching the already aged old man, smashed to the ground by a rifle but no longer moving. One of the villagers hastily exclaimed, but the next moment it was aimed at him by several guns, blackened muzzles strewn with murderous intent. It was as if a single bullet would end life if he made any more moves. This made the villager stare blankly, but he didn't dare to do anything rash, because he has not only a wife but 2 children at home. Once the backbone of your family is dead, What about the wife and 2 kids at home? These days, once you're orphaned without a husband, it would only turn out to be a lamb to the slaughter, become a plate of food in someone else's eyes. Under this kind of coercion from the warlord soldiers, the villagers were only able to grit their teeth and shell out more oceans. But the villagers who could not shell out $4 of ocean were in the majority. They were tugging at 2 large pieces of ocean in their hands. Face to face, dry eyes. They don't know what to do. Suddenly, the warlord soldiers decided that this was too inefficient. They still have to go to the next village to collect the tax. If they don't collect all the tax in one day, then when they return to the county town, absolutely no good can come of it. Marshal Nyo was not only ruthless to the people in his territory, he was also very ruthless to the people under his hand. So they took the initiative to go over and take the villagers, all the oceans in their hands. As for not having enough oceans, take something as collateral. Items, livestock, deeds, even people, all can be mortgaged. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you playing with me? I told you to pay $4 per family. You mother asterisk 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 or just give the army master me 2 pieces of ocean? The soldier boy viciously kicked a peasant man and said viciously, I remember you. I recognize you. I remember, don't you have a daughter-in-law at home? Only in her 20s, right? The soldier's face showed levity and ferocity. Since you can't afford to pay the ocean, then hand over your daughter-in-law. Let her work as a whore in a brothel for 2 years and pay off this tax. This one sentence made the farmer's man's eyes go red, a streak of blood all over them. Don't even think about it. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily at the soldier boy in front of his eyes, saying word for word, you who? The soldier boy didn't expect anyone to dare talk back to him at this point in time. Stinking mudbloods who can't afford to pay their taxes and won't let their daughters-in-law out to be prostitutes? The soldier boy raised his rifle without saying a word. It was only a drawbolt rifle, but it was adequate for killing. You mother asterisk 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 or say that again for labor? The soldier said with narrowed eyes. Don't even think about it. The peasant man, though fearful of the blackened muzzle of the gun, but the other party's actions were already touching his bottom line, and he would never allow anyone to hurt his family. Mother asterisk 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 her, brainiac, in that case, go to hell. The soldier boy's words fell. A gunshot, loud, but, to the consternation of all present, it was the sudden sound of gunfire that, it didn't come from the gun in the soldier boy's hand, but from another direction. The moment the sudden shot fell, dazedness flashed in the eyes of the originally still stern soldier boy, and he straightened up and smashed his head back on the ground. Just see, a bloody gash appeared on his forehead. Got shot in the head. 1 hit kills. The sudden change of heart startled everyone, especially the soldiers of the warlords who were busy collecting taxes. Their nerves immediately tightened, and one by one they hastily brought up their rifles. Next moment, firecracker like gunfire then followed. Again, it wasn't the guns in the hands of the warlord soldiers that made the shots. One by one, the warlord soldiers were like harvested wheat, completely unaware of what's going on, and it came crashing down. Some of it was a sudden shot in the head. Some were shot several times in the body. A blood flower bloomed, and each blood flower represented a life. Flash, a dozen or so soldiers of the warlord, who didn't even have a chance to fight back, don't even know what's going on, don't even know who the shooter was. He died on the spot. Crossbody square. This unimaginable scene made all the villagers, unable to stop their eyes from widening. What the hell? The peasant man who had been pointed at by the gun earlier sat down even more sweaty and paralyzed. He stared straight at a body in front of him. The soldier boy who was still in front of him and even tried to kill him. It's a corpse now, dead as dead can be. As all the villagers were confused and bewildered, an engine sound came from far away. Just see, a military vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom barged in down the village road. The military vehicles were loaded dragon soldiers, each with a very serious expression. Many of the villagers in the village were seeing something like an automobile for the first time. Frightened, he hurriedly made a path. After the military vehicle pulled into the square, the soldiers in the vehicle with loaded guns came out in a line. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom immediately examined the bodies on the ground. It was a slight relief to realize that they had indeed all been killed. Yes, it was the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who fired the shots from a distance earlier. They had just come over and wanted to observe first, but then they saw these warlord soldiers, trying to kill people here, and it's the innocent people who want to be killed. It made the dragon soldiers unable to resist. Straight shot, killed them all. This old man is still saved. The 2 accompanying military doctors that, immediately the old man, who had already fallen to the ground and was not moving, was lifted on top of a stretcher, and then began to take emergency rescue. The villagers looked at these loaded dragon soldiers and knew what was going on even if they were bewildered. It was these soldiers who had saved them. It was these soldiers in front of them who had shot down Marshal Bull's traitors. They could tell the difference between the Dragon Kingdom soldiers and these soldier boys, because the uniforms worn by the two sides are very different, and the two sides have different essences. Folks, there is no need for you to be alarmed. We are not under the command of Nyodashin. We are soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Our purpose is to overthrow Nyodashin's tyranny in the area and return this part of the country. A Rangoon, a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, shouting towards the panicked villagers, he said, "These oceans are all your belongings, right? Fellow villagers can come over here and claim what belongs to you. We soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom don't take a stitch from the people. Meanwhile, the future well-being of your village, all of them are placed under the shelter of our Dragon Kingdom's military. At a time when the people are at their most desperate and agitated, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom arrived like heavenly soldiers, undoubtedly with a savior-like gesture. Meanwhile, it also meant that the Dragon Kingdom's combat operations against the local warlords had completely kicked off. War. Here we go. Chapter 47, the beginning of a full-scale battle. Attack on East River County. The Dragon Kingdom's army was divided into squads, with the aim of cracking down on the tax-collecting ranks of the local warlords. Thus, the hearts and minds of the local people will be won, and a series of supportive efforts will be made for the people. Rokoku came from that path through thick and thin. No one knows the importance of the common man better than Longwa. The entire Dragon Kingdom military camp was like a war machine. The order given by Bai this time was if the lives of the people were threatened, the lives of the people could be protected unconditionally and without limitations. This means that once a warlord soldier tries to harm the people, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers are able to shoot without limit. In the face of these and modern Fey continental warlords, similar to the magic-modified version of the Republic of China warlords, the combat operations in the Dragon Kingdom are simply going well. In particular, Marshal Bull took the tax collection team and divided it into squad after squad in groups of a dozen or so. That's what gives the dragon a chance to break it down gradually. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had a large number of carriers, and their maneuverability was naturally, needless to say, can reach any location very quickly. Precision strikes against tax collection teams, after capturing, or simply shooting down, the local warlord's tax collecting team. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom then began to work on the local people, who had suffered a great deal of oppression, to guide their minds, and also give some supplies to the local people, to portray the Dragon Kingdom's military as different from the local warlords, though the people's perception cannot be changed in a day's time. But the Dragon Kingdom has plenty of time. For example, the villagers in Yangjiazhuang. Is not the concept has been changed? Just give the Dragon Kingdom a month or two. It would change most people's perceptions. Let the local people know once and for all that the Dragon Kingdom is truly different from these warlords. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are true sons and daughters. One time, the tax collection teams of the local warlords began to suffer an unprecedented blow. These devil-may-care versions of Republican warlord soldiers with only bolt-action rifles in their hands. It was simply no match for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only is the equipment backward, military literacy is also low. Sometimes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom just fire a warning shot with their guns pointed skyward. Some of the warlord soldiers were then so frightened that they hurriedly threw away their guns, then knelt down and made a standard baguette military salute. Oh no, the current era is not the later days of World War II, and the current baguette state is not to be insulted. In a word, these warlord soldiers on a regular basis, you can only bully the old people, or a wrench in the arm with other warlords of the same era. But once faced with an army unit like the Dragon Army, which is known as the #1 army unit in the world, and they're in their original form, the entire territory of Marshal Nyo was thrown into chaos, and the piercing sound of gunfire could be heard everywhere. One Longwa military vehicle after another sped past on the muddy dirt road, roll up a buttload of smoke. Meanwhile, in addition to precision strikes against the tax collection teams of warlords located in various places, the advance battalion of the Rokoku also joined the armored and helicopter gunship units, prepared to attack the county. The advance battalion was divided into two combat units. One of the combat units, along with the armored units, laid siege to East River County. The other combat unit, along with the helicopter gunship unit, laid siege to West River County. Their mission was to control the county's military strongholds, and to combat the armed forces of local warlords inside the two counties. At the same time control the interest groups of the Bull Marshal. Time. Streaming. Evening. East River County. This damn weather is damn hot, but it's still got to go on in this hole. Stay an hour before you can change shifts, said a warlord soldier guarding the short city wall of Dongha County. Muttering in annoyance, it's only logical that those tax collectors should be back by now. How come it's almost dark and not a single person has returned? A warlord soldier next to him, shrugged and returned. TCH. I'm probably having some kind of fun again. I'm so envious. While the rest of us are stuck guarding the gate. If we're talking about the gates of the Marshal's palace, that's fine. But this guarding of the gates is going to be tough. Alas, if we had connections, we would have been officers long ago. There are dozens of people in charge of the hands. Did you guys hear anything? While these soldiers of the warlords guarding the county were chatting idly. Suddenly one of the soldiers seemed to hear something. Voices? What sound? Hey, don't say it quite yet. It seems like there really is some kind of strange sound. It seems to be coming from outside the county. Quick, look over there. Suddenly, a warlord soldier pointed far ahead and shouted with a face full of shock. The gazes of the others looked, and their pupils shrunk between them all of a sudden. Suck in a breath of cold air. A face full of wonder. Just see. Far away. Rolls of smoke are sweeping in, and with a roar of engines. There were tons of tiny black dots in the middle of the smoke and dust, as if there was some huge beast hiding in it. That's the car. It's a truck. Someone shrieked and yelled. That's not one of ours. Quickly, go and report to the marshal. They could not have been more foolish to realize that something was very wrong, and that the horribly angular military vehicle that scene full of solemnity, all indicative of a bad comer. These warlord soldiers are aware that in Marshal Nyo's territory, there's another army hiding. This can't be the same army, can it? Hiss. They actually came over. How dare you take the initiative to come over to see Marshal Nyo? No, this isn't a visit to Marshal Nyo. This is coming over to beat up Marshal Bull. What kind of person looks for someone who is heavily armed and carries so many trucks? The warlord soldiers only recognized the trucks. What does the truck stand for? Carrying troops. Someone is going to attack the county. Chapter 48. Shocked Marshal Nyo. Longbo called. Marshal. Something's wrong. A soldier boy ran panting to the marshal's house, tired and out of breath, but he braced himself and shouted, Quickly let me in. I have important matters to report to the marshal. The few warlord soldiers guarding the gate of the marshal's palace looked at each other for a moment. They couldn't figure out what the big deal was that they were in such a hurry, but one of them was vaguely guessing what that man was clearly the eldest son of the old village head of Yangjiazhuang. It's also about guessing what. It was only then that he was overwhelmed in his mind. Hiss. Something big is happening so soon. Doesn't that mean that the Dragon Kingdom's army is already coming over? Sure is a strong dragon. He was very glad that he had listened to his father and chose to defect to the Dragon Kingdom, although he didn't know what country the Dragon Kingdom was. But those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. He was tempted to cut off the soldier who was trying to report the news, not letting Marshal Nyo inside the marshal's mansion know that the people from the Dragon Kingdom had arrived. But it can be more than just yourself. If he really did this, he would definitely be suspected, and then he might be finished. He could only put people in hard. The soldier boy, who was running out of breath, rushed in when he saw the door open, and then yell inside the Grand Marshal's mansion. Marshal! Bandits! The bandits are coming! The bandits have brought a lot of trucks. There were so many other cars I couldn't recognize. They're all heavily armed and they're attacking East River County. In the garden of the marshal's residence, Marshal Nyo, who was about to take a sip of tea, suddenly, he heard voices coming from outside, a shiver in his hand. The hot tea inside the tea quilt spilled directly onto his palm, scalding him with a yelp. Then he saw a soldier boy, running for his life. Marshal! Something big has happened. Marshal! The soldier boy shouted. Marshal Nyo held back his killing intent and frowned. What big deal? What bandit army? You mother *********. Can you straighten your tongue and talk? The soldier boy hurriedly straightened out his confused thoughts and told what he had seen and heard. All of it. This for a moment. It was the cow's turn to be confused. What the hell? Someone wants to attack the county? It's very likely that it's the same group of bandits that's hiding inside the Young family home, and coming with a lot of people, even trucks. This Yankee stuff? Is the visitor bad? The shock within his heart made Nyo de Shui forget even the burns on his hands. This was followed by endless anger as well as irritation. Yes, what a gang of bandits. These assholes have actually been scheming for a long time, haven't they? This kind of wolfishness has been there for a long time, right? They've been coming for the laborers in the first place, right? They've been planning this for a long time, haven't they? Marshal Nyo gritted his teeth in anger, while the laborers are collecting tax, thinking that the defenses inside the county are weak and then bringing soldiers over to attack the county? Delusional attempts to break down the county seat? Mother *********. Bastard, do you really think I, Nyo Dashin, am not made of clay? Labor's East River County is guarded by 100 men. Marshal Nyo treasures his life very much, A small East River County has a full 200 defenders. Only the 200 defenders. He divided half of them and ran to collect taxes. But there are still 100 defenders left. Meanwhile, he also had a bodyguard of 100 men, who, unlike the soldiers, it was a close guard unit that could really fight hard, with all the equipment he had bought from the foreigners, and he has a dozen mortars inside the county. There were also a large number of rifles and a large number of bullets, and a large number of grenades. Plus, Dongha County is still protected by a city wall. Such a troop strength. And the terrain. Marshal Nyo couldn't figure out just how much bear heart and leopard gall the other party had eaten before daring to come over and attack East River County. Very well. Originally, the laborers were planning to go and settle to you guys after the tax collection is over. Marshal Nyo said sinisterly. Then, since you have come to the door, we will annihilate you all in one go tonight. So what if it's a strong dragon? I'm not made of clay. Do you really think that laborers have never fought in a war if they can stand on their heels in this acreage? Incoming. Mobilize all men at once. Asterisk them up for labor. If this can kill one of the enemy troops, the laborer will reward him with a piece of ocean. If you kill an officer on the other side, labor will reward him with 5 pieces of ocean. If we kill the leader of the other side, labor made him my son-in-law. The warlords and defenders inside East River County, under the orders of Marshal Nyo one by one, was mobilized. In particular, the rewards promised by Marshal Nyo made these warlord soldiers, who were originally still a bit fearful, one by one. Their eyes were almost red between moments. $1 for killing a man, $5 for an officer. If you can slaughter the leader of the enemy army, you can even be Marshal Bull's son-in-law. Although Nyo Dishwai's daughter was not good-looking, and her body types was even more incomparably exaggerated. But, that's a son-in-law too. Flying high, fish out of water. Damn it, daring to attack our Dongha County. Those chowderheads across the street don't want to die. One of the soldiers shouted excitedly. I've been hunting before, and I'm a first-rate shot, so I'm going to make a few $dozen on this trip, for the rest of my life. Basically no worries. Look at you, Grandpa. I'm going to be the son-in-law of Marshal Nyo. From now on you'll all have to call me master. Roll your ass. Marshal Bull's son-in-law can only be me. Shut the up. Whoever dares to run away during the fight. Just don't blame the laboring officer, the inspector of war, for the bullets of this pistol in his hand. How did these guys dare to attack the county? Just with those Yankee trucks of theirs? Do they think they can storm in on a truck? One time, the warlord soldiers were beyond excited, fueled by massive rewards. They don't know what fear is, just want to get rich, kill the enemy, make a fortune. Chapter 49, Shelling East River County. The absolute crushing of modern weapons. The whole of East River County was now in a state of confusion, for when Marshal Nyo mobilized his troops, it is absolutely impossible to hide from the people in East River County. When the people saw the soldiers and ruffians, who were usually in power, swarming towards the city walls with their guns on their shoulders, I knew that the Marshal Nyo, who had been rampaging for many years, might be in trouble today. But what's a bit of a shock to the local populace is, what kind of person dares to mess with this Marshal Nyo? You have to know that Marshal Nyo is notorious for his bad temper, and once he is offended, plagiarizing his family is light. Serious cases may even have to involve 3 clans. And just what kind of character could make Marshal Nyo make such a big deal out of it? I can't believe they mobilized so many troops. I'm afraid this has mobilized all the existing troops in East River County. Something big is about to happen. Some of the more resourceful people in the county hurriedly shut the doors of their homes for good. The merchants and businessmen in the county, on the other hand, closed their doors and all of them temporarily stopped doing business. Some of the big families or large landowners in the county. Instead, he hurriedly sent someone to the marshal's house to inquire about the news. They're basically Marshal Nyo's interest group, and if anything happens to Marshal Nyo, they, the interest groups, are definitely the first to be out of luck. And when they inquired, there was a force that wanted to attack East River County. The whole thing was dumbfounded. Brains are buzzing. Someone to hit the county? Going to war? I can't. This place, East River County, is not a place to stay, at least not for the time being. When the battle between the two sides is over and they have a winner and a loser, it's not too late to look at the current situation before returning to Eastward Ho County. There were quite a few people with some family money who pondered that they would have to leave East River Town overnight. However, after they had packed most of their bags, and they got the bad news, the whole of East River County, all the exits that could go out of it's all surrounded. Even the waterways are blocked. Hiss, this is going to be a dumpling. What a horrible number of troops does the other side have? How dare they surround the entire county? I'm not afraid of spreading myself too thin. Will you accidentally pull the wool over your eyes? If there had been, at this time, a person looking down on the whole scene from among the heights, one would find a dark green Dragon State military vehicle, forming an encircling formation in the middle of the evening dusk. Every road that could leave East River County was all blocked by military vehicles. For every military truck, there were a dozen or so Dragon Kingdom soldiers crammed inside. Each of them all had very serious expressions. Everyone was armed to the teeth, so to speak. A wide variety of light and heavy weapons are available. It is necessary to be armed to the teeth. After all, Dragon's rival on the blue planet, Pretty Country, had once, through a moment of carelessness, it flipped over on the FEI side and crashed the then very advanced Black Hawk helicopter gunship. A dozen Pretty Country soldiers were also killed and as many as 70 wounded. That's one of the rare times Pretty Country wants to do good. In the eyes of the world, it turned out to be an accident and just flipped over. You know that's a backward warlord on the FEI side. It was still only 1993. The Pretty Country was still truly number one in the world during that period. So, the Dragon Kingdom must never make the same mistake as the Pretty Kingdom. Even hitting a mosquito requires an anti-aircraft gun, because every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom is not to be lost. Losing one is an unacceptable casualty. Major, have blocked off all entrances and exits in East River County, even the waterways. We've also sent in men on both sides of the river, setting up 4 heavy machine guns to give a complete blockade. Please, Major, give us your next instructions. An officer trotted up to Bai Yi and opened his mouth with a military salute. Bai Yi was holding a telescope and looking ahead at Donghua County. East River County. There is a short wall. The height of the wall is probably just that, more than 3 meters to about 4 meters. He could see above the walls the soldiers of the warlords standing. He could even see the excited expressions of the warlord soldiers. Bai Yi lowered the binoculars and looked again at the sun that was about to set. He spoke. Go and tell them to open the county gates and surrender. After a slight pause, he continued. If, on the other hand, they choose to resist to the bitter end, there would be no need to worry about anything. Just blast this piece of wall down and give them the greatest forceful deterrent. Rites of passage. This is what the Dragon Kingdom has always done. As this order from Bai Yi was passed down, someone on the side of the Dragon Kingdom immediately go under the walls and persuade them to surrender. Of course, in order to ensure the safety of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it was a direct drive in an armored car. The incomparably thick armor of the armored car was strong enough to withstand enemy bullets. The persuasive voices of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom also came out from the amplified speakers of the armored vehicles. The loud sound coming out of the megaphone took the men on the walls by surprise. Brothers of the garrison in East River County, there is absolutely no need for you to work for a warlord head like Nyodashin. You treat him as a human being, but does he treat you as human beings? If you choose to open the walls and surrender, and we will not use forceful measures against you, brothers of the garrison, you have no need to sell your lives for the likes of Nyodashin. Is he worth your lives? The news that the Dragon countryside had come over to persuade them to surrender quickly reached Marshal Nyo's ears. Exasperated, this Marshal Nyo's eyes glowed red. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but burst into a rage. Not only did this group of want to attack Donghua County, you want me to surrender without resistance? In bull, who dares to believe their words and open the gates? I'll kill his whole family. And are all of you mother heirs losers? That bunch of yes came over here to persuade me to surrender. You won't shoot? What the do you think this is? Ancient times, when two countries fight without killing their envoys? Give the laborers a shot at their positions. Tell them, you want me to surrender? Bull ********. Don't be delusional here. Marshal Nyo felt humiliated, and though he had sent most of his troops to collect taxes, but inside East River County, there are still a full 100 troops of their own, together with his own 100-strong close-guard force. That adds up to over 1,100 people, and he or she has the advantage of the ground, fighting against a wall, plus it's almost nightfall. A siege battle was already an advantage for the side defending the city, and if you fought a siege battle on a big night, then the advantage for the side defending the city was even greater. Timeless, Ground Lee, people and all three were on his side, Nyodashin's side. What reason did he have to surrender? What makes one surrender? After Marshal Nyo's orders had been communicated, the warlord's defenders on the walls of the city all knew that their own marshal's desire to fight was unshakable. Instead of alarming these warlord soldiers, it made them even more excited, because they remembered Marshal Nyo promising them a reward after the war, promotion and wealth. Flying yellow. These 8 words washed away their fear of war as well as death. One by one, the drawbolt rifles in their hands were raised with gusto to the positions of the Dragon Kingdom in the distance. Shots fired. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots like firecrackers rang out in rapid succession. Shot after shot tore through the air and flew straight ahead. Not to mention whether or not this wave of flurry could hit anyone, but at least it was able to pull up the sound. In the meantime, Longhua position. listening to round after round, whizzing past overhead. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were a little nervous, but only a little, because they found those warlord defenders on the city walls. It was completely random shooting, and they even suspected that the other party might not even be able to aim at all. This bullet is going nowhere. Most of them hit the sky, I think, and with the active fire of these warlord soldiers, already on the side of the dragon, consider provocations and threats. The Dragon Kingdom had already given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. It even opened fire on the dragon position. This is unacceptable. It is also unforgivable. By this time the sun had fully set, and the darkness of night had descended upon the land. Swallowed up the last glimmer of brightness in the sky, and it was in the meantime between that time and the time when artillery after artillery had been set up in the positions of the dark barrels of the guns had been aimed at the walls of East River County. That big barrel after big barrel is full of killing machines. The air was filled with the faint odor of motor oil. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were given the order that they were free to counterattack. They immediately began loading the guns with ammunition. Then calibrate the orientation of the barrage. Poor is tactically interspersed. Rich then gives labor a bomb. Obviously, the present-day Dragon Kingdom had long since ceased to be the same Dragon Kingdom of the past. The equipment of today's Dragon Army can already be described as surplus. As it is, then blow it up. Warlord soldiers' intransigence will eventually take its toll. Boo! 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 In this not particularly dark night, the deafening sound of artillery after artillery in the position of the gun's hull was trembling heavily, and even shook out a ring of shockwaves hardly visible to the naked eye, raising all the sand and gravel on the ground high. It made the ground beneath his feet shake slightly. Following, a shell then whizzed out along the track, ripped the air, make a sharp noise. What's that noise? On the walls of East River County, a warlord soldier, who was clumsily loading a bullet, looked up in a bit of confusion as if he heard something strange. He vaguely seemed to see something that was flying this way. What's that? Thoughts flashed through his mind, just for a split second. This moment is simply not enough to react. Next moment, a shell landed precisely on a corner of the East River County wall. Boom! The violent roar almost deafens one's eardrums. A powerful and terrifying impact tore through everything. All the defenders on the city walls only felt their brains dazed, and an exaggerated vibration came from the soles of their feet. Some even fell straight to the ground by accident. More than that, there were quite a few warlord soldiers staring daggers at the corner of the city wall. A huge gaping hole has been blown there. That piece of the wall had even half collapsed. All of the people who had been standing around there had all disappeared. Perhaps it had been torn to pieces by the shells, or perhaps buried in the rubble. Anyway, the man is gone. Cannon! It's a cannon! It's a cannon! Among these warlord soldiers, a number of them are veterans who have fought before. These veterans immediately reacted and hastily hissed at the top of their voices. The enemy has artillery. There's a gun. But, late, an assortment of artillery shells crashed down all over the place in the direction where the city walls were located. The shells sliced through the air with a shrill whistling sound that was like a trumpet of death. It made every warlord soldier, all scalp numb, all cold sweat. Boom, boom, boom. The walls of East River County seemed to be transformed into a giant artillery target. Almost every shell landed on the walls with unerring accuracy. The defenders on the walls didn't even have a chance to react. All they could do was watch the shells fall, and they had no means of countering them. Shoo! A grenade landed right in the center of the wall. This is where the largest number of defenders are. Boom! Yet the defenders standing here didn't even have the chance to react to that. A wave of heat was felt, followed by a wave of destructive power. There was no way that the human body would be able to withstand the power of such a shell. Flesh and blood are flying. Broken limbs all over the place. Mother! Mother! As luck would have it, the surviving soldiers of the warlord, under the bombardment of artillery fire, crying like a mother and father trying to get out of this place of wrongdoing, with no thoughts of flying high in his head anymore. The smoke was thick as well as the soot that filled the sky, and the shells that were ready to fall around them, and all sorts of deafening booms around it. It destroys their will all the time. These warlord soldiers, already poor in military literacy, have little will to speak of. And now, they've been even worse. How can there be so many cannons? And all of them are heavy cannons. This kind of heavy artillery can only be owned by the kind of warlords who have tens of thousands of soldiers, right? A warlord veteran had been completely stunned, his ears buzzing, gray-headed, his whole body was frozen. It was because he was a veteran of the war that he knew that an army with so many artillery pieces that, just what kind of horrible existence is it? Not to mention the fact that all of the other side's guns were heavy. How is that possible? How is that possible? Suddenly, he heard a very sharp whistling sound, which caused his slightly dumbfounded expression to change instantly. Not good. It was just a pity that he couldn't have been faster than the speed of the shells coming in. A shell landed 10 meters in front of him. Boom! 10 meters is not a safe distance at all. This warlord veteran couldn't even scream in time. The whole thing looked like a ragbag that. It was lifted backward and flew out, landing heavily several meters away from the back. His eyes were glazed over, bloodshot and filled with a look of fear. Blood from his nostrils, ears, mouth, slowly flow out in these places, twitching. There's no more life. The whole city wall is in a mess at this point. Every warlord soldier cried out and looked around for cover, but they soon realized that the cover they found was no. When the shells come down, even the bunkers, they just blow you flat. This is even more frightening as they scurry around. Some of the warlord soldiers even leapt right off the top of the 4-meter-high wall, not caring if his leg was limping. He limped around trying to get out of the place. The weapons in their hands had been thrown away. There was nothing but horror in their eyes. There was nothing but fear on their faces. What a ocean! What a son-in-law! Which is not as important as a little life. Mother! They have so many guns. Dozens of them at least. No! Hundreds of guns at least. Run! Some people tore their hearts out and cried out in pain. Grandpa June! Stop fighting! Don't open fire! We surrender! We surrender! Someone clutched his broken arm and screamed in agony and despair. Labor's hand! Somebody help the laborer. Asterisk 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 you know de shui. Labor Day your mother. The shells are coming. The shells are coming again. Blessed be the Buddha. On the walls were all sorts of shrieks and screams, but they were all muffled by the sounds of the roaring artillery. It's a modern weapon. A strong crush for the magically altered version of the ROC. Tonight, cannonballing East River County. Chapter 50 Beheading Operation. The Revenge of the Nightly Ghost Jiaoqingi. That continuous barrage of shell explosions in East River County. Almost half the county was able to hear it. Not to mention Marshal Niu who resided inside the marshal's mansion. The expression on Niu de Shui's face at this time had changed for an unknown number of times. From the faint sound of the guns he could hear. It's definitely the other side's artillery. Because he didn't have that many artillery pieces in his hands. He just had a dozen mortars in his hands. The dozen or so mortars still took him a lot of effort to get them. Damn! Marshal Niu took steps back and forth inside the marshal's mansion. His face was full of annoyance. One could even make out the hint of an uneasy expression. What kind of a scene a flurry of fire from so many artillery pieces would be, he knew very well. What is happening now is all beyond expectation. He thought the other side was just a group of more powerful bandits, but he didn't expect his opponent to be overly powerful. With the loser soldier boys under your own hands, are you sure you can carry this kind of offense? Marshal Bull wasn't sure. At this moment he had no confidence left, except for the angst. It's just disturbing. Where in the world did this bunch of damn bandits get so many artillery pieces from? Which men are they? None of the other warlords in the neighborhood are this fierce. Even if all the other warlords in the neighborhood were combined, couldn't get together that much artillery either. Marshal Niu's forehead had already overflowed with cold sweat at some point. He was curious to know how the battle was going on the other side of the walls, but the battle had lasted so far without anyone running back to give him the news. There have actually been telephones for a long time these days, but Marshal Niu had held the phone for so long without anyone contacting him. He was concerned about the state of the battle on the other side of the wall. Right now it's a washout, so to speak, totally grasping at straws. He was only able to listen to the exaggerated movement over there and guess what kind of a picture it was. Of course, those images that Niu de Shui guessed to brainstorm were actually not optimistic. The enemy had artillery in such large numbers. How can you be optimistic? He was even tempted, personally, to run over there and see what was going on. But the strong desire to survive made him not even dare to go out of the door of the marshal's house. He's afraid that once he's out the door, and then, out of nowhere, a shell fell from the sky. Then he was gone. Phew! Calm down. Niu de Shui forced himself to calm down a bit and, he was now protected by over 100 guards at the marshal's mansion, and he felt that he was still relatively safe now. But what if the battle is lost on the other side of the wall and the enemy is allowed to break into the county? Is it possible to fight a large number of enemy troops with a guard of more than 100 men? You'll be caught in a trap. He knew he was underestimating his opponent. After all, who could think that? It was amazing that a bandit army hiding in the countryside would have such horrible equipment and so many artillery pieces. In hell! Why is this group of so good? Why are they hiding so much tightly? Could it be a setup for him? Niu Dashan? Let him think that his opponent is not strong and then take the initiative to attack him. Then the other side has an excuse to send troops? Cam! Marshal Niu was now speculating in his mind with the worst ideas about the actions of the Dragon Kingdom. He thinks it's all a conspiracy. That's right, it's the conspiracy. Come on man. Marshal Bull called for one of his guards, took a deep, grim breath, and, opening his mouth, he commanded, "You go over there and poke around to see what's going on over the city walls. then come back and report to me. All of these guards of his were hand-picked by him to be the most loyal. The guard nodded decisively without much hesitation. Marshal. Watching this one guard leave, instead of having any comfort, Nyo Dashai is getting more and more restless. He always had a bad feeling about it. And this premonition, it's getting more and more prevalent. What he doesn't realize is that a decapitation operation against him. It unfolded before the battle broke out on the other side of the wall. This battle first action plan. It was formulated a week before. There were 13 people involved in the decapitation operation, 12 of whom were Dragon Kingdom Special Forces. The other person was Bai Yi. Yes, Bai Yi was also involved in this beheading operation against Marshal Nyo, because he had promised Zhao Qingyi's request for her to kill Marshal Nyo with her own hands. And inside the entire military camp, he was the only one who was able to suppress Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost. So, he has to be present, just in case Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, would get out of control and would carry out indiscriminate victimization. Nowadays, the Special Operations Team for Operation Decapitation has long since infiltrated East River County. It has even taken over all the favorable spots near the Grand Marshal's house. Meanwhile, a secret blockade has been placed on the Marshal's residence. As soon as someone leaves the Marshal's house, then it will be attacked. The guard that Marshal Nyo had sent out had just left the Marshal's mansion on a high horse. Just as he rode his horse and turned inside an alley, suddenly in the darkness of the night, there was the sound of very soft gunfire. It was the sound of gunfire from a gun fitted with a silencer. Although silencers don't completely muffle the sound of firearms, but there's a lot of gunfire out there. I'm afraid that this slight sound of gunfire would be taken for artillery fire inside East River County. A bullet came from nowhere and hit the guard in the head. It made it fall right off the horse without a word. Killed on the spot. The person who fired the gun was clearly Linley, the leader of the Special Operations Squad. After killing the Marshal's guard, Linley, he gave a few tactical gestures to the rest of his teammates in the darkness. The other Special Forces members immediately understood and began to try to feel their way into the Grand Marshal's mansion. The Marshal's house in Oxon Hill is very large. There's no way that his over 100 guards could have been able to scout all the locations that, not to mention the fact that these guards' nighttime reconnaissance methods are, to say the least, very poor. The Special Ops team and others made light work of it, finding several unguarded dead ends. The whirlwind entered the Grand Marshal's house one after another. Fully armed, Bai Yi was carrying a rifle, and the equipment on his body alone weighed dozens of pounds. But to him whose physique had been strengthened, this weight was completely trivial. His movements were very sharp and swift. Behind Bai Yi, there were 3 other Special Forces soldiers from the Special Operations Squad following him, always helping Bai Yi to observe places he can't, and also keeping Bai Yi safe. The group of 13 was divided into 4 teams, from 4 different places, pouring into the interior of the Grand Marshal's house. Bai Yi was very familiar with the terrain inside the Grand Marshal's mansion. That was because of the topographical information given to them by their inside man in the Marshal's house, the eldest son of the old village head of Yangjiazhuang. Through the terrain intelligence, Bai Yi had simulated several decapitation maneuvers over the course of these days. He already knew the topography as well as the structure of the interior of the Grand Marshal's palace by heart. After bypassing the large number of guards on alert, Bai Yi touched the core area of the Grand Marshal's mansion. The number of warlord guards here is becoming more and more numerous, and the stations of these warlord guards began to become denser and denser. This caused Bai Yi's brows to furrow slightly. In this situation, wanting to directly behead Marshal Nyo without alerting a single person, it is absolutely impossible. If he hadn't promised Zhao Qingyi, Bai Yi would have been perfectly fine with a long-range, direct cannonball that finish off Marshal Bull. How convenient that would be. Major, it's hard enough to sneak any deeper, trying to get close enough to that Bullard's Hill. We may have to resort to force. Bai Yi's earpiece heard Linley's whisper. Bai Yi raised his rifle and gave a hand signal to the 3 behind him, then whispered, "Strong attack." The words fell. His index finger snapped gently. First shot, hit the ground running. Bang! A guard inside the Marshal's mansion, who was patrolling with a gun, suddenly sprayed a cloud of blood from the back of his head. The whole person directly fell to the ground without any signs. The shot, though silenced quite a bit by the silencer, was unfortunately heard. The guards at the Marshal's residence immediately tensed up. They especially knew what it meant when they saw one of their companions fall to the ground. There are assassins. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quickly, protect the Marshal. Where are the assassins? For a moment, as the guards of the Grand Marshal's house were in confusion, several of the other ops teams immediately seized the opportunity to turn their guns on these nervous guards and didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. For a while, the Marshal's mansion was filled with gunshots, frightening the maids and servants in the mansion into shivering. The maids and servants in the mansion, hiding in the compartment door, did not dare to come out, fear of being hit by a stray bullet. As for Marshal Nyo, who was one of the main hosts, His entire body was even given a shiver. At this time, Marshal Nyo was inside a house in the marshal's mansion. His scalp went numb the moment he heard the shot and he hurriedly picked up the pistol that was sitting on the table. Immediately afterward he heard a succession of gunshots. The roars of anger, panic, and screams of the guards outside were heard. Marshal Nyo couldn't help but overflow with cold sweat. Tay mother asterisk heirs. How did they fight their way in so fast? How is that possible? Even if it came in a car, it has to be open for a while too, right? Asterisk. This group of bandit army. Damn it, are they trying to kill everyone? Just as he was cursing, a stray bullet flew into the house abruptly. It struck above the wall of the house, hit a crater. Frightened, Nyo Dishwai hurriedly lowered his head down, his back wet with sweat. This moment, he experienced a near-death experience. He truly felt what it meant to be afraid. Such emotions, he had only felt it a few years ago. The interval between the roar of the cannon over the ramparts, and the sudden attack on the marshal's house. It's only 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes to kill in? What a joke! Suddenly, the door of the house was forced open and, just when Marshal Nyo's heart almost stopped beating, he heard a very anxious voice, "Marshal, quickly follow us. This is not a place to stay for long. The other side has too much firepower. They even have a couple of machine guns." Only a few guards with very wretched appearance were seen running inside the house in a great hurry. Seeing the intruder turned out to be his own guard, but instead of breathing a sigh of relief, Marshal Nyo was almost furious, nearly didn't pass out from the anger. He directly cursed, "What the are you guys running in here for? Aren't you telling them that labor is inside this house right now?" No sooner had his words fallen than he glimpsed, out of the corner of his eye, an object being thrown in. What the hell is this? The thought had just flashed through Nyo Dishwai's mind. Suddenly, a blinding light was suddenly lit up, followed by enough light to make the eardrums feel the sound of sharp pain. Nyo Dishwai's eyes were violently painful, and the eardrums of both ears were pinpricked with sharp pain. He instinctively closed his eyes and covered his ears, and there was a scream. Meanwhile, a strong sense of vertigo rushed to his brain, making him feel heavenly for a moment. It was as if the whole person had lost all perception except for pain. The pistol in his hand was thrown away somewhere, and several of the guards inside the house were in the same miserable state. The item that was thrown in was clearly a powerful shock bomb. Shock bomb ripples in a confined space. That must have been a very painful feeling. Very unpleasant. Bang! 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 A figure burrowed in with it, and with a few precise point-blank shots from the rifle in his hand, very accurately hitting several guards in the head before setting his sights on a plump figure. Is it him? Bai had no expression and took out a pair of red embroidered shoes. Yes. Suddenly, a voice filled with endless resentment resounded within the room. It was also at this time that the temperature of the entire house seemed to drop several degrees. "At your disposal." Bai nodded and gently put down the red embroidered shoes. The temperature inside the house began to get colder and colder. An exceedingly dense yin aura filled the surroundings. Even as the yin aura loomed over it all has the immediacy of being transformed into substance. The house unexpectedly floated up curls of white mist, which was the yin chi that had already materialized. It made for very chilly temperatures. Creepy. It was with great difficulty that Marshal Bull recovered a little from the effects of the shock bomb. He mentally wiped his sore eyes hard and struggled to get up from the ground. Mother asterisk. What the is this? Almost blinded me. The brain is still buzzing, like a cannonball blew up next to it. He rubbed his eyes as hard as he could, forcing back the pain in his eardrums and the vertigo in both his head. Suddenly it didn't feel quite right. How did it get so much colder? Nyo Dishwai struggled to open his eyes, which had reached a blood-red color, and there were constant tears. However, just the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a silhouette in a bright red costume. The silhouette was very blurry, but it's familiar. This is? Hiss. Nyo Dishwai. However, the whole person instantly sobered up, and goosebumps rose. A thrilling sense of dread surged through him. He sucked in a sharp breath. Cold sweat. Scalp numbness. Zhao Qingyi. Zhao Qingyi is a female ghost that Marshal Nyo, in his entire life, will never forget. Because he had seen such a female ghost in his life, and this female ghost once tried to claim his life. It made him afraid to live inside the marshal's mansion for a good half year. Marshal Nyo's tone was filled with fear and trembling, no longer as awesome as it used to be. Weren't you taken in by that Taoist priest? Marshal Nyo secretly swallowed his saliva and, his voice was shaking. How did you come back again? Nyo Dakai. Zhao Qingyi's figure had been revealed and, the red costume on her body looked incredibly vibrant in this moment. It's like it's red with blood. Do you remember me? Do you remember how you killed us? Father and daughter? Zhao Qingyi's voice carried endless resentment as she stretched out her hand, which was paler than white paper. The monstrous grievances kept mixing and gluing with each other with the yin chi. It made Niu de Shui's three tops of young fire shaky, and also made Niu de Shui feel like falling into an ice cellar. Out of the blue, he felt a warmth coming from the Buddha medallion hanging around his neck, but the warmth didn't last a second. It just disappeared. It was because the Buddhist medal on his neck was directly yanked off by Bai Yi. Also between this same time, Zhao Qingyi stretched out her sickly pale hands and strangled Niu de Shui's neck. The touch on his neck that was comparable to cold ice even made Niu de Shui's face tremble. It was shaking all over. The crotch was wet. Urine dripped down on top of the floor and the choking sensation made him stare in death. He danced around with his hands, constantly trying to struggle, but the huge force coming from his neck left him with no way to struggle away. His face was suffocating red, hair green, purple, trying hard to breathe and not being able to breathe at all. The feeling of approaching death made his heart despair, and endless remorse flashed through his mind. Ka chow. A crisp sound rang out. Marshal Niu's bloodshot eyes glared. The body went soft, straight up paralyzed. It was also at this moment that Zhao Qingyi's body's yin qi began to diffuse crazily. The bright red costume was starting to get even redder. A weird kind of red. The temperature inside the room was still persistently dropping, and the kind of gloomy aura that Zhao Qingyi had on. In the knuckleheads. Phew. Zhao Qingyi, however, forced herself to stabilize her sanity at this very critical moment. She let go of her hand. Marshal Niu's body collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. She turned back, looking towards Bai Yi, who had a calm face in front of her. Her five senses finally emerged from her face. The look on his face was one of gratitude. There is also rapture. There is more liberation. That dense resentment began to dissipate and melt like spring snow. In place of, it's pure yin. Many thanks, Mr. Bai. My daughter, Zhao Qingyi, hereby makes a vow to become Mr. Bai's ghost servant. If my daughter has any thoughts of disobeying Mr. Bai, she will be punished by 5 thunderbolts. Her eyes were very clear. It was also very decisive. Bai Yi glanced at the body of the ox marshal, then at the 5 senses that had been even in front of him. All were able to manifest. Zhao Qingyi nodded. He trusted Zhao Qingyi, because Zhao Qingyi was able to maintain her sanity nowadays. It meant that she hadn't been affected by the grievances. After killing Marshal Niu, the resentment in her body, it's even decaying at breakneck speed. He said into his headset, decapitation successful, operation over, retreat. The words fell. The sound of gunfire from the special operations team outside was suddenly a few points more violent than before. Scared those guards outside so much that they couldn't raise their heads, achieving suppression of fire. One of the special forces soldiers was still hiding inside the corner, operating a small drone. The drone jerked in the direction of the largest number of guards. Then one end exploded in the air. Boom! Countless deadly broken pieces shot out in all directions. I don't know how many guards fell in this wave of explosions, and the special operations team immediately took advantage of the deterrent caused by the explosion. The others immediately came over to meet Bai Yi. Take advantage of the drone explosion. The crowd quickly withdrew. Not into the darkness. Negative. Chapter 51 Ghost Servant. Red-clothed night ghost Zhao Qingyi. Coming from the modern era of special operations, Operation Warhead is simply a fish out of water in this day and age. With these, simply flunked guards inside the marshal's mansion, there was absolutely no way to be able to stop the Dragon Special Forces. Actually, Special Forces behind enemy lines combat decapitation. If you run into a close guard of over 100 people in modern times, then it is expected that this beheading can only be declared a failure. After all, there are only a dozen or so special forces, and even the strongest of them can't do anything about it. Beat over 100 people. Because this is reality, not a movie. If a dozen special forces soldiers could beat 100 plus modern soldiers in a head-to-head fight, then why the beheadings? Why are there still assassinations behind enemy lines? But these warlord soldiers on the opposite side of the magic-modified republic are nothing compared to the current army. Let the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom experience a kind of what is called one step to kill a man, the feeling of 1,000 miles. Not only did they infiltrate the marshal's palace, they even fronted up to these guards, rely on the great firepower of modern weapons, beat up more than 100 marshal's guards across the street, so much so that they didn't dare to raise their heads. After the guards finally dared to raise their heads, a little, Bai Yi and the others had already left a long time ago, because the beheading has been successful. Combat is over. The local warlord leader, Marshal Niu, announced this night that his life had reached its end. That's what he deserved to die for. If he'd been kinder to the people, if he hadn't killed Zhao Qingyi's family, if she hadn't been a deadbeat and tried to take on the dragon's army, then he doesn't have to die at all. There might even be a chance to be able to work with. From the blue planet, the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, no ifs. The guards in the marshal's house, after realizing that the mysterious enemy had disappeared into thin air, were One or two of them couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, all of them sweating as if they were deflated, and felt a heartbreak like no other, because they don't know how many people died in this battle. All that lay on the ground were the bodies of the marshal's guards. At the same time there were also people who had fallen down injured and were on the ground, constantly howling and begging for help. There are 150 guards in the entire Grand Marshal's house. Now there are actually only 89 people left. Fully 61 people were either killed on the spot or lay on the ground constantly howling in pain. It was frightening to watch. It's numbing to watch. Why are these guys suddenly gone? Is it because they're running out of ammo, and then evacuated? A small captain in the guards of the marshal's residence touched the dust on his face as if he had a heart attack. He was almost caught in the blast from the drone just now. That wave of explosions directly killed and injured more than 20 people, enough to see how terrifying the power was. It was as if a shell from a heavy gun had landed inside the marshal's house. In this case, what a blessing it should be to get a little life back. Right. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, the expression of this squad leader suddenly changed. Marshal, he reacted now. This mysterious person suddenly attacked the marshal's house. What is their purpose? That must be Marshal Nyo. And now this mysterious group of people has, suddenly, inexplicably withdrawn. Hiss. Does it mean, you don't think so? You don't think so? This small captain of the guards of the Grand Marshal's residence, while palpitating, did not care about the wounded who were still howling miserably on the ground. He hurriedly ran inside the house where, before, Marshal Bull had stayed, but as soon as he walked in, he smelled blood, such that his heart sank slightly. Following, he then saw several guards on the ground no longer moving. The guards had been turned into several corpses. They all have a bloody hole in their forehead, too dead to die. After seeing this scene in front of him, this squad leader's cold sweat came out. His gaze kept searching within the house, and then he saw a familiar figure. Nyo Deshuai's size was just too noticeable, and it was very difficult not to notice him. Look STH. The young captain's heart nearly stopped beating, because he saw that Nyo Dashai had fallen to the ground, his face looking very blue. A pair of bloodshot eyes, glazed over. Shock and fear were written all over his eyes. Desperation was all over his face. That expression all but froze, and on his neck, there was a very visible pinch mark. Marshal! The small captain of the guards at the marshal's palace rushed over, wanting to check it out. Results of this view. He's stupid, clueless. It was because he realized that Nyo Da-swa, who had collapsed on the ground, was completely lifeless. Breathing is gone. The heart has stopped beating. Pulse is gone. Hiss. The bull. Dead. In the meantime, outside, after Zhao Qingyi swore to become Bai Yi's ghost servant, when Bai Yi touched the pair of red embroidered shoes again, he then could no longer feel the slightest hint of a grim aura, as if it were a pair of ordinary red embroidered shoes. If he hadn't still been able to hear Zhao Qingyi's voice, he would have thought that the red embroidered shoes had been switched. Bai Yi was evacuating Dongha County while communicating with Zhao Qingyi. Has the resentment in you been pretty much eliminated? The issue that Bai Yi was most concerned about was still Zhao Qingyi's kind of monstrous resentment, because Zhao Qingyi was the reason why her reason would be suppressed by her grievances due to her excessive grievances. Zhao Qingyi's distinctive voice rang out. Mr. Bai, since just now, the grievances in my daughter's body have pretty much dissipated after she avenged her father's murder by killing him with her bare hands. If there are no accidents, it will be difficult for the little woman, in the future, to be affected by resentment. It's unlikely that the grievances of a stern ghost will be completely eliminated. It is also unrealistic, but there was still hope in being able to keep a stern ghost sane for a long time. A night ghost who can keep his sanity. For the Dragon Kingdom, great use. Those members of the Special Operations Squad next to Bai Yi watched as Bai Yi communicated with Zhao Qingyi. It felt that tiny little bit ridiculous, for they saw that Bai Yi was communicating with the air, but the voice of the woman who remembered they were also told that Zhao Qingyi, a stern ghost, was real, didn't realize they were actually able to participate in combat operations one day, with a stern ghost, together. The feeling. It's weird. Chapter 52, Fractured and Disintegrated. Kill the East River County. With the beheading declared a success and over, coupled with the crowded mansion of the marshal, it was not long before the news that Marshal Nyo had been killed by the mysterious man spread throughout the marshal's mansion. The news, to everyone's great shock, the most unacceptable ones are those relatives of Marshal Nyo, especially those of his concubines and children. All of Marshal Bull's relatives reside in the marshal's mansion. The sound of that fierce engagement just now made them all hide in their rooms, not daring to come out. It wasn't until after they started getting news of Marshal Bull's death. The whole lot of them are stupid. Weekday. The dozen or so concubines taken by Marshal Nyo, and the 5 or 6 children born to him. In the East River County, this place that can be described as every day to show off their power. So powerful. When you go out, you have to be addressed as Mrs. Young Master or Miss. It was all down to the fact that they were relatives of Marshal Bull. But, now, the death of Marshal Bull has been confirmed. The entire backbone of the Marshal's house is gone, and the guards are dead and wounded. So that means, they're about to turn into a phoenix of fallen feathers. Future, probably not as good as chickens. This caused despair to rise in the hearts of many people. At this time, even if they wanted to pack up their belongings and leave Donghua County as a place of wrongdoing, they couldn't leave, because the entire East River County had been completely blocked off by the Dragon Kingdom's army. All roads that could go out of the county were all controlled by the Dragon Kingdom's army. Under the circumstances, if they had wanted to be allowed to pack up their belongings and scatter in all directions as quickly as the birds of the forest, then estimate, it will definitely be stopped by the dragon's army. When the time comes, they'll be prisoners and will be arrested. What on earth would happen if you were captured by the men of the army that killed Marshal Bull? They dare not imagine. That's why they are in despair. One by one, it was as if they were headless flies, not knowing what to do. If Marshal Nyo died a normal death, they, the relatives, must be trying to make a scene now, how to divide the family fortune. But, Marshal Bull was killed, and their relatives are also in a very insecure situation. One or two are now in a state of shock. I was afraid that those who had killed Marshal Nyo would suddenly turn back again. All of them shivered. All prayed in their hearts, mentioned that he would not be as unlucky in blood as Marshal Nyo. Yes, even the relatives feel the same way. Suffice to say that, how weak is the so-called kinship between these people of theirs? I am afraid that all these so-called affection is based on material things. Perhaps it is also based on so-called status. The people who could provide them with material goods and status are now gone. This fragile intimacy, natural collapse, natural disintegration, and at this point, over by the walls of East River County, the kind of lopsided fighting that, it doesn't last long at all. In fact, during the first round of shelling, these warlord defenders collapsed. The reason why the shelling lasted so long was because it was going to take out the entire wall. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's artillery units finally came to a halt. The entire wall of Donghua County is filled with smoke, spreading all over the sky. The most unbelievable thing is, walls of East River County, it's been leveled. The warlord defenders have long since disintegrated and collapsed, and there's no way that being able to organize a decent resistance, or even the slightest idea of resistance at all. The Dragon Kingdom was already starting to unleash the final total, with 10 military armored vehicles driving ahead. Behind it was a military vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom that began to move in along with the armored vehicle. There was also a heavily armed Dragon Kingdom soldier. It's also following the advance. They entered East River County as if they were entering no man's land. There was no one to stop them. Armored vehicle after armored vehicle, and military trucks. And so it was safe and sound into East River County. Spin. One by one, the heavily armed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to occupy various favorable terrains. Be prepared to have to fight an alley fight. But, they soon realized that their behavior as such seemed redundant, because they didn't encounter any alley attacks. All the defenders threw out the warlord. All of them were scared out of their wits by the roaring artillery. The vast majority of the defenders died under the bombardment of artillery fire, and a few that survived. Early on, he had been scared out of his wits. How dare you attack? The sound of artillery fire, as well as gunfire, in East River County finally ceased at this moment. East River County seemed unusually quiet at night. Just the smell of blood in the air and that smell of smoke told everyone about the gruesome battle that had just taken place. Of course, the so-called gruesomeness is only for the soldiers of the local warlords. For the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it's crushing war. It was lopsided throughout. The most unbelievable thing is that all the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who attacked Donghua County were just one or two people that, for while advancing, he fell to the ground accidentally and suffered a slight abrasion. No one else suffered any casualties, with a staggering 0% battle damage rate. That's if it's placed on top of a modern-day Blue Star. It's just unimaginable, for the enemy army numbered in the thousands. Unfortunately, this is a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. The Dragon Army is not encountering any modernized army. Rather, they are magically altered versions of the local warlords of the Republican realm who are poorly equipped and militarily illiterate. The fighting ability of the soldiers of these local warlords is no better than that of bandits. At best, the equipment is, well, slightly better than the bandits. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had killed their way into Donghua County had not been idle. They were not attacked in any way. Start working on controlling and arresting those interest group forces of Marshal Nyo. It was one of their missions this time. Chapter 53, The Dragons Have No Heads. What are you doing? Everyone in the interest groups associated with Marshal Bull throughout East River County, at this moment are like a headless fly as anxious. They simply do not know what they should do now. I also wonder which asshole's mouth hasn't been sealed tight lately. Spread the news of Marshal Lu's death throughout the county. This would have been well, shocking enough news for everyone in East River County. After this news reached the ears of the people, it was even spread throughout the entire East River County at a speed so fast that it was mind-boggling. And the people inside Marshal Bull's interest group, they had more sources and knew about it more quickly. They are the most panicked and the most bewildered. Inside the interest group associated with Marshal Nyo, everyone is dependent on Marshal Nyo. They relied on some of the power facilities given to them by Marshal Bull, make a big fortune inside this acreage. Of course, the reason they were able to get the facilities provided by Marshal Bull, naturally, it's because they bribed Marshal Bull, or to give that Marshal of the Bull, a sufficiently large amount of protection money. They have been tied to the interests of Marshal Bull. It's almost to a state of, all for one and one for all. Nowadays, something happened to Marshal Nyo. They people are definitely the first ones to have their interests jeopardized, but there are also those who are a little more resourceful, and hasten to have those servants inside the house. Be prepared to have a lot of belongings. Since they were able to bind their interests with Marshal Nyo, then you'll be able to bind interests with other warlords. Yes, there are quite a few people who actually want to use these belongings to bribe the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom with, because they felt that the mysterious army that attacked Dongha County were actually warlords as well, and they had no idea where the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom actually came from. So they felt that they were able to bind the interests of Marshal Nyo in such a way. It was also able to bind the interests of that mysterious force in such a way. I don't know. For the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the bribes they had prepared were of no use at all. The traditional art of the Dragon Kingdom is to take the icing off the cake and shoot the shells back. But right now Rokoku doesn't even want to eat the icing, compared to the sugar coating these guys prepared. That one ancient tomb in Marshal Lu's territory, as well as that copper mine, it was the top priority in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. The rest of the stuff Rokoku doesn't even look at. There's information about all the people in Marshal Bull's interest group. The Dragon Kingdom is actually all under control. Some of this information came from Wang Renji's mouth. Most of it came from the mouth of that military advisor of Marshal Bull's. With this list of interest groups, the Dragon Kingdom will then be able to strike a very precise blow against Marshal Bull's interest groups. Out of this, within East River County, merchants, landowners, and magnates of all sizes encountered the Dragon Kingdom's army. What are you doing? What are you doing? An obese merchant with shrieking and shouting, a look of awe and horror written all over his face. I am a good citizen. I am a good citizen. What are you arresting me for? I haven't done anything. Several soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom directly subdued him to the ground, handcuffing him in the process. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers didn't care how much this guy yelled. Their mission is to control, as fast as possible, in the group of interests of the Marshal Bull. All of them, momentarily. Hundreds of people were arrested directly throughout East River County. Most of them were brocade-clad and sable-clad, and each of them was as rich as they could be. At first glance, they're the kind of people who live well. There are old and young among them. There are men and women. They are even more different. Some of them are salt peddlers. Some of them are the bosses of big tobacco pipes. Some of them are the core members of a certain clan. And some of them are pimps of brothels in the county. Characters of all shapes and sizes. There should be everything. The only thing they had in common was their faces, all of which had a look of horror written all over them. Everyone was in a constant state of disbelief, arguing that they were not guilty. It's just a shame that it's not up to them to say whether they're guilty or not. Of these people with whom Marshal Bull has an interest, do good people exist? There may be one or two oddballs, but the rest are definitely people who have done untold evil, especially from the big smoke. This is the equivalent of fan poison in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how they plead their guilt, no matter how they take the pot, throw it at the already dead Marshal Bull, they must all be sanctioned. The people who have been exploited by them on this acre of land must be given an explanation. This is what Rokoku is going to do for now. It's also something that has to be done. In the face of the powerful military force of the Dragon Kingdom, these people had no way to resist. Some people tried to resist, but in an instant, they were killed outright. This directly scared the other guy. Not a word more. Longboy is now making big arrests inside the county though, but it did not disturb the ordinary people, which made the shivering old people in the county town feel very surprised. They felt that this army that had killed their way in didn't seem to be quite the same as Marshal Nyo's warlords. These soldiers, dressed in dark green uniforms, were very polite when they spoke to the people. Very polite too. No overtures were made. This is unthinkable in this day and age, and definitely belongs to an alien existence. It was also because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not bother the local people. Let some of the more daring folk step out of the door carefully, and then they saw, one by one, guys who were originally all for the rich. They were all caught by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. not a single one was left behind. Chapter 54 Taking over the second county. Martial cow is a thing of the past. The next day, early morning. The mornings in East River County still smell like smoke. From those intact buildings inside the county, it was impossible to tell what had happened last night. But, if someone were to take a trip over to the walled city of East River County, or the Grand Marshal's mansion, it would be known what had happened last night. Only one night has passed. East River County's days. It changed. One by one, all of the warlord soldiers took off their uniforms and threw them away. One by one, all of them have taken refuge in various corners of the county, wishing to hide under the ground and not let anyone find them. This was because they feared that they would be liquidated by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, they were now the defeated side. Now East River County has fallen into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Marshal Bull has also been killed. Case STH. They, former soldiers of the warlords, surely didn't dare to reveal their identities, even trying to hide it for the rest of my life. Soldiers who want to go incognito and pretend they were never warlords. It's just a shame. It doesn't help that they do this. This is because Longboy immediately posted notices in various places in Donghua County after he had captured Donghua County. The notice is simple. It is to encourage the people inside the county to denounce those around them who have done evil, especially the former soldier boys. And there is a reward for reporting. If the report is indeed true, then the person who reported it will be rewarded with 10 pounds of rice. 10 pounds of rice is not a small amount for those ordinary people in the county. Even if these days, within the meals, there is a lack of oil, but 10 pounds of rice is enough for 20 days. If it's a meal with enough oil in it, even able to eat for a month. Obviously, such an incentive mechanism is very capable of provoking these ordinary people to report. The people in the county overcame their fears. Try to report the soldier boys who are hiding. Didn't realize. Someone really did report it successfully. It was also rewarded. A full 10 pounds of rice. And they're all very high quality looking rice. Each one very round and full of flavor. Just looking at it alone makes you salivate. The main thing is that it hasn't been mixed with any gravel or anything like that to weigh it down. It's really 10 pounds of excellent rice. Hiss. This one. The people have been actively running to report it. And in just half a day, just a couple hundred more arrests were made. The power of the people is like the Sea of Wanyang. When their power is mobilized, let the remnants of Marshal Nyo's party be like a flatboat in a stormy sea. It was as if there was no room for them in all of East River County. The number of people captured up by the Dragon Kingdom alone now had actually surpassed 100. There may be some people wrongly accused in this. That's why it takes time for the Dragon Kingdom to interrogate. It's just a pain in the ass for the interrogators. That's over 100 prisoners. This shall not work overtime. And on the other side of the border, the situation is similar in West River County, where the Dragon Kingdom troops on the other side of the border. It was equally easy to take control of the whole county, and to proceed to arrest the men of Marshal Bull's interest group. Also there are the various local countryside sides, and the Dragon Kingdom is trying hard to crack down on the tax collection teams. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers could be described as fighting in all directions, with Dragon Kingdom soldiers everywhere. The territory of Marshal Bull in just one day, all swept away. Take all the bugbears, almost swung out. At this point, inside the captivity camp, captive after captive was held here in custody, and there was a mixed bag of identities among them. Some are merchants, some are landowners, and some are clan family heads, some are brothel pimps, some are gangsters, more like Soldier Boy. And those relatives of Marshal Nyo were also imprisoned here without distinction. They all looked downcast. Panic and anxiety were written all over his face. They don't know how much longer they're going to be locked up. They just know what's going to happen to them. Probably not much better, because these soldiers in their dark green uniforms are simply greasy. All their bribery tactics were all to no avail. Property, beauty, status. I can't believe it didn't work at all. It left them incredibly dumbfounded. Damn it. An obese merchant with a face full of depressing and uneasy, sitting on the cold ground, muttering, these chowderheads from nowhere. Why are they all like saints? Don't they want to get rich? I'll give them a few dozen oceans. Ask them to let the laborers out and they won't even do it. Ugh. But no. A landowner. Sighing, he said, I even wanted to give a concubine away. But it turned out that the other party not only didn't want it, but also kicked me hard. It was then that I realized that the big-headed soldier I bribed was a woman. Woo. I'm just a concubine of Marshal Nyo. Why did you capture me here as well? We're not going to get shot, are we? Blah blah blah. Shooting my ass. Don't ing say such unlucky things here. How many of us have clean bottoms? I feel like we're going to have bad luck. I don't think so. Ugh. The camp was full of prisoners, so many that it was almost crowded, and every man was sighing. They're all well aware of it. The bull. Inside this acreage, it already belongs to the past. Now, the entire East River County has fallen into the hands of this army before us. Looking at those heavily armed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the captives in the camp only felt chills all over their bodies, and their hearts were that pessimistic. If the other party accepts the bribe, okay, but the other side didn't accept it. That says a lot. Chapter 55 Interrogation of the Captives. The shocked people. Although Marshal Bull has been killed, and the forces under his hand have been removed one by one, the entire territory had almost reached a point where there was no leader, but the order of the territory under his rule was not disorganized. That was because the Dragon Kingdom's army had been maintaining the basic order of a strip of the people for the past 2 days. If anyone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to commit adultery, after being caught by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it was absolutely impossible to have good juice. After dealing with several consecutive people who took advantage of the situation, the law and order in this area was suddenly much better. And it was true that in the midst of such a chaotic world, it can only be managed by the strongest means. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom was beginning to interrogate the captives, and as soon as it was determined that the crimes these captives had committed, then the Dragon Kingdom will never be soft. In the face of such a presence that has been riding on the necks of the common people for many years as a bully, the Dragon Kingdom never shows a good face, and this time when interrogating these captives, the interrogators used by before, the one tactic used, that would be to sow discord among the captives and make them tear each other apart. Let them report each other. Let them expose each other. Especially after learning of the report and receiving and sending it to the other party, one's own crime will be mitigated. These captives are even more so, their eyes almost glistening. One by one, it was as if the door to a new world had been opened. Start competing with each other to expose each other's crimes and report each other's criminal pasts. Momentarily, as many as 60 prisoners were recognized as guilty enough to be sentenced to death alone. And the number of prisoners sufficient to be imprisoned for more than 3 years is upwards of 700. The amount is simply staggering. The remaining 200-odd people were convicted of very minor crimes, and a few months or a year or two in jail would suffice. As for the captives who haven't done anything, out of 100 people, just 11 people, only 1%, and that's still because it's 11 people. There were teenagers who weren't very old, recruits who hadn't been with the warlord for a month, prisoners without a crime. That's all there was. Such an exaggerated number has to be staggering. Fruity, 90% of the people in the interest group surrounding Marshal Bull have criminal pasts. All of them have oppressed civilian folk, and there are many others whose crimes are so serious that they even carry several lives on their backs. People like that are simply too dead to be considered. Those whose crimes add up to the death penalty. There is absolutely no way that the Dragon Kingdom is going to be lenient. If such a person is treated lightly, it is a betrayal of the people. So, at Bai Yi's command, who have committed crimes cumulatively sufficient to warrant the death penalty, all of them will be taken out tomorrow and shot in a public trial, and it has to be in broad daylight, right in front of the eyes of all the people. Shoot them. Bai Yi had people post notices inside the county, spreading the news throughout Dongha County. Inside the notice, he also had the names of all the condemned prisoners written. These names, for the people of East River County, all of them are kind of familiar names. Many of them were once big names in the eyes of the common man. Now, all these so-called big shots have to be put on public trial. All have to be shot. There is no plea to be made. Momentarily, the entire population of East River County was stunned. Lu Tianing? Hiss. Isn't this the owner of that big tobacco house in the west of the county? This is the same guy that has made East River County so much more of a pot smoker. 1 or 2 families torn apart by smoking big cigarettes. And this. And kept a dozen or so thugs. Only to have this up now and actually have to be pulled out and shot? Some literate commoners pointed to the list on the notice and couldn't help but let out an unbelievable gasp. Oh my god, isn't that the name of Marshal Nyo's third concubine? She's on this public trial shooting list? She's going to be shot tomorrow? What kind of crime has she committed? That's 66 people on that list. A small East River County has 66 death row inmates. Sinning. These guys are all related to Marshal Nyo. It's really not a class of people. Good. This human trafficker surnamed Li is finally going to die. Great. Jingtian Dao Lord Ah. No matter what they really are, but since they do it for us common people, they are the great Lord of Heaven. Hiss. The list is full of big shots. All the common people who saw the list of notices were showing expressions of shock beyond measure. In an instant the contents of the notice spread throughout the county. Even those villages around the county, there were quite a few people who knew about it. Their first reaction couldn't believe it, because the people on the list are very big. In the old days, any one of these characters taken out is not something a commoner like them can afford to mess with. And there are many of them. The common people, who have been bullied by people on the list. A big shot like that gets shot? Is that really possible? It can't be a fake, can it? Someone questioned. Naturally, some people believe it. How can it be fake? They're the ones who killed Marshal Nyo. Is it necessary for such a person to deceive us common people? Anyway, by tomorrow the public trial will begin. So won't we know if we go and take a look tomorrow? Right. I think it's true. Why else would they have this list out? I wonder if I can return a clear sky to our East River County. I heard they call themselves soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom? What country is that? Are they foreigners? That's not right. The official language they speak. It's much more standard than we are. Who knows? Chapter 56, The Dragon Kingdom is here. The green sky. There it is. The food market in East River County covers a very large area and has a lot of open space. Today, noon, East River County's food market gathers its large number of senior citizens. As far as the eye can see, all of them are a huge piece of head, bustling, countless. Among them, there are men and women. There are old and young. Almost all of these old people are from East River County, and only a few. It was heard from some of the neighboring villages. The reason they are gathered here is because of those notices that were posted in the Dragon Kingdom yesterday. The notice posted yesterday stated that the place was to be today, to the unpardonable henchmen of Marshal Nyo, conducting public hearings, execution by firing squad. Quite a few people are not sure if this is true or not, but it was clear to them whether it was true or not, and as long as they were there with their own eyes, just take a look. So they came over today and gathered a huge crowd. The number of people was beyond belief. Even the open area of this food market is not large enough to accommodate all these people. People are already crowding into the surrounding streets. One talked about it. One was incredibly excited. For when they came here, they all saw with their own eyes an improvised raised platform of. The high platform was also densely packed with people. And most of them were heavily armed dragon soldiers, each with their heads held high. It looks imposing. But what attracted the most attention was the group of people kneeling on the high platform. The group of kneeling men numbered in the dozens. All of them had their hands bound and even their feet were in ankle cuffs. The faces of the group kneeling on the ground were filled with despair and fear. They never thought that they would be reduced to such a state. They could tell by looking at the situation in front of them. I'm afraid my own days are numbered. Hey, you guys, look, quickly look over there. That guy kneeling there, the second person from the left, is he the head of Chunyu House? I heard that this guy apparently runs a brothel. In reality, they are secretly doing human trafficking. Some of the commoners squinted their eyes and looked out over the group of people kneeling on the high platform. Then all of a sudden a shocked gasp escaped his lips. And the ninth from the right, isn't that the proprietor of the Big Smoke? I've heard that he's related to that Marshal Nyo, so he's opened a big smokehouse inside the county, and no one even cares about him. Serves you right. One's a pimp who traffics in human beings, and the other's an *** who sells cigarettes. This kind of scum really comes together. Oh my god, they actually did get arrested. Are they really going to be shot? Hiss. Really shoot that many people? It's not good, is it? Why not? For s sake. Which one of those guys on their knees is a good guy? Which one of them is not a criminal? If it wasn't for that asshole, Marshal Nyo, who's been backing them up, labor can't wait to cut them up. Right? Oh, I didn't notice until you said it. They all seem to be traitors to Marshal Bull. What Grand Marshal Nyo, called Nyo Dashin. He's all gone, and he's still shouting Marshal. Good lord. There are 66 death row inmates. The old people in the vegetable market, shocked beyond words, were talking. They did not expect the Dragon Kingdom to play for real. All that was on the notice posted yesterday is also true. It didn't deceive them, the plain people. Isn't this too unbelievable? On the high platform, Bai Yi was also present. He glanced at the 66 condemned men on their knees. And then look and see the old people who are talking about it. It looks like these death row inmates are among the first-class scum here in East River County, not at all popular with the people of the county. It would even be deeply disliked by the common people. After all, what these death row inmates do on a regular basis is to oppress as well as exploit the common people. It's only because before, there was a Marshal Nyo to back them up. That's why they are able to be unscrupulous, to be able to run roughshod over the county, doing all the evil, and it's for the same reason that Marshal Bull, backing them up. Normally, the people in the county don't even dare to talk much about these people, for fear that trouble will come to them. But, now, their backer, Marshal Lu, had been completely planted. The old people can finally tell with impunity how they were bullied by this group. Tell how you were oppressed by this group. This time, a dragon officer on the raised platform, a megaphone in his hand. Opening his mouth, he shouted, "Folks and fathers of the divine land, we are soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. I know that you are all very puzzled and knew you would question it. But we can assure you here that the army of the Dragon Kingdom is the army of the people. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are the soldiers of the people. Those of us who are soldiers are actually the people. These 66 death row inmates, they were in Donghai County. bullying men and women and committing crimes. No evil, taking refuge in the evil forces of the local warlords to oppress the people. Today, we're going to represent, on behalf of the common people who have been bullied by them, publicly try them. The first prisoner, Nyo Dae, brother of Nyo Dashin, 41 years old, guilty of 19 counts of intentional homicide, 64 counts of intentional chong rape, and 6 counts of intentional arson. The second prisoner, Yu Flame, Nyo Dashin's third wife, 29 years old, guilty of 3 counts of intentional homicide and 1 count of assault and battery with first-degree disability. The third prisoner, Li Wanju, human trafficker, 35 years old. The fourth prisoner, Zhao Ergu. The fifth prisoner. Sixth, the loudspeakers were so loud that all the onlookers, the common people of East River County, all were able to hear what he said. This longboy officer had a stern face and used the most serious and solemn voice. Name, one by one, the crimes of all those present on death row. Chapter 57 The numerous crimes, a funeral in one line, with charge after charge, which gives one the creeps to listen to, after being spoken in the most serious tone, word after word, by that one officer of the Dragon Kingdom on the high platform. The common people who were still talking down there have fallen silent. A look of disbelief was written on the face of one of the common people. All of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They knew that the men kneeling on the raised platform, all of them are notorious scum inside East River County. But they didn't expect these scumbags to be even more vicious than they thought. The people kneeling on the high platform, these 66 people, each one of them carrying a human life on their backs. Their hands are stained with the blood of ordinary people. Every pore of his body seemed to reveal a sign of filth. Makes for creepy listening. Sweat drops. The common people present had, to a greater or lesser extent, been bullied by these people kneeling on the stage. They more or less know something about these people, and they thought they knew enough. Thought they knew enough about these deeds that's all these death row inmates are guilty of. But, now, they suddenly realized they were still too naive. They only know that these deeds are but a drop in the bucket. Hiss. These people can no longer be called human. It's a beast. This made all the onlookers, the common people of East River County, a momentary group of anger. Holy, that whorehouse pimp, who has actually murdered so many people, and also sent people to maim so many people. Is this ing human? This old, she's an old demoness, isn't she? Hiss, the people these people have killed must add up to several hundred? Sins, what a bunch of sinful animals. They'll be put in the frying pan even if they go to hell, won't they? No wonder the old king next door has been missing for years. It turns out he was killed and sunk by this mother ****. This guy, he actually killed 9 people. That Nyo Dashin's son is only 16 years old, and he actually has 2 lives in his hands? ***. The whole ing bunch of. The list is endless. It's a pity they're not villagers from Yang's village. If they were from Yang's village, before learning of the public trial, one might have prepared rotten eggs, as well as rotten vegetable leaves. This led to the fact that all they could do was to be here, in a group, and break into a rage. Actually, it's also because the dragon soldiers are here. They are the only ones who dare to scold these death row inmates only. If the dragon soldiers are not here, reckon most of the people present, neither dared to squeak. That's the reality. It's what most of the common people in this magically altered version of the Republican world are portrayed as. They've been oppressed for too long. The yoke on his head is too heavy. When charge after charge had been completed, the officer with the megaphone who had shouted, "Already the mouth is dry, talking is hoarse," he let out a slight sigh of relief, and then his gaze looked at Bai Yi next to him. Bai Yi nodded slightly in a gesture. The officer took a deep breath. "Take the megaphone. Say the last 2 words. Execution. Shasta." Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out above the entire high platform of the vegetable market. One by one, the death row inmates who fell to their knees full of despair had a cloud of blood sprouting out of their heads in unison. It was as if the entire person's strength had been completely stolen in an instant. Straight away his head fell limply to the ground, no longer moving, died violently on the spot. This incomparably bloody scene, not only did not put below those groups of excited people scared, they let out a cheer like no other. A cheer that was mixed with joy like no other. Yes, one of the people, red in the face, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "The great lords of heaven, you've avenged us. Good. Those bastards, they all deserve to die. They should all be killed. If it wasn't for these holes, how could my child have been abducted by traffickers?" Another member of the people shouted and called out, "Well killed. These members of Marshal Nyo's party, how many people have been harmed by your 10 years of dominance in Dongha County? Today, you're finally getting your comeuppance." A big old man in the green sky. If this isn't the Grand Master of the green sky, what is? That's what a soldier is. That's what being a soldier is like. What kind of are those soldier boys? Good. Good kill. In the midst of the continuous shouts of approval as well as cheers, these old people were in a mood that, it's a pleasure like no other. When people who had oppressed them were shot dead before their eyes, it was as if they felt an emotion they had never felt before. The emotion sent a wave of relief through their bodies and, it's as if you drank a bottle of ice water on a big 3-volume day. A feeling of relief was revealed all over. Blushing with excitement. Pull all these bodies down for cremation. And remember to follow the same process. After cremation, they will deposit their ashes in temples, Taoist temples and churches, so that they will not have any opportunity to take advantage of them. Become a grievous ghost that endangers all directions. By E instructed. That sounds like a bit of overcautiousness, and he's in this magically altered version of the Republican realm. They have to be careful. This is how you can avoid a lot of trouble that you wouldn't otherwise have to encounter. Especially since this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm has the presence of zombies and ghosts. Then it's time to pay more attention to that aspect. In a word, funeral 1 stop. Put these death row inmates on it. After the command, the excited old folks that Bai Yi was looking at, he could not help but murmur with emotion. In a small East River county, there are so many people who carry on their back sins that are big enough for the death penalty. Add to that the fact that there are also ghosts and spirits and zombie elves, and it's a really sick world. Chapter 58, Ancient Grave. Copper Mine. A major in his early 20s? Although the Dragon Kingdom is a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm and mobilizes manpower very quickly, but these manpower mobilized are not mobilized casually. All of these hands were official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, and all of them had one thing in common. That's just as worthy of having the country's trust as the military soldiers. They have nothing to do with foreign state powers. That's why they would be chosen to enter the magically altered version of the Republican realm. These town administrators, numbering in the thousands. There are experienced ones among them, as well as those who are just starting out. They were all sent to the military district in the capital together. In addition to this, there is a group of mining teams, belonging to the official Dragon Kingdom. It was also mobilized by the Dragon Kingdom. This mining team, which also numbered several hundred people, and both are prepared with a large number of switching machines. The Dragon Kingdom was eyeing that copper mine in the magically altered Republic realm like never before. I can't wait to want to move that one copper mine to the top of the blue planet. It's just a shame there's no way to do that, nor is it capable of doing so. But arranging for a team of miners to go to a magically altered version of the Republican realm to mine copper, that can still be done. This time the mining team is actually affiliated with the military. It's filled with semi-military personnel. It is one of those beings that can be used as a combatant just by picking up a gun. However, due to the sheer size of the mining team's mining machines, a double-through door capable of letting a heavy tank through. I can't believe I can't get a large mining truck through, so it was only possible to dismantle the large mining trucks into one part after another. Wait until you get to the magically altered version of the Republican realm before you put it together. And this time, the Dragon Kingdom also gave by a group of archaeologists. These are very professional archaeologists, once archaeologically the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom had equipped these mobilized people with a large amount of living materials, and a lot of doctors have been mobilized, as the magically altered Republican realm is short of doctors. Although the Chinese medicine in the magically altered version of the Republic realm is very magical, it was even more amazing than the Chinese medicine inside the real-world Blue Star. But what medical professionals need is efficient medical care. In the final analysis, still, medicine is most efficient now. In a word, this wave of the Dragon Kingdom mobilized a large number of personnel that, for two things in the local warlord's territory, a copper mine with reserves of 6 million tons, and an ancient tomb that hasn't been robbed yet. So many people. Yu Tianyi was an official grassroots member of the Dragon Kingdom, and she had, a year ago, been. It was only then that he got a rare place on the exam and then served in one of the basic units in the capital. That means she's sort of a newcomer to the workplace, but due to her abilities she's better among the newcomers, and there is no connection with some organizational forces abroad. Eliminates any possibility that the secret will get out, so she was chosen to be mobilized to go inside often. At this point, Yu Tianyi looked left and right curiously. She didn't even know why. To transfer himself inside the military district. All she knew was that she was doing a good job at her job, and then out of nowhere, a couple of guys in suits, informed of his top secret identity in front of her, and then they took her away. She was flabbergasted. Unknown. If it weren't for the fact that the vehicle that picked her up was on the military side, she thought someone had kidnapped her. Yu Tianyi saw that there were so many people around him, who looked as bewildered as he did. It was obvious that these people had been brought here directly, just like themselves. Within these people she also spotted some familiar co-workers, even spotted some familiar leaders. they were all full of confusion as well. And Yutiani realized that there were actually a lot of workers wearing helmets gathered here. These workers just seemed to be a lot more composed than they were. And although these workers were also bewildered, they didn't look to the right or the left. Instead, they line up and wait quietly. These are semi-military workers, right? Yutiani guessed at their identities. Stunned by the military-like discipline of these workers. And over there, so many doctors and nurses. What are those people over there? Some of them look like pretty old. Is it a researcher? Strange. Official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, semi-military workers, medical personnel, and researchers. These are professions that are not normally found in the same place. Now, all bunched up together? This look around, add up. It's almost 200 people. Suddenly, several military jeeps, driving from a distance, attracted the attention of everyone present. A group of people stepped out of the jeep. They all have something in common. All in uniform. Hiss. Admiral. Yutiani noticed the rank of an old soldier. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It was the first time she had ever seen such a character up close and personal. And the other party was actually only a dozen meters away. Then he realized that next to the old general, there was a young man standing. The young man's station is the same as the old general's. Yutiani felt that the young man in military uniform was probably the same age as himself. There's definitely not a 2 or 3 year difference in age. Yutiani stood on her tiptoes to take a look at the military rank, and the result made her people dumbfounded. Major, she exclaimed wildly inside. Unbelievable, unbelievable. This handsome-looking young man, about the same age as himself. I believe. You're only 23 or 24 years old, right, Major? Major in his early 20s? Geez, just kidding. Yutiani suspected that she was looking at her eyes, although she hadn't joined the army as a soldier, but she also knew the difficulty of rank advancement in peacetime. Hiss. Shocker. Chapter 59-8. 6 million tons of reserve copper mines. The skyrocketing of national transportation. As Bai Yi took the lead and took a step inside the double-pierced door, everyone then came back from their shock. They all couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, forcibly suppressing the shock within their hearts. With a feeling of apprehension and hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth again and followed. Close to 200 people began to enter within the double penetration gates, came to that magically altered version of the Republican realm. Yutiani followed the crowd as they crossed the double-pierced door, and she only felt her body. It seemed to pass through a light film, and then the sight of everything immediately in front of him. Then there was a sea change. What she saw was a brand new military camp that, the various facilities placed inside are very new. At the same time, she also saw a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, who kept walking inside the camp. It's as if they have their hands full. Yutiani looked up at the sky blankly. The sky in the capital was originally gray and cloudy. The sky was now unbelievably blue. She spent so much time in the capital. Rarely have I seen such blue skies. It's that magically altered version of the Republican realm that Major White spoke of earlier? Himself crossed over? She felt a little bit ridiculous, but something so ridiculous that it just really happened, and it happened to you. When the shock in his heart gradually dissipated, in its place was excitement, an excitement like never before. Crossing over, developing other worlds. This kind of thing that is good enough to go down in history and remain in the history of the world has fallen on one's head. How do you keep people from getting excited? How do you keep people from getting excited? Guys, at this time, Bai Yi's voice, once again, rang out. I only heard him say, this is the magically modified version of the Republic of China world. This military camp, which was established by the Dragon Kingdom before, it has supporting recreational facilities as well as accommodations, and someone will be arranging your accommodations later on, which have a large amount of living supplies inside. After you familiarized yourselves with this place for the rest of the night, tomorrow you can arrange for each of you to be assigned a task. In the meantime, you can wander around the camp, but you can't leave the camp without permission, or be punished by military justice. When these people stepped into the magically altered Republican realm, they then already have to be militarized. That's right, the mining team out of the line. Come with me. As Bai Yi's voice fell, the hundreds of workers in the mining team looked at each other. Then one by one they all hurriedly followed at a quick pace. Bai Yi walked forward while addressing the head of the mining team. With a calm face, he began to say, you take your people and work with the construction corps inside the camp to mine a local copper mine. The people of the construction corps will build your residence near the copper mine. All the mining tools the country has prepared. All of them are the most advanced tools that can be purchased. Your task is to mine the copper and transport it back inside the Dragon Kingdom. A copper mine? The head of the mining team froze and inquired with cautious curiosity. Major Bai, may I ask what size copper mine it is? Bai Yi glanced at him and said, about 6 million tons of reserves. 6 million tons? The tone of the man in charge was raised several degrees, and his eyes were glazed over. Hiss! He knew exactly what this reserve of copper represented. In this way he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Soon, Bai Yi led these people to one of the military barracks, which was the residence of the 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps. The 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps has actually been ready for a long time. Every single one of them is fully loaded. Take your men and get in the car, Bai Yi said to the head of the mining team, who was full of shock. The soldiers of the Construction Corps will take you to the location of the copper mine, and you should fully cooperate with them. The head of the mining team came back to his senses, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Hurrying with his own group of workers, he got on a military truck from the Dragon Kingdom. The workers didn't have any problem with that, because they were a semi-military mining force before that. In fact, it's right to say they're workers, and it's not wrong to say they're soldiers. After seeing the 2nd Regiment of the Mining and Construction Corps drive away from the camp in a military vehicle, Bai Yi murmured, "It's true. Having a country at your back makes it much easier to do everything. If he's alone, mining that copper mine alone, it's all a huge puzzle. But, with a behemoth like the Dragon Kingdom involved, mining a copper mine of this magnitude, there's practically no strain on it." And at this point, those who had just arrived at the magically altered Republic realm from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom were also beginning to build up their courage at this moment, wandering around curiously inside the military camp. Some of them even talked to the soldiers in the camp. When they learned that the soldiers had once captured a zombie, each one of them broke out into a cold sweat and swallowed saliva in secret. Things like ghosts and monsters for them. It was just too exciting. When they learned that Major Bai Yi in the barracks, with a red-clad ghost in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. A time to maintain a good friendship relationship. They people were almost stupid. What the hell? A good friendly relationship with a red-cloaked ghost? That means in this camp, a ghost? Mom? Yeah. While these people were strolling through the barracks with admiration and shock, it was also slowly starting to reach dusk. Time. Streaming. The sun also soon set and darkness fell. Bai Yi had just returned inside his residence when a few lines of screens appeared in front of him. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. Up again. This time, it's skyrocketing. Chapter 60 Golden Treasure Chest Reward. A medium spirit spring. The Dragon State mining team and the 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps has taken position at the 6 million tons reserve copper mine. The 6 million tons reserve copper mine completely belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune is skyrocketing like crazy. You get the golden treasure chest +1. The few lines of text that suddenly appeared in front of his eyes managed to attract Bai Yi's attention. Bai Yi guessed that one copper mine was able to contribute to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. It was even able to skyrocket the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom by quite a bit. After all, that's a copper mine with reserves of 6 million tons. Copper mines like this are rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. For a copper-deficient country like the Dragon Kingdom, the 6 million tons of reserves of copper mines are definitely the top priority of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the mining that has to be done. A copper mine in front of us. The temptation. Rokoku couldn't refuse. Only Bai Yi didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune had actually risen so much. A gold treasure chest was directly rewarded. This was a bit out of his expectation. Knowing that the green stiffs captured earlier, as well as the large amount of precious wood that both only get 2 bronze treasure chests, now it's given a gold treasure chest directly. So you can imagine the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Just how much has it skyrocketed? Open the treasure chest. With a softly silent sentence in Bai Yi's mind, a few lines of curtain reappeared. You have successfully opened one of the golden treasure chests. Congratulations on receiving the treasure chest reward, medium spirit spring +1. Hint, the reward is a spring. Please confirm the place where the spring is placed before receiving it. Receiving or not? Yes. No. Spirit springs? After seeing such a prompt, Bai Yi didn't rush to collect the reward. The term spiritual spring was not really unfamiliar to Bai Yi, because inside those books that the crippled Taoist priest left behind, one of them mentioned the spirit spring. As the name suggests, a spirit spring is a spring of water. What makes it special is that among its springs, it will contain an aura in it. It makes the spiritual spring have very many magical and wonderful uses. For example, after placing a drop of the spiritual spring above the eyelids, even if the flesh is mortal, you can also see the ghosts clearly, but the staying power is only for 1 incense burner, and it will expire after that. At the same time, if you drink from the spring year-round, you will be able to live to be 100 years old at least. And the water of the spiritual spring can also be used for alchemy, refining weapons, and cultivating spiritual medicines. And the aura of heaven and earth near the spiritual spring, it's all quite a bit thicker elsewhere. Those who practiced cultivation, If they practiced near the spiritual springs, it would certainly be twice the effort with half the effort. Things like spirit springs were very much in evidence in the ancient times of the magically altered Republican realm. Only the aura of the magically altered Republic realm is increasingly depleted. Things like spiritual springs were also starting to become less and less common, and more of them were starting to dry up. Take the Lushan sect where the crippled Taoist priest is from. The entire Lushan sect just possessed a single spiritual spring. The Lushan school, on the other hand, is an offshoot of the pure brightness school of the Divine Kingdom. They were the ones who only possessed a mere mouthful of spirit springs. Have to say, magic altered version of the Republican realm of cultivation in the middle of the world. I'm afraid I'd been sad all day, because they were worried that if the aura completely dried up one day, the spiritual spring would also be completely gone. Those of their heritage. It can be broken. Medium spiritual spring. I don't know about that spiritual spring of the Lushan sect that the crippled Taoist priest belongs to. What level is it? What kind of gap is there between it and this medium spirit spring I got? Bai murmured to himself while thinking about where to place the spirit spring. The Dragon Kingdom he was not considering for the time being. The benefits of the spirit spring being placed in the Dragon Kingdom. It's not really that big, because there was no heaven and earth aura in the blue star where the Dragon Kingdom was located. If the spiritual spring was placed in the Dragon Kingdom, the overflowing spiritual chi would definitely go everywhere. Then it gradually spreads around the world. Unless the Dragon Kingdom had a way to make the spiritual spring, emitting those auras, fixed within the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise placing the spirit springs in the Dragon Kingdom just helps other countries improve their air quality a bit. Bai is not that generous, and he didn't dare to guarantee that the aura of the magically altered Republic realm appeared in the blue star world. Will there be any weird chemical reactions happening or not? It would take a series of studies, conducted by researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, to decide. And what if, because of the spirit spring's influence, it raises a severe ghost inside the blue star? That's a lot of pause. You can mess around in the magically altered Republic realm. You can't mess around in the Dragon Kingdom. Ponder STH. Bai still decided to place this medium spirit spring in the middle of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, because this world was originally filled with the aura of heaven and earth. Spirit springs placed in a magically altered version of the Republican realm wouldn't have made much of a mess out of it. Pick up. Please choose a location to place a medium spirit spring. Barracks. Bai remembered that there was a big pit dug inside the barracks, where he was originally going to build a swimming pool, used to allow the soldiers to have daily swimming training. I didn't realize that this pool, which hadn't been built yet, was now being used for something else. He had placed this medium spirit spring and chose to place it in this place. After all, the spirit spring was going to be bubbling with spring water, so he couldn't just put it anywhere. Placement complete. After Bai determined to place this spiritual spring, in the middle of the military camp, barely a few minutes, inside his residence, an emergency contact number just suddenly rang. After Bai answered the phone, then he heard it over there, an anxious voice. Major Bai, the swimming pool inside our camp has suddenly sprouted a lot of underground water. When we excavated earlier, we clearly confirmed that there was no groundwater below. Major White, I suspect the camp is experiencing a paranormal event. Bai could hear it. This is the voice of the 1st Regiment of the Construction Corps. That Captain Liu. The other side is complexly building some facilities in the camp. That includes the pool, which is still unfinished. The other side will find out. It's also normal. Bai smiled and responded. Don't worry, this isn't groundwater. It's a spiritual spring. Protect it. Chapter 61 Post-War Harvest. Marshal Nyo's household goods. The next day, early morning, the crowd, who had just arrived in the magically altered version of the Republican realm yesterday, after sleeping in this strange world, they then boarded a military vehicle of the Dragon Kingdom's military and traveled to East River County and West River County, which were currently under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. There are roads that connect the two counties to the campground, only because the roads are dirt, so much so that the military vehicles were not traveling particularly fast, and it also seemed slightly bumpy. Luckily it just didn't rain last night, otherwise this dirt road becomes even more difficult to travel. More effort is still needed to target the infrastructure outside the magically altered Republic of Korea. Want to get rich and want to develop the road must be repaired, but it takes time and money to build roads, as well as a lot of manpower. This is the only way to build quality roads. If it's a random paved road out, that's probably equal to the damage in a couple of years. Yu Tianyi was sitting in the back of a dark green military truck with a group of grassroots officials from the Dragon Kingdom. Feeling the vehicle was lurching, her had to grab onto something next to her to sit a little more steady. In fact, she didn't sleep much last night because it was just too much. It was almost impossible to sleep for the whole night. Barely got 2 or 3 hours of sleep. She wasn't the least bit sleepy now, though, but rather in a state of seeming, well, exuberance, because she was assigned a task. Her mission in this world is headed to the local East River County, being a grassroots worker. From a grassroots worker in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to a magically altered version of the Republic of China bit, a county grassroots worker. Sounds like a downgrade, but Turnip, you knew very well. That's not how to go about the math. The special nature of the magically altered version of the Republican realm is naturally self-evident. The importance of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm to the Dragon Kingdom, that certainly doesn't need to be said. East River County was one of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictions in this world. Now manhwa has given her the opportunity to be a grassroots worker in East River County. It was the equivalent of giving her a quick promotion, because the world is in a state of flux. With the constant bumps and ups and downs of the military vehicle, it didn't take long to arrive at East River County. At this point, collapsed walls in East River County, it was bulldozed long ago. For the Dragon Kingdom with its modern technological weapons, there is not much need for such a thing as a city wall to exist, not to mention the fact that the city wall of East River County is already very badly damaged, and the possibility of repairing it is almost non-existent. It would also take a lot of labor and material resources to fix it, so it's just a matter of simply bulldozing all the crumbling walls of East River County. The ruins of the city walls were also used for waste, used to fill holes made by shells. Utiani stepped out of the dark green military vehicle, and she realized that she was instantly being watched by the, one by one, the commoners of the magically altered version of the Republican world were gazing over from a short distance with incomparable curiosity. It was as if they were treating Utiani and the others as if they were some kind of rare animals. This made Utiani feel slightly embarrassed. It would be impossible not to be embarrassed by so many people looking at you with such eyes. After all, she hadn't developed any thick skin yet. Meanwhile, she herself was quietly surveying her surroundings. Are these the common people of the magically altered version of the Republic realm? It looks like the clothes worn on. It's all very plain and old, more so than some of the mountain villages in the poorer areas of the Dragon Kingdom where, Utiani muttered to himself, the house inside the county town. It's also full of the character of this era. None of the floors look very high, and they're all little bungalows, too. She noticed that many of the buildings inside East River County had a Western architectural style that blend in. It was a little strange at first, but on second thought, it'll make sense. The land of God during this period was lagging behind the West at the same time. In every respect, many people of this period face those foreigners with a pilgrimage mentality, and it's also very much about learning the style of the geezer. After all, still, national self-confidence is too low. After all, this period of time in God's country, it's true that nothing works. But, soon her attention was drawn to something else, These little kids are too skinny, aren't they? With this yellowish face, it looks like malnutrition at first glance. The streets look so narrow, the city didn't do a good job. Aren't there any drugstore clinics along the roads in the county? It's no wonder the Dragon State would deploy so many medics. There are actually so many wires? Oh yeah, crossed over to the electrical age a long time ago. Looks like there's going to be a lot of work. In the eyes of these official grassroots of the Dragon Kingdom, all up and down the East River County are problems. It would take a lot of time and effort to solve these problems one by one. Everyone was wearing a bitter smile. How much effort goes into managing as well as improving a county like this? It seems, henceforth, you've got to be 996 every day. In the meantime, barracks, Major Bai, the statistics have been tallied. The battle between our Dragon Kingdom and the local warlords. 5 of our soldiers were wounded, none killed. 4 of the soldiers who were wounded fell, rather hard, by accident. 1 of them broke his leg. The other 2, one of whom was hit by a stray bullet, were treated and stabilized. It didn't take long to heal and return to the team. The total strength of the enemy was 4,921, with 630 killed and 105 wounded. 360 missing, the rest captured. Our side seized a total of 300 old rifles and 3 million rounds of rifle ammunition, 15 mortars, shells. At the same time, a total of 320,000 yen was seized, and antique jewelry and other property valued at 110,000 yen, and 2 old automobiles were seized. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. This ox marshal's family, quite sufficient. Chapter 62 Ancient Tomb, Archaeology at Night in an Ancient Tomb? I didn't realize that the post-war haul was so large, and that the captured oceans alone, it reached the sum of 320,000, which might still be due to that Niu de Shui, who spends too much money. If the guy had been a little more frugal, that number would likely have topped 7 figures. However, these oceans were not particularly useful to the Dragon Army. Oceans just have purchasing power in the magically altered Republic realm. If this thing was in the real world of Blue Star, I'm afraid it will just be dismissed as a modern craft remnant. No one even thought it was a Republican-era ocean. As for those large quantities of guns and ammunition seized from the local warlords for the Dragon Kingdom, again, not much use. These old rifles that are so backward they can't be outdated have been obsolete for decades, but Bai Yi didn't destroy them. Instead, they give them temporary storage. Bai Yi intends to organize 2 police stations in East River County as well as West River County, which are inside the 2 counties. The staff of the police department can appoint local civilians in a big way. Then these outdated weapons would have a home and could well be used as police officer weapons. In managing the county, it is necessary to create a large number of employment units so that the people can have jobs. The 2 counties that Bai Yi doesn't want to govern are all filled with idle people who are just waiting to die. He's going to make 2 counties. Economic development gives up. After all, now that he's gone out and taken all of Marshal Nio's territory, then we have to be accountable to the local people. But naturally there are tons of professionals to help the people with these things. At this moment, Bai Yi was more concerned about that ancient tomb of Marshal Nio. From Wang Renji as well as from Marshal Nio's master, it was learned that the reason why Marshal Nio was able to make his fortune so far, all of it relies on a large ancient tomb he discovered when he was young. That ancient tomb is located within the boundaries of the territory ruled by the warlord, and the size of the tomb is very large, and it possesses numerous deadly mechanisms inside. I don't know what kind of people actually built those organs, and after hundreds of years I can't believe it's still functioning. It is also because of the numerous deadly organs inside. That's what caused Marshal Bull to spend more than a decade. There was no way to even get all the stuff inside that ancient tomb out. But that tomb is very rich in possessions. Marshal Bull just moved out part of just let him pull up an army. At this point, within the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, a dozen or so military vehicles were parked in the middle of the wilderness, and heavily armed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were alerting the surroundings. Except for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, there are also a large number of archaeologists. An archaeologist from the Dragon Kingdom, looking at a large robber's hole in front of him, pissed off with blood pressure, he gritted his teeth and said with great annoyance, "These grave robbers are simply doing damage. Don't they know that forcing through a robber's hole will cause serious damage to the internal structure of the tomb, possibly leading to the collapse of the chamber? And there are quite a few deadly mechanisms inside the tomb. If they roughly open a robber's hole out like this, it's easy to trigger those organs inside, thus recalling the danger to their lives." Actually, archaeologists also speak with skepticism when it comes to deadly mechanisms in ancient tombs, because according to their speculation, this ancient tomb, at least, is a tomb from more than 300 years ago. What organ can last for over 300 years? And these organs, within these 300 years or so, is not maintained by anyone. Normally, any more powerful organs fail. But, there are indeed quite a few tomb raiders from the magically altered Republic of China realm who have died in the midst of the mechanism. These grave robbers are all invited by that Marshal Nio to excavate this ancient tomb. Marshal Nio has hired at least hundreds of grave robbers in the past 10 years. It turned out that only a dozen or so actually survived. The mortality rate is as high as 90%. Meanwhile, these archaeologists also know that this world isn't quite the same as Blue Star. The world is haunted. In that case, so a mechanism that hasn't failed in over 300 years might actually exist. That it's also possible to say that didn't faze these archaeologists from the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they get excited. This magically altered version of the ancient tomb of the Republican realm makes them very interesting. Make them stupid. I need to survey it with my students with instruments. What exactly is the size and scale of this ancient tomb? An archaeologist, whose age looked like he had to be at least 50 or 60 years old, rubbed his palms together and excitement was written on his old face, and also to determine exactly how thick the soil is, and then, using an excavator specialized in archaeology, clear away all the top layers of earth and make the ancient tomb's chamber visible, clear away all the earth covering an entire tomb. This is definitely a heavenly huge project inside the magically modified Republic realm. If you don't drop tens of thousands of people to come and dig it up, you won't be able to clean it up in a monkey's time. But it is not difficult for the Dragon Kingdom. Archaeology has specialized archaeological tools, which include excavators for archaeology. These layers of soil covering the ancient tombs couldn't be thicker, and it can all be dug up for you, too. An archaeologist scat his mouth and looked full of regret. Unfortunately, the Major White won't let us work at night. If we work all night, in less than 10 days, it was all able to get the top layer of dirt off. After hearing these words, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom almost tensed up and eyes are wide. Nice guy. Are these archaeologists actually this bold in order to study ancient tombs? Want to do archaeological work at night in an ancient tomb inside a magically altered version of the Republic realm? Hiss. Isn't he afraid to meet a wandering ghost? There are ghosts in this world. Chapter 63, Conflict. The mass grave is haunted by zombies. Yu Tianyi, a grassroots official in the capital, after coming to the East River County in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the first task assigned, it is for her to mediate a conflict between two rural clans within a village. The reason is that these two clans with different surnames in the same village had a conflict over the ownership of land in mass graves. Yes, there was a conflict over a mass grave site. Yu Tianyi, who had received this mission, was confused, and she was completely baffled that, what's the point of fighting over a mass grave? Isn't it just a cemetery? How can you argue with that? After all, it's because she's a city-sure-grown kid, don't understand the kind of obsession rural people have with the land, especially if it's still a rural folk from the time of the magically altered Republic of China realm. The people of this period were particularly attached to land. Often, land issues lead to two different clans engaging in firefights. Fire mergers come in all sizes. On a smaller scale, it could be that both sides gather dozens of people and then fight inside the field. Larger scale, it would have to be the whole clan out there. It would be a firefight numbering in the thousands. Sometimes there is a firefight over land or water. People die all the time. A few or even a dozen people died in a fire. And for the people of this period, it's all taken for granted. They are afraid to resist the local warlords who are running the show. But against commoners like themselves, then they still dared to roll up their sleeves and fight. And it hits hard. It's a good thing they don't have guns. If they had guns, then they probably even gave them out when they were at each other's throats. In the past, that Marshal Neo did not care about this kind of clan conflict at all. All Marshal Bull cares about is simply his taxes. Clan firefight? It's none of his business. But, now that Marshal Bull's territory has been taken over by the Dragon Kingdom, two clans at odds over the ownership of mass graves. Nowadays it is also under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Surely the Dragon Kingdom can't let the villagers burn each other. Much less do I want to see the two sides flame out to the point of killing someone. So they sent Yu Tianyi with a few other grassroots staff, running inside this village trying to mediate a conflict. Of course, to protect the safety of grassroots personnel. There were also a dozen or so heavily armed Dragon Kingdom soldiers that accompanied them to this village. Yu Tianyi and others went back and forth between the two rural clans, tired them out. Phew! Yu Tianyi took an unimpeded sip of water. She gave a helpless, bitter laugh. Why are these common people so stubborn? I've been talking to them with my mouth dry and, still, all of them turned out to have tempers like lit firecrackers, and they can't move without swearing. She now knows all too well the helplessness of those local grassroots people and now she's suffering more than the local grassroots in the Dragon Kingdom, because the places where the local grassroots work in the Dragon Kingdom are just a little more remote after all. After all, it is still located in a modern society, but she works in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. This time period, World War I, hadn't even begun to be fought yet. The common people of this period were too cognizant of death. They only believe in their own set of clan rules, no matter how much the staff of the Dragon Kingdom try to persuade them. These villagers were all in a position to get into a firefight. Persuasion isn't useless though, at least it calms a few people down a bit. The good thing is that the dragon soldiers are sufficiently intimidating. How much more agitated or outraged the two local clans were. Nor did they spill their anger on the grassroots staff. It's almost dark, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow, and then we'll have to come over and talk some sense into it. Yu Tianyi sighed. If they insist on a firefight, then it's just a matter of being able to arrest people. The two clans, the reason for the bickering is that inside the village, there was a mass grave. This one mass grave is located just between the two clans. Weekday, neither of them had much of a fight over the land, because they're being exploited by Marshal Bull. There's no energy to bother with a cemetery. But, the Dragon Kingdom is here. Marshal Bull is dead. Nobody oppresses them anymore. Nobody exploits them anymore. They don't have to think every day about how to get your taxes paid. Once a person is full, the free time is there. So, the two clans then began over the right to vest the land in this previously unchallenged mass grave. Getting into a fight with each other. The bickering is getting worse. It's getting bigger and bigger. It even attracted the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's military, which is why Yu Tianyi and the others, come over and mediate between the two sides. A colleague said helplessly, where are the conflicts between clans so easily resolved? Soft tactics don't really work, and if you want to solve the problem of clans burning each other, you can only start disintegrating them from within the clan. It is desirable that these clans should be dispersed, that they should become disunited. Then they were broken up and reorganized, relocating a dozen families from one clan to another village. Another dozen families from another clan were dragged to another village. This breaks up their people completely and utterly. It's what's going to keep them from picketing a massive firefight. In fact, in reality, this is how the Dragon Kingdom dealt with these local clans, and it worked very well. Many local clans only recognize the house rules of their clan. Don't care what the law is. The first problem encountered by the Dragon Kingdom and the jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic realm was actually this. Just as these grassroots workers are worried, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom spoke up. A few of you. It's going to be dark soon. The magically altered version of the Republic realm at night is very dangerous, and it's very likely that we'll encounter lone souls, so it's best if we don't stay out. By now, it was dark. Ugh, one can only go back first. Suddenly, feel this time of year, only a panicked voice could be heard, coming from a distance from far away. Master June, zombies, it's a vampire. The mass grave is haunted by zombies. Chapter 64, Haunted Zombie. Mass grave corpse change. This sudden voice was as panicked as it could be, attracting the attention of everyone present. These grassroots staff members who had just come to the magically altered version of the Republic realm not long ago had not yet reacted, but the dozen or so Dragon Kingdom soldiers protecting them, however, they immediately reacted at the first moment, and they instantly raised their 12 points of vigilance. Each man brought his rifle up in his hand. Even the rifle's safety had been turned on. The dozen or so dragon soldiers who were posted to protect the grassroots staff were all, at first, the soldiers of the advance battalion who were the first to enter the magically altered version of the Republican realm. They had all seen zombies before, and they were involved in capturing that zombie in the first place. They are well aware of the viciousness of zombies. Definitely a very difficult existence to deal with, even if the Dragon Kingdom had already arrested a zombie before. But it's still not a time to let your guard down, because once bitten by a zombie, or scratched by a zombie, that's how you get infected with necrotic venom. Once the necrotic infection gets too deep, there is no cure for this. Master June, a villager commoner from the village ran over in a hurry, and a look of panic was written all over his face, and a look of horror was written all over his eyes. The mass grave is haunted by zombies, and several people have died. That zombie, he bites and kills when he catches someone, and I don't know how on earth it went so well for him. Panting, too, of saying something like that. The proving villagers who ran over from the side of the mass grave were already tired and sweating by now. The simple clothes on his body were wet with sweat. Stiff. Zombie? Utiani and the others finally reacted, their expressions stiffening. Hiss. It can't be that unlucky, can it? They had just come to this magically altered version of the Republic realm, and it had only been 2 or 3 days combined. They've only just familiarized themselves with the place, only just received a mission assignment. As a result, just met a zombie? But, Utiani looked up blankly at the sky. Although it was already dusk, the sun was more than halfway down, but it barely belongs in the daytime. During the day, a zombie? Utiani couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Momentarily, the settings of all the psychic novels she'd read when she was in college came flooding back to her mind. Messy thoughts surfaced one by one. Zombies that can move at dusk. How fierce it must be. They, the grassroots workers from the Dragon Kingdom, although very good at all aspects of management work, but let them face the zombies. Such a ferocious and evil things. They are dumbfounded. After all, in their lives, they had never even seen a real zombie. How can you possibly be able to know how to deal with zombies? Silly, clueless. On the contrary, it was the dozen or so Dragon Kingdom soldiers who showed great calmness at this moment. One of the soldiers, with a grave expression, said, "We can't venture back to Dongha County. Because there was no guarantee that one would meet that zombie halfway. Being able to, at dusk. The zombie that just came out to harm people is definitely not simple. We'll have to stay inside the village for the night, and when the sun rises tomorrow, it's only then that we'll be able to leave. Of course, if support from the barracks arrives in time, then we might be able to leave tonight." Utiani froze for a moment. "We are going to stay inside this village for a night?" She looked at the houses in the village that didn't seem to be sturdy. Swallowed. This kind of house might be able to be crashed down by driving a small car with not very fast speed. Can it stop something as vicious and evil as a zombie? The Dragon Kingdom soldier calmly said, "I have just used the wireless communicator to," indicated to the headquarters over at the camp that they had encountered zombies on the loose and sent the location information, and have asked for help over at the camp. What we need to do now is not to panic, and then immediately notify the entire village of the, let them all hide inside their homes, and sprinkle glutinous rice in front of their doors, and in front of their windowsills. I remember when there was a zombie infestation over in Yangjiazhuang. The local villagers were like this, blocking zombies from entering the house. Something like sticky rice should work on zombies." After saying that, he looked at the panicked villager. "Have you gone to inform the village?" The villager shook his head instinctively. "Then why don't you go quickly?" The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom cried and laughed. This was too much of a hexagram. After a reminder from the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the villager woke up with a start. "Hurry back. Zombies. The mass grave is haunted by zombies." Master June told everyone to close the doors and windows. Those who have glutinous rice at home, hurry to sprinkle it in front of their doors and windows. If you don't have glutinous rice, quickly borrow it from your neighbors. The villagers ran while anxiously yelling, and for a moment, the whole village was alarmed. Zombie. In this day and age, it is an unsolvable evil for the common man. The people know that Taoist priests can deal with zombies, but they're kind of poor countryside. What kind of Taoist priest is that? Nowadays, the only thing they could rely on and trust were the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who were still in the village. Perhaps it was because of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, who had helped them fight against Marshal Bull's tax collection team. So no matter how fiercely the two clans inside this village fought, they still had a lot of respect for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. All the villagers and people in the village were startled. They didn't expect the graveyard that the two clans were fighting over. Surprisingly, it was haunting zombies, and they remembered there was someone else at the mass grave. Doesn't that mean someone's been killed? Hiss. In the face of something as ferocious as a zombie, these two clans, who have been at loggerheads, it was finally a temporary letting go of the kind of conflict that had erupted between them. One by one, they scrambled to inform the whole village. Everyone panicked. It's impossible not to panic. The precedent of a zombie haunting in Yang. It's all coming back to me. Chapter 65. More than one zombie. Inside the village haunted by zombies, the dozen or so soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not idle at the moment. They were also constantly running around inside the village. Go around and warn the villagers in the village to hide in their homes immediately. At the same time, you should sprinkle glutinous rice in front of the door, as well as in front of the window. Utiani and the other official grassroots staff of the Dragon Kingdom could only harden their heads and, likewise, ran to inform the villagers. They've never experienced anything like it. The close proximity of the zombies in the fantasy piece makes them all look stiff. Say you're not afraid. It's all fake. The unknown and mysterious fear of the psychic category is always the biggest fear in people's hearts, but they are also aware. Being afraid doesn't help. This time, all they need to do is, by all means, being able to protect the local population and protect yourself. In the middle of running around inside the village, Utiani and the others could only pray in their hearts. Pray that the zombies in the mass graves won't run inside the village. Otherwise, then the people are numb. Not enough glutinous rice? Utiani and the others soon encountered a big trouble that the villagers inside this village have long been exploited by Marshal Niel for who knows how many times, and they are so poor that the rice vats in their homes, all of them are the kind that can see to the end. And sticky rice isn't cheap these days. Many people only have some glutinous rice left over from the Dragon Boat Festival. When they make rice dumplings, just a little bit of sticky rice, even if all of them are added up, at most they can only provide for a few dozen households. Glutinous rice is limited, and this village, and yet there are a lot of people. The number of people from the two clans inside the village, combined, amounted to more than 200 people. This was considered a medium-sized village in this period, quite a bit larger than the young families. That little bit of sticky rice just isn't enough. As for black dog blood, as well as rooster blood, these two things, none of it works either. Counting on the poor people in the villages to have spare miscellaneous grains in their homes. If you can afford to keep a dog or a chicken, then you can only say that it's a bit difficult for the poor peasants inside the village. Dogs, no. Chicken, no. And it got dark very fast today. While Utiani and the others were still running around, the sun had already set completely, and night was about to envelop the land. An out-of-breath Longwood grassroots worker wiped the sweat pouring out of his forehead. He looked to Utiani, who was also tired enough, before looking up at the sky. Bittersweetly, he said, if I take my cell phone and turn it up to the max volume, wouldn't it be possible to banish the zombies a bit if you play the Great Compassion mantra on a loop? Utiani rolled his eyes. Zombies and such things are really that easy to expel. It wouldn't have choked the magically altered version of the Republican realm for so many years. Speaking of which, Utiani also revealed a bitter smile. How many of us? It's really not ordinary bad luck. That's right, zombies are not uncommon in the magically altered Republican realm, but they are not something you just run into. After all, the opportunity needed for a corpse to evolve into a zombie is essential. The odds are not as dramatic as winning the lottery's grand prize, though, but it also belongs to a very rare kind of fierce and evil thing. At least it's much rarer than a lone ghost. But they met on the wrong side. Nice guy, even they, themselves, had to call themselves old unlucky bastards. You didn't read the calendar today, did you? Oh, it seems like it hasn't really been looked at. Sloppy. Gentlemen, it is getting dark, so please join us at once and hide inside the houses of the villagers in the village and wait for help to arrive. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, holding up a tactical flashlight. Striding over. Major Bai has already sent someone over. Only the camp is a bit of a journey from this side, so it may have to wait a while. Utiani hurriedly nodded. She also knew that inside the village haunted by zombies, nighttime is the most dangerous time, and going out in the middle of the night would be even more tantamount to suicide. Though she wondered what a zombie looked like. Is it the same as in the movie or TV show? But, she thinks, it's still your own little life that matters. Since there was just not enough glutinous rice in the village, it was only possible for several dozen people to, all crammed inside one home. It also leverages the power of a large crowd to make the yang energy seem a little more robust. Hopefully, this will be used to make the zombies throw in the towel. This resulted in the fact that every home with glutinous rice protection was packed with people. Everyone. At best, you'll be able to stand, or crouch. Trying to move around a little is difficult, because people are crowded. You might have to step on someone's foot if you move around a little. It is important to remain calm in all such situations. This is because if people are too crowded, it is easy to cause a stampede in the event of chaos. Once you cause a stampede time, someone is bound to get trampled. There's no chance that the kind of resentment that comes from being trampled to death will brew up a stern spirit out of it by then. Then people are numb. Hiss. Why does it feel a bit gloomy and cold? It feels eerie. Utiani was huddled together with a few older women in the village. She scrunched her neck, looked at an older woman next to her, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, have you ever seen a zombie?" Although the elder woman was also afraid. By Utiani, a pretty young girl. "The," shouted a sister. She burst into a joyful frown, but shook her head. "Never seen a." On the contrary, people from the Yang family have seen it, when the Yang family was haunted by zombies, but a dozen people died. Hiss. A dozen people died. Utiani sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly swallowed his saliva. Was this zombie too fierce? Suddenly, one of the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom inside the room gave a low gulp. "Shoo, quiet down. There's something going on. Don't squeak." The Dragon Kingdom soldiers stood carefully in front of the door, their eyes looking out through the crack. He saw dark shadows in the night. It made his head spin. Zombies. And more than one head. Chapter 66 Successive Corpse Turns. Camp support is coming. This soldier of the Dragon Kingdom looked through the crack of the door, looking out to see clearly that he saw with his eyes two dark shadows outside that were flickering by, and they were definitely not wild cats or dogs. For a very resourceful animal like a feral cat or dog, it's possible that zombies appear to be, and they've run away. Just already. I don't know where to run and hide immediately. And how can a feral cat or dog be so huge? It looks like a silhouette. And this Dragon Kingdom soldier could also be sure that this was definitely not any living human figure. How can a living person move so stiffly? The other guy was like one of those rusty robots with all the joints. And the action is bouncy. A popball jumped out, at least a meter or two high. How can this be a normal human being? It's definitely a zombie. And more than one head. It's both ends. Hiss. Isn't this village quite normal during the day? Why would two zombies come out of nowhere? The Longwa soldier expressed his inability to understand that this was beyond his specialty. If the other side was some kind of bandit, then he would have fired a warning shot long ago. But the other guy is a zombie. He was not armed with any stun weapons on his person. Faced with a zombie, perhaps only the gun on his body might be of that little bit of use. Of course, it is also limited to a minor role. It might still be possible to block a zombie's movement, but to destroy the other side, unlikely. Suddenly, the pupils of this Dragon Kingdom soldier shrunk slightly, and his entire demeanor instantly tensed up. He immediately put the safety on his rifle and, at the same time, whispering to the people in the houses, he warned, "The zombies are coming. Don't disorganize. Don't yell or push." This sentence caused all the villagers inside the entire house to break out in a cold sweat. Scalp numbness. In modern times it was only that Dragon Kingdom soldier that could see what was going on outside. He watched a zombie outside. It seemed to sense the movement of the place, or the yang energy of the place, or maybe they smelled a living person here. Surprisingly, he turned to face here. A bounce. A jump. The zombies are coming. As that one zombie was gradually approaching, everyone inside the house all of them were able to clearly feel a gloomy and cold aura that was approaching. This gloomy and cold aura caused the people inside the houses to constantly shiver and shiver. The Dragon Kingdom soldier who was nervously observing the outside. It also took advantage of the sky that was still somewhat light when night was just falling. Saw what the zombie looked like. Instead of zombies. Rather, a corpse that has not long been necrotic and can clearly see that the skin of the body showed signs of a somewhat bruise-like purple color. The movements of his body looked incredibly stiff. And he moved more than he had ever. The green stiff that had been seen was even more sluggish. Purple stiff? This seems to be the rank of the lowest level zombie. This kind of zombie has just turned into a corpse not long ago, but for ordinary people, they still can't deal with zombies that haven't been turned for long, because this is not an ordinary person, who can deal with the evil and ferocious things. as the zombies gradually approach. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were already in a cold sweat, while he has no fear of. But, behind him, there were dozens of villagers, as well as the grassroots staff of the Dragon Kingdom. He could never let the zombies in. Let's not talk about how many people a zombie can kill, but that's that whole body of necrotic venom in it. It's enough to make people scared. Whenever a zombie scratches, then you'll be infected with necrotic poison. If the infection is too deep, it's also necrotic. It's also an evil thing like a zombie, inside a magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's almost as if everyone's fighting for a reason. Not only do they see the living as food, they assimilate them into their own kind. Of course, I'm afraid this low-level purple stiff has no sanity to speak of. They don't intentionally try to infect the living with necrophilia. They only devour the living, sucking on flesh and blood. Enhancement of the self. Purple stiff moved extremely stiffly and approached the house. However, just as it was about to touch the door, its bare feet suddenly stepped on a layer of white glutinous rice spread outside the door. Next moment, the glutinous rice on the soles of the zombie's feet seemed to burst into unimaginable heat, and it was accompanied by a crackling sound. It was like setting off firecrackers. It seems that every grain of glutinous rice, at this moment, becomes a tiny firecracker. The purple stiff, who didn't have any sanity to speak of, actually showed a pained expression on his expression. Immediately, he let out a creepy, miserable howl. Instinctively, he backed away. Its soles were actually seared through with holes in the glutinous rice. The white smoke continued to fill the soles of his feet, and this white eye gave off a sickening stench, combined with that necrotic odor emanating from the zombies. It made the villagers inside the houses rush to cover their mouths for fear of spitting out what they had eaten today. Phew. See, zombies do fear things like glutinous rice. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom breathed a slight sigh of relief. But, he didn't let his guard down, and again, quickly worried. Since he can see 2 zombies, does that mean that inside this village, there are more zombies? He remembers that the zombies first appeared in a mass grave in the village. These 2 zombies, they couldn't be corpses from mass graves. Necrophiliacs, right? And so on. After such a speculation flashed through his mind, the Dragon Kingdom soldier's scalp immediately went numb. Are there more than 2 bodies in the mass graves in this village? If all these corpses are going to turn into corpses, hiss, what about a dozen zombies? And even more? Just as he was getting more and more numb with thought, the dragon soldier seemed to have heard something stirring, and he listened carefully for a moment as, murmuring, that sound. It seems like the sound of a helicopter propeller. Chapter 67, The Purple Stiffness Rebellion. The Lushan Taoist art is showing off its power. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom thought that the support from the campsite might have to wait for some time before arriving, but he hadn't expected the camp to actually use the helicopter gunships directly and dispatch the support. And as the sound of the helicopter gunships grew louder, the dragon soldiers judged that there was definitely more than one. Actually, 4 by E, the supreme commander of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. The life and safety of every Dragon Kingdom soldier is very important. And there were also a few official grassroots workers from the Dragon Kingdom inside this village. IE doesn't want to see them in this magically altered version of the Republican realm. What happens to make an unwanted accident? If any accidents did occur, IE felt that it would be his responsibility. Because of his position as supreme commander of the camp, all that needed to be done was to guarantee the safety of everyone who came from the Dragon Kingdom to the magically altered version of the Republican realm. Even if the blame doesn't lie with him, he also felt responsible for it. Major, it has arrived at Huan Village. In the middle of the dark sky, a helicopter gunship pilot, addressing Bai Yi in the cabin, reported, please give instructions. Yes, Bai Yi is here. Bai Yi was high in the sky overlooking Huan Village below. This village because there are 2 surnames, Hu and Wan, which represent 2 different clans inside this village. That's why the village was given this name, which seems very simple and easy to understand. A helicopter is overhead observing the situation, Whitey said with a grimace. The other 3 helicopters find a place to land, and if they come across zombies, capture them if you can, or destroy them if you can't. Yes, as many as 4 helicopter gunships arrived in support. Each helicopter gunship carries a total of 6 passengers, including the pilot as well as the co-pilot. The support team, numbering a total of 24 people, arrived in the village of Huan, and the support team has long been heavily armed. They are equipped with weapons that are basically modified stun weapons, because electroshock weapons work very well against zombies, also equipped with the traditional stuff for dealing with zombies. Examples include glutinous rice, male chicken blood, black dog blood, and so on. It's very hard to get this kind of stuff for old people who live in poverty. But for Rokoku, trying to get these against zombies comes with the territory, especially electroshock weapons. In order to effectively deal with zombies, or evil things similar to zombies, On the side of the Dragon Kingdom, a specially built electrified spear. This electroshock spear is 3 meters long and can be folded up without wasting space. The power of the electric shock spear was modified to be immense. Once an ordinary person was struck by the spear's electric shock, their heart would stop and go straight into shock on the spot. According to the description of the scientific researchers who built this electric shock spear, this thing is even capable of taking an elephant and giving it an instant electric shock to the ground, which is very powerful. For dealing with zombies, how strong is the current? Just get as strong as you can. 3 helicopter gunships found a suitable landing site. Taking advantage of the night, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom inside the helicopter gunships, one by one, began to come out in a line, looking alert. In fact, these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom who had come to provide support were basically members of the Special Operations Squad, because they need to stay close to the safety of Bai Yi, the Supreme Commander. And the reason Whitey came over is because he has more than a stun weapon, a much better means of using it. That's Taoism. The loud noise of the helicopter gunships, which could be heard by almost the entire village. A zombie with a necrotic body has no sanity to speak of though, and is more like a beast than a wild animal. Yet they acted as if they could hear something, and instantly 2 zombies were attracted by the commotion. Major Bai, we are currently in mid-air and have found suspected zombie evil creatures. About 9 of them. A crew inside a helicopter gunship hovering in mid-air for reconnaissance reported. There are 2 zombies heading in the direction you are. One of them is about 3 o'clock from you, only about 50 meters or so away. The other end is about your 6 o'clock, about 100 meters or so from the inside. The other zombies seem to be attracted by the commotion as well, but I don't see any movement for now. After hearing the report coming from his earpiece, Bai Yi's eyebrows gently raised. The number of zombies in Huan village, much to the point of abnormality, much to the point of weirdness. To know, when the Young family was haunted by zombies before, there was only 1 zombie, although that 1 zombie was a green stiff of a not so low grade, it was just 1. And now this Huan village actually has 9-headed zombies. This is just what has been found so far. Whether there are more zombies is unknown at this time. The number is simply mind-boggling. Unbelievable. Major, incoming. Suddenly, a member of the Special Operations Squad holding an electric shock spear reminded Bai Yi with a face full of gravity. Bai Yi looked towards the 3 o'clock direction. At this point, the helicopter gunship in mid-air had shown its searchlight over there. A zombie figure. Revealed. Purple stiff? Bai Yi could tell right away that this zombie was the lowest ranked zombie. It belonged to the kind that had just been necrotic for not long, which caused him to frown slightly. It looks like inside Huan village. There's some place where the een is so thick that it causes the corpses to necroticize and turn into walking corpses like the purple stiffs. Hold your horses and let me test it. What is so subtle about the Taoist arts of this world? This was one of the reasons why Bai Yi wanted to come over in person. As he watched the zombie approach with a bounce, Bai Yi smelled a corpse-like stench. At some point, he had an extra spirit talisman in his hand, which he had drawn idly. He had gone through the Lushan sect's Taoist heritage and inherited all the Taoist books from the crippled Taoist priest. Bai Yi naturally knew how to draw talismans. The index and middle fingers of his right hand were compared to sword fingers, and he quickly wrapped the spirit talisman on top of them. Bite the tip of your left middle finger. The blood spots on the spirit talisman. Mobilize the true chi in your body. Hasty edict. Go! The true chi in his body instantly surged and flowed wildly, and a high temperature came from the spirit talisman wrapped around his sword fingers. The next moment it even came out of his hand, dragging a faint golden light and shooting away, straight into the chest of the approaching purple stiff. Boo! Shara! Sparks! Bursting! Chapter 68 Lucha Sect Spiritual Symbols. Adult times have changed. The spirit talisman dragged a splash of golden light and shot out. With unparalleled precision, it landed on top of the chest of the zombie in front of him, and all of a sudden, the zombie's chest erupted into a series of sparks, only to see that the head of the zombie emitted his foul-smelling body, as if by an invisible hammer. Give a hit in general. The zombie's body quickly flew backwards towards the back, and it smashed down hard several meters away, white smoke constantly filling the chest where it was struck. It's like a red-hot iron in water, consuming a third of his true chi in one go. The talisman Bai Yi drew was called the Nine Heavens Five Directions Great Emperor's Edict Talisman for subduing demons and subduing devils. It was one of the original spiritual talismans of the Lushan school. It belongs to the offensive spirit talisman. It has a very significant effect when used against a vicious creature like a zombie, and it also has a remarkable effect on soul ghosts and such. Powerful, rigid and unusual. The flaw was that it was too powerful, resulting in the consumption of too much true chi when using it. With the strand of true chi cultivated by Bai Yi's entry-level dragon tiger embracing Qigong, it is estimated that only 3 of these offensive spirit talismans are used. I'm afraid I'm going to have to run out of true chi. using this kind of powerful spirit talisman to deal with a purple stiff that hasn't been in necrophilia for long. Apparently there is some flack hitting mosquitoes. However, Bai Yi was only testing to see if the spirit talisman he had drawn was useful. Now it seems, not only is it useful, powerful and fierce too, and the purple stiff that fell to the ground was unable to get up once more for half a day. A large amount of white smoke persisted from the purple stiff's chest. These white smokes contained a morose and colding chi within them, which made people feel incredibly cold when they touched them. Purple stiffened and twitched on the ground, struggling to get up, but can't get up. Hiss! Just one blow made a zombie lose its mobility? A Special Forces member of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Squad couldn't help but marvel with some staggering astonishment. Major Bai hasn't been learning Taoism on his own for more than a few days, has he? I can't believe I'm able to draw such a powerful talisman. The Special Forces soldiers of the Special Operations Squad knew very well that the existence of zombies was very bizarre. The green stiffs encountered in Yangjiazhuang before were an example of the invulnerability of swords and spears. Bullets don't even always penetrate a zombie's body, and zombies are much stronger than normal people. Once a zombie got close to you, then it was basically just a case of bad luck. However, now Major Bai was only relying on a spirit talisman. It would be easy to subdue a zombie. It shows. Major White has mastered the mystical side of the abilities of the magically altered version of the Republic realm with great proficiency. Within these members of the Special Operations Squad, Linley, the captain, was the most emotional. It was because Linley had once given Bai Yi special training when he was on the Blue Star. He knew very well how strong Bai Yi's learning ability was. There are all kinds of tactical maneuvers inside the army, and all kinds of physical training. Bai Yi basically just needs to see it once and then he'll know it. This resulted in Bai Yi, at that time, spending only 1 month in special training. It's comparable to the elite in the special forces. And now, Bai Yi also spent only a small amount of time learning and coming into contact with the Tao arts of this world. As a result, it really did allow Bai Yi to learn, and also already know how to use it. As expected, Major White, it's more than a demon. Before the crowd present could recover, the second head, because of the movement of the helicopter gunships, the zombies that had been attracted to them had appeared in front of them. This one zombie was also a purple stiff, and it looked like the kind that had just turned into a corpse not long ago. This made Bai Yi even more certain that Huan Chun was very problematic, or that mass grave in Huan village. There is definitely something very wrong with it. People in this time period were presumably not excited about cremating corpses. Once a person dies, at the end of the day, it's just going to be put in a coffin and buried somewhere, and those with very poor families, you may not even be able to afford a coffin, can't even afford to pick out a good cemetery. The bodies of deceased relatives can only be wrapped in bamboo mats, then buried in a mass grave in the village of Huan. Put up a random wooden sign. There is a grave of sorts. A place like this would definitely cause a cascade of effects if a necrophilia occurred. Ho, ho. An eerie low growl that doesn't sound human comes from the throat cavity of the zombie who found a living person. The movements that had been stiff seem to have become a little more responsive. Raising his stiff arm with sharp nails, he pointed it at Bai Yi's line. Then it jumped in the direction of Bai Yi and the others. But, before that zombie could touch any of them, a spear poked the zombie in the abdomen. An unimaginably huge force traveled down the spear and onto the arms of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. It almost shook the electroshock spear in his hand to the ground. But the good thing is, the reaction of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom was also very quick, and immediately pressed the electric current strikes the button of the electric shock spear. Shasta time. A terrifying current erupted violently and runs down the electrodes at the tip of the spear into the zombie. The power of the supremely masculine and rigid thunderbolt was in full play at this moment. Electricity arcs visible to the naked eye flashed across the zombie's body. Curls of white smoke rose madly from the zombie. The inhuman hissing in the zombie's throat turned into an ear-piercing shrieking howl. The body of the knife and gun was constantly twitching. The yin chi on the zombie's body touched the electric current, and it was like butter touching a hot iron, being rapidly dissolved by the energy of the current continuously. The zombie's bruise-like purple skin was even more scorched spot after scorched spot appeared. The skin on that hideous, ugly face actually began to fall off piece by piece, revealing the already blackened and purple flesh and blood inside. An indescribable stench was filling the air. The soldier of the Dragon Kingdom who was holding up the electric shock spear retrieved the spear afterward. The zombie's body shuddered violently, lay straight down on the ground. The most unbelievable thing is, its body, it's actually melting away. Chapter 69:11 Zombies. Going to a mass grave at night? Everyone be careful. These zombies are very strong. The Special Forces soldier who retrieved his electroshock spear, feeling his somewhat sore and aching arm, the teammate who hurriedly reminded, the spear was almost shaken off just now. These zombies are ridiculously strong. While stabbing the jumping zombie with his spear, It gave this special forces soldier the feeling as if he was taking a spear and trying to stab an oncoming motorcycle like that, if it wasn't for the fact that his own strength was also greater. And if you react quickly and press the button immediately, I'm afraid that the electric shock spear in my hand will have to be used by the huge force of that zombie just now. Give a direct shock off the ground. That one is dangerous in this situation. Once you've just been scratched by a zombie, then you'll definitely be infected with necrotic poison. Something tricky like that. If the infection is shallow, it's okay. A compress of sticky rice can still save it. But if the necrotic infection is deeper, that's a problem. There's a zombie prowling outside a house at your 11 o'clock, probably because of the sprinkling of glutinous rice. The zombies don't dare to rush in at the moment, and the villagers inside may be in danger. The pilot of the helicopter gunship in midair reminded the special forces of the Special Operations Squad once again. Having control of the air is being able to get first-hand information. Add to that the fact that the comms have been good, and that's the equivalent of having a full map hang. Any zombie inside the blind spot of vision, Bai E and the others were able to know. That's it. The head of the zombie in Huan village that had just turned necrotic not long ago was resolved. The zombies were amazingly strong in defense and strength though, but when faced with the technological weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, their copper skin and iron bones were useless. The terrifying electric current inspired by that pole of electric shock spears was simply a nightmare for these zombies. If these zombies were intelligent, they would certainly not hesitate to run away. Which zombie can stand up to a technological weapon that can control lightning? Even that green stiff from Yang's house fell to the electroshock weapon. Not to mention these purple stiffs that had just turned necrotic. These purple stiffs were 2 levels lower than the green stiffs, and there was also a white stiff sandwiched between the two. Even if they are numerous, but more doesn't help. The final tally turned out to be as many as 11 heads. That's a whopping 2 more zombies than the 9 found at the beginning. 11 zombies don't make for a sea of people. This number was also exaggerated, but it was still solved by the dragon army. It's just slightly more time consuming. It took a full 2 hours to get rid of the zombies. It's also a good thing that they hadn't been necrotic for long. Each zombie is weak. Otherwise, it would be tricky. If these zombies were all at the white stiff level, or even all at the green stiff level, then the primary purpose of the dragon army would not be to deal with them first. Instead, first immediately evacuate the entire village of Huan, all the villagers, then mobilize heavy firepower to bombard the zombies indiscriminately, blow them to pieces. The fortunate thing is that the zombie cholera in the village of Huan was discovered and resolved in a timely manner. Otherwise, once these zombies have become a climate, 11 zombies, and I don't know what kind of mess will be made, just how many old people will be scourged. At this point, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Yutani and other official grassroots personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, accompanied by a dozen or so soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, already distraught and frightened, they emerged from the villagers' houses. The moment they saw the armed helicopters of the Dragon Kingdom parked in the clearing, the first thing I felt was a sense of reassurance. Is this a zombie? Yutani secretly swallowed his saliva and murmured with a face full of shock. She watched. There were enough 3 zombies, bound dead by steel ropes in 5 different ways. It was the first time she had ever seen a zombie so close. Real zombies. Hiss. The zombie was captured alive. Busted. Unbelievable. Major Bai, is it these 3 zombies that are causing trouble inside Huan village? Yutani himself doesn't even know himself why he ghosted like Bai E and asked such a sentence curiously. Bai E looked back at Yutani, who knew that this was from the Dragon Kingdom. The mobilized grassroots staff. Bai E shook his head and said, there were originally 11, but only 3 were caught. As his sentence fell, Yutani's eyes widened. The heart fluttered. There are still 8 heads running away? Yutani secretly swallowed his saliva, cold sweat pouring out. No, wiped out. Bai E calmly said. The purple stiffs couldn't carry the electric current of the electric shock spear at all, and there were 8 purple stiffs that were caught in the electric current. The kind of supremely masculine power contained in the body was dissolved. These 3 zombies, or he personally subdued them and then caught them up. 4 Rukoku, zombies, the murderous creatures of a magically altered version of the Republican realm, are rare fodder for research, though there's already a green stiff in Dragonland, and that green stiff has been on the autopsy table for a long time now. But this research material, who's too little? At this time, only Baiyi's voice continued to sound. These zombies. It was the first to appear from the mass grave in Huan village. So let's take a trip to the mass grave and see what's going on. Baiyi looked at Yutani. I've asked you to handle the conflict between the 2 clans. It's because of the mass graves that their conflict has come to a head. You do realize that the mass grave in Huan village, where it is, right? Then you will lead the way. Baiyi's sudden question caused Yutani to freeze. Spinning around, she immediately reacted, incredulously dumbfounded. To a mass grave? Big. At night? Yu Tianyi was dumbfounded. Who can stand up to this? Chapter 70, Mass Burial in the Underworld. Pull an artillery battalion over. Upon hearing that the Major Bai before him had asked himself to lead the way to the mass grave in the village of Huan, Yu Tianyi's entire body was dumbfounded. Her brain was buzzing at this moment. It was so hard to escape so many zombies, and now you're running to where the zombies are showing up? Isn't that just escaping from the tiger's mouth and running into the wolf's den of your own accord? However, Yu Turnip also knew that if he didn't figure out the reason, I'm afraid a new zombie might be born. The villagers and people in this neighborhood will suffer. It would be a lie to say inwardly that he was not afraid. Yu Tianyi and the rest of these grassroots staff transferred from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. They only went through military training when they were in high school or college, and the training doesn't even add up to more than 2 months. They're really all just ordinary people. Will common, battlefield average. It's hard to tell if you can even use a gun, and it's nighttime, the village is gloomy. In this case, go over to the mass grave. Hiss. Is she scared? Scared, but that sense of responsibility within her heart made her not want to choose to back down. Moreover, Major Bai was the supreme commander inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, which meant that inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, Major Bai was her great leader. Though 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, it was actually just in that split second. Yu Tianyi took a deep breath, gritted his teeth. Gather your courage. Yes, God knows how much determination she made when she said that one good word, just how much fear was overcome. Perhaps, even she's not sure. I guess. Night. Against that gloomy aura that gave people goosebumps straight away, the crowd from the Dragon Kingdom cautiously marched on through the night. Soon they came to a back hill of the village, where the Inchi seemed to be even more intense. A morose white mist visible to the naked eye filled the dark night, giving one quite a creepy feeling. It was as if a zombie would pop out of nowhere. But, okay, the crowd made it all the way to the mass grave in Huan village without encountering a single zombie. This was already deep in the back of Huan village, and they had followed a road in. Bai Yi smelled the odor of blood as soon as he arrived. When the tactical flashlight shone on the mass grave in front of them, the group realized that there was a lot of blood on the ground. There were even human limbs and remains in. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as Bai Yi, didn't think it was a big deal about it. They've gotten used to this a long time ago. On the contrary, Yu Tianyi's face turned white for a moment. She watched as the light from the tactical flashlight shone on top of an arm covered in tear marks. The broken arm was very pale and all covered with bite marks from human teeth. The blood has pretty much dried up. Makes one's head spin. It made her dizzy. There's something wrong with the feng shui of this place. Bai Yi borrowed the light from his tactical flashlight and the not particularly bright moonlight, observed the terrain of the mass grave and spoke. Such feng shui that, though it won't harbor the yin qi out of thin air like a corpse-raising Jedi, but such feng shui will seal off the yin. In other words, the feng shui of the terrain here is like a zipped-up pocket. Once yin qi gets in, it can't get out. Bai Yi had read the books that the crippled Taoist priest carried with him, and there were books on feng shui mentioned in them. Only the mention was not particularly in-depth, and Bai Yi was only slightly ventilating the water at the moment. It can be said that it is not even at the level of introductory feng shui. These yin qi are trapped in this mass grave and there is no way they can dissipate. Plus the villagers in this neighborhood, constantly burying the bodies of the deceased, in mass graves, causing the yin to start gathering more and more in this place. It has become a murderous place with each passing day. Bai Yi wore a heavily armed Dragon Kingdom combat uniform and spoke a mouthful of metaphysical theories. Such dissonance can be instantly recognizable. All this yin that can't leave this place, combined with the mass graves that have been turned into murderous places, it forms a unique mass burial netherworld, allowing the corpses that are buried to achieve physical immortality, and it will arouse a miasma in the corpse, so that the corpse will have a high probability of necrophilia. If the necromancy fails, the body disintegrates, but if it works, it turns into a zombie. It will turn into the lowest grade of purple stiffness, with the skin of the body showing it's like the color of a bruise from a beating. This level of zombie is the weakest because it's just necrotic, but if a purple stiff eats a few people, then there is a good chance that it will have transformed into a white stiff. Speaking here, Bai Yi's tone paused. He swept his calm gaze over the mass graves, which were strewn with, he said expressionlessly, such a mass grave-ine land will continue to harbor zombies in the future. Although the ones that will be bred are all very weak zombies, it can't be compared to that green stiff from Yang's house, but for the local villagers and people, it's more than a tiger in the mountains, and a million more vicious and evil things. Captain Lin Lei, the leader of the Special Operations Squad who had been following Bai Yi, immediately asked solemnly, "Here," Bai Yi instructed, "contact the camp and have the artillery battalion of the main combat regiment come over." Artillery battalion? Lin Li froze, then immediately reacting, He knew what Major White was going to do, because this isn't the first time it's been done. Also already experienced. Yes, Linley nodded. Instead, Yutani was confused. Yutani looked at the mass grave in front of him with a face full of caution. Fear that a zombie might come out of nowhere. She came over to Bai's side and asked weakly, Major Bai, do people from the artillery battalion also catch zombies? Bai calmly said, no, but they were able to take this area and give it a direct blast. Chapter 71 Truth is only within the reach of artillery fire. Having heard Whitey say the creepiest content of words in the flattest of tones, Yu Tianyi, a grassroots staff member of the Dragon Kingdom, only felt a rush of scalp numbness. She didn't realize that the Bai people were pulling an artillery battalion over to try to take the mass graves in Huan village. Give it a hard blast. Hiss. Yu Tianyi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? But, on second thought, this appears to be one of the best solutions out there. Since the terrain feng shui of this place is able to bring those yin qi, I'm going to block it off for you. If that's the case, why not just destroy the feng shui here? Wouldn't that be a lot less work than catching zombies? And after this mass grave zombie incident, it was estimated that none of the two clan forces inside Huan village would want this mass grave. Even if the feng shui of the mass grave has been destroyed, it is impossible to harbor a zombie in the future. And probably no one else would dare to take the land. After all, no one can guarantee that a place once haunted by zombies will not be resurrected by zombies. Anyone who is an individual is afraid of death. These villagers are fierce when they're fighting each other, but when they're faced with the fear of the unknown, they went completely and utterly ape *********. Reckon STH. In the future, I guess you'll have to go around when you pass a mass grave, even in broad daylight. Time. Streaming. It was about 11 o'clock at night when a military vehicle followed the bumpy dirt road and, arriving at the zombie-haunted Huan village, a heavily armed soldier of the Dragon Kingdom came out in a line from on top of a military vehicle. This was an artillery battalion of the camp's main regiment, an artillery battalion with the hardest heavy firepower in the camp. It was precisely because of this that Bai had taken this artillery battalion and deployed it. Learning that the artillery battalion had arrived, Bai and the others withdrew from the mass grave. After meeting with the battalion commander of the artillery battalion, Bai instructed the other party to set up the artillery and bombard the direction of the mass grave. Before bombing this mass grave, Bai had someone go and inform the villagers of Huan village so that they wouldn't panic next. The Dragon Kingdom's army has arrived. The dangers of Huan village. It will also be lifted with it. The time has come to the hour of 0 hour. The hour of 0 hour in the village of Huan. The atmosphere seemed even more eerie. And above an open space in Huan village, a heavy cannon had been set up. The heavy artillery was aimed at the bearing of the mass grave. Bai asked all the villagers to come out from their houses. A lot of houses in this era are dangerous. As soon as the artillery barrage, these dangerous houses may be affected. And the villagers and people who live inside the dangerous houses may be in danger. If anyone's house in the village of Huan had collapsed in the shelling, the Dragon military can help build a house for it at no cost. Just a small bungalow. Of course, it won't be too luxurious. Major Bai, the bearing has been sighted. Is it possible to carry out the first wave of test firing? The battalion commander of the artillery battalion trotted up to Bai's front, saluted with a serious face, and opened his mouth to inquire. Aha! Bai said with a slight nod. Wave 1 test firing is complete. After determining where the shells will land, indiscriminately bombard the mass graves with artillery coverage. Don't skimp on the shells. This mass grave has to be destroyed. Destroying the topography of the place. Completely destroy the feng shui pattern of the mass grave. The artillery battalion commander nodded. Yes, as a single order fell. Every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom who was manning the artillery. It's all ready to go. Fire. Only a bloodthirsty roar was heard from the artillery battalion's commander. One modern artillery piece after another began to roar to life. Boo, boo, boo. Each shell fired caused the artillery hull to shake violently. The invisible airwaves swept up countless flying sands and stones. The deafening sound stimulated the eardrums of every Dragon Kingdom soldier. There is such a thing as noiseproof headphones, though, but it would be easy to mishear the orders issued while this thing was on. It's only used during training. None of this stuff is allowed in real life. Under the attention that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are accustomed to. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the grassroots staff of the Dragon Kingdom, the villagers of Huan village worshipped as if they had seen a miracle. Shot after shot of powerful artillery shells cut through the darkness of the night. It landed with uncanny precision on top of the mass grave in the distance. At once, the rumble of the explosion created by the shells falling to the ground was so loud that the continuous sound was almost deafening. Boom, boom, boom. Clump after clump of smoke was not conspicuous in the night, but when the shells landed and exploded, the light that popped out was very noticeable. Every time a shell landed on top of a mass grave, it was able to blow out a huge crater. I don't know how many corpses that were buried here were directly blown away tens and hundreds of meters. Then it fell straight down again from high in the sky. Dirt splatters, shattering frenzy. Yu Tianyi, as well as a group of grassroots staff members, had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had all seen a lot of war movies though, and had seen a lot of big scenes in the movies. But being in the moment like this has never happened before. Watching the shells explode in front of my eyes and listening to the deafening roar, they were nothing but shocked and staggered. An unspeakable emotion, and with it, from the heart, floated up. It was a thrill, because they know that this continuous artillery fire, it represents the power of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the iron fist of the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Tianyi suddenly remembered a saying he had heard: truth is only within the reach of artillery fire. This phrase is not only applicable in Blue Star, the same applies in this magically altered version of the Republican realm where ghosts and monsters exist. These cannon fires, it's the truth. Chapter 72: 3 Small Gifts for the Scientists of Longwa. With wave after wave of artillery shelling down, the mass graves in Huan village have been completely disfigured. The original feng shui pattern has been completely destroyed. There is no longer a way to create the same kind of ferocious land as before. This made the villagers of Huan village very grateful to the army of the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, during the day when Yu Tianyi and the others came to mediate clan conflicts, there were also some not so nice words for the grassroots staff such as Yu Tianyi. Not much of a tirade though, but it's not a proper nice thing to say. And now one by one, those people are running over and offering to apologize to the grassroots staff of the Dragon Nation. It is obvious that, now they had real respect for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, as to whether or not they are honoring the dragon's bailout of them, still respecting the mighty power of the Dragon Kingdom. As far as the benevolent are concerned, the wise man has seen the light. After solving the problem of Huan village being haunted by zombies, Long Bai and the others started to return to the camp. The next day, early in the morning, there is no way to stop the news that Huan village was haunted by zombies last night, and there's no point in blocking such a message. After all, it's not so much normal for zombies and whatnot to appear these days, though, but it's also definitely not rare. Instead, the dragon army easily solved the zombie cholera problem. This incident has been a source of great amusement for many of the people. I'm telling you guys, I watched those soldiers last night. Using a cannon with a barrel bigger than my head, we bombarded the mass graves in our village of Huan. Those rounds of shells. Gee, I took a quiet, far away look this morning, and man, all the big pits, the whole terrain changed. A teepee in Dongha County, a villager people of Huan village, the inner workings of he was supposed to carry firewood into the city to sell it, and as a result, you can't help but have that braggadocio mentality when you're selling, began to lavish praise on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in East River County, only to hear him continue to say excitedly, a dozen zombies were all taken care of by those soldiers. You guys say that if it was in the old days of Marshal Neo's soldiers, would they dare to deal with the zombies? That group of guys, I'm afraid Leaning don't even dare to approach Huan village. Seriously? Some people are skeptical. How does it sound? Kind of like I'm being fooled? Hey, I can make me an extra penny by lying to you? Hiss. No wonder I thought I heard the commotion of an exploding shell last night. I thought I heard wrong, but I didn't realize it was actually the army blowing up zombies. Mr. Bai's troops are much more powerful than that so-called Marshal Neo's troops. And not only did the soldiers who served inside Mr. White's unit not plunder us for a single piece of ocean, they let us send him things that they don't even want it. This is what it means to be a soldier. All those warlords and soldiers in the past, one by one, all of them are dog. Dog farts are really insulting to dogs. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Beware of the remnants of that Marshal bull. There are still people who haven't cleaned up. Add what bull Marshal? Name it. Oh yes, bull dash. Ha ha. As you can hear from the conversations of these old folks, they had come to disdain the Marshal Neo, who had ruled over them before, and under the influence of the army of the dragon, they dared to use such words, to taunt the people who have exploited them. Although because Marshal Neo has been beheaded by the Dragon Kingdom, Marshal Bull's interest group was also liquidated for the same reason. But in the end, it's kind of like not continuing to hold back. If these common people have to put up with it when Marshal Neo is already dead, even cursing a word that Marshal Neo and the others didn't dare to curse, that can only mean they are truly hopeless. But it's looking pretty good right now. In the meantime, the barracks side, Whitey opens the double-through door to the real world. Let some soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom take the captured three-headed purple stiffs and transport them inside the Dragon Kingdom's military region, which were precious experimental research materials. Fierce creatures like zombies are no longer human. They're not even animals. It's perfectly fine to study such ferocious creatures without having to worry about anything. Something like some kind of humanitarianism is not necessary for something as vicious as a zombie. research all you want. Of course, the premise is not to get killed. These 3 purple stiff-level zombies were considered 3 small gifts from Bai Yi to the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. All 3 zombies were contained in 3 crates that could completely block out sunlight, and the 3-headed zombie was also bound with very strong steel ropes, to prevent them from hurting people, even dulled their teeth, and their nails, with a file. Have to say, the zombies' canine teeth and nails are pretty hard, actually hard enough to scrap a full 3 files. It's only then that you dull their teeth and nails a bit. When the 3 purple stiffs were transported to the Dragon Kingdom, they were immediately sent to 3 separate research institutes. All 3 institutes do biological research. It was also under the military of the Dragon Kingdom, and belonged to the kind of research institute that was highly confidential. When the zombies were sent to these institutes, and these researchers were told that it's something of a time, the eyes of the researchers at the institute went straight. Then all of a sudden a cloud of fine light emerged. Before that, green stiff was also sent to a research institute attached to the Dragon military. It was considered a secret among the military research institutes, but the higher-ranking researchers knew about it. It made a lot of researchers still red-eyed, but it's not like they can snatch that green stiff. Didn't realize. They actually waited until Bai Yi gave them a small gift. Wait until the new zombies are delivered. For them, the military researchers who specialize in biology. Zombies. Just big baby. Chapter 73 Booming. Thriving jurisdictions. As time, day after day passed. In the blink of an eye it was half a month later. Since this half a month's time, within the jurisdiction of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm in the Dragon Kingdom, a lot has happened. Most notably, that one copper mine with reserves of 8.6 million tons. Mining has already begun. There had even been a shipment of mined ore that had been transported to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. When if after seeing so much solid copper, to say I'm not thrilled and excited would be a lie. A copper mine with reserves of 8.6 million tons, in any country, all capable of getting that country excited, because the ores inside this one copper mine, if all of them could be extracted, then it's worth $40 billion, and there is definitely the presence of companion minerals in a typical vein. Although the associated mines certainly don't amount to as much as the overall reserves of copper, but those companion mines are also a gain. In other words, the overall value of this one copper mine, over 40 billion. In addition to focusing on this one copper mine with reserves of 8.6 million tons, Bai Yi's side also took into account the livelihood of the Dragon Kingdom in the midst of this jurisdictional land inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. For now, the local people of the magically altered version of the Republican realm inside the jurisdiction, they are short of everything as far as they are concerned, and one of the things they are short of is food. It's worth noting that the largest grain merchant inside the 2 counties, it is also one of the interest groups belonging to Marshal Bull. In the liquidation some days ago, all those grain merchants have been liquidated. It is natural that the large quantities of grain left behind by the grain merchants should not be set aside. Bai Yi rehired the locals to handle the grain, demanding that it had to be sold at market parity, no matter how much the local population lacks food, nor can they go about inflating the price of food. Otherwise the people simply can't afford it. Moreover, Bai Yi also had the Dragon countryside ship a large amount of food, entering the magically modified version of the Republican realm. Make sure to make it so that not a single person can starve to death among the jurisdictional lands of the Dragon Kingdom. The commercial economy inside the 2 counties had also reopened under Bai Yi's support. Meanwhile the 2 construction corps in this world were not idle. 2 construction corps began to focus on building concrete roads. After all, the words, "If you want to get rich, build roads first," have been deeply engraved in the minds of every Chinese. The roads outside the magically altered republic are pretty crappy. Basically just some dirt roads. These dirt roads are fine when it's not raining, and a little bumpy at best when you go through. But, once we get to the rainier seasons after, these dirt roads can be very unpleasant. Not to mention driving straight there, even if you walk there on 2 feet, it was all very tiring to walk. And there are matters concerning local public health, public safety, and so on. Whitey also carries a wave of boosts, utilizing the advanced concepts of modern, to create the Dragon Kingdom jurisdiction. Among them, inevitably, this half-dozen months of steady development will bring with it a high-tech product from the Dragon Kingdom. Although these products are considered to be very common on top of Blue Star, but it's definitely considered high-tech in this world. It's something the local people here have never seen in their lives. For example, the movie, Magic Altered version of this year outside of the Republic actually had a movie. Today the magically altered version of the Republican realm is 1913. Movies actually came to God's country this 1903. Only. Movies from this period are basically very backward kind of existences, and they're all black and white movies. It took until 1923 for the first synchronized sound film to be released. What better way to root the culture of the Dragon Kingdom in the hearts of the local people than a movie? Manhwa set up movie theaters in East River and West River counties, which are inside the two counties, but due to time it was just a simple movie theater. Fulfillment is a huge white curtain and then the movie is projected onto it, plus 2 huge stereos, and rows of seats. The movie was playing some kind of vintage film or something like Journey to the West or Liuji, which is very familiar to the local people. As for, would it be a problem to show a somewhat superstitious movie like this? Aha! This world originally had the aura of heaven and earth. So, spells cast by characters inside the movie, it would appear to be justified, not exactly superstitious. And during this half of the month, Bai also did a simple census. This census surprised him with the realization that the Dragon Kingdom, in the magically altered version of the Republican realm, the population within the jurisdictional area is much larger than what was roughly counted at the beginning. The main reason is because there are some landlords and rich peasants employing those long-time laborers. These long laborers used to be not counted in the local population, because for landowners, this can save a lot of population tax. That tally actually adds up to tens of thousands of extra people. The population of the Dragon Kingdom within the areas under the jurisdiction of the magically altered Republic Plane, it actually reached a full 410,000 people. Don't underestimate the number. Inside the modern Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, this could be the population of just one county, even above the Blue Star. Some counties have populations that have broken the million level, but in the magically altered Republican realm, there are 410,000 people in such a place. I'm afraid it's still because it's the South, which is more densely populated. After all in all, under Baiyi's dispatch, everything is thriving in the scene of the Dragon Kingdom within the area of jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic realm. There is a sense of flourishing. The old gloom has been lifted from the face of every common man. A smile reappeared on his face. It's quite an immediate feeling of embracing the light again. That's because they saw the light. Chapter 74, Strange Warlord. The arrival of an uninvited guest. Meanwhile, inside the jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, Baiyi had also encountered quite a few difficulties. One of the biggest challenges is the issue of employment for the people. The two counties, East River and West River, don't have a lot to offer in terms of employment at this point in time. It's okay if the people have farmland that they can cultivate, but inside the county, there are a lot of old people who don't have farmland to cultivate. They have to get jobs if they want to live inside the county. That's how you can earn the oceans you need to live. Otherwise the whole family will have to drink the northwest wind. For this reason Bai specially recruited the local people to work on some of the constructions. This will indeed solve the employment problem. But what about once the construction is completed? This specialized stuff, it's better to leave it to the professionals. The Dragon Kingdom was sending a steady stream of talent over to Baiyi every day. These talents are able to manage the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom well. Have to say, the essence of these old people who have seen the light is not quite the same as before. And having already seen the light, they are afraid that they can no longer see the darkness of the past. Even if one day the Dragon Kingdom no longer governs this place, once the local populace meets another warlord like Marshal Neo after, I'm afraid they won't be silent this time. At least a little resistance will be organized. Still, how can one who has seen the light be willing to return to the darkness? And for the sake of local public safety, Baiyi also had the main regiment's combat troops to clear out all the bandits in the jurisdictional land. Yes, bandits still exist in the Dragon Kingdom among the lands under the jurisdiction of the magically altered Republican realm, especially the group of bandits connected to Marshal Neo, which the Dragon Kingdom has yet to eliminate. It wasn't because the bandits were too cunning or powerful, mostly because I didn't have much time before. And now, there's time. The end of the bandits arrived. Facing the steel torrent of the Dragon Kingdom's main combat regiment, these bandits, who only had draw-bolt big guns in their hands, it was simply impossible to be an opponent, or even to organize an effective resistance. Several nests of bandits within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, in less than a few days, it was then completely purged. The fighting strength of these bandits was not even as good as that of Marshal Neo's soldiers, if it weren't for the fact that the bandits occupy the terrain, and he is very familiar with the terrain in the mountains. If he runs as fast as a monkey, it doesn't even take days to clear out, probably enough for one day. From inside these bandit dens, Baiyi had also seized quite a few goodies. This included a full $10,000, as well as a number of outdated firearms, and a number of antiques, jewelry, and furs that were not conveniently priced. The bandits who were shot were directly dragged to be cremated, and then the direct funeral was taken care of in one line. Captured bandits are then interrogated about their crimes, and if the crime is very serious, that must be dragged to the food market for a public trial and then shot without saying a word. If the crime is not punishable by death, then they should be put to work. There's still a shortage of sold-out miners over at the mine. Aren't these bandits in need of labor rehabilitation the best miners? It's worth mentioning those local religions. It's already all been taken in by Bai. Yes, whether it's monks and Taoist priests from the east, or missionaries running over from the west to preach, all of them were given a unified collection by Bai, and a set of rules were given to these people. If these monks, Taoists, and preachers, who are squarely in business, occasionally, he catches ghosts and exorcises demons for the common people, then they will be able to live in peace. But if they do anything against the people, Bai wouldn't mind sending them to labor camps as well. Meanwhile, some religious people who have the ability to exorcise ghosts, Bai gave them an establishment. Have them work part-time to guard local public safety in the event of zombie or ghostly havoc. They would have to contribute. In fact, it's not like there's no resistance when you do these things. But, when a dark gun barrel was pointed at their heads, they then become very active as well as cooperative. In fact, Bai had already given them a chance by not liquidating them. Don't expect the Taoist priests, monks, and preachers of this day and age to be truly compassionate. These temples, Taoist temples, churches, I don't know how much land it occupies. They're not like landowners, but better than a landlord. For example, in a temple in West River County, there are only a dozen or so monks inside the temple. But it's like a temple like this, and they actually have thousands of acres of good land, and the good land is still sitting there, not even planted with anything. These guys are not productive at all. It doesn't matter how much they shut down or come down to save the day in times of war. Now all they've done is intolerable to Bai. If we don't give them a few punches to wake them guys up, these monks, Taoists, missionaries, I guess they don't understand that there is a difference between the Dragon Kingdom and the local warlords. And the difference is huge. But, just when two counties were thriving, accident. Here we go. Where the Dragon Kingdom borders the jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic Plain. I don't know when a strange army even broke in. This unfamiliar army looked to be a warlord's force from this time period. The number of people was probably around 400 or so, but they're not the remnants of Marshal Bull's party. It was because the uniforms they wore in Marshal Nyo's warlord uniforms. Although they looked similar, there were still some differences. Only just after they broke into the jurisdiction zone, they were discovered by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and immediately mobilized his men to stop this strange army. The two sides confronted each other at the border of the zone of jurisdiction. Obviously, this is a group of uninvited guests. Chapter 75, Collecting Protection Money from the Dragon Kingdom? Big fish eating small fish? Hey, you big-headed soldiers in the clothes of beggars, do you understand human language or not? A soldier of a foreign warlord, with a face full of displeasure, looked at the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him and yelled, "These men, our brothers, are from the southern military region of the province. You callow big-headed soldiers, do you know what the southern military region of the province means? The commander-in-chief of our military region, sitting on 100,000 troops, has over 100,000 guns in his hands. The taxes on the side of the one surnamed Bull should have been collected already, right? This year, that boss of yours, surnamed Ox, we haven't even paid our military commander his dutiful tribute yet." These strange warlord soldiers from out of town claimed to be soldiers from the southern military region of the province, and they claimed that the power they were in had 100,000 troops. The looks on their faces had displeasure written all over them, and their attitudes were all condescending. Recognizing the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him as the soldier gangsters under Marshal Lu's hand. Obviously, they didn't know that the cow marshal, the ashes are now raised. The territory previously ruled by Marshal Nyo had also become under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It was naturally impossible for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to let these warlord soldiers go in, no matter how high and mighty these warlord soldiers are. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom anyway, whether it's the southern military region of any province, or the northern military region of any province, these titles may sound very bluffing, but in reality what is called the Ministry of Military Affairs, all just local warlords in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. At the end of the day, they're just a little more powerful warlords, unlike Marshal Nyo, who is a small-time warrior. Truth be told, whether or not Marshal Bull can call the local warlords is still up for debate, because, with this small area in the hands of Marshal Bull, at best, he's a local security chief, only barely a minor warlord. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom simply didn't care how arrogant these warlords and soldiers were. They were still expressionless as they aimed their guns at these soldiers. If these soldiers and ruffians from the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm dared to intrude within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, then these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom will shoot without hesitation. And they had that permission to shoot, because Bai Yi had given them that permission a long time ago. facing gunpoint after gunpoint. These warlord soldiers from out of town were very annoyed. In hell, how come these soldiers dress like barkers or as stubborn as a donkey? You know they're from the southern military region of the province, come here to collect the filial piety fee. The so-called filial piety fee is actually a protection fee. The people can pay protection fee to Marshal Nyo. Marshal Nyo in turn pays protection money to bigger warlords. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. They come over once a year to collect the filial piety fee and are able to take away tens of thousands of oceans to leave each year. As a result, this year when they came to this part of the country and wanted to collect the filial piety, it was actually stopped by a group of beggar soldiers. In the eyes of these soldier boys, soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom wearing camouflage combat uniforms, the kind of camouflage clothing on their bodies was like beggars' clothing. That's why they say that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, wearing clothes similar to beggars. Mother asterisk 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 error. A warlord officer couldn't help but lose his temper. Gritting his teeth, he glared angrily at the Longwa soldiers. Are you guys trying not to pay the filial piety fee this year? Is that fat-headed guy Nyo Dakai trying to offend the southern commander of the province? With just a few thousand of you and a few thousand guns, you dare to turn your back on us? Do you realize what kind of consequences this has? The Longwa soldier frowned and said, I'm sorry, but the Nyo Dakai you're talking about is dead. This is not his territory. We don't have to pay any dutiful fees to your so-called warlords in the southern part of the province, and you are not entitled to come and ask for filial piety. This warlord officer was just about to curse angrily, then immediately reacted. What the hell? He couldn't help but freeze. Nyo Dashin, dead. The officer took a closer look at the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Suddenly it dawned on me. So it is. No wonder these guys in front of us are dressed so strangely. At a glance, it wasn't that Nyo Dashin's army. So it turned out to be that Nyo Dashin had already been wiped out, and his territory had been swallowed up by someone else. The warlord officer let out a sneer. Even if you are not from Nyoda Mountain, you also have to pay a filial piety fee to the southern military region of the province, which is 200 Dayang per year. Labor doesn't know what this army of yours is called, and labor doesn't want to know what you call it. I'm here to warn you that if you don't pay the 200 Dayans of filial piety, just wait for the army to overwhelm us then. Listening to this warlord officer's verbal threats, every Dragon Kingdom soldier was unmoved. These days, magic-modified version of the warlords of the Republic of China realm actually collect protection fees received the head of the Dragon Kingdom. Nice guy. These local warlords are so brave. Company commander. Suddenly, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom ran over and, in a low voice, he said, the message has been sent to the camp, and Major Bai said not to pay any attention to these fellows, and that once they dare to take a step across then immediately fire warning shots. If they continue to be obstinate and insist on entering the jurisdiction, they are free to shoot. Although this Dragon Kingdom soldier spoke in a low voice, he was still heard by the warlord officer. A look of disbelief was written all over the warlord officer's face. These assholes. He really didn't let himself and the others in? And you don't want to pay the honorarium? Don't these guys know the reputation of the southern military region of the province? Is there anyone in Min province who doesn't know about the southern military region? Where did these hicks come from? Mother asterisk 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 error. You mother asterisk 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 heirs. A bunch of beggar soldiers from nowhere. Think you're invincible if you destroy a punk like Nyo Dashin? There's only about 100 of them. Still want to stop the 400 or so people in labor? The warlord's officers were furious. Couldn't help but say in annoyance, give the laborers a hard charge in. Gon Lin Yang. A bunch of frogs in the well. Still trying to provoke us? Chapter 76, Clash breaks out. Dragon Kingdom soldiers are hicks? These warlord soldiers from the so-called southern military region of the province. Each one of them is used to being cross in the day. When they went around collecting honorariums, all the so-called marshals, they're always polite to them. In their eyes a warlord like Marshal Nyo is just a country bumpkin at the end of the day. It's just a matter of having a few thousand guns in your hand and then dominating the countryside. Just a mere hijacking of a mere 2 counties, with dozens of villages, large and small. Such a presence in front of that kind of large warlord. It's also just ants that are more able to hop around. Even if the Dragon Kingdom wiped out Marshal Nyo's forces and took over all of Marshal Nyo's territory. But in the eyes of the warlords and soldiers of these southern military districts of the province, is it not the hicks who are fighting? And now these rednecks in the countryside. How dare you defy the orders of the southern military region? How dare you not pay the annual filial piety fee? In hell. It's almost as if he doesn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. You think you're invincible just because you've destroyed one Nyo Dashan? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? T asterisk 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 ing asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell are US doing standing here? If you don't collect these 200 yen, when you return to the southern military region of the province, will you take your heads and explain to the commander? The warlord officer looked at the warlord soldiers who hadn't moved yet and opened his mouth in hatred and anger. It was then that these warlord soldiers reacted, and they all suddenly had a fierce look on their faces. Every warlord soldier raised the drawbolt rifle in his hand. Under the leadership of this one warlord officer, he actually tried to forcefully enter the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Surprisingly, they ignored the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who stopped them. Though the number of these Dragon Kingdom soldiers was small, at least not much compared to these warlord soldiers, but it's good to have a company size. It was as if these warlord soldiers were ignoring this company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. It was as if treating a company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers as if they didn't exist. It seemed to conclude that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to shoot, taking it in stride, crossed into the jurisdictional territory. However, what they didn't expect was that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't give a damn about them at all. This so-called southern military region of the province. This thing sounds a little high and mighty, but in actuality it's nothing more than a warlord. This company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers immediately lined up and searched for favorable terrain as well as cover. Immediately afterward, with the muzzle pointed diagonally overhead, there was no hesitation in firing a warning shot. Bang! 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 A series of shots went off like firecrackers, taking the warlord officer who was striding across the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom by surprise. He didn't think these guys would actually have the guts to shoot. These assholes actually really don't know what they're doing. They really want to turn the tables on the southern military region of the province. Mother Gamlin. Fire. Fire. Damn it. Since you don't want to pay the honorarium, then the laborer mother ***** will come and rob it. The warlord officer gave the order through gritted teeth, and in his eyes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in front of them were nothing more than a bunch of, well, country bumpkins with low combat power. Once upon a time, it wasn't as if there weren't guys who didn't know any better and didn't want to pay their dutiful dues. As a result, that guy's force of 7,000 or 8,000 was routed by 1,000 men from the southern military region of the province. It was enough to show that the two sides were not even fighting in the same class. The southern military region of the province is a major warlord in the entire province of Min. Although the soldiers inside the warlords were also soldiers, there was a difference between a soldier and a soldier. The soldier boys in the southern military region of the province are bold enough to fight, and it's also capable of playing hardball. Fighting power, then the local small warlords like Marshal Liu do not know how many times more powerful, and for that very reason, there were clearly only about 400 or 500 men under the hands of this warlord officer. But then he dared to break in, just dared to come and rob the filial piety fee, or protection money. The warlord's soldiers, one by one, also immediately lowered their heads to look for cover. After receiving the order to, pulling the bolt without saying a word, he headed directly towards the position of the dragon soldiers and pulled the trigger. There was a firefight. Bang! 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 It had to be said that this unit of warlords had impressed the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom somewhat. This will to attack as well as the speed of the opponent alone. It's far beyond those warlord soldiers of Marshal Liu. Unfortunately, that's about it. This unit of warlords, claiming to be from the southern military region of the province, since they took the initiative to fire toward the positions on the dragon side and try to intrude into the dragon's jurisdiction in an honorable manner, and they want to rob the so-called filial piety fee, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were naturally unambiguous. Under the orders of the company commander, immediate counterattack. The weapons in the hands of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were all automatic weapons, all guns from the 21st century. There was only one company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, but they fought in a very exaggerated formation. Momentarily, bullets are flying all over this area. The gunfire was constant. Before the warlords and soldiers could react, a full dozen of them, directly hit by bullets, were collapsed on the spot. Frightened, they rushed to find thicker cover. The ferocious firepower on the Dragon Kingdom's side, it left them people confused. This mother ***********, what's the situation? They simply didn't expect that the 400 or so of them would be able to be pressured by more than 100 people, and the other side is still what they see as a redneck force. The bottom line is, why are there so many machine guns in the hands of these rednecks? They're obviously dressed like beggars. Why is it so well equipped? A round grazed the warlord officer's scalp, knocking the hat off his head. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly put his head down on the ground. The warlord officer's expression was very ugly. The current situation was beyond his expectations. They wouldn't have expected this outcome. The soldiers under his command had only fired a few shots, only to be met with a head-on attack. The firepower on the other side is simply exaggerated and outrageous. And ing machine guns. Suddenly, boom, a rocket landed on the positions of the warlords and soldiers, and in an instant there were more than a dozen warlords and soldiers, and they died on the spot, with broken limbs and wreckage flying everywhere. Eyes wide open, the warlord officer broke out in a cold sweat. A tingle ran through him. These guys, and the cannon. Chapter 77, Rokoku's underfire phobia kicks in. It had not at all occurred to this warlord's officer that the fellows across the way, dressed like beggars, there are actually cannons, and the other side was actually able to shoot the cannon so accurately. It means that this group definitely has elite gunners, and a unit that can produce elite gunners. You're hiding out in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere? In the middle of nowhere? Who the hell are these guys? Not only are there so many machine guns roaring, but even these guys have artillery. Hiss, careless, sloppy. A hint of regret had bubbled up in this warlord's officer. If he had known that the other side's firepower was so fierce, he wouldn't have been so headstrong. Unfortunately, he was now open for business, and he knew very well that if he did not put in a sufficient amount of dutiful fees, if you bring it back to the commander of the Southern Province military region, then what one faces will also be a punishment one can hardly bear. Mother *********. Why are you so unlucky? Fight. Mother ********. Raise your head. Give me a good beating towards them. As well equipped as they are, there's only about 100 of them, and we can't beat these hillbillies, can we? The warlord officer gritted his teeth and kicked one of the soldiers next to himself viciously. He cursed angrily. What the are you hiding for? Shoot the laborer. Shoot me. The other side has only one small cannon. Is it possible that you are scared silly by a small cannon? However, no sooner had those words fallen from his lips than he was slapped in the face. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shot after shot of powerful rockets landed on top of the positions of the warlord soldiers. There was a burst of explosions that rattled the eardrums of these soldier boys. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the rockets is so terrifying that if they fall around you, only death will result. These soldier boys have no idea what a man-portable bazooka is. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom basically had a couple RPGs in a squad, especially the Dragon Kingdom soldiers in the magically altered Republic realm. That's even more armed to the teeth. The equipment on every Dragon Kingdom soldier in the magically altered Republic realm was very exaggerated. Light firepower, heavy firepower. You could say it has everything. Rifle, machine guns, rockets. With only one company's strength, it put out the firepower of at least one regiment in this day and age. The warlords and soldiers who hid behind the bunker quickly learned that the bunker was no longer. Soldiers set up several heavy machine guns to occupy the high ground. Under the roar of the heavy machine guns, all the so-called thick cover seemed like paper mache. The bullets in these reloading guns are thicker than your thumb. A heavy machine gun round hitting a person's body is definitely a direct hit in half. At the same time, man-portable rocket-propelled grenades were fired from time to time. A succession of explosions rang out. The moment the battle between the two sides opened, the Dragon Kingdom was on fire. It didn't give the other side a chance to react at all. Never mind the revelation. Let's start with a wave of fire coverage. Where had these warlords and soldiers of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm experienced such outrageous battles? The dragon army in front of us was bombing wildly without treating ammunition like money. Every warlord and soldier was too beaten to raise his head, and their cover was of no use at all. And one of the soldier boys, in his terror, was either caught in the blast or hit by a bullet. The luckier ones were blown up and shot on the spot, sort of without feeling any pain. The less fortunate ones are not dead, but have injuries on their bodies. The pain was unbearable. That feeling of watching one's life constantly passing away was even more desperate. They are indeed more capable of fighting than Marshal Bull's troops. Their military literacy is also better than those of Marshal Nyo's half-assed soldier boys. If the army of the Dragon Kingdom is only as strong as the troops under the hands of Marshal Nyo, I'm afraid that the number of people in a company here is indeed unable to defeat so many people on the other side. Pity. Longwei is not Marshal Nyo, nor is it any of the warlords from the magically altered Republican realm. The army of the Dragon Kingdom is above the Blue Star. But the world's first. Mother, why do they have so many cannons? Don't they get paid for their shells? A warlord soldier boy finally tensed up. He cried and shouted, "Do not hit me! Do not hit me! I robbed and threw. I'm throwing my gun away. I surrender! I surrender!" Mother *********. Who the hell yelled surrender? The warlord officer heard the words and, pissed off and cursing. Yet the next moment, the expression on his face then froze as an extra bloody hole appeared on his head. A bullet hit him very accurately and went through the back of his head. The hole where the bullet went in was the size of a finger, but the hole that goes out is like a little bowl. Let this warlord officer die as he can. Died violently on the spot. This one, That's even more of a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Surrender! Surrender! Some of the warlords are old soldiers. After seeing the highest officer on his side killed, he hurriedly threw his gun away without saying a word, and they raised their hands and shouted, "Surrender! Surrender! Grandfathers, don't fight!" Some of the soldiers were already paralyzed by this firepower and froze in place, not knowing what to do. The smarter ones just took off their white blasphemous pants, then strapped to the barrel of his gun and raised high, he shouted with a trembling voice, "Surrender! We surrender! Grandfathers, we surrender! Please stop fighting! Mother, I'll never be a soldier again! Fighting a war isn't even humanly possible! Quickly, all of you, raise the white flag! Don't fight! Grandpas, vote!" Facing the fire coverage and indiscriminate bombardment from the under-energized phobias per capita of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, these soldier boys were completely devastated. They don't want to die. Chapter 78 Captive 396. Befriending. These warlords and soldiers, who have completely collapsed, have lost all thought of resisting They were afraid that they would die in the hands of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and all of them, one by one, were scared to death. They watched their companions as bullet after bullet pierced their bodies. They watched as the rockets fell and blew countless people to pieces. Even if they hadn't been blown to pieces, their internal organs had suffered heavy damage. It's definitely an act of waiting for death in this situation. Do they want to die? They wouldn't be soldier boys if they wanted to die. While the overall combat effectiveness of these warlord soldiers, as well as the overall military literacy, it's much higher than those soldier boys in Marshal Bull's unit, but even higher. It's also not as high as a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Watching these warlords and soldiers, dropping the weapons in their hands in a hurry, and crying and yelling for surrender. Some warlords and soldiers were even seen with white cloths being waved continuously. Some simply dropped straight to their knees and raised their hands in the standard baguette military salute. There is no longer a single warlord or soldier who dares to resist. They even threw their guns, without hesitation, in order to stay alive, afraid that because he was holding a gun, he would then be shot point blank by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. They surrendered so quickly. It was also something that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not expect. These warlords and soldiers were very arrogant at first, especially that officer, shouting at the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom with a mouthful of beggar soldiers, and being condescending and cursing, not listening at all to the discouragement as well as the warnings of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. It's just stubbornness to go hard into the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. When the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fired warning shots towards the sky, instead of retreating, these warlord soldier boys raised their guns and attacked the dragon soldiers. Then the Dragon Kingdom soldiers immediately returned fire. As a result, the battle between the two sides had lasted no more than even 10 minutes so far. Whether or not there's more than 5 minutes is probably still an open question. Then the warlords and soldiers collapsed. Just surrender. Stop firing. The company commander of this dragon army immediately told the soldiers under his command to cease fire. Then to the warlords and soldiers, they opened their mouths and shouted, "All of you immediately unload all the weapons on your bodies. Keep your weapons at least 3 meters away from your hands. At the same time all of you get on your knees and raise your hands. Let us see your hands." After the cessation of the firing, the voice of this company commander, "In this open area, it appears to be very clear." Each warlord and soldier seemed to be relieved as if they were relieved, with an excited look of celebration on their faces, because they knew that it meant that they had, now, survived. One by one, they scrambled to drop their weapons, even as far away as you can get without fear of smashing your weapon. Then honestly, he knelt on the land, and raise your hands high. They would have hated to have their parents, to have their hands borne a little longer. That would allow the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to see their raised hands more clearly. From the high and mighty, to the point of drooping, the transition time between these two states is not even 10 minutes long. Tie them all up, and collect their weaponry, uniformly. The company commander immediately gave the order. The entire company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers began to tie up the prisoners and then began to clean up the entire wretched battlefield. Finally, this company commander of the dragon army counted the casualties on his side. It turned out that not a single person on the dragon side had died. It's when one of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers was cleaning up the battlefield, accidentally stepped on a half-standing bayonet. The bayonet ended up bleeding him straight through. This was the only slightly injured soldier on the dragon side. Company commander. 396 enemy prisoners were captured. And within those 396 enemy prisoners, 34 of them appeared to be seriously injured and 91 appeared to be slightly injured. The rest are more or less bruised or scraped, but they're not in any serious trouble. This time, we killed 51 enemy soldiers. Among them, it included the top commander of this enemy army. The supreme commander of this enemy army seems to be a battalion commander. Battalion commander? After listening to the report from one of the Dragon Kingdom warriors, the company commander's expression was slightly strange. So your side killed a battalion commander? A battalion commander's rank is a major anyhow, right? It could even be a lieutenant colonel. Nice guy. A big fish just shot itself. What a waste. A big fish like this would certainly be able to knock a lot of information out of his mouth. LOL. It's just that on the battlefield, bullets don't have eyes at all, and no one knows where they're going to fly. I can only say that the battalion commander on the other side was unlucky, and it's still bad luck. Throwing aside the mixed thoughts in his mind, the company commander turned to the soldiers under his command and, opening his mouth, he said, "Half of the men stay behind and continue to patrol and guard this side. The remaining half, take the equipment of these enemy troops, as well as the captives, and, all of them sent to the camp. Some of the prisoners who were seriously or slightly wounded, simply bandage them. Have the medical staff inside the camp, give them medical attention. In fact, a severely wounded captive can essentially be declared dead. It's still a long way from the campground, plus the roads weren't particularly good, and it would take hours at least to get back to the campground. Seriously wounded captives, wait a few hours. I'm afraid, he's become a corpse lately. Time, streaming, by noon, half of this company, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, took more than 300 warlords prisoner. All escorted to the camp. When we reached the camp, as expected, the seriously wounded prisoners were not working. The original 396 warlords captured. It's all the way back. Now it becomes 362. It can be said that the current Dragon Kingdom has been with that so-called southern military region of the province. It's a total crossroads. Chapter 79. Not every rotten egg can touch a stone. The news of the prisoners being sent to the camp was naturally known to Bai. He also didn't expect these warlord soldiers from the field to be so headstrong. With the dragon soldiers already firing warning shots, they actually dared to want to carry weapons and break into the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, and they had the nerve to open fire on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Have to say, it's a death wish. What happens to them now that they become captives is also a true indication that this is a death wish. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. By the time they reacted, it's already open and shut. Major Bai, the company commander who was halfway through sniping the troops of the foreign warlord that also returned to the military camp on the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land, and when he met Bai, immediately saluted. We captured a total of 396 enemy soldiers in this battle, but 34 of those 396 were seriously wounded and had no way to save them on the road. The current number of prisoners, totaling 362, 91 of them are slightly wounded. We killed a total of 51 enemy soldiers in this battle. This includes the top commander of the enemy army, who is a warlord company commander who claims to be from the southern military region of the province. At the same time, we have also captured a total of over 400 of the enemy's old-fashioned drawbolt rifles, 6 old pistols in all, 60 old grenades, and a number of cartridges, and a number of oceans. Our troops suffered no loss of life, but one soldier was slightly wounded, not wounded by the enemy, though, but by carelessness, stepping halfway on a bayonet. The purpose of the enemy army's intrusion into the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land is to try to collect the Dragon Kingdom's filial piety fee. He wants us, the Dragon Kingdom, to give him $200 large dollars. Collecting filial piety from the Dragon Kingdom? $1,200? When he heard those things in front of him, Bai's expression didn't change much, but when he heard the filial piety fee later, his expression became odd. Filibuster fee? Isn't that protection money? The Dragon Kingdom needs to turn to some warlord in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. Paying 200 yen for protection? Pust. Nice guy. The southern military region of the province? I've heard a little about it. Bai knows that the Dragon Kingdom is in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and that the place where it is currently located is a southern province called Min Province, roughly the same as the Dragon Kingdom's Fu Province. There are 2 large-scale warlords among the Min Province and the magically altered Republic of China realm. One of them identified itself as the southern military region of the province and the other as the northern military region of the province. But really, what should be said is that the southern warlords, and the northern warlords, after all, they don't deserve to be called a military district at that size and military strength. These 2 warlords have always kept each other in check in Min Province. Sure, both warlords are equally no good. The southern warlords of Min Province, who advertised outside that they had an army of 100,000 men, but in reality, Bai knows better. The so-called 100,000 strong army that the other side is talking about. It's only 20,000 to 30,000 people at the end of the day. It's just like the ancient people who fought in wars. The ones who could fight were obviously only a large army of 10,000 or 20,000 100,000 men. In order to be able to have enough momentum, in order to be able to deter others, it is hard to say that it is a 100,000 strong army. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Bai Yi is eager to dive into development. First of all, those territories of Marshal Nyo. Give it a good tuck. Then look at God's country. As a result, he wanted to develop quietly for a while, but the others won't let me. It was absolutely impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to pay any filial piety fees to this so-called warlord of southern Min province. If we do hand it over, if China's old rival, the Pretty Country, finds out about it, definitely laughing their asses off, though Pretty Country may, for the rest of his life, never know. And the Dragon Kingdom has already gone after this warlord unit sent by the other side. Sheesh. It looks like it's already at war with the other side. In fact, Bai Yi didn't have any feelings of worry because offending a warlord wasn't worth worrying about. Rokoku never initiates trouble. Doesn't mean it's scary. Take all of these prisoners down for some interrogation, and after ascertaining their guilt, if the crime is unpardonable, they will be dragged off to be shot. If there is still so little to save, they will be dragged off to be dug up. This time shoot these people. There would be no need for a public trial. It would be justifiable to just pull these people and shoot them without a public trial. After all, if the local people knew that the Dragon Kingdom was at war with such a large warlord, no matter how much faith they have in the power of the dragon, it's going to make quite a mess out of it eventually. It will make the people panic. In the meantime, we need to step up patrols and surveys of the neighborhood lately. In case we find any unknown elements approaching, make an immediate interception and report it to camp. Bai Yi's tone gave a slight beat as he spoke. If the other party is stubborn, still want to take a shot at us, then there is no need for this so-called southern Minnesota warlord to exist. Not every egg can be touched with a stone. Bai Yi knew that the development of the Dragon Kingdom in this world would inevitably lead to a series of troubles. But I didn't expect trouble to come so often. First it was that little local warlord, Marshal Nyo, and then the southern Min province warlord. Trouble comes to us in waves. In this, Bai Yi naturally maintained an uncompromising attitude, for it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to be associated with these, the warlords who are complicit in the scourge of the world. If the other party was the kind of warlord that was a bit friendlier, Longwood didn't mind cooperating with them, wouldn't even mind propping up a local power. Unfortunately, can't find that kind of warlord at the moment. A warlord like that, in this day and age. Gross. I'll write a letter to the head of that southern warlord, identify a few diplomatic negotiators from our side, and pick someone out of the captives to lead the way, and have them take this letter. Forward it to that head of the southern warlords. Let's hope they know better, and if they choose to continue provoking us, we at Lone Star will reserve the right to respond further. Bai Yi's tone was very calm as he said to an officer next to him, yes, this is the first time since the Dragon Kingdom is, in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, that diplomatic personnel are sent. Everything has to be professional. Chapter 80 Bronze Treasure Chest. A renewed increase in the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. The reason Whitey tapped out the purpose of the diplomats. It's actually quite simple. There are some unnecessary conflicts that can be diffused entirely by diplomacy, and by the negotiating skills of diplomats. Let the other person make a thoughtful choice to step back. Of course, if the other side is like this and still remains stubborn, then the Dragon Kingdom will not be polite to it. Also, diplomats are intelligence officers for the Dragon Kingdom and have access to first-hand information from other places, and it's also a good idea to train some spy people in someone else's power. However, Bai Yi had only issued such an order. How exactly is this order going to be implemented? How exactly does it need to be perfected? That's up to the staff officers inside the camp. Such specialized things have to be formulated as well as perfected by those of them who are professionals. Truth be told, the Dragon Kingdom is now a bit overcrowded with captives. A whole lot of Marshal Bull's soldier boys were captured earlier, as well as a whole lot of people from Marshal Bull's interest groups. Those numbers add up to over 100 people. Now add to that the 300 or so prisoners. That would bring the number of people to almost 200, close to 200 prisoners, all sent to digging. That is naturally not very realistic, although, it was a huge copper mine with reserves of 6 million tons. Stuffing thousands of captives in there is no problem, but so many captives, all gathered in one place, are also prone to problems. If someone has the heart to cause trouble, that's bound to make a lot of noise. It wouldn't affect the Dragon Kingdom in any definitive way, but it was kind of a pain in the ass. Bai Yi decided to divide the prisoners and send some of them to the mines for labor reform. A portion was sent to build roads and work for rehabilitation. A portion is sent to help the people repair or rebuild dilapidated houses, and labor to rehabilitate them. It comes down to 4 words: labor rehabilitation. If you're keeping them anyway, you might as well find something for them to do. Being able to let them, the scum of the earth, fulfill a little bit of their life's value and atone a little bit for their sins. Time. Soon it was evening. The familiar subtitle prompt appeared before Bai Yi's eyes once again. The Dragon Kingdom has acquired a large number of antiques, gold, and all kinds of treasures from the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. Dragon Kingdom's research on green and purple stiffs has made a brand new breakthrough. The Dragon Kingdom has gotten a large amount of high-quality copper ore. The Dragon Kingdom has gotten a portion of the Spirit spring water. There's a slight hint of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. Congratulations on obtaining the bronze treasure chest +1. Looking at these subtitles appearing in front of his eyes, Bai Yi is considered to know the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Up again for a reason. Over the past half a month, the side of the magically modified Republic plane had continuously sent all kinds of supplies to the Dragon Kingdom. This included the liquidation of Marshal Bull's interest group and some of the property seized. Of course the belongings in Marshal Bull's Grand Marshal's mansion were among them. Inside those riches included a good amount of gold, jade, jewelry, antiques. As for the hundreds of thousands of oceans were not sent to the Dragon Kingdom, because those oceans were of no use even if they were sent to the Dragon Kingdom. There is neither cultural nor economic value. Those oceanic dragon nations can copy as many as they want. Meanwhile, within this half-month period, on the side of the magically altered Republic of Korea realm, it also transported large quantities of copper ore to the Dragon Kingdom. Obviously, these copper ores, too, are capable of increasing the country's luck. Getting this copper mine can gain a surge in national fortune. Transporting the copper to the Dragon Kingdom, you also get a slight rise in national fortunes. A copper mine brings in more than you can imagine. As for the Spirit spring water, it was an attempt to transport it, and the Spirit spring was placed inside the Dragon Kingdom. Definitely inappropriate, because spiritual springs produce the aura of heaven and earth. These heaven and earth auras may breed things like ghosts that, in the Dragon Kingdom, don't even exist. But it wasn't that the spring water bubbling up from the Spirit spring couldn't be sent to the Dragon Kingdom as well. These springs have very many wonderful uses. Even if the body is injured, wash the wound with these springs. It also speeds up the healing slightly. How is it possible for this kind of magical thing not to be sent to the Dragon Kingdom to be studied? And these springs, too, can be given to those who have fought for the Dragon Kingdom? And the old soldier who was left all wounded. It can also be given to those firefighters who are injured while running to the front line of a fire. These spiritual springs might be able to restore some of their health. Healing was impossible, and medium spirit springs didn't have that kind of magical effect yet. But a little health is restored when you can open the bronze treasure chest. Shaking his head and shaking off the distractions in his mind, Bai Yi directly opened the bronze treasure chest. You have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the treasure chest reward, proficiency in Dragon and Tiger Embrace Qigong Nurturing. Receiving or not? Yes. No. This reward is actually still a series? Bai Yi remembers the first time he got a bronze treasure chest, and what he opened out of it was the Dragon Tiger holding Dan Qi nurturing technique. Only that was the introduction. Now it straight upgraded him to proficient level. It is equivalent to a Taoist priest who has been immersed in this path for at least 20 years. If some Taoist priests with less talent, they might not reach the proficient level even after a lifetime of exhaustion. This shows how horrible this reward really is. The mere moment of opening a treasure chest like this is able to surpass the efforts of others for a lifetime. Pick up! Bai Yi didn't hesitate too much. When he claimed this reward, he felt his body metamorphose here. The power is increasing. Physique is increasing. The senses are increasing. One of the most obvious points of increase was none other than the true qi inside the meridians. Original. The true qi in his body was just a mere wisp, as if it was a small gutter. Instead, it was now a large mass of true qi, flowing through the meridians, like a small mountain stream. Progress. Remarkable. Chapter 81, Ancient Tomb Shocker. Life-threatening archaeologists. Bai Yi felt that his current Taoist skills were better than the crippled Taoist priest who had tried to inflict harm on him before. It's already no better. It was important to realize that it had only been 2 months since he had arrived in this magically modified version of the Republican realm. With just that little bit of time, he went from being an ordinary, turned into a practitioner with a not-so-low Dao? A practitioner of sorts for the time being. Bai Yi felt like casting the Lushan school's Taoist techniques after he had this. It will become more palatable. It was also because of the rise in his own Dao that Bai Yi clearly understood at this moment that, how good that crippled Taoist priest really is. The other party has taken a crooked path above the cultivation of this path. However, there were definitely not many people who could surpass him in the cultivation path. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to hide under the pursuit of the Lushan sect until now. It's just a shame. The crippled Taoist priest had finally offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Because times have changed, there was no way, no matter how powerful his Dao Jitsu was, that he would be able to carry a bullet hard. even if you can rely on some special taoist techniques, or by means of some special spiritual talisman, able to achieve the kind of defense that can be hardened to withstand a bullet. It doesn't really help. You can stop a bullet from penetrating, but can you cast a spell as fast as a bullet can fly? No way. If the speed of casting a spell could match the speed of a bullet in flight, so why not just simply dodge the bullets? One can only say that under the crushing weight of modern weapons, a cultivator like the crippled Taoist priest, in a face-to-face head-to-head situation, he probably wouldn't even be able to beat an ordinary Dragon Kingdom soldier. There are specialties in the arts. That's probably what it says. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye. It was 3 days later. This day, I got a message. A very bad news. Major, there's a problem over at the tomb. The archaeological team is entering the tomb. While preparing to crack an organ inside an ancient tomb, he encountered a weird kind of bug. Among them, 2 archaeologists were bitten by this weird bug, and the wounds where they were bitten appeared to ulcerate, and the ulceration was very fast. The 2 archaeologists, for now, have been sent to the military medical service for first aid, but all kinds of medicines. There is no way to be able to stop the wound from festering. Only the spring water of the spirit spring could be used. Constantly going to flush the wound did slow down the festering a bit. After hearing the report from one of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, Bai Yi's expression became serious. Inside this magically altered version of the Republican realm, the dangers of an ancient tomb that nature speaks for itself. Bai Yi had never allowed the archaeology team to do their archaeology work at night, just so they don't touch anything dirty. But the one thing that didn't occur to him was that the archaeological team was in the daytime. Surprisingly, it also suffered a crisis. Without saying a word, Bai Yi immediately moved off and headed to the military doctor's office inside the camp. It didn't take much time. He came to the military medical office. Major Bai, the several military doctors inside the military medical office, after seeing Bai Yi, salute and greet immediately. Bai Yi frowned and asked, "Those 2 archaeologists, how are they now?" A medic shook his head and said, "Things are a little bleak. The spring water from the spirit spring was only able to slightly temporarily slow down the ulceration of their wounds, but only to the extent of slowing down the festering of their wounds. There is no way to be able to completely eradicate it, probably because we don't have any reasonable way to perfectly utilize the spiritual spring. The way we currently utilize the spirit spring is to rinse it outside as well as take it inside. At this rate, doesn't fundamentally address the wound festering for up to another 12 hours of time. Where these 2 archaeologists were bitten by the bugs, they may just have massive ulcers." The medic took a deep breath, his expression grave. He paused and continued, "This ulceration, which is likely to spread throughout the body, it even spreads to the internal organs. Once the festering spreads to the internal organs, then it's already powerless." From this grave tone of voice of this military doctor, one could hear that the situation is very bleak. Once the treatment is not timely, those 2 archaeologists, their lives will be in danger. Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked, "How many of those bugs have come out alive?" "Yes." The medic nodded. "The archaeology team caught a few out alive. It's hosted with us right now, and our people are fighting to study it as well as figure out how to eliminate the venom from these bugs. I didn't realize these archaeologists were so brave, knowing full well that this bizarre bug would cause the wound to fester dramatically. It can even be life-threatening. They ended up catching the bugs alive anyway, even caught several of them alive. Bring me one to look at. Soon." The medic then ran to get a test tube out, then hurried back to hand it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi took this test tube and only saw that inside the test tube, there was a worm. The bug looks like one of those beetles, covered in that black metallic sheen. The bug was about the size of a thumb, with 2 creepy-looking fangs. The most noticeable thing was the belly of the bug, which was vaguely glowing with fluorescence. Bai Yi had never seen this kind of bug before. Spooky, creepy-looking. Creepy. Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. If he didn't recognize this kind of bugs, trying to decipher the toxin in this bug would require a lot of time spent on research that, such time may have to take years, even a decade. The 2 archaeologists who were obviously bitten couldn't wait that long. Can we wait 12 hours for that? It's all an unknown. Chapter 82. Weird poisonous insect. The most young and most vigorous true chi. Study for a few years or even a decade. Whether for those 2 archaeologists. Still, it was an intolerable amount of time for Bai Yi, and this was too long. It is reasonable to say that the spring water of a medium spiritual spring, for the toxins of such weird bugs, it's supposed to work right. It just might be necessary to apply these springs wisely for them to be useful. It's just a shame that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have a reasonable method of applying it right now. Currently, only the simplest and most brutal method could be used to use these spirit springs. But this crude method is undoubtedly wasteful for the use of spiritual springs. It basically doesn't work a tenth as well as it should. Gotta think of something else to do. Bai Yi didn't want there to be fatalities on the dragon countryside. It was something he didn't want to see, especially archaeologists sent to a magically altered version of the Republican realm. All are among the elite in this profession. These archaeologists, for the Dragon Kingdom, are the Kwai treasure of Kwai treasures. The loss of a single archaeologist is capable of causing a very great deal of heartache for the dragon. Not to mention the archaeologists who are now being bitten by this weird bug. Enough for 2 people. Under the unbelievable gazes of several military doctors, Bai Yi actually opened the stopper of the test tube. Such an action made several military doctors, at once, suck in a breath of cold air. They can't imagine what happens if Whitey is bitten. Hiss, Major White. But before they could cry out anxiously, Bai Yi shook his head and interrupted them. Nothing. I only heard Bai Yi say with an expressionless face, if I can so easily. It would be a bit too humiliating to be bitten by just such a bug. After the cork of the test tube was opened by him, the creepy bug inside, it's like sensing something. Surprisingly, he crawled quickly along where the exit was. Afterwards it climbed to the outer wall of the test tube. Follow the outer wall of the test tube. Surprisingly, it climbed to the back of Bai Yi's hand. I wonder if true chi has any effect on this kind of bug? As Bai Yi murmured to himself, his other hand moved with extreme agility. In a swift, lightning-quick motion, to quickly grab the one creepy bug crawling on the back of his hand. The bizarre bug, as if sensing a crisis, opened its hideous fangs and, about to bite down. Unfortunately, it was still a step slow. Bai Yi was much faster than it. Bai Yi pinched the sides of the bug with 2 fingers and quickly pinched it straight up. Let the creepy bug bite. But a drop of bizarre black venom actually dripped down from above its 2 fangs. It dripped onto the back of Bai Yi's hand. At once, an intense burning sensation came right from Bai Yi's skin, which caused Bai Yi to frown slightly. The burning sensation was like the temperature, which had to be at least 100 degrees Celsius of boiling water. That burning pain seemed very noticeable. No, instead of the very high temperature of this bug's venom, rather than, it's this venom that's corroding the skin. Bai Yi said nothing. Immediately mobilizing the true chi in his body, he quickly gathered in this drop of venom and drops above the surface of the skin. That moment of searing pain was eased ever so slightly. This caused Bai Yi to freeze, because this seemed to mean true chi, this kind of energy, for the venom of this weird bug. It seems to have a significant effect. Bai Yi began to let a large amount of true chi gather at the back of his hands, considering this weird bug that survived inside an ancient tomb, and Bai Yi also felt a very faint yin chi from its body. He transformed his true chi into the most yang and rigid energy. Let it fight the venom of the creepy bugs. Shara. That drop of black venom was as if it had encountered a deadly natural enemy. Bai Yi watched the drop of black venom. Wisps of white smoke were rising. The venom was being disintegrated by the true chi. It's evaporating. In less than 5 seconds, the drop of black venom had disappeared. Whitey's skin was left with only a small spot. It's like a burned dot. Go! He casually tossed the creepy bug inside this test tube, into the and plugging the exit of the test tube, he said to the several dazed military doctors in front of him, take me inside the ward and I may have a way to save those 2 archaeologists. Several dazed military doctors reacted to the fact that they had just watched Bai Yi. The drop of black venom was resolved in a way they didn't know. In fact, these military doctors had some guesses, because they knew that Bai Yi, it's the one that controls the mystic force. In fact, those Taoist arts texts of the crippled Taoist priest were not really a secret inside the military camp. Bai Yi's dragon tiger holding Dan Chi nurturing technique wasn't exactly famous. This was because Bai Yi had specially transcribed this Chi nurturing technique. He made it a point to allow soldiers who were interested in this to learn this kind of Taoism at any time. In other words, those 2 archaeologists are saved. Several military doctors hurriedly brought Bai Yi inside the ward. Just see, there were 2 men lying in the ward. Apparently these were the 2 archaeologists, both of whom were in an unconscious state. An archaeologist's left arm is already a large ulcer. Another archaeologist also had a large ulcer on his ankle. Bai Yi didn't waste any time. He quickly condensed the true chi in his body on top of his palms. The true chi transformed into the most yang and rigid energy, causing the air around the palm of the hand to seemingly distort. Bai Yi pressed his palm down on one of the archaeologists, on top of the festering wound. True chi extradited to the opponent's wound, at once, only to see wisps of white smoke coming out of the festering wounds, and it makes a nuisance sound. Next moment, the wound that was still festering slowly, unexpectedly, stopped festering. Useful. Bai Yi continued to give another archaeologist a non-modern medicine metaphysical rescue treatment. Have to say, facing this creepy bug, the power of the occult. It works. Chapter 83 Purge the toxic bugs. Biochemical toxic gases. This weird bug grows in the middle of a tomb with a strong yin chi all year round. they themselves must also still rely on yin qi to be able to grow. And maybe even the reason why they have become so weird is because of yin qi. It was all that rich yin qi inside the ancient tomb that created their creepy venom. Perhaps it was for this reason that when these venoms encountered the true qi, it was as if it had met a natural enemy and quickly disintegrated. After Bai Yi's attempted treatment of the two archaeologists, it was found that the results of the treatment with real energy were remarkable. The two archaeologists, whose wounds were still festering slowly, had now stopped festering. Although the festering wounds did not heal up, but at least it didn't continue to expand the ulcer. The next step is just to have the medic here. The festering flesh of these two archaeologists, give a scalpel to cut and clean it out one by one. When new flesh grows back in their ulcerated areas, they will be able to heal completely and utterly. Sure, leave scars, that's for sure. Guess the scars are kinda ugly, but being able to keep them both alive was rare. If it weren't for the presence of Bai Yi inside the camp, I'm afraid it's another 12 hours of time at the most. The two archaeologists, then, would fester all over their bodies until death came. This is definitely going to be very painful. The two archaeologists seemed to gradually come to their senses after their bodies stopped festering. When they learned that it was Bai Yi who had saved them, they were all of a sudden so incredibly grateful. Thinking back to the encounter inside that ancient tomb, both of them were also heartbroken. Almost lost my life. Seeing the two of them wake up, Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked, "You were inside that ancient tomb. How many of these weird bugs have we encountered?" Number? The two archaeologists, who were lying in separate hospital beds, looked at each other, face to face. Think back for a moment. One of them opened his mouth and replied, "The approximate number, at least a few hundred. If it wasn't for the fact that we specifically carried some defense gear, there's a good chance that all of us would have been bitten by these bugs. Hundreds of them? It looks like if you want to continue the archaeological excavation of this ancient tomb, these creepy bugs in there have to be cleaned out. Otherwise, the only people who will be hurt will be the archaeologists. Unless the archaeologists, in their incredibly heavy protective suits, go inside and do archaeological work. But it's obviously something unlikely. That kind of protective suit was very heavy, and it would feel heavy for a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom to wear it. It doesn't take long to move around before you're out of breath. Not practical at all. The only way was to go straight down to the ancient tomb and wipe out all those bugs. Bai Yi already had some ideas. The two archaeologists were instructed to get some rest and then left the military medical office. Came to the camp command. The meeting was held. On top of the command meeting, Bai Yi emphasized that the excavation of the ancient tomb cannot be stopped. Because the things inside the ancient tomb can give the Dragon Kingdom a lot of space for research and can make the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune rise. There is no harm in studying the mysteries of the magically altered version of the Republic realm for the Dragon Kingdom, but there has to be a pause in the archaeology first. Then have the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fully armed and go into the ancient tomb to purge all the poisonous insects. So forceful to purge the junkies. The process is expected to damage some items in the tomb, but those items are compared to human lives. That obviously doesn't matter much. If you want to excavate the tomb, those poisonous insects do have to be cleaned out. We can test what kind of objects the fangs of those poisonous insects can penetrate, and then with the army's protective clothing, go and try to see if the poisonous insects can bite through. A military staff officer at the meeting made a suggestion. If the poisonous insects can't make our protective suits, then let the warriors go down with their flamethrowers and draw out all those poisonous insects and then burn them to the ground. Another staff officer, however, offered another opinion. Why not blockade the tomb completely? Just leave an opening and fill it with poisonous gas. We'll ventilate when these poisonous gases completely exterminate those poisonous insects. That way there isn't even a need for the fighters to go down. Indeed, this seems to be one of the surest ways to go. Toxic gases are actually considered biochemical weapons, and this stuff must be inhumane to use on people. It is also banned in the Dragon Kingdom. But, use it on these junkies. It's still possible. Extermination. No problem. Yes. Bai Yi nodded and said, just follow staff officer. He's planned to carry out the purging of the poisonous insects, and have the researchers take those few that were captured alive and study them. Find out which toxic gas they are afraid of. When we're done, I'll ask the Dragon Kingdom for some poisonous gases. Clean up the junkies. Until then the excavation of the ancient tombs will be suspended for a while. Have those archaeologists pull back for now and block all the exits of the ancient tomb. Don't let go of even a small hole. If any venomous insects are found, from which small holes they burrow, the relics have eliminated them. With the fall of an order, the crowd inside the camp moved. The researchers sent over by the Dragon Kingdom played a role. It didn't take them long to identify these bizarre venomous insects. Exactly what kind of toxic gases are feared. The cost of the drain was the death of 3 whole junkies. Flash STH. Bai Yi opened the double penetration door to the dragon side and requested a shipment of toxic gases. When the Dragon Kingdom's military heard the request, their first reaction was to freeze. To be honest, Dragon doesn't specialize in storing such things. At best, there are some samples for research and defense against a possible coming biochemical war. After all, it's banned internationally. The Dragon Kingdom also signed the disabling agreement in the first place. But there's no storage, but it would be easy to whip up a little bit of it. Nothing technical. Chapter 84, Dragon Kingdom Diplomacy. The man behind the curtain. Min Province, located in the southeastern coastal belt of the magically altered Republic of China realm, the Divine Land. There are so many hills and mountains, and the transportation network is so backward everywhere, that there are a large number of local warlords. Two of the most massive warlords. They are the Northern Min Province Warlord, and the Southern Min Province Warlord. In total, the northern warlords of the Min Province occupy a large amount of the northern part of the province. For their part, the southern warlords of Fujian Province control most of the southern part of the province. With these two behemoths wrapped north and south, a group of small local warlords became a buffer zone. The southern warlords who wanted to come and collect the filial piety fee from the Dragon Kingdom controlled a total of 25 counties in Min Province. The population of the land is as large as nearly 10 million people. The population of this magically altered version of the Republican realm seems to be larger than the population of the Republican period in Blue Star. For what reason exactly? Bai Yi naturally had trouble figuring it out. At this point, the diplomats that Bai Yi had sent to the warlords in southern Min Province some days ago had already arrived in southern Min Province. The so-called commander of the southern warlord is in the middle of Qingzhou County in Min Province. This is a very large county. Even if East River County and West River County were combined, I'm afraid it wouldn't be half as big as Qingzhou County. The county is even more prosperous. People come and go. Cars and horses. Only thing that's similar to East River County is that the common people look the same. There was basically no glow to be seen on everyone's faces, and one seemed as if they had been bent over. Commerce was very prosperous inside the Ming and Sheng counties, and the population therein was also very large. Obviously the streets were bustling with people. But, somehow, again, it gives a dead feeling. Prosperity and prosperity. Dead air. These two obviously opposing terms. Within this county of Changzhou, surprisingly, it seems to fit together. Surprisingly tolerant of each other. Intermixing. It gives a very contradictory feeling. Quite magical. The Southern Warlord's headquarters is located in the center of Changzhou County, which is the most prosperous area of the county. But in this most prosperous area, there is a place that is heavily guarded. A uniformed warlord soldier, head held high, stood guard on each street. Their mission is to be responsible for the security of the command. All the streets in the vicinity of the headquarters are heavily guarded. It is also the safest place in Clearwater County, because the thieves who do the thieving don't dare to enter this area at all, because inside this area, basically, if you take a few steps, you will encounter several warlord soldiers. This is also where the rich people of Changzhou County congregate. Powerful people lived here. The reason for that is naturally safety. In these chaotic and unorganized times, nothing is more important than safety. Bai Yi sent out a total of 10 people, all of them in suits. All of them carry with them have document packets. The diplomatic staff totaled 2 of them, and the remaining 8, all of them, were security personnel, specialized in protecting the 2 diplomats, though they weren't wearing military uniforms, just their normal suits. But underneath the suits, it's all weapons. Delivery? From East River County? When the diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom told of their coming and purpose, the warlord guards of the Changzhou County Commander's office, it was surprisingly overwhelming for a moment, because the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom were dressed too professionally. That kind of unearthly demeanor is a big deal at first glance. I'm afraid that if it were those in ordinary clothes, they would have been thrown out long ago. But this costume of the Dragon Kingdom crowd, let the guards throw in the towel. Quite hesitant. Eventually, one of the commanding general's warlord guards, hesitantly. Then he spoke. You guys can wait outside first. I'll go inside and inform Commander Kai. After saying that, he immediately ran inside. It didn't take long. He ran back, panting, and looked at the dragon diplomats in suits in front of him. He said, Commander Kai says you can go in, but he's listening to a Taoist priest right now, and you're going to have to be inside the commanding officers. Wait a little while before Commander Kai is free to see you. The people of the Dragon Kingdom looked at each other in dismay. Then they revealed a smile and said in an unassuming manner, Good. The so-called Commander Kai of the Southern Min Province warlords was named Kai Yuan Shang. He also contributed a great deal to the overthrow of the last feudal dynasty back then. Nowadays, he was appointed by that chief marshal in the capital as the commander of the southern military region of the Min province. This Commander Kai's rank even reached lieutenant general. Inside this part of the Min province, it was definitely a big man who could not say anything, and only another commander in northern Minnesota. It was only then that he was able to have the ability to break bread with Kai Yuanshang. Legend has it that this Commander Kai was very much addicted to Taoism, perhaps because he felt that he was getting old, realized that you may not have many years left to live. He has been inviting Taoist masters from various sects in an attempt to be able to delve into the Tao that can prolong life. This Commander Kai's popularity rating is actually not that bad, but only a few will know why his popularity isn't exactly bad, because he's never let some little warlord act as the knife in his hand that does the dirty work, control those small warlords to exploit the people and then draw benefits from the small warlords. To these ordinary folk it seems, it's the petty warlords who exploit them. With this Commander Choi Yuan-sang Choi, doesn't matter much. Suffice it to say, a warlord leader of Kai Yuan-shang's caliber already knows how to be a chess player. This is a part of the current information collected by the Dragon Kingdom that has information about Kai Yuan-shang. Kai Yuan-shang's warlord is not a good one. They may not have put their greed as well as their ruthlessness on display like the smaller warlords, yet they control small warlords. They are actually more greedy, and more vicious, than those small warlords. It's just that they like to wear the skin of morality on themselves, be a chess player behind the scenes. One can describe this behavior of theirs in one sentence: being a biaozi to set up a house of cards. Chapter 85, Bai Yi's letter. Is the Dragon Kingdom a frog in the well? The two diplomats Bai Yi sent to Qingzhou County were a man and a woman. The two of them were also provided with 4 security guards each, and they have communication devices that can contact the camp. Messages can be delivered to the camp in real time. Their mission wasn't simple either. Besides delivering a letter to that Commander Kai, there's also going to be a stronghold in Clearwater County. This stronghold was an eye that the Dragon Kingdom had planted inside Qingzhou County, used to act on the presence of espionage operations. At this point, the warlord guards in the commanding officer's office, who brought them inside a guest room for welcoming guests. Looks like it's going pretty well so far. The male diplomat, glancing at the time on his watch, smiling, he opened his mouth and said, "It's just that I don't know how long that Commander Kai is actually going to make us wait." Beside, the woman, a diplomat, lost her smile and said, "I guess it's going to be a long wait for that Commander Kai not only wants to listen to the so-called Taoist master's sermon, but one of the other factors is to make us eat a downer." The two talked briefly inside the guest room to pass the boring waiting time. Truth be told, it was the first time they had been given such an assignment. I can't believe I'm going to be in a magically altered version of the Republican realm, in a warlord's territory, being a Dragon Kingdom diplomat. Such a task is new. I'm afraid. The two of them were the only 2 Dragon Kingdom diplomats in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, right? Time. Streaming. The two probably waited inside this guest room for a full 4 hours. It was dark at this point. Suddenly, there was a footstep outside the door. Spin. The door to the guest room was pushed open. Only one man, probably about 50 years of age, with a very stout-looking physique, was seen. The middle-aged man wearing a formal military uniform, hanging a calm face, walked inside the singing room. A face that was written with a look of nonchalance, rather like a superior's demeanor. A warlord guard also fishtailed outside the door. Noteworthy. The weapons in the hands of these military defense guards are barges that can be fired repeatedly. Each of them was eyeing the 2 Dragon Kingdom diplomats intently, afraid that these 2 people will do something to the middle-aged man in front of them, make any unfavorable moves. Obviously, this middle-aged man who looks like he must be at least 50 years old. It's the same Commander Choi who's inside this command. Commander Kai. Hello. The 2 Dragon Kingdom diplomats stood up, without the slightest hint of flattery on their faces. Even the tone of greeting was unassuming. The temperament is extraordinary. We are diplomats from East River County, and the purpose of our coming to your place it is to deliver a letter to you on behalf of our Supreme Commander. After the male diplomat finished speaking, he was just about to take a letter out of his arms and, the next moment it was pointed at by several barges. He didn't panic in the slightest. He just smiled helplessly and gave a hopeless look. Put the gun down. This middle-aged man who was not angry and authoritative, that is, Commander Kai Yuan-shang, finally opened his mouth. Those warlord guards immediately put their guns back. Only the eyes still held a wary look. At this moment, Kai Yuanshang sized up the man and woman 2 diplomats from the Dragon Kingdom. He could see that these 2 had a very extraordinary aura. A look at someone who has seen the world. Qinghai County? Marshal Niu was in control of 2 counties, after all, and having a small warlord with thousands of soldiers. Kai Yuanshang naturally remembered Qinghai County, and asked, "You are Niu Dakai's people?" Before the 2 dragon diplomats could respond, Kai Yenshing denied it himself. "No, it's not like that. How could a punk like Niu Dakai have such a henchman?" Kai Yuanshang narrowed his eyes. "You guys destroyed that Niu Dakai from East River County straight away?" That line of questioning, enough to show that this Commander Kai is no strawman. The male diplomat pulls out a letter. Showing a smile, he said, Commander Kai really does have a pair of discerning eyes. Nyodakai's local forces in East River County as well as West River County have indeed been wiped out by us. That's because he's been oppressing the people for years, causing a lot of resentment among the local people, and took the initiative to attack us. So under the successive provocations of the other side, we launched combat against that Nyodakai. TSK. Kai Yuanqing took the letter. He didn't care about the death of a Nyodakai at all. Anyway, for him, as long as the filial piety fee arrives, he doesn't care who actually pays for the filial piety. As he opened the envelope, he casually asked, how long did it take you guys to destroy that punk? Less than 2 hours. The woman, a diplomat, stated the exact figure. This moment, Kai Yuansheng's movement to open the envelope visibly paused. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and give the two diplomats a deep look. He could tell. Female diplomats don't lie. 2 hours. That Nyodakai, even if he was a waste of space, shouldn't be able to hold out for 2 hours. In other words, the forces represented by these two people in front of me, the strength is not bad. This made Kai Yuansheng rise up with a hint of caution, and out of thin air came an additional powerful force, and the other side is still in their neighborhood. To him, not exactly good news. He opened the envelope and scanned the contents. There isn't really a lot of content on it, and you'll be able to read it in a few scans, but it was also because of the scanning a few times. After seeing what was on it, Kai Yuansheng's face, it was instantly dark, slightly gloomy. Humph. He crumpled the letter straight into a ball, his darkened face with a vague sulk that, speaking coldly, he said, are you guys trying to take the lead in breaking the rules I've set? Destroying a punk like Nyodakai? Then you think you can provoke me? Kai Yuansheng? Swallowing a battalion I sent in is really eating my heart out. You have no idea what it really means when you act and behave like this. The bottom of the well. Go back and tell that commander of yours that there is no door without paying the ocean. And, tell him to release the people to me. If one of them dies, you'll pay 100 yen. If you can't afford to pay for it, just watch. You only have half a month. Come on man. See them off. Chapter 86, Kai Yuansheng, a meeting of arms? Do you deserve it? By E? Just as the warlord guards were about to ask the diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom to leave the room, Kai Yuansheng suddenly seemed to have thought of something as if he had opened his mouth to speak out again. Wait. Slow down. Kai Yuansheng gazed at the two Dragon Kingdom diplomats in front of him. He could see that even as he darkened his face, and even uttered such harsh statements, surprisingly, the other party didn't show any panic either. There was still a sense of calmness. Have to say, the audacity alone is amazing. Of course, Kai Yuansheng isn't going to come around because of the outstanding performance of the dragon's diplomats, because in his eyes it seemed that what Bai Yi had written inside his letter was provoking himself. What is one's status? Commander of the Southern Military Region of Min. LT. Gen. Dang. Tens of thousands of guns in hand. Manages about 24 counties. Managing nearly 10 million people. The other side just wiped out one Nyodakai, eliminating a punk who has accomplished more than he has. And you want to break the rules that he, Kai Yuansheng, set up in the first place? Even inside the letters, the tone of the other party is, surprisingly, one of equal dialogue. You dare to talk to him as an equal just by destroying an Yodashin? And I don't know if I'm talking about boldness, or should I say courageous? Looking at the two Dragon Kingdom diplomats in front of him, Kai Yuansheng once again snorted coldly. Opening his mouth, he asked, mindful of the fact that you seem to have quite a bit of strength, I can forget about what provoked me inside the letter. However, from now on, not a single piece of the 200 daikin per year. However, this year, you will have to turn in 400 yen, which is a little lesson for you. After handing over these 400 oceans, I will recognize your identity as well as your rule. You can also be in East River and West River counties and be honest with your dirt warlords. Considering that you are newborns, I will give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame me for another candidate. He said this in a very smooth tone, but with that kind of lofty overlooking in his bones, still able to make it clear. What Commander Kai means, is that he wants us to attach ourselves to Commander Kai's southern military region of the province? The male diplomat smiled. That could be Commander Kai. A bit of a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Kai Yuanqing couldn't help but frown. The male diplomat, in all seriousness, said truthfully, we came over to Clearwater County and, just delivering the letter to you, while just coming over to inform you, Commander Kai. If Commander Kai insists on trying to coerce us with this condescending attitude, then, we may just have to meet in arms. The best outcome is for all of us to develop together in peace. I hope you don't make a mistake for yourself, Commander Kai. Farewell. Having said that, while Kai Yuansheng was fuming, 2 dragon diplomats and security personnel. He directly crossed over Kai Yuanshang and took a step away from the command headquarters. Commander, should we stop them? A guard asked weakly. Kai Yanqing was silent for a few seconds of time and shook his head. No need. Let them go. He needed to take a moment now to digest those few words from the other side. Just now he was already giving the other side a way out. If the other party obediently handed over the ocean and was willing to be a dog under him, then he can let that offense go. But what Kai Yuanqing hadn't expected was that the other party would be so hard-headed. Instead of taking him at his word, and actually had the audacity to say to his face that they might have to meet in arms in the future. Good guts. Bold. Eat your heart out. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to him like that. The last time a small warlord leader spoke to him like this, the grass on his grave was now an unknown number of feet high. What a Bai. As Bai wrote that letter inside, he also filled in his name. So Kai Yuanqing knew that the person who had destroyed Nyodakai was Bai. What a great line about meeting in arms. The moment Kai Yuansheng, who was full of unruffled authority, the kind of huffing and puffing on his face had already been hidden. Instead, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It looks like all these years, I, Kai Yuansheng, have been devoted to pursuing the way of longevity, reciting sutras and eating fasts every day. Let people think I've lost my blood. Let people think I can't swing a sword anymore. Also, maybe that's what a lot of people think. Since there's someone jumping out now, then let's treat him as a chicken and kill a chicken for the group of monkeys. Peaceful development? Equal dialogue? A small local warlord is worthy of that? Anyone who dares to touch Master Guan's beard. His tone of voice though sounded very calm, as if there was no great fluctuation. But it gives a sense of solemnity. These words of his translate to, you've got no shame. You've got no chance. You don't take it. A dog wants to talk to people about equality and peace? Since you don't want to be the dog of the laborers, you can be a dead dog. But he's the commander of the southern military region of Min province. Naturally, you can't be like those native warlords, who spend all day with a mouthful of labor. And you can't be a tweaker either. First contact between the parties. Straight up cheek ripping. There's no way the Dragon Kingdom is going to pay some so-called filial piety fee to a warlord who persecutes the common people. Even less likely to be a traitor to a warlord in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. The entire magically altered version of the Republic realm. Not to mention these warlords, even all those Western powers combined. Nor is it qualified to make the Dragon Kingdom bow down. And Kai Yuansheng, the commander of the Southern Min province warlords, doesn't realize he's dealing with a country. And the other side is a country from the future. Naturally, he couldn't possibly stand this kind of provocation. Soldiering? How dare you? Bai Yi? You want to be stubborn with me, Kai Yuansheng? Then you've come to the wrong person. Chapter 87, My Lord. Times have changed. After the diplomats left the Southern Minnesota Warlord Command, then they returned to their temporary residence in Qingzhou County, which was their temporary stronghold. They even made several detours to make sure no one was following them on the road. Not to mention, surprisingly, I did find someone to follow, only to be confronted with the counter-surveillance skills of the security officers. The ones that were following didn't make it more than a few steps before they lost them, mainly also because there are no monitors in this day and age. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to shake off those who were following. Back in the temporary shelter, they then passed on all that had happened inside the command today back to the camp. Far inside the camp, Bai Yi received their report. Actually, it was predictable that the two sides would tear each other apart. The brief breakdown of negotiations between the two sides was also predictable, all of which was expected by Bai Yi. The reason for sending diplomats over there was not for the purpose of making peace with Kai Yuansheng. The real purpose was merely to give the other side some advance notice. At the same time between them it's kind of like warning the other side in advance. If Kai Yuansheng remains stubborn and wants to continue the fight against the Dragon Kingdom, then it's just the other guy who's killing himself. Rukoku has been warned in advance. Count on it to be dang good. You will remain in Cheongju County, where you will probe for specific information about the southern warlords, especially their troop layout and their military actions. I don't think it will take long for that Kai Yuansheng to take military action against us, Bai Yi said to the diplomat on the other side of the communicator. He was sure that Kai Yuansheng was going to take on the Dragon Kingdom, as the other party would never tolerate being provoked, especially when provoked by a newcomer who has not been around for long. In the eyes of Kai Yuansheng, the commander of the southern provincial warlord, this was a challenge to his old lion. At the same time the other side may want to make an example out of it. Kai Yuansheng treated the Dragon Kingdom as if it were that chicken, and the other small warlords under his control as if they were monkeys. It's no wonder the other side thinks that way. After all, who would have thought that they were facing? It was never a force. Instead, it's a country, modernizing the state, a military power. I'm afraid, Above this border of Minnesota, there is only the northern Minnesota warlord. It was only then that Kai Yuan Shang was treated as a competitor. This pride, such arrogance, like the feudal dynasty that was once overthrown by a coalition of these warlords. Sure enough, the dragon slayer still turned out to be an evil dragon. Perhaps they themselves don't realize that they are becoming more and more like the feudal dynasty they overthrew. And it's still the dynasty that's on its way out. Bai Yi shook his head. At this time, this side of the camp was proceeding to clean up those bizarre poisonous insects within the ancient tomb. The toxic gases shipped from the dragon side have been ready for a long time. And with the careful maneuvering of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, these toxic gases soon filled the tomb. Momentarily, all the living things within the ancient tomb were met with extinction at this moment. Rats, cockroaches, venomous insects, ants. In the ravages of this extremely horrible toxic gas, all of them become incredibly vulnerable, especially the weird poisonous bugs that almost poisoned the two archaeologists. Even more so, they were given special treatment by the Dragon Kingdom, with large quantities of toxic gases permeating the burial areas where they frequented. A single poisonous insect was as if it had encountered a great crisis it had never seen before. They scramble inside the horror to find an exit, trying to escape these toxic gases. Unfortunately, all the exits, big and small, were basically blocked by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Only the only hole left, here, guarded by a group of dragon soldiers heavily armed and wearing heavy protective clothing. Each Dragon Kingdom soldier held a box in his hand. The other hand was holding a pliers clamp. Suddenly, a poisonous insect came out from inside this hole, by the quick eyes and hands of a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, who immediately clamped it down with a pincer. Then throw it inside the box. Yes, Bai Yi also wanted to catch some poisonous insects alive. After all, for the Dragon Kingdom, this bizarre poisonous insect was considered an unknown creature. And it's kind of a very specific mysterious side unknown creature, though not as important as zombies. But it was also possible to capture some of them slightly alive and send them to the Dragon Kingdom for those scientists to study. I'm sure those scientists in Dragonland would love it, studying a brand new bio. Such a temptation. What scientist specializing in biology wouldn't be impressed? Which scientist can stand the test? For those scientists who specialize in biological, that's the temptation they have the hardest time resisting. If anything can be worked out so, it was also considered to be a partial contribution to the growth of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. Soon, half a day has passed. There was no longer a single bizarre poisonous insect that crawled out from inside this hole. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom captured dozens of them alive one after another. Inside these dozens, most of them were dying and presumed to have a short life. Only a few are still alive and kicking. These fewer have only a dozen or so. Open up all the blocked holes and let some air circulate inside. Let a couple more blowers go down in a couple hours to get those gases diluted by the air. Probably dry it out for about 24 hours. These gases would be harmless to the human body. A Dragon Kingdom officer spoke up. These weird venomous insects can be very tricky for the magically altered version of the Republican realm. Maybe those professional grave robbers came and didn't dare to rob this ancient tomb. It's only those grave robbers sent by Marshal Nio who are lucky. I'm surprised I didn't encounter any poisonous insects in there. Or, they've already encountered it. It's just that they're not willing in their hearts to aggravate the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, so they hide it. But, no matter how, the poisonous insects in the ancient tomb have been taken care of. Aside from the two archaeologists who were bitten in the beginning, none of them were injured. Adults, times have changed. Chapter 88, Fame begins to appear. The mountain rain is coming down. Almost a month had passed since the Dragon Kingdom had annihilated Marshal Nio's warlords, Nio de Shui in this acre of Min province. Although it is not considered to be famous, but he wasn't some nameless, faceless little man. Either way it's a warlord with thousands of troops. Though the ruffians under Marshal Nio's hand were of poor military quality, and a few thousand men, probably not enough for 1,000 others to fight, but at least the number can bluff a lot of people, at least the old folks. In the eyes of the common people of Min, a small warlord like Marshal Nio, it's already considered a big deal, and the news that such a big shot was annihilated by another group of people. Naturally there is no way to hide it. The news spread by word of mouth among the common people. It was finally spreading throughout the Min province land. Hey, did you hear? That Marshal Bull from East River County. A while ago, it was directly exterminated by someone. It's so vicious. It's rumored that even several of Marshal Nio's concubines were shot by that gang. In a county not very far from Dongha County, many local people were talking. Marshal Nio? That Nio Dakai? He's been destroyed? Hiss. Just what kind of divine immortal has this heavenly ability to destroy this guy? I learned about this yesterday, and I have a relative who lives in East River County. He said that the men who exterminated Marshal Nio claimed to be soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom? What country is the Dragon Kingdom? Hiss. Could it be that Marshal Nyo was destroyed by the foreigners? How can it be a foreigner? I think it's some warlord, trying to establish a country. Nice guy, trying to establish a nation near Commander Kai's territory? Dragon Kingdom. Hey, that's quite a name. Really? The Dragon Kingdom has never intentionally tried to curb the flow of such news, because there's no need for that at all. Plus every single dragon soldier, who claimed to be a dragon soldier, out of this. In the eyes of most of the common people, they just want to make a nation. This instantly ignited the gossip of those people in other surrounding counties. Dare to call yourself a warlord of a nation? That's too brave. Obviously, these old folks don't have much love for warlords. They also gave the Dragon Kingdom as a warlord, as a brand new warlord on the rise. And a warlord who's not afraid to die. Min Province had the southern military region to the south, the northern military region to the north, and the Dragon Kingdom was sandwiched in between. How dare you call yourself a nation under such circumstances? Isn't this fear of death or what? Just by claiming to be the Dragon Kingdom alone, he had already offended two large warlords in the neighborhood. Neither of these two large warlords, south and north, claimed to be a nation. A new warlord has just emerged and claims to be the state. Many of the common people are in the mindset of watching. Ultimately, it's because they don't understand the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was not the warlord they saw as claiming to be a nation. The Dragon Kingdom is a true world power. Unfortunately, this kind of thing, even if it's out there, who believes it? The Dragon Kingdom? Mr. Bai, in just one night's time, you destroyed Nyodakai? The head of a small warlord on the coast of Min Province, sked his mouth and couldn't help but be a bit staggered. This place in Min Province, how did such a group of people suddenly appear? He was among the many small warlords in Min Province, a very weak one. Instead of being a minor warlord, he was the head of the local security regiment. There's only about 100 people on hand. He couldn't help but be a little thankful. Luckily for that Mr. White, the attack was on Nyodakai. If it had been him, not to mention one night, whether or not he'll last more than an hour is an open question. I'm afraid. Meanwhile, he gloated a little. It's really a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. Sandwiched between two people, Commander Kai and Commander Wu. Just dare to call yourself some kind of Dragon Kingdom? TSK, the guts are really not ordinary fat. The entire Divine Kingdom, besides the Chief Marshal in the capital, how dare anyone else call the country? Forget it, it's none of Labor's business anyway. Nyodakai's territory is far away from me. Nyodashin is dead? T-********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* You still owe me 300 yen. And you're dead? Gone Lin Yang. How the hell did this asshole die? What? Wiped out in one night? Mr. White. SSSSSH. Mother asterisk 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 East River and West River counties. Mother asterisk 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 airs right next door to the labor territory. This is surely a dragon that has crossed the river. A small warlord leader who was closer to the Dragon Kingdom's camp was so scared that he was in a cold sweat. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the status of the other warlords in the neighborhood on weekdays. As a result, I didn't expect to get the perimeter just today. I can't believe it's such a powerful message. That Mr. White is actually nice to those farts. And it's because Neo-Dashin's A asterisk asterisk oppressed the people that he stood up for the common people and destroyed Neo-Dashin? Mother asterisk 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 I also oppress the people. Hiss. They're not going to come to my door, are they? Where did this oddball come from? To actually do justice for assholes? Tay mother asterisk 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 It doesn't work the way it's supposed to. This small warlord leader immediately panicked. Especially after thinking about this, cold sweat ran down his face. He and Neo-Dashin's strength was half a catty, and this was if they were to be hit by each other. It's definitely a dead end. The point is it's close. Many of the small local warlords in Min province were now aware of the existence of the Dragon Kingdom's army. Some of them are cold. Some gloat. Some are worried about it. The reputation of the Dragon Kingdom this time around was considered to be thoroughly circulated in the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. It's famous above the boundaries of at least one province. Even the fact that the Dragon Kingdom would stand up for the common people was rumored by who knows who. Of course, such news, most people are going to be skeptical. Chapter 89 Development Colonization. It never comes with violence. There's information about Kai Yuan Shang wanting to mobilize troops, and how many troops he's mobilizing. It quickly spread within the Dragon Kingdom camp. Bai Yi was actually not surprised by the contents of this information. After all, that's the nature of those warlords in this era. Those warlords would not allow anyone to provoke him at all. Not to mention that the Dragon Kingdom was nothing more than a fledgling newborn power to them, so it's not surprising that they would react that way. If Kai Yuan Shang doesn't send troops to crusade against the Dragon Kingdom, that's what Bai Yi would find very strange. even wondered if the other side had already known that the Dragon Kingdom was from the future world, but now it seems the other side doesn't know. In the eyes of others, this is a crisis of epic proportions. If it had been some of the small local warlords, I'm afraid they would have already thought about how to run away by now. Inside the entire Min province, who dares to confront the southern warlords except the northern warlords? No one would dare. Moreover, even that Commander Wu of the northern warlords didn't dare to tear his face off at will. After all, if these two warlords of the north and south tear themselves apart, it would be absolutely immortal. And inevitably, such news reached the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. The news of Cai Yuanshang's troop deployment was not known to the common people. There are only a few people who know about this kind of military intelligence. The people only know that Bai Yi has offended Cai Yuanshang, and still offended to death. This makes the people of both East River and Clearwater counties, as well as the villagers and people in the area under their jurisdiction. Inevitably, there was some panic. They are really feeling it these days, time down, what it means to be the people's sons and daughters. They also respected as well as honored the Dragon Kingdom soldiers from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom didn't recruit in the magically altered Republic realm, I'm afraid, Whitey, all you have to do is post a notice saying you're recruiting. It is estimated that thousands and thousands of people will be able to be recruited the next day. That's how much influence the Dragon State has in the area. You are good or bad to the people. The people know it. Hiss, Mr. Bai offended that Cai Yuanshang? That Choi Yuan-sang won't take revenge on Mr. Beck, will he? Damn it. That Kai has always condoned scum like Nyodakai. Now that Mr. White's truly great goodness has appeared, he won't be able to tolerate it. Alas, people are warlords who have been entrenched in Min province for many years. How kind can you expect that Kai to be? Honestly, Nyodakai is nothing more than a dog he kept for bad things. Let the pack of dogs he keeps do the work for good things. He'll do it himself. What a hypocrite. If Cai Yuanshang wants to send out troops, what can we do? Right. Alas, Mr. White is confused. He's saving up a little more strength first. It's not too late to get tough again. Mr. White hasn't recruited any soldiers so far, so there shouldn't be any major problems, right? That's because Mr. White doesn't want us to die. Although the common people inside the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom had great faith in the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom, but no amount of trust can withstand the fear of the local warlords, who have been crushing them for years. And Cai Yuanshang's southern warlords even claim to have 100,000 troops. 100,000. West River County is only about 100,000 or so people. However, the Dragon Army, which was one of the rightful owners of this matter, didn't appear to be panicked at all. Inside the Rikoku camp, looking at this piece of intelligence in his hand, a staff officer's expression was very wonderful. With a slightly odd look, he looked at Bai Yi, who was sitting on the main seat, and couldn't help but say, Major Bai, this can't be a setup you've given this Cai Yuanshang, right? In order to just provoke the other side, and then get them to send out their troops and try to exterminate us. Then we'll have a name for our division and be able to fight Cai Yuanshang in a dignified manner? What was unexpected was that Bai Yi did not deny it, just a little smile. That one smile had spoken volumes, had spoken an answer. Sure enough, the staff officer gave a look of dawning realization. Immediately, he said with a bitter smile, Major Bai, we're in the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. Isn't it a little bit wrong to attack the city like this? Although all of these warlords are paper tigers, if we fight like this, I'm afraid that in the eyes of all the warlords in the entire Divine Kingdom, we in the Dragon Kingdom would all be their enemies. Bai Yi shook his head and said, why would we want to be friends with a warlord who preys on the people? You have to think about how our Dragon Kingdom was born. The staff officer froze. Spin nodded silently. No talking. What's more, wanting to develop a more rationalized version of the magically altered Republican realm. A blanket of cooperation and compromise is not going to work, because to put it rather crudely, we are colonizing the world. Bai Yi spoke. Colonization is not a treat. It is always bloody and violent. I see. The staff officer nodded. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom in a magically altered version of the Republican realm, doomed to make enemies of those local warlords, because the Dragon Kingdom stands with the people. If you don't take the initiative to attack them now, instead, you're giving them a chance first. It was as far as the Dragon Kingdom could go. It's already a face-saver. Meanwhile, the staff officer also knew that it was certainly not Major White alone. Rather, it is the idea of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At least, the Dragon Kingdom treats the local folk of this world very well, much loved by the people. The fact that the common people chose to stand with the Dragon Kingdom shows that the Dragon Kingdom, in this world, doing the right thing, since it's right. So, there would be no worries. Gonna hit. Just hit. Chapter 90, the great army presses in. Let Bai Yi live for 3 more days? Time passed day by day, and soon another half a month had passed. During this half a month, it was very peaceful within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, though the common people in the jurisdictional land were slightly panicked, because they were worried that the Dragon Kingdom's army would be targeted by that Commander Kai. In their eyes, the Dragon Army is the true people's army. All of them are real soldiers who work for the people. The local people naturally did not want that such a force would be purged. At the same time, they are worried about their future. After all, they've seen what the light looks like. They have also gradually begun to get used to the life bathed in light, and want to return them to the old life of being in the dark. That would certainly be unacceptable to them. But this half of the month, nothing happened. The common people within the jurisdiction land thought that Commander Kai had finally been generous for once. Actually, among the intelligence that the Dragon Kingdom is now getting, it is clear that a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm army numbering 600 men from a warlord in southern Min province, already on the move, fight a war. It's not a treat. It's not like you can just put a whole table full of food on the table and eat it. You have to prepare in many ways before you go to war. Logistics, transfer of troops, the generals, intelligence, and that's just the very basics of preparation. Kai Yuansheng prepared for half a month's time to send out troops, which was already a very hasty way to send out troops. It was also mainly because he didn't really understand the Dragon Kingdom, although he knew that the Dragon Kingdom army had easily destroyed Nyodakai. But, in the eyes of Kai Yuansheng, Nyodakai is a waste. Just with those soldier gangsters under Nyodakai's hand, he could also destroy Nyodakai overnight. Now he sends out a full 600 troops. It's already very discreet. The military quality of the soldiers in this army of 600 men, definitely above those local warlords, and several times the fighting strength of those small local warlords. If this one army of 600 men, and the armies of 600 men cobbled together by the smaller warlords, fight each other, then that situation was absolutely lopsided. The soldiers under the hands of those small warlords are not even as good at fighting as the militia. It's just a bunch of guys who can hold and shoot a gun. Bullying the little people is okay. If it comes to war, definitely get hung up on. It was also because of his confidence in his own troops that Kai Yuanqing took command of the 600-strong army, given to his oldest son to take command, leaving his oldest son in supreme command. It's also a way to brush up on your son's experience. Prepare your son for his future leveling. The marching speed of this army of fully 600 men, the marching speed was surprisingly faster than anyone could have imagined. The main reason is that they actually have quite a few trucks. These trucks are foreign brands at first glance, probably bought it from the Yankees. One old truck after another, with gusts of black smoke coming out of the exhaust, sprinting down a dirt road over and over. Except that the damping on this old truck was very problematic. The warlord soldiers crammed in a pile on the truck. Each one of them was turned upside down. Some of them even got outright seasick and barely managed to throw up everything they ate. These trucks are very outdated. Speed is faster than a human can run though. But, it's a slap in the face if you want to compare it to modern carriers. The two sides can't be compared at all. Not in the same league. This time, the vast 600-strong army sent by the southern warlords was seen even by many of the common people. It left a lot of the old folks dumbfounded. How many people are there? A guard rides a high horse in the midst of an army of marching southern warlords, jogged all the way to a classic Oldsmobile up ahead, shouting to the man in the car, "Major, should we evacuate the civilians? When they find out about our march, they're sure to spread the news all sorts of wildly, and that by guy, if he gets the news, there may be some defense." Just see, within this classic old automobile, except for the driver of the car, in the back row sat a man in a warlord's uniform. The man looked to be in his early 30s, and appeared to be in high spirits in his military uniform. The hair was also combed that way. It was obvious from his eyebrows that he bore a slight resemblance to Kai Yuansheng. The man is Kai Yuansheng's oldest son, major of the southern Minnesota warlords, Kai Yuhong. No need. Kai Yuhong shook his head, his face carrying a strong sense of confidence that, laughing, he said, "Defense is defense. In front of absolute power, what kind of defense is useless? This time it's all about making an example of the other guy. It's all about doing it for all to see, and it's only good when the other guy has his defenses up. Let everyone see that our province's southern military region is not something anyone can provoke. Even if you're strong, in our eyes, you're just a grasshopper that's better at bouncing around. Even if one is able to bounce again, even if one is able to, all at once, bounce up to a height of several meters. But, after all, it's just a grasshopper. A casual foot is able to trample to death. Those fellows thought they'd exterminated a Nyodakai, thought they'd swallowed one of our battalions. Then the world is invincible? TSK, This isn't a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. This is a frog at the bottom of a well. Those guys don't even realize how much of a gap there is between them and us. Speaking of which, Cai Yuhong opened his mouth and asked, "How much time is left before we can arrive at Donghua County?" The guard riding outside the cart replied, "About 3 more days." Yes, Cai Yuhong flashed a smile. He closed his eyes. Eyes closed. Their leader is called Bai Yi, right? They are also known as Mr. Bai by the local people? Then let's, just a little mercy, let that Mr. White lie for 3 more days. Chapter 91, giving an ambush to the other side in a place where ambushes cannot be made. 3 days later, an army of 600 warlords, led by Cai Yuhong, the southern warlords major. It has approached the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. With the scouting efforts of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they must have discovered this army of warlords, and there's information about the other side's marching routes. It was also immediately reported to the commanding officer at the camp. Coming, Bai Yi stood in front of a table on which was a map. He was holding a stick in his hand, pointing to a spot on the map that said, "The enemy army will probably enter the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction from this place, and it's not a suitable location for an ambush. Looks like that general on the other side's got a little something going for him after all. At least know where to enter our jurisdiction and attempt to be able to circumvent our ambush on them." The marching route of the warlords' troops led by Cai Yuhong. It's obviously been finessed by the other side, although it is said that in the eyes of the other side it seems, in East River County and West River County, the so-called Dragon Kingdom forces in these 2 counties are really just that, not considered a strong opponent. But, to avoid causing unnecessary damage, or to avoid accidental guttering, Cai Yuhong was still cautious enough to make a series of plans before marching. The same as the other side picks this position to enter the jurisdiction, it will be able to be seen that Cai Yuhong is not a generalized person, not the second generation of mixed seniority. It's really something. Unfortunately, Bai Yi didn't have any worries or surprises about this. Instead, he flashed a smile and said, "By normal logic, an ambush from this position has a high probability of being counter-sieged by the other side. To conduct an ambush from this location, it would only be a waste of effort to steal a chicken. But such normal logic is limited only to the armies of this age, and our Dragon Kingdom army is not from this era, and our fighting philosophy is different from this era. Since they think it's unlikely that we'll be on this route, ambush them." Bai Yi gently tapped the map, his tone pausing slightly, continuing immediately. He said, "Then we'll take them by surprise and, let's not follow their expected routine and give them an ambush from this position. Just give them a head-on thrashing in a place that's not suitable for an ambush. Deliver a thunderous blow that will crush them outright. Under the crushing weight of absolute strength, all the fancy schemes that, it's all useless." Obviously, the Dragon Kingdom was able to inflict absolute power crushing on the local warlords of the magically altered Republic of China realm. Military strength of both sides, the quality of soldiers on both sides, it's not even above the same level. If you want to give them a headache and crush them with a single blow, it would be necessary to use massive fire coverage. The leader of the main combat regiment spoke up. "We can just send in our armored units, as well as our armed forces, and have the artillery battalion in the rear, continuously bombarding the other side furiously, and the infantry fighters are mid-range, sniping the enemy with mid-range precision. Better yet, let the infantry cut off the other side's rear. Let them not be able to enter or retreat, but only be passive." Such a simple and crude battle plan would certainly not work in modern times, but with absolutely crushing equipment and strength as well as military literacy, such a crude battle plan, instead, it became the most effective battle plan. Never mind the fancy stuff. Blow it up and be done with it. Let the main combat regiment give them an ambush. Bai Yi nodded and said, "Remember, no matter how backward and weak the enemy's military literacy, as well as their equipment, may be, almost must guarantee the life and safety of every Dragon Kingdom soldier. Even if it's just the loss of one Dragon Kingdom soldier, it's something I don't want to see. I'll have the armored and armed forces work with your main combat regiments. Make sure to crush the enemy in one fell swoop, while not being able to let the other side go and wrap them up in a dumpling. It would be best if the son of Cai Yuansheng could be captured alive and, as Cai Yuansheng's eldest son, he's sure to know a lot of things we'd like to know." After Bai Yi finished these few words, the head of the main combat regiment immediately became agitated, because Bai Yi handpicked the main combat regiment to participate in the battle. As a soldier, is there anything more exciting than fighting and winning a war? For other soldiers, I don't know if there are any. Anyway, for this chief of the main combat regiment, there was no greater thrill than winning a battle, even if the enemy army is just a very backward magically modified version of the Republic of Korea's dimensional forces. But he was very excited all the same. "Understood." The commander of the main combat regiment immediately stood up and gave an excited military salute. Soon, the many dragon soldiers of the main combat regiment were then mobilized. One by one, they immediately put on all their weapons and equipment. Get ready to run to the front. The entire Dragon Kingdom military camp was like a huge and deadly war machine. It's running on and on. After the soldiers of the main combat regiment, the Dragon Kingdom, were ready to go. Immediately, he got into a military vehicle that had already been prepared. Meanwhile, the armored units, as well as the helicopter gunship units, are also ready to go at this point. The expression of every Dragon Kingdom soldier was serious. They didn't take their opponents lightly. After all, the first beautiful country in the world, as it was called back then, they are able to turn over the car in Fey continent kind of place. They do not want to turn over the car because of their carelessness. That's an absolute disgrace. And, careless words before the battle. It's also a crime. Chapter 92. How did he dare to fight a frontal battle with me? Kai Yu Hong? The warlord's army had followed a broad dirt road, and, without any obstruction, straight across into the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction in the magically altered version of the Republic realm. Young Marshal, we came in so openly, and the other side didn't send anyone to stop us. There must be something fishy. An officer rode up to the old automobile on a high horse. Turning to Kai Yu Hong in the car, he said anxiously, Major, there's a good chance we'll be ambushed by the other side. Ambush? Kai Yu Hong laughed and shook his head. If they dare to ambush here, that would be just what I want. Ha! The officer on the high horse was flabbergasted. And if he was ambushed, and it's just what the major wants? What's that supposed to mean? Under the confused look on the officer's face outside, Kai Yu Hong opened his mouth in a breezy manner and explained, this location is simply not suitable for an ambush battle. If the other side dares to ambush us, here, they will only be counter-encircled by us. It stands to reason that as long as the commander of the other side, somewhat on a normal military level, neither will ambush us here. Once the other side chooses to ambush here, then they will definitely be crushed by our backhand. Sure, Kai Yu Hong laughed. The possibility that the other side's commander has poor military doctrine cannot be ruled out. If it's really that bad, it saves effort. But, come to think of it, it's unlikely. Kai Yu Hong pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, the carton bearing a line of English. It's obviously foreign cigarettes from the foreign side. He pulled out another copper lighter, a very old-fashioned lighter now. After holding a cigarette and lighting it, take a deep breath. Slowly, he exhaled smoke. Cigarette in one hand, lighter withdrawn in the other. Kai Yu Hong laughed gently. Since the other party was able to defeat Nyo Dakai so quickly, it means that Mr. Bai still has that much skill. Although a man like Nyo Dakai has little power, he at least has a few thousand guns, and I've even heard of a dozen mortars, able to wipe out Nyo Dakai's men in one night. Such a person is unlikely to make such a low-level mistake. That Mr. Bai may be quite capable, so if you can, make him my staff officer. However, just as Kai Yu Hong's words had just fallen, suddenly he realized that the officer riding outside the car, it was as if he had realized something and showed a look of having seen a ghost. Before Kai Yu Hong could ask him what exactly he had seen, the officer then hastily hissed, Major, enemy army, there are enemy troops ahead. The enemy tried to ambush us here. Alert! Alert! What? Kai Yu Hong suspected that something was wrong with his ears, and he immediately looked through the windshield of the old car and, squinting at the distant image, he seemed to vaguely see something as well. He pulled out a pair of binoculars and looked in that direction. It was the moment he finally saw what was ahead of him. It was actually a truck he had never seen before. The shape of those dark green trucks was like nothing he had ever seen before. I also don't know what country produced it recently. And he saw a large number of soldiers. Those are all enemy troops. They actually tried to ambush us here? Nah, this isn't even an ambush anymore. Because it's all been discovered. Is this going to be a square? An encounter here? Kai Yu Hong was no longer able to hold on to the kind of major martial demeanor he had before. People are almost stupid. He had initially thought that there was no way Bai's side would be able to fight an ambush here at all. Even if they did want to come to an ambush, they definitely had their brains caught in a door. And now, not only did the other side actually come over, and it wasn't even an ambush. Instead, they want to fight head-on battles. Hiss. This is no longer something that can be explained by having your head caught in a door. Not even a commander with his head caught in a door could make such a dim decision. Is this sure it's war? It's a death wish, isn't it? Or is it that? Kai Yu Hong seemed to have thought of something after reacting to the situation. Couldn't help but laugh back in anger. It's hard to believe that these guys are looking down on me. Kai Yu Hong? Are they looking down on the southern military region of the province? Good guts. No wonder he dares to call himself some Dragon Kingdom. No wonder he dares to write a letter to provoke my father. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Who is he to dare fight me head on here? Who is he to dare? What's that noise? Suddenly, Yuhong seemed to be attracted by some sound and couldn't help but frown slightly. He always had the feeling that the source of the sound was from the sky, but he can't see anything sitting in the car. Major, bird, big bird. Suddenly, the officer outside on horseback, with a face full of shock, he shouted, "Over there are so many big birds flying, all big black birds." "What big bird?" Yuhong couldn't resist the curiosity that drove him and actually drilled his head out to take a look outside. Shasta. His pupils contracted violently. Disbelief was written all over his face. This is an airplane? Nope. What kind of airplane looks like this? But what are they if not airplanes? Is it really some so-called big bird? What kind of bird doesn't have wings? Eyes on the unidentified flying object that looks suspiciously like an airplane. It was making a very irritating noise, sweeping sharply towards this direction at a very high speed and at low altitude. Yuhong shouted in a cold voice, "Have the machine gunners shoot down these strange things in the sky." He didn't quite understand what the hell that was though, but he always had a bad feeling about it. Whatever, fight it down and talk about it. Chapter 93. Times have changed. The importance of air power. As Yuhong's order fell, the officer on horseback outside the car, immediately, he rode to the rear of the army and then called up the entire warlord's army of machine gunners. All of them, fully 20 machine guns were pointed over the front, and one dark muzzle of it can be described as being strewn with solemnity. Have to say, these equipments of the southern warlords of Min province are inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. Definitely considered a very well-equipped kind of thing. This may also be because that Commander Kai sheds money on his troops, and it's still a crazy amount of money. Otherwise it wouldn't be so well-equipped. After all, that Commander Kai is very clear. He himself is where he is today solely because he has soldiers under his hand. If you don't stabilize the soldiers under your own hands, if you don't get the combat power of the soldiers under your own hands up, then he really is a paper tiger. As the bird approached, the warlord's machine gunners, one was so nervous that he was sweating coldly, because they've never seen anything like it before, in their inherent impression of, except for winged animals, things that can fly in the sky. Maybe it's only the gods? Of course, military orders are like mountains. Yuhong, the young marshal, told them to do whatever they wanted. Next moment, only to hear the officer on horseback outside, bellowing, "Fire!" The 20 warlord machine gunners suppressed the shock in their hearts, pulled the trigger without saying a word. Tada! Tada! One time, a steady stream of gunfire began to ring out. Shot after shot of orange-colored bullets went straight up into the sky. The bullets from the 20 light machine guns turned into a chain of bullets, toward the helicopter gunships in the middle of the sky. Yes, UFOs that look like strange birds without wings to these warlord soldiers. It's practically a helicopter gunship for the Dragon Kingdom. Every pilot of the armed helicopters was given an order by once the enemy launches an attack on the helicopter, unlimited counterattacks are possible. Direct fire coverage is available. Shots flew toward the helicopter gunships, and even a few got lucky. It hit the fuselage of the helicopter, but there was no way to penetrate the armor of the helicopter gunship. Since these warlord soldiers initiated the attack, the Dragon Kingdom's helicopter gunship pilots were naturally nonchalant. A helicopter gunship immediately maneuvered through the air to find a suitable position, and try to dodge the bullets coming from the other side. The moment the warlord's machine gunners rested their fire, a helicopter gunship, which had already found a good position, immediately began an unrestricted counterattack. Only the heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships began to spit out a cloud of fiery flames, and it was accompanied by ear-splitting gunshots from the heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships. Only then can you really count on forming a bullet chain. A round of heavy machine gun bullets was fired towards the bottom, naturally targeting the warlord's troops below. The 600-strong warlord force was like a giant target at this moment. A warlord machine gunner was preparing to change magazines in a hurry. The next moment, it was as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. A heavy blow. The whole thing came to a standstill. Half of his body flew out uncontrollably backwards. A shower of blood and broken internal organs that spill it all over the person next to you. That's the power of a heavy machine gun. One round down, easily broken by men and horses. His death was like a touched domino. Before a single warlord soldier could react, all they could see was the belly of the monstrous bird overhead. It seemed to flicker with a faint firelight, and then the next moment, like harvested wheat, dozens of people fell in an instant. A single round either hit their bodies, breaking them right in two, or it struck above the ground, splattering several meters of dust. Dumbfounded. All the warlord soldiers were all dumbfounded at this moment. They had no idea at all that this strange bird, capable of flying without wings. I can't believe I was able to shoot. And what kind of gun is this? Getting hit actually shattered the whole thing. Hiss. The 600-strong contingent was in disarray for a moment. Every warlord soldier scrambled for cover. A look of bewilderment and horror was written all over their faces. It was an attack they had never endured before, and it was a battle they had never experienced before. Likewise, even Kai Yu Hong, who was a major, also confused. He could see that it was a very bizarre kind of airplane, one that didn't need wings, the airplane that would be able to take off, and this bizarre airplane that would actually be able to hover in mid-air. It was already hitting a blind spot in his knowledge. He had seen Yankee airplanes, even up close and personal, but he's been on such a weird airplane. And the airplane went up and there were machine guns. A machine gun of this power. Definitely a heavy machine gun. Hiss. Kai Yu Hong couldn't help but suck in cool air as he opened the car door without saying a word, and he hurriedly rolled on his donkey to hide, not caring about his manners. Is this that Bai Yi's airplane? Why does this guy have this weird airplane? And the plane can hold a machine gun too? The means of attack of the Air Force during this period would seem very odd to a later generation. The role of the Air Force during this period was more about surveying the terrain as well as intelligence. Few would think of utilizing air power to strike at enemy forces. Kai Yu Hong had never touched this kind of battle at all. For the first time, he experienced what it was like to have air control taken over by the enemy. It felt as if everything about the situation was out of control. It's as if they'd been taken right to the edge. How can we fight when the enemy is in the sky? Suddenly, it was as if he heard something again. It made his expression change. The voice is, "It's a cannonball." Chapter 94 Saturated Fire Coverage. What does it mean to be desperate? For the first time, Kai Yu Hong felt a sense of bewilderment, although he was because his father was Kai Yuanshang. That's why he was able to command an army of 600 men at such a fast pace and at such a young age. But that doesn't mean he's a second-generation warlord who's just waiting to die. On the contrary, Kai Yu Hong's military level was very high, at least for this era. To name a few, commanding an army of a mere 600 men was still more than enough for him. According to his old idea of dealing with a local armed force, it doesn't take that much effort at all. Even the armed forces in this place have a very high military standard. But in the end, it could not be a match for the southern military region of the province. Otherwise it wouldn't be called a local army. He thought that this time around, he was absolutely certain that he would be able to eliminate the other party. But what he didn't expect was that the other side actually had this kind of weird airplane. And this weird airplane actually came with a heavy machine gun. It was already in his intellectual blind spot. He had no idea how to go about dealing with such a bizarre airplane. No experience at all. Those military theories in his head were now being recalled with great effort, but still couldn't think of any way to deal with it. The only way to do that is to knock each other down. But who doesn't know that? The key question is, how can we get those weird airplanes in the sky? Give it a shot down. He was bewildered. He was confused, especially when suddenly he heard the sound of incoming shells. It made his expression plummet and huge changes occurred, and his pupils tightened, and he hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground without saying a word. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Kai Yu Hong heard a very sharp sound that he was very familiar with. It was the sharp sound of a cannonball cutting through the air. Fruity. Immediately after the fall of the shrill voice, followed by burst after burst, the deafening roar. A violent roar shook Kai Yu Hong's eardrums. It made his eardrums ring with a jolt. Brain buzzing, he hastened to creep on the ground, and those of his close guards around him, also hastened to crowd around him in an attempt to protect him. The major, Kai Yu Hong only wished that she had left the car she had just sat in as fast as she could. He knew that if he looked down from the sky, the car you just rode in, just a huge target. Very conspicuous targets. In this wretched moment, he stole a glance at the soldiers of the warlords behind him. Only those warlord soldiers behind him were already in a mess. Each of those warlord soldiers cried out for cover. The ones with a bit of guts are the ones with their guns up, pointing them at the helicopter gunships in the sky. Not these men with guts. All suffered from focused care. Shot after shot of heavy machine gun rounds swept by. It instantly broke them into pieces. Shot after shot, out of nowhere, landed in the midst of the warlord's forces. A prolonged explosion occurred. Soldier after soldier of the warlord was blown to bloody pieces, bombed out of their minds. Mother! Oh dear mother! It's a monster! The strange bird in the sky must be a demon. The enemy army is aided by a demon. Mother asterisk 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 error. How can we, mere mortals, beat the demons? This must be a demonic spell, must be a demonic spell. Some of the warlord soldiers broke down and threw their guns out of their hands. Then one tried hard to find cover, and he was mumbling about the helicopter gunships in the sky being demons. Indeed, from the helicopter gunships that are now available to them, the warlord soldiers, it really doesn't seem to be too different from a demon. Only, demons in this magically altered version of the Republic realm are already very rare. Instead, There are as many armed helicopters like this as you can get on Blue Star. The Dragon Army, which has control of the airspace, fight the warlord forces of this period. It's almost like an adult hitting a child. No, it's hitting the babies. This period's magically altered version of the warlord forces of the Republican realm. There is no way to know how to deal with a force like the Air Force. Given a little time, they might be able to come up with some response options. After all, no one is stupid. Unfortunately, there was no way the Dragon Kingdom would give Kai Yu Hong time. Under the strafing of a helicopter gunship, the entire warlord force was in complete disarray. And that's when it's time for artillery coverage. The Dragon Kingdom's main combat regiment had already long ago had the artillery battalion set up an artillery piece. There was now a roar from these guns. A shell landed on top of the positions of the warlord soldiers. The powerful shells blew them to bloody pieces. It's not just the helicopter gunships overhead that are keeping a close eye on them. There was also artillery roaring in the distance. How do you fight? Can't fight at all. In the face of this saturated fire coverage from the Dragon Kingdom, the armed forces of the warlords, fully 600 in number, there was no way to organize any resistance at all. This caused Kai Yu Hong, who was full of woes, to be in shock and bewilderment. Even more so, he showed a look of despair. His mood could be described as falling at this moment, and he knew that he was finished losing this battle. He also knew why he was finished. Underestimated. Everyone underestimated that Mr. White. The other side wasn't just any ordinary local warlord force at all. It's not an armed force in a ravine at all. The other side is strong, more than all imaginable. This monstrous airplane armed with heavy machine guns alone is enough to dominate a war. Not to mention the kind of artillery that is not even good at estimating numbers. Kai Yu Hong was able to distinguish that artillery of this power was definitely heavy artillery. Others are able to hit you. You can't hit anyone else. His emotions, only despair. Chapter 95. Desperate Kai Yu Hong. The only way to go was to surrender all the way. At this moment, Kai Yu Hong even felt that he was now encountering a foreigner's troop. And this wasn't just any Yankee troops, it was the kind of elite troops from the Western powers. He even had the feeling that the elite troops of those Western powers that none of it compares to this army in front of us. This kind of overwhelming coverage of firepower leaves no room for respite. When the cannon goes off, there are 10,000 taels of gold, and everyone understands this. Doesn't the other side worry about the depletion of the shells? Are they that rich? Where the hell did they get so much heavy artillery? And where did the creepy airplane come from? Could it be that behind that Mr. White stands a Western power? Kai Yu Hong was eager to organize his troops to make a resistance, but now he is also aware of this chaotic situation, this battle-scarred position above. It was no longer possible to organize a decent resistance at all. Under this covering attack of artillery fire, the entire force was in total disarray. It's so chaotic that you can't even command it. Defeated. The defeat was very complete. No way. Kai Yu Hong quickly came back to his senses as he wiped the dust from his face with his sleeve. Gritting his teeth, he said, the power of these guys has exceeded everyone's expectations, and with such a strong armed force, there is absolutely no way they would be willing to be inside a ravine. Thanks for thinking that the other side couldn't be any stronger. But who knew that they had already lost before even seeing the other side's men? They have such an armed force and actually managed to hide it for so long. No way. There has to be a way to get this message. Inside the commanding general's headquarters in Cheongju County. Suddenly, Kai Yu Hong realized the seriousness of this problem. The severity of this even affects his Kai family's rule over the southern part of Min province. Such an immensely powerful armed force, definitely capable of threatening their family's position. And he even suspected that behind this armed force might stand the Western powers. No, not a possibility. It's affirmative. Behind them stands, surely, one of the Western powers. It's even likely to be a coalition of certain Western powers. Otherwise, there is no way to explain that the other side is from where exactly. Getting so many heavy firepowers. There was only the explanation that there were foreigners standing behind the other side. Quickly, cover my retreat. Retreat. Kai Yu Hong gritted his teeth and shouted. We've been ambushed by them. Retreat. Retreat. Don't even mess with it. Orderly retreat. His desire to survive in this moment was at the top of his game, so to speak. He wants to live, because he was going to tell his father the news. He's already planted one on this. If his father, Commander Kai, didn't know about the gang's powerful armed forces, there's a good chance it's going to be guttural as well. Once even his father was in the gutter, then for their Kai family in Min province, it is to be exterminated. Everything about them, their struggle, it's all going down the drain. Must be alive. Go back alive. Kai Yu Hong rallied his guards to cover himself. All he wanted to do now was get out of this place of wrongdoing. However, he soon got desperate news. Major, it's no good. There's an enemy ambush on our way back. They parked a number of iron pimple automobiles there. There were machine guns on those iron cars. And cannons. Our bullets. There's no way to punch through one of those lumps of steel cars. Major. Right side. There's a large number of enemy troops on the right side. 2. They're blocking our retreat. It's no good. Major, we've been caught in a trap. Major, we're surrounded. What to do? Major, how is it? How's that? How the hell do I know what to do? In hell. Gamlin lady. It's a dumpling. Kaiyuhang's face suddenly turned a shade of green and white. He had never fought a battle like this in his life. Without even seeing the enemy. It's already time for a rout. And it's not even a rout to know where to run. As per past experience, Kaiyuhang knew he should organize all the forces he could now. Then look for the weakest spot inside the opponent's encirclement. Then attack that place with all your might. That's how you have a chance to break the other side's encirclement. But, looking at the panic-stricken, fear-filled, crying warlord soldiers, Kaiyuhang was silent. These guys have all been scared out of their wits. There's no way to organize these guys by yourself right now, even if you're a genius. The bottom line is that there's no way to make more noise on your own than the sound of an artillery shell. The criers are off somewhere. Orders simply don't come down. How do you organize a revolt? Done. Those 2 words appeared in his mind for the first time. This is no longer an ordinary defeat. This is afraid that he has given himself up. Regret is definitely regrettable. But Kaiyuhang also knew that he regretted it, and it didn't help. Asterisk. Mother asterisk. It was the first time he had ever cursed. State of mind. Avalanche. Watching their troops, constantly being bombarded by heavy fire. Especially when seeing a shell that landed less than 100 from himself. Feel the shockwave of the shell's explosion coming at you. Kaiyuhang's face instantly turned white. If we were closer. He's gone. Do you want to die yourself? He couldn't help but ask himself in his mind. No, don't want to. He's only 31 years old. He's got a great future ahead of him. If he dies here. He himself felt very stifled. Very hard to accept. But now there was no way to retreat. All retreat routes had been completely blocked. Is it going down? Chapter 96, More Than Rotten Times. Big win. Kaiyuhang was now very clear. Under the crushing weight of this absolute power, one's only way back, one's only way to live, which is only to surrender to the other side, because it's the only way to guarantee yourself a life. It was the only way he could have a chance of staying alive. But if he surrendered to the other party, this made his heart very unwilling. After all, no matter what, he himself was also the major of the southern military region of Min Province, the unicorn in everyone's eyes. His father is the famous commander Kai Yuan Shang. In the eyes of others, their Kai family is the father of a tiger. And he, Kai Yuhong, in the future, is destined to follow in his father's footsteps. Kai Yuhong also thought that he definitely belonged to the category of the proud son of heaven among his peers. Within their peers, people who are even better than themselves, then the odds are that there must be so many of them, but it's limited to just a few, and only a few. It is very difficult to say whether there is any such exceptional origin as your own. In the midst of this chaos, those few remaining, it's also very hard to say whether or not you'll get a chance to utilize your excellent talents. After all, in these chaotic times, people are dying all the time. Even if you're good enough, you also have to be lucky and strong enough to survive. This is how excellent talent can be utilized. That is to say, they think they are the pride of heaven. It was only then that Kai Yuhang felt that surrendering to someone he had never met was definitely one of the biggest stains in his life, and one that made him feel resentful. But, or is it because he thinks he's the pride of heaven, and he thinks it's more important for him to live than to die, because only by living, can he show the world that he, Kai Yuhang, is the proud son of heaven. Damn, doesn't that seem very contradictory? Surrender? No vote? Kai Yuhang was torn between these two choices left and right, his reason telling him that he should surrender now. Even if you are holding back and becoming a prisoner of the other side, at least you are still alive. But again, sensibility told him that he could never surrender. Suddenly, a helicopter gunship overhead seemed to have spotted someone on this side, and all of a sudden a chain of bullets swept down from just above the heavy machine gun. Suddenly, bullet after bullet, of exaggerated caliber, from the heavy machine gun, hit the ground. It made a very dull muttering sound, and a dozen or so of Kai Yuhang's guards were directly swept by heavy machine gun bullets. There wasn't even time for a scream. Died violently on the spot. Heavy machine gun large caliber bullets hit their bodies, easily breaking them in two. Blood and flesh splattered. Visceral messy spills. Kai Yuhang suddenly felt, in his horror, as if he had been hit by something in the head. It was a very strange feeling, something wet and warm. He hastily reached up to his head, and all of a sudden, he felt his hands were wet. Then as he fixed his eyes, His pupils shrank and a look of horror was written all over his face, because it's a bloody piece of guts. Very bloody. It has made it impossible to tell exactly which piece of internal organs are inside the human body. Hiss. Rao Kaiyuhong had seen a lot of big scenes and a lot of very bloody scenes. Even at this moment, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Smell the blood in the air. Smell the smoke in the air. Eventually, reason still prevailed in his mind. Puts the sensibility down. All surrender. Surrender. All of you. Throw your weapons away. If you don't want to die, throw your weapons away. Then get down on your knees and all raise your hands. Surrender to the other side. Kaiyuhong swore that this was the loudest shout he had ever shouted in his life. He even felt like he was shouting these, all overpowering the sound of the other side's heavy machine gun fire. Those warlord soldiers closest to Kaiyuhong, one or two of them revealed a look of disbelief. They didn't expect that this major general, who was known as the proud son of heaven and the dragon and phoenix among men, I can't believe you would choose to surrender. The surrender was so dry, so decisive, too. But, when they reacted, it was a burst of ecstasy and excitement. Immediately threw the gun away without saying a word. Then get on your knees. Raise your hands. The movements looked very skillful, and there was no telling how many times they had practiced, on a regular basis. After the first person chooses to surrender, there will be a second person, the third person, fourth person. Surrender is a contagious emotion in the midst of battle. This is in why positions such as inspectors of war exist when it comes to fighting a war. Soon there was a great mass of people, hastily throwing away their weapons and falling on their knees in surrender. They had completely lost the idea of resistance. Without even seeing the face of the enemy, he had already suffered such great losses. How can we fight this kind of battle? Can't fight at all. Seeing these warlord soldiers choose to surrender one by one, the armed helicopters that were circling overhead also gradually and slowly stopped firing, and the news was sent over to the main combat regiment in the Dragon Kingdom. The artillery battalions of the main combat regiments also stopped firing, momentarily, on top of the original battlefield. Suddenly, it became eerily silent. All that could be heard was someone wailing in agony and someone crying out in surrender. Fighting. The end. TSK, the leader of the main combat regiment, holding binoculars overlooking the battlefield in front of him. Disappointed, he shook his head. I thought that this group of troops from the great warlords would be able to fight a little bit better than the warlord troops that they had encountered before, but it's just a pity that it's still pretty much the same. Although it's true that it's a bit stronger than the ones we encountered before, it's not that much stronger. Sure enough, Major Bai was right. In this era, all those warlords in the land of God are all more than rotten. It's not about who's stronger, and it sucks more than anyone else. Chapter 97 Post-War Capture. Kaiyuhong's knowledge blind spot. All of the warlord soldiers that were still alive had all but given up their resistance. They threw away all the weapons they could. Even the dagger was thrown far away, for fear of being seen with a weapon on his person. Then shoot yourself in the head. They had lost all thought of resistance. Under these circumstances, even if they didn't throw their weapons away, they wouldn't dare to shoot. They no longer have a shred of morale. Fear was written all over everyone's face. They just want to live, even if you become a captive, or at least be able to live. Immediately after seeing that all of them had given up resistance, if the chief of the main combat regiment had let, the soldiers surrounded everyone, and taking out the harnesses that had been prepared long ago, tie up every warlord soldier who gives up resistance. This moment, these warlord soldiers finally saw what a Dragon Kingdom soldier really looked like. It was only then that they realized that the original soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not the demons they had imagined. All of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were just as human as they were. But, there is also a huge gap between people. The equipment on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as that kind of essence, was not something they could compare to, and every single Dragon Kingdom soldier was very strong. All of them are very lean and muscular. Even if you don't rely on the advanced weapons in your hands, you can fight the enemy with your bare hands alone. Against the soldiers of these warlords, you can also fight several of them in one. Eventually, Kaiyuhong, the major of the southern Min province warlords, was also girded by a Dragon Kingdom soldier, with a bound his hands and wrists. Kaiyuhong was already hanging his head. He didn't think that he would actually have such a day. And from the large number of harnesses carried by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it will be able to be seen that these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom have long felt that the battle will be theirs to win, and there will be a very large number of captives as well. Be ready to bundle up early. Ha! The clown was actually him. Kaiyuhong, you are the commander of this unit? The major of the warlord of southern Min province? Kaiyuhong, the eldest son of Kaiyuan Shang? Suddenly, a voice came over, causing Kaiyuhong to faintly stare. Kaiyuhong twisted his head to see a middle-aged man, under the protection of several Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Step after step came toward him. Kaiyuhong sighed. It's useless to hide your identity at this time, because inside the entire warlord's army, there are a lot of people who know themselves, and the other party only needs to ask a few more people. Come to think of it, Kaiyu Hang's heart then suddenly released. He nodded, acknowledged himself, following which, with a curious tone, Kaiyu Hang opened his mouth and inquired, "Are you that Mr. Bai E?" The main regiment commander froze, then smiled. He shook his head. "No, I see." Kaiyu Hang revealed a bitter smile and, "Dare I say that I lost to that Mr. White's men. LOL. Life's Waterloo. Got a cigarette? I want to smoke one." Kaiyu Hang asked. "Okay." The leader of the main combat regiment took out a pack of cigarettes, then pulled one out and handed it to Kaiyu Hang. It was also very sweetly handed to Kaiyu Hang's mouth. Kaiyu Hang froze for a moment, because he realized that the pack of cigarettes was packaged in a way that he had never seen before. He, Kaiyu Hang, was also considered an old smoker, having started smoking when he was a teenager. Whether it's cigarettes made in God's country or foreigners' cigarettes, Kaiyu Hang basically tried it all. But, cigarette cases in this kind of packaging, he swore, had never been seen in his life. In his days, he held his cigarette in his mouth, and then, the main regiment commander took out his lighter and lit this one cigarette for him. This caused Kaiyu Hang to stare once again, because he realized that this lighter was like nothing he had ever seen before. Why was this troop in front of us, carrying things that they had never seen before? Whether it's the uniforms on the other side, or the weapons on the other side, or small items on the other side, the major himself had never even seen it. Kaiyu Hang felt as if he had entered a myriad of intellectual blind spots. A look of confusion filled his face. He instinctively took a drag on his cigarette. Hiss! Great smoke! He was surprised with a cigarette in his mouth. Must be good cigarettes. Troop special. The commander of the main regiment broke into a grin that, spinning around, he spoke. Bring him back inside the camp. He's Kaiyu Enching's oldest son. He's the major of the Southern Min Province warlord. There must be quite a bit we want to know about him. Yes. A few soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom immediately escorted Kaiyu Hang to a military vehicle. Kaiyu Hang realized that this kind of military vehicle was still something he hadn't seen before. Which Western power made this military vehicle? He felt lost, baffled. Time. Streaming. It wasn't until evening was approaching that the Dragon Kingdom cleared the battlefield, cleaned it up. This time, the 600 men in the warlord's unit were killed in battle, totaling 680. Of the remaining 320. More than 900 were seriously injured. More than 200 people suffered minor injuries. The rest were physically unharmed, but they had suffered a lot of mental trauma. It also captured a large number of horses from the other side. 300 war horses alone. It also contains a large number of weapons from this period. Rifle, pistol, light machine guns, grenades, mortars, and so on. These are very dated-looking weapons. There is everything inside this army of warlords. It had to be said that within this magically modified version of the Republic realm, their weaponry was considered very good. Unfortunately, the enemy they encountered was the army of the Dragon Kingdom. The excellence of the weapons and equipment of the Dragon Kingdom's army was hundreds or even thousands of times greater than theirs. The two sides simply don't belong to the same era. This wave. It's also kind of rewarding. The main thing is that no one on the dragon side has sacrificed. Chapter 98, Kaiyu Hang. I think I'm a bumpkin. This hasty war was fought, and the death rate of soldiers on the side of the dragon, still zero as usual. After all, in the middle of a war, the dragon side either bombarded wildly or indiscriminately, conducted essentially long-range strikes with over the horizon. The only close strikes might be those helicopter gunships, but the people inside the helicopter gunships are even less likely to be sacrificed, because they are firmly in control of the airspace of the war. Inside this magically altered version of the Republican realm, there's not a lot of people who know that yet. Exactly how to deal with the Air Force. Those warlord soldiers only dared to hold their guns and shoot against Wu Ji. The result was naturally very disastrous, and it collapsed directly. But someone was still injured on the dragon side, and I don't know why. Every time we cleaned up the battlefield, there would always be one or two unlucky people who were inexplicably injured. This time the two Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were injured, one of them had fallen. He fell straight down and lost two of his teeth. The other one had a hypoglycemic episode and fell head over heels and passed out. It's a coincidence that the head still hits the rock. The head was broken. However, the only ones who were injured were these two unlucky ones, and the other soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not injured. This battle continues to be a very well fought one, regardless of how much ammunition was actually expended on this one. As long as no soldiers were sacrificed, it was a good fight. Longwa's side would rather consume a little more ammunition than have any of their soldiers sacrificed. If a soldier dies on the battlefield, what should be said to their families? safeguarding the lives of soldiers and their survival rate in war. It's the top priority. Luckily it is. Against these magically altered versions of the warlord forces of the Republican realm, the Dragon Kingdom is perfectly capable of resolving the war in a crushing manner. It is even capable of over-the-horizon strikes, to minimize soldier casualties. This time the number of captives was very great, and fortunately it was the girdle which carried the. There were enough of them that tying up the 400 or so was absolutely no problem. Before nightfall was imminent, the dragon side escorted a host of captives, prepared to escort these prisoners into the middle of the camp, because inside the camp, there were these prisoners, special places to stay. There will also be people in the camp, who will interrogate the captives, as well, then pick out those whose sins are unforgivable. All of them were dragged off to be shot. Those prisoners of the warlords whose crimes were not punishable by death were all dragged off to labor reform, and some very valuable captives. Instead, it was to pry some valuable information out of their mouths. They can rely on this intelligence. Atone for the lesser of your sins. Of course, the premise is that the information they provide is more useful to the Dragon Kingdom. If it's information that doesn't do much good, those who should be shot should be shot. Those who should be reformed by labor should be reformed by labor. But he isn't going to send those death row inmates whose crimes are unforgivable to the Dragon Kingdom. Allowing those scientists to conduct human experimental research on normal death row inmates is the kind of thing that can never open a can of worms, because it goes to the bottom of this level of morality. Once an opening is made in this regard, then morality will be reduced indefinitely. Sooner or later, it releases the morally constrained demons of the human heart. It will open a Pandora's box. Once a man is not bound by the morals in his heart, he is indeed no different from the devil. So those sentenced to death on death row, those who should be shot are shot directly and decisively. Don't get into anything fancy. Putting them on public trial would be as far as Whitey would go. Due to the large number of captives in this one, the escort back to the camp took quite a while, and it was not until the next day that they returned to the camp. Luckily, I was lucky enough to not run into anything weird on the way back to camp this time. That's a bit of a problem if you run into anything weird. After all, in the midst of this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the mysterious side of the existence of ghosts is never in short supply. After a full night of running lag, Kai Yuhong was not only mentally more depressed, the body is also exhausted, because the main regiment's military vehicles could not pull so many people. It was left to the men to follow on foot. That walk took, well, all night. It was a short break in the road, but it was really exhausting, especially since Kai Yuhong usually had brocade clothes and fancy food. Although the military theory is very solid and the physical fitness is okay, the problem is, he'd never traveled this far in person before. Usually it's either by car or horseback. Now this went all night. Kai Yuhong felt that both of his legs were no longer his own, not at all at his own beck and call. These guys who claimed to be soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't know what was wrong with them. How can you say you're Kai Yuan Shang's eldest son, although now turned into a captive, but with such a status added to the, shouldn't we show a little courtesy? Not to say anything about being respectful. Well, let yourself sit in the car. It's okay to let yourself ride. Here, is this the camp of this group of self-proclaimed Dragon Kingdom soldiers? Kai Yuhong managed to soothe his legs, and his gaze began to circle around. Standing at the forefront of a group of captives, he was able to see a lot of things clearly, and that's exactly why he looked dumbfounded. What place? Is this sure it's a military camp? What's all this stuff? Kai Yuhong discovered that inside the military camp of the Dragon Kingdom, there were a lot of things that he had never heard of or seen before, which made him wonder a little if it was because he was a bumpkin, the major of the southern military region of Fujian province. Are they all bumpkins now? Hiss. Chapter 99, Bringing Filial Son Wangrenji, Model Labor Reformer. After being shocked as well as dumbfounded was the horror that Kai Yuhong really felt this time, that the army that defeated that Neo Dakai and also defeated himself. Just how terrifying. Just how powerful. Kai Yuhong had seen no less than a few hundred of those military trucks alone. The kind he had never seen before. Rows and rows of military vehicles just lay there quietly, like a beast of steel. It's daunting. Makes one's head spin. At the same time, he saw a lot of artillery, and that one was resting there silently. The barrels of each gun were very thick and long, and almost all of them were heavy. Also between the same time he saw one of those weird airplanes. Now he finally understands how this weird airplane really flies. It turns out that this type of airplane has a propeller on top, just like a bamboo dragonfly. So, is that the principle? As against STH. Is this the time to concern yourself with such things? Now himself, though still the major of southern Minnesota, but also one of the prisoners of this army, the next fate he is about to face, what it's really like, he was at a loss until now. At the same time, military officer. Kai Yuhong also saw a large number of military doctors in white coats, One stretcher after another was being hurriedly carried over, and the prisoners who had been seriously wounded and could still breathe were all placed on top of it. Immediately afterward, carrying the stretcher, he darted away, looking very anxious. They actually tried to rescue these seriously wounded prisoners? Kai Yu Hong was confused. These seriously wounded prisoners are already running out of air, so trying to save them would be a fool's errand, wouldn't it? Even if it could be saved, it would take a lot of medical resources, right? Isn't that an abject waste? Why? Kai Yu Hong couldn't figure it out. He doesn't know. In the eyes of most modern-day dragons, every man has his own unique value. Every human life is not to be taken away at will, and everyone has the right to live, when conditions permit, even if it is a captive. That is what can be saved. If there is really no way to save it, then we can only give up. Unfortunately, such ideas are not understood in this day and age, because inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, things like human life were not worth anything at all. Maybe $1 buys a man's life. What was completely unnecessary to save in Kai Yu Hang's eyes was something to try to save in the eyes of the Dragon Nation. But will it save lives? But at least, put in the effort to save it. Hello? Suddenly, a slightly concerned voice that, from in front of you came. I see you're in a very sorry state, and there's a lot of bloodstains on your head. Is it a head injury? Is your head still clear? Blood on the head? Kai Yu Hong froze, then reacted. Before on top of the battlefield, it appeared that a piece of entrails had landed on his head. His own head, inevitably, was stained with blood. It looks pretty lousy. Kai Yu Hong was surprised and twisted his head forward to take a look. Then, his whole person froze. He saw a man in a white coat standing in front of him at some point, but this man in the white coat, and the other men in white coats, a little less so. What was different was the kind of accent the other man had, one that was familiar to him that, as soon as I heard it, I knew that the other party was very purely from Min province. There was a world of difference from the other soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who spoke a mouthful of standard Mandarin. I'm fine. It's not my blood. Kai Yu Hong shook his head before looking at the man in front of him. I couldn't help but ask curiously, are you from Min province? Yeah, I'm a local. I live in East River County. The other party nodded and, laughing with emotion, he said, to be honest, I've been a prisoner just like you. So as, what? Kai Yu Hong was just about to nod his head, but he realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened. Like yourself? Been a prisoner? Captives can still be so free, and still be able to wear a white coat, just like those army doctors, wandering around? It's a long story. I originally returned from studying medicine and became a subordinate of Nyo Dakai. Again, I was captured in confusion. Later, after a period of interrogation, the interrogators found that I had committed no crime. But as having been under Nyo Dakai, so let there be reform through labor for 1 year. After 1 year, you can return to free status. I'm in my first month of labor reform, and in 11 months I'll be free. But to be honest, I kind of don't want to leave, because the medical treatment in the Dragon Kingdom is very advanced. Those Western countries can't even compare to the medical standard of the Dragon Kingdom. The white coat that spoke was full of excitement. I think I was able to get here and learn a lot of things you've never learned before. Things that even the foreigners don't have. Unfortunately, when he said that, he was a little disappointed again. Wanting to join the military doctors of the Dragon Kingdom, you have to pass a very strict test to do that. And I'm just a punching bag right now. Kai Yu Hong had been dumbfounded. A medical student who had returned from studying abroad and, how dare you hold the medical care of a local armed force in such high esteem? These days no matter which international student is a real talent. How can such a talent be willing to work as an understudy in a local armed military medical office? Kai Yu Hong couldn't help but ask, what's your name? Wang Renji. Wang Renji, who was wearing a white coat, replied with a straight face, King, can you afford to stay in school? The Wang family of East River County, is it related to you? Before coming here, Kai Yu Hong still did a lot of intelligence work and knew some of the local forces. Wang Renji nodded. That is my family, but my father and my elder brother were unkind to the rich. He raped the people and killed many of them. He was shot in a public trial and his family was raided. The Wang family no longer exists. Of course, they deserved to die. When I realized that all that money I had spent studying abroad, I didn't sleep for 3 days and nights after the original came. Kai Yu Hong? He could tell that the young man in front of him didn't have a single lie. Nice guy. Bring the filial son. Chapter 100, Dragon Kingdom Traditional Arts and Crafts. In effect again, your older brother, and your father, were shot by these men. Even your family has been raided. It's safe to say that you have nothing now. It all boils down to the fact that these people who call themselves the Dragon Kingdom are there because of that Mr. White. Kai Yu Hong had a look of incomprehension written all over his face. Couldn't help but speak up and ask, Aren't you angry at that, Mr. White? Instead, you are content to do some kind of labor reform? To know that he's the one who made you a home wrecker and made you the way you are now. Kaiyu Hong simply didn't understand why Wang Renji was like this. Is it hard to believe that this is really an ungrateful person? However, faced with this incomprehensible questioning from Kaiyu Hong, Wang Renji, however, explained it in an organized manner. And the statement is even more forceful. You don't know what my father and my elder brother have done. What they have done to kill civilians directly or indirectly. The numbers add up to 38. One of the instructors who gave me my labor assignment told me a lot of things I didn't know, and because of that, I realized that my father, my brother, were all scum. When he said this, Wang Renji's eyes reddened and he gritted his teeth. I know they are my family and are connected to my blood, but what they're doing on the ground is not human at all. If you disown me as your son, then disown me. It's having a father like that humiliates me. Dumbstruck, jaw-dropping, Kaiyu Hong no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings at this moment. This Wang Renji guy couldn't have been brainwashed, right? Or is it that this guy studied abroad and took the foreigner's idea of what freedom and equality? You learned it for Tom? Brainwashed by that foreigner's mindset? Doesn't even want to recognize his father. Hiss. Even if your father is a scumbag, in the end, he's still a blood relative. That's not being filial. If this is put in the ancient times, this Wang Renji, I am afraid that he will be directly immersed in a pigsty, right? It was also the year when foreign ideas ran rampant in the land of God. This is if you go back a few decades in time. This Wang Renji was smoked to death a long time ago, because Kaiyu Hong could see that the other party was serious about all of this. The other guy seemed to have a real hard time with his loved ones. The other party did not have any resentment as well as hatred for that Mr. White. Can't figure it out. What Kaiyu Hong didn't know was that for prisoners whose offenses were very minor, the Dragon Kingdom will all send people specifically to give them ideological education. These prisoners of lesser crimes, after a busy day of labor and rehabilitation, after dinner in the evening you have to go to a thought session. After listening to the thought session, you have to write a thought paper out. Can't read? Can't write? It's okay. Rokoku can not only help you with thought lessons, it also teaches you to read, helping you with your literacy. No way. This is the traditional arts and crafts of the Dragon Kingdom, and things like traditional arts and crafts are not something you can just quit. This has led to a number of captured warlords that have been Dragon Kingdom without any semblance of resentment. They began to think that the reason they were laboring to reform, is it because of your own problems? Where do you need to make improvements? How does one go about redeeming oneself? When they will think about these issues, that's when the dragon's mindset will work successfully. At this point, Wang Renji said with a serious look on his face, "This brother, as long as you are like me, think seriously about the sins you have committed in the past, and seriously labor to reform the words. Sooner or later, you'll get a makeover like me and find the true meaning of life. Do it all over again, instead of being like a jerk all day like you are now. Also, you shouldn't resent Mr. White. Mr. White, he's a special person. He's very thoughtful and capable. His eye, as well as his foresight, is very impressive." Wang Renji continued earnestly, "Mr. Bai has been very good to the people, too. He is truly a man for the people. Mr. White and those local warlords are different. I feel that one day, Mr. White will make the common people of the whole of the divine kingdom, all can bask in the light. I, Wang Renji, am convinced of this." Kaiyu Hong, he felt the young man was hopeless. The man must have something wrong with his brain. That Mr. White not only took him captive, but he killed all his relatives, too, even had his home raided. And then, this Wang Renji even had a look of adoration on his face when he mentioned that Mr. Bai. Hiss. Isn't that a brain fart or something? Absolutely insane. Is that Kaiyu Hong? In the camp, on the balcony of the command headquarters, Bai Yi turned to the main regiment leader next to him and asked, "Who's the one he's talking to?" The main regiment commander nodded and said, "That gray-headed one is indeed Kaiyu Hong. As for the one in the white coat, it doesn't seem to be our military doctor." The main regiment commander rubbed his chin. "It seems to be Wang Renji." Wang Renji? Bai Yi was slightly surprised. He naturally remembered this person, as it was inside his magically altered version of the Republican realm. The first and only international student I met. It looks like this Wang Renji was placed in the military medical office for labor rehabilitation. Wang Renji had studied abroad and specialized in medicine. While this thing is not medically advanced, but it's still enough to beat the hell out of them. I remember he was last month's model laborer, too, wasn't he? Bai Yi said with a smile. You can mold Wang Renji into a role model. Use him as an example to influence other laborers. Let the other laborers learn more from him. After a pause, he continued. There aren't many rich young men who betray their class. It would be worthwhile to train him. Chapter 101, Mr. Bai is definitely the reincarnation of Master Guan Air. Commander Kai of the Southern Min Province warlord sent 600 troops, and had his eldest son lead the army to wipe out the Dragon Kingdom troops entrenched in East River and West River counties. I don't know by what people it was spread to within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. For a moment, the common people within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction couldn't help but start to panic. The local people, they are very confident in the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom, but Commander Kai of the Southern Fujian warlords, the other side is just too prestigious. In the eyes of the local people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, Choi Yuan Sang is one of those great big characters, and it has absolute military power. Now this Commander Kai, who is famous in Fujian province, a full army of 600 warlords is to be sent to crush the Dragon Kingdom's army. How does this keep people from panicking? How does this keep people from panicking? Can Mr. Bai and the others defeat the warlord's army sent by that Commander Kai? I heard that Commander Kai even sent his son. I think his name is Kai Yu Hong. Damn it! Why do they insist on crusading against Mr. Bai? Mr. Ming Ming is so good to us. Within the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, there were common people who were panicked and could not help but rage in indignation. Someone sighed in response, "It's because Mr. White has been so good to us that." Only then did it touch the interests of those great warlords. The world is bustling with profit, and the world is bustling with profit, cutting off people's money, like murderous parents. Mr. Bai is cutting off their wealth. Yeah, I heard that Marshal Nyo, back then, gave Commander Kai, every year, paying over 100 yen as a filial piety fee. That's why that Commander Kai is so indulgent to these small local warlords. Indeed, Mr. Bai blocked Kai Yuan Shang's path to wealth. How could Kai Yuan Shang let Mr. Bai go? Mother asterisk. These warlords are shameless. The problem is what we should do. If the warlords really hit us, we'll be out of luck too. Do you think those warlords and soldiers will leave us commoners alone? They'd hate to go on a looting spree while they're at war, wouldn't they? Mother asterisk. Are we just going to have to abandon Mr. White and pack up and get out of here? You can leave if you want to. I'm not leaving anyway. I'd rather fight with Mr. White. Me too. After the initial panic, people are more likely to feel angry. This anger of theirs was directed at the southern Minnesota warlords. In the eyes of the common people, it seemed that the army of the Dragon Kingdom treated them very well. This is the best army they've ever encountered for them. They naturally did not want that such an army, too, would be exterminated. That's why they're so angry. Think those warlords are really something. However, just as there was mass panic within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, another piece of news stunned them. This piece of news shocked everyone within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. It was because the news was circulating from the Dragon countryside. It was also purposely and deliberately passed out from the Dragon countryside, in order to just stabilize the people, stabilize the local population, smooth local order. The shocking news was that the Dragon Kingdom's army and the 600-strong force sent by the Southern Min Province's warlords had engaged in a proper head-on battle, and destroyed more than 100 enemy troops and captured more than 400. A great deal of the enemy's supplies were captured, even the enemy's numbered flags. The main thing is that it also captured that Major Kai Xiao Shui, Kai Yu Hong. This piece of news, undoubtedly to the calm surface of the lake, threw a huge stone. Splash a shockwave. Everyone was in disbelief. Everyone's mind boggles. Although the people in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom wanted the Dragon Kingdom to win, but they didn't hold out much hope for that, because they felt that the gap in strength between the two sides was hard to bridge. It's mainly because Commander Kai's name is too big, make them naturally panic. However, when the Dragon Kingdom laid out all those captured supplies, all of them, everyone in the jurisdiction was confused. When the Dragon Kingdom took a bunch of captives, all of them, out for a walk, everyone in the jurisdiction was dumbfounded. When the Dragon Kingdom put the photo of Kai Yu Heng's capture, and posted it on all the notices, the jurisdictional land is numb. These three maneuvers of the Dragon Kingdom were telling everyone the enemy army had really lost. The 600 troops sent by the warlords in southern Min province were defeated. Kai Yu Hong, a major, was also captured. After these evidences were laid out one by one, all the skepticism was all gone. It was replaced by endless cheering, as well as Tweedledum. Jesus, holy, Mr. I was actually able to defeat even Commander Kai's troops, and that's a force of 600 men. Is Mr. White even this powerful? Hiss. I'm guilty. I actually thought that Mr. I couldn't beat Commander Kai's men before. Hiss. That Major Kai Yu Hong was also captured? Is Mr. Bai really an immortal? The soldiers under his hands are all heavenly soldiers too, right? In that case, Doesn't that mean that in the entire Min province, no one can mess with Mr. Bai? Ha ha, I knew that it would be impossible for Mr. Bai to lose to surname Kai. Ha ha, my god, that's a 600-size regular army. Well done. These warlords are snakes and rats. It wouldn't be too much to shoot them all. Mr. Bai, it really is the reincarnation of Master Guan Air. In that case, wouldn't Mr. Bai be becoming the number 3 big shot in Min province? It was as if the U theory within the entire Dragon Kingdom jurisdiction land had exploded. Every old person was first confused, then shocked, then jumped for joy. It ended with a face full of raised eyebrows. A look of excitement filled his face. Chapter 102, Kai Yuan Shang, my big son disappeared? There's never an airtight wall under the sky. Not to mention it's such an amazing news. Such incomparably amazing news quickly spread from the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom to other places. It left the people in other places full of shock, especially those small warlords next door to the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Even more so, each of them revealed a look of disbelief. What the hell? What the hell? The 600 men led by Major Choi were defeated like this? Losing to a fledgling, upstart armed force? Even Major Kai himself has been captured by the other side? How is that possible? That's impossible. Ordinary civilian folk may not realize that. The kind of military power gap between the smaller warlords and the larger ones. But for the little warlords themselves, who know themselves very well, the gap with the great warlords. In the eyes of the big warlords, they, the small local warlords, are nothing more than some security groups. Such a small warlord to a large one. Basically as many as you can extinguish. The reason why there are so many small local warlords left behind is solely because those big warlords, trying to raise a pack of dogs. A pack of dogs that can do their dirty work and do their dirty work for them. It is because these small local warlords know very well the strength of those big warlords. That's why they're unbelievable. That's why they're unbelievable. Are you kidding? A small local warlord closest to the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. The head of this little warlord, who by this time had been tipped off by this obtained. To the shocked dumbfounded, the army that Commander Kai sent out was actually routed? Even the Major General was captured by the other side? Who the hell is that Mr. White? Nope. No. 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 His expression became brilliant for a moment. Couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat couldn't help but flow out, because he knew he was too close to the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Getting into the other side only required a few slight steps before he was able to come to his territory. Hiss. He sucked in a hard breath. That Mr. Bai even beat Commander Kai, and he even dared to capture Commander Kai's son. Then what reason could he have for not hitting me? Mother asterisk 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 What the am I supposed to do if he does hit me? With him? The head of this small local warlord had been dumbfounded. He had no idea what to do. He knew that he was absolutely no match for Bai. He also knew that Mr. Bai would definitely not tolerate himself for what he had done. What one can do in this situation? I'm afraid it's just a matter of getting the hell out of there. But, do we really have to run? It's not easy to lay down such a big piece of foundation. You haven't even had a couple of good years yet. And then you have to give up such a big piece of your foundation and run off somewhere else? But if he doesn't run, when that Mr. White calls, then it's not a question of running or not running. Instead, it's a matter of whether it's dead or alive. Run. He almost had to gnash his teeth to make such a decision. Money is important, but life is even more important. He decided he was going to sell everything he could within a month. All of it. Exchange any antiques and such, all of them for oceans. Then take a bunch of your own guards. Hurry up and run. Where are you running to? Just leave Minnesota anyway. He had a hunch. It is estimated that it won't be long before the entire Min province, I'm afraid, will become a place of wrongdoing. A small local warlord like him, if he remains, sooner or later, it will be crushed into pieces. There's no crumbs left. Even such a small local warlord knew what was happening within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It was also known that Kai Yu Hong, the Major General, had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom's army, not to mention Kai Yuansheng of the Southern Min Province warlords. This Commander Kai also got the news that he couldn't believe. When Kai Yuansheng got this news, he was still silently reciting a Taoist scripture. Wait until he learns the shocking news from the guards. Kai Yuansheng almost had a strand of true chi that didn't work its way through. Almost got too emotional and went off the deep end. Yes, this Commander Kai has practiced a strand of true chi. It is for this reason that he is motivated and obsessed with the pursuit of a longer lifespan. But now he couldn't care less about practicing, because his son was captured. What's the point? Are you sure the news is true? Kai Yinqing's face, at this moment, was gloomy to an extreme. Almost so black that it dripped ink. He forced himself to hold back his anger and said in a low voice, Yu Hong, was he really captured? The guard swallowed darkly, his voice quivering. Weakly, he returned, the news should be true. Spinning around, he pulled out a notice from his pocket. This one notice was bought from someone else at great expense to him. Commander, this is a notice from East River County. He hurriedly handed it to Kai Yuan Shang. Kai Yuan Shang, without saying a word, grabbed this notice, and then he was a notice inside. See these pictures of your son. It's actually a color photo, and the photo is very clear. So clear that it's a little mind-boggling. Kai Yuan Shang's eyes widened, dilated nostrils, breathing heavily. He doesn't care if it's a color photo, or some black and white photo that. He cares about the person inside the photo. Kai Yuan Shang recognized it. The man in the photo was indeed his oldest son. The originally spirited Kai Yuan looked so downcast inside the photo. The whole essence of the person seemed to be gone, and the hands are still tied. Seeing Kai Yuan Shang as a father, it was a pain in the ass. One of his eyes was almost ready to spit out his anger. Who would have thought that their son? A trip out the door and it's gone. By Chapter 103, Kai Yuan Shang, will never die with you. By just how much anger Kai Yuan Shang is feeling right now. I'm afraid he's the only one who can tell. His eyes were so wide that it seemed as if they were capable of spewing out fire. Gritting his teeth, he spat out those two words. By it was as if he wanted to memorize those two words in the deepest recesses of his mind. It seemed to engrave those two words firmly inside the brain. Although this one color photo shows, as you can see, that his son, Kai Yuan, still alive and well. But Kai Yuan Shang didn't have any good thoughts. He was on the verge of anticipating his son. What kind of abuse will really be suffered on the enemy side now? That's definitely going to be abusive, isn't it? To know, Kai Yuan Shang had his own son lead the army, ahead within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. The purpose was to try to make an example out of the Dragon Kingdom army that was entrenched there. It's already a war between you and me. In the midst of such a war, how could it end well if captured by the enemy? The reason for holding on to this idea, that's because Kai Yuan Shang had, at one time, done this kind of mistreatment of prisoners, and more than once. Even now, he is very indulgent to those of his subordinates that, those subordinates wouldn't even care if Kai Yuan Shang mistreated the captives. It was because he had done this sort of thing that he was so worried. So he'll think the worst. The more I think about it, the more urgent, the more panic, all sorts of negative emotions that eventually converged into, well, an unspoken rage. In fact, he didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom didn't mistreat prisoners at all. The prisoners of those warlords were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, although they were undergoing labor reform. But still, they are guaranteed 3 meals a day. It will only limit their activities, amounted to treating them like a bunch of free hard laborers. And it's a bunch of hard laborers who do whatever they have to do, not to mention any 996, for these prisoners of labor reform. Maybe all the modern 996 are a blessing. Longboy just needs to cover their food and shelter. And of course that's about it. The prisoners of these warlords, except when they were reformed by weekday labor. A little bit of drudgery aside, not much else, because not only do they have 3 meals a day to eat, but they also have free medical treatment for injuries. Of course, in the case of captives who are guilty of unpardonable offenses, and who have no information on the other side. If you can get away with it, then just pull it and shoot it. Captives of such unpardonable sins don't even have a chance to reform through labor. Unfortunately, Kai Yuan Shang, who lacked knowledge about the Dragon Army, doesn't know about these things. After all, he wouldn't be so stupid if he knew anything about the Dragon Army, trying to take a shot at the Dragon Army. Kai Yuan Shang looked to the guard next to him and, strongly holding back his anger, he opened his mouth and said, "You go to the southern military region of the province. All of the senior generals are mobilized." All of them shouted over to the laborers, "And make them, bring all their soldiers." Labor Kai Yuan Shang. From today onwards, I'm going to die with that by. The guards felt a great sense of oppression come over them. It scared him cold. This was the first time he'd seen Commander Kai so out of sorts. It's the first time I've heard Commander Kai swear. It looks like the news that the major had been taken prisoner by the enemy. Let Commander Kai break the defense. Years of city. It's completely broken. Yes, this guard, who was almost scared out of his wits, hurriedly nodded his head and then hurriedly ran out. He knew that the commander was very angry now, as if he were a raging lion. If we upset the commander, then one is finished. Kai Yuanqing's order was quickly conveyed, and coupled with the fact that he was now in a state of rage, there was no thought of secrecy at all, and inevitably, the news reached the ears of the common people as well. This filled the people of Qingzhou County with incredulity. Simply can't believe something like this could actually happen. They were the native people of Qingzhou County, and they were well aware of this Commander Kai's strength, also well aware of those deeds of this Commander Kai when he was young. They hadn't expected that someone would actually dare to mess with this Commander Kai in this part of Min Province, even to the point of angering this Commander Kai to such an extent. I can't believe the words immortal were uttered. What's even more unbelievable is that Commander Kai's oldest son, the Major, it was actually captured by a group of local armed men. Hiss. It's something that doesn't always happen for decades. This would mean a drastic change in the boundaries of Minnesota. Such a drastic change that being that not a single person gets away with it, every single one of them will be implicated. This is a huge change that has never been seen before in this decade or two of time in Minnesota. Out of this situation, even ordinary people feel that something is very wrong now. All can smell an immediate sense of a storm coming. The ones who panicked the most were undoubtedly the people of Chinjo County, as they felt that it was good no matter who won. In the end, it is only they, the common people, who suffer, and those local powerful landowners who are a little bit more powerful, although they are also very concerned about this matter. But on the surface, it was a look of not hearing anything outside the window. They don't take sides, because it's not a big problem for them to change who's in charge in southern Minnesota. The saying that a flowing warlord is an iron landlord is not a joke. At best, it's just a new warlord in southern Minnesota. For these landowning magnates, they are on the side of whoever wins. Easily the number one wallflower of the period, the entire southern part of Min. The storm clouds are stirring. The situation is treacherous. Chapter 104, Strange Taoist. Someone ran away? It's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to go and take the initiative to capture someone else's territory, unless someone else is the first to provoke the Dragon Kingdom by making a fool of himself. In the final analysis, there are 4 words to summarize it: the division is famous. If you attack someone without any reason, what's the difference between that and the most hated kind of country in Dragonland? However, although the Dragon Kingdom would not take the initiative to start a war, it did not mean that the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to take it on. If that Commander Kai still wants to launch a military strike against the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom will also strike back militarily without mercy. If the people within the jurisdiction are aware of it, that Commander Kai will never stop. After all, even his own son had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom. Not only did he lose face, he lost his son. Case STH. Kai Yuan Shang, who was the head of the warlords in southern Fujian province, would never be able to tolerate this. If he held back this time, then everyone would think he was a coward. Everyone will think he's a bully. Everyone thinks he's not as good as he was. So, Kai Yuan Shang, whether from the aspect of affection or from the aspect of reason and virtue, both must send troops against the Dragon Kingdom. Both must destroy the Dragon Kingdom army that provoked him, because only in this way could he ensure that his dignity would not be poked and prodded. It was also able to ensure that no one else would come to provoke him in the future. It is a declaration of one's sovereignty. But, this time the common people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom were not as panicked and disoriented as before, because they already knew that the Dragon Kingdom army that had defeated Kai Yuan Shang before, just 1 regiment's worth of troops, and the Dragon Kingdom definitely has more than 1 regiment of troops in this area. What does that mean? This means that Mr. I has enough power to fight against that Commander Kai Yuan Shang Kai. There might even be a chance to bring that one Commander Kai straight down. Hiss. At the thought of it, a number of people were taken aback by the boldness of their own ideas. In the old days, they wouldn't have even thought about it. But now they have put their trust in the Dragon Kingdom, because the Dragon Kingdom uses every real battle. Told all the people in the jurisdiction. All warlords are dirtbags. None of them are a match for Rokoku. The common people's trust in the Dragon Kingdom in this way is of very great benefit to the Dragon Kingdom. This meant that the hearts and minds of the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the area had been thoroughly established. If ever the Dragon Kingdom recruits in the magically altered version of the Republican realm, I'm afraid, I don't know what the problem is with recruiting a couple of thousand people. Now, on the Longhua side, in addition to focusing on Kai Yuan Shang's movements, as well as focusing on the jurisdictional land within the, outside of the reputation of the common people, they are also concerned about the territory of a local warlord next door. The reason why I'm concerned about a little local warlord next door, it's because the head of the little local warlord ran away. Yes, in the intelligence we got in the Dragon Kingdom, we learned that the leader of that small warlord a few days ago, a large amount of property was sold, in exchange for a large number of oceans, and then, overnight, people are missing. The other party was carrying a full $100,000 or $200,000 an ocean, and with a company of his own guards, run away. No one knows exactly where it ran to. It puts the little local warlord next door into a cluster ********. The officers within the small warlords of that place began to fight for power individually. Seems to be trying to grab the head honcho position. Wants to be the local marshal for a while. Major, should we intervene in this? A staff officer inside the commanding officers, opening his mouth, he said, I think this is the best time for us to intervene in. This small warlord controls a total of 2 small counties, as well as a dozen large and small villages, but neither the county nor the villages on the other side are as large as our side. The population inside that little warlord's territory is estimated to be around 200,000 or so. With those not included in the registry, it's probably closer to 300,000 or so. And that little warlord's total strength is just over 300. I think we can pocket it while we can. There was a pause in the staff officers. Continuing, if we get our hands on this little warlord's territory, then just 100 kilometers to the east, we can reach the coast. We can control the seafaring military in the region of Min province with the help of this coastal area. Controlling the words of a sea. Indeed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can control the voice of a sea, then you'll be able to bring the Navy in to develop this magically altered version of the Republic of Korea realm as well. If you can gain control of the offshore, then it's basically equivalent to controlling the Min province. But if you want to take a shot at it, you have to have a division. Bai Yi knocked on the table and said, "This little warlord, is there constant civil unrest now?" The staff officer responded, "The ones inside the little warlords have beaten the dog's brains out of them." Bai Yi nodded. "We can send someone to negotiate." The bargaining Whitey is talking about is not just going into a conversation, but creating a situation where the other party, be the first to resist the opportunity to make a move. He's sure it's hard to keep his sanity when those dog brains are nearly beaten out of him. "Remember to keep the lives of the Dragon Kingdom warriors safe," Bai Yi once again instructed. "Yes, but, right about this time." Suddenly, outside the command post, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Bai Yi said. The door to the command post was gently pushed open, and a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom walked in, saluted and, reporting back, he said, "Major, 2 unfamiliar Taoist priests have been spotted appearing within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional lands. They are not native Taoist priests within the jurisdiction, like 2 outsiders. In the midst of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, religious clergy like the Taoist. It's always been a key focus for the dragon. Once an unfamiliar dowser appears, you can report directly to Bai Yi. Strange Taoist?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Have someone keep an eye on them and, if they're about to do something bad, stop them in time and just shoot them if you have to." Chapter 105, If you want to get rich, first build a road. Lushan sect Taoist. On a country lane within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 Taoist priests, dressed in plain Taoist robes, he was carrying a bamboo basket on his back, walking forward step by step, unhurriedly. The 2 plainly dressed fellows, one tall and one short, were an old Taoist priest, and a young Taoist boy. The old Taoist priest had a goatee and his hair was a little gray at the temples. The wrinkles on his face, too, could be seen, left behind by the years. Obviously the age has to be at least 50 or 60 years old, but the walk was a dragon's walk and seemed to be in very good physical condition. The little Taoist boy next to him appeared to be in his late teens, couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old at best. The little Taoist boy's skin was very fair like jade, and his delicate face was as refined as jade. "It's a female Taoist child. Seen your uncle, that traitor of the division. Is he really inside East River County? We've traveled for I don't know how many miles, and we've also been tracking him for a full 2 years, and we can't find any trace of him." The female Taoist child had a bitter expression on her face as she walked, bending over and pounding her leg. In a grumbling tone, he muttered, "When will we ever stop chasing like this?" The old Taoist priest next to him shook his head. The poor Taoist isn't sure if he's in East River County. Just got some clues. Wu Jianson used to be a marshal for a local warlord in this part of Donghua County many years ago. Expelled a stern spirit. This clue, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. Seen your uncle, but since there's a clue, then we have to come and take a look. If we really find the other party's trail, then we'll clean up the door for my Lushan sect. When he said this, the old Taoist's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the midst of this chaotic mess, even they, the monks, none of them are good either, because there is no way that good stubble can survive in this day and age. At least there is no way to be able to live that well. From the words of these 2 Taoist priests, an old man and a young man, one could hear that they come from the Lushan school. That would explain why there's a female Taoist child, because at least 1/3 of the once well-known Taoist masters of the Lushan school were women. There are very many female cultivators in the Lushan sect, but what if he isn't? The female Taoist child muttered, "Are we going to have to run to, again, another county to look for him? It's no different than looking for a needle in a haystack, is it? This is also a kind of cultivation." The old Taoist smiled. "Cultivating the Tao for 10 years is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. And, the old Taoist priest reprimanded, "You female doll, you'd better take your quirky character and be well restrained. Don't be so rowdy in times of war and chaos." lest you get into trouble you shouldn't. Oh, although the female Taoist girl let out an oh, but as to whether or not she listened to it, I do not know. It made the old Taoist priest shake his head helplessly. He was aware of the character of this master-nephew of his. Obviously a girl of a young age who turned out to be more rowdy than a boy. Guess the little guy still isn't listening. LOL. Two Taoist priests, an old man and a young man. As they walked along this country dirt road, came to a village. Huan Chun. Looking at a stone monument erected at the entrance of the village, the old Taoist priest murmured out these three words. Once they walked inside the village, realize STH. Not quite right. They had traveled all the way from the Lushan sect's divisional quarters to within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. During this time, they passed through countless villages in many counties, but there is no village like the one in front of us. What phrase should be used to describe this village? The old Taoist thought hard. Finally came up with an idiom. Thrive. Looking at the angry Huansuan in front of him, the old Taoist priest, with a little doubt, he said to himself, strange that there is such a place of peach blossom in this place of war and chaos. I saw the villagers in this village. Each one of them is wearing a smile on their face, and it seems that they don't have too many worries. How happy they are. What kind of relaxation. There were still a number of villagers with yellow faces, but that look on their faces that, it's impossible to fake it. The old Taoist priest realized that Huan village was more special than any of the villages he had ever seen. The villagers and people here seem to have a vibrant face. In this day and age, the word vigor has never been a label for the poor people. Normal poor old people are good enough without looking sad every day. How can you have such vigor? That's why the old Taoist priest found it strange. It's what makes this village special, compared to the more sedate old Taoist priest, the female Taoist child beside him. On the other hand, it is very lively. The female Taoist girl kept looking left and right in curiosity, with a pair of big watery eyes looking this way. Look over there again, as if something, all of it appealed to her. Uncle Sherfu. Suddenly, she said in a shocked voice, look, seen your uncle. What are those things? This shock almost made the old Taoist shiver. The old Taoist priest followed the direction she was pointing in, and then his entire body froze. The old Taoist opened his somewhat cloudy eyes wide, but it's still a little hard to see. He carefully took out a box, and when he opened it there lay a pair of plain, round-rimmed glasses, and it was only after he put them on that he could see clearly. This should be, the old Taoist priest replied with less certainty. It should be a foreigner's automobile, right? Odd looking, but probably? Just see, not far, a different kind of modern engineering vehicles. In the village road of Huan village hot start to work. A soldier of the construction corps builds a road here. Yes, road repair. If you want to get rich, you have to build roads first. These words have been deeply engraved in the mind of every dragon nation, trying to get the livelihoods of people within the jurisdiction to develop. Just have to get the road up. Bai had already planned to have every county and every village connected to each other. It depends on building roads, and the plan is already in motion. What this old man and young man now saw was the engineering vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 106, the two Taoists who were dumbfounded. Changes in the jurisdictional land. If that Commander Kai, who was far away in Qingzhou County, knew that the Dragon Kingdom was paying attention to his movements at the same time, I can't believe that they are still embarking on vigorously working on various infrastructures. I wonder if they will be so angry that they will vomit blood. It was because by acting like this, the Dragon Kingdom was clearly not putting that Commander Kai in his eyes. In fact, so far the Dragon Kingdom has been prioritizing the development of resources. Then the livelihood of the people within the jurisdiction comes second. Take the armed forces of this world, such as the warlords like Choi Yuan Sang. It was put in third place. Yes, in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, a warlord like Kai Yuan Shang could hardly pose any threat. If the other side really wants to make a move against the Dragon Kingdom, naturally, the Dragon Kingdom is not polite. But then the Dragon Kingdom couldn't put all its heart and soul into dealing with those warlords. While proceeding with the defense of the local warlords, development as well as infrastructure was carried out. It was the Dragon Kingdom's planned policy inside this magically altered version of the Republic realm. In short, it's both. And with both hands. Is this a foreigner's automobile? At this time, in the village of Huan, the female Taoist child was a bit incredulous. But this doesn't look quite the same as those foreign cars we've seen. This looks so much bigger than any of those Yankee automobiles. Ever. The old Taoist priest coughed and said, ahem. Something like an automobile. Don't they all have a couple wheels and move on their own? These cars also have several wheels and are also capable of moving on their own. So they're not cars. What else could they be? These few explanations made it impossible for the female Taoist child to refute. At that moment, the old Taoist priest carefully put the glasses away, then added, let's go over and take a look. By the way, inquire about some news about Wu Jianson. Two Taoist priests, one old and one young, headed towards the construction site, and walked over. When close to the construction site, they really felt what it means to work in the heat of the moment, but then they saw that there was something bad. Uncle Master, those soldiers with guns, are they slaving these common people to build roads? The female Taoist child suddenly asked. Just as the old Taoist was about to say something, a voice suddenly interjected. Hey, you newbie girl doll, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. See only. A villager from Huan village, at some point, stood next to them. Only this villager explained. Those who are laboring to build the road there. Not some civilian folk. They're all prisoners. Prisoner? An old man and a young man. Two Taoist priests looked at each other. I only heard the villagers continue. These prisoners used to be, basically, soldiers of the warlords. Fish and flesh the people for some years. I don't know how many local people have been exploited and oppressed by them. Things like stealing chickens and dogs are things they often do. There are even soldiers and gangsters that ever got his hands on an innocent man and maimed him, even beat him to death. Those crimes are too numerous to count. But those soldier boys who committed the worst crimes have long since been shot in public trials. The rest are all lesser offenders who are undergoing reform through labor. Some will have to work for years, some for more than a decade. It is only then that you can be free. If it weren't for Mr. Bai's arrival, this place of ours, I don't even know when the green sky will be there. From the words of this one villager, a lot of information could be heard. It turned out that all these hard laborers building the road were some prisoners. And the words reform through labor are easy to understand in the context of the picture before us now. It's just to make these prisoners do some hard labor. That's how it's been done throughout the ages. But, Mr. White, who is it? The old Taoist man couldn't help but ask curiously. Dare I ask who that Mr. White is? Poor Tao remembers the local warlord Marshal. Wasn't it that Marshal Nyo? This villager was full of eccentricity, looking at this old Taoist priest in front of him with a somewhat suspicious glance. But considering this foreign accent of the other, it suddenly dawned on him. The villager explained. At a glance, you two are from out of town. That guy Nyodakai is long gone, and the one who destroyed Nyodakai was Mr. Bai's army. Mr. White is a great man. The villagers instinctively began to brag. Mr. White not only sent many doctors, free medical treatment for us, the villager people, and even help us build roads for free without us, the villager people, having to pay a penny. And Mr. White has done away with a lot of unnecessary taxes, simply collecting the merchant tax. There are other taxes that I don't understand, and in any case they have nothing to do with us plain people. Mr. Bai even defeated Commander Kai's army. You should know that. Commander Kai, right? That's the #1 warlord in the southern military region of Minnan province. That Commander Kai had a 600-strong army come to invade, only to be beaten by Mr. Bai to the point of crying. Even that Commander Kai's son was captured. The same villager's mouth, listening to Bai E. In the local deeds, both the old Taoist priest and the young Taoist priest were incredulous. They've traveled the world for so long, seen a lot of local warlords. Those local warlords are all fish and fowl, and each one of them treats the people as a cash cow. Now, how dare anyone say that there is a warlord that is capable of doing good things for the people? This, true or false? But if it's false, why tell such a lie? Such a lie is completely unnecessary, isn't it? What's the point of lying to yourself about a Taoist priest? If it's true, that's an absolute great kindness, rarely seen in the world. Right. Some days ago, there was a necrophilia over at the mass grave in our Huan village. A dozen corpses have turned into zombies, all with the help of Mr. Bai's troops, the villager said. This time, both the old Taoist priest and the young Taoist priest instantly widened their eyes. The female Taoist child was dumbfounded. What? Zombies? The old Taoist's jaw dropped. A dozen heads? Chapter 107. A heavenly favor from the Lushan sect. It was because this old Taoist priest was a Taoist priest of the Lushan sect that and it's the serious kind of ghost-hunting Taoist, so he knew very well what a dozen or so zombies really were. But that's not true. It shouldn't. Why is there so many zombies in one village? Those villages that are usually haunted by zombies only have one zombie at best. It's only 2 heads to hold up, I think. Now, surprisingly, there were a dozen zombies inside a village. What kind of sin is this? This is bad luck in 8 lifetimes. A mass grave? The old Taoist suddenly recalled a key point in the villager's utterance in front of him. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, is it the corpses inside the mass graves that have undergone necrophilia? A corpse that wants to undergo necrophilia must at least be intact, right? Why are there so many corpses that haven't decayed? The villager shook his head in bewilderment, for this had hit a blind spot in his knowledge. At this time, however, the villager said, Mr. White side of the family. It was briefly explained to us instead. The villagers struggled to recall. It's like it's because of, like, feng shui or something. It says that when the yin goes inside, it can't come out. And then with the accumulation of days and months, the mass grave becomes a murderous place. Feng shui? You can't get out as long as you go in? The old Taoist priest's pupils shrunk slightly and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss! This is the land of the locking in great fowl. This place. There could be such a vicious land. The old Taoist priest hurriedly asked. Where is that mass grave? If it's not dealt with, sooner or later, this murderous place will harbor new zombies and turn other corpses. Can he not be anxious? As a Taoist priest of the Lushan sect, he had read a lot of canonical books. He knew very well what such a ferocious place meant. If we don't take care of it quickly, it would have to be a catastrophe. When the villagers saw the incomparably anxious old Taoist priest, they didn't quite understand why the other party was in such a hurry. He scratched his head and answered truthfully, that place, it's been blown to bits. The entire ground of the mass grave was flattened by several meters by the shells. Anyway, Mr. White says that the feng shui there has been completely destroyed by it's impossible to harbor any more zombies out in the future. But even though it is, the people in the village still don't dare to go near it. Blasted with shells. Flattened? While the old Taoist was dumbfounded, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief, though he was a bit shocked at how simple and brutal it was. But it has to be said, this approach has been very effective. If the feng shui of a place is very bad, then it directly destroys the terrain there. This is the easiest way to break the feng shui pattern, but it is generally labor-intensive. However, with direct shelling, it seems, it doesn't take much labor. It looked like that person called Mr. White wasn't a simple character, currently has a powerful army in hand and even knows about things like feng shui, and it can also deal with evil things like zombies. Awesome, right? May I ask, have you ever heard of a man named Wu Jiansong? He is also a Taoist priest like me, and poor Taoist heard that he once exorcised a ghost inside East River County for that Marshal Neo of the Sack. The old Taoist did not forget his true purpose and went the wrong way, evil way like Wu Jiansong. They, the Lushan sect, had to put the other party to death. Clear the door, dog. The villagers of Huan village are a bit bewildered. There is a Taoist temple inside the county town, but I haven't heard of those Taoist masters in the Taoist temple who have exorcised ghosts for Nyodakai. Dogs, right. This villager suddenly remembered. I heard that the reason why Yangjiazwan was haunted by zombies before, it's an evil devil who messed up. That evil man raised a zombie near the Young family's house. As a result, that zombie ran inside the Young family's house and caused chaos, killing many people. And that zombie in Yangjiazwan, it was also Mr. Bai who brought someone to subdue it. The last I heard, Mr. White had that evil devil arrested, straight to a public trial and then shot. I remember this thing, back in the first 2 months, was a big deal. The old Taoist priest's eyes lit up. Guru, do you know what that evil path is called? The villager rolled his eyes. How the should I know? With you two Taoist priests, I've said so much that my mouth is dry. The hour is getting late. I still have to get home and make dinner. This villager of Huan village didn't pay any more attention to this old and young two Taoist priests. Straight away with a stride. Only this old and young Taoist priests were left behind and were looking at each other here. There were a few seconds of silence. The old Taoist priest said, "It looks like we got a very important clue. Can't quite believe that guy died like that. But it's a hell of a way to get what's coming to him if he gets shot." The female Taoist child was a bit confused and asked, "Seen your uncle, then what are we going to do next?" "See that Mr. White?" The old Taoist priest laughed. "That Mr. Bai, surely he knows the name of that wicked and crooked, because he's the one who had that evil sectarian shot. If that evil sect is really Wu Jiansong, then our Lushan sect owes this Mr. Bai a big favor." The female Taoist child scratched her head in confusion. "How can we see that kind of big shot?" The old Taoist priest replied, "There is no need for us to look for it. That Mr. White has actually spotted the two of us a long time ago, and now someone is already following us." Hearing this sentence, the female Taoist child's face was filled with shock and adoration. "Seen your uncle? How did you know that? Could it be that your cultivation has gone to the next level?" The poor Taoist guessed. Chapter 108, Refining Essence and Transforming Qi. The dazed old Taoist priest. In the end, the old Taoist sought out a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom not far away and wanted to meet with Bai Yi with the help of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were curious though why the two Taoist priests wanted to see Major Bai, but out of vigilance, he reported the news. The news quickly reached the middle of the camp. Bai Yi, who was inside the camp, soon got the news that this Dragon Kingdom soldier, too, had delivered. Bai Yi, who got this news, was very surprised. For in the same report as the soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, he knew that the two strange Taoist priests, it actually came from the Lushan school. Lushan sect by E is naturally very familiar with it. It was because a large part of those Taoist Tao techniques he now knew came from the Lushan sect. And the crippled Taoist priest who tried to harm him before was also from the Taoist Lushan sect. Didn't realize. These two unfamiliar Taoist priests were actually fellow disciples of the crippled Taoist priest. After a little consideration, Bai Yi agreed to meet with the other party. After all, evil people like the crippled Taoist priests who go astray. It was considered a very rare kind among the Taoist sects. We can't say that the two strange Taoist priests who came to our door. It's also a defection from the evil ways of the Lushan sect, isn't it? If there are really that many Taoist priests in the Lushan sect who have taken to the evil path for various reasons, then the reason has to be placed on the Lucha school itself. Then it's time to wonder if the denomination is in trouble. Today, afternoon, a few soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom sent an old and a young Taoist priest to the middle of the military camp of the Dragon Kingdom. There was a building dedicated to meeting guests, and Bai Yi was waiting for the duo here. The old Taoist priest and the female Taoist girl were confused and shocked all the way inside the barracks. They're like all the magically altered versions of the Republican realm. Upon entering a modern military barracks inside, whatever you see feels very new. A lot of things were seen for the first time in my life. Look left, right look. It's quite an overwhelming feeling. Everything is mind-boggling. It's a dream come true. Even the very quirky female Taoist child didn't dare to open her mouth to say anything at this time. For the increasing novelty, instead of exciting her, made her a little frightened. It was as if Lu had entered a large manor, or as if a commoner had entered a palace. Afraid I'll break something if I'm not careful, the kind you can't afford to lose in a lifetime. After they were led by a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they arrived inside a building. They finally met Bai Yi. When their gazes were on Bai Yi, both the old Taoist priest and the female Taoist girl, all of them were so stunned that they almost didn't even react. For being too young, Bai Yi didn't give them the usual feeling of being young. It felt like it was in his 20s at best, though Bai Yi's 20s were certainly much older than the female Taoist child. But he's the leader of an armed force on one side. In the minds of the two Lushan sect Taoist priests, that Mr. White was at least a middle-aged man. But now it seems, what kind of middle-aged man is he? It's obviously still youth. I believe the two of you are the Taoist masters from the Lushan sect? I've long heard of the Lushan sect's reputation in Fujian province, and I've often heard that the Taoist masters of the Lushan sect go down to the mountains to help the people exorcise ghosts and subdue demons. It is highly loved and respected by the people in Min province. The Lushan sect is also one of the most flourishing Taoist sects in this part of Min province. Bai Yi revealed a normal smile. He was considered to know the Lushan sect very well. In addition to the same crippled Taoist priest's mouth, he learned some things about the Lushan sect. He also specifically had people pry into the rumors about the Lushan sect. I'm not afraid to do so. The old Taoist monk waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Bai has helped the people push back the black warlords, and with all the things he's done and all the policies he's ordered in the territory, it's all for the good of the country. Mr. White is saving hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of lets from the fire. And when people like us, who are cultivators, go down the mountain to exorcise ghosts, we only save three or two. It wasn't that the old Taoist was being modest, but he really felt that what the Lushan sect had done, no more than what Whitey did. The people who benefited from these things Bai Yi did were as many as several 100,000 people. What can the Lushan sect be counted as when they go down to exorcise ghosts and subdue demons? The old Taoist finally couldn't help but open the door. Mr. White, the main reason why the old Taoist wants to meet with Mr. Bai is because there is one thing I want to confirm with Mr. Bai in person. I heard that Mr. Bai, at first, caught a wicked and crooked. That evil name? Sure enough, this old man and young man from the Lushan sect were really here for the crippled Taoist priest. Bai Yi nodded his head and replied, indeed shot an evil man. I remember that guy's name was Wu Jiansong. Hiss, even though it had been expected, when the name was heard, still couldn't help but take a breath of air. I didn't expect that. After all these years of chasing the traitors of the Lucha sect, surprisingly, it's dead. The old Taoist priest's expression was solemn, very serious to Bai Yi. He made a bow. On behalf of the Lushan sect's upper and lower ranks, a total of 360 cultivators, I would like to thank Mr. Bai for clearing the door for the Lushan sect. If Mr. Bai has any needs, the Lushan sect will certainly do its best to assist Mr. Bai. Demand? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows, a Taoist priest saying this. Then he's not sleepy Bai Yi asked. I wonder if I can borrow some of the Lushan sect's Taoist texts. The old Taoist priest didn't expect Bai Yi to mention the demand so quickly. It caught him a little off guard. What is it that Mr. Bai wants the Taoist canon for? the old Taoist priest was in no hurry to agree to. Rather, it was a curious question. Bai Yi laughed. Honestly, after shooting Wu Jiansong, I got some of the Lushan school's inheritance. I so specially studied it and found it quite good, and I learned all of it. This has made me more interested in Taoism, and I want to start studying some of the world's Taoist treasures, but it suffers from not being able to find other Taoist texts. As he said this, Bai Yi operated his body's true qi, and the majestic true qi continued to surge. At once, the old Taoist priest's eyes almost looked straight as he was filled with dumbfoundedness. Refining essence and transforming qi. Chapter 109, Digging up the Tao sect. Bai Yi's fox tale. Refining essence and transforming qi. The old Taoist's cry of surprise caused him to lose his composure quite a bit. The main reason was that Bai Yi had given him too much of a shock. When Bai Yi took the initiative to expose a majestic true qi, the old Taoist priest's entire body was almost dumbfounded. Because he could feel this incomparably majestic true qi, it filled his face with a look of disbelief. How? The old Taoist priest's expression was taut and he couldn't help but lose his temper and exclaimed, "How is it possible for someone to step into the cultivation realm of refining essence and transforming qi before the age of 50? Even the contemporary master of the Lushan sect, it was only at the age of 55 that he stepped into the realm of refining essence and transforming qi. Mr. White, you, how did you cultivate?" The old Taoist priest had even used the word you, and his voice became a little shaky. If it was in ancient times when aura was very abundant, one stepped into refining essence and transforming qi before the age of 40. Perhaps not particularly surprising. But, in this age of war and chaos, auras have started to become more and more depleted. To be able to step into the realm of refining essence and transforming qi at the age of 50 was already a rare occurrence in 100 years. But what did he see today? Refining essence and transforming qi in the 20s? Hiss. The old Taoist priest looked at Bai Yi as if he was looking at a monster demon. Of course, the words monster demon didn't have any derogatory meaning. It's just normal practice, Bai Yi answered truthfully. Aha! The full Taoist cultivation that was opened from inside the treasure chest was indeed considered normal cultivation for him. The path of cultivation is nothing but 4 realms. Refinement of essence, practicing qi and transforming God, refining God to return to the void, refinement and harmonization. The latter 3 realms are extinct in this age. For the aura of heaven and earth in this world, it was no longer enough to support a cultivator of this level. Nowadays, the cultivators inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm are, at most, at the refined essence and transformed qi realm, and the promotion to refining essence and transforming qi is also very strict. It is not because there is true qi in the body that one is able to call it refining essence and transforming qi. Those Taoist priests who have so much true qi in their bodies that they can deal with demons and evils, it can only be said that they are existences that are new to the threshold of cultivation, and the body of the true qi, such as streams, raging majestic monastic people. Only then can we call it stepping into refining essence and transforming qi. The old Taoist monk was constantly sizing up Bai Yi, but no matter how he did it, both realized that Bai Yi was only in his 20s and not one of those young-looking middle-aged people. It numbed the others to know, when he first stepped into refining essence and transforming qi, his age was already 59 years old. My own age is now in the 60s. People over people. Exasperating. I wonder if the main gong method that Mr. Bai cultivates is also a Taoist text from the Lushan school? A bold idea suddenly popped up in the old Taoist priest, and he suppressed the shock within him and asked. Bai Yi shook his head. The main gong method that I cultivate comes from Longhu Mountain. Ah, the old Taoist's bold thoughts fell away at once. His bold idea was to invite Bai Yi to join their Lushan sect. A man of such demonic monasticism, if one joins the Lucha school, definitely the next generation in charge. But there's a little bit of trouble in this if it involves Lung Fu Shan. It comes down to this. In this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the Lushan sect can't compare to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. However, what the old Taoist didn't know was that he had just been hitting on Bai Yi. Now, Bai Yi was hitting on their master's uncle and nephew. Bai Yi could also see that the old Taoist priest was not simple, and he was afraid that he was not on par with himself in terms of cultivation. And the other party definitely knew more Dao-jitsu than he did. If one were to fight and cut with the other party, one might have a greater chance of losing. What does that mean? This means that the old Taoist priest in front of us, it's a talent. It's a talent that the Dragon Kingdom desperately needs. Bai Yi had been thinking of teaching some people the art of Taoism, but he didn't have a lot of time on weekdays, so the idea, as well as the plan, had been on hold. Although, he could have invited those Taoist priests, monks, and even foreign missionaries inside the county. But he always felt that all those guys in the county were just a little three-legged Taoist. These guys don't even know if their legacy is complete or not. Let them teach people. I'm afraid it's likely to be misguided. But Now, an excellent candidate has emerged, right in front of your own eyes. May I ask the Taoist master and this little Taoist boy what their Taoist names are? It was Bai Yi's turn to ask the old Taoist priest a question. The old Taoist priest instinctively replied, "The poor Taoist's surname is Een. His name is Shan, and his Taoist name is Taoist Dust Whisker. This is the poor Taoist's master-nephew, surnamed Xie, name Mingyue, no Taoist name for the time being," the old Taoist priest explained. "You need to wait for the meridians to have a sense of qi before you can get a number." Bai Yi nodded indistinctly. He looked at the old Taoist priest, Yi Shan, and then at the female Taoist child, Xia Mingyue. Bai Yi said, "Nowadays, there is a shortage of soldiers, natural disasters, and a lack of spiritual qi in heaven and earth. It's getting harder and harder to cultivate a sense of qi," the old Taoist monk echoed with emotion. "Alas, this child Mingyue is actually quite intelligent, but it's just that I can't resist cultivating, otherwise I might be able to cultivate a trace of qi sense before I reach adulthood," Bai Yi added. "And it's getting harder and harder for people like us to refine our cultivation," the old Taoist priest agreed in a million ways. "It's more than difficult, it's as difficult as heaven," the old Taoist priest sighed. "If a cultivator does not have enough aura to, cultivation can't be refined much at all, and the old Taoist's life may be limited to this. The aura of heaven and earth is becoming less and less. I don't know if people will still be able to cultivate when it's a few decades from now." Bai Yi revealed a smile. "What if there is a spiritual spring?" the old Taoist priest said helplessly. "If there is a spiritual spring, the old Taoist hated to stay by the spirit spring every day. Then maybe before he was 90 years old, his cultivation would have improved and broken through. But the spring, honestly, inside the Lushan sect, there's only one low-grade spirit spring left." Bai Yi finally revealed his fox's tail. Did Taoist master carefully sense the aura of heaven and earth in the military camp? Sensing the aura of heaven and earth? The old Taoist froze as he tried to sense it, and in the next moment, his eyes glazed over. What a rich aura! How is that possible? Even on the Lushan sect's mountain gate, there wasn't such a rich aura. Why is the aura here so rich? The old Taoist was filled with incredulity. "I won't hide it from the Taoist master. It's actually quite a coincidence that here in my barracks, there is a medium spirit spring." Bai Yi smiled. Old Taoist, Chapter 110, Kaiyuan Shang's attack. It was really because he had given too much. The old Taoist priest almost thought that his ears were out of order. But when he saw Bai Yi in front of him, with that smiling expression, the old Taoist knew it wasn't his ears that were wrong. Rather, inside this military camp, the indeed really possessed a medium spirit spring. This is a medium spirit spring. Their Lushan sect had once possessed quite a few spirit springs, and there was no shortage of medium spirit springs among them. At the time thousands of years ago, inside the Lushan sect, there was even the existence of a superior spirit spring, but that's all in the past. Now the entire world's heaven and earth aura was gradually becoming depleted. There was only one spiritual spring left in the entire Lushan sect, and it's just a lower-class spiritual spring. Medium spirit springs. It would have to be that kind of extremely large-scale Tao sect to be able to have a spiritual spring. Inside this barracks, unexpectedly, there's a medium spirit spring? No matter how hard he tried to believe it, no matter how much he couldn't believe it, the very rich aura in the air showed that this Mr. I wasn't making it up. No wonder, when the old Taoist had stepped into the barracks before, he had felt that there was always something wrong. But what was wrong? He couldn't quite put his finger on at the time. Plus, he was eager to see Bai Yi before. He just ignored the wrongness. It wasn't until now, after Bai Yi had reminded him, that the old Taoist was shocked to realize. It turned out that the aura inside the campground was too abundant, in stark contrast to the outside. That's the source of what's wrong. Say you're not envious. It's all fake. The old Taoist almost wrote the word envy on his cloudy eyes. Suddenly, the words that Bai Yi uttered caused the old Taoist priest, who was being envious, to have a jolt in his heart. I only heard Bai Yi say, "I wonder, does the Taoist master have any free time? If the Taoist master is willing to help me teach some people to practice inside the barracks, then I can let the Taoist master practice next to the spirit spring, and every day, the Taoist master will be gifted with a bucket of spirit spring water." Truth be told, the old Taoist was moved. He didn't expect that Bai Yi would invite himself to teach. He was tempted to refuse because he was the Taoist master of the Lushan sect. He was also in a very high position within the Lushan sect. But, Mr. White is giving too much away. Not only was he allowed to practice next to a medium-sized spiritual spring, he was even provided with a bucket of spiritual springs daily. What Taoist priest can stand up to this kind of test? The old Taoist secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could no longer care about the city of. Couldn't care less if he was very out of it right now or not. He knew that if he said yes, then there is a good chance that one's cultivation will be even more refined by the age of 90, and a bucket of spiritual water a day, and it's still a medium spiritual spring. But, if he taught others the Taoist arts here, would he not be revealing the Lushan sect's Taoist treasures? Wouldn't that be leaking the Lushan sect's legacy? The old Taoist was torn, very tangled. Hey, and so on. The old Taoist priest seemed to have thought of something. Yeah, Wu Jiansong that went on a crooked path of evil, formerly inside the Lushan sect. It was also an inner disciple with a very complete legacy of the Lushan sect. Now that Wu Jiansong has been shot by this Mr. Bai, the canonical Dao collection on him, it must already be in Mr. White's hands, equivalent to those legacies of the Lushan sect. Mr. Bai had already grasped almost all of them. Aha! It means that the inheritance of the Lushan sect was leaked out by Wu Jiansong. It has not a single thing to do with him. The whisking Taoist. That's right, that's it. Yes, the old Taoist, after a few minutes of hesitation, finally figured something out. He agreed very crisply. Practice STH. It's all about the word fight. A medium spiritual spring meant a rare chance for a cultivator. It's an opportunity that you don't get in a lifetime. Now met by himself. How can I let go? It must be promised. The female Taoist child next to her, Xia Mingyue, was dumbfounded after taking it all in. And, instinctively, he said, "Senior uncle, are you considered to have betrayed the division?" Snap. Ah, that hurts. Xia Mingyue hurriedly covered her little head, her face full of aggression. The old Taoist priest said with a straight face, "Supreme Heavenly Father, the number of people in the Taoist sect is ultimately limited. The great task of subduing the demons and removing the devils is not something that can be accomplished by a limited number of people. It is necessary to gather all the righteous people who can gather points. The poor Taoist is teaching the art of conscious Taoism, which is an act of goodness and righteousness, an act of indisputability." Listen to the eloquent words. Xia Mingyue covered her head, dumbstruck, and in her heart, she called out that her senior uncle was so shameless, didn't realize. The thick-browed, big-eyed dust-whisking Taoist senior uncle would even say something like this. But she didn't dare say anything more, afraid of another knock. The news that there were 2 more Taoist priests inside the Dragon Kingdom's military camp quickly spread throughout the camp. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom inside the camp were informed that both of these inverted Taoist priests knew Taoist magic, and it was Major Bai who invited the other side to join the Dragon camp. The other party's current status is that of a dojutsu instructor class teacher, specializes in instructing soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who have the roots and qualifications to learn the art of Taoism. This made a lot of soldiers in the barracks stupid. Taoism. Spells. Cultivate. How many of you dreamed of this when you were a teenager? Even now, it's still a dream, and I'm afraid the old Taoist priest will have his hands full next, because he needed to check their roots as well as qualifications one by one within the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers in the camp, to see which ones were suitable for monasticism, who was not fit for monasticism. But the old Taoist priest was probably happy to be busy, because what Bai was giving was just too much. So much so that he had a smile on his face like a daisy. However, it didn't take long. A message from a Clearwater County diplomatic intelligence officer came to the camp. Commander of the Southern Min Province warlord, Kai Yuan Shang, leading an army of 50,000, is about to attack. War. Revisited. Chapter 11 Taking Southern Minnesota. Traditional art tactics stealing home. When he learned that Kai Yuan Shang's large army was about to attack, the old Taoist priest's entire body was in a state of confusion. It is in the territory of Min Province that the Lushan school is located, although it is in the northern belt of Min Province, but that didn't mean he didn't know who Kai Yuan Shang was. Kai Yuan Shang had still heard a little about this commander-in-chief of the southern military region of Min Province, because this Kai Yuan Shang has been obsessed with Taoism all these years. At the time a few years ago, the other party had also sent people to the Lushan sect's clan site, wanted to invite the head of the Lushan sect down to the mountain. Unfortunately, it was rejected outright by the Luta school, because those Taoist masters on the mountain knew very well that Kai Yuan Shang was not a good person. Although Kai Yuan Shang didn't exploit the people himself, he had a lot of dogs under his hand. He condones those little local warlords and kills all sorts of people in the civilian population. The things done can be heavenly, committed untold heinous sins. Under the circumstances, how could the Taoist masters of the Lushan sect come down from the mountain because of, say, Kai Yuan Shang's invitation? Warlords like Kai Yuan Shang are above the Lushan sect and are not at all popular with the Taoists. Sure, the Lushan sect didn't dare to offend each other too much. After all, it was a big warlord anyhow. Taoism is very amazing though, and even some of it can be very weird. But no matter how magical or bizarre the dowsing, after encountering the foreigners' artillery as well as muskets, they were still only able to hate the scene. If the Lushan sect offended Kai Yuan Shang to death, then I guess the whole mountain gate would have to be shelled. What the old Taoist did not expect was that Kai Yuansheng, whom the Lushan sect did not even dare to completely offend to death, Mr. Longbai's side was actually so thoroughly offended that the other side actually wanted to send a large army to attack this place. Right. The old Taoist suddenly remembered that he remembered the time in Huan village. That villager had talked about it. That villager had said to his face that Commander Kai had asked his son to bring an army to attack the area. As a result, he was defeated by Mr. White. Even that Commander Kai's son was captured by Mr. Bai. Hiss. The old Taoist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, not realizing that it was actually still hasty. Previously, he was blinded by that mouthful of medium spirit springs. I can't believe I didn't pay attention to these details for a moment. Now, even if it had been known that Commander Kai was going to attack this place, it was already too late. After all, he had promised Bai Yi, if it's reversed, not to mention whether or not the reputation of the Lushan sect could hang on to it, his moral heart alone would be ruptured as a result. Once the heart of the Tao breaks down, it breeds demons in the heart. In the end, it's quite possible that, falling to the same fate as Wu Jiansong, things have come to a head, already on board, already a grasshopper in the same boat. Then he was able to hope that Mr. Bai would be able to defeat Commander Kai. After all, didn't Mr. Bai defeat Commander Choi's son before? Now, it shouldn't be much of a problem to defeat Commander Kai himself, probably? At this point, inside the command headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's camp in this magically modified version of the Republic realm, Bai Yi, the Supreme Commander, and all the senior officers inside the camp, all have gathered in the middle of the command room. A meeting was held. We can tell through the people we've planted in Chongju County. Kai Yuansheng had already moved his troops during the course of the day, and this guy doesn't know from what source, but he has purchased a large number of trucks as well as horses. The march will certainly be very fast. Bai Yi passed a piece of information to the others to circulate, and then with a calm expression on his face, opening his mouth, he said, the other side has mobilized troops that number around 50,000 people, but among those 50,000 people, there are 10,000 militia included. Excluding the militia, who are not very good fighters, the other side is really able to fight that's 40,000 men, all 40,000 of them regulars, equipped with the advanced Western weapons of the period. By taking such a large-scale military action, the other side has truly declared war on us. When he said this, Bai Yi's tone gave a slight lurch. His eyes calmly looked around at everyone inside the conference room. There was a pause of about a few seconds. He continued to speak. Our Dragon Kingdom's tenet is, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. When a person commits a crime against me, he will surely pay back twice as much, since the other side has declared war on us. Otherwise we wouldn't have been so polite to them, and we wouldn't have put up with them over and over again. In the face of this coming war, we are going to have to be honorable. On the front lines of battle, smash them all to pieces. Let the entire Min province, the entire Divine Kingdom, know of our existence. At the same time, with the help of this square battle, let those curmudgeons know that the true power of our Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, in addition to the frontal battlefield, we have to take advantage of the opportunity to take out Kai Yuansheng's territory. He has assembled a large number of troops to send out an attack, and the defenses within his territory are bound to be weak. Bai Yi said in a deep voice, if we don't make a move, we will definitely strike a thunderous blow. Hold them down so thoroughly that they can't get up again. With these words from Bai Yi, the combat mission of this war had already been determined. The first step is to send a team to confront the opposing army head-on. Secondly, a large number of men must also be sent to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the other side's territory. In one fell swoop, the so-called warlords of southern Min become a thing of the past in God's country. There was no objection from any of the officers inside the conference room, and no one is saying that a big step will rip your balls off, because the Dragon Kingdom has been stepping slowly enough in this world. It's just a matter of taking half a province in the district. For Rukoku, the problem is not that big, not much pressure either. The infrastructure and livelihoods within the jurisdictional lands are temporarily put on hold until after this war is fought. Reboot again, this time to meet the opposing army. Let the main combat regiment come, and the 2 construction corps. They went around their backs and stole their old home. Take southern Min province for good this time. Chapter 112, Kai Yuansheng, 50,000 versus a few thousand. The advantage is mine. Commander, Commander. Suddenly, outside the car in which Kai Yuansheng was sitting, came a shout. Our men have found some fortifications up ahead, and the enemy is ready for a head-on clash with us. Our men also saw a large number of enemy troops who were just as described in the rumors of all wearing a strange-looking uniform and each wearing a steel helmet. Hearing this shout from outside, Kai Yuanqing's brows slowly furrowed. It looked like their military operations were already in the hands of the other side. Someone on their side must have been paid off by the other side. Some of the routes of travel on his side were passed on to the ears of the enemy, so much so that the other team lined up halfway through the game in advance. Even a lot of the fortifications have been done. But for this kind of thing Kai Yuansheng was helpless, because he had no way to be able to control everyone. He could only settle scores with those people after the fight. What made Kai Yuansheng more concerned was that the enemy army had amassed a large number of troops here, should be trying to block his path forward. In other words, the other side wants to do a battle here, do it in a dignified manner. Kai Yuansheng suddenly felt a little funny. What kind of bottom line does the other party have? It was only then that he dared to do battle with the 50,000 strong army led by him, face to face and squarely. The 600 troops he sent out earlier were routed by the other side. Even his own son was captured by the other side. It made Kai Yuansheng lose face in his authority in this acre of land. It has been provoked as never before. It looks like that fellow surnamed White, after defeating the 600 men he sent out, it's already swollen beyond recognition. That guy has no idea that once the troop strength breaks the 10,000 figure, how horrible it really is. 610,000 people, two different concepts altogether. Not to mention, now it's 50,000 people. Kai Yuansheng would have found it very troublesome if the other party had resorted to an ambush, because it's easy to be caught off guard if you're ambushed. It's easy to demoralize your own side. But the other side as the defense. Nonetheless, they don't pick a place to ambush or simply just defend the city. Instead, they were in the wild, trying to be square with themselves and do battle. Is that courageous? Or is it overinflated? Or is it that there's a conspiracy? Kai Yuansheng had fought for so many years. No matter what kind of battle he had seen, he sensed that something didn't seem quite right, as the other party was overconfident. If that guy is really that easily inflated, how could you possibly be able to capture your own son? It's not right. Could it be that you want to lure my army there? But what is the purpose of leading it there? An ambush? What kind of ambush can they prepare? From the looks of it, it's not that simple. Kai Yuansheng raised his inner vigilance, and he did not choose to belittle Bai Yi. He made the army in the midst of the march pause for a while. Then he commanded the order. Continue to send people. Go to the front to find out what's going on in front of them. At the same time, 2 regiments were detached and followed the river from the west, all the way around to the left of their position. Separate 2 more regiments and follow the foot of yonder hill from the east, all the way around to the right of their position. The army is in front of them in a frontal feint. The 4 regiments are encircling their positions left and right, forming a pincer attack that will nestle the enemy to death. Meanwhile the artillery fired next toward their positions to break up their fortifications. The cavalry regiment made a quick run around behind them and attacked their positional command straight on. Give them straight dumplings and nibble them away step by step. Kai Yuansheng, who had a full 50,000 man army, was just so bold in his deployment. Several regiments of troops were casually detached. Even with the division of these regiments, he still had a large army of tens of thousands of men here. After one of his orders began to fall, the entire warlord force began to move, although a little slow in action, but ultimately in accordance with Kai Yuansheng, commanded by the order to act. It's obvious from this, the unit under Kai Yuansheng's hand, in the midst of this magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, definitely a regular army. Nothing else is. This military discipline alone, just those small local warlords in Min province, can't even catch up with their horses. Of course, such military discipline compares to the modernized Dragon Kingdom forces. That's not even close. Kai Yuansheng's troops could only be compared to each other and to the troops of the same period in the Divine Kingdom. If one wants to compare it to the Dragon Force, that was certainly crushed. However, what Kai Yuansheng didn't realize was that fully a dozen small drones that it was hovering silently in mid-air, taking in all the transferring and condemning actions of the entire warlord's forces. It was even possible to see the individual layouts of the different soldiers throughout the warlord's forces. It was quickly established that among this army of warlords, the exact location of each of the different troop types, everything, at a glance. All the artillery in the army is ordered to advance at once under cover of the infantry. Kai Yuansheng, who was unaware of this, continued to give orders. Don't give me any worry about wasting shells. This time take all the shells and all of them are given a clean shot. The opponent's camp is directly destroyed, in conjunction with the pincer encirclement of the other 3 routes. In this battle, no matter what tricks that guy plays, under the absolute power of any gimmick is powerless. More than 50,000 people against a few thousand on the other side. In this battle, the advantage is mine. After this order fell, the artillery in the warlord's army began to slowly advance. The guns manned by these artillerymen were the older guns of this era. Mortars. Howitzer. It's mainstream. There was not even a lack of some heavy artillery among them. A sense of solemnity. Diffuse. Chapter 113, a wave of wild bombardment. Careless. No flash. Now that all the various deployments of the warlord's forces have been worked out, as the commander of this frontal battle, the chief of the main combat regiment, it was naturally impossible to give Kai Yuan Shang the opportunity to shell. Although the artillery of this era is not as powerful as those of modern times, but if you get hit by artillery, it still kills you. The task as well as the order given him by Major White was, while ensuring the safety of each and every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, all the enemies in front of them were crushed one by one. The first priority is to make sure the soldiers are safe. The next best thing is to crush the enemy in front of you. So, after seeing those images transmitted back from the drone, the chief of the main combat regiment, without saying a word, he directly gave the order. Don't let them shell first, we'll directly take the lead this time. Take out their artillery positions. As his order fell, for a moment, the roar of artillery resounded above the positions on the Dragon countryside. Yes, the artillery on the Dragon Kingdom's side had been ready for a long time. After determining the artillery deployment of the warlord's forces, the artillery battalions of the main combat regiments, already the guns were pointed in that direction, and when the chief's orders fell, the Dragon artillery, which had already been prepared, began bombing indiscriminately without saying a word. Bombing. They're all professionals. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shell after shell cut through the air with a very sharp whistling sound, and with uncanny precision, they flew towards the artillery positions of the warlord's forces. Those warlord soldiers who were still struggling to deploy their artillery. Suddenly, as if he had heard something, he couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. But it's also because they've raised this head. It's all about their faces just changing. A look of horror surfaced. Before they had a chance to take cover for shelter, the shells came straight down. There was a deafening explosion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A shell happened to land coincidentally on a box of ammunition from a warlord's artillery unit. A series of large chain explosions were triggered, and the surrounding warlord artillerymen were directly blown to pieces on the spot. Warlord artillerymen who were a little farther away didn't escape. That invisible shockwave directly shook them out. By the time they fell hard to the ground, then he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. A ringing in his ears. A buzz. The ones that were a little more miserable were directly hit in the torso by the broken pieces that were flying up. Died violently on the spot. The entire warlord's forces were directly covered by the Dragon Kingdom's artillery on top of their artillery positions. This is a saturation firefight. It doesn't give any chance to resist or react at all. A cry went up throughout the warlord's artillery positions. They've never seen anything like this before. It felt like a powerful cannonball could fall anywhere at any time. There's nowhere to hide. Gun after gun of the old style was blown right out of the sky. Some with their barrels twisted. It doesn't work at all. Not far. Kai Yuanshang stared incredulously, his eyes staring deathly at the artillery position. The whites of his eyes were covered with a streak of blood, and his heart stumbled with a wave of emotions that couldn't help but let out a snarl. How did they know about Raoul's deployment? This is the artillery battalion he worked so hard to raise. I don't know how much money has been spent on this artillery battalion over the years. It was on this artillery battalion that he had been able to stabilize his present position. But, now, he worked hard to raise this artillery battalion. Nope. Under such saturated fire coverage, there is no possibility of survival. I'm afraid all the artillery there is going to be blown up too. Those artillerymen don't even need to be mentioned. It's all going down. Kai Yuanqing didn't expect the other party to take the lead. And even more so, he didn't expect that it was amazing that the other side would have more artillery than they did. Nor did I expect the other side's artillery to be so accurate. A direct hit on his side of the artillery position. It was as if the other side knew where the artillery positions were. It didn't even need the first wave of test fires. It just went straight for a wild bombardment towards this place. Spare Kai Yuanshang for fighting for so many years. Nor have I ever encountered such a formation. Return fire. Return fire. Hurry up and figure out where their artillery positions are and return fire to the laborers. Blow up their artillery positions. 2. For S sake. Return fire. Return fire. With his heart twisting like a knife, Kai Yuanshang let out a growl and also exploded several times. The blood in his eyes matched his grim expression. It looks even more extraordinarily creepy. This moment, Kai Yuanshang finally realized why his son, before, had lost so dryly. Because the heavy firepower aspect of the enemy exceeded all expectations. A full 50,000 strong army of their own. In terms of firepower, it was actually no match for an army of just a few thousand men on the other side. Kai Yuanshang was incredulous. Unbelievable. He also knew he had made the exact same mistake as his own son. He knew better than to make this mistake at a very low level. It's also very deadly. Damn! Careless! Commander! Commander, hurry up and pull back a bit. One of the guards hurriedly and anxiously shouted. The enemy has a very large number of artillery pieces, and after they finish bombing the artillery positions, they'll definitely bomb our side. In fact, there was no need for this guard to remind Kai Yuansheng that it was dangerous for him to take care of his position. He almost gritted a set of teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Even if it's to eat people in general, the expression was extremely grim, but he chose to step back, knowing that his flesh and blood, it's impossible to withstand the shelling. Fruity, long was artillery after a barrage of bombardment on the warlord's artillery positions. Immediately the guns were turned on the warlord's infantry in the rear. There doesn't seem to be any need to stop at all. And isn't there any concern about the barrel overheating? A succession of shells came flying again. Such is the case with combat in the Dragon Kingdom. No more pushing. Straight to the bomb. Chapter 114, Steel Torrent. The Steptan synergy is now in the Republic of Magic Reform. The warlord's artillery positions were at this moment in a state of disarray, and thick smoke was continually rising from the waning. The pungent odor in the air was so creepy that you couldn't help but feel your hairs stand on end. Some of the warlord artillerymen had a hard time getting their guns up and were chomping at the bit to get a counterattack going. As a result, he hadn't even waited for him to put the shell inside the chamber. A shell that fell from the sky landed right next to him, sending a violent explosion on the spot. The warlord's artillerymen didn't even have time to scream. It was blown into a pile of meat foam on the spot. Kai Yuansheng, who had taken all of this in, could be said to be enraged at this moment. This was an artillery battalion that he had spent an unknown amount of effort to raise. Now that this artillery battalion is directly lost, all that thought has gone to waste. It's a lie to say you're not angry, but more than that, it was gut-wrenching. Kai Yuansheng didn't expect the enemy army to possess so many artillery pieces. He felt that his son had lost the battle, and it was likely because of that as well. Took the loss of not having enough artillery. Damn it! Where the hell did these assholes get so many artillery pieces? There must have been at least hundreds of guns firing in unison just now. The other side's frenzied bombardment only lasted, well, 10 minutes. His artillery battalion was lost. Case STH. There must be hundreds of artillery pieces. Hiss. With so much artillery in the enemy's army, trying to get into a head-on fight with the, definitely able to be passive, and only able to pin their hopes on the troops that had previously encircled the past. Earlier he had ordered 2 regiments to outflank the river from the left. 2 more regiments were then ordered to encircle the foot of the hill on the right. Finally another order was given to the cavalry regiment to circle farther around and get behind the opposition. With all the front and back wrapped around the house, no amount of opposing artillery is going to help. I.e., Kai Yuansheng, who had reddened eyes, spat out these 2 words through gritted teeth and he was so angry that he was shaking. There must be someone standing behind him. It must be someone trying to screw me. Kai Yuansheng, surname Wu. Right, it's most likely the one surnamed Wu. Kai Yuansheng immediately thought of that Commander Wu in the north, and in his impression of the, only this guy could have access to, and purchase, such horrible equipment. That damn Bai Yi must have gotten support from that Wu. No, this may be a conspiracy of that Wu from the same beginning. That asshole, definitely trying to get rid of himself. And then, a unified Min province. Right, that's it. Kai Yuansheng quickly found a very perfect explanation for the exaggerated firepower of the enemy forces. The explanation, at least in his eyes, was perfect. It wasn't as if he hadn't lost battles in all his years of fighting, but it was the first time he'd ever been in such a mess. The 2 sides had only been in contact for less than 10 minutes, and they had actually been forced to move backward themselves. How humiliating is this? Shame on you. Of course, Kai Yuansheng also knew that compared to face and life was definitely more important. Although it was unlikely that the other party would be able to confirm where their exact location was, but under the indiscriminate bombardment of hundreds of artillery pieces, what if you're unlucky? Kai Yuansheng gritted his teeth and roared, don't fight them head on. Be careful to avoid enemy artillery. Don't stand in piles. Spread out. Fire on their side. Fire the cannon. Don't skimp on ammo for labor. There's no shortage of ammo. Under Kai Yuansheng's orders, the warlord soldiers, finally, organized a counterattack. However, the 2 positions were relatively far apart. Except for the artillery missions 2 went from each other. The bullets went through, and I guess they couldn't hit anyone. It's so far away, you can't even see the people. Only able to randomly fire a shot over there. It's all about luck if you can hit someone or not. In the meantime, Riverside, 2 regiments detached from Kai Yuansheng's warlord's forces were already following the river in passing. From the left, touching the left flank part of Dragon's position, and then trying to attack. From the left flank part, they have also seen the miserable state of the artillery battalions on their side of the line. In this way these warlord soldiers couldn't help but blanch. Just how many artillery pieces does the other side have to be able to put out this level of fire coverage? It was necessary to feel their flanks and strike at them as early as possible. It was the only way to slow down the pressure on the large force ahead. However, just as they were still hurrying to make a run for it, suddenly, the warlord soldiers, who were running at the front and panting, seemed to see something in front of them. The moment was not a moment too soon. What's that? Just see. Ahead. One after another of the dragon armored vehicles, as well as tanks, are heading this way, coming in at breakneck speed. The number of armored vehicles was up to 24 and the number of tanks was up to 12. This is by Baiyi's transfer of Guo from the side of the capital city's military district. This moment, the soldiers of the warlords outside the magic-modified Republic of China have truly experienced what is called a torrent of steel. Beast after beast of steel attacked head-on. The engine was roaring. The tires and tracks rolled up a sky of mud and dust, surprisingly like an army of thousands of horses. Behind every armored car or tank, one Dragon Kingdom soldier after another followed. Infantry tank coordination tactics during World War II was applied to it. Such tactics, it's not outdated. The sound of roaring engines slammed down on the heart of every warlord soldier. Looking at the tall and powerful steel beasts one after another, many of the military soldiers were stunned and frightened, because they saw that on the steel beast, there was even a thick gun barrel. Cannon! That's a cannon! Even the warlord's officers' scalps were numb. But, they knew they couldn't back down. Fight! That's just the car. What are you afraid of? Can't a bullet penetrate a car? Shoot! Give me a good beating. Do you hear me? Give me a good beating. A warlord chief. Hard-headed. Hissing and yelling. Chapter 115, The Mighty Flood of Steel. Overrated. With the hissing and shouting of this one warlord leader, the soldiers of the warlords, who had been frightened by that's when the trance came back. One couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva and a hint of fear could be seen on their faces. After all, it was the first time they had ever faced this kind of incomparably terrifying steel monster head-on. That one steel monster as big as a small house gives them a great sense of oppression within. It made many of the warlord soldiers break out in a cold sweat. One by one, they hurriedly brought their guns up and aimed them at the steel beast in front of them. With a sense of trepidation and fear, they clenched their teeth, finally pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of shots soon followed, and though the guns in the hands of the soldiers of these warlords, all very outdated drawbolt rifles, but they were very much outnumbered, and under the premise that the gunfire was continuous for some time, shot after shot of orange-colored bullets flew out, ripped the air, dragging the wake stream. Clang! When some of the bullets very incidentally hit a tank, or just an armored car, the image those warlord soldiers imagined of bullets piercing through didn't happen. The bullet hit the armor of a tank or an armored vehicle. It merely burst into a cloud of sparks. Then it just bounced right off. Only a small mark was left. The sound of bullets colliding with the alloy armor shields was surprisingly loud for a moment. The soldiers of the warlords with the drawbolt rifles, one by one, fired desperately, trying to shoot the steel beast in front of them with the rifles in their hands. Unfortunately, it didn't work. As they kept raising their guns and firing, the one steel beast, instead of stopping, instead, it's getting closer. This made these warlord soldiers panic even more. It's simply a knife and gun across the street. Even the bullets from the rifles in their hands were not able to penetrate the protection of the other side. That's too much defense. How about this one? Panic was once again beginning to spread amongst the warlords' forces, especially that one steel beast that gave them that oppressive feeling. It made their feet start to get a little weak, and as the other side got closer and closer, they felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. Cold sweat had dampened their backs. Their hands were shaking slightly as they held up their guns. Monster! It's monsters! It's monsters that are impervious to swords and guns. Bullets against these monsters. There's no use at all. It's over. Those monsters are coming. Those monsters are going to eat people. Don't you scare me. Monster my ass. That's just a car and a tin sheet. It must be just some bull foreign invention. Why can't they stop? They're not going to run us all over? Quickly, get out of the way. They're coming. Wait, you guys, look, the barrels on those steel monsters, is it at us? As if, really at us. Soldier after soldier of the warlord yelled in terror. Suddenly it was noticed that the barrels of the guns, as well as the barrels of the guns, on the steel beast's car, it's all pointed at them. This caused the expressions of these warlord soldiers to change instantly, but before they could react, the Longbo's armored vehicles, as well as the guns and heavy machine guns on the tanks, roared at the same time. A heavy machine gun fired a bullet, which formed in mid-air. A bullet chain like the scythe of death. The bullet chain swept through the formation of warlord soldiers. the twinkling of an eye. The soldiers of the warlord standing at the forefront were like harvested wheat that they have fallen to the ground. Their bodies erupted into a cloud of blood, and many of them were beaten into sieves in an instant. The worst bit was the body, which was directly cut in two by a heavy machine gun. Under the heavy caliber bullets of heavy machine guns, flesh and blood are as fragile as foam. Soldier after soldier of the warlord hasn't reacted yet. It fell straight to the ground without a sound. When they finally came back to their senses, the shells fired by the tanks fell. Successive booms blew them all away. A tank shell landed within their camp. In an instant, a full dozen or so warlord soldiers were blown to mush. Dozens of other warlord soldiers in the surrounding area were affected. Those that were badly affected directly fell to the ground, and bright red blood was overflowing from all 7 holes. Those who were less affected by the wave were dazed and wanted to get up but couldn't. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom behind tanks and armored vehicles, also relying on these steel beasts as cover, toward the warlord soldiers in front of them. Make precise point-blank shots. Momentarily, a full 2 regiments of warlord soldiers were directly beaten into chaos. Body after body fell to the ground. Some of the bodies even rolled inside the river next to them. It colored the river red. Some of the warlord soldiers reacted by rushing to counterattack and, however, he found that there was no way that this small rifle in his hand could be able to penetrate the defense of that steel beast. It's like trying to overrate a tree. It's just a useless endeavor. Instead, whether it's the artillery above the steel beast, or the heavy machine guns, or behind the steel beast, the rifles in the hands of those soldiers, both are capable of giving them very effective kills. One warlord soldier after another fell to the ground. Some of them were killed outright on the spot, while others let out howls of pain and, rolling over and over on the ground. Under the circumstances, inside the warlord's army, the very rare few medics were afraid to go up and save people, because they're worried about running up to the rescue themselves. It would have been taken care of by a single shell. Desperation. In diffusion. Infectious. Chapter 116 Spreading Fear. Flesh and Blood versus Steel Beasts. Kai 13 was a minor officer in the Southern Min Province warlords, and though he was not much of a, but he was reincarnated better, belonging to and Kai Yuan Shang this Kai commander. There is a little bit of kinship blood relations. It's because of that little bit of kinship blood. It was only then that he was able to become a warlord junior officer. He has no skills but only eats, drinks and enjoys himself, and he is now in charge of dozens of people under his hands. Originally, he wanted to just get away with it for the rest of his life, but what he didn't expect was that before he could get away with it for a few more years, one actually has to go to war and drink the enemy into battle. After learning some time ago that he was also going to war, Kai 13 was so frightened that he was shivering. He had thought at first that Commander Kai was about to fight that Commander Wu in the north. As it turned out, I didn't realize that it was actually a fight with a local armed group. It was a relief he couldn't help but feel at the time. That's the famous Commander Kai, against a local armed force. Wouldn't that be a breeze? What's more, this time, Commander Kai even ordered more than 50,000 troops. Couldn't more than 50,000 people defeat a local armed force? So then he started to think about it. He even thought about whether he wanted to kill a few enemies in the middle of this battle. That way you'll be able to accumulate a little military credit. With that little kinship between himself and Commander Kai, plus this little bit of military credit if you will, nothing else, to take him from being a petty officer in charge of a few dozen men. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to become an officer in charge of 100 plus people, right? So, Kai 13 then followed the large troop with great anticipation, marching together for a dozen days. As a result, he realized he had been hasty. The enemy they faced was no ordinary local armed force at all. Those ordinary local armed forces are nothing more than small warlords. Those kind of small warlords don't have much of a fighting chance at all. But is the enemy they face today really that kind of small warlord? How can a small warlord have such great firepower? And, this beast of steel in the front, what the hell was that again? Kai Xii's mindset of excitedly wanting to take military honors had become dissipated at this moment. He felt his legs shaking, and he didn't even feel like he could hold the gun in his hand. An emotion called fear filled his mind. He's in fear. He's in fear. Listening to the incessant gunfire coming from a heavy machine gun on the steel monster across the street. Listen to the deafening explosion as a shell falls to the ground. Kai 13 was already so frightened that he hastily slumped to the ground. Listen to the bullets whizzing by overhead. He had wet his back with cold sweat. What a monster! What kind of firepower is this? Kai Xii's eyes were wide open, looking at the fact that just a moment ago, he was standing in front of him. A warlord leader who kept hissing was hit in the head by a bullet from a heavy machine gun. Then the whole head exploded open, as if it were a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. The colors of red and white intermingled with each other. It made him almost vomit just looking at it. Just as he risked his life to raise his head and try to look around, just saw a warlord soldier next to him, pierced in the abdomen by a heavy machine gun round. Heavy machine gun bullets of very exaggerated caliber tore the flesh and blood right out of the warlord's failed body. The warlord soldier had panic written all over his face. Then it was as if all the strength had been drained out of him, fell straight to the ground. The blood flowed horizontally, even the entrails flowed out. Coincidentally, that face that had panic written all over it just happened to be facing Kai Xii's side. The corpse with the expression frozen on his face that he saw, Kai 13 was trembling with fear. Amitba Buddha, Amitba Buddha, immeasurable heavenly Father, immeasurable heavenly Father, immeasurable heavenly Father. Kai 13 was so frightened that he hurriedly chanted, "It's none of my business, it's none of my business, have a grudge and take revenge. Don't look for me when you become a ghost, don't look for me, it's none of my business." It's no wonder he reads like that, because, inside this magically altered version of the Republic realm, ghosts and monsters have always existed. The number of those grievous souls, in particular, was not small. Obviously, Kai 13 was the one who had once stumbled upon a lone spirit, otherwise it wouldn't be so feared now. Of course, he was more afraid of the bullets that were whizzing past, above his head, and the shells that, at some point, would suddenly fall to the ground. These two things in his eyes. It's scarier than a ghost. After all, he's a big old man with a lot of young energy, and ordinary wandering ghosts probably wouldn't dare to get close to him. But, the bullets that were flying everywhere, and the shells that were going to come down at any moment, wouldn't care if he had enough young energy in him or not. With any luck, it's time to hit and still get hit. It's time to get bombed. Kai 13 knows that he not only can't get any military honors now, you may have to lose your life on the battlefield. That's 2 full regiments of them, nearly 300 plus people, bumped into one of these steel monsters that looked just like little houses. Surprisingly, all of them were defenseless. The drawbolt rifles they were holding were no. As for the grenades in their hands, they also wanted to throw them over, but it simply can't be thrown over. Fear was spreading among the camp, and cries of weeping and crying resounded along the river. Crash! Under the dragon's coordinated foot tank offense, these warlord soldiers couldn't even hold out for 10 minutes. Their wills crumbled. Surrender! I surrender! Finally, one man couldn't help but lose his voice and yell surrender. The man. It was Kai 13. He wants to live. Don't want to die. Chapter 117, both roads completely collapsed. It collapsed to the point where it directly cried out for its father. Yes, Kai 13 surrendered. In order not to be the unlucky one to be shot, he even took the gun in his hand and threw it far away. And without saying a word he pulled his pants down, even the white profane pants. Then lying on his back, he held up the pair of white blasphemous pants and kept waving them around. His body was trembling slightly because of the overwhelming fear. The shouts were all in a kind of crying tone. Surrender! I surrender! I surrender! Seeing him so dryly and directly choose to surrender, some of the warlord soldiers next to him were filled with disbelief. These warlord soldiers are all Kai Xii's. When they usually eat, drink and gamble in the county, they all dabbled behind Kai 13. They also know their officers aren't capable of much. This was what made them not expect was that Kai 13 actually surrendered so dryly. The dryness caught them all a little off guard. It's only been 10 minutes since the fight started. I think, 10 minutes to surrender? Hiss. These warlord soldiers who followed Kai 13 were all resourceful as well. Instead of stopping Kai 13, they all followed suit one by one. These warlord soldiers are also afraid of death. It's just that they don't dare to lead the surrender. Now, their officers led the surrender. So what are they waiting for? In this situation, if you want to live, you can only surrender in a hurry. They didn't expect to be able to do battle with that kind of steel behemoth with the little tie guns they had in their hands. That's not realistic. That's a death wish. These warlord soldiers are also rushing to pull down their pants and, then he brought out his white profane pants and held up a pair of them, waving them around over and over, and then his mouth was all frantic and yelling surrender. They can't wait for their parents to give them more mouths to feed. That way the shouts of surrender are a little louder. Surrendering to this behavior is contagious as the fear continues to spread. After one warlord soldier surrenders, a second is sure to follow, even if these soldiers from the warlords of southern Min. In terms of military literacy and discipline, it's a little bit better than the soldiers of those local warlords, but that little bit is just a little bit. They are all afraid of death. They are all people who have enjoyed themselves. It is also because they have all enjoyed themselves at one time or another that they value their lives so much. As long as they live. Who wants to die? They weren't Commander Kai's dead soldiers anyway. There was no need for them to work for him. I surrender too. I surrender too. Don't fight. Mr. Opposite. Surrender. Please stop fighting. I don't want to die. Woohoo. Don't fight anymore. Mr. Army. I surrender. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I surrender. I've even thrown away my gun. I'm no longer a threat. Surrender. Mother What are you doing? Can you do this to Commander Kai? Why are you sorry? He's not my father. The army master across the street is my dad. Army dads. The son surrenders. Son surrender. Son, I don't want to fight anymore. Surrender. We surrender. Surrender. Various shouts resounded everywhere. Inside the warlord's troops, it made a lot of the warlord's officers, in a hurry, break out into a cold sweat. One by one, they were loudmouthed and angry, and in the extreme, they even shot and killed their own people, trying to use this to stabilize the chaotic and crumbling military. But, in this situation, it was not at all possible to stabilize the military by killing a few people. The surrenders began to become more and more numerous, much to the point where the sounds of surrender are continuous. They have all thrown away all the guns in their hands, and some of them even threw them inside the river. Some are lying on the ground, some are on their knees. What they all have in common is that they are crying out for surrender. From the tone of their cries for surrender, it was clear that they were now very fearful. That shaky voice wasn't faked. Even, there were also a number of warlord officers who, with their hearts in their mouths, began to follow suit. The officers are surrendering, not to mention the bottom soldiers. Of course, there are some who did not choose to surrender, but a brain directly into the river, trying to escape. Wanting to leave this battlefield, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing as a deserter. The turbulent waters of the river stumbled and fell, and it was not known that these deserters, who had jumped into the river, a few were able to survive. Momentarily, these two regiments, together, amounted to more than 300 men. Crash! The flowers bloomed twice, one for each table, down the foot of the hill, trying to outflank the dragon position from the right. Two regiments of warlord soldiers. At this moment, it also suffered a heavy blow from the dragon. Halfway there, they were blocked by the dragons, and were similarly routed. Again, they were killed in a hug. The armored forces of the Dragon Kingdom had long since split into two, blocking all of their encirclement routes. Under the crushing weight of the steel behemoth, the warlord soldiers were powerless to resist. It's a blue star from the 21st century. Absolute crush on the 20th century's magically altered version of the Republican realm. Even a veteran of the warlords, neither had ever seen such a terrifying steel behemoth. Panic, despair, under a mixture of various negative emotions, these two regiments of warlords, running along the foot of the mountain, it was also in the midst of a demoralizing collapse and was unable to mount an effective counterattack. It's a completely lopsided war, and they can't even rub the enemy's skin in it. Eventually, the two regiments of warlord soldiers on this side of the foothills also fled and died, under endless despair. Choose to surrender. There was no way out. They only had to surrender now, and that was the only way they could go. If they chose to remain recalcitrant, only death awaited them. Vote, or not to vote? In the midst of such a pressing situation, a number of smart people who value their lives will be born. These smart people who value their lives will make the right choice. Surrender. All surrendered. Chapter 118. Cavalry without horses. What the hell is that strange bird in the sky? What the hell is going on with them on those two sides? Why haven't they gotten around to the enemy's flanks yet, and it's already somehow fought? Could it be that they had been spotted by the enemy in the process of circling around to the flanks of and then was the enemy sent out to intercept it? It shouldn't be. Even if the enemy army has already discovered it, it should be too late to intercept it unless, of course, they had spotted our mobilization deployment at the very beginning. But that's even more impossible. How is it that they were able to discover that? Our mobilization deployment? If they had already discovered our mobilization deployment, wouldn't that put Labor's cavalry regiment in danger? At this very moment, the head of the warlord's cavalry regiment, mounted on a high horse, a look of consternation and amazement filled his face. At this moment, he was leading his cavalry regiment, trying to go around to the back of the Dragon Kingdom's position. Then in conjunction with the friendly forces on the left and right and in the front, they were surrounded. But now he hadn't had time to go around to the back. It was then realized that his two friendly armies, it seemed, had been met by the enemy's protagonists, such that he was flabbergasted and incredulous at the same time. He simply couldn't figure out why he was being stopped by the enemy. Could it be that those two friendly forces were running too slow? It can't really be that the deployment was discovered before mobilization, can it? No way, never. If that was true, was the other party still really human? It shouldn't be a ghost or a god. This cavalry regiment of theirs was now more than 100 horsemen, galloping in the shape of A. The scene was very exaggerated. When the horses' hooves landed on the ground, it was as amazing as 10,000 thunderbolts in unison. Cavalry is a type of soldier that has retained a little bit to this day. In the magically modified Republic of China realm, the cavalry is even more widely used in the battlefield. Of course, it is impossible to apply it to a frontal battlefield. If, with these precious cavalrymen, one were to go head-to-head with the enemy, that would undoubtedly be a death sentence. The enemy was able to sweep down an unknown number of cavalrymen by simply mounting a light machine gun. The role of cavalry in this era was primarily one of surprise attack, specialized in sneaking up on the enemy. The purpose of this one cavalry regiment of Kaiyuan Shangs now was also to make a surprise attack on the rear of the Longwa position. It would be best to end the dragon artillery positions if you can. Of course, their ideas are wonderful. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that their every move was all in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the head of the cavalry regiment, who was galloping away at the head of his, amidst the constant sound of horses' hooves landing in his ears, he vaguely seemed to hear other noises. That noise wasn't coming from the horses or the people on them. What's that noise? He couldn't help but freeze slightly. He could hear the direction the voice came from, as if it was in the middle of the high altitude directly in front of him. He looked up into the air directly in front of him, and his expression froze on his face. What the hell was that? The head of the cavalry regiment could not help uttering an exclamation of surprise, for he saw directly in front of him, a very strange and weird bird flew in. His eyesight was very good and he was able to see that this strange bird was wingless, and very large in size too. At least, it's a lot bigger than this horse he's got on his hip. What the hell? Even the other cavalrymen had noticed the scene, so that quite a number of the warlord's cavalrymen, both couldn't help but freeze. As a result of this rash, it almost caused the formation of the charging cavalry regiment to be in disarray. Luckily, after some angry shouts and adjustments from some of the base officers, the slightly disorganized formation recovered. At this point, not knowing if it was his own fault, the cavalry regiment leader had a very ominous feeling. It seemed as if something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, it was as if he had seen something that had fallen from those strange birds. The thing was trailing a trailing flame, heading this way. What the hell is this? The cavalry regiment leader's expression was a bit dazed. He realized that everything he saw seemed to be in his intellectual blind spot. Never seen anything like it at all. No idea what this is at all. Until the odd objects that trailed a trailing flame flew inside their cavalry regiment afterward. He finally realized what it was. That's a ING cannonball. To be exact, it's a rocket. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, violent explosions rang out in the charging camp of the cavalry regiment, when a rocket landed right in the center of the camp. At once, fully a dozen warlord cavalrymen were sent flying by the shockwave that was instantly generated by the explosion. A few of the closest warlord cavalrymen were even torn apart in their flesh and blood. Even the horses at their crotches did not survive. And there is not just one of these rockets. Instead, it's a dozen. A full swath of the warlord's cavalry fell amongst the rocket blasts. Thus the whole charging camp of the cavalry regiment was in great confusion. Although the horses at their crotches were specially trained, but no amount of special training is as special as the situation at hand. Even they people are very panicked these days. Not to mention the horses. Neither man nor horse had ever seen such a terrifying and unparalleled battle. Who would have thought that a strange bird flying in the sky would be able to throw a cannonball down? And the power of this shell. It's simply mind-boggling. A frightened horse was scrambling around in a panic, and actually took the warlord's cavalry on horseback directly. Gave a throw down. Before the warlord cavalryman could react, he was dropped hard to the ground. Before he could bear the pain and hastily stand up, countless hooves came crashing down. Stomp him straight to death. Stomped into rotten meat. In the midst of this cavalry charge, once a cavalryman's horse is gone, definitely gotta die. Chapter 119, Tanyang's Bai. Dare to kill my horse. But the nightmare that awaited this cavalry regiment did not end there. Coming to stop them were Dragon's helicopter gunship units. After a round of rockets all landed in the middle of their camp. Immediately afterward, the heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships. In this moment it finally began to growl. Heavy machine gun bullets of extremely exaggerated caliber began to pour wildly towards the cavalry regiment below. The bullets from one heavy machine gun turned into a life-threatening chain of bullets. The chain of bullets passed by like the scythe of death cutting through the battlefield. Dozens of lives were casually harvested. Well, there were a couple dozen horse lives attached, faced with the threat of death and a fear like no other. These horses don't even listen to their owners. A fiery horse was constantly in a frantic frenzy, constantly struggling. They crashed into each other, throwing off the soldiers on them. Many of the warlord's cavalrymen did not die from the rocket bombardment, nor did they die under heavy machine gun fire. Instead, they died under the hooves of their horses. They were doomed when they were thrown to the ground by their crotchety horses. In the midst of thousands of troops, there was no place for them to hide. In a moment it was trampled over by a blazing horse. A random stomp as a dent in the chest. Both spewed out a mouthful of old blood. If I get stepped on again, it's just a violent death on the spot. Not to mention the warlord cavalry that were thrown to the ground. It's simply more than just being stepped on in the zone for a moment or two. Most of them were trampled into no shape at all, as if they were a pile of rotten meat. Very bloody. It's sickening. At this time the Dragon helicopter gunships located in the high altitude had stopped firing, for a very serious pandemonium had broken out in the cavalry camp below. By this time, there was no need for the helicopter gunships to continue firing, because the kind of chaos inside the cavalry camp alone, it would be enough to collapse this one cavalry regiment. Don't mess up. The head of the cavalry regiment hissed. All of you, don't make a mess. Hurry up and get your horses under control. Don't mess. You hear me? Don't mess up. You mother asterisk heirs. Can you understand human language? Don't mess up. He had shouted so much now that his mouth was dry and even his throat had become very hoarse, but he's such a foreshout. It also just doesn't help. It's not useful at all. The whole cavalry regiment should be so chaotic that all of them could no longer find the north. A look of horror was written on every cavalryman's face. There was no longer the same godly expression as before. This caused the face of this warlord cavalry regiment leader to have despair as well as helplessness written all over it. He knew he was now out of his depth, commanding this army of chaos. These assholes don't listen to their own orders when they're in a panic, or even if they listened to their orders, it would be useless, because the war horses at their hips were not at all at their beck and call. As a cavalryman, once there is no way to control your warhorse, what's the difference between that and waste? That's not far from collapse. Some of the warlord's cavalrymen, who were situated on the periphery, had even hastened to turn their horses and wanted to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Though what happens when you get caught as a deserter can be pretty miserable, but if we don't run away from this place, all that awaits them is death. Surrender? Then there has to be a chance to surrender. Even if their people knew how to surrender, how would the warhorses on their hips know? And so it came to pass that this regiment of cavalry was in a very awkward situation, unable to surrender. Watching the chaos unfold, the cavalry regiment leader knew he was finished. His own troops are finished. He knew he was sorry for Commander Kai's cultivation. At first, Commander Kai didn't know how much effort he had expended to train this cavalry regiment. As a result, desperate, the cavalry regiment leader pulled out a pistol, and he roared and fired several shots into the sky with a thud. And it was a pity that the bullets from this small pistol in his hand could not hit the armed helicopters in the sky. He was only capable of impotent rage now. His anger. There's no use. Done. It's completely over. Not only did the two flanking armies suffer from the enemy's blockade, even this regiment of his own cavalry suffered from the enemy's blockade. Even this cavalry regiment of his own was in desperate straits, and he dared not even think of the armies of the other two warlords. What kind of a situation would it really be? I'm afraid, not much better than your own side, I guess. The combat failed. He was well aware that once the battle was lost, it would have a cascading effect on the war that followed. It could lead to a total rout, though he didn't quite dare to believe that Commander Kai would lose at the hands of a local armed force. But if this is a local armed force with very scary equipment, with never-before-seen weapons, that, probably not so much. Bang! Eventually, with a gunshot crisp with the wind, the chief of this warlord's cavalry regiment, very decisively, he ended his life because he didn't want to die under the hooves of a warhorse. Moreover, Commander Kai was also kind to him, and he didn't want to betray Commander Kai to surrender to the other side, but not willing to die at the hands of the other side, or under the hooves of a warhorse. Ending your life on your own is one of the best options. Cavalry Corps. Crash. Time. Passing. Far away. Eyes on the three armies that were sent out. Halfway around the detour all started to smoke. Kai Yuansheng suddenly had a very bad feeling. Suddenly, a warlord officer ran over with a face full of panic, a look of horror written in his eyes. Commander, one of the cavalrymen has escaped and returned, and he says that they have been intercepted by the enemy cavalry regiment. The cavalry regiment is in great rout. The dead and wounded have exceeded hundreds. This warlord shouted in panic. Shara. Kai Yenshing's eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. All he felt was a spinning of the sky and a dizzying sensation coming from his brain. Luckily, the guards of the people next to him rushed to hold him up so that he didn't fall to the ground. Kai Yuansheng's eyes widened in anger. The expression was extremely grim. Tay mother asterisk ing by e. Dare to kill my horse. A mouthful of old blood. Sprayed violently. Chapter 120 Old Home Stolen. Eyes wide open. Kai Yuansheng. Chapter 128 Old Home Stolen. Eyes wide open. Kai Yuansheng. Kai Yuansheng simply didn't think that the cavalry regiment he sent out today, it was actually destroyed just like that, without even the slightest chance of resistance. From the time he sent the cavalry regiment out on its own, to the time it fell into a state of collapse. How much time has passed since then? Within such a short period of time, the cavalry regiment that he had carefully built was just gone. There was no way that Cai Yuansheng could be able to accept this at all. Both the artillery battalion that was wiped out earlier and this collapsed cavalry regiment now. It's all because Cai Yuansheng spent an unknown number of dollars in the first place. It took a lot of energy. It took an unknown amount of manpower and material resources to build it, which, a full decade or two of his life has been poured into it. However, now tell him that his artillery battalion, as well as his cavalry regiment, in one day, no, or even within a small half-day, all of them were exterminated? Cai Yuansheng's bloodshot eyes were filled with violence. His current expression was unprecedentedly hideous, and he was able to see that over by the river on the left, and over by the base of the mountain on the right, the same roar of artillery fire came from both directions. It is important to realize that it was on these two flanks that he had previously dispatched 4 regiments to make a detour. As a result, fighting has now broken out in both places. I'm afraid, the situation is also very bad. Doesn't that mean that all 5 regiments he sent out were blocked? Hiss. While Cai Yuansheng was shocked and furious, he was also shocked to the point that he sucked in a breath of cool air. No matter what kind of troops one sends out to make circuitous roads, all were able to be stopped halfway by the enemy. What does that mean? What does that tell you? This means that everything one deploys is in fact all within the enemy's field of vision. All of them were clearly seen by the enemy troops, and the deployment of their own side can be said to be completely without the slightest secret to speak of. It also suggests that either a traitor has appeared on his side of the fence, and this traitor was a very high-ranking officer. Either that or the other party has a special means of knowing everything they do. But what exactly is the cause of? He couldn't figure it out either. Damn! The thought that all 5 regiments he had sent out might have been in danger. Cai Yuansheng just couldn't help himself and threw a hard punch, pounding on the ground. Boo! Hiss! The pain that came from the ball of his fist made him, once again, suck in a breath of cold air. It also made his expression even more hideous. It added to his anger. But he didn't know what to do now. And, because he knew that under the bombardment of the other side with so many artillery pieces, it was absolutely impossible for him to crush the other side from the front. To crush the other side from the front, there was no telling how many lives of the warlord's soldiers would have to be consumed. Although Cai Yuansheng didn't care about the lives of these warlord soldiers, but he knew very well that if there were too many deaths and injuries, it would surely result in a major rout of the entire army. At that time that situation could not even be salvaged by him. But now, there was no way to get around to the enemy's flanks or to the enemy's rear. The only way to go is to attack from the front. Under the circumstances, how do you fight? How do I fight? Cai Yuansheng had fought for decades, both winning and losing battles, but he had never been so full of powerlessness and bewilderment as he was today. Surprisingly, he was a little unclear how to fight on. Cai Yuansheng felt that when he faced the army of the Dragon Kingdom, it gave him the feeling as if facing the armies of the Western powers as it were. Though the military literacy of the armies of the Western powers may not have been particularly good either, but it was not possible to resist their equipment, which was very good. If one of the Western powers, a certain country, fights with God, that God's country is absolutely miserable. Of course, this is what Cai Yuansheng thinks. He's vaguely retiring now, without even touching the enemy's skin. His own side had actually almost lost 5 regiments already, and the battle had just begun, and he had lost. Cai Yuansheng admitted that he had underestimated the other party, and also admitted that the other party had exceeded his expectations. As years of military career experience had taught him, the troops have to be withdrawn now, because once it was delayed, the casualties on their side would only get heavier and heavier. Damn! But this time he thought of his son. Another thought came to mind when he was provoked. It had left him very torn. Suddenly, a warlord soldier came running in hot pursuit, a notebook in his hand, and there were some strange code symbols written on the notebook, and his face was very alarmed. Commander, it's no good. Within the 24 counties under our jurisdiction, 10 of them have sent telegrams to us asking for help. They say an enemy army is attacking them. Apparently, the military soldier was a telegraph operator. Something like the telegraph was invented nearly 100 years ago. In the early days of the magically altered Republican realm, it has been widely used in various places. What? Hearing the telegraph operator's timely report, Cai Yuansheng almost jumped. A strong look of disbelief was written all over his face. He hadn't expected at all that his own territory would, in fact, be attacked. Damn it! Could it be that bastard surnamed Wu, trying to fish in troubled waters? At the first moment, Cai Yuansheng thought of that Commander Wu in the north. No, the telegraph operator reported hastily. They sent a telegram which said that the enemy was a force such as they had never seen before. a force which had a prodigious amount of artillery, and which could not withstand such an onslaught. It probably won't be long before those are lost. Not the Wu guy? That Wu guy. He didn't take advantage of the opportunity to fish in the water? Who could that be? Kai Yuansheng froze for a moment, and a name began to flash through his mind. Immediately, he reacted with disbelief all over his face. It's hard not to. It's Bai Yi? Chapter 121, Kai Yuansheng's Backhand. The Dragon Kingdom's capable people. Kai Yuansheng did not expect his old home to be stolen. He didn't even realize that the people who had stolen his old home from him were most likely the same group of people he was now fighting. That's impossible. Why? Wasn't he facing the opposing team's main force? What makes the other side still able to split their forces and remotely go and plow through their old neighborhood? And why is the other side marching so fast? Could it be that the other side had already begun to act when he left Qingzhou County? His Choi Yuan-sang's every move in the layout. In fact, from the very beginning, just in each other's eyes? Hiss. A creepy feeling bubbled up and Kai Yansheng had never encountered such a powerful opponent, nor had he ever encountered such a bizarre opponent. But now, he met. Send a telegram. Ask them how long they can hold out. Tell them to hold out for their laborers. If that bastard can't hold out, when Rao returns, he'll just shoot him. Kai Yuansheng had already lost all patience and opened his mouth in a fierce rage with a grimace on his face. And, send a telegram to the people in Qingzhou County for labor. If Qingzhou County is lost, Kai Yuansheng's face was endlessly gloomy. Just take those things and release them to the laborers. Remember, it has to be released at night. Never put it in the daytime. It's not that easy to steal labor's territory. The telegraph operator was tempted to ask what the hell those things were, though, but seeing Kai Yuansheng now, this hideous to the extreme expression of rage, he wouldn't have dared to ask another question, because he was afraid that if he asked the slightest extra question, he might end up on his head. The telegraph operator rushed off to send a telegram. However, what they didn't realize was that all the telegraphic signals that they sent out, all of it has been bugged by the Dragon Kingdom. Even their telegraphic codes, the Dragon Kingdom has long been in control. In the final analysis, Kai Yuansheng has a good son, so much so that the Dragon Kingdom had no difficulty at all in deciphering their telegrams, easily deciphered. In the meantime, the Dragon Kingdom camp, looking at a new telegraphic message deciphered in front of him, Bai Yi's brows slowly furrowed. This Kai Yuansheng definitely won't be caught with his hands tied. This guy will definitely have a backhand ready to go. Maybe there's a backhand for him inside Qingzhou County. Released at night. The moment he saw the word night, Bai Yi felt something very wrong. Why do you have to put it out at night? It's hard not to. Is the stuff Kai Yuansheng is talking about not allowed to see the light of day? That. Bai Yi could probably guess what those things were. It's either that or zombies. Either that or it's the night ghost. Does Kai Yuansheng still keeps this kind of thing? Is this one of his bottom cards? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Indeed, this kind of thing was very weird and defensible. If caught off guard and encountered, there was a good chance that the Dragon Kingdom would suffer casualties. If there were casualties among the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, that was something Bai Yi didn't want to see. Luckily, in time, this telegraph message was deciphered. Otherwise, there's a good chance it'll be a shady move. As expected, even a magically modified version of the Republic realm could not be underestimated, especially since this magically altered version of the Republican realm had mysterious powers inside it. Injustice, Night Ghost. This kind exists in fantasy works all over the blue planet. However, in the magic version of the Republican realm, whether it's a ghost or a demon, both zombies and elves are real and present in reality. Without the appropriate means to deal with them, one would be left in a state of impotent despair. As luck would have it, Bai Yi happened to have a Lushan sect Taoist master on his side, as well as a Taoist boy from the Lushan school. Meanwhile, there are also quite a few Taoist priests and monks inside the two counties of East River County as well as West River County, even the foreign missionaries. Although these Taoist priests, monks, and missionaries, all of them only have some three-legged abilities, but it's better than nothing. Mainly, he had to rely on the Lushan sect's dust-whisking Taoist to deal with Kai Yuansheng's backhandedness, immediately retrieve a helicopter gunship, then have the armed helicopters take Dusty Taoist, as well as Xia Mingyue, and rush to Qingzhou County immediately. Bai Yi gave the order. The medium spirit springs inside the campground aren't for people to rub off on for nothing, since the Whisker Doctor rubbed the camp's medium-sized spiritual spring, and he also promised to help the Dragon Kingdom train a group of capable people. So, now it's time for him to step up to the plate. When Taoist Whiskers received the order, his entire body was in a daze. Didn't he or she just need to teach people the art of Taoism? Why do you want to participate in such a dangerous military operation? He's just a Taoist priest himself, not a soldier, can't even shoot a gun myself. But, when he, too, had seen the deciphered telegram, the old Taoist priest, the whiskey Taoist, The expression was instantly grave. The old Taoist took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The bottom card that can be pinched by that Commander Kai until now. It was likely to jeopardize the lives of a large number of innocent civilians, as well as a large number of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. In that guy's hands it's very likely that, controlling creepy evil things, but those things he spoke of, the poor Taoist guesses, are most likely to be the night ghosts. Zombies are unlikely, as it is possible to deal with normal zombies with normal means. There's a high probability that it's a grievous ghost, something that can't be dealt with by such ordinary means. Wait for the poor Taoist. I'll go and prepare for a moment or two." When the lives of innocent people were involved, there was no way for the old Taoist to push back, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. If someone is using an unjust ghost to harm people, then he, who is a Taoist priest, it's just a responsibility to step in. There is also an obligation to intervene. Soon, the old Taoist priest got into an armed helicopter with the female Taoist child. Meanwhile, Bai Yi also gave the old Taoist priest something, which was a pair of red embroidered shoes. When the old Taoist got this pair of red embroidered shoes, at first he froze, then almost threw up in shock. "I'm dropping the ball. Nightly ghosts. The red coat. Mr. Bai actually kept a red-clad ghost. That was a fierce ghost that rarely appeared in 100 years. The old Taoist man was almost dumbfounded. He thought that he and Mr. White were the only two capable people inside the camp. Didn't realize there was actually a Zhao Qingyi. Chapter 122 Red-Clothed Night Ghost Zhao Qingyi. The city of Qingzhou County is broken. The old Taoist was now in a state of great apprehension, and he found himself in the mood of his life. Neither was as apprehensive as he was today, because this was the first time in his life that he was flying in the sky. Sitting in the cabin of the helicopter gunship, he couldn't tell how many clearing mantras he had recited in his mind. You can tell he's very nervous right now. After all, as long as he fell from the middle of the sky, he would have to go see his grandmaster. If the ancestor knew he died this way, then I'm afraid I'm still going to get my ass kicked by the ancestor. The old Taoist swallowed darkly. He was so nervous that he felt like he had the feeling of wanting to throw up all of today's breakfast. All of it. The deadliest thing is that he's holding a box in his hand. Inside the box, on the other hand, was a pair of red embroidered shoes. What this pair of red embroidered shoes represents is a red-clothed stern ghost. He's been a Taoist priest for so many years. He couldn't even tell himself how many wronged souls and ghosts he had transcended. But in all these years, there hadn't been a single red-clad ghost, because the conditions for the formation of a red-clothed stern ghost are too harsh. Harsh enough to be even rarer than zombies. Didn't realize. Now it actually brought him into contact with a red-clad ghost. And surprisingly, it was also a red-clothed stern ghost that was not affected by grievances or controlled by grievances. What kind of concept is that? Hiss. And such a red alien ground ghost was even a ghost servant of Mr. Bai. The old Taoist man was almost numb. Although he knew that Mr. White was very capable. But this was also capable of overdoing it, wasn't it? The red ghost as a ghost servant. Reckon STH. In this universal world, Mr. White is considered unique. This is something that I'm afraid no one has been able to emulate or have any ability to emulate. After all, the red-clothed stern ghost was far more powerful than those ordinary wandering ghosts. Even the old Taoist himself wasn't so sure. With his own strength alone, could he deal with a red-robed stern ghost? Estimated difficulty is very high. It was because he was able to feel that the red-clothed stern ghost, Zhao Qingyi, was giving him a sense of oppression. Such a sense of oppression made him certain that the other party was very powerful. No weaker than yourself. Senior uncle. Suddenly, a voice entered the old Taoist priest's ears. Senior uncle. I'm so sick. I want to throw up. Just see. The female Taoist child, Xia Mingyue, had a hard look on her face, and her small face looked slightly pale. She felt her head spin for a moment. Very groggy. I feel like my head hurts and I'm dizzy, and I want so badly to get the contents of my stomach and spit it out. Xia Mingyue's little face was almost wrinkled together. A look of wanting to vomit but not daring to. It was the first time in her life that she had ever been on an airplane, and in a helicopter at that. At first Xia Mingyue was still very excited. After all, this was going to fly up to the sky. She was even looking forward to being in the sky and seeing some kind of heavenly court or something. As a result, heaven she didn't see. Instead, there was a wave of dizziness that made me want to vomit. It feels very hard. It's worse than being sick. It's fine. Just normal airsickness. At this time, a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom sitting in the co-pilots. Patiently, he explained, if you really want to throw up badly, you can just do it. There's a bag next to the seat. That's a vomit bag. Just spit in it. If we really feel very sick, we can return to the camp. Let's get you down first, and let the medic inside the camp take a look at your condition. Although Xia Mingyue was only a small Taoist child, for the Dragon Kingdom, Even a small Taoist child belongs to the capable. All belong to the talent. Any loss of talent is unacceptable for the Dragon Kingdom. I think I can hold back a bit. Xia Mingyue still refused to go back, and she shook her little head vigorously, trying to get back to normal a bit. Time. Streaming. Although Qingzhou County is very far away from the manhwa camp, in front of the high-endurance helicopter gunships, that's a mere 2 hours away. After 2 hours of time, a very large county came into view of the helicopter gunship pilot. Here, it is Changju County. At this point, the few warlord defenders in Changju County have fallen into a state of despair. These warlord defenders simply didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to actually send people to attack them. Even more so, I didn't expect the offense to be so ferocious. Their walls were of no use at all, and were blasted through an opening by a single cannon shot from the Dragon Kingdom, and those bolt-action rifles in their hands, when faced with the advanced equipment of the Dragon Kingdom, nor does it reflect any usefulness. There's even a bomb drone operated by a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom. It directly blew up the defenders on the city walls and emboldened them all. It took just less than half an hour for the Dragon Kingdom to attack Qingzhou County. In less than half an hour, Qingzhou County was about to be lost. The warlord defenders in Changju County are very desperate. The number of defenders left here would have been small, plus a large amount of equipment, which was also taken away by Kai Yuan Shang's hordes. The rest is a mishmash of stuff. Under such circumstances, it was simply impossible to resist in the face of such a ferocious attack. Eventually, this very violent explosion in the walls of Changju County collapsed. A series of collapses. Also at this time, the helicopter gunships landed on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's siege position. The old Taoist priest, Xia Mingyue, walked out one after another. The moment they step on the ground and their feet hit the ground, they get a feeling of being head over heels. Almost didn't control the balance. Hiss. Looking at the city walls of Qingzhou County not far in front of him, the old Taoist priest sucked in a breath of cool air. Mr. Bai's army is, I'm afraid, unrivaled within the boundaries of the divine lands. Although he, an old Taoist priest, didn't know much about the military, but he was also able to see the might of the Dragon Kingdom. Unrivaled. After all, that Commander Kai's real lair is now lost. Chapter 123, Ghost Village in the Well. The panicked county magnates. Perhaps, even Kai Yenqing doesn't know that the home base of Qingzhou County. I can't believe it was breached so easily. At this time, the defenders of Qingzhou County had collapsed, and they died and fled. There was no one at all who dared to guard the walls, because for them, the warlord defenders, the walls of Changju County are their graves. If you want to stay alive, either get the hell out, either that or surrender. Have to say, the warlord garrison located in Qingzhou County is, in the final analysis, Kai Yenqing's class. Getting them to betray Kai Yuan Shang and then choose to surrender was as hard as heaven, but let them exit the walls, then they'd be more than happy to do so. After all, they want neither to die, and not wanting to betray Kai Yuan Shang. As for whether they'll be treated like a bunch of deserters if they do this, who knows? The army of the Dragon Kingdom, which had broken through Qingzhou County, immediately began to pour into the interior of Qingzhou County. The influx into Changju County was naturally preceded by an armored car and tanks. A soldier of the Dragon Kingdom began to occupy an excellent position inside the county. It didn't take long to take control of most of the county, but the number of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom isn't particularly high. That's why it's difficult to keep the whole county under control, but it's basically enough to control half of the county. The whole of Qingzhou County, all the common people, the rich merchants, the landlords and the rich peasants. It's all like a dream at this point. They all feel like they're dreaming now. Who would have thought that Commander Kai's home base would be attacked by a strange army? Even more so, no one could have imagined that the defenses of Qingzhou County were so weak. They believe the biggest reason, it's that Commander Kai who took too many people away, so that the defense force inside the county, it became very empty, allowing the enemy to take advantage of the situation at this time. But, they didn't realize that even if Kai Yuan Shang hadn't taken a large number of troops with him, even though Kai Yuan Shang had left a large amount of weaponry inside Qingzhou County, the end of Changju County's sack, the same will not change. The gap between the Dragon Kingdom and them is not by virtue of some troop strength, or some weaponry that can make up for it. Quite a few people inside the entire county were very flustered. Many people thought of the Dragon Kingdom army as those warlord forces of this world. After the average warlord captures a county, that must be a lot of burning and looting. To avoid being burned and looted, many of them were already calculating whether they should take advantage of the fact that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were still small in number now, taking the opportunity to rush out of this place of wrongdoing in Changju County. But, what the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did next in Changju County, but it left everyone stunned. Because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who entered Qingzhou County, instead of burning and looting inside the county, Instead, after controlling the inside of the county, large and small military points, just immediately allocate a portion of the manpower to clean up the battlefield in Shinjo County. To clean it up, the first thing to be cleared away, naturally, were the corpses of those warlord defenders. Then gather the wounded from the warlord's garrison. The military doctors of the Dragon Kingdom began to treat these wounded. There wasn't a single Dragon Kingdom soldier that harassed the common people inside the county. This made these people in Shinjo County, who were in a state of shock and disbelief, breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Although they didn't know that these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, why it's not quite the same as a normal warlord soldier. But, since the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't bother them, they didn't need to move out of the county. Actually, for most of the common people, it doesn't matter who's in charge in the county for a change. They've had a hard enough time anyway. Could there be a harder time than this? If it's still true that there's more work than that, then you can basically wait to die. So most of the common people who live a very ordinary life, there wasn't much feeling about the strong entry of the Dragon Kingdom's army into Shinjo County. On the contrary, those landowners and merchants were the ones who panicked the most. Because, when trying to bribe the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, surprisingly, there wasn't a single soldier from the Dragon Kingdom that accepted those bribes from them, no matter how high they pulled a bribe. Whether it was tens of oceans, or hundreds of oceans, the dragon soldiers were not interested. It made them very flustered. Not accepting bribes. What does that mean? This means that this is an army with very strict military discipline and a very high level of military literacy. But an army like this came to Qingchao County, and for them, the rich people of, not a good thing, because this represents the future of Clearwater County. There will be brand new rules, and those rules are expected to be very harsh and demanding. Already, a number of landowners, merchants, or families have sprung up with not so good vibes. Many people were constantly cursing Kai Yuansheng in their hearts. In their eyes, if it wasn't for Kai Yensheng, who had gone to mess with Bai Yi, how could Changju County be overrun again? In the meantime, other side, Shinjo County has been breached, and according to Commander Kai's instructions, we need to release those things. With my power alone, there's no way to release those things. I still need the assistance of all of you, fellow Taoists. The party can release those things. Meanwhile, Commander Kai has promised us a great deal of wealth. The value is probably around 300,000 yen. Release those things, and we will immediately leave Shinjo County and leave this place of wrongdoing. And then, the 300,000 yen worth of property will be divided equally between us together. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing brand new Taoist robes said with a serious face, "Fellow Taoists, this is Commander Kai's order. We are all strange men and women trained by Commander Kai. By Commander Kai's grace, releasing those things will cause a great disaster, but it will not implicate us, because I have a secret method to transfer the sins to another place. Now, all of you follow me to open the altar and spread the spell. Open up the village of ghosts in the well. Open it up." Chapter 124, Pulling a County to the Mat. Sealed Ghost Village. This is a suburban area in Shinjo County, the outskirts of a large county. As a rule, even if it's no more off the beaten path, there's still a little bit of human traffic. But this area was sent by Kai Yuansheng more than 10 years ago. It was completely blocked off. No one is allowed to enter this suburban area at will. What the hell is this about? Not many people in the entire county know, and those who know why are quiet about it, as if there was some taboo involved. Anyone who dares to enter this place, once discovered by the soldiers patrolling the area, in the lesser case, they will be thrown into jail for a decade or so. In the greater case, they will be shot. The kind that won't even leave a corpse for your relatives. However, it was in the middle of this forbidden land that a group of people appeared. The reason for their presence? That's because they got a telegraphic order from Kai Yuansheng. They're going to do something for Kai Yuansheng. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing brand new Taoist robes looked around with his eyes and, looking around at all these people, and then looking up again, at the sky that was about to be nightfall. His tone was very grave. "It will be dark in half an hour at most. All of us won't be able to run away if we wait until dark to open the well ghost village. At nightfall, once all those things inside the ghost village and the well come out, the first to die will be us. That's why we have to open the ghost village and the well at dusk." Although Kai Yuansheng's order was to release those things at night, but these days just about anyone is afraid of death, even if they're capable people trained by Kai Yuansheng. It contains Taoist priests, monks, sorcerers, and so on. It can be said that there are all kinds of things, but it doesn't mean they're not afraid to die. Kai Yuansheng has promised them 300,000 young property, but they also have to have the life to spend it. So, they took the liberty of opening the ghost village and the well right before nightfall. They open at dusk anyway. The yang is already thin at dusk, and the impact is not particularly significant. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure no one has any objections, right? the middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice. Then follow me and open the altar to spread the spell. His words fell. A group of people immediately opened the altar and laid the spell in the same place, and their movements could be described as very skillful. One could even say it was very quick. It was as if someone was rushing them. Every one of them looked very tense, for they all knew very well that what kind of scourge will the soon-to-be-released thing cause to Clearwater County? They also knew very well that if they did so, they would certainly lose their own life. They are also aware that if they do this, once those in the righteous path learn about it, then they will be hunted endlessly. But a man can risk hanging for a 300% profit, and the 300,000 yen promised by Kai Yuan Shang. For those of them, it's not just 300% anymore. Just because they are all capable people doesn't mean they are exempt. The best example of this is the old Taoist priest of the Lushan school, the whisking Taoist. The old Taoist priest who came from a famous Taoist sect couldn't even resist the temptation. Not to mention these halfway competent people. Of course the old Taoist doesn't do sinister things. If Bai Yi asked him to do something sinister, I guess the old Taoist just shrugged it off. Unfortunately, these guys in front of me don't have any ethics, much less morals, to speak of. After all, their origins were all mixed, and the only thing they might have in common was that none of them came from a famous school. They had long since been tainted inside by following a warlord like Kai Yuan Shang, even have human lives on their hands. These guys weren't supposed to be good people. They were all crippled Taoist types. Expect these people to have a conscience. Would you care about the common people? It's simply delusional. There were 9 of them present, and all 9 of them had their Dharma altars spread out in different locations. The 9 Dharma altars formed a huge circle, and right in the center of the circle was actually a wellhead. It's hard to imagine a wellhead in the middle of nowhere like this. Obviously there are not many other buildings around. The appearance of this wellhead was abrupt and very unnatural. The most notable thing is, above the mouth of the well there was actually a huge stone lion, sitting steadily in a crouch. The stone lions are carved so lifelike that it seems as if they are real. If one looks closely enough, one can see that the stone lion's body it was actually covered with engraved runes. The stone lion had its mouth wide open, and what it was holding in its mouth wasn't some stone ball, but an 8 trigrams mirror. The octagonal mirror dangles from a sturdy inked rope. At the end of the inked rope, there was actually a sword tied to it. It was a mahogany sword. With the 9 people together, they kept on doing the spell. At once, the wind is rising in this part of the world. The gusty winds kept whistling, flying sand, creepy as hell. This is a seal set by a Taoist ancestor 500 years ago. Now after 500 years of time and age, coupled with the fact that the aura of heaven and earth has begun to increasingly dry up, this seal has become very loose. The middle-aged Taoist let out a roar. Fellow Taoists, once the seal is opened, we will leave Qingzhou County immediately and must not stay here. Beneath the well, there is a complete ghost village. There are hundreds of ghosts inside. It's not our strength that can counteract it. Keep in mind, as the middle-aged Taoist priest's voice fell, the expressions of all those present it became more grave and tense. They didn't really know particularly much about the ghost village and the well, just a few conditions from some long-ago texts, but they knew that once the seal of the ghost village was opened, the entire Qingzhou County would have to suffer. Meanwhile, they were also staggered at Commander Kai's ruthlessness. I can't believe I have to pull a county on my back. Tough enough. Chapter 125, Great Disaster in Qingzhou. Evacuate the people in the county immediately. Wanting to find that bottom card of Kai Yuan Shang inside the huge Qingzhou County, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The old Taoist priest held a compass in his hand, which was a magic weapon of the Lushan sect. While staring intently at the compass in his hand, he said helplessly, "The task is arduous." This compass artifact in his hand possessed the function of detecting good and bad fortune. It was a magic weapon left behind by an ancestor of the Lushan sect. It has been passed down for centuries. A magic weapon that could be passed down for so long, it must be very reliable. And the old Taoist was able to possess a magic weapon that had been passed down for so long. It is also enough to show that he is among the Lushan sect. The status is certainly exceptional. Although it was unlikely to be the current headmaster of the Lushan sect, it was estimated to be a highly respected old-timer. He had already taken this compass, and under the protection of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, wandered the streets of Clearwater County for a little while. Nothing happened as a result. The compass didn't react much. This made the old Taoist wonder, can it be that Commander Kai is bluffing? That's not true either. Mr. White says this is an intercepted decrypted telegram message. That means that Commander Kai was unaware that his telegram had been intercepted and deciphered by Mr. Bai. So who was he bluffing for? So it can't be a bluff. But this compass in the poor Taoist's hand doesn't have any reaction either. Strange. Could it be that the power of the compass is not as strong as it used to be because too much time has passed? It shouldn't. I just soaked it inside the spirit spring yesterday and contained it for a full night. just as he was talking to himself. Suddenly, the compass in the old Taoist priest's hand trembled violently, and the magnetic needle on top of the compass rotated wildly. The old Taoist priest's expression changed instantly. It's omen. He had been in contact with this compass spell for several decades. He also avoided quite a few unnecessary risks because of this compass spell. But what made the old Taoist very incredulous was, the reaction of the compass spell was now too intense. So intense that it took him somewhat by surprise. The compass in his hand was trembling madly. The magnetic needle on the compass was spinning even more frantically. The old Taoist priest's expression changed dramatically. Not good. The situation. Hiss. Infinite Heavenly Father. Catastrophe. There are cataclysms. The old Taoist priest hurriedly mobilized the true chi in his body's meridians and instilled a strand of true chi within the compass. The vibration of the compass spell eased a bit, and the frantically spinning magnetic needle. It also finally slowed to a stop at this moment. Eventually, the magnetic needle points in the direction. It's the west side. West. The old Taoist priest said hurriedly. A great disaster is about to appear in the west of Qinzhou County. Quickly, let's get over there. It's an emergency. There's no time to lose. There's more. Get the people in Changzhou County. Try to get as many out as you can. Having said that, the old Taoist ran wildly in a direct direction towards the west, and the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom reacted quickly and immediately all of them followed. Their mission, to protect the old Taoist priest's safety. Xia Mingyue, a female Taoist child, also held quite a few things and followed closely. It was hard to imagine that she, who looked to be only 13 or 14, had such a good physique. It was actually able to keep up with the speed of an adult running. Meanwhile, there were also some soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom who immediately informed everyone that, let them go and evacuate all the people inside the county. For a while, the entire Qinzhou County was thrown into chaos, but it may be because the Dragon Kingdom has just attacked this place, and when the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom asked the people of the county, when they hurriedly evacuated Qinzhou County, it was surprising that not many civilians raised objections, and whether there were many civilians who chose to resist. Perhaps it was the powerful force of the Dragon Kingdom that had taken the people of the entire Qinzhou County and frightened them. They were initially afraid of Kai Yuan Shang's armed forces, and under the oppression of Kai Yuan Shang's armed forces, it has been hard-pressed to survive for a decade or two. Now, a power capable of defeating Kai Yuan Shang had appeared. This is an even more powerful armed force than Kai Yuan Shang, in southern Fujian province. Due to the fact that he didn't know the Dragon Kingdom particularly well, the people of Clearwater County, as they currently understand the Dragon State's invasion of Clearwater County, that is a more powerful evil dragon that wiped out the original one. But in the end, it's all evil dragons. All of them are ordinary people who can't afford to mess with them, and once they do, they'll only die. It really might even involve your own family. Out of this, the evacuation of the common people went very well, and it didn't take long to evacuate several thousand people. Though evacuating a few thousand people is a drop in the bucket for the huge Clearwater County. But in an emergency like the one we're in now, we can only save as much as we can. No way. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were also very helpless. Since Qinzhou County was Kai Yuanqing's stronghold, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who attacked Qinzhou County, the number of people was actually one of the largest teams inside the attack on all the counties. But such numbers, when placed at this time, seem very small. If Rococo had thousands of people here right now, that would presumably be able to evacuate half of the county very quickly. Now, though, it's able to evacuate thousands or tens of thousands of people. Sort of the limit. Dare I ask this military master, why do you want us to leave Qinzhou County? A merchant who had been forcibly evacuated from the city couldn't help but inquire weakly with fear in his heart. His family business is all inside Qinzhou County. If it's gone, half his life's work is gone. It was for this reason that he dared to pluck up the courage to inquire weakly. But the abuse he imagined he would receive did not happen. The Longhua soldiers explained very patiently and quickly. We're in the territory of Qinzhou County. A potential unknown danger has been discovered. It is highly likely that there are ghosts and monsters in Qinzhou County. Our people need to go and take care of it, so as not to spill over to the common people. Let's get you out of Clearwater County first. You guys can come back when it's settled. The merchant was not sure if this soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, saying this was true or not, but he knew he could only choose to believe. He had to follow a bunch of old people. Hurry up with a little dry food. Leave Clearwater County for a while. Chapter 126. A crooked way deserves to die. The severe ghosts came out of the cage, just as a group of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom evacuated the common people inside Qinzhou County. At the same time between the old Taoist priest and a group of others also ran to the western outskirts of the county. When they ran out into the countryside, all at once they felt that a cold chill approached. No, it wasn't a cold air at all, but a creepy in air. Hiss. Before seeing a single ghost around, he was able to feel this in chi. What the hell are those things Kai Yuan Shang released? And how many of those things are there? Everyone was very nervous at this moment, and the old Taoist priest had a very grave expression on his face. There was no look of relief on any of the faces. Every one of them was keeping an eye on the movements around them all the time, because they both feared that there might be danger lurking all around them. At this point in time, the sky had gradually darkened, and a large portion of the sun had already set in the west. Suddenly, a miserable scream coming from the same not far away made everyone's spirit instantly tighten up. It also attracts everyone's attention. They all looked over in that direction, but saw nothing. Go over there. The old Taoist gritted his teeth, whether it was because he had accepted Bai Yi's order or not, or for some other reason. As a Taoist priest of the Lushan sect, he had to go over and take a look, because the lives of many innocent civilians are at stake. Those old bald asses, hanging onto their mouths every day. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. How can a Taoist priest like him be no match for those old vultures? The old Taoist priest and the rest of the group totaled about 24 people. Among them, besides the old Taoist priest and Xia Mingyue, all the others were Dragon Kingdom soldiers protecting the two of them. Although the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom do not have the means, for the time being, to deal with those grievous souls standing in the cabinet, but they have the means to deal with those who are alive. Especially inside Qingzhou County, there is a high probability that there are still remnants of Kai Yuansheng's party. The existence of the remnants of Kai Yuansheng's party would most likely pose a threat to them, so the necessary close protection, it's a must. As they ran in the direction from which the screams had come, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Uncle Sherfu, Xia Mingyue said in a shocked voice, there are many people lying there. There are both Taoist priests and monks. And, then why is there a well, and a stone lion cracked in half? Just see, a head, one after another, variously dressed, lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Every one of them, they all look like they are getting less air in and more air out. Obviously all are in a state where they are no longer alive. Even if a highly skilled doctor came to save the day, there was probably nothing that could be done, which is true of modern doctors. The old Taoist priest did not respond to Xia Mingyue's words. He was currently staring at that wellhead with a pair of dead eyes, a look of horror written all over his face. He'd never seen such a thick cloudy aura before, and he could even see that in the wellhead. It was already covered with white frost, or rather frost. The inchi was already so thick that it could make the things around it float on a layer of frost. Hiss! What a terrifyingly stern ghost this really is. Help! Help me! Suddenly a feeble voice, with a strong desire to live, rang out. Help me! I don't want to die. I didn't expect the ghost village down the well to have so many severe ghosts. I didn't realize that they didn't care that there was still sunlight. Just break out. He saw a middle-aged Taoist priest in a brand new Taoist uniform, who was constantly struggling for help on the ground. A look of desperation was written all over his face, and begging at the same time. His eyes were filled with regret, from all this information revealed within his words, and then looking at the wellhead. The old Taoist basically guessed what the reason was. The old Taoist priest's expression was very ugly. What exactly did you guys put out? The already dying middle-aged Taoist priest weakly said, night ghosts. A ghost, sealed for hundreds of years. The ghosts are very numerous. There are so many of them that we can't fight them. They're as mad as hell. Save me. I don't want to die. Fellow Taoist, save me. Scram you. The old Taoist priest cursed. If I saved you, old Taoist, one must not be beaten half to death by the ancestor. You fellows, each and every one of you has an evil heart and an evil way. The old Taoist priest didn't want to save this guy at all. Not to mention that this guy was already hopeless. What kind of a concept is a whole ghost village full of unjust ghosts? A ghost village must have hundreds of ghosts, right? Hiss. The old Taoist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In this magically altered version of the Republic realm, ghosts are generally categorized into strength levels of Wandering Spirit, Injustice, Ghost in White, Night Ghost, Red Knight, Regent Green Ghost, Ghost King, Ghost Immortal. The ghosts inside the entire ghost village have been sealed for hundreds of years. After so many years of being inculcated by time, even the most ordinary wandering ghosts would probably have already turned into white ghosts, and those ghosts with a little bit more resentment are probably already severe ghosts by now, aren't they? As for whether or not there will be a red-coated ghost, the old Taoist dared not think. After all, the conditions for giving birth to a red-clad ghost were just too harsh. Truth be told, the only red-clothed stern ghost he had seen in his life was Zhao Qingyi. But, even though there were no red-clad ghosts inside the haunted village, but the white-clothed ghosts alone, as well as the stern ghosts, amounted to hundreds. Hiss, what's the deal? Mother ********. This bunch of evil devils and crooks lying on the ground, All of them are vermin, harming people. Death is not an option. Ignoring the man on the ground who was begging for help, the old Taoist immediately ran over to the mouth of the well and he immediately felt a yin chi so thick that it almost turned into substance hit his face, and he felt that his eyebrows were smeared with a layer of white frost. There was a feeling of poking his head, all the way inside the ice cellar. There's no ghosts in there. They're all out. I can feel them close to here, and I can also sense that among them, there are no beings stronger than me. But there is one, a being comparable to me. It is perhaps because of such a being that they dare to run out in the sun and forcing them out. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. It was certainly Zhao Qingyi. Chapter 127, Heartless Kaiyuan Shang. Finish them off in half an hour. Hearing Zhao Qingyi's voice that suddenly rang out, the old Taoist priest was startled all of a sudden. He almost pulled out a talisman seal from his bosom and prepared to wrestle and fight with the stern ghost. But upon realizing that this one voice that it seemed to be coming from inside this box he was holding, such that he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But there was still that little bit of trepidation in the old Taoist priest's heart. After all, holding a box hides a red-clad ghost inside. In this way he was very nervous all the way over. Although Mr. White said that this red-robed stern ghost was one of his ghost servants, and not letting resentment get in the way of sanity. But who can say about such things? Anyway, the old Taoist was very nervous. But, upon hearing these words from Zhao Qingyi, the old Taoist's face almost turned green. What? All the ghosts of this haunted village in the well actually came out altogether, and there was actually one inside these ghosts, comparable to Zhao Qingyi. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that one of the ghosts in this ghost village has reached the level of a red-clothed ghost? The old Taoist forced himself to calm down a little bit. This was the first time he took the initiative and asked Zhao Qingyi, Miss Zhao, dare I ask if you can feel that the approximate number of these ghosts? Zhao Qingyi was silent for a few seconds and returned, about 302, 302, 320? Upon hearing this exaggerated figure, the old Taoist priest's person almost went numb. At the same time a rage brewed within. I didn't expect that Commander Kai to be so ruthless and heartless, letting out so many stern ghosts, even though most of them are white ghosts. White ghosts can do harm, not to mention that there are quite a few stern ghosts among them, even, and the Red Knight. The old Taoist could not wait to return to the Lushan sect right now and invite all the people of the Lushan sect over. A few hundred ghosts would actually not be much of a problem if their Lushan sect came out in full force, but the problem was that it was just him and Xia Mingyue right now. And 2 Taoist priests were going to make so many more ghosts. It's not a normal pressure. Of course, could it be that he knew he couldn't back down now? Not even if he died and fell. Because if you retreat, the people in the middle of the scene will be hopeless. Though a few hundred ghosts, it's impossible to slaughter an entire county. All together. After all, Qingzhou County is a big county anyhow. Hundreds of ghosts would probably be perfectly capable of lying equal to death if they were capable of that. But they add up to thousands of people. Even close to tens of thousands. Reckon STH. It's still possible. Without saying a word, the old Taoist priest took out, from his arms, a large handful of yellow talismans. Immediately after that, he scattered all these yellow talismans, all over the ground. Both hands immediately pinched a seal and eventually began to chant continuously. And then, a flash of blazing fire burst out from his fingertips and landed on top of the large yellow talisman on the ground. Steep. The large yellow talisman on the opposite side of the room started to burn all of a sudden. And it even slowly floated up to the sky in the middle of the burning process, and then each yellow talisman floated in a different location. Seeing this scene, the old Taoist priest's expression was very ugly. These ghosts in the ghostly villages, I can't believe they're splitting up against the sun. With them topping the sunlight, there will definitely be quite a few ghosts with lower cultivation levels that will just go up in smoke. That's kind of good news for us. This direction, could it be pointing in a direction that has the highest number of yellow charms floating up in that direction? The old Taoist priest said gruffly. This direction, the direction with the highest number of ghosts, is likely that the red-robed stern ghost that Miss Zhao just mentioned is heading in this direction. Capture the thief first. We have to get rid of this red-clothed stern ghost. Then the rest of those white ghosts and ordinary stern ghosts will be much easier to deal with. In fact, the old Taoist priest was a little frightened in his heart. God knows how many ghosts there are in this location. How many of those white ghosts are there? Ordinary ghosts? If they were all white ghosts, then the old Taoist priest wasn't very worried. With his Tao, he would be able to exterminate as many white-clothed ghosts as came. But the ordinary night ghost, that's a different story. Knights can do a lot of harm. He felt like he was between the same time, and maybe just barely, took on a couple of stern ghosts. Any more than that and you won't be able to top it. But with the assistance of Xia Mingyue, a Taoist child, then it will be able to deal with a few more night ghosts when the time comes. But the biggest problem is that and a red-clad ghost. By then, I'm afraid it's just being able to ask Miss Xiao to deal with that one red-robed stern ghost. A fight between two red-clad ghosts. Truth be told, the old Taoist priest had never seen this kind of scene even after living for more than 60 years. The crowd immediately ran towards the direction that the old Taoist priest was pointing at. At the same time this message was passed through the communicators of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. It was transmitted to the middle of the military camp in the Dragon Kingdom. Passed to Bai Yi. Camp. Command. Ghost Village. Bai Yi's brows furrowed slightly. This Kai Yuansheng is really heartless enough. He should still have family members living in Qingzhou County as well, right? By the looks of it, he only paid great attention to the son of his, and did not pay much attention to those daughters of his. It could even be said that there was no affection to speak of. By virtue of the dust-whisking Taoist, Xia Mingyue, and Zhao Qingyi, these two men in one ghost. It's not always possible to deal with so many grievous spirits and ghosts. Bai Yi slowly took a deep breath. It looks like he had still underestimated Kai Yuansheng's ruthlessness and the other party's deathbed counterattack. Under the circumstances, not out on your own. It's not working. Prepare an armed helicopter for me. I'm going to make a personal trip to Chongju County. In the meantime, tell the main regiment commander to settle this side of the battle within half an hour. Then immediately lead the men and go to support Qingzhou County to aid the local people. He commanded. Chapter 128, Mighty Ghosts Out of the Cage. Haste is the order of the day. Chongju County. At this time within the Qingzhou County has become cloudy wind gusts, so that people's feeling is quite cold all over the body. But what's confusing is that right now, it's still clearly the end of summer. By all accounts, late summer and early fall in the south are no different from the great summer of. After all, there is only summer and winter in the south, but the temperature now is always very cold. It was cold enough to make people, shrink. By now the sun had completely set, and night had enveloped the entire Qingzhou County. If you look up you can still see the stars in the sky and a bright moon. It is reasonable to say that in a large county such as Qingzhou County, even at night time, still very much alive. After all, the population of the entire Qingzhou County alone amounted to a full 1,000,000 people. A county of 1,000,000 people in this day and age is definitely a tremendous county. Of course, this number would be a larger county at best if it were in modern times, or hold out for a small 18th tier city. But it was in this kind of magically altered version of the Republic of China's dimensional county with a large population. Today's night was exceptionally silent. It was so silent that it was a little frightening. Son's father, are we sure we won't leave the county? Those officials and soldiers who have attacked Qingzhou County already told us to hurry up and leave the county tonight. If we don't leave, there's a good chance we'll encounter ghosts and monsters. In the middle of a private house inside the county town, a woman couldn't help but ask with worry. After hearing the inquiry of Mrs. A middle-aged man said impatiently, "Where did all those demons and devils come from? It must be those guys, thinking of some way to raid our home again." Obviously, this middle-aged man was not particularly fond of the Dragon Kingdom's military. After all, he didn't know the style of the Dragon Kingdom's military, and he doesn't know the style of the Dragon Army. There is a world of difference between the two and the style of those warlords inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. It was because of this lack of understanding that made him prejudiced against the army of the Dragon Kingdom. It also filled him with conspiracy theories about the Dragon Army, evacuating them for this act. Let him think it's a conspiracy. Maybe after they leave the house tonight and get out of the county for a while. Back on day 2, everything in the house is gone. But the woman is still very worried that she always had a bad premonition. But I always feel strange tonight. It's obviously a big summer night. Why is it so gloomy and cold? And some of the surrounding neighbors have left the county. So isn't it a bit bad that we're the only ones left behind? It's weird, the middle-aged man said with a cold snort. Those neighbors left and it's only the fear of guns in the hands of these pawns. And do you really think that they're worried about any ghosts or monsters? 2. Though it is true that there are many wandering spirits in these times of war and chaos, but aren't wandering spirits always in the middle of nowhere? This is Qingzhou County, and with so many people inside Qingzhou County, which ghost would dare to approach? However, just as his words had fallen, all of a sudden, there seemed to be some kind of noise coming from outside. That seemed to be the sound of something dragging against the ground. Rustling. It was quite a bit unnerving. Kid, father, outside, is there any strange sound? The woman swallowed darkly as she cautiously looked toward the closed door of the residence, then hurriedly averted her eyes again. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "What are you afraid of? I guess it's a wild cat passing by." But the rustling outside didn't go away. Instead, the sound began to become more pronounced. It seems to be getting closer. Suddenly, the strange sounds coming from outside stopped. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. "I told you, it's just a wildcat passing by. Now that the wildcat is gone, the sound is naturally gone. However, The woman's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had a look of having seen a ghost. The woman's voice was incredibly shaky. The doorway. The middle-aged man froze. He craned his head to look like over the doorway of the residence. Then his pupils clenched suddenly, because he saw a strand of hair, outside, coming through the door. That one hair was very long, as if it were a flexible swimming snake. Those hairs seemed to be exploring something, swimming slowly up the door panel. It seems, looking for the bolt. And it found it. With a crisp sound, the bolt fell to the floor. Following, an eerie ghastly wind whistled past, and the door of the house was blown heavily open. The middle-aged man and woman in the house. One could clearly see that the two portraits of the door gods that were plastered on the door panel had actually been torn to pieces. A white ghostly figure, blocking in the doorway. Hiss! The couple snapped back a breath of cold air. Almost at the same time, great fear floated in the middle of his mind. Cold sweat overflowed. Creepy. A cold, sinister aura permeated the house. And it made the two young fires on their shoulders, as well as the one on top of their heads, start to become shaky. It was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Suddenly, the white ghostly figure raised its head violently, revealing a face that was blurred to the extreme, though it was hard to see exactly how it looked, but a sense of spiteful hideousness could be clearly felt. The white-clad ghost's long hair was windless. In the midst of the two couples' incredibly horrified gazes, the hair shot straight out at them. Sins, until a girl's stern voice came. The Supreme Lord taught me to kill ghosts, with my divine formula. The left supports the 6 armors, the right guards the 6 dings. What god does not lie in wait, and what ghost dares? Urgent. Shu, a short mahogany sword wrapped in a pale yellow spirit talisman. It was thrown out by Xia Mingyue's gritted teeth in a hard throw. Moment. The mahogany sword stabbed into the chest of the long-haired white-robed ghost, like a hot knife into the butter. Chapter 129, The Trail of the Red-Clothed Night Ghost. There was a difference between a ghost and a ghost. Although Xia Mingyue was only a small Taoist child inside the huge Lushan sect, but no matter what, that's still a little Taoist boy from the Lushan sect. It's like being the same college student, a 985 college student versus a regular 2-year college student. There's still a difference. It can even be said that there is definitely a heavenly difference between the two. Xia Mingyue, even if she did not harbor a sense of meridian qi, but by virtue of the incantations inherited from the Lushan school, as well as the ghost-repelling artifacts and talismans brought out from the Lushan sect, it still allowed her to engage in a fight with the white ghost. The long-haired white-robed ghost that had been stabbed into its body by this short peachwood sword instantly let out a mournful and miserable scream. The part that was pierced by the mahogany short sword was bubbling up madly with true white. It wasn't just any old white smoke. Rather, it's the yin on this white ghost. The yin chi was leaking in an unstoppable manner. The long-haired, white-robed ghost's blurred face seemed to carry an endless grimace as well as resentment. It turned to Xia Mingyue, and its roiling hair turned around. However, just as it was about to forcefully endure the pain and strike out at Xia Mingyue, suddenly, the yellow talisman on the mahogany sword that pierced into its body unexpectedly burned automatically. The long-haired white-robed ghost's body, at this moment, shook violently. The screams began to become more harrowing. The ear-piercing sound, which made one's eardrums feel a hard time. A large amount of yin qi leaked out from its body. White smoke curls up. It's cold as hell. Its body was actually disintegrating with the naked eye. A true sense of the soul flying away. The short mahogany sword fell to the ground, and the ghost in white was completely gone. Phew! Xia Mingyue exhaled heavily, blood still dripping from the tip of her middle finger. Her meridians did not contain true qi, only able to use his own blood to catalyze the spirit talisman. Her small face wore a bitter color and was filled with exhaustion as she said helplessly, "Seen your uncle. That's too many. This is already the 12th white ghost we've encountered inside Changju County. How long has this been going on? Not even half an hour, right?" The old Taoist priest followed behind Xia Mingyue as he felt the yin qi that filled the air. The expression was very somber, and he sighed slightly. The ghosts that run inside the county in the ghost village are, at the very least, ghosts of the white realm. Ghosts of a lower realm than Whitey were killed by the sunlight as they climbed out of the well. There may have been some of the white ghosts, too, who were also killed by the dusk sun. But even so, the number of white-robed ghosts is still staggering. The old Taoist priest paused and continued. Nowadays, the ghosts inside the whole county, I'm afraid that there are hundreds of white ghosts alone, and those that have reached the level of ordinary stern ghosts must be estimated to be a dozen or 2 dozen. But we haven't seen the red-clad ghost lately. We must speed up the process of overtaking these ghosts, because if they are once allowed to victimize more people, they will become more powerful. Even those hundreds of white-robed ghosts may have existed that metamorphosed into severe ghosts as a result. Once so many white ghosts have metamorphosed into severe ghosts, The old Taoist priest had an ugly expression. The consequences are unimaginable. He was now so angry that he couldn't wait to kill that Commander Kai alive. That old is actually so deranged. And he didn't expect that inside this Qingzhou county, there was actually such a ghost village. It's amazing that there are so many ghosts inside the ghost village. And the predecessor who sealed up this ghost village hundreds of years ago was also too irresponsible. Why don't you just kill the ghosts inside, one by one? Even if he couldn't deal with it alone, it would be okay to notify the other Taoist sects, right? Wouldn't it be better to have those powerful gates come over and settle this ghost village? Why seal it and leave it alone? It's a pit for posterity. I don't know if Miss Zhao has found the red-clothed ghost. If we find that red-robed ghost, solving that red-robed ghost will be equivalent to solving most of the crisis. The old Taoist monk murmured. After all, I'm not so sure that the poor Taoist can I beat it. When it comes to ordinary ghosts, the old Taoist priest is not even afraid. Let him catch ordinary ghosts all night long. But he was pretty freaked out when it came to the red-clad ghosts, mostly because he hadn't even dealt with them before. What if the red-clad ghost is more powerful than he is? Although born in a famous sect, he possessed a lot of means and even a lot of secret arts. But the price to be paid for those secret arts to be cast out was unacceptable. It's best not to use it until it's absolutely necessary. Ugh, catastrophe. In the meantime, Changju County, the other side, a red-robed silhouette swept above the eaves of a house. Wherever they passed, a thin layer of frost would condense on top of the eaves, which was the yin qi that was thick to a certain level. Suddenly, the red-clothed silhouette casually waved her hand, and her scarlet long sleeves fiercely probed out a dozen meters away. Quickly, one of the night ghosts was bound in a deadly grip. The blurred face of the stern ghost had a horrified expression before it could do anything else. The red sleeve that bound the night ghost was blatantly strong. Boom! The night ghost screamed before he even had a chance to make a sound. The body then exploded violently. Ashes to ashes. The soul is broken. These ordinary night ghosts, although only one level lower than the red-robed night ghosts, but this one level is a world of difference. The strength of both sides, simply not on the same level. The seventh one. Zhao Qingyi gently spat out a number from her red lips that were opened one by one. Those white ghosts, all of which she didn't care about, specialized in hunting and killing the severe ghosts, because if these severe ghosts harm people, ordinary people are powerless to resist. Ordinary people can still struggle when they meet a ghost in white, and still be able to find a way to survive. But if you meet a ghost, only able to wait for death, Suddenly, as if she sensed something, her eyes quickly locked onto a direction. The color of his face was grave. That's red. Chapter 132 Red Clothes Fighting. Bai Yi's arrival. Zhao Qingyi has only appeared like this now 3 times since she became a ghost. A mixture of tension and gravity. The first time was when he was subdued by the crippled Taoist priest. At that time, she fought the crippled Taoist priest for several hours. Unfortunately at that time she was still an ordinary night ghost. Couldn't fight the crippled Taoist at all. Eventually, suppressed in the midst of red embroidered shoes. The second time, it was when he was shocked by the aura of national fortune on Bai Yi's body. At that time, she almost thought she was going to die, but did not expect to survive. Until now, Zhao Qingyi felt that it was because Bai Yi was holding back on her. She doesn't know. The Bai Yi of that time didn't know any Taoist techniques. The third time was now. Zhao Qingyi could clearly feel that a kind of pounding pressure assaulted his body. Coming face to face with a red-clad ghost exactly like herself was something she had never experienced before. But Zhao Qingyi wasn't afraid, and no fear. Without hesitation, she swept towards that direction and soon arrived on top of a long street. Suddenly, a very pure yin qi was like substance, shooting from one direction. Caught off guard, Zhao Qingyi only had time to dodge to the left, but it still didn't quite dodge it. The yin qi that had turned into substance seemed to carry extreme power, and it grazed her cheek. Zhao Qingyi immediately felt a wave of pain. There was actually an opening in the cheek. Wisps of yin qi were constantly overflowing outward from the gaping hole in his cheek. Suddenly, another yin qi shot out, but this time Zhao Qingyi was already prepared for it. Immediately waved his sleeve to fend it off. The yin qi that shot out, and the scarlet red sleeves, collided with each other. There was actually a popping sound. A violent popping sound like a grenade explosion stirred up a layer of airwaves spreading outwards, rolling up in a cloud of sand and dust, as if Zhao Qingyi had sensed something, blocking the yin qi attack on her. Immediately send the red sleeve forward. The scarlet red sleeve instantly flew out a dozen meters away, ruthlessly crashing into a residential house on the street. Boom! The wall of the private residence was directly collapsed by red sleeve, and a ghostly shadow flew out in a sorry state. That was actually a red shadow as well. Red Knight. The gazes of the two red-robed knights clashed in mid-air. Both could see the hostility in the other's eyes. What kind of ghost are you? The same ghosts and monsters? Why do you want to maim us? No matter why you did it, since you've already done it, you're going to die today. Death. Die. Die. The red-robed stern ghost from the ghost village had a look of resentment written all over his face. Its body was haunted by an astonishing inchi and resentment. From its tone of voice, one could hear the kind of resentment that showed as much madness as possible. God knows, when it was alive, exactly what was going on. That's what makes it so amazingly spiteful. The other party didn't even give Zhao Qingyi a chance to speak, and directly swept in without saying a word. The nails on both hands were incomparably narrow and sharp, and they grabbed viciously towards Zhao Qingyi's neck. It was as if he wanted to grab Zhao Qingyi's head, straight off. Zhao Qingyi's embroidered eyebrows were clustered, immediately pulled back, narrowly dodging his opponent's attack. The speed of the strange red-robed stern spirit before him. It was much faster than she thought it would be. The opponent was not much weaker than himself. Sure, it wasn't much better than myself. Maybe it's because they've been sealed inside the Inuyasha ghost village for a long time. Give the other side no chance to do harm for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years have passed without drawing in a single bit of the living's young energy. So after all this time, it's still just a red-clad ghost. That too can be explained. Zhao Qingyi was actually curious as to why the other party was also able to become a red-clothed stern ghost. After all, of all the ghosts she'd seen, the ghost in front of him was the only red-clad ghost like himself. But, with the other party's maniacal tone and resentful expression, one can tell that the other side has little sanity left in their estimation. Trying to find out from a ghost whose mind is dominated by resentment what happened to it before it was born. That's as hard as it gets. After all, there wasn't much sanity left in this night ghost. There is simply no way to communicate effectively. This, Zhao Qingyi was very clear. Because she's been there. Oh no. It should come over the ghost. The two red-clothed night ghosts immediately fought. The people in the surrounding area who did not have the time to leave Qingzhou County were so scared that they all held their heads in their hands and tried to leave this place of wrongdoing in a hurry. For them, the ordinary people, the two stern ghosts are fighting. That's nothing less than a goddamn fight. Once they, ordinary people, were caught in the wave, there would definitely be no return. Many people were already regretting that they hadn't left Qingzhou County in time. Who would have thought that what those Dragon Kingdom soldiers said was actually true? The two red-robed stern ghosts fought very loudly. So loudly that the old Taoist priest in the distance noticed it. Far away. Without saying a word, the old Taoist priest would point his hand more than a sword and then wipe it toward his own eyes. His eyes seemed to twinkle for a moment. It's the red-clothed ghost. That red-clothed ghost has appeared. And Miss Zhao is fighting with it. Let's hurry over and help Miss Zhao. The old Taoist priest hurriedly scattered his legs and ran wildly. God knows where on earth he got such good stamina when he was already in his 60s? The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had been following him and protecting him were exhausted. It was probably because of the true chi in the old Taoist priest's body. After all, energy like true chi does strengthen the body. It was just a pity that the old Taoist priest was very far away from the location where the two red-robed stern ghosts were fighting. By the time he ran past, maybe the yellow flowers are cold. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the dim night sky, attracting the attention of many Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Likewise, it attracted the attention of the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist froze. What is that? What machine? Helicopter gunships. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom next to him spoke up and explained. It must be Major by himself. Hiss. Mr. White, he's here. The old Taoist priest was shocked. He didn't expect a big shot like Bai Yi to personally come to such a dangerous Qingzhou County. Is that the dragon soldier? Chapter 131, Bai Yi's arrival. The special ability of the red-clothed night ghost. A dragon-armed helicopter hovered in mid-air, its propellers churning the air and make a loud noise. Spinning a speed rope slowly dangled down. Immediately afterward, a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom slid down from the top of the speed rope. One of these Dragon Kingdom soldiers. That includes Whitey. This was the first time Bai Yi had come to Qingzhou County. In the middle of Kai Yanqing's base camp. This was at the same time the first time he had left the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. When both feet hit the ground, Bai Yi then felt a deep cold chill come over him. A morose gloom to be exact. A very dense chi. Bai Yi's gaze looked around the room, taking in the surroundings, and he sensed Zhao Qingyi's presence at the first moment, as Zhao Qingyi was already his ghost servant, and the two parties had already established a certain connection. Bai Yi could sense that Zhao Qingyi seemed to be fighting a strong enemy right now. Her aura, among Bai Yi's senses, was somewhat erratic, most likely because her opponents are very good. At least, the strength was not below Zhao Qingyi. Encountering an existence whose strength was not below Zhao Qingyi's in this part of Qingzhou County. I'm afraid it's the same things that Kai Yuan Shang said he was going to release earlier, isn't it? In other words, Zhao Qingyi has already found the red-robed ghost that ran out from the ghost village, and the two sides have already begun a fierce exchange of blows? Bai Yi could sense Zhao Qingyi's exact location, and it wasn't particularly far from his side. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Qingyi, who was fighting with the red-clothed stern ghosts, also sensed Bai Yi's presence. Zhao Qingyi also didn't expect Mr. Bai to personally come to Qingzhou County. Her eyes flashed with viciousness all of a sudden. The two greenish-red long sleeves were like two swimming dragons at this moment, surging continuously. The long sleeve instantly struck the red-clothed night ghost's chest in a lightning-fast manner. The red-clothed night ghost didn't expect Zhao Qingyi to suddenly lash out. In a moment of inattention, he suddenly flew out backwards. The chest was even more sunken. The yin qi that turned into white mist leaked out. The entire body of the ghost smashed viciously through a courtyard wall. It fell straight to the top of another street. The red-clothed knight's expression became even more hideous all of a sudden. However, just as it was about to struggle to its feet, suddenly, it sensed what seemed to be a very strong fluctuation of yang qi behind it. The red-robed knight turned his head back with a grimace on his face. Only a flash of golden light was seen flying. Just because the red-clothed ghost had been covered with resentment and had lost its sanity didn't mean that it would be stupid and, hardly catching this golden light, the red-clothed stern ghost immediately moved towards one side, dodging it in a flash. The golden light grazed against its neck. An indescribable burning pain came from the neck. It made a very clear scorch mark on the pale, paper-like neck. Severe pain sensation. It made it let out a howl of dismay. The howling of a ghost. Very harsh. A pair of eyes filled with a look of hatred amongst them. Its eyes, which were filled with hatred as well as resentment, stared dead on at the person in front of him, who had attacked him with golden light. Are you the red-robed stern ghost from the haunted village? The concentration of yin qi on his body is indeed very astonishing, and this level of yin qi is even on the ground, which has formed a layer of snowfrost. A calm voice rang out in the darkness, a voice that sounded very young. The incoming. It was clearly Bai Yi. Facing a red-robed night ghost straight on wasn't much of a strain for Bai Yi. It was because he already possessed a noteworthy Tao today. The proficient level of the dragon tiger holding Dan Qi nourishing Kung Fu gave him a Taoist skill not much worse than that of an old Taoist priest. It can even be said to be more enhanced than the old Taoist priest. It was because Bai Yi's physical qualities were many times stronger than the old Taoist priest. Bai Yi's physical qualities were exaggerated after the physical strengthening of the double piercing gate. Fighting a tiger with your bare hands is no joke. His powerful body provided him with a very majestic blood in yang qi. If an ordinary person, who is affected by the yin energy of a red-clothed stern ghost, it's probably going to be extra cold all over. Movements can be very stiff, even walking with a lurch. But for Bai Yi, this feeling was like turning on an air conditioner for him, though it also felt a little chilly. But that's about it. Not much of an impact. Suddenly, a pair of red sleeves came suddenly from behind the red-clothed night ghost, making the momentarily unguarded red-clothed night ghost. Once again, he was smashed away. Zhao Qingyi's figure slowly appeared, coldly looking at the red-clothed stern ghost that was smashed out. Following which, again, he laid his eyes on Bai Yi. The icy gaze instantly softened and with a slight look of respect and admiration, Mr. White, Zhao Qingyi greeted Bai Yi very respectfully. Nowadays, she was already Bai Yi's ghost servant. In other words, Bai Yi's subordinate. And it's still the kind that ensures 100% loyalty, because she had made a vow that if broken, she faces what will be an excruciatingly painful ordeal. Aha! Bai Yi nodded slightly. He didn't really have too many restrictions on Zhao Qingyi, even if the other party is nominally one's ghost servant. Zhao Qingyi reminded, Mr. Bai, this red-clothed stern ghost is very strong, not below me. However, after the brief contact between me and it, I realized that its weakness should be its lack of speed. The reflexes are also slower, probably because of being affected by the grievances, but its defense is strong. No matter how my attacks land on its body, none of them have the means to cause great damage to it. Even if it is able to bring a little damage to it, it will be able to recover very quickly. Each of the red-coated knights has a special ability, and the other's special ability too. It might just be defense and recovery. This red-clothed stern ghost is very difficult to deal with. One red-robed ghost said fervently that the other red-robed ghost was difficult to deal with. Such a very odd picture. Chapter 132 Thunder Talisman. Thunder Method. Heavily injuring the red-clothed stern ghost. Just before the time when one man and one ghost were talking to each other, the red-robed stern ghost that was smashed out of the room and restarted struggling to get to his feet. Its sunken chest was actually back as it was. It looked as if it hadn't suffered any injuries. It had a scowl written all over its face. At the same time a slight pain could be seen among the grimace, as you can see from this expression. Its defense and recovery abilities are strong though, but that doesn't mean it doesn't feel pain. It's not clear exactly what the ghost's pain mechanism is, but since it hurts, that meant Zhao Qingyi's attack was effective. It also showed that its defense, too, wasn't as strong as it was thought to be. If the attack is strong enough, it is also capable of being exterminated. Suddenly, the red-clothed stern ghost that struggled to get up, lunged in the direction where Bai Yi was. Obviously, this red-robed stern ghost thought of Bai Yi as that kind of soft persimmon. In the face of the red-clothed stern ghost that had swooped over, Bai Yi didn't make any evasive moves. Next moment, Zhao Qingyi's blurred silhouette then followed, her sleeves transforming into a sky full of red cloth flying around. Immediately, the red-clothed night ghost's form was bound. However, the red-clothed stern ghost was not a vegetarian either, and it erupted with a shocking yin qi. Surprisingly, Zhao Qingyi's red sleeve was hardened and cracked by a few points. Zhao Qingyi's expression instantly changed, her embroidered brows furrowing to reveal a pained expression. Apparently the red sleeves were not her clothes, but part of her ghostly body. While Zhao Qingyi was binding the red-clothed stern ghost, Bai Yi had an extra spirit talisman in his hand at some point, and it was a dark purple spirit talisman. His eyes were slightly solemn, and the true qi in his body immediately surged and flowed. Bai Yi's lips moved to bite the tip of his tongue. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He took a mouthful of blood from his tongue and spat it on top of this purple spirit talisman in his hand. True qi quickly poured in violently. Shara. This purple spirit talisman exuded a creepy and terrifying aura. The air seemed to be faintly resounding with the sound of a burst of thunder, and that terrifying aura even Zhao Qingyi was frightened by. Bai Yi's mouth quickly recited the Taoism recitation, and his body's true qi crazily poured into the spirit talisman. It even caused an arc of electricity to flash above this spirit talisman in his hand, as if feeling a sense of crisis coming on. The red-clothed stern ghost that was bound by Zhao Qingyi struggled even more. Zhao Qingyi was already vaguely about to bind. Let go of it. At this time, only Bai Yi could be heard. All of a sudden, uttering a sentence, Zhao Qingyi couldn't help but think too much as she immediately let go of her red sleeves. After the red-robed night ghost got out of the way, before he had a chance to make any moves, he only saw a flash of thunder that it came out of Bai Yi's hands in a flash of electricity in the night sky. Strike the red night. Rumble. Deafening thunderclaps rang out of thin air, and the red-clothed ghost let out an unprecedented howl of agony and misery. The sound waves formed by the mournful howls even shattered the not-so-sturdy glass of some of the street-side stores. The horrible electric light almost illuminated the whole street. For that brief moment of effort, this was not ordinary lightning, but divine lightning that was drawn out with the power of the seal of the runic symbol. God's thunder was out. All evils retreat. The purple spirit talisman that Bai Yi had thrown, that was even a very high-grade lei shirshi. It was drawn by him based on the Lushan sect's runic seal scripts. Bai Yi also didn't expect his talent to be demonic to that extent in the cultivation path. It was mentioned inside the canon that this kind of lightning talisman was very difficult to make. Making it 100 times doesn't always work once, and it takes a lot of material each time. Each time the materials consumed must be worth at least several hundred oceans. So, you can't be a Taoist priest if you're poor. However, Bai Yi succeeded in just 2 tries, which made him doubt himself that, is it the bastard son of some Taoist ancestor? Or is it that? Is it because of the reason that double piercing gate had upgraded his physique before? Anyway, he just drew it, and it works. It looks like what was mentioned in the canonical books wasn't wrong. The power of this thunder talisman is extremely amazing, but the consumption is also very exaggerated. Bai Yi mumbled to himself while feeling the true qi in his body. He realized that the true qi in his internal meridians had actually consumed 1/3 of it directly. There also came from among the spirits an unprecedented sense of exhaustion. At this time he set his eyes on the red-clothed stern ghost. At this moment, the red-clothed night ghost suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow. Its hideous expression actually flashed a hint of awe, but then there were flashes of endless resentment, as well as hideous. It's covered in wounds, large and small. Yin qi was constantly flowing out of the wounds, causing half of the street to be shrouded in a white mist like yin qi. Zhao Qingyi was also shocked at the power of the spirit talisman Bai Yi used. If Mr. White hadn't allowed himself to loosen his sleeve in time just now, then one is likely to be susceptible to the ripple effects. He himself didn't have the strong defense and recovery power of the red-clothed ghost in front of him. If one is struck by this talisman, the heavy blows suffered are bound to be more severe. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyi also had to lament that a profession like Taoist priests were really blessed with a natural talent. Young Taoist priests are able to deal with centuries-old fierce ghosts, and even freshly initiated Taoist children, given enough magic weapons, are able to deal with the wrongful spirits and wild ghosts. On the contrary, this red-robed ghost had worked so hard for so long, even for hundreds of years, still just a red-clad ghost. God, with people, it's favoritism. Ever, you're a human being yourself. Although Zhao Qingyi was very emotional in her heart, she didn't let go of this wonderful opportunity. Forcibly suppressing the shock as well as palpitations within his heart, she quickly attacked her body and turned her hands into sharp claws. ruthlessly grabbing at the red-clothed stern ghost's neck. Tear. The neck of the red-clothed night ghost was actually half torn open by her hard. A huge head just shrugged. The inchi was bubbling out like crazy, and Zhao Qingyi's 10 fingers were actually traumatized as well. As they twisted irregularly, it made her expression falter, showing pain. But she didn't stop her movements. A mouth that was surprisingly wide open and viciously tearing at the red-clothed stern ghost's shoulder, unexpectedly hardened the other party's shoulder, biting off a large piece. The red-clothed night ghost let out an even more mournful and miserable howl as it erupted with astonishing strength. Shook Zhao Qingyi out. Chapter 133. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Zhao Qingyi, who flew out backwards, managed to stabilize himself in mid-air, finally floating down to the ground. His complexion didn't look particularly good, and his soul body looked slightly dull. And the red-clothed stern ghost that had managed to shock Zhao Qingyi out of the room, it seemed to have fallen into a bout of weakness as well. And the soul body actually looked like it had become somewhat translucent. The body even stumbled slightly directly. It seemed like it was so close to falling to the ground, probably because of the heavy blows it had suffered, which had brought it back to its senses a little. Letting its reason prevail for the time being, it temporarily suppressed the monstrous resentment. After all, Bai Yi and Zhao Qingyi joining forces was not a simple 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. When Zhao Qingyi fought with the red-clothed night ghost, he was able to fight it to a draw. Now after adding another Bai Yi, the red-clothed stern ghost was directly at a disadvantage. There wasn't even much resistance. Ho, ho, ho. A sound of unknown significance emanated from amongst the throat cavity of the red-robed stern ghost. Its eyes were filled with a resentful look. Dawn Guard, Taoist, Red, Knight. It looked at Bai Yi, who had a breezy expression on his face, and then at Zhao Qingyi, who had resumed his expressionless face, completely baffled as to why such a combination would join forces. It questioned Zhao Qingyi. You sucked the yang energy of these ordinary people along with us. Why help a newbie Taoist when you can obviously become more powerful? Obviously. Perhaps it was because Bai Yi had used Taoist magic. He thought that Bai Yi was a Taoist priest. Zhao Qingyi didn't answer its questioning. She was too lazy to answer these questions. Without saying a word, Zhao Qingyi's double sleeves flew out once again. While it's weak, it's going to kill it. The red-robed stern ghost didn't expect Zhao Qingyi to strike so decisively, not even giving himself the slightest chance to catch his breath. His own stalling with verbal attacks actually didn't work. It hastily dodged the incoming scarlet sleeves, but the next moment a peachwood sword flew in rapidly. The mahogany sword is made from a full 500 years of lightning strike wood, and on top of the body of the mahogany sword, there were also very complicated talismanic seals engraved on it. The mahogany sword ruthlessly stabbed the red-clothed stern ghost in the back, like a hot knife slicing through butter. The mahogany sword poked into it with ease. There was a great deal of white smoke. The inchi inside the red-clothed night ghost was leaking out. Hiss letting out a chilling scream of dismay. The endless grievances even affected the surrounding air, making it look extremely distorted. The endless grievances once again pushed down its sanity, causing its face to look as insane as possible. It pulled the mahogany sword out stiffly and then threw it hard to the ground. Kill, 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 die, death, die, kill them all. All must die. Die, die, die. Even though its body had already suffered many heavy blows, it did not hesitate to, charged in Bai Yi's direction. It looks like a wild animal without reason. That's the weakness of a stern ghost with an overly strong grudge. The grudge will overpower their sanity. When their sanity is suppressed, they will harm people indiscriminately, trying to devour the yang energy of all living people. Bai Yi's hands quickly pinched his seals, mouth full of words. Steep. His body unexpectedly blossomed into a cloud of golden light, which flowed continuously on top of his skin. Boo! The sharp claws of the red-clothed stern ghost collided fiercely with Bai Yi. There was an amazing popping sound. It was as if two very strong pieces of metal had collided with each other. Bai Yi's body violently flew backwards before landing firmly on the ground. The ground was stomped out hard with two shallow craters, but the body didn't shed a drop of blood. Surprisingly, he didn't suffer a single injury. Chanting golden light mantra. Immediately, Zhao Qingyi's double sleeves flew out wildly, wrapping the red-clothed stern ghost in a deadly grip. A silhouette could be clearly seen, surging ceaselessly within the red cloth. Zhao Qingyi let out a clear snort, her body's yin-chi bursting out, and the ground under her feet even froze with white frost. The two fishy red long sleeves were like two giant pythons, constantly contracting. The red-clothed stern ghost wrapped in the long sleeves kept emitting miserable screams. Bai Yi once again pulled out a purple talisman without saying a word. It was likewise a thunder talisman. After Zhao Qingyi saw this, he hastily withdrew his restraints, and the thunder talisman instantly flew out again. Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder. Once again, before the red-clothed night ghost could dodge, he was sent flying once again. the soul body became very transparent. The lower half of his body was actually directly vacant, having been blown up by a lightning charm that destroyed the lower half of his body. Its screams became even more dismal, and more resentful. But, Bai Yi had already picked up the peachwood sword and sprayed blood from the tip of his tongue on top of it. Dang Xiao! The mahogany sword bloomed with a flash of red. Bai Yi carried the peachwood sword that was haunted with red light and ran straight towards the red-clothed stern ghost. The red-clothed night ghost hastily raised its claws and swung. Bai Yi slashed his sword horizontally. Swish! The red-clothed stern ghost's hands were directly chopped off, and its soul body became even more transparent. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, in addition to endless grievances and resentment. It cringed. It scared. But, it didn't work. There was no way Bai Yi would give her any chance to struggle. The mahogany sword once again stabbed straight out, straight at the red-clothed stern ghost's head. Bai Yi's mouth once again recited a low spell. The free hand pinched a taoist hand seal and pressed it directly onto the red-clothed stern ghost's chest. It was very cold to the touch, as if he was touching a piece of cold ice. But, the touch that Bai Yi's hand gave the red-clothed stern ghost was like a branding iron. Bai Yi's hand that was pinching the seal didn't enter its body. Its body trembled continuously. The mournful screams, nearly all of them were going to rupture Bai Yi's eardrums. All of them. Suddenly, Bai Yi's hands were empty. The mahogany sword in his right hand seemed to be going up into the air, and the seals in his left hand seemed to be tapping on the air. The ghost in red. The soul is broken. Chapter 134, Kai Yuan Shang's great power is gone. Caught in a full-blown meltdown. I must say that this red-clad ghost is very difficult to deal with. After all, under the joint efforts of Bai Yi as well as Zhao Qingyi, a man and a ghost, it actually took so much effort to get rid of it. Suffice it to say that the red-clothed night ghost is very powerful. This was also attributed to the opponent's strong defense as well as recovery ability. But the good thing was that even the most powerful red-robed ghosts were under the joint efforts of Bai Yi and Zhao Qingyi. I'm not going to be able to get out of here after all. It's straight up ashes. It was also quite exhausting, and it even made Bai Yi feel a little tired. Even Zhao Qingyi even had a lot of injuries on his body. It sounds pretty ridiculous that a ghost could get hurt, but that's actually what happened. After resolving this red-clothed ghost, both Bai Yi and Zhao Qingyi, none of it stops. Because there are still tons of ghosts inside the entire Qingzhou County. These ghosts endanger the lives of the common people inside the county all the time. If these ghosts only struck out at the wicked, then Bai Yi wouldn't have been in such a hurry. But the problem is that they are indiscriminately harmful. For these, all kinds of ghosts that have been trapped for centuries, those ordinary people inside Qingzhou County are their best rations. They just have to all devour the yang energy from a few people and refine it. And it becomes more powerful. By becoming more powerful, they are even able to defy the sun. Once the ghosts stop fearing the sun, then in the daytime, ordinary people can be very dangerous. This was something Bai Yi did not want to see. It was also something that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm didn't want to see. This night, there's the hustle. Phew, 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 poor Tao has arrived. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Directly the old Taoist priest ran over panting. Then the old Taoist was confused. Only Bai Yi as well as Zhao Qingyi stood in front of him, and that red-clothed stern ghost had already disappeared. The old Taoist priest looked around at the very badly damaged streets. He couldn't help but be tongue-tied at the destructive power of the red-clad ghost. Meanwhile, couldn't help but get worried again. Miss Xiao, that red-robed stern ghost, did it escape? I'm sorry, the old Taoist asked anxiously. No, the soul has already been dispersed. Bai Yi shook his head. If there was no way that even under his and Zhao Qingyi's joint efforts, they would be able to clean up the Red Knights, then it means that the other party is no longer just in the realm of the red clothes. But, so far it looks like the other guy is just a red shirt. Phew. After hearing this explanation from Bai Yi, the old Taoist couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. One can only lament in one's mind. Not bad for Mr. White. This is the Yangtze River's new wave pushing forward the previous wave. And the blue is better than the blue. An old man like myself. It simply doesn't compare to the youth of today, because the old Taoist himself wasn't sure that if he and Zhao Qingyi teamed up, can you defeat that red-clad ghost so quickly? It's all an unknown. The other side. Land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Rewind time for a while. At the time when Bai Yi had just set out for Qingzhou County, the commander of the main regiment then received an order from Bai Yi, whose order was naturally for him to get the battle out of the way as soon as possible. It's best to settle this within half an hour. The commander of the main regiment immediately set the whole regiment in motion, and the whole army of warlords to surround, in order to prevent the other party from escaping, and then just find another place again and continue to scourge the people. It didn't even give the other side any way to retreat to escape. As a matter of fact, when two armies fight, they will always give the other side a way to retreat and escape, because that way, if you kill the other side pretty much, the other side will crumble, then just run away, and then the battle was won very easily. But if you don't give the opponent a chance to escape, then the opponent is likely to be trapped. Push your opponent to the point of having to fight for his life. This is a major military taboo. But, for the Dragon Kingdom, such a military taboo was not considered a taboo, with a round of artillery shells smashing within the opponent's position as if they didn't need any money. The entire warlord's forces were in a state of chaos, even when those armored units as well as helicopter gunship units arrived. It's more of a descending blow to the warlord hordes. At all hours of the day and night, large numbers of warlord soldiers are dying. Blood is flowing. Crossed bodies are everywhere. Everyone's running around like headless flies. They're trying to find a place to escape, but they found that they had no place to escape, for the enemy had blocked all their retreats. At this moment, every warlord soldier experienced what was called despair. If given another chance to choose, they would have preferred to fight the war before the just hurry up and be a deserter. At least being a deserter doesn't kill you if you don't get caught. But if you fight on a battlefield like this, you'll die anytime, anywhere. There are some driven mad warlord soldiers who also want to trap the beast, but it was clear that they had overestimated themselves, and at the same time they had underestimated the Dragon Kingdom. Their trapped animals didn't do a bit of good. Oh, as against STH, they're still so useful. Their trapped beasts might just consume a little more ammo on the dragon side. That's all. As commander-in-chief of the warlords in southern Fujian province, Cai Yuanshang, watching his troops collapse step by step, the battle was fought like an egg against a stone. In this way his expression was filled with numbness, for he knew that he was in a great deal of trouble. He had no idea of the horrible equipment of the enemy. Exactly where did you get it from? As a warlord commander, he is considered very knowledgeable. What country's equipment has he not seen? There were even countries that hadn't even listed equipment that he had seen. But, on the contrary, the equipment of this troop in front of him was something he had never seen before. He couldn't for the life of him figure out why every soldier on the other side, all can have a fully automatic machine gun in their hands. Don't machine guns cost anything? Ugh. Chapter 135, Cai Yuanshang's death. The late lion will eventually fall. Looking at the piece of misery in front of him, in the end, Cai Yuanshang could only let out a sigh, because at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He had never fought such a crushed war. In the past, even when they lost a battle, they were at best a narrow defeat, but it can't be called a defeat by any stretch of the imagination. It was a war that should be described as a fiasco. It was a fiasco like no other. The fiasco that concerns his fate. It's about the future fiasco of the Cai family. Cai Yuanshang knew that the war had come to this point, and that there was no way back. No matter what kind of heavenly skill one had, there was no way one could be able to bring the battle back. If he himself can salvage the battle by himself with one man, then what's the point of being Commander Tsai? It's all ready to go as a god. Not happy? The resentment is definitely there. But Cai Yuanshang was also aware that it was useless to be any more unwilling. He can't be beat on all fronts. Morale, equipment, vegetation, tactics, strategy, uniformity can't be beat. Perhaps the only thing that could match the other side was that which outnumbered the other side. But in the context of the current war, numbers make very little difference. So small that there's no way to save this battle. Bewildered, despair, lost, hopeless, all sorts of emotions, all of them occupied Cai Yuanshang's mind at this moment. Now he was unable to retreat or advance. It would be a lie to say I don't regret it. If he hadn't come to get involved in this mess, he might still be in Qinzhou County. What about in front of his own commander Cai? If one does not allow one's son to come and crusade against this army, and it wouldn't have happened. If he didn't charge any dutiful fees himself, he wouldn't have offended this army. A thought flashed through his mind. Cai Yuanshang revealed a bitter smile. He wanted to find someone to take the fall for this, but he thought about it and, finding out that the only person who can take the blame for this is himself, because he's the one who brewed the pot, it had to be carried by him alone. But, Cai Yuanshang's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, and with a hint of a crazy tone in his mouth, murmuring to myself, I can't beat you guys in a frontal battlefield, and I don't even know if I can hurt any of you, but elsewhere, you may not always be able to deal with me. Once those things in Clearwater County got out of the way, the entire Qinzhou County will be turned into a hell on earth. At that time, all of you who attacked Qinzhou County will have to die. If you want to attack Qinzhou County, you must at least send hundreds or thousands of men, right? There must be at least a couple hundred of them. Today, you're hundreds of people. All of them will have to be buried with me. While Cai Yuanshang was murmuring to himself, suddenly, a frightened and trembling voice came. Commander, we can't fight anymore. Our men have been completely routed, demoralized, and There's no way to be able to stop a decent act of resistance. This frightened Dao's voice was tinged with bewilderment. Commander, what should we do? They obviously don't want to let us run. We have no way back. What should I do? Suddenly, the owner of this voice seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Commander, or, why don't we? Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Kai Yuansheng raised his pistol without saying a word and one shot killed him. Kai Yuansheng's face carried a bit of ruthlessness, and his eyes were hideous. Who wants to surrender? Who shall die? He issued a warning, like a late-blooming master who has been weakened to the core, in giving the last hiss of his life. Unfortunately, his hissing, which was weak to the point of weakness, had revealed his inner weakness. He, scared. More and more warlord soldiers gathered around him, and on the face of every warlord soldier, all of them had panic written all over them, and every single legionnaire no longer had any will to fight. What emboldened Kai Yuansheng the most was that the soldiers of the warlords, who had surrounded, all with guns in their hands. Kai Yuansheng's heart snapped. Suddenly, I realized that something big was wrong. What do you want? What do you want? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you are? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Kai Yuansheng roared with a loud question, but he was retreating step by step. He held up his pistol and kept waving it around, but never fired another round. His eyes were tinged with a bit of fear along with shock. He didn't think that these asshole wastrels would dare to do such a thing, and I didn't expect these assholes to come up with such a bold idea. Rebellion. This is an attempt to rebel. Commander, I'm sorry, but the brothers don't want to die, at least not on the battlefield. Don't want to die a death so stifling, so unexplained, so that I don't continue to sell my life for you. A warlord soldier gritted his teeth and said. What chilled Kai Yuansheng the most was that this warlord soldier was actually a guard he knew very well. Even his own personal guards had betrayed him. Is the tide really turning? Commander, I'm sorry, if we keep fighting today, all of us will die. Commander, put down your pistol and gird your loins. Let's surrender together. Right, let's surrender and still have a way out. I've heard that those people on the other side are still quite kind to their captives. Commander, let's just throw in together. Commander, stop being stubborn. You can see that Kai Yuansheng's prestige is still quite high. These warlord soldiers exercised some restraint. All of them are constantly persuading. Kai Yuansheng could not help but smile ruefully, and in a tone that did not know what kind of emotion, he let out a ha, said, I never thought that I, Kai Yuansheng, would one day end up in this situation. Perhaps this is karma. Having done so much evil, one must taste the consequences of evil. Under the shocked gaze of a crowd of warlord soldiers, he actually raised his pistol and pointed it at himself. Before the crowd could stop him, he had pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 136, Killing all the ghosts in Qingzhou. One person destroyed hundreds of ghosts. The sudden pulling of the trigger was a bit of a historical surprise to all the warlord soldiers who had gathered around. They hadn't expected Kai Yuansheng to be so hard on himself. In this case, actually took a pistol between them and shot himself in the head. Eyes wide open, he watched Kai Yuansheng's head, a ball of scarlet blood emerge. All the warlord soldiers who had gathered around froze. Immediately afterward they saw Kai Yuansheng, this Commander Kai, as if within a moment's time, being drained of all strength in general. The body went limp and fell straight onto its back, splattering a cloud of muddy dust. Blood flowed slowly from the hole in his head, staining the ground red. His eyes were glazed over, and the expression frozen on his face of, nothing ever happens again. In this moment, a silence. These warlord soldiers, who had no intention of taking Kai Yuansheng's life. After all, Kai Yuansheng had accumulated quite a bit of prestige within these years. They were just going to catch Choi Yuan life and negotiate with the enemy for a while. It's better to be able to let them escape. It's okay to surrender if you can't. It's better to be a prisoner than to die here. Unfortunately, things are not as they should be. Although they didn't want Kai Yuansheng's life, Kai Yuansheng didn't want to be caught by them. At the same time, Kai Yuansheng didn't want to surrender. He had already been Commander Kai for so long in this part of southern Min province. Surrendering, for him, definitely the biggest shame of his life. He would never allow himself to surrender like the enemy. So, under the circumstances, Choi Yuan-sang learned about his life very decisively, because he was clear that the tide had turned and there was no longer any chance of turning the tide. In that case, then know yourself decisively, well, and save a little bit of reputation. The news of Kai Yuansheng's suicide soon spread throughout the entire warlord's forces inside. The warlord's forces, which had already crumbled to pieces, this one completely and utterly crumbled into pieces. They had lost all thoughts of resistance because their commander Kai was all but gone. Any further fighting in this battle has lost any meaning. Finally, someone surrendered. A warlord soldier threw his gun far away from his hand and, Then without saying a word he went straight to his knees and very skillfully raised his hands above his head. God knows how he was able to be so skillful. When there is a first person who chooses to surrender, then there will be a second person who will choose to surrender. With morale collapsing, no one at all cares how the battle goes, nor does anyone care at all who else they have to be loyal to. Everyone was full of ideas just to survive. Live in spite of everything. Alive! 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 The strong desire to survive made them not dare, at all, to make an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom's army again. Even they regretted why they had made enemies of the Dragon Kingdom's army. If this war had not been fought, they're still enjoying themselves in various places. Surrender or be killed. Surrender or be killed. All of them don't all throw away the weapons on their bodies. Surrender and don't kill. All of them don't all drop the weapons they have on them. Surrender or be killed. At this time, the dragon countryside, also very cooperative, shouted the 4 words surrender and not kill. Under such circumstances, more of these warlord soldiers surrendered. As far as the eye could see, rows and rows of people fell to their knees. These warlord soldiers who fell to their knees had a hopeful look written in their eyes. It was an extreme desire for survival. It was a feeling of suddenly finding a way to live in the midst of despair. The continuous artillery fire from the Dragon Kingdom's side slowly came to a halt, until not another round was fired, until there was no more gunshot. It's over. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were very vigilant as they stepped forward and tied up the captives. Let them throw away the weapons to the unified collection. Later find an opportunity to centralize destruction. Meanwhile between them, there were quite a few things that were also seized by the Dragon Kingdom. This includes, among other things, a large number of magically modified versions of the trucks in the Republican realm. There is also a large number of oceans that have not been counted for the time being, as well as a large quantity of very new-looking ammunition, and a number of horses were captured. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was the early morning of the second day, and the dragon side had been cleaning up the battlefield for almost the whole night. It was only then that the battlefield was cleaned up, but those crater after crater in the ground, and the puddles of blood from one bullet to the next, and some broken limbs that were too late to clean up. It all goes to show just how fiercely this battle was fought yesterday, but it was lopsided and intense. For the warlord soldiers, yesterday's battle was not only fierce, but even desperate. But for the dragon side, yesterday could be described as tasteless, almost shot chance. It's totally lopsided. This time, the number of prisoners taken by the Dragon Kingdom actually amounted to more than 30,000 people. That means the total number of people killed this time, nearly 20,000 or so. Meanwhile between the 30,000 or so prisoners, there were also a lot of patients with serious and minor injuries. The military doctors on the Dragon Country's side are working overtime to save them. With so many prisoners, it was hard to know where to arrange them for a while. Rococo had to temporarily set aside an empty space inside. The clearing was then circled with razor wire and padded with a number of soldiers to guard it. Then inside the open space circled by barbed wire, a tent was set up. That's where the prisoners will be placed for the time being. Also during this same time, southern Minnesota, Chonju County, everyone felt a sense of warmth as the sun rose to shine on the earth. Phew! The old Taoist sat down on the ground as if he was deflated and smiled bitterly. I've never been so tired in my life. But those ghosts that ran out of the haunted village were pretty much wiped out. I have to say, Mr. Bai is so demonic, obviously so young, and as a result, he's the one who killed the most ghosts in one night's time. He destroyed what must have been hundreds of them all by himself. Chapter 137 Clearwater County Deaths and Wounds. Nailed to the pillar of shame in history, the old Taoist priest had never seen, in his life, a person with such a demonic talent for cultivation. He felt that ancestor of the Lushan sect was probably just about the same as Mr. Bai, maybe even worse, because he learned that Mr. White was actually 2 months ago. Those who are only new to Taoism, those who are only new to monasticism. This made the old Taoist almost drop his jaw in shock on the spot. 2 months ago? Sure it wasn't 20 years ago? Hiss. It only took 2 months to be able to cultivate to such a point. It's simply unheard of. Never seen before. However, it was such a demonic-level cultivation genius that appeared in the middle of one's own eyes. The old Taoist monk suddenly felt that his 60-odd years, most likely all of them lived to be dogs. No, if you say so yourself, even insulted the dog. It's worse than a dog. Thinking of the decades of hard work you've put into monasticism. As a result, he was still inferior to a young man who had been practicing monasticism for 2 months, and the old Taoist monk almost burst into tears. It was a good thing that the old Taoist priest was mentally sound and had no jealousy. All it takes is for someone to come along who is not mentally competent or jealous, probably already envious and jealous to the point of going off the deep end. After all, the difference is just too great. I hear that the calm that is now once and for all restored to the county of Cheonju after the restoration of the calm. Gradually the old order was restored. Those old people who had evacuated out of Cheonju County earlier were also brought back. And after the people returned to their homes and realized that nothing is missing, one or the other was relieved. After all, that's all they have. If they don't see anything, for them it can definitely be heartbreaking for days, even for months. Meanwhile, it was also after last night's episode that the ordinary people of Clearwater County, the perception of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom has undergone an almost 180-degree change. They originally thought that the so-called Dragon Kingdom soldiers were no different from those warlord soldiers, but it didn't occur to them that the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were completely different from what they had imagined. Nor did it occur to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the soldiers of the warlord. The contrasting gap between the two is as if they were two completely different species. If Rukoku soldiers are human, then the warlord soldiers are animals. The people in Shinjo County are long-eyed, and they saw very clearly that last night. The Longwa soldiers have been running around for the common people of Shinjo County. Wherever the common people were in trouble, soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom went over to help. A perfect illustration of what it means to be the people's sons and daughters. This caused many people's views of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to undergo a radical transformation. It is because of this shift in perception that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom within Cheonju County, everything that has been done has worked out much smoother. There were even local civilians who helped assist. Everything. It's all moving in a good direction. Those local officials inside Cheonju County, in this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, working under Kai Yuan Shang, there were definitely not many good people, but Bai Yi did not remove them, because if they were removed roughly, then the whole of Clearwater County would be unworkable. It was necessary to wait until the manpower from the Dragon countryside was in place before these local officials could be liquidated. Bai Yi was not anxious about this. It's worth mentioning the reaction of those rich merchants as well as landowners inside Shinjo County. Very strong. One by one, they both fought tooth and nail to try to give gifts to the Dragon countryside. They especially wanted to give Bai Yi a gift. Those gifts contain all sorts of things. All in all they are very expensive. But, Bai Yi's reaction made them very desperate because Bai Yi doesn't accept these things. There wasn't even any soldier from the Dragon Kingdom that would take these things. This is for those who were once on top of the people inside Clearwater County. Not good news, because if the Dragon's side doesn't take their bribe, then in the future, once the Dragon Kingdom wanted to make a move against them, there would be no worries. All of them have made a lot of rich businessmen and landowners. They cannot help but worry, but they were also aware that such worries were of no use. Truth always comes from the barrel of a gun. With all that they've got in their hands, their so-called connections, to the point of real crisis, there's no use for it. This has led to a number of wealthy landowners wanting to hurry up and pack up their belongings and get out of this place of wrongdoing. Of course there were also some good rich merchants and landowners who assisted the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to start restoring order in Shinjo County. Who are the enemies of the Dragon Kingdom? Who are the friends of the Dragon Kingdom? Longwa's side sees it more clearly than anyone else, and it's natural for Longwei to remember those who have helped it, and those who not only don't help the Dragon Kingdom, but also mess around blindly remember. Again, remember. But between the two, the way the Dragon Kingdom treats them will be completely different. Clearwater County side of the stats soon came out as well. Last night, in just one night, 321 civilians have been killed. Most of them died at the hands of those stern ghosts in the ghost village in the well, while a small portion died at the hands of human beings. After all, in times of chaos like these, there are always outlaws doing something evil. It's unavoidable. There will always be muckraking villains. Meanwhile, last night, there were 492 other civilians injured to varying degrees. By injury here, I mean injury in every sense of the word. Mental trauma is included. More than 300 people died in one night in one county, and that's if you're on the Blue Star. Definitely big news that will blow up the world. But in the midst of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, such news, while also amazing, is really just that. That's the sad thing about this period. Human life is like grass. All in all, Kai Yuan Shang was the biggest sinner of this calamity. It should be nailed to history's pillar of shame. Spurned for 10,000 years. Chapter 138, The Situation of the Storm Clouds. The land of the Divine Kingdom shook. All the counties in Kai Yuan Shang's territory, except for Qingzhou County, which was taken down by Longwei in a strong manner. All of them have also been taken down by the Dragon Kingdom. The military literacy of the defenders inside those counties was actually not particularly high. If all it took was a few shells from a couple of mounted cannons, they would have just surrendered. Needless to say, the process of this went very smoothly. It's also just a little bit more of a hassle in Clearwater County. After all, how to say that this place in Qingzhou County is also a base camp of Kai Yuanqing? and Kaiyuan Shang's deathbed counterattack let go of an unknown number of unjust souls and ghosts. It also made the Dragon Kingdom feel a lot of trouble. But it's okay now. All the trouble. It's basically solved. One of the problems that Bai Yi needs to face now is that such a large piece of ground. What does it take to rule properly? What does it take to rule properly? Obviously this needs to be handled by a professional. The fortunate thing is that there is no shortage of professionals in Dragonland. When Bai Yi delivered this news to the Dragon Kingdom above the Blue Star, the entire official manhwa capital was dumbfounded up and down. What the hell? Took down half the province? How much time has passed? The Dragon Kingdom's place of jurisdiction inside the magically altered version of the Republic Plain. Just from 2 counties plus a couple dozen villages to 2 dozen counties plus 1,000 villages? It catches people a little off guard. It's a bit of a surprise, but since the territory had already been taken, Rokoku wouldn't be overly pretentious. The official side of the Dragon Kingdom immediately prepared a large number of personnel, prepared to receive these plots, but half the province is just too big a place for that. It's going to take quite a bit of time if you want to mobilize enough people to go over there and manage it, and a little caution against foreign spies, so it can't be mobilized blatantly. It can only be mobilized slowly in the dark. The bottom line is, after occupying Kaiyuan Shang's territory, Longhua has now put the power. It spread to the coast of the magically altered Republican realm. This means that the dragon can already proceed and arrange for the navy to come in. The Dragon Kingdom navy was not as good as the navy of the Blue Star Pretty Kingdom though. But, when the Dragon Kingdom's navy arrived inside the magically modified Republic realm, it was hanging on to the world's navies. As long as we can get the Minnesota coast under control, it's the same as controlling the entire coast of God's country. It's even equivalent to controlling the entire coast of Asia. This moment, in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republic realm, the Dragon Kingdom has been able to see the world with square eyes. It was possible to arm wrestle with those so-called Western powers of that era. Just have to control the intensity a little bit, lest an accidental break each other's wrists. In the meantime, a magically altered version of the Republican realm. The news that Bai Yi had led his army to the complete defeat of Kaiyuanqing was, at an extremely rapid rate. The word spread throughout the Minnesota Strip, and the news spread rapidly to all the provinces. With the Strip of Min, the news spread throughout the entire land of God, to the consternation of all. Everyone was shocked by it. It was inconceivable to them that Kaiyuanqing, who claimed to have 100,000 soldiers, how on earth did it collapse so quickly? Can it be that Kaiyuanqing is a loser? That's not true. If Kaiyuanqing is a loser, then why is he able to? What about occupying such a large piece of territory? There were even a number of people who were intimidated, especially that Commander Wu in the northern part of Min Province, who was scared out of his wits by the mighty power of the Dragon Kingdom. The last couple of days have been spent pretty much eating and sleeping poorly, almost every day. I worry, will the Dragon Kingdom suddenly hit us? Once Rokoku really hits us, what should he do? Even this Commander Wu was all sorts of scared, not to mention those small local warlords, especially those packs of dogs that Kaiyuanqing used to keep. They are more emboldened, more fearful, and even more nervous every day. There are already quite a few small local warlord leaders who had begun to pack up their belongings and want to run away. Some also wanted to defect to the Dragon Kingdom, just as a change of big brother. Some are still unable to give up their power and remain in a wait-and-see situation. In a word, this moment, the Dragon Kingdom counts as a true and real one, touching the nerves of the entire divine land. Let everyone remember that there is a unit like this in the Strip of Minnesota. Even some Western countries have heard a little bit about it. Quite a few forces have begun to invest a large number of scouts into the Min Province area, attempting to pry useful information. Some also had a big gift prepared and wanted to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom in advance. Some even donated all their assets without saying a word, to just want to live. For by this time a number of people had inquired that the Dragon Kingdom acts in a very cynical style. When we were on top of Marshal Nyo's territory, I wonder how many villains have been shot, especially those who have oppressed and exploited the people. That is more if intolerable. Upon learning of what had happened to the Dragon Kingdom, many people were scared out of their wits. These frightened people, surely none of them are good people, and those who walk right and do right are nonetheless not the least bit afraid. Instead, they were very welcoming to the Dragon Kingdom, because the Dragon Kingdom's approach was very agreeable to them. Of course, regardless of how turbulent the storm clouds were on all sides, Bai Yi's side was still standing still, because Bai Yi was consuming all the ground he had eaten, needed enough time for him to digest. Inside this time, he was too lazy to care about what storm clouds were stirring outside. Mind your own acreage, that's what matters. In short, there are shotguns for enemies and wine for friends, and those wallflowers. Stay aside for now. Chapter 139, a gold mine with incredible reserves. Bitter staff. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it's half a month. And since this past half a month, everything was so calm. But of course such calmness was limited to within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Since the Dragon Kingdom had forcefully uprooted all of Kai Yuan Shang's forces half a month ago. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom is already in the middle of this acre of land that no one dares to mess with. Whether it's those small warlords who survived between the cracks, or those bandits in Shandong. It's all very honest within this half of the month. No ungrateful force has come out to mess with it. This must be because of the powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom, which has shocked them. But Longhua hadn't been looking for trouble from those people for the past half a month, because there are a lot of more important things to be busy with. Bai Yi had been busy liquidating and collecting Kai Yuan Shang's property since the past half a month, and also investigate those interest groups of Kai Yuan Shang. All bandit dens in the territory are also to be investigated, and there is also the need to improve the local livelihood security. In short, everything needs to be busy. One of the biggest gains, besides the southern Min province territory, is the large amount of minerals. Before Kai Yuan Shang's son, Kai Yu Hong, accounted for that one gold mine was found. After professional measurements by Dragon Country experts found, the reserves of this one gold mine in Min province are a staggering 430 tons. It's a jaw-dropping number. To know, if such a reserve was placed on the Blue Star, it would be enough to make many people go crazy. Hiss, it looks like the various veins of minerals inside the magically altered Republic realm are much more abundant than Blue Star's reserves. Ha! The reserves of those veins in this world could be several times that of Blue Star. Have to say, any resource in this world is what the Dragon Kingdom wants, whether it's a copper or gold mine. It's all very scarce for the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in addition to this one gold mine with incredible reserves, there are also a variety of veins. Bai Yi was working on how to carry out the planned development of these minerals these days. At the same time, manpower is also being arranged to specifically detect the inside of the jurisdiction. Are there any other undiscovered deposits? Because these are resources. All said and done, the Dragon Kingdom needs it. All in all, Bai Yi has been busy every day for the past half month. Or rather, every dragon nation is constantly busy. 996 life is a luxury at this time. There is no such thing as a vacation. You get 5 hours of sleep a day. That's as far as it goes. Of course, it's good to have a world power at your back. The dragon countryside had already prepared a large number of manpower, all of which were hand-picked, and the number actually amounted to as many as tens of thousands of people. But these tens of thousands of manpower, in fact, for the current jurisdiction of the land, it's just a drop in the bucket. But if we were to enable the natives inside the magically altered Republic realm to help manage it, then these tens of thousands of people are indeed considered enough. Enabling a magically altered version of the original inhabitants inside the Republican realm means recruiting in this world. Of course, recruiting doesn't mean recruiting soldiers, because military power is best kept in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom itself, because the only way to have a voice is to have a gun in your hand. What the Dragon Kingdom is looking to recruit are small grassroots officials for the management of the Dragon Kingdom's vast jurisdiction, and then the group of men transferred from the Dragon Kingdom. Then it is to be the superior of these natives and to lead the natives in their management, organize their work matters. In a word, it's for a group of people coming over from the Dragon Kingdom. Be the leader, be the conductor. In that case, only tens of thousands of men were transferred, and for the management of such a large area, it's actually enough. After these tens of thousands of people were transferred over, it greatly reduced the current burden on Bai Yi and the others. Today, it was the 40th day since Yu Tianyi came to the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. She felt very magical for the last month or so of her life. First of all, he was inexplicably transferred to this strange, alien world, then became a grassroots worker. She thought she'd have to sharpen up a bit more before she had a chance to be able to move up the management ladder. As a result, I didn't realize that after a month or so, I'd already been promoted. Currently, she was transferred to Qingzhou County, which is the entire southern part of Min Province, if not the entire Min Province, one of the largest and most prosperous counties. Yu Turnip was transferred here on a mission to take over the local tax department. She was appointed to lead the unit that manages the tax side of the work in Clearwater County. When, at first, she got the appointment, her whole body was confused. Then it was so exciting that I didn't sleep all night. What a step up! But, when she arrived in Qingzhou County, she realized that it wasn't quite the same as she thought it would be. This is because the tax side of Clearwater County can be described as a mess, and the various taxes within it are confusing. And there were only 2 or 3 big cats inside the tax department that needed her to figure out how to recruit. Hiss, that's a hell of a lot more bitter errand. While it feels great to get a promotion and a raise, the workload you become even more. No breaks at all, pain and pleasure. Luckily, today, the Dragon countryside brought in tens of thousands of men, and 2 of Major Bai Yi's men transferred over, auxiliary to her work. Yu Tianyi is taking 2 newcomers on the Qingzhou County Tax Work Unit and keeps busy. They're going to clean up this mess of taxes. At the same time, it is necessary to reorganize the tax books of Clearwater County for more than 10 years. The workload is simply outrageous. To this end, Yu Tianyi even recruited the locals of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm to come and help. She got lucky and recruited some readers. Some are even college students. College students these days. It's rare, but spare a thought. The daily workload is enormous, especially since there are so many issues that only she knows how to handle. A lot of things have to be done personally. There are places where those who are recruited locally are not useful at all. Is this being a leader? Woohoo! Ah, pain. Why did I have to come over and take this position? Ugh, the hitters are all over the place. Woohoo! It's true that startup companies suffer the most. Listening to the voice of Yu Tianyi, that wailed in pain, coming from inside the office. Outside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, locals looked at each other for a moment. They couldn't figure out why the young superior was wailing like that. Shaking his head, he buried his head and continued to work hard. For them locals, Yu Turnip and others, it's the big guy. Chapter 140, The Great Reckoning. When Mr. Bai comes, there will be a green sky. In addition to bringing these large numbers of executives from the dragon side of the Bai also asked for more assistance from the dragon countryside in terms of military, because it has now taken such a large jurisdiction. With the thousands of Dragon Kingdom soldiers inside the previous camp, it is no longer possible to manage and guard such a large area. Whitey needs a lot of manpower, whether it's managers or military personnel. The Dragon Kingdom side naturally threw their support behind Bai. A full division was immediately transferred. Meanwhile, Bai remained the highest commanding officer of this one division's strength. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in a magically altered version of the Republic realm. The number has reached a staggering tens of thousands. Unfortunately, there are currently no suitable military ports along the coast of southern Minnesota for the time being. Wait until Bai's side opens up a suitable military harbor. It would allow the Navy to enter the world. Let the world know what it means to be a tough ship. It can be said that the current large jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom can be said to be developing in an organized manner, since the order within the jurisdiction has been gradually restored to a state of peace. So, Bai naturally couldn't continue to let Kai Yuan Shang's interest group continue to get away with it. These days, he had already investigated Kai Yuan Shang's interest group long ago, and hold a very long list in their hands. Above the list is written name after name, which are among the southern region of Min, though perhaps not as famous as Choi Yuan Sang, but most of them are still notorious figures. If placed in the usual course of events, such notorious characters as these, no one would even mess with them because they would mean bad luck days were coming. Even the Kai Yuan Shang at the time didn't dare to flip out with so many people in public, and don't dare tear yourself away from so many characters. But, he, Kai Yuan Shang, wouldn't dare. Rokoku dared. Whitey dared. Without saying a word, Bai immediately dispatched a large number of troops to blockade one county after another. Everyone can only go in and out, then immediately take control of those listed Kai Yuan Shang interest group people. The action could be described as incredibly swift as well as decisive. The men were handcuffed with sturdy handcuffs before they even had a chance to react. When they were handcuffed to one, their entire being was dumbfounded. A look of confusion. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Su family in Pingyang County. Old husband is Su Jiang. I said Su Jiang. What do you want? What do you soldiers want? Who are you to arrest me? On what grounds? Oh, I'm just a grain seller. Can't you all do me a favor? Can you treat me like a fart? I can give you, the military masters, 100 yuan of piety each. I'm really just a grain seller. Egu, you've all come to our Ichuan building with such pleasure today. I'm sure Ichuan House will arrange the best girls for you. What? Are you here to arrest someone? What? To arrest? Arrest me? Let go of me. Let go of me. Your father is the governor. My father is the governor. What do you want? Do you want to revolt? Masters of the army beg you to let me go. I can give the military masters filial piety fees. Damn it. Kai Yuan Shang doesn't dare to touch my family. You bastards. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Can you all put your guns down? Bullets have no eyes. Bullets have no eyes. You have offended so many people. Isn't that Mr. White of yours afraid of creating a backlash? Ha ha, I knew this day would come. Master June, you must have arrested the wrong one. In the midst of this mass arrest, it can be said to have encountered a wide variety of characters of all shapes and sizes, but all of these characters share a common trait, and that is that they are in the eyes of the common man. All of them belong to the big shots who are either rich or powerful. Another thing they have in common, that is, they are not well regarded in the public. After all, they people were able to accumulate so much wealth by squeezing the common people. They are able to control so much power. also by threatening the common people. The largest number of these people are merchants. Next, there are some large local landowners. There are also those who are the main family of the clan, or the core of the family. In a word, none of them are ordinary people. Such an action stunned everyone. No one expected Bai Yi's tactics. It's actually so thunderous and ferocious that if it doesn't strike, it's actually going to strike all the way through the net. Some enterprising person pays attention and suddenly realizes that these people who have been arrested, I can't believe they're all related to Choi Yuan Sang. This made some people who were not involved with Kai Yuan Shang sigh in relief, but they didn't exactly let up, because when the Dragon Kingdom acted like this, it already showed what kind of person the Dragon Kingdom wanted, what kind of person it was. Some people who had done evil things within their families were immediately denounced by their own families. Some of the merchants who had done evil things were immediately denounced by their partners. After all, dead friends don't die poor. And the common people in the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom were even more shocked that the people who had been riding on their heads all day long were caught all at once. It's not a clean catch, but it's at least 80% caught. This brought tears to the eyes of many old people who had been bullied. Mr. Bai is the great Lord of Heaven. Thanks to that Kai Yuan Shang when he was alive, has been denigrating Mr. Bai. Unbeknownst to me, Mr. Bai is being vilified by the villains because he cares too much for the people. When Mr. White comes, there will be a green sky. Good catch. There is absolutely no one innocent in any of these. Good catch. Compared to the rich and powerful shivering in their boots, the common folk are the polar opposite. They very much did not cringe, nor is there any fear. Instead, they were giddy. Clap your hands. A cheer. Chapter 141, Sunset Empire. Grimhawk with weak legs. The reason the people are clapping their hands is because those who were taken. It was once all the people who had oppressed them. Those people rely on the fact that they are related to the same interest group as Kai Yuan Shang. All sorts of rampages inside this acreage. It's making the people's lives unbearable. The people are naturally very happy to see these guys fall on hard times now. At the same time between them there was also a greater recognition of the army of the Dragon Kingdom. Because the dragon soldiers are really going to work for them. And those who had a stake in Kai Yuan Shang, now each one of them had an expression as if they were mourning. No way. They can't even show that look without it because they just can't help it. They're still leaning on a handcuff on their wrist. They are interested in their future. Full of confusion. The sweep affected the entire southern part of the province of Min. Even some villages were affected. The opportunity was taken to catch a number of village bullies. The final tally was very shocking. The number of people captured this time it actually amounted to tens of thousands of people. That's right, that's tens of thousands of people. And Rukoku still picks the ones with the bigger sounding names to catch. As it turns out this can catch tens of thousands of people. Surprising, make people angry. The natural reason for the anger is that so many people have actually oppressed the people. Do they have a clear conscience? Oh no, these people. I'm afraid none of them have a conscience. It's a good thing that a large number of people were transferred from the Blue Star Dragon countryside, or else catching so many people. God knows how long it will take to catch them all. There are definitely some leaks, maybe even some big ones. After all, some of the more resourceful ones had run away long before the Great Purge of the Dragon Kingdom. Others are hiding somewhere. It wasn't found. In this, the Dragon Kingdom has posted all kinds of notices in every county and every village inside the steward's land. The top of the notice, naturally, is for the people to actively report those who are in hiding. If some useful intelligence information is given, then there will be a reward of oceans. If the information given will lead to the immediate arrest of the other party, then the reward for this share of the ocean will be very generous. Anyway, after copying Kai Yuan Shang's base camp, Bai Yi has plenty of such things as oceans. In this day and age, nothing you say really works. And the people are very simple-minded. Practically nothing fancy will work. Just lay out the oceans. The people will be able to see what you have in mind. And the people will actively cooperate with you. No way. After all, Bai Yi is giving too much. It's impossible to resist. Such behavior emboldened those in hiding. They began to regret why they hadn't hurried to escape. It's too late to escape now. Some more days. After active reporting by the local people, a full 100 more people were actually arrested. Combined with those previously mentioned, it has reached over 300 people. It was all on the verge of exceeding the number of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom. Have to say, Kai Yuan Shang runs a very large operation inside his acreage. So much so that there are a lot of people involved with him. Also because of his own volume, the number of people involved with him then becomes larger. Bai Yi wasn't really that interested in these people. According to the normal rules and regulations of the process to deal with them on the line, to the time of one of these people, let Bai Yi slightly so a little surprised. For the man was not from the land of God, but a foreigner with deep eye sockets and a big nose. The foreigners in this period, above the land of God, That is absolutely the people. That's a foreigner. Unfortunately, the ones who captured this foreigner were soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't care which country this guy was actually from. It doesn't matter what color the other person's skin is, not to mention whatever English the other person was speaking. Since he was sure that the other party had an interest in Kai Yuan Shang, he didn't say anything. Get him straight up. Of course, this guy doesn't rest easy. Fark, I want to protest. I want to protest. This is shameless behavior on your part. I am a citizen from the Empire of the Sunset, and you Shenzhou people have no right to arrest me. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Inside the prisoner camp in Qingzhou County, a blonde foreigner yelled with an angry face. Half of the words that came out of his mouth were in Chinese. The other half is very fluent in British English. From this, it could be seen that the other party should have lived in the Divine Land for a short period of time, been a foreign lord for I don't know how long. Suddenly, this blonde foreigner suddenly saw it, and a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers walked over. It shut up at once, because he was remembering these soldiers and just how rude they were. These guys had no regard for their status as foreigners when they arrested themselves. It's not like the rest of the people of God's earth in this place. Come to think of it, he swallowed any expletives that were about to come out. After all, he wasn't sure if the other guy would, out of the blue, put a bullet in himself. He had a hard time communicating with these barbarians. After all, one is a noble white man. What's your name? A couple of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom who approached, obviously coming right at him. A dragon soldier frowned and asked in a very fluent English. This fluent English made the blonde foreigner froze and muttered in his heart, curious as to why the other person was so fluent in English. Did you come back from studying abroad? Grim Hawk. Grim said his name, truthfully. He didn't think he was afraid of the gun in the other man's hand. Himself, this is just the basic etiquette of being a civilized gentleman of the Sunset Empire. Aha! That's right. That's it. That said, why is the other guy's gun so strange? How come I've never seen this kind of gun before? Oh, Joe, will you stop pointing that gun at me? What if it accidentally goes off? It's barbaric. Grim looked at the blackened muzzle and swallowed darkly. Inside, he was spitting mad. He didn't feel like panicking. And feel that you're not afraid. Just a little weak in the legs. Just a little. Chapter 142, Arms Dealer plus Big Smoke Offender. Green Hawk. Death Penalty. Grim Hawk. The Dragon Soldier, who spoke fluent English. After murmuring the foreign name, he spoke to the blonde-haired green in front of him. You're coming with us. What? Before Grim had a chance to react, he was grabbed by two dragon soldiers who held his left and right hands. Oh, I can walk by myself. There's nothing gentlemanly about the way you are. This so-called gentleman from the Sunset Empire, sensing that something was ever so slightly wrong, he hastily shouted. He was well aware of how violent these soldiers in front of him were, for the kind of movement that shelled Changju County earlier. Grim also called it a memory. Where were these soldiers taking themselves? Hiss. They're not going to drag themselves off to be shot, are they? A sense of crisis struck his mind. Green is now tempted to throw a left hook with his left hand and a right square stomp with his right foot. Using the traditional martial arts of the Sunset Empire, he took care of the two Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were holding him up. But, he felt as if he couldn't beat these people, because of feeling that muscle in the other man's arm through the other man's racking of his arm. He then found, the other guy's muscles were bigger than his own. Damn, himself, as he is now, is by no means tied up, and this is only out of that. It's just the etiquette of a gentleman of the Sunset Empire. That's right, that's it. With a great deal of trepidation, Grim was, by several soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, brought within a military tent. Then he sat down on top of a very cold chair inside the military tent. The chair was so cold it almost made him jump when he sat down. It was like sitting on top of a block of ice. Very but freezing. It was very dark inside the military tent. It can be so dark that you can't see out of the corner of your eye. Suddenly, two bright beams of light shone directly on Grim's eyes, causing him to howl in pain between. Cover your eyes hastily. He felt his eyes sting from the glare of even the tears couldn't be held back. Oh, God. Fark. After having a hard time adjusting to this glare, he squinted at the eyes in front of him, only to see that in front of him, at some point, there were actually two people sitting there. Only because of the two bright lights that were still shining on him, he couldn't see what the other man looked like. I don't know what the other side is. Grim Hawk, is it? Out of the blue, one of the men on the left asked Grim in very fluent English. Grim couldn't help but swallow darkly. Although the other party's tone was very calm, he always felt an inexplicable pressure it pressed on top of his heart now, leaving him slightly breathless. Yes, sir. Immediately afterward the other spoke up and asked, gender, age, which country? What's the point of asking these things? Grim answered honestly, though very puzzled. Male, 31 years old, the Sunset Empire. Then he saw vaguely across the room, one of the two men, who seemed to be using a pen. Remember something. Immediately after the man across the table, he asked, "You, an arms dealer?" Grim froze, nodding honestly, yes. One's identity was inside Qingzhou County, and one would be able to find it out with a little bit of effort to check it out. So he didn't hide it, he just admitted it. Next, Grim answered honestly no matter what questions the two interrogators from Dragonland asked. As for how much of these answers are true and how much are false, these officers naturally have a way of telling the difference. Time. Streaming. After about half an hour had passed, Grim walked out cluelessly. Seeing the sun outside again made the pressure in his mind plummet, but it was for this reason that he suddenly reacted. Hiss. Oh, Fark. I was just in there. Why did I explain so much? Grim momentarily widened his own eyes. Why is it that I always unknowingly, to answer each other's questions, even some questions that I should not have answered? He was confused. He also reacted to the fact that he had definitely, just now, suffered an interrogation from the other side, and both of the other guys are in control. Very high-level psycho-talking skills. Let yourself have no reaction at all. Inexplicably put something out there. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Fark. This must be Eastern witchcraft. Grim by no means thought that he, a gentleman of the Sunset Empire, would be fooled by a few words of art from the other side. It must be witchcraft. That's right. These vile fellows must have bewitched themselves with the witchcraft of the East. Yes, that's it. What Green didn't realize was that he had said the things he had said earlier inside the interrogation room. After a quick sorting out by the two interrogators, soon, these things then passed over to Whitey. That's right, it was Bai Yi who instructed the interrogators to take the lead on the interrogation. This grim hawk from the Sunset Empire. In the meantime, Whitey sighed. Looking at an interrogation report in his hand, Bai Yi slightly raised his eyebrows. Grim hawk, 31 years old, arms dealer in the Empire of the Sunset. The father was a rear admiral in the Imperial Navy of the Sunset Empire, and the mother was considered a noble in the Sunset Empire with a prominent status. That is, because of these connections, he has access to the sale of arms, and he has opened up the sales channels of the earth, selling large quantities of arms to Kai Yuan Shang and amassing a fortune. Having trafficked in arms for roughly 3 years in God's country, the profit in 3 years was not less than $1 million, and also cooperated with Kai Yuan Shang to plant tablets in the Divine Land. When he saw this, Bai Yi frowned. Nice guy. Arms dealers, drug dealers. Although the chip wars were fought during the previous dynasty, and also expressly prohibited over tablets cultivation and sale, at that time destroyed all do not know how many tablets, gained a certain period of time to curb. But, when it came time for a magically altered version of the Republican era to descend with warlords cutting off the country, movie stuff like this, the comeback is on. Death penalty. Bai Yi's eyes were ice cold, and without haste, he spat out these two words. Chapter 143, Trial of the Foreigners? It's not a guilty conscience. It's the Dragon Kingdom coming. Although this man, Green Hawk, was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner, it's even still from the so-called Sunset Empire. In the midst of this temporal context, the power of the Sunset Empire is there for all to see. It was truly the world's first power during this period, having the status of being a citizen of the Sunset Empire. Within other countries, it's the equivalent of a get-out-of-jail-free card. Not to mention the fact that Grim Hawk is anything but. His father was a lieutenant commander in the Empire of the Sunset. His mother was an aristocrat in the Sunset Empire. No matter what kind of country such a status was placed in, it was an existence that belonged to the guest of honor. All of them belonged to that privileged existence. Not to mention the fact that at this stage in time the divine, Green Hawk is one of those foreign adults. Unfortunately, he met Rokoku. I met Bai Yi. In the middle of that realm of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the so-called Sunset Empire, while still one of the rogues, is already considered by many to be the shame of the rogues, because its military strength is visible to the naked eye and gradually declining every year. Whitey didn't feel much for the sunbather, since the other side is an arms dealer plus a big tobacco dealer. Then there was no way Bai Yi's natural man would let him go. Citizenship of his Sunset Empire, his background in the Sunset Empire, it was all useless in front of Bai Yi. The common people of God's country have been made by such a thing as the big cigarette. It's been nearly 100 years since the scourge. The common people of God's land naturally abhor such things as big cigarettes. Now this guy, he's actually selling big cigarettes in God's country. He even joined Kai Yuan Shang in planting large cigarettes. If he doesn't die, who will? Whitey doesn't just want to sentence Green Hawk to death. He didn't even condemn him to death in front of the people of Changju County. In other words, he's going to put Green Hawk on public trial. As for such a move, would it offend the Sunset Empire that was inside this dimension? Bai Yi on this. not really worried. In this magically altered version of the Republican realm of the Sunset Empire, it doesn't yet have the power to be able to threaten the Dragon Kingdom. Offended is offended. No matter what his status is, no matter what his background is, whatever the hell sunset is, or what month doesn't fall, soldiers come and go. Water for the earth. Poor Grim Hawk, not knowing yet that he next, exactly what kind of a fate to face. In addition to interrogating this Green Hawk, he also has to interrogate a large number of people who have a stake in Kaiyuan Shang. The number of interrogators deployed by the Dragon Kingdom this time was up to several dozen. After a full week, less than 300 people were interrogated. Of those 300, enough for the death penalty. There were actually more than 200 people. The rest of those offenses are sufficient to carry a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison. Those whose crimes do not carry the death penalty, naturally, they were told to go to labor reform. And of the 200 or so people who were enough to be sentenced to death, he had specially selected 1/10 of them to come out. These 10ths are notorious people, and there are hardly many people who don't recognize them. It's all because they have a bigger reputation, so they're best suited to be brought out for public trial, in front of all the people. Sentence them. Among them, that includes Green Hawk. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom has posted notices, in a fair and honorable manner, that the list of 1/10 of this, all listed on this one notice. When the notices were all posted, the entire jurisdiction was in a state of shock, because for most of the local people, the notice had the names of 24 people on it. It's all very familiar. Hiss. Holy. Are we really going to pull these people out and shoot them all in a public trial? I saw the Lee family's Master Lee inside the list. That's the famous Lee pickpocket. The Lee family is in the next county. I heard that the power is very big. As a result, this Lee pickpocket was actually arrested and put on public trial? Public trial. It means public trial, right? It looks like that Mr. White is really not afraid of offending people. Rightly so. After all, that Mr. White holds the military power in his hands, and has an unknown number of guns in his hands, fully capable of lifting the table, fully capable of tearing it up. Why is there a string of foreign words here? Lu Xiao Kai, didn't you say you've taught yourself foreign languages? Give us a few translations to see what this ghostly foreign language means. Here, let me see. It seems to be a name. If we were to transliterate it phonetically, it's Grim Hawk. Grim Hawk. Hiss. Isn't that the, Yankee who runs the big smokehouse? My God. Mr. White is going to shoot a foreign devil in a public trial. No. No? Really fake? It's not. Just a gimmick. Is it? The public trial will be held the day after tomorrow. Won't we know the day after tomorrow? Hiss. A public trial in Cheongju County. When these old folks see a familiar name, even when you see a Yankee name, one by one, they were stunned. They didn't expect that Mr. Bai, who defeated Kaiyuan Shang. I can't believe I even dared to kill a foreigner from the Sunset Empire. That's a foreigner. And those merchants as well as landowners who were fortunate enough not to be caught in the crossfire of the one began to become more alarmed. That Mr. White has the guts to kill all the foreigners. If they offended that Mr. Bai, it would definitely be a dead end. The signs hadn't been posted for long. A number of merchants and businessmen were so frightened that they hastened to donate a large portion of their wealth, and to raise the wages of the workers under their hands, and a number of landowners were so frightened that they hastened to restore the freedom of the long-labored slaves in their homes. It even returned a lot of good land to the farmers. There are also brothels that rush to send back the girls they bought. Some grain merchants rushed to drive down the inflated grain prices. There was a flurry of chickens coming home to roost, so to speak, not because they have a clear conscience. Instead, it's because the Dragon Kingdom is here. Chapter 144, Green Hawk, sentenced to death, immediate execution. 3 days later, Cheongju County. There is an open-air theater in the county seat of Qingzhou County, which was built by Kai Yuansheng. The purpose was to be able to get the soldiers inside the warlord's army to be able to all gather together to watch the big show. The viewing position of this open-air theater can accommodate as many as 10,000 people in total. Of course there were no chairs or anything, and the so-called viewing position was an open space. A large crowd of civilians had gathered here by now. These old folks come in all shapes and sizes. Some are farmers who grow crops. Some of them are the innkeepers. Some are vendors selling vegetables. Some are older women who come to the market. One by one, they all gathered here now, setting their eyes on the open-air theater. When the time came to see the 24 or so people kneeling on top of the theater stage, a look of shock was written on every face, because these old people realized that these 24 people were all very familiar faces. That means that the sign posted the other day, there was not the slightest falsification. These notorious and poor criminals are really going to have a public trial today, especially after seeing that one heavily armed Dragon Kingdom soldier. The people already know. Those sinners on their knees. I'm going to die today. The ones with the most mixed feelings right now are undoubtedly the group of people kneeling on top of the theater. Their faces now had despair written all over them, as well as bewilderment. They didn't realize that their fate would be to be shot in a public trial. They also didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to actually dare to do something so ruthless, and they are well aware that they, themselves, are nothing more than a model for being shot at. In fact, far more people were shot this time. They are but a tenth of that. The crowd kneeling on the stage was very familiar with this stage. Those of them, because back in the day, Kai Yuan Shang had invited them to come here to watch a play. As a result, I didn't realize that after a while, they then become the playwrights on the stage, or a playwright about to be shot. All of them were keeping their heads down, not daring to look at the onlookers. The common people of the didn't want to show the most wretched, downtrodden side of myself. It may be the last decency they want before they die. They know that they are beyond help and that their families are not implicated. It may already be the limit. They are worried that if they yell blindly, their own families might be implicated. But the only people who think this way are these people who grew up in the land of God, and the one who grew up in the Sunset Empire, Grim Hawk. He couldn't accept his next fate. He could not accept this public trial. Fark. I didn't commit a crime. I didn't commit a crime. Even if I did commit a crime, and only the courts of the Empire of Sunset can judge me, because I am a citizen of the Empire of Japan. Only the laws of the Sunset Empire can bind me. You people of God's earth have no right or reason to measure my crimes. You have no right whatsoever to call my actions criminal. I am a citizen of the Sunset Empire. Damn it. Do you hear me or not? I am a citizen of the Empire of Sunset. Fark. 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 He couldn't care less about the gentlemanly behavior of the Sunset Empire now. The strong desire to live made him not want to die at all. But now he was bound, both hands and feet. It was even secured to a stake. There was no way he could break free. Scarlet blood covered the whites of his eyes. He kept going to fight his way out, but to no avail. Scared. He was afraid. Not afraid of not working. After all, he didn't want to die. Not at all. And he wanted to take with him a great deal of wealth that, back to the Sunset Empire. Fark. Don't look. Don't even look. Watching those common people of God's earth, pointing and talking about themselves. Grimhawk didn't want to be seen by so many people in such a scandalous state. After all, if this scandalous state of oneself were to spread back to the Sunset Empire, that's just a big shame. Even his family would be disgraced by this and would be ridiculed by the upper class. Damn. Suddenly, at this point, a rigid-faced Longwei officer stood out, holding a thick document in his hands that, at the same time he had a microphone clamped to his ear and had a very serious tone of voice as he spoke. Folks, today, right here, we are going to have a public trial for this 26 criminals. They have oppressed you in all the evils that they have done. They all used to exploit you. They were, in the old days, all high and mighty so-called people. They consider themselves their own personalities, superior. They think they're above it all. They think they're the privileged ones. They acted with impunity by virtue of the relationship of interest between people and Kai Yuan Shang. Each and every one of them has committed a heinous crime, and they are guilty enough to be sentenced to death. His voice was very loud, and with the addition of megaphones placed all over the theater. Let his voice resound in the ears of every common man. This Dragon Kingdom officer mouthed the words while walking behind Grimhawk. There was a slight pause in his tone, then continued to speak solemnly. First prisoner, Grimhawk, age 31, a native of the Sunset Empire. He is above the land of God. Committed 7 counts of intentional homicide resulting in death, 11 counts of intentional infliction of injury resulting in maiming, the manufacture of and trafficking in cigarettes, and the peddling of contraband military goods. The Longboy officer spilled out all of Grimhawk's charges. In the end, in a very serious tone, he spoke. Now, sentence him to death. Immediate execution. After hearing that, Grimhawk, his hair nearly exploded. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fark, you have no right to do this. Bang! Chapter 145. Are they trying to declare war with our Sunset Empire? A sudden and very crisp shot. It directly interrupted the words that Green Hawk was about to say. At the same time, between them, it also made those old people below who were talking about it startled a big jump. Immediately afterward, they saw the blonde foreigner, fall straight to the ground headfirst. The foreigner had a bloody hole in his head at some point. Bubbling blood is constantly flowing out of the blood holes. It soon stained the wooden floor of the theater red. Quite a few of the common people were immediately frightened and sucked in their breath. They never dreamed that a living, breathing foreigner, before their very eyes, would. I can't believe I got shot. And they also realized that the Yankees were not different from them, in any other way. If you get hit by a shot, that's going to die. 2. Mother really killed the foreigners. Mr. Bai is not afraid of offending the foreigners at all. That's what I call the Great Lord of Heaven. This foreign devil has opened a lot of big tobacco shops in southern Fujian province, and has ruined many people. It's worth dying for. Hiss. After killing one foreign devil, there won't be more foreign devils coming over to look for trouble, will there? I've heard that those foreign devils are very powerful with their tough ships and cannons. What are you afraid of? We are far away from the sea. Can his ships and cannons come in? We have a lot of hills and mountains in Min province, and the river has even more twists and turns. If they dare to follow the river, I'm afraid they can't even find their way out. Good killing. Killed out the blood of our divine state people. Killed out the bloodiness of our divine state people. Now, it's no longer that time of loss of power and humiliation. That's right. Good killing. What's wrong with foreign devils? You'll be shot just the same if you commit a crime. Good. The great Lord of Heaven has done justice to our people. Mr. Bai is definitely the reincarnation of Qing Tian Daoliang. What reincarnation of the Grand Master of Qing Tian? Mr. Bai himself is the Grand Master of Qing Tian. Good killing. Those who sell cigarettes deserve to die. The common people, after the shock, were a cheering and a hooting and a hollering, watching an evil man shot by justice before his eyes. The feeling is not normally soothing, though it didn't fire itself, but it was also very enjoyable. It was as if he had drunk a glass of wine in pain. Soothing, smooth, but those on death row on their knees don't feel the same way. One by one, they had already shown a look of despair. These soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom dared to kill even the foreigners, so how could any of them survive? It's a mistake. I should have known better than to get so close to that Kai Yuan Shang. I should have known better than to get entangled with him in any way of interest. Who would have thought that having interests entangled with Kai Yuan Shang would actually be the first to be targeted? If I had known, I would have gotten the hell out of here. Unfortunately, there were no pills of regret to drink in this world, and their end today was predestined. As the Longhua officers on the stage continued to proclaim their guilt, the common people on the stage were also rising in anger as they listened to the charges, while knowing that these death row inmates on their knees are scum. But I didn't realize that these scumbags were actually scum to this extent. With gunshot after gunshot, there was a burst of cheers from the common people. By the time the last death row inmate was executed, it was fast approaching evening. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were very skillful and pulled these bodies out into the dirt. These bodies must surely be cremated at the first opportunity, lest you turn into a zombie for whatever reason. Meanwhile, between that, there are all sorts of tedious, cumbersome steps that have to be taken to completely prevent them from turning into evil spirits for all eternity. Inside this magically reformed version of the Republic of Korea opposite, these steps are mandatory, and with this wave of public hearings over, the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom within this vast jurisdiction began to grow further. It has also gained a large chunk of popularity. The vast power of the people's people took the side of the Dragon Kingdom. The news of the public trial of so many people quickly spread throughout the province of Min. It took the wind out of a lot of people's sails for a while, but others are angry about it. Unusually angry. The reason why Green Hawk, a man from the Sunset Empire, chose to work with Yuan Shanghai, that's because inside the southern belt of Minnesota, there is the Sunset Empire's concession here. The concession is located in Xiacheng, in the southern part of Min province, and there is another public concession in Xiacheng. It is also because of the existence of these two tenements. That's why Green prefers to work with Kai Yuan Shang. Proximity is one of the biggest advantages, but it's also because of the proximity of the news that Green Hawk, an exceptional citizen of the Empire of the Sunset, had been shot in a public trial in God's own country reached the ears of the foreigners in the tenements. Momentarily, it's making waves. Those foreigners who were not citizens of the Sunset Empire were very shocked and dismayed by this though, but most of them have an attitude of watching the show. It's not like it's your own country that's dying anyway. Of course they were also wary of the armed force that called itself the Dragon Army, because this behavior of the other side represents it as completely different from the other warlords. No rules. The people who were most angry about this were undoubtedly the Japans inside the Japonic concession. Fark, are these Shenzhou people crazy? Why would they dare to kill citizens of our Sunset Empire, even if a citizen of our Sunset Empire commits a crime? Nor do they have any right to execute citizens of our country. Damn it! The consul in the tenement, his eyes red with rage, said, "These Oriental barbarians, is it forgetting what happened decades ago? Are they already well and truly over it? The bottom line is, that Grim Hawk, that's Major General Hawk's son. Fark, damn it, they are literally challenging the authority of the Sunset Empire with this behavior. They are trying to declare war. Fark." Chapter 146. No need for the existence of a rentier. Everyone is watching the show. The consul of the Sunbelt concession is very angry today, in the same way that anger is very bitter, because this citizen of the Sunset, who was shot in a public trial, was too special. The other man's father was a rear admiral in the Sunset Empire. The other's mother was a noble of the Sunset Empire. That means that Grim Hawk belongs to the upper class inside the Sunset Empire. The parents of the other party have tons of connections as well as resources. If you don't get this thing taken care of sooner rather than later, then one is in bad luck next. Although the consul of the Sunbelt concession felt that the matter didn't have much to do with him, but who knows if the other parent will feel the same way. Fark, check. Find out about the unit that defeated Kai Yuan Shang. The consul gritted his teeth and said, blatantly sentencing a citizen of the Empire of Sunset to death. This has been a serious provocation to the Sunset Empire. This is no different than a declaration of war already. And, he said to his secretary, call over the rent-a-troops inside the concession immediately. The Empire of the Sunset has an army on top of the Shenandoah's leases. Although the army is not particularly large, but the fighting is very tough. The Sunset Empire during this time period definitely claimed to be the #1 power in the world. Its army naturally speaks for itself. There was only 1 battalion of Imperial Japanese troops on the concession, but it was that 1 battalion that, if one were to go to war with the warlords of the Divine Lands, one would even be able to hang a regiment of warlords. And there is also a warship docked in the harbor of the concession, with a powerful firepower on top of the warship. As long as the war is on the coast, this rented army of the Sunset Empire is virtually invincible. This was the Empire of the Sunset during this period, the true first in the world before World War I. It is also because of the knowledge that you are the world's #1 empire. It was only then that the consul felt that the majesty of the Sunset Empire would never allow anyone to provoke it, not even the warlords on this side of God's earth. Yes, this rent-a-consul was clearly treating the Dragon's army as if it were the local as a warlord. In the eyes of the rentier consul, the battle between the Dragon Kingdom army and Kai Yuan Shang's army some time ago, it's just a fight between 2 Eastern warlords. These backward Oriental warlords know nothing but to fight and kill every day. The equipment is also very outdated. Military literacy also sucks. So he wasn't particularly wary of the Dragon army because he felt that the Dragon army, not much different from Kai Yuan Shang's warlord forces, it was probably just slightly more powerful than Kai Yuan Shang's warlord forces. Otherwise there was no way to be able to defeat that Kai Yuan Shang. Nowadays, the situation in the entire province of Min is once again making waves. No one really thought that Bai Yi would actually dare to make a move against the foreigners of the Sunless Empire. And it's not even in the dark. Instead, it's bright, straight to public trial and shooting. It's not a clear-cut case of the Sunset Empire, the old world's #1 power, getting in its face. You're going to rub it on the ground? It's definitely a naked provocation. Really, I really don't know what words to use to describe it. Should I use the words "the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers" to describe it? But the question is, if the Dragon army is a newborn calf, what are they? The warlords who couldn't even defeat Kai Yuan Shang? Cow sure, that Mr. White is really bold. A small warlord leader was shocked for several minutes when he got the news that, only then did he come back to his senses. How dare he kill a foreigner with honor, and a foreigner from the Empire of the Sunset. I have to say, Raoul respects him as a man. No wonder he was able to defeat Kai Yuan Shang. For this kind of boldness and courage alone, I'm afraid that no one in the land of God can compare to him. But what he's doing is also too reckless. It's offending the Sunset Empire to the death. The Sunset Empire is not a small force in Asia. This little warlord leader sket his mouth. I wonder if the Sunset Empire will retaliate back. If the other party wants to retaliate back, then this Mr. White will be in bad luck. I'm afraid that the southern part of Min province, which was so hard to conquer, will have to be broken up by the foreigners. The foreigners' tough ships and cannons are no joke. There are also people who have a sit on the shore and turn off the fire attitude towards this behavior of Bai Yi. Good guy, killing a foreigner in the open. Isn't he Bai Yi finished then? Mother ****** her, scaring the out of labor these days. I hope the foreigners will slaughter that Bai Yi. Min province doesn't need this kind of bad rules. In a word, everyone was shocked at Bai Yi's behavior. Everyone was not optimistic about Bai Yi messing with the Sunset Empire, feeling that it was a very childish and death-defying behavior. To go against the Sunset Empire just to give a bunch of ordinary people a hard time? Sheesh. Is it worth it? Everyone couldn't figure out this wave of Bai Yi's operation. Is this Bai Yi inflated? Think you can deal with Kai Yuan Shang and not be afraid of the foreigners? That's naive, isn't it? In the face of all kinds of unfavorable fishing wheels outside, Bai Yi, who is the rightful owner, does not put it in his eyes. He wasn't going to let other people's disapproval keep him from executing that Grim Hawk. In Bai Yi's eyes, a big smoker, death is not an option. It looks like everyone wants to see a good show. Bai Yi shook his head slightly and, smiling, he said to the person next to him, pay attention to the movements in Xiacheng. Xiacheng also belongs to the southern belt of Min province, and is also considered to be our current jurisdiction. I do not wish to see the emergence of a foreigner's concession within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. The concession must be cancelled. Even if the people of the Sunset Concession can hold back from striking at me, I can't tolerate the Renta community either. Only if all the foreigners in the concession are driven out. It's the people in our jurisdictional lands who can straighten up. Yankees, not invincible. Chapter 147. The Rokkoku will take the necessary military action against the concession. Bai wasn't the only one who didn't allow the existence of a rentier in the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that every dragon nation does not want to see such a thing as a tenement in the jurisdiction, because the tenement represents a humiliating era, an era that people do not want to remember. These aborigines inside the magically altered Republican realm, they may fear the so-called Yankee countries, or they may fear the so-called Western powers, but the Dragon Kingdom people who came to this world from the Blue Star side were not afraid of these things at all. In the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the so-called Western powers were really just that, not to mention the Western powers in the magically altered version of the Republican realm. If you're offended, you're offended. What's the big deal? Bai even had an article written and published in the local newspaper in southern Fujian province. Though not many people are literate these days, and not many are in the habit of reading newspapers, but Bai believes that there will always be literate people. Circulate those at the top of the paper. This article is generally about the backbone of the nation and the will of the nation, and throughout, it bashes the so-called Western powers, especially bashing the so-called Sunset Empire, bashing them for all that hegemony, almost like the word provocation. It's laid out directly in plain sight. The Dragon Kingdom Camp, Army Medical Service. Wang Renji, who has been a military medical assistant for more than 2 months, looking at this newspaper in his hand that still smelled of ink, a dumbfounded and confused look was written all over his face. Old teacher, Mr. Bai is provoking the sunless empire like this, and even talking about taking back the Xiaqing's lease. Will this cause any big trouble? Wang Renji has been in labor reform for more than 2 months. He only needs another 10 months of rehabilitation to regain his freedom. Only he didn't want to regain his freedom because he felt that on the side of the Army Medical Service, one is able to learn a lot of medical theories that one has never been exposed to before. It filled him with a sense of belonging to the camp in Dragonland. The teacher Wang Renji spoke of was an attending physician at the Military Medical Service. Wang Renji is currently working for him as a military medical assistant. After hearing this assistant's inquiry, the attending physician couldn't help but laugh, and there wasn't the slightest expression of worry on his face. What big trouble can there be? Provocations are provocations, and the Sunset Empire can either tolerate it or fight to see who's the boss, he said. It's that simple. The attending physician's tone was very relaxed and not at all flustered. This made Wang Renji freeze for a moment. Scratch your head, bastard. Teacher, this is the Sunset Empire. When I was studying in the country of the baguette, I've always heard that the Empire of the Sunset has the most colonies in the world, and with the most powerful army in the world, especially the navy that is unrivaled. Wang Renji's tone was filled with worry. The other side also owns a lot of colonies on this side of Asia. They also have quite a few troops gathered over here. If they really want to make a move against us, they will likely be able to pull together an army of tens of thousands of men in 3 months' time. And the other side's tough ships and cannons are very scary. That's the #1 power in the world. The attending physician smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Don't think about it so much. You'll see later. He didn't explain too much to Wang Renji because many things simply couldn't be explained. We can't say that all of them, the dragons, are from another world, can we? Not that the attending physician was overly arrogant. Rather, the gap between the Dragon Kingdom and the so-called Sunset Empire is really big. It's like that gap between the age of cold weapons and the age of hot weapons. It's not an exaggeration to say that. After all, with the military power of the Dragon Kingdom, take any ICBM out, it would be able to beat the other side to death, and even blow up the other side's capital city directly. It's not even on the same level. And this one article that Whitey had put in the paper, it was also seen by the consul of the Sunset Concession in Xiamen. The consul had spent half his life in God's country, and he naturally understood the contents of the newspaper. When he saw the article and read it verbatim, log.sth, a nameless rage hit his head. It made him grit his teeth. It made him furious. Fark, this consul of the Empire of the Sunset in the land of God. Without saying a word, he crumpled the newspaper into a hard ball, and even felt that this was not deflating, and threw the newspaper on the ground and stomped it hard a few times. The huffing and puffing looked like a brute, and his eyes were suffused with a few bloodshot threads. Fark, he actually called us Anza bandits, and calling us despicable colonizers. He even told us to leave the concession within a month, otherwise military action will be taken. That asshole Bai actually wants to take back the lease? Fark, who does he think he is? Fark. The consul was already too angry to remember how many farks he had actually said. All he knew was that there was a man from China named Bai Yi who had no idea how to provoke the Sunset Empire. It even declared that it would take military action against the Japanese Empire's concessions in God's country. This is no longer limited to provocation. Declaration of war. Definitely a declaration of war. The consul, who was cursing and swearing, suddenly calmed down. He knew that the tenements of Shaching should never be lost. Because the ports of this concession controlled the coastal trade of Min. The profits from coastal trade in a Min province with a population of up to tens of millions are absolutely huge. The Empire of Sunset had many such tenements though, but it doesn't mean that the Shaman City concession will be abandoned. If this lease is lost in his hands, he will definitely be court-martialed. Come to think of it, the consul couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. He realized the magnitude of the problem, because it has involved himself, his future in terms of his career. Damn it! Chapter 148, Furious Major General Hawk. Dare to kill my son. But when the consul wanted to ask for military assistance from other tenants, suddenly he couldn't help but frown as if he had thought of something. Why is that bastard so arrogant? By what right does he dare to take military combat action against the Japanese Empire's concessions? A bold thought sprang to mind. Could it be that behind the opponents, with the support of any Western country? After this bold idea popped up, all of a sudden he was taken aback by himself. If that's true, then there's a lot more involved. It seemed to be beyond the capacity of him, a small consul, to handle. Nope. Why? Should I take care of it? The consul snapped to attention. Major General Hawker. If it were known that his son died on top of the divine land, so it must be very angry. Being a good public servant of the Sunset Empire, the consul rushed to dump the pot without saying a word. Pass this big mess on to someone else. It's kind of some of the traditional arts and crafts of the Sunset Empire's public servants. He took a deep breath, called the secretary in. Then to his secretary he commanded, give Major General Hawk, on the South Asian side, immediately, send an urgent telegram. Give him the euphemistic news that his son, Green Hawk, has been murdered. The news of the local warlords in the Divine Lands provoking the Sunless Empire was also politely relayed to him. He will definitely come over. The secret art froze, then understood, knowing that the consul didn't want to get into this kind of trouble, because that's the kind of trouble that, if you don't handle it well, you're screwed. That's why it's wisest to dump this hassle on someone else. Who better to handle this piece of trouble than Major General Hawk? After all, that son of his was the source of the incident. Not bad for a consul. That's old school. The secretary's heart that called for an immense admiration. If he himself could also be so smooth. It's probably already been delegated by the imperial side, instead of being a little secretary here. Yes, Secret Art nodded knowingly, then immediately left. Phew. In this way, it doesn't matter whether that Bai Yi dares to take military action against the concession or not. If he doesn't dare to take military action against the concession, then nothing will happen to me. And then Rear Admiral Hawk would still come over, wanting to avenge his son's death. Oh no! To settle the Eastern barbarians who provoked the Sunset Empire. If that guy, Bai Yi, really dares to take military action against the concession, and I'm not worried, because with Major General Hawk at my back, all I have to do is get a battalion of Sunbelt fighters from the concession. Just stall the other side for a while. By the time Major General Hawk brings his men to the land of God, the end of that insolent man called Bai Yi, I'm afraid it's going to end exactly the same way as that Kai Yuan Shang. In the words of a godly phrase, that's drama. The consul murmured something to himself, feeling more and more very witty. Neither the former nor the latter threatens one's career, though that said one may not be able to profit much from it either. But it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't affect you it's fine, because according to the calculation of time, one would at most stay in the Divine Land for another year or two. It can be transferred back to the Sunset Empire. At that point, themselves a chance to get into the Sunset core system, be a very honorable Sunset public servant. Aha! It's perfect. Out of this, just when everyone in the whole province of Minnesota would have thought that the Rentier consul would not be able to resist his hand. Instead of transferring troops, the Rent-a-Consul of the partial Sunset acted as if nothing had happened. It's as if they don't know about it, as if they don't know that someone is provoking the Sunset Empire. It makes a big difference. It's also baffling. But, far away in the southern part of Asia, in a colonial port in the Sunset, at this very moment, a rear admiral of the Sunset Navy, who was in a high position, was letting out a furious roar like never before. Fark! Damned Oriental barbarians! How on earth did they dare to do what they did? Fark! That's my son! My Dean Hawk's son! Damned Oriental barbarians! They killed my son! How dare you call my son some kind of criminal? Fark! Even if my son did commit a crime, and it's not their turn to be judged by these backward savages, they're looking for death. The roar that came from inside the Major General's office scared the guards outside from breathing loudly. Anyone could feel how angry this Major General, really was today. No, Major General Hawk is 59 this year, and Green Hawk is not his only son though, but one of his best sons, because Green Hawk has done a lot of very lucrative business above God's earth. Almost every year, he sends back to the distant empire of Sunset with a large amount of belongings. It was the pride of Major General Hawk. Now, one of General Hawk Whistle's finest sons and one of life's greatest PR. Died in the land of God. Who? Inside the office, Rear Admiral Hawk, whose temples had gone a little gray. Panting sharply, he gritted his teeth. Damn Shenzhou people. Fark. Damn Shenzhou warlords. But he was also aware that he couldn't just send out troops, even if he was the Major General. Otherwise, some of his own enemies inside the Sunset Empire would use it to impeach him. But the barbaric Shenzhou people may have to carry out military combat operations against the tenements in a month's time? He couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched the news of the report coming in over the telegraph. Isn't this a great opportunity? Isn't that a good excuse? Chapter 149, The Sunless Empire's Anger. Sword pointing at the divine state. To tell the truth, Major General Hawk did not think that those weak-minded Shenandoah men that, to be able to have the audacity to carry out a so-called military combat operation against the tenant territories of their Sunset Empire, because inside his inherent impression, the Shenzhou people were not only very thin and weak, the character is also very weak. Back when he was a soldier, he used to come to the land of God. At that time, he followed the Allied forces to kill the divine capital. At that time, he was even fighting after several hundred divine state soldiers with his own strength. Those Shenzhou soldiers, each one of them smoking big cigarettes, are as thin as a bone. There was absolutely no fight to speak of, even though that feudal dynasty has been overthrown, now in God's country and decades ago. Maybe a little less so, but for that little bit of time, where could they change? It's still just a bunch of East Asian sickos. Humph, Rear Admiral Hawk grunted, and he had, by this time, calmed down a little. Not to be overwhelmed by anger. He felt that what was mentioned in the telegram, the armed forces of southern Minnesota would conduct military operations against the tenements. It's just a lie from those godly people who only dare to talk big. If Rear Admiral Hawk has studied the divine culture, this time he was able to come up with an idiom. Bluff. He thought the other guy was just bluffing. But, just right. It is because of this audacious bluff of the other side that gives him Dean Hawk the perfect excuse. He could well use this excuse to move his troops. He could have used the excuse of supporting the Sunset Concession in Xiamen, and then avenge his son's death. He's going to cut off the head of that warlord's head and hang it on the bow of a warship to deter everyone. He was going to tell everyone that he, Dean Hawk's son, was untouchable by anyone. The thought of your best son dying like that, Dean Hawk couldn't help but break into another fit of rage, kicking over a chair hard, and he knew that he was going to have a headache next. It's how to explain it to the child's mother. Fark. Damn. Men. Major General Hawk called for his adjutant, forcibly suppressing the grief as well as the murderous intent within him. Then with an expressionless face, he said, "Call me the core center of the Sunbelt Empire, and tell me that the Sunbelt Empire's tenant in the city of Xiamen, Shenzhou, threatened militarily by the savage Orientals. The consul of the Xiaoqing concession has asked for military support, and we are very near to God's land. It is possible to find a month's time to arrive and support the tenements against the savage Orientals. Major General Dean Hawk hereby requests headquarters to be given the authority to transfer troops. Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy, Dean Hawk, to the top." The adjutant hastened to take all this to heart, and he knew why Major General Hawker was so angry. It was also known that Major General Hawk only wanted revenge now. Of course, Major General Hawk's behavior was reasonable, because his rhetoric was to support the tenant community in Xiamen. And could there be a more plausible argument than that? It looks like those Shenzhou people are probably going to be in deep. Rear Admiral Hawk was inside the Royal Sunset Navy. That was a very prestigious and ironic Rear Admiral, meaning, Maj. Gen. Hawk was very hard and decisive, and had little regard for the lives of his enemies. There was even little concern for the civilians in the enemy's territory, those who were dead or alive. Sheesh, these Orientals, and I don't know why, were messing with Major General Hawk. Isn't that a death wish? You don't have to kill yourself this way, do you? The deputy shook his head. He immediately ran out and called this piece of information to the headquarters of the Sunset Empire. After receiving the call on the side of the Sunset Empire, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Immediately report the news to the Empire's top brass. Moment. A quake. The barbaric Orientals dared to provoke the authority of the Empire of the Sunset over world domination. The adjutant's call was clearly an addition to the story. The purpose was to render a little more loathsome and hateful. Fruity. The effect of his additions was remarkable. The top brass of the Sunset Empire were so outraged that without saying a word they gave Major General Hawk the the right to transfer troops. Meanwhile, and specifically instructed Major General Hawk to make sure that the bold Oriental was shot. Show the world exactly what happens when you mess with their Sunset Empire. At the same time, the officials of the Empire of the Sunset also sent out newspapers to condemn the barbaric behavior of the Shenzhou people. Momentarily, quite a few citizens within the Sunset Empire are aware of this Far East. There's a barbaric Oriental trying to provoke their Sunset Empire. Major General Hawk's purpose was accomplished. He got permission. Without saying a word, Major General Hawk immediately mobilized all the troops he could throughout the colony. As much as he was confident in the might of their Royal Navy, there were still cautions that had to be had. After all, the enemy had the home field advantage this time, and the enemy was on the defensive side of the fence. In the midst of war, the casualties on the attacking side are far greater than those on the defending side. Major General Hawk doesn't want too many of his soldiers dead or wounded. He felt that a good Royal Navy soldier was far more valuable than those savage Orientals. Even if the life of one Royal Navy soldier is exchanged for 100 on the other side, Rear Admiral Hawk all felt very unprofitable. Of course, with all these troops he's mobilizing, the Royal Navy of the Empire of the Sunset being a minority, most of them are some of the local natives. These natives were recruited by the Empire of the Sunset, and became the local diaspora. These doppelgangers make very good cannon fodder, and the dilettantes in the hands of Major General Hawk. Almost all of them are San. The horrific war machine that is the Sunset Empire was set in motion by Major General Hawk. Sword to God. Chapter 150 Diamond Treasure Chest. Jurisdictions are changing by the day. The consul of the Empire of the Sunset, far away from the Shacheng concession in southern Fujian province. When he learned that Major General Hawk had already arrived towards God's land, he couldn't help but laugh freely a few times. He knew then that Major General Hawker, on learning of the death of his own son, there is absolutely no way that it will be good enough. Especially since Major General Hawk's son wasn't killed accidentally or by natural causes. Instead, they were put on direct public trial and then shot in the head. In this case, Major General Hawk would be absolutely furious. It is absolutely impossible to endure such hatred. After all, this one Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire. But there's never any overnight revenge. It was for this reason that Major General Hawk had the title of Major General Ironblood. Since the savage Orientals want to get killed, the consul poured himself a cup of hot tea and took a delicate sip. Laughing, he said, "Then give him a decent death. It would be an honor for him to die under the hardened ships and cannons of our Sunset Empire. After all, others, even if they want to die this way, none of that qualifies yet." Bai did not know exactly how the consul had programmed the Longhua army inside the concession, nor did they know that a Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire named Dean Hawk was angrily leading a fleet of ships towards the Min province of the Divine Land. After all, Bai hadn't set up any intelligence agency branches inside the Japanese Empire's concession. Neither did they plant any men inside the Sunbelt Empire's concessions. Sure, even if Bai knew about these things, he wouldn't pay much attention to them. At this point, Bai is still in the process of solidifying the influence of the Dragon Kingdom over this current jurisdiction. At the same time, it is important to improve the livelihoods of people within the jurisdiction, and there's still that group of laborers to be properly organized. This time, the Dragon Kingdom's laborers inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. The number broke right through to 40,000 people. These 40,000 people are all in the category of those whose crimes are not punishable by death, but it's going to have to be locked up for years, decades, even decades. It was naturally impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to raise this group of people for nothing. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is no charity. The Dragon Kingdom also needs money to function. If 40,000 people were raised for no reason, then for the Dragon Kingdom, definitely a no-brainer. The money it costs to feed 40,000 people alone. I don't even know how many poor people can be rescued. That's why the Dragon Kingdom needs these 40,000 people to be reformed for labor, so that they can become free laborers. What more obliging labor force could there be than such laborers? The most important thing is, for this group of laborers, it is enough to feed them and house them. Money, no need to give at all. After all, this is the price of their crimes. This is the price of their exploitation of the common man. Did bad things, it has to be repaid. Now for the jurisdictional land of the Dragon Kingdom. Road construction is one of the most important programs. This is because only when the transportation of various places is convenient to each other can they develop better. In this, Bai arranged almost all of these laborers to build roads. 40,000 laborers work from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, every day. They were hardly anyhow, but a handful of strength was still there. These laborers are pretty efficient at building roads. It didn't take long to build a lot of roads already. Of course these are rather basic roads, and could not have been built as well as those on the Blue Planet, Or else that takes a lot more time. The roads that were built on this side of the magically altered Republican realm were some kind of two-lane road. There is also little green belt around the area, and it is not even equipped with street lights, because what is needed now is efficiency, not supporting facilities, nor is it aesthetically pleasing. Just be efficient. When we get the road all finished, then we'll equip it with some green belts, or streetlights or something is not too late. The whole of Min Province, even the whole of God's country, was watching southern Min Province, also keeping an eye on the movements in the Imperial Japanese concession. But, much to the dismay of those of them who, neither the Dragon Kingdom nor the Sunset Empire seem to be moving much. Is this the calm before the storm? Or is nothing really happening? No one knows. Perhaps, only these two forces, who were the rightful owners, could know what was going on. Time. Streaming. In the twinkling of an eye it was the passage of the greater part of a month. And since the greater part of that time the construction of the Dragon Kingdom inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm was in full swing. The Dragon Kingdom has already used not only 40,000 laborers, but even the construction corps, both transferred 2 more from Blue Star. Between the same time, some of the local people were recruited to participate in the construction as well. Of course, the people are involved in the construction work, and that will certainly give wages. These old people involved in the construction are now workers. Their workload, as well as their working hours, are not as much as those of the laborers, yet they have quite a paycheck. That kind of addresses the employment rate a little bit. To the modern eyes of Blue Star, this very tedious and dirty work, in the eyes of the common man of this age, it is a very rare and good job. After all, there are so few workplaces in this day and age. Most of the people farmed on crop fields, soldier, prisoners of labor, hundreds of people, all are involved in the construction work. This resulted in the number of people involved in the construction, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, being up to more than 100,000 people. Every day there was a large amount of ocean expenditure. Fortunately Kai Yuan Shang left enough money for Bai. This has also led to the fact that within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, it is almost always changing from day to day. Every day is a new look. Big changes every month. A picture of vitality. Viva renewal. The most noteworthy thing is that Bai also got a more than golden treasure chest on this day. The higher level treasure chests. Diamond treasure chest. Chapter 151, Soaring National Fortune. Construction efficiency increased by 500%. The Dragon Kingdom has obtained a large amount of high-quality copper ore. The Dragon Kingdom has obtained a large amount of high-quality gold ore. The Dragon Kingdom's research on the purple stiff and the green stiff has made quite a bit of progress. The Dragon Kingdom has acquired a large number of antique artifacts. The Dragon Kingdom acquires a large amount of jewelry and property. The Dragon Kingdom receives a large number of spiritual springs. Rokoku gets. The Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have gotten a series of surges, and the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have seen a very significant increase. You get Diamond Chest +1. Is it open? Yes. No. Line after line of subtitles appeared in front of Bai's eyes. There are so many subtitles in this one that it's a bit dizzying. So you can imagine just how much the Dragon Kingdom has gotten out of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. It goes without saying that or resources such as these, the mineral deposits of the Dragon Kingdom on the magically altered version of the Republican realm, that can be coveted for a long time. Large quantities of high quality ore are being transported to the Dragon side in a steady stream every week. In just 1 or 2 months' time, the Dragon Kingdom had gotten a large amount of metal ores. All of these things are resources that are sorely lacking in the Dragon Kingdom. As for antique artifacts and jewelry belongings, most of these are from Kai Yuan Shang and his interest group side of the collection. The amount can be staggering. If all these things were sold, they would be worth at least several million yen. It is evident from this that Choi Yuan Sang and his interest group, just how much oil has been squeezed from the people. These people used to be vampires 1 or 2 at a time. Even vampires don't suck as much as they do. These belongings seized by the Dragon Kingdom, part of it is used to improve the livelihood of the local people in the magically modified version of the Republic of China, as well as to carry out some basic construction. A portion was transported back to the Dragon Kingdom on the Blue Planet to increase the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. It was for this reason that the treasure chest obtained this time was actually a diamond treasure chest. One can imagine the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, which has skyrocketed to what extent. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom has so many veins in the middle of the magically modified version of the Republic realm, no longer need to be checked and balanced by foreign resources. There is also no need to buy, at high prices, a wide variety of high-quality ores from abroad. I'm afraid, inside these recent days, one by one, those old sellers in the Dragon Kingdom have been wondering that, why are orders from dragons starting to become less and less? Unfortunately, they couldn't even think of a double penetration gate that Dragon Kingdom already possessed. They were even more surprised to learn that the Dragon Kingdom had taken control of an entire world's resources, and that world still has several times the resources of Blue Star. Of course, this does not mean that the Dragon Kingdom will not, in the future, buy resources from them again, to disguise the existence of the double through the door thingy. The Dragon Kingdom is in the future. There will still be more or less symbolic purchases of resources and orders placed in order to confuse foreign countries. And at this point, Bai Yi, who had gotten the diamond treasure chest, didn't hesitate or worry about anything. He opened the diamond treasure chest directly. Open up. You have successfully opened a diamond chest. Congratulations on receiving the treasure chest reward. The efficiency progress of all infrastructural construction within the jurisdiction of the magically reformed version of the Republic of China realm has increased by 500%. After seeing this one treasure chest reward, Bai Yi was finally nonplussed. 500% increase in infrastructure efficiency within the jurisdiction. What kind of concept is that? This equates to 5 times the efficiency. For example, if a country road is to be constructed, the time expected to be spent it's about 50 days. Now with this increase in efficiency, it will only take 10 days to be able to get it done. Those big projects that lasted 5 years were able to be done in just 1 year. What kind of concept is that? This increased buff, if placed on the blue planet, would be enough to make all the countries of the entire world all crazy about it. A country that takes 100 years to completely perfect its infrastructure. This buff, on the other hand, will take that time and shorten it to 20 years. The equivalent of just 20 years to get a country's infrastructure perfected. Hiss. Nice guy. Bai Yi realized that those rewards he had gotten before, it's nothing compared to this reward, because this reward is a real benefit to the country and the people. The number of people who will benefit from it is more than 10 million. With such an increase in infrastructure efficiency, Bai Yi is confident that in just a few years' time, just make the southern part of Min province the most advanced and also the most developed area in the entire magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. Originally the southern part of Minnesota already had a modern world power at its back, and now with such a buff, it's practically open. Although Bai Yi wasn't sure exactly what the principle of such an increase was, it's not likely that any of them can figure out what it's all about. But since it can increase the efficiency of infrastructure and benefit the country and the people, so who cares what it's all about? It looks like some plans need to be changed. Bai Yi had previously, with a group of people, formulated a construction plan for a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, specializing in the construction of infrastructure as well as livelihoods in this world. But now that this buff has appeared, this building program may need to add a little something now. The scheduled completion period for what was previously mentioned inside the plan is about 5 years. With a 500% increase, that 5 years will be shortened to 1 year. Even if Bai Yi continues to send more people to join the construction, this time will continue to shorten. Maybe most of the year is enough. It was completed in the first half of the year, needing to anticipate a 5-year construction program. Such an increase, it is a demon. Bai Yi immediately called a meeting. The meeting was about discussing how to utilize this increased buff. This will result in faster infrastructure improvements within the jurisdiction and livelihoods. Chapter 152. Day by day, before his eyes, there was already light all over. The name Chen Dekai sounded like a landlord and magnate who could make a fortune, but in reality, only he himself knows that he is nothing but an ordinary citizen. Chen Dezai has always done the kind of hard labor that sells labor. Every day was spent either carrying heavy grain at the grain store or plowing fields for some landowner. The oceans I earn each month don't add up to $3. When the market is good, you can barely make $2 large a month. When the market is bad, it's pretty good to make $1 a month. Every day can be a very hard day. He was glad that he had not married and had children. Otherwise, with the little money he had earned, can't afford a family at all. And he didn't dare think about getting a wife and having children, because he doesn't think he's qualified for that. What's a poor man to think so much about? But this month was different. Chen Dekai earned a full $6 of ocean this month. Yes, he had been doing hard labor for so long in his life, and had never imagined that this strength of his, it's amazing how much it's worth. Because he changed jobs. He stopped moving grain for those grain stores and stopped plowing the landowners' fields. Instead, roads are being built every day. It was about a month ago when Dragon started hiring old people in a big way, participate in the construction of the jurisdictional land and are recruited with the promise of a modest salary. Though such a salary, in the eyes of the dragons, seems very low, but that seems like a very high salary in the eyes of people in this day and age. Chen Dekai knows nothing. He only has strength. He was a concrete mover when the road was being built. As a result, he didn't realize that he, a cement mover, would be able to earn that much pay. That's $6. It was equivalent to what he used to make when he had toiled for a full 3 months to earn. If I work on the construction site for a year, and if I work for $6 large a month, so 12 months in a year is. That's what, like $72? Chen Dezai wiggled his fingers and counted, and couldn't help but mutter, this year's time. It has to eat and drink too, so count on it costing $20 large a year. Then I'll be able to have at least 50 yen left over each year, or 100 yen if I save for 2 years. If you save it for 20 years, that's 100 yen. Hiss. When he said this, Chen Dezai sucked in a breath of cool air and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even after 20 years, only 50 years old myself, I think, at 50 years old, you can save $100, and that's in the county. Buy a mansion, I guess. It was even a mansion with a courtyard and was able to have quite a few oceans left over. In other words, you'll soon have the nerve to get a daughter-in-law yourself? Soon to have the nerve to have a son? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. As Chen Dezai, who was tugging $6 of ocean in his pocket, walked through the streets of Qingzhou County, the mood was all very apprehensive, fearing that some punk would come out and rob him of his money. But luckily, since the security of Qingzhou County was taken over by the Dragon Kingdom's army, the gangsters inside the city basically wouldn't dare to come out and cause trouble. Anyone who dares to come out and make trouble has already become a prisoner of labor. They've all joined the road-building army. Qingzhou County has changed so fast. Chen Dezai looked at the somewhat unfamiliar streets in front of him and, I can't help but let out a murmur of emotion. I remember 2 months ago, when I passed by here, I could always smell a kind of urine stench. Now that flavor is completely gone. And there used to be a lot of jerks and gangsters on the streets. Now those guys are gone too. Also, why does this thing called a streetlight light up at night when there are obviously no wires? Chen Dezai looked up at those streetlights fixed to the walls of the house. He was completely confused as to why such a thing would automatically light up at night. Electric lights are not uncommon in this day and age. But an electric light that can light up without being connected to electricity, that's a very rare thing indeed. He heard, what kind of solar street light is this? Solar? Can't figure it out. All in all, Clearwater County has been changing rapidly for some time now. It made him feel a little overwhelmed. Everything is brought to you by Mr. White. When Chen Dezai said the 3 words Mr. By, the tone involuntarily took on a hint of respect. He wasn't very educated though and didn't recognize a few words. But, he knows about these changes in Clearwater County and how he is able to make $6 large a month. All because of Mr. White. It is Mr. White who has given this change in Clearwater County. And it is Mr. White who has given him such a salary. He himself had the pleasure of meeting Mr. White once the other day. Have to say, Mr. White is really young, although seen from a very long distance. However, Chen Dezai still felt that Mr. Bai was very imposing, and at first glance, he was the type of big man who was very imposing. The key thing is that Mr. White is very nice to the people, would love to give justice to the common man. Even those soldiers under Mr. White's hand were kind to the common people. This 1 or 2 months had made Chen Dezai a bit of a dream. Feels like I'm dreaming, because it's all a little too good to be true. That's something he'd never dreamed of doing before. And now, things that you would never dream of doing have happened, and they have happened to you. It put him in a very trance-like state. There are many common people like Chen Dezai, who used to be exploited and oppressed on a regular basis. They used to starve and freeze a lot and were used to living a hard life. They were once people who were in darkness, and all they could see was darkness. It was impossible to see the road ahead, until the Dragon Kingdom came. Bring on the light. It brings hope. Bring on the fire. Freeing these people from oppression and allowing the common people to see the light that they have never seen before. Let them live. Hopeful. All over the light. Chapter 153 Acting with necessary force against the tenements. As time began to pass day by day, the number of things Bai Yi needed to be busy with gradually decreased, because of the large number of staff transferred from the dragon side, sharing the pressure of his work very much. Also these days have solved many, previously unresolved problems. Once these issues were resolved, Bai Yi was instantly in a state of relief. When there is not so much trouble about livelihood issues after, Bai Yi refocused his gaze on the southern part of Min Province, the city called Xiacheng. There are 2 full tenements inside that city. One is a tenant of the Sunset Empire, one is a public tenement. The 2 leases are very well understood, and the first is the jurisdiction inside the lease. It belongs to the Empire of the Sunset, and it contains a large number of citizens of the Sunset Empire. At the same time, the Sunset Empire also stationed a lot of soldiers in the Xiacheng concession. The second is the jurisdiction in the concession, which is a joint jurisdiction of the various countries. There were people from all countries in the public rented area, and there were quite a few garrisons inside the public concession, and most of those garrisons were from the west. Only the number of troops stationed in the public leases was not large. Only a dozen or so garrisons are being arranged in each country. More than a few dozen garrisons were arranged. Of course the garrisons of these different countries add up to a larger number. It must add up to at least a couple hundred people. The foreign garrisons of the two tenements remembered. The numbers amounted to thousands of troops. Meanwhile, both of these tenements have ports, of which the port of the tenement of the Empire of the Sunset. There was even a warship parked. Arguably, the entire coastal military power of the province of Minnesota has been hijacked by these foreign garrisons. If fishermen want to go out to sea to catch fish, got to pay Lord Yankee for protection. Otherwise, the fishing boats are all smashed for you. The two concessions, which control the offshore trade, have eaten their fill over the years. From above the land of God, it took away an unknown amount of wealth and exploited an unknown number of the people of God. Bai could not help but feel that inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, a weakness of those local warlords. These local warlords, instead of allowing the existence of a rentier, foreign countries were even allowed to arrange garrisons in the concession. At the same time, just like that, the trade along the coast, the military along the coast was handed over. Allow these foreigners to stand at the head of the land of God and do as they please. Whatever these foreigners have done in God's country, it's as if there aren't even any laws that can bind them, nor is there any law that can sanction them. But those days when foreigners were high and mighty will soon be gone, because Bai had already been busy with most of his chores. There has been time to set eyes on the tenements. I remember being on the major newspapers in Minnesota before an article against the concession was published. I'm sure those foreigners over in the concession have seen the article, but they don't seem to think it's true. They think it's all in the article, that it's just nonsense. Maybe it's also because I think I'm bluffing. Bai was playing with a ghost-repelling copper bell in his hand, listening to the crisp and pleasant sound of the bell. He narrowed his eyes. I've warned them in the papers about this. They have been given 1 month to leave the concession or military combat action will be taken against the concession. But they don't seem to appreciate the opportunities one give them, probably because they think I'm afraid to make a move. TSK. It's time to take the two tenements right back. The existence of a rentier is something Whitey will never allow. He seldom went to actively attack other forces inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. But, instead, this time he's taking the initiative. Take back the tenements. Now that the southern part of Min province is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, how can we let the foreigners in the concession to reign over the heads of the people of God's country? How could one tolerate the other side flaunting its power over the heads of the people of God's country? Can't let go. Intolerable. Bai immediately took all the staff officers, as well as the senior officers, and it was all turned in for a meeting in the conference room. The main point of this meeting was directed at those two tenements in Xiamen. He advocated that the two tenements should be recovered by force of arms, because he had already given these foreigners a chance long before. But the other man simply ignored that chance he gave. Since you don't eat soft, then he'll do it the hard way. Predictably, no one, for that matter, has taken Bai's claim to this raise any significance because they are also very keen to recover the two tenements. After all, as long as these two tenements existed, then as long as the people of Shenzhou could not straighten their backs, the main thing is that these two concessions, which control two important ports, these two harbors are very good military ports with a little bit of renovation. Once the military harbor is remodeled, it will be ready for the Navy to move in. The Dragon Kingdom has long wanted the Navy to enter, too, inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. Major, I suggest that it is only necessary to send troops against the least territories of the Empire of the Sunset. We'll just take the Imperial Sunset concession back by force, and then give the public lease a verbal warning there. With this foretaste of the Sunset Empire, the people on the public leases must have been very cooperative. A staff officer spoke up and made a suggestion. It's clearly meant to be an example. The Sunset Empire is chicken, and the public lease is full of monkeys. A brigadier general murmured. Although the Empire of the Sunset was very powerful during this period, but we are the Dragon Army from the 21st century. We don't fear them at all. Completely capable of giving them, these old imperialists, a real head-on blow. Let them know that Shenzhou, not these so-called Western powers of theirs, where you can get your hands dirty. Yes, Bai nodded and smiled. Let these imperialists know. What does it mean to be a real military power? What a surprise. Chapter 154. How did this Bai dare to take action against the foreigners? When this meeting was over, Bai immediately mobilized the Dragon Kingdom's army in the magically modified version of the Republic Plain. He mobilized a regiment directly this time to take the tenement back by force. Xiaoqing is not close to the camp of the Dragon Kingdom's army, but for the mobility of the Dragon Army, this distance doesn't really require too long of a march. This task of taking back the Sunset Concession by force, Bai gave to the 2nd Combat Regiment. This combat regiment was transferred from Bai's side of the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of the 2nd Combat Regiment's Dragon Kingdom, after arriving at the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, haven't done much besides daily training. When they received the mission, everyone was baffled. Spinning around, each soldier immediately became excited. It's taking back the lease. Just listening to it alone makes you excited. Under the command and leadership of the commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment, the soldiers immediately checked the equipment on them. The look on everyone's face was one of excitement. Everyone looked excited. For every dragon nation, that humiliation 100 years ago was very profound. Even if there is no one among the young people who has truly experienced that kind of humiliation. But after learning about those things in various movies and TV shows, and in history books, there will still be a nameless fire. It was brewing in the middle of his chest. It makes every young man in the Dragon Kingdom hate to go back to that humiliating time. Then hang all those flaunting foreigners, those who ride over the heads of the common people, on the street lamps. However, this can only be a YA in your head. After all, who can really go back in time? But, now, the moment, a chance to wash away the humiliation has come. Here comes a chance to make it exciting. The soldiers of the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Kingdom were ready to go at this moment. One by one, each of them sat on top of the military vehicle, clutching their rifles in their hands. Feel the cold magazines. The face is very rigid, showing the great nation's generalship. Depart. As an order fell from the commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment, a military vehicle began to leave the camp in Dragonland. The military vehicles coming out of the fishbowl soon attracted, among other things, the attention of a number of ordinary people. The people are not sure why there is such a big military move. The number of these military vehicles must add up to hundreds. The scene of hundreds of military vehicles marching together can be very exaggerated. The sound of the restless engine seemed to tug at the heart. It was even as if the ground felt like it was shaking slightly. And some of the more prescient people, when they saw so many of the dragon's military vehicles moving together, suddenly as if he had remembered something, an incredulous look appeared on his face. No way? They're not really, going to do something like that, are they? Hiss. That's a foreigner. Yes, after all, there were still some people who remembered the articles that Bai Yi had previously published in the major newspapers. It was made clear on that article, if the foreigners on the lease don't leave the lease, then in a month, the Dragon Kingdom will militarize the concession. In a military operation, it means that the tenements will be forcibly taken back by force. Many people thought that this was just Bai Yi bluffing. After all, the other party is a foreigner anyhow. Although Bai Yi had already shot a foreigner in a public trial before. But is there more than one foreigner inside the concession? In the event of military action against the lease, that would certainly result in a lot of casualties. By then, let's not talk about whether or not we can get the tenements back. The number of dead and wounded foreigners alone, both would be very staggering. Hiss. You really want to play for real? Many people didn't expect Bai Yi to actually have such a determination, as well as having such a kind of boldness. This couldn't help but blow everyone's mind and give them the creeps. An armed force that even the foreigners in the concession dare to mess with. What other kind of existence would they fear above the divine great land? How dependent is that Mr. White? Or is it simply madness? Momentarily, long was military action within the jurisdiction of the land. Once again the attention of the entire Min province. All attracted. After all, it's impossible to hide a military operation of this magnitude. It's not like that one massive military vehicle after another can be invisible. In addition, all the forces have placed many eyes and pawns in the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. These eyes and pawns will be the military action on the Dragon countryside, to give an immediate report back. It sent the entire province of Min into an uproar and shock. Damn it! Surname Bai is crazy. It's already a big offense to judge a foreigner openly. Does he want something bigger now? He even wants to take back the concession? Who does he think he is? When Kai Yuan was living, none of them dared to touch the Sunset concession. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, thinking that Bai Yi must be crazy, must be smoking big cigarettes to screw up his brain. Hiss. Why does he dare to really send out troops? Could it be that he really has something behind him? Or perhaps, is there any Western power that wants to challenge the Sunset Empire and then support Bai Yi to test the waters first? Some people were alarmed and engaged in conspiracy theory speculation, but for a moment, not quite sure whether he was right in this conjecture or not. T-********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* This asshole isn't afraid that after he pisses off the foreigner, take it out on the rest of us? Some people can't help but curse and swear in a rage, because his power is in the coastal area, and Sunbolt is invincible on the sea. Ah, you might have to be implicated yourself. If Mr. I can really take back the concession, then we Shenzhou people will be raising our eyebrows. Ah. Others murmured with great emotion. Although most people didn't think highly of Bai Yi, there were still people who supported him. Today's White Easy, today's Rokoku, Just one small military operation is enough to affect the entire province of Fujian. Enough to tug on everyone's nerves. Chapter 155, the second demon is the most hateful. What? How did it go so fast? What? As consul of the Xiaoqing concession in the southern part of the Min province of the Empire of the Sunset, at this moment incredulously wide-eyed, his face was filled with a look of disbelief. He stared incredulously at the one in front of him and asked, that by to actually want to actually send troops against us? In front of the rentier consul stood a man of God. The other party's dress was a typical divine state merchant at first glance, only to hear this merchant reply respectfully, yes, one of my eyes in Qinzhou County, called over and informed me that the military armed force that claims to be the Dragon Kingdom suddenly sent out a large number of troops some time ago. Obviously this is a goddamned 2-5 or a dilettante. He's been taken under the wing of the Sunset Empire. Count on being an intelligence officer for the Sunset Empire. After hearing the businessman's answer, the consul's eyes widened once more. Fark, that fellow by the name of White. Is it really madness? That Shinshu man, why does he have the guts to make a move on the tenement? He just couldn't believe it. An Oriental barbarian who dares to take on the tenants of the great Sunset Empire. Doesn't the other side know that the Sunset Empire's great military power? Had the other side really swelled to such a point? Nope. Hiss. If that guy really sent troops to kill him, wouldn't he be in danger? It is important to realize that Major General Hawk's people, it was estimated that it would take several more days before they reached the land of God. The Imperial Japanese soldiers inside the concession were only a battalion in size. If the other side sends out tens of thousands, that's a problem. Lee, do you know when the other side sent out their troops? What was the exact point in time? The consul frowned and asked at the merchant. The merchant thought back for a moment and replied respectfully. About 2 days ago the army marched. 2 days ago? Who? Okay. The consul couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his mind. He knew that Baiyi's large force was not in the vicinity, and that if the other side wanted to attack the concession, then surely an army of at least 10,000 men would have to be mobilized and then travel a long distance to get here. Even the very elite Imperial Sunset fighters. It would also take at least 10 days to get to Xiaoqing, not to mention the backward, barbaric Orientals. It must have taken them at least a month to march to Xiaoqing, and when that time comes, Major General Hawk's men have been here for a long time. The consul laughed, and his look of restored ease and nervousness eased into his eyes as the Windy spoke up. Then let's wait for them to come over slowly. They'll surely regret it. They don't realize that Major General Hawk is already on his way. Wait until Rear Admiral Hawk's Royal Navy comes over. So what if the other side brought tens of thousands of people? After all, it's just barbarians from the east. Tens of thousands of wild King Orientals, before the hardships and guns of our Sunset Empire. No different than tens of thousands of pigs. The consul took a bite out of the barbaric Orientals, a bite out of tens of thousands of pigs. The tone was filled with a racist immediacy. But, the businessman in front of him, who was also a man from Shenzhou, did not show any dissatisfaction because of this. Instead, he flashed a fawning smile of caterwauling. What the consul said is that Baiyi is nothing more than a junior who got his way for a while. A barbarian like him has no idea of the might of the Sunset Empire. The merchant fawned. By the time Rear Admiral Hawk arrives, it will be that Whitey. A time of despair. Such a fawning face is beyond sickening. Of course, it was only the people of Shenzhou or the Dragon Kingdom who would just gag at the sight of such a mouth. A man of the Empire of the Sunset, like the consul, was pleased with this attitude of the merchant. That's what civilized Orientals are all about. The only Orientals who fawn on the Sunset Empire are the Orientals who are civilized gentlemen. Right, consul, the merchant suddenly said. My humble servant has recently, from some sources, got a couple of young Shenzhou girls with looks that are more in line with your aesthetic. Consul, the consul raised an eyebrow and gave a smile. Not bad for you, Lee. Hey, as long as the consul is happy. The merchant scratched his head. Ha ha, the consul laughed a few. Standing up, he patted the merchant's shoulder. In the words of your Shenzhou people, a person like you is a 10 evil great traitor. Ha ha, you fellow, aren't you afraid of being poked and prodded by your countrymen? The merchant said with a straight face. You're wrong, consul. In a month's time I'll be a citizen of the Sunset Empire. And as a citizen of the Sunset Empire, isn't it normal for me to work for the Sunset Empire? How can I be a traitor as long as I am no longer from Shenzhou by then? The consul laughed even louder. Ha ha, good, Lee, you're very promising. There are only such shameless people in this day and age. It's the only way to mix it up. However, right about this time, the door of the consul's office was knocked on, and a sharp knock on the. It appeared that the person knocking on the door was very anxious. The consul couldn't help but frown. What is it? Come in. A guard ran in with a very anxious expression. Consul, it's not good. Less than 2 kilometers from the concession, A strange army has appeared. They have a large number of trucks and are very numerous. They may well be the same people who, before, warned and prompted to let those of us who were that local armed force in Shenandoah that left the tenement. What? The consul almost thought his ears. Something was wrong. Didn't they say that the army, which called itself the Dragon Kingdom, had just left 2 days ago? Fark, how come so fast? Chapter 156, Chaos in the Concession. Panicked foreigners. Fark, are you sure that that army, the one that warned us before, the same army that got us out of the concession? Is that the army of that Oriental named Bai? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Are you sure you're not mistaken? At this moment, the consul finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He anxiously kept asking this guard, question after question. The guard, too, replied hastily, I have never seen such an Oriental army as that of. Their trucks are nothing like the ones I've seen stuck in. Very strange. As far as I know, the army of that Oriental named Bai has a large number of strange trucks. Consul, I'm sure, this is that army. After hearing the guard's answer, the consul couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Done. Fark, things seem to be getting out of hand. Things have gone beyond expectations. The consul thought that if Bai's army wanted to reach Xiacheng, it would have to go through at least 10 days of marching time. It was still that he had very much overestimated the opposing army. For the march of the fighters of the Empire of the Sunset, that's pretty much the same speed. But he didn't expect at all that the other party would actually be able to come within the span of 2 days. 2 days. Not 20 days. It's 2 days. Damn. Are these Oriental savages all four-legged? One or two of them. How are they able to march so ridiculously fast? Even if they have tons of trucks, they can't be that fast. Even if they keep driving the truck. At least a week's march? As a result, just 2 days? He himself was so smug here just a moment ago. And the next moment the other side is already at the city? And the other side is less than 2 kilometers away from the lease. Doesn't that mean that in 10 minutes time at most, the other side is really coming? Fark, then what are you still doing here? The consul cursed. Why don't you hurry up and inform all the Imperial Sunless Empire royal fighters inside the concession? Hurry up and get them all ready to fight. The savage Orientals are really trying to provoke our Sunset Empire. They are coming for real. Despite the consul's disbelief, the other side was now at the city's doorstep. He had to believe, no matter how much he didn't, that the other guy really had the guts to do this, provoking their Sunset Empire. Fark, the consul didn't realize he was really stuck in such a big mess. It's too bad luck. Why did the other side choose not to attack that public concession? Fark, Fark, Fark. The consul kept cracking up in his mind. The mood was very bad. It's awful. Fark, and you, Lee, the consul, who by this time had not the good sense to. He gritted his teeth and shouted, hurry up and have someone call Major General Hawk and tell him to speed up and hurry over. Even if it's the Sunset Empire fighters on our side, it will be able to block the opponent's attack, but it will definitely sacrifice quite a few people. I don't want to sacrifice too many people on our side. It would be too much for me. I'm sure I'll be held accountable by the Sunset Empire headquarters when the time comes. Fark, that bastard Bai. Why does he dare to really kill over here? The more the consul thought about it, the angrier he became. The more angry I get, the more I panic. He thinks he's in a big trouble. At the moment, if one doesn't take care of these things in a hurry, your future career, it's over. Soon, the first alarm was raised inside the concession, and a battalion of Japanese soldiers stationed in the concession. Each one was tense and immediately deployed for battle, ready to meet the enemy. These Japanese soldiers stationed in God's land look like they were all big and strong. It's clear that a number of people have been neglecting their training and are not in control of their bodies. After all, they were living like kings and queens on the tenements. It's one of those foreign adults who can enjoy themselves whenever they want. Under these circumstances, it is easy for these soldiers, even the most elite, to be corrupted by hedonism. There's also the fact that they're still so basic. The mobilization was very fast. It was at least several times better than those warlord soldiers above the land of God. This is the gap between the Western powers and the land of God in this age. Even if these sunset soldiers have been enjoying themselves for a long time, but they're fighting now, still above those warlord soldiers. Such a gap, not to be outdone. And the people living inside the Sunset Empire's concession were all panicked at this moment. Half of the people living inside the concession are foreigners, while the other half are Shenzhou people, because in this war-torn God's land above, the tenements are among the safest zones. Many rich and powerful people choose to come to the tenement when they retire, buy a condo as an apartment. Anyway, the people who live in the tenement are basically the so-called people of the world, even those who work here. You also have to have a background to be able to come over and work. You can't get into the tenement without a background, not to mention working part-time. Fuck, why is the war reaching the tenements? I just closed a big deal today. Fark. Some of the Yankees couldn't help but break out in, and then full of thoughts about how to get out of this place of wrongdoing. Mother gone Lin. That guy really dares to make a move. Ha! There are Shenzhou people living in the rented area that, incredulously, he exclaimed. This guy, Mother asterisk is absolutely crazy, right? Even by karma. Honey, are we gonna get killed? Shatter. Why didn't the consul inform us in advance? Is he a consul for a living? God bless. God bless. People in the tenements. A panic. After all, no one wants to stay in a place that's about to go to war. But what is so alarming is that, in addition to going to sea, there's no place to leave. The problem is that there are only so many ships. Did it make them honorable people? In one of those fishermen's boats? Oh, God. Chapter 157 Captain Smith, what the hell is this Shenzhou man? Gao Shangui is the commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Army. In the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, now aged exactly 40 he was sent on a mission to this world. When, at first, it was learned that the Dragon Kingdom possessed a double-pierced door that could enter another world, Gao Shungua's entire body was in a daze. He thought it was a joke the old chief had played on him, but he soon learned. The old chief didn't give him a joke. The Dragon Kingdom really does possess the same such amazing double penetration door. The other world among the double penetration doors is a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and as Gosen Kuni has learned, it's not as if the Dragon Nation owns the double through the gate. Rather, Major White has a double through door. In a magically altered version of the Republican realm, even a brigade commander had to listen to Major Bai's command, let alone a regimental commander like him. For that matter, Gao Shangua has no opinion. To his eyes it seemed that Major White was a little younger in age, but the command ability is very passable, if not amazing. To have that kind of ability at that age, absolutely demonic, especially inside these days. Seeing that Major Bai had managed the entire vast jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom into this thriving appearance now, then he admired Bai even more. With this ability, Major White is definitely qualified to be the supreme commander. Gao Shangua. In the month or so since he came to this world, he has been idle with his 2nd Combat Regiment. Weekday. It's just daily training. He thought that trying to get a combat mission might take a little more getting used to. As a result, I didn't realize the combat mission was coming this way. And this combat mission was also very special, the recovery of the 2 tenements in the city of Xiamen. In other words, the enemies they will face in the future are those foreigners. Nowadays, their 2nd Combat Regiment has made a strong entry into Xiacheng. It was a county second only to Qingzhou County, and was likewise very prosperous and lively. To try not to disturb the local people, Gao Shangua ordered his troops to try to take roads that were a little more remote. They followed an isolated road. The sword is pointed at the Sunset Concession in Xiamen City. The entire 2nd Combat Regiment was equipped with almost everything. A wide variety of individual weapons need not be mentioned, and there are even 10 tanks inside the 2nd Combat Regiment, as well as 20 armored vehicles. And there was military personnel carrier after military personnel carrier. The huge convoy was hundreds of carriers, even if they picked a more remote road. But when hundreds of carriers were traveling together, the commotion was still very loud, especially with the movement of military carriers. That's a lot more. A car passed by in the dust. It rolled up a cloud of muddy dust. It's like 1,000 armies. It's daunting. Report chief. Suddenly, a loud voice from the intercom speaker rang out and, interrupting Gao Shuanggua's thoughts, we have discovered fortifications ahead, and according to the description on top of the map, ahead is the Empire of the Sunset, in Xiacheng's concession. Over. Copy that. Over. Gao Shungwei responded into the intercom, then gazed through the front window glass of the carrier. Look into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a stretch of buildings with an architectural style completely different from that of the divine. The shape as well as the aesthetics of those buildings are more inclined to the west. Tenants arrived, only to see that the thoroughfare leading to the tenement has been completely blocked with all sorts of things that, there's even something like a reject horse in it. It seems that they are trying to use them as a means of warding off the break-in of the convoy. Meanwhile, Gao Shungwa also vaguely saw blocks of people. Gao Shungwa picked up the binoculars and looked at it, realizing that it was surprisingly all foreigners. All heavily armed foreigners. Credit STH. That's the enemy army, right? Soldiers of the Sunset Empire? A modernized dragon army from the 21st century. Meet the soldiers of the Sunset Empire of this period. Have to say, Gao Shun State has that strange feeling. This feeling cannot be said. Anyway, it's weird. Gives the immediate impression of an adult bullying a small child. The sense of immediacy. Very strong. Suddenly, Gao Shungwa saw a figure walking out from the rented side. In his opponent's hand, he seemed to be holding up a flag of the Sunset Empire. it's being waved over and over. Come this way. TSK. Gao Shunhua couldn't help but smile. Is this an attempt to negotiate a bit before the battle? Let him through. Fruity. When the foreigner holding the flag of the Empire of the Sunset had approached, he then spoke fluent Shenzhou, shouting to the convoy, I am Captain Smith of the Empire of the Sunset, the Ha City Concession Garrison. I want to have a friendly synergy with the commander of this army of yours. And then, he was then brought to the side of Gosen Kuni. Captain Smith was very nervous now that he had been sent, indeed, to negotiate before the war. It would be better if we could get the other side to back off. It was an easy task, he thought at first. Isn't it just to scare a bunch of barbaric Orientals? With his eloquence, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But, it was only when he got closer to the dragon convoy that he realized the severity of the problem. He swore he had never, in his life, seen such a strange military vehicle. And, he also saw many military vehicles armed to the teeth. Not only were there heavy machine guns mounted on those monstrous military vehicles, but there was even an artillery piece mounted on some of them. He also saw immensely thick plates of armored iron. It made his jaw drop, dumbstruck. What kind of weird army is this? Is this really an Eastern barbarian outfit? Why does it feel more advanced than the Sunset Empire? It's like it came out of a science fiction novel. Oh, my God. God, are you playing a joke on your followers? Is this sure it's not one of the Western powers? The otherwise confident Captain Smith. The drums were already beating in his mind. Cold sweat. Overflow. Chapter 158. The other side dares to counterattack? Then shoot freely. Perhaps only Captain Smith knew exactly how nervous he was now that, for he realized that this army of Orientals before him was not the army he thought it was. This army of Orientals in front of him was nothing like the warlords he had once seen. This very strange carrier of the other side alone was able to explain everything. Captain Smith did not find the carriers unaggressive. On the contrary, he felt that these strange carriers possessed a very powerful attack, as well as destructive power. After all, the heavy machine guns and artillery placed on top of the carrier were no joke. Is it hard to believe that that thing is loaded with a few posers? How is that possible? If it's really some kind of modeling pose, and what's the point of pretending? Listening to the roar of those engines in my ears, it was as if a beast of steel were roaring in the ear, and there seemed to be a great beast with its hideous mouth open. It's as if it's going to swallow a person up. Captain Smith was so nervous he was in a cold sweat. Finally, he met the person he wanted to see. Gao Shunhua. After seeing the group of dragon soldiers in front of him, Captain Smith couldn't help but feel a pang of shock, because he realized that the group of soldiers in front of him had a very good essence. One or two of them are imposing. The atmosphere is full of energy. Captain Smith is in the midst of the Xiaoqing concession in southern Minnesota. He had seen a lot of Orientals, but he had never seen an Oriental with such a good essence. The kind of self-confidence that was exuding from his opponent's face wasn't feigned, nor does arrogance flow from it. Rather, it is the kind of self-confidence that comes off of one's own great strength, and thus shows itself. Trouble. Captain Smith swallowed darkly. He seriously doubted that any of the Western powers were behind this army. Behind it? But the question is, what kind of a Western power is there? What about being able to raise an army like this? He even suspected that the Sunset Empire couldn't even make it to this point, could it? If the other side doesn't have a Western power standing behind it. Hiss. That would be even more terrifying. No, I should say magical. Hello? Captain Smith suddenly realized that the tone in which he had spoken, both stuttered and trembled slightly as he hastily corrected his tone. Hello, my name is Vixen Smith. It's an army captain from the Empire of Sunset. Hello, Gao Shunhua, commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Army, with the rank of colonel. Gao Shunhua held out a hand and the two shook each other's hands. Meanwhile, Gao Shunhua praised, your Shenzhou dialect, you speak it very fluently. Following, Gosen Kuni continued, but it is not you, foreigners of the nationality of the Empire of the Sunset, who are a reason to be able to stay inside the tenement with peace of mind. You may stay in God's country, but only with our permission, and you will only be able to stay above the boundaries of God's earth by doing business. We are absolutely not going to allow you, the Sunless Empire, to arrange a garrison in the boundaries of the divine land. At the same time, we will never allow anyone to standing on the heads of the common folk and flaunting them. This is a bottom line we must never cross. Gosunkyuo didn't wait for Captain Smith to interject. He continued in a serious tone. I hope that the military, and the public service of your country, we have withdrawn from the concession one after another, and your citizens who wish to remain in the Shenzhou land are required to obtain permission from our side. Obtain a visa in order to stay in God's country for a short period of time. If a citizen of your country has not obtained a visa from us, in our opinion it is an act of invasion of the homeland. Then the citizens of each country will be sentenced to 10 years in prison by our side. If your country chooses to engage in a conflict of force with us, we will assume that your country is trying to encroach on our land. At that point, we will consider your country to have declared war on us. Then we will have to meet in arms." Hearing Gao Shengguo's series of serious warning reminders, Captain Smith was dumbfounded. He thought he counted himself as articulate, but he hadn't expected the one in front of him, who claimed to be a colonel of the Dragon Kingdom, to be more eloquent than he was. And the other side actually said that people from the Sunset Empire stayed in God's country. Is it an encroachment on God's territory? Is it a declaration of war against God's country? And to fight each other? No, Mr. Gao Shengguo, I think you have misunderstood something. The existence of the rented. It was that chief marshal of your capital who personally authorized the grant to our Sunset Empire. Captain Smith hastened to say, if you enter the tenement by force like that, it's a provocation against our Sunset Empire. You have violated one of the agreements you made with us in the first place. Gao Shengguo said mercilessly, I'm sorry, but our side doesn't recognize that so-called General Grand Marshal. What kind of a thing is he? Also worthy of representing us Shenzhou people? Captain Smith was once again dumbfounded. No way. Is there really no room for maneuver at all? The other side's attitude is too tough, isn't it? At this point, I only heard Gao Shengguo say, since Captain Smith came over of his own accord. Then please, Captain Smith, stay well. Oh, Captain Smith's eyes glazed over. No, you, Shenzhou, are not two nations at war. No cuts? Gao Shengguo said with a straight face. Indeed, we didn't kill you. Isn't it just that we don't cut off envoys? Captain Smith was confused. He tried to force his way out, but when one gun was pointed at him, couldn't get away on my own. Immediately afterward, he heard this Gao Shengguo in front of him, opening his mouth to give orders. Tanks come up, blast all the obstacles blocking the path, blast a path, then charge right in. If the opponent dares to fight back, then they can shoot freely. Yes, Chapter 159 lay down your weapons and surrender, otherwise we will take action. Tank? What the hell is a tank? Captain Smith, in a state of shocked ignorance, suddenly caught sight of a couple of steel beasts, drove up from behind. At this time he finally realized what the tanks in Gao Shengguo's mouth actually were. This monstrous vehicle equipped with artillery. It's what the other side calls a tank. Hiss. Looking at the thick barrel of the gun above them, Captain Smith seemed as if he could smell that motor oil smell inside the barrel. He seemed to be able to feel a suffocating aura of death on the same tank. It made him suck in a breath of cold air. He could hardly imagine that these 10 tanks, if they fired their guns together, what exactly is the spectacle? How many casualties would have to be inflicted if a single shell had landed in a residential area of the concession? No, the neighborhood inside the concession, but half of them are citizens of the Empire of the Sunset. No, you can't do this. Captain Smith was just about to step forward to stop it, but he was held back by 2 dragon soldiers. As he struggled, he shouted, such behavior on your part is an act of declared war. You guys need to think this through a little bit. You are now facing the number 1 power in the world. It's the Great Sunset Empire. Suddenly, deafening sound after deafening sound snapped out. Frightened, Captain Smith clutched his head hastily, his eardrums buzzing and ringing in his ears. Briefly deaf. Boom, boom, boom. Only the huge barrels of one of the tanks were seen to roar horribly all at the same time. The body of the tank also shook so violently that the ground was shaken up with a layer of dust. A momentary flash of fire rose from the barrel of the gun. In daylight, this flash of fire was not really particularly conspicuous. The next moment, a violent explosion followed. Boom, 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 only to see that all those obstacles blocking the road ahead were completely blown away. An unobstructed path was presented to all. It was only the shallow craters in the ground that told all present. How exactly were these obstacles cleared? Clueless, Captain Smith had been thoroughly confused. He hadn't realized how terrifying this vehicle called a tank could be. He also didn't expect the artillery on this kind of tank to be so ridiculously powerful. Being a good imperial captain of the Sunset, he could see at once that the military value of such carriers. It amounted to one artillery piece after another, which could move at high speed. And the defense is amazing. You can tell from the kind of iron plates that are very exaggerated in thickness at first glance. This kind of defense is estimated that there is no way for an unusual rifle to be able to penetrate it. Hiss. It's over. It was difficult for Captain Smith to imagine with what force the garrison inside the tenement was to be able to stop this army from attacking. Should we use the guns of the one warship docked on the harbor? But there are a lot of citizens of the Japanese Empire inside the concession. Originally, the warship's guns were not very accurate, and in case of a mistake, a shell landed in a residential neighborhood, causing a large number of casualties among the citizens of the Sunset Empire. Wouldn't that be the end of it? In that case, it was estimated that all of them would have to be pursued by the top management of the Sunset Empire, to be held accountable by the king, to be held accountable by the prime minister, to be held accountable by the marshal, even to be court-martialed. But how could these steel behemoths be defeated without using the naval guns of the warships? Even Captain Smith suspected that the warship's guns were of little use, because this steel behemoth is so maneuverable, couldn't hit it at all. Suddenly, Captain Smith found his hands unaccountably handcuffed, and then the pistol at one's waist was disarmed, and even a dagger strapped to one's leg. Thoroughly unoffensive. Immediately afterward, Captain Smith was shoved right on top of a military vehicle, became the first captive of the Empire of the Sunset. Then he realized that the military vehicle he was sitting in began to move. Speed as flying. Beast after beast of steel drove right into the tenement. In the meantime, inside the tenement, Fark, why are they marching so fast and with so much artillery? The major battalion commander of the concession garrison now had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at the craters in disbelief and couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. If the other side has so many artillery pieces, then how can he defend the concession? The concession didn't have any decent fortifications, not even thick walls. The other team may just need to open the way with artillery. Just be able to take these people of their own and beat them so much that they can't even lift their heads up. Fark. And then, the major battalion commander then saw one steel beast after another drive into the tenement. At once, breathing almost came to a standstill, for he saw a tank driving relentlessly ahead. He didn't recognize the carrier, but he recognized the barrel of the gun on it. That's artillery. Heavy artillery. The tank's tracks crushed the ground mercilessly, pulverizing the not-so-solid ground. The sound of the roaring engine was creepy, chilling. Major, what are you waiting for? A panicked voice suddenly rang out. But when they come in, we'll all be court-martialed. Hurry up and hold them back. Hold back these savage Orientals. Hold them off. Apparently, the consul of the rentier came over, and he was very much flustered at the moment. He knew he could never give the tenement away. Absolutely not. Listen up. Sunburst soldiers in the front. There is no way back for you. Please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat, please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will initiate an attack. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Chapter 160, Tank Roar. Crazy Sunset Consul. Fark, why are these damned Oriental barbarians so arrogant? What makes them so arrogant? Before the major battalion commander could react much, the consul couldn't hold his tongue. He was only heard to break out in a curse. Fark, damned Oriental savages. Can he not be angry now? After all, this affects his future career, if he doesn't have the means to keep the tenements. So, even if he's lucky enough not to make it to his court, then it's probably the end of his future career. He still wants to be inside the career, still trying to get into the heart of the empire. As a result, these fantasies of his, it's about to break. Major, what are you waiting for? You're not really listening to them and wanting to surrender, are you? Damn it. It's a betrayal of the Sunset Empire for you to think like that. If you do this, you'll push yourself inside the fire, and you'll be pushing me into the fire. I don't want a career without a future. Of course, those last two sentences the consul did not say in public. I'm not trying to surrender. The major battalion commander's expression wasn't much better. Theoretically, the consul and him, the two are on the same level. Now, the fact that this consul was actually talking to him like that made him feel a little angry in his heart. But the major battalion commander was very sensible, and he did not quarrel with the consul at this time. The already impatient consul, however, was not in as good a frame of mind as the major's battalion commander. He thought the major battalion commander was slow to move, slow to give orders. It must be because of fear. Damn, how did the Sunset Empire get a major like that? It's an insult to the Empire of the Sunset. He was actually afraid of the barbaric Orientals, just because the other guy has a gun? Because the other guy has a car? Because there are so many people on the other side. Damn it, do you know what you're doing? If the other side forcibly takes back the concession, I'm finished as a consul. It's over for life. Fark. The consul's eyes were already red with impatience, and there was not the slightest trace of the so-called gentlemanly behavior. His hair, which had always been meticulously combed, also looked a bit disheveled. Suddenly, in the midst of the major battalion commander's shocked gaze, the consul snatched a pistol from the major battalion commander's gun pouch as soon as he could. What? Fark. The major's battalion commander was confused for a moment, and then saw the consul raise his pistol and point it forward. Wait. The major battalion commander tried to stop the consul, but it was too late. Bang! 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 The consul was like a madman pulling the trigger frantically towards the dragon's convoy, as if trying to with a pistol in his hand. penetrating the armor of a tank in general. Done. The major battalion commander had a big feeling in his heart. And then, he then saw the barrel of one of the dragon's tanks suddenly turn a few times and, then that one dark muzzle, aimed in the direction where he and the consul were. Shatter! This idiot! The major battalion commander was so frightened that his sweaty hairs exploded and, without saying a word, he kicked the consul hard to the ground while rushing to the ground himself, letting out a roar. Get down! Cannon attack! Boom! Shoo! The tank's barrel lurched, letting out a roar as a shell discharged. It landed less than 20 meters away from the major battalion commander and the consul duo. Boom! The violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Terrifying fragments of broken pieces flew out in all directions. In an instant, several Sunset soldiers who hadn't reacted were directly struck in the torso by the broken pieces and fell to the ground screaming in misery. And the major battalion commander, who was lying on the ground, felt his internal organs, all of a sudden, tremble, a ringing in his ears. It was as if there were countless bees constantly fluttering around his ears. A sharp breath, breathed in quite a bit of dust. Choking on it, he couldn't help but cough sharply, and tears came out of his eyes because of the coughing. Fark! He couldn't help but curse angrily. Are you crazy? The other car has a gun. Do you want to die? You asshole? We should have let them in for an alley fight. That would have delayed their attack. What the hell are you doing shooting now? You asshole? Fark! Out of the blue, the major battalion commander noticed that his left hand seemed a little warm and moist. He froze. Flash STH. He looked down to his left. At once, the pupils flinched. Only the consul, who had been well before, was now staring with wide eyes and, the expression had completely frozen on one face. There was an iron plate stuck in the consul's head, and blood continued to flow down it. A white liquid can also be seen. That's brain matter. Shatter! The major's battalion commander was horrified and could not help but let out a furious curse that, he didn't expect the consul to be so unlucky as to be separated from the location of the shell explosion by a distance of at least 20 meters. Turns out this asshole actually got stuck in the head by a flying piece of iron. He also finally knew what the warm, wet sensation he felt in his left hand was. That's the blood and brains flowing from this consul's head. Shatter! Damn! Why does this group of Orientals have such advanced weaponry? And so on. Not good. The major's battalion commander saw the steel behemoth with its artillery. Seemingly realizing that the first shell didn't hit, the gun was actually turned slightly, with the muzzle still pointed this way. At this moment, the major battalion commander felt an aura of approaching death. Cannon? Just kidding. How can a man run so fast and outrun a cannonball? He got down again without saying a word. He even hastily dragged the body of the leader over to him and then covered himself with it. Boom! Shoo! Boom! A shell again tripped off the barrel of the tank. It landed very precisely on the side of the major's battalion commander. Countless pieces of broken flesh flew high into the midair, then dripped down again like raindrops. A tattered military cap slowly drifted down. Obviously, that's the major battalion commander's military hat. Chapter 161, Surrender of the Garrison. The crushing of absolute strength. 2 successive shots directly brought the consul of the concession, and the major battalion commander of the concession's garrison. All of them were blown to smithereens, leaving the other soldiers of the Sunset Empire, all in a state of panic, though soon some of the soldiers rushed to raise their guns and shoot. But, what's desperate is the power of the guns they're holding. It wouldn't even penetrate the tank's armor. Some Imperial Japanese soldiers threw grenades. Boo! The grenade went off with a bang and, tank's assholes, still at an unhurried speed, it kept advancing towards the front. Meanwhile, the tanks, as well as the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles, were roaring at the moment. Momentarily, there were a full dozen or so Sunset soldiers that were directly beaten into pieces. The others were too scared to venture out at all, under the suppression of the dragon's firepower. As soon as these soldiers of the Sunset raised their heads and, it will then be focused on by heavy machine guns and artillery. They can't even imagine what kind of troops that, to be able to have that kind of firepower. To know, even they who were soldiers of the Sunset Empire didn't have such terrifying firepower. Geez, are they sure they're fighting a bunch of Orientals now? Sure you're not fighting an elite unit from some Western country? The bottom line is, their battalion commander has been blown to bits. As soon as the battle started, there goes their supreme commander. For these Sunset soldiers, this is very bad for their morale. They were afraid they would end up the same way. To know, there were just under 500 Japanese soldiers in the entire concession. Fark! A Japanese soldier listened to the bullets whizzing past his head, couldn't help but curse angrily. Why do they have so many machine guns? At this point he was huddled behind a bunker. Nervous palms were sweating. Sense told him that as a soldier of the Sunset Empire, definitely not to be intimidated by these Orientals. At least not like a coward who can't even venture out with his head behind cover. But then reason told him that a normal human being wasn't enough. a possible enemy of the steel beast. Human flesh and blood simply could not withstand the crushing of such a steel behemoth. Once you venture out on your own, absolutely dead. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's convoy was heading inside the concession in a frenzy of bombardment. Of course, the artillery fire from the Dragon Kingdom did not reach the residential areas. Instead, they specialized in bombing these sunset soldiers. After all, the Dragon Kingdom would never affect civilians in the middle of a war. Even civilians abroad, try not to wave them either. Citizens of the sunset inside the tenements escaped with their lives, but these soldiers of the sunset suffered. They realized that the cover that stood in their way seemed very vulnerable. Under the heavy machine gun fire of the Dragon Kingdom, the strongest bunker. It's also like tofu. When the bunker is swept into crumbly ruin by bullets, the Japanese soldiers behind the bunker were directly killed violently on the spot. Their bodies could not withstand the power of the bullets, let alone the bullets from the heavy machine guns. It only took a single bullet from the area to be able to make a huge extra hole in their body. To exaggerate, it only takes one bullet to break their bodies in two. The scene was beyond bloody. The occasional defiance of the sunburst soldiers raising their guns landed painlessly on top of the tank. Only a little spark. Beyond that, no harm done. Fark, where in the world did these Orientals come from that? Getting these monster-like vehicles? One of the Japanese soldiers was cursing while speaking in a slightly trembling tone. He'd already seen several of his companions reduced to mincemeat by heavy machine guns. Even saw a fellow soldier get a direct hit from a shell. Then the whole thing was gone. Suddenly, the roar of the engines began to draw nearer and nearer. And in the gaze of this one soldier he watched as a tank appeared in front of his eyes. The metallic tracks emitted a cold chill, and a large gun barrel slowly rotated. And then, in the midst of the horrified gaze of the sunburst soldier, the one barrel was aimed at him. He was so scared that the rifle he was clutching fell out of his hand. What can make a person feel more fear than a cannon pointed at you? Fark, complete STH. Finished, the sunbather soldier closed his eyes, filled with despair. However, the expected shelling didn't happen, nor did the imagined pain. Instead, a flood of voices rang out. It was a very fluent English. All sunburst soldiers, your commander has been killed in action. You have no need whatsoever to be enemies of our side. Please lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Please lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat for the last time. Please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Lay down your arms? Choosing to surrender? The sunset soldier, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. At this point all the heavy machine guns as well as the artillery stopped roaring. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, along with a strong odor of blood. The scene suddenly just calmed down. In addition to the shouts of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the screams of some of the soldiers of the sunset could be heard. After all, not all sunburst soldiers were killed by a single shot. Some of the unluckier ones were just injured. Is there yelling in pain? Do we really have to surrender? They, the proud soldiers of the Sunset Empire, were going to surrender to a bunch of Orientals? The Japanese soldier couldn't help but glance at the massive cannon's muzzle, secretly swallowing spit, cold sweat. He slowly raised his hands. I surrender. In such an eerily calm environment, his sentence I surrender seemed particularly clear. This moment, a series of sounds of weapons being thrown away rang out, and a pair of hands went up. They know. There was no point in them continuing to resist. Under this crushing of absolute strength, keep fighting back. Only death. Chapter 162 Surrender of the Garrison. Another excellent battle result with 0 casualties. The 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Kingdom, fighting the least garrison of the Empire of the Sunset. It opens like lightning and ends like lightning. The reason why it presents such a scenario is because the fight has always been one-sided. Under the crushing power of the Dragon Kingdom's powerful military strength, these garrisons simply couldn't resist for long. That's still because Rokkoku was already being merciful. Actually, the Dragon Kingdom is in the middle of a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. No matter what kind of opponents they meet, they are merciful. Otherwise, it would have casually been able to destroy the entire group of opponents. The reason for the mercy is humanitarianism. Meanwhile, and also because the value of the captives is even higher. A captive who could give 20 years of labor reform to the Dragon Kingdom. The value of this captive is high then, as he is able to create value for the Dragon Kingdom and his excellent labor. When there was the first sunset soldier, he couldn't help but choose to surrender. Then it's like a touched domino. 1, 2, 3, a bunch. A pair of hands went up high. It could be seen that on the face of every soldier of the Empire of the Sunset. It's all written in frustration. You can imagine how complicated their feelings are right now. They pride themselves on being the world's strongest army. They also despise the armies of the East. As a result, they lost. They lost to the armies of the East, and they lost in a big way. This war that was like lightning. It's not even close to being an even match. They were crushed the entire time. They even felt that their opponents were holding back as they gave them the opportunity to surrender. And such an opportunity. Gave it twice. It's just that on the first time, they didn't appreciate it. It was only now when the casualties were heavy that they finally knew to surrender. Unfortunately, late. A full battalion of the Imperial Sunset Garrison is now down to just over 300 men still alive. There were also a number of wounded men within these 300 or so, who were more or less injured to varying degrees. That means that this one battalion of the Sunset Garrison, hundreds were killed in action in a short period of time. And the enemy? What about the Orientals? The other side seems to have some damage to their carriers. Except for that, there was not a single casualty among the personnel. Is this war? It's crushing. These drooping Sunset soldiers, with one gun at their heads, they were dutifully handcuffed and all stood in a well-behaved line. The military doctors on the side of the Dragon Kingdom immediately ran up and treated the wounded who were still alive. If you can save it, naturally you have to save it. And if you can't, then there's nothing you can do about it. This act of rescue by the Dragon Kingdom made the Sunbelt soldiers all flinch. They didn't think. It is amazing that these Orientals would work so hard to help the wounded. The wounded are all soldiers of the Sunset. Don't they think that all these wounded captives are a bunch of liability? It's okay to rescue prisoners with minor injuries, still barely able to explain it all away. But the military doctors of the Dragon Kingdom were obviously the first to go to the aid of the seriously wounded captive casualties. This was simply incomprehensible to these Sunset soldiers. Watched as the Dragon's military doctors fought to save lives. A strange emotion actually arose in them. The captives, they actually moved someone, even in gratitude, especially the seriously wounded prisoners who were being rescued, none of whom obviously wanted to die. They regarded the Dragon Army doctor who rescued them as a savior like God. Although such behavior may be disrespectful to God in the eyes of the believer, but now their lives are on the line. Whatever the God, the doctor who saves his own life is God. Reporting to the head of the regiment, we've killed a total of 136 enemy soldiers this time. The number of enemy prisoners taken was 316. Of these, the number of seriously wounded prisoners was probably about 31. The other prisoners are more or less slightly injured. Such injuries are still manageable. Meanwhile, from our questioning of the captives, we learned that their supreme commander, dead indeed, and we have just been informed that the Sunset Consul of the concession, is also dead. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom reported to Gao Shanghua, in the middle of this fight, only one of our troop carriers has a flat tire and one tank has some damage to its left track. Other than that, there were no casualties in our army. No soldiers were wounded. No soldiers were sacrificed. After hearing the report from the soldiers of the Proof Dragon Nation, Gao Shanghua was not left with some emotions. With such strong military power crushing, the opponent had no ability to resist at all. This so-called Sunset Empire, in the midst of a magically altered version of the Republican realm, while claiming to be the world's first power, but in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, this so-called number one power in the world seems to be just that. Suddenly, another soldier from the Dragon Kingdom hurriedly ran over. Report, Chief. We have learned a piece of news from inside an officer captive. A rear admiral of the Sunset Empire is leading a fleet of ships, preparing to support the Xiaoqing concession. That rear admiral's name is Dean Hawk, and the other man may, within 5 days, it'll be on its way to the Xiaoqing concession. After hearing the news reported, Gao Shanghua raised an eyebrow. Rear admiral? That's a big fish, he said in a quiet voice. Ask more about some of the other captive officers. And interrogate that Captain Smith. If it is established that the information is true, take this intelligence message and report it back to the campsite so that the campsite can give the next orders. It involves a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire and even a fleet of the other side. It was no longer something that he, as a head of the regiment, could decide. It must be reported to Major Bai. Although Major Bai's rank was not high, he was the highest commander. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers saluted. Chapter 163 The Panic of the Foreigners in the Concession. The enemy comes with a shotgun. For the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Rokoku Army to be able to defeat the concession garrison at such a rapid rate, forcibly taking the tenement by strong force, Bai was not surprised by this. If by virtue of such strong military power as the Dragon Kingdom, if we can't defeat the garrison in the concession, that could only mean that this world was even stranger than he had imagined. It looks like the world is still exactly the same as it always was. The strong military power of the Dragon Kingdom for the armies of this world, definitely a descending blow. It's a very strong crush. But this matter actually involves a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire. It was Bai who was very surprised. Dean Hawk, Green Hawk. Whitey was no stranger to these two names. Green Hawk was his month ago. A Japanese imperialist shot on public trial. The other side sells arms and big tobacco over the land of God, doing all the evil. Criminals as vicious as this, whether it's Bai Yi or Longhua, both are intolerable. Whitey was also through interrogating that grim hawk earlier. Only then did he realize that the other side was not simple. The other man's father was a rear admiral in the Sunset Empire. The other's mother was a noble of the Sunset Empire. Now, it looked like the other man's father already knew that his son had died in God's land. The arrival of Dean Hawk. I'm afraid it's not just coming over to support the Renta garrison. This rear admiral of the Empire of the Sunset's real purpose was presumably to avenge his son's death. Have the high commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment prepare to meet the Japonic naval fleet. Bai Yi's face was calm as he said, "Friends are here. We have wine. But if the jackals come, we have shotguns too." Bai Yi would not. Just because the other party was a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire. And the other was leading a fleet over, thus creating whatever scruples he had against this rear admiral Hawk. Inside this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the forces that could make Bai Yi feel scornful, it doesn't exist. If the other party was trying to come to a peaceful resolution of this matter, then Bai Yi would naturally be very welcome. But if the other side is trying to settle the matter by force, then Bai Yi wouldn't be polite with the other party either. The Imperial Sunset Fleet? Is it great? Send the helicopter gunship brigade as well. If the other party's fleet trespasses into Shenzhou's territorial waters without authorization, expel it immediately. If the other side doesn't leave and dares to attack us, unconditional use of force can be used to crush the other side. Soon, Gao Shanghua, who was far away in the Sunset Concession in Xiaocheng, was instructed by Bai Yi's order. Gao Shanghua didn't expect this Major Bai's attitude to be so tough, but he appreciated it, loved it too. What soldier doesn't like their boss to be a strong soldier? What soldier doesn't want their unit to be a strong one? Gao Shanghua already understood what Bai Yi meant. This time, to beat the hell out of that so-called Sunset Empire, you have to beat that Sunset Empire to tears to be able to count it as a victory. Fleet? Just come. Gao Shanghua knew that the Air Force in this era was unorganized and very outdated. That is to say, the air control of the entire Divine Land was all in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. The other side doesn't have any air defense either. Case STH. What about the fleet? He, Gao Shanghua, would like to learn from the Imperial Navy of the Sunset Empire in this period. Is it as powerful as rumored or not? Sure. What's vital now is to get the entire concession. Everyone, under control. A soldier of the Dragon Kingdom came to the streets and alleys of the concession with a loaded gun. Controls every street, every intersection inside the tenement. It even controls every high point inside the tenement. Completely take control of the entire Sunset Concession. Today, the entire Japanese concession is on edge, and everyone is wearing a look of fear, especially those Yankees from the Sunset Empire. They didn't think he himself would one day be transformed from the lofty foreign lord to the prisoner of the people of God's country. Such a sense of fallout makes them feel like they, themselves, are in a dream world, very untrue. But after they saw that one after another loaded Dragon Kingdom soldier, instant sobriety, this is not the time for them to be dreaming about foreign adults, their lives. In this moment, it's no longer under their own control. It's not in their own hands anymore. Panic. It's spreading. The Shenzhou people inside the concession actually reacted in much the same way as all these foreigners, because most of the Shenzhou people in the concession are powerful people, and they're usually offended by something or trying to hide from something. That's why they're hiding inside the tenement. In other words, there may not be one good person in 100 of the Shenzhou people inside the Japanese concession, and they had heard a little about Bai Yi's deeds and acting style. They know that Mr. White is the most intolerable. It's the same bunch of them who exploit the people. So, they panicked. They're scared. They didn't expect to be able to encounter this kind of danger one day while hiding inside a rented community. They were even more surprised that Mr. White actually dared to take on the foreigners. Unfortunately, wake up now. It's already late. In fact, Bai Yi had already given them the opportunity to leave. If they had taken that chance a month ago and gotten the hell out of this place, then nothing will happen. But they had a fluke mentality. They felt that Bai Yi would not dare to make a move against the rented community. They felt that Bai Yi was bluffing. Now, this self-righteousness of their minds put them in this situation. Blame STH. You can only blame yourself. Chapter 164, Resumption of the Tenancy. What a turn of wind in water. You cannot imprison us like this. We should have the right to move freely. This is our Sunset Empire's concession in the Divine Kingdom, and we, the Sunset Empire, have jurisdiction over this part of the world. You have no right to imprison us. A blonde, balding Yankee with a round-framed monocle of eyes that, hurriedly, he shouted, "You can't do this. I want to see Consul Victor. I want to see Consul Victor." He ran up to a loaded Dragon Kingdom soldier but then they were afraid of the weapons in the hands of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Daring to stand only a few meters away from the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, he shouted with a red face and nose, "Soldier, I want to see Consul Victor. I have the right to see Consul Victor." This bald foreigner spoke a mouthful of Shenzhou dialect, which was quite fluent. It could be seen that he had stayed in God's country for at least 10 years or more. If it hasn't been 10 years or more, that might just be that this bald foreigner is a little more linguistically gifted than normal. Listening to this guy blabber on and on, this Dragon Kingdom soldier did not show the slightest hint of impatience. Instead, he patiently replied, "Your consul is dead." Just like that, a very calm sentence. It made the bald foreigner's expression freeze for an instant. The whole thing was like a duck with its neck in a chokehold. Not a single word could be said, mouth open and shut, but no words could be spit out. Just now, when the Rentiers garrison clashed briefly with the Dragon army, the commotion of that gunfire had most of these foreigners hiding in their homes, not realizing that the consul of the concession had hiccuped. Now that they had learned about it from the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, all of them were confused. Consul, dead. Hiss. It left a look of horror written on every one of their faces. Even the consul of the lease is dead. What about them people? Shouldn't. You're going to die, too, now. All of the Japanese and foreigners, who had been constantly making a scene, all quieted down in an instant. One looks as well behaved as a lamb, obviously. I'm afraid they're all praying in their hearts right now that they don't die here today. They may be constantly begging God for shelter in their hearts. They were constantly begging the Lord in their hearts to watch. It seems. This looks like praying silently in your heart to be able to have a miracle come like that. Although, inside this magically altered version of the Republican realm, there was a good chance that such things were real. But, if by virtue of a silent prayer in the heart, one can get God to drop his attention, then a being like God is too cheap. It feels like a little ant that is constantly praying at your feet. You didn't even bother with the little ant, and probably stomp on it with great disdain. And by the way, run over it hard again. You believe in God. Nothing to do with God. Time. Streaming. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing about. Long was forceful use of force to reclaim the concession. Within less than a day, it had spread throughout Xiaocheng, and it also kept spreading with Xiaocheng as the center, and the news spread very fast. Everyone's first reaction when they found out about this was disbelief. After all, it's a concession of the Sunset Empire. When Kaiyuan Shang did not even dare to mess with the foreigners inside the concession. No, not to mention that Choi Yuan sang. I'm afraid that the chief marshal inside the capital wouldn't dare to mess with the foreigners in the concession. As a result, Bai Yi invites it. Not only did he invoke it, but he killed a lot of foreigners and brought down the garrison of the Sunbelt concession, and got the garrison of the Sunbelt concession to surrender. Even the consuls of the concession are dead. This incident, I'm afraid the number of dead Sunset Yankees had to be on the scale of hundreds. Hiss. This was definitely big enough news to startle the entire Divine Land, and even the entire world. The first moment the news spread, just caused a huge shock. Oh my god, Mr. White, he actually did take back the concession. Even those foreigners inside the concession are now prisoners. The entire Sunset concession has returned to the land of God. The average citizen is jaw-dropped and at the same time very proud and excited, because they felt that Bai Yi was also from Shenzhou. Whitey took the tenement back. It's the equivalent of God's own country, taking back the tenements in force. What kind of concept is that? This was giving all the people of Shenzhou in the entire Shenzhou land a mouthful of bad anger. How many years have all these foreigners been over the heads of the common people, reigning supreme? These foreigners of the Sunset Empire, inside their own country. It's probably all people who are not doing as well as they should be. But, when they came to the land of God, and they become human, it becomes a foreign adult. Obviously we're all human beings, but there's always going to be some really people, running over to hold the stinking feet of those foreigners. Many of the common people have long been disgusted, but the foreigners have guns in their way. They didn't dare say anything. Now, the foreigners, who had been towering over them, were now all on their knees. This makes the people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. The national self-confidence is incomparably high. Good collection. I didn't expect Mr. Bai to be able to beat even the foreigners. Doesn't that mean that we don't need to hold the stinking feet of those foreign devils anymore? I just don't know if Mr. White will take a shot at those two-bit devils. Those two-guy mother ****** are even more disgusting than the foreigners themselves. Hiss. Are these foreigners so unbeatable? Or is Mr. Bai too powerful? Our divine state. Are we going to rise? In contrast to that chief marshal in the capital, I think Mr. Bai is the one who is fit to be this chief marshal. That's right. Mr. Bai is here, and our days are getting better every day. These foreigners have their day. Ha ha. The wind and water are turning. Chapter 165. Does he, Bai Yi, dare to offend the entire Western world? But at this point in time it's just the common folk who are very excited and thrilled, like those who control a power in their hands. It is because they are all the kind of people who exploit the people to the top, so they are more aware of the true power of the Sunset Empire and why it is the #1 power in the world. However, what they really didn't expect was, the mighty and immensely powerful Empire of the Sunset was forced to take back a concession by force, and the consuls inside the concession are dead. The garrison in the tenement chose to surrender, and the people who took back the tenements were still the Shenzhou people. I really don't know what to say about this Mr. White's boldness for his country and for his people. Or should I say that this Mr. White is young and bold? Upon receiving this news, a small local warlord couldn't help but lament. This is now. It's completely offending Sunset. Although that Sunset Empire is very far away from the land of God, but that empire has a lot of colonial troops in Asia. Alas, I guess this Mr. White doesn't have many good days left. Defeating a rentier's garrison is not exactly a battle that one should be praised for. After all, a garrison in a tenement is a battalion at best. Even if those soldiers of the Sunset Empire were great able to fight 10 of them alone, that's only good for 500 people at best. It was mainly the local warlords who were more powerful and were able to defeat the rentier's garrison by putting up a tough fight. But, defeating the garrison of the concession is the equivalent of offending the entire Sunset Empire. Meanwhile that Mr. White has killed so many foreigners, that's a complete and total offense. I'm afraid that even the slightest room for maneuvering is gone. And Commander Wu, who is the #1 warlord leader in northern Fujian province, got the message quickly, too. Commander Wu was still slowly sipping his tea when he got the news. As a result, when he heard these things from the guards' mouths, his mouth full of hot tea spewed out directly, completely losing his culmination. Completely lacking in the demeanor that a warlord commander should have. There was even a tiny bit of crushed tea froth on the edge of his lips. His eyes widened, a face full of disbelief, mouth slightly open. The expression on his face played off the idiom of dumbstruck in the best possible way. Damn it, Bai Yi is crazy, isn't he? He thinks he's claiming his territory as the Dragon Kingdom. He was able to fight against the Sunset Empire? Even if he did set up his own country in Min Province, did he really think that with his power? Able to defeat the Western powers? Commander Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His thoughts were very confused right now. It was important to realize that his and Bai Yi's territory only had a few small warlords as buffer zones. In other words, he was still very close to Bai Yi's territory. Commander Wu had begun to worry that he might be setting himself on fire. Will it be a disaster? After all, the faces of those Western powers are more sinister than one another. These guys have plundered the land of God several times. There was no guarantee that the other side would take this opportunity to plunder once more. Damn, if that's what's going to happen. Because there's a good chance you'll be in trouble yourself. Mother ********. The last name White is not generous. Even if you want to offend the Sunset Empire, don't do it to death. You're not leaving yourself any room for error at all. Not at all. Come on man. Commander Wu hurriedly shouted. Telegraph me across the country. Let's just say that I have no connection to the world this time around, and that it was all that surname Bai's own doing. All of this is that Bai Yi's death. We need to draw the line with him. Yes. Commander Wu was already trying to set aside his relationship with Bai Yi. While it's true that he has nothing to do with Bai Yi, this kind of telegraphic nation it was also mainly done for the foreigners because he was worried that they would misunderstand that he and Bai Yi were in cahoots. After all, both of them are in the same province. Can he not be worried? Commander Wu telegraphed the nation's small content, meaning, it's none of my business it's all that Bai Yi's doing. Such behavior. Naturally, he suffered a lot of condemnation, and many people directly called him a coward. Commander Wu simply ignored this condemnation. What's the point of having a gun in your hand if condemnation can kill? Condemnation is condemnation. Labor's life is more important. Actually, the people who are most panicked now are not Commander Wu, but the foreigners in the public concession. There are 2 concessions in the entire city of Xiamen, Minnesota, one being the Sunset Concession and the other being the public concession. The public concession had a much larger number of foreigners inside and was the largest of the 2. These foreigners, for the most part, are from different countries. Their purpose for coming to the Divine Lands was simple, purely coming over to make money. Come and take the wealth of God's land, then go back to your country and become a rich man. They started out wanting to get another decade or so out of God's country. After all, they analyzed and came to the conclusion that at least a dozen years or even a few decades would be lost in the military chaos in the Divine Kingdom. Under these circumstances, it is the best time for them, the foreigners, to come over and make money. But the sudden turn of events caused all of them to panic. The Nipponese concession next door has been repossessed, even with the deaths of hundreds of Nipponese. Though the deaths are said to have been those of the garrison and no ordinary people died in the clash of arms. But who would believe such a thing? Who can be sure it's true? Many of the more timid and comparative foreigners have already rushed to buy their boat tickets back home. Of course there are some foreigners who harbor a fluke in their minds, that Becky dares to offend a Sunset Empire, but does the other side have the guts to make sure that they dare to offend the entire Western world? Offending a mere Sunset Empire is not the same as offending the entire Western world. Are different concepts. In order to pacify the people in the public concession, the consul of the public concession said this: the people of the divine state don't dare to provoke the entire West. There's absolutely no need for everyone to be alarmed. And the Sunset Empire surely won't stop. The Shenzhou people will soon be retaliated against. They're soon finished. There's no need to panic, folks. Chapter 166 Battleship Monarch. The Sunset Empire Fleet. The consul of the public concession is elected every 4 years, somewhat similar to the Western system of elections. Select a representative from one of the different countries to be the zero consul for the term. The present consul of this term is a public officer of the Chariot state placed in the tenements. The consul from the Chariot country tried his best to calm the mood inside the concession. It was hard to calm the chaos in the tenement. It was a slight relief he couldn't help but feel. Spin frowned. Truth be told, watched the downfall of the Empire of the Sunset. The consul from the Chariot state, is very happy to see. Because of the Chariot state and the Sunset Empire, the two are not particularly at odds with each other. Because the Chariot state is a member of the Allied powers, Sunset was a member of the Entente. Between the two alliances of powers, the Allies and the Allied powers, as everyone's power has expanded and saturated over the years, the conflicts with each other have become very serious. It even gave the impression of being vaguely about to wipe the slate clean. Makes you wonder, will a major war break out between the Allies and the Entente? Of course, the consul knew this was not the time to be thinking about a big fight. Now he's on his own. Although he was calming the mood of the people inside the tenement at the time of it has always been said that the Orientals do not dare to take back the public leases because the Orientals do not dare to provoke the entire Western world. But that's not what he actually thinks. He felt that this time the Orientals were different from the ones he had encountered before. The other side may really dare to come over and take back the public concession. Might actually dare to offend the entire West. The main thing is, the Western world today is a muddy mess. They, the Chariot Kingdom, would probably have a hard time pulling out their hands and dealing with this group of Orientals. Now, it'll just have to be seen if this Sunset Empire can handle the Orientals. If you can't handle it, then get ready to run. Yes, I'm afraid that no one in the public lease has even thought about it. Their consul's first thought was to run. He was old enough for this consul of the Chariot country anyway. In this case, it will be time to retire in a couple of years. There will be no progress in the future above the career path. Running away is no psychological pressure for him. Anyway, he had already raked in enough for a large amount of property on top of the divine land. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was 5 days that passed while the whole situation became stormy. Since these 5 days, both the Japanese and the public concessions, none of it was a big deal, at least on the surface. Of course these 5 days, for the people inside the Sunbelt concession, not a very good life. Because they've been under interrogation from the dragon side for the past 5 days. Through 5 days of interrogation, Longboy arrested more than 60 people. 23 of them are sunbathers. There are 41 other Shenandoahs. Through their interrogation by the Dragon Kingdom, it has been determined that of these 64 individuals, all of them have committed great crimes, and a lot of physical and human evidence has been found by China. They have to spend at least 10 years in prison for the crimes they committed. The most serious ones are perfectly capable of being shot straight away, and even 5 minutes in a row is not too much to ask. There were many poor and vicious people who, after collecting a lot of property, hid inside the tenement. There were also a lot of foreigners from the Sunset Empire who ran amok in God's country. The Dragon Kingdom is fair. It doesn't matter if it's a person from Shenzhou or the Sunset Empire. As long as they commit a crime within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, all will be judged. All are subject to judgment. Those whose crimes were not punishable by death were sent a few military vehicles by the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Kingdom. They were shipped to other places, so that the grassroots public officials of the Dragon Kingdom could arrange for these people to be reformed through labor. And those whose crimes are unforgivable are dragged directly to the busiest part of Shacheng. Public trial. Verdict. Shooting. Watching so many foreigners being shot right in front of their eyes. For the local people, the shock was great. I didn't realize that these foreigners who are usually so high and mighty, it's really no different than the Shenzhou people. When death is imminent, they all cry out in pain. They all break down in rage. At the point where a bullet penetrates the head, they are all going to die. With the public trial shot a large number of foreigners within the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. National self-confidence began. Yet another round of upsurge. A lot of old people go out and walk. The backs are straight, And the foreigners inside the other public concession did not dare to come out and make trouble for some time. Don't even dare to go out of the rented area. But, just for today, right now, not far from the harbor of the Sunset Concession, a large fleet appeared. This is the Far Eastern Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. It was led by an Orion-class battleship, the Monarch. It was just launched 2 years ago. There are only 4 battleships of the same class in the entire Sunset Empire. This Orion-class Monarch is one of them. Because of the tense situation in the Far East, that's why the Empire of the Sunset took this behemoth. Given to the Far East Fleet. Let the Far East Fleet stabilize the Asian colonies. At 177 meters long and 27 meters wide, the warship was an absolute behemoth in this day and age. Among other things, the warship was armed with 10 twin 13.5-inch //45x main guns, 16x 4-inch //50x secondary guns, 3 21-inch underwater torpedo tubes. Definitely considered a war fortress at sea in this day and age. Meanwhile, following this one Monarch battleship was a large number of destroyers. This fleet in the Far East, you can almost walk sideways. There are few enemies. Chapter 167, These Oriental Barbarians. Why do they have airplanes? Fark. So many days have passed, and I don't know that over at the Xiaoqing concession. What's going on? 5 days ago, Consul Victor called for urgent assistance, and the army of the Orientals, spoken of inside the telegram, is ready to attack the concession. On the deck of the warship, Rear Admiral Hawk held the gun deck with one hand and frowned into the distance with the other. At this point, with just the naked eye, one was able to vaguely see the coastline in the distance. There, it is the city of Xia in the southern part of the Min province in the Land of God. At the same time, that's where the Sunbelt concession is located. Rear Admiral Hawk's expression was not particularly pleasant. For sailing at a normal speed in fact, they should have arrived here 2 days ago. I didn't expect to run into a storm halfway across the country. A hard delay of 2 full days. Has Consul Victor not gotten back to us yet? Rear Admiral Hawk asked, turning to a Marine. The Marine quickly shook his head. Mr. Major General, that consul still hasn't called back. Fark. Something must have happened. Major General Hawk gritted his teeth and pounded his fist hard on the turret, only to have the pain coming from his palm. It sent a shiver through his body. Hiss. Rubbing his reddened palms together. Major General Hawk grunted coldly. The savage Orientals have done more than provoke us. They are even paying for combat action. If there are no surprises, the lease has been taken back by them. That Consul Victor, and that Major Dodd, are 2 useless pieces of. They must only know how to enjoy themselves and enrich themselves inside the concession, and are ashamed of the Sunset Empire for cultivating them, especially since they are 2 losers with no way to protect the safety of the citizens of the Sunset Empire. The thought of his son, Grim Hawk, brought a pang of exasperation to Major General Hawk. If those 2 guys were of any use at all, his own son, presumably, would not have died. Forcing back the murderous intent that was surging within him, Rear Admiral Hawk was tempted to stop the fleet right here. Then the ship's guns were used to indiscriminately bombard the Japantown concession in Xiamen, blasting the men who had murdered their son to pieces. But he's clear. If one did, then one would certainly have to be court-martialed, because inside the tenement, there are still many citizens of the Empire of the Sunset. Once the ship's guns are firing indiscriminately inside the concession, there's no telling how many citizens of the Reich will be blown up. Among them, there will probably be quite a few relatives of the big boys. In that case, it'll be trouble. But even without the use of the mighty ship's guns, it's also enough to crush the so-called Orientals. Rear Admiral Hawker grunted with confidence as soon as the coast was controlled. The fleet of the Sunset Empire, then, is invincible. If those Orientals knew that the Imperial fleet of the Sunset was about to arrive, it must have scared the out of you, right? However, what Major General Hawk doesn't know is, he's been discovered. In fact, through the interrogation of the soldiers in the Japanese concession, the Dragon Kingdom has long been informed that a Japonic Far East fleet is about to arrive at the Japonic concession in Xiaoqing, and it was also learned that the commander of this Far Eastern fleet was a Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Empire of the Sunset. That Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy was also the father of one of the big smokers/arms dealers executed in the Dragon Kingdom earlier. When this fleet from the Sunset Empire of 1913 showed up, that's just a glimpse, because if you look forward from the sea, you'll be able to see a ship sailing continuously over the sea. The 2nd Combat Regiment on this side of the Xiaoqing concession discovered their whereabouts at the first opportunity, and respond immediately, almost at the same time that fleet of Imperial Sunset Navy was spotted. The 2nd Combat Regiment, temporarily stationed at the Xiaoqing concession in southern Fujian province. It was also an extremely quick response in the first place. The propellers kept churning the air, making a loud noise. Terrifying, pitch-black steel behemoths rose into the air. The great commotion sent the surrounding seabirds flying in fright. As oppressive as an approaching storm, these less intelligent seashore fowls, all of them scattered in all directions. Huge wind pressure blew the waters below, make the waves of the sea tumble. Spooky and unpredictable. Soon, it flew right over the far eastern fleet of the Sunset Empire in the magically altered Republic dimension. In this position, the two steel giants could easily overlook the entire ocean. Everything at sea level, and the layout of the formation, can be seen in plain sight, clearly visible. The huge propellers were spinning, very much churning the air around them. With the constant roar of the engine's engine, they intertwined with each other to create that loud noise. It looked extraordinarily clear above the vast ocean. It made a lot of the seafaring sailors and officers on the fleet, who couldn't help but look up in curiosity. What's that? So noisy. A marine squinted at the heights as he realized something was flying in the sky, and it's very noisy. It could be aliens. Maybe. Those writers who write science fiction, isn't it always written that way? A nearby marine giggled happily. Suddenly, a voice fell from the sky. It's very fluent in Japonic. Apparently, it's a dragon helicopter gunship pilot. The Imperial Sunset Fleet below is being warned. In this magically altered version of the Republican realm, in this backward age, there's no such thing as technology that can amplify sound. But for the Dragon Kingdom from the 21st century, there are as many of these technological products as you want. But this is definitely capable of taking people by surprise for the magically altered version of the Republican realm. After all, it's only 1913 in the magically altered Republic realm. At least, the sunburst soldiers in the fleet below, taken by surprise. Of course, even more surprising were the ones told among the voices. Doesn't that mean that the other side is barbaric Orientals? Why do they speak such fluent Japonic? Damn it! How dare the other side expel the opening of the mouth claiming to want us? Shatter! Fark! That's not some weird bird. It's an airplane. Some of the insightful officers reacted by tearing their voices out and yelling. Major General Hawk was also alarmed. He stepped out of the hatch. Look up. A frown creased his brow. It's not right. Why do these Orientals have airplanes? Flying carriers, even in our Sunset Empire, are currently only being used in the military in an experimental manner. As I recall, they should be so far behind. Nope. This kind of airplane, how come it's a little bit different from the ones I've seen? How does it fly without wings? Major General Hawk froze. Spot the blind spot. It hit a blind spot in his knowledge, in his perception. Never seen an airplane like this myself. Chapter 168, Anti-Ship Missile. A green-faced Rear Admiral Hawk. As a Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire, Hawk can be said to be very knowledgeable and familiar with a wide variety of military carriers. He was also no stranger to flying carriers that had not long been added to military use. But the problem was that the airplane-like thing overhead felt very strange to him. Why are there airplanes with such strange-looking shapes? Major General Hawk swore he had never seen such an airplane in his life. He swore the Sunset Empire didn't have such planes either. And the kind of noise the helicopter gunship's propellers make as they churn the air, it put him in a very irritable mood. Plus, after hearing about the expulsion of the Dragon Kingdom, more than anything else, his anger was aroused. Damn it! Not only did he kill one of his Dean Hawk's finest sons, it also forcibly reclaimed the Imperial Japanese concession, and I don't even know if it killed more Imperial Japanese citizens. Such savage Orientals. How dare you expel yourself? How dare you warn yourself here? Fark! Thinking about this, the anger in Major General Hawk's heart began to grow stronger and stronger. What are you guys still waiting here for? Want to see the other side pull a piece of down on you from the sky? Ship's guns! Ship's guns! Shoot them down for me! All of them! Rear Admiral Hawk, in his brown leather boots, kicked a CD hard in the ass. The Marine was very aggravated. Mr. Rear Admiral, the ship's guns can't hit the enemy directly above. Naval warships of this period had no air defense at all. No one even thinks about the need to watch out for enemies in the air. Who would have thought that the enemy would one day actually appear overhead? Fark, if the ship's guns can't hit it, won't you think of some other way? Use the guns, then use the gun. Hawk gritted his teeth. A flying vehicle like an airplane. In order to be able to fly them easily, they are usually so thin-skinned that bullets can easily knock them down. Even if they fly high, so what? All it takes is one bullet to hit. They'll just have to get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, the fleet should not stop, but remain at full speed toward the rented harbor. Let those guys in the sky do their job. Listening to Rear Admiral Hawk in a tantrum like rage, the seamen on the warship hastily took their guns out and all stood on the deck. They didn't have any weapons for air defense because they didn't expect that the enemy would appear from the sky. All have hit their intellectual blind spots, seeming to notice something a little off about the fleet below. The two helicopter pilots didn't keep shouting anymore. They maneuvered the helicopter gunships and were circling the sky constantly. The pilot of the helicopter gunship had a very calm expression on his face. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic. Suddenly, they heard a whooshing sound coming from them and instantly realized what was going on. Below them, the sunburst soldiers were shooting towards them. Their hunch was not wrong. Contact the 2nd Combat Regiment. This is Wuji 1. This is Wuji 1. We are under attack by an enemy fleet. Are we granted permission to return fire without restriction? Over. Soon. The pilot of the helicopter gunship was then instructed. Unlimited return fire allowed. Over. Copy that. Over. The 2 Dragon Kingdom helicopter gunships immediately adjusted their positions in the middle of the high altitude, braving the rain of gunfire. Suddenly, a row of missile nests was slowly revealed beneath the fuselage of a helicopter gunship. The nests of the 2 helicopter gunships were loaded, all with anti-ship missiles, specialized for use against surface combat units. Shoo, 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 shoo. A full 4 thick anti-ship missiles came out of their nests, dragging a long tail flame like a nimble bird. It flew down towards one of the largest warships below. The Monarch. Everyone on the Monarch was confused as they watched the 4 missiles descend. Fark. Stay down. Stay down. It was Major General Hawk who was the first to react, opening his mouth to shout as he got down and prone. Unfortunately, late. The bulky and massive battleship Monarch was a huge target in front of the helicopter gunships. The 4 anti-ship missiles were very accurate and all of them hit the battleship Monarch. Dent. 4 large, violent explosions were emitted. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hull of the Monarch began to shake violently, and rolls of smoke rose. A number of seamen have not yet reacted. It was just shaken right to the core, east to west, terrified. A backward warship from the Republic of China meets an advanced weapon from the 21st century. There was no resistance at all. There is no defense against it either. Battleship Monarch. Incredibly woeful. Shat. What the hell is this? Dean Hawk rose from the violently shaking warship in a hurry. Grabbing a nearby handrail only barely stabilized his form. The expression carried a heavy look of disbelief. These guys actually used their flying carriers for this kind of purpose? Their flying carriers are even armed? Hiss. For the first time in his life, he'd heard the expression. It's the first time I've seen such a formation. Dean Hawk always thought that an airplane, something that hadn't been invented that long, at best, it's just for surveying. It turned out that I didn't realize that I was actually able to put a bomb on an airplane and drop it. What kind of operation is this? Why were these barbaric, backward Orientals able to come up with this maneuver? And so on. Major General Hawk's expression changed dramatically. In that case, doesn't that mean that all of their warships are a bunch of targets? The other side could sink their warships just by keeping dropping bombs overhead? After such a guess flashed through the mind, the face of this Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire was almost green, because he knew that if such a thing did happen, the Monarch would be finished. Fark. He realized the seriousness of the problem. He also realized how insurmountable an enemy in control of the airspace really was. Damn. Chapter 169, The Traumatized Monarch. Is God kidding? Maj. Gen. Hawk gritted his teeth as he looked overhead, at the 2 helicopter gunships that kept circling and he probably knew what kind of approach to use to deal with this kind of guy flying in the sky. If the warship was equipped with 10 anti-aircraft heavy machine guns, he definitely could have shot down those 2 asshole planes. Unfortunately, the Monarch is not equipped with any anti-aircraft weapons on it. Meanwhile, those destroyers following the Monarch didn't have any anti-aircraft weapons. Doesn't that mean more beatings have to follow? Fark. Major General Hawk was so angry that his head was on fire. Suddenly, the nest of another helicopter gunship was also exposed. The same 4 anti-ship missiles came down. Look at Major General Hawk's scalp. Get down. Rear Admiral Hawk hastily flopped down on the deck once more, and at the same time hissed once between them. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions in quick succession sent the entire battleship Monarch. Once again, he began to tremble violently. The hull of the Monarch was already thick with smoke, with flames rising from everywhere. A Marine soldier rushed off like a busy ant to extinguish the fires in various places. Also, a lot of broken limbs were spilled on the deck. Creepy. Sweat-inducing. Quickly. The left side of the hull is on fire. Quickly go and put out the fire. Over there is the ammo bay. Don't let the fire spread to the ammo bay. Hurry up. Hurry up. Come on. Oh, Fark. I'm blasted deaf. God. I can't seem to hear anything. Paul. Ensign Paul has fallen overboard. Quickly. Throw a rope down. I don't know. I can't even hit the airplane in the sky. Fark. Those guys at the destroyer. Why didn't they shoot the plane down? Mr. Major General. Major Reeves has been blown up. Ah, my hand. Medic, come quick. The deck of the Monarch was, to say the least, in a state of confusion. Each Marine was like a headless fly. They were all over the deck, or anger, or panic, or howling. They thought that this time they came to the land of God to defeat the Orientals by crushing them, demonstrating the mighty power of their Sunset Empire. They forcefully reclaimed the tenements by force. As it turned out, they didn't expect things to go a little differently than the picture they had imagined. They had not even reached the harbor of the concession when they were stopped by the Orientals. And the enemy didn't come from the sea or from the shore. Instead, it comes from the sky. It's over their heads. This blindsided all of the group of soldiers from the Sunset Empire who prided themselves on being the best Royal Navy, because they simply could not think of any means by which they could bring down the enemy in the sky. The guns in their hands had enough range, but they weren't accurate enough. The opponent is at such a high altitude and is still hovering. How can you hit it? Mr. Major General, a grizzled-looking officer of the Empire of the Sunset, hurriedly ran over and anxiously shouted, "We can't be bombarded by enemy planes like this anymore. The Monarch has already been hit hard like never before, and a lot of the cabins have started leaking. We must find a place to fix up." "Fark, a respite? Do you mean to say that I, Dean Hawk, should be allowed to escape?" Major General Hawk exploded on the spot. "You're letting me, the Ironborn Major General, escape? I've been through countless wars since I came to the Far East. I have never failed, never been defeated by any power. Are you going to make me try to fail today? Running away without even seeing a single person from the other side?" As a Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire, Rear Admiral Hawk possessed a strong sense of self-esteem. He could accept that he had failed, but he would never accept that he had failed like this. It was even more unacceptable for him to be defeated by the Orientals. Damn! Where the hell did these damn Orientals get these airplanes? How in the world did they come up with the idea of using the airplanes to transport the bomb? This advanced tactical. Why didn't someone from the Sunset Empire think of it first? Fark! Major General Hawk gritted his teeth. Have the soldiers continue to fire and suppress the planes overhead. They just had 2 airplanes, and the airplanes were definitely limited in their load. They couldn't load too many bombs. We're close to the harbor. Let's go full speed ahead. As long as they can reach the harbor, these planes are no threat. I just don't believe they'd do this kind of air raid bombing on their own territory. They must be afraid of bombing their own people. We've got a Monarch battleship, and tons of destroyers. They'll blow up and sink them all if they can. With 2 airplanes, you want to sink them all? Fark! Orientals want to fart eat. Just after Maj. Gen. Hawk had uttered these words, he suddenly saw the officer before him. The expression seemed a little off. It made him frown. "Captain Wilson, it shouldn't be a whole lot to be scared by an enemy air raid, should it?" "No, it's not," the officer named Wilson hastily shouted. "Look over there, Mr. Major General." He pointed in one direction. "That's the land side." But, Captain Wilson was pointing to the sky over the shore. Rear Admiral Hawk saw this and, suddenly, had some not-so-good vibes. He glanced in the direction the other man was pointing. Dent! The pupils flinched. A look of disbelief crossed his face. Just see, not far from the sky, densely packed helicopter gunships appeared. Major General Hawk had a steep pang in his head. Cold sweat. He seriously wondered if God was playing a joke on him. That's too much. Where the hell did these Orientals get so many airplanes from? Fark. Major General Hawk knows. Big trouble. Chapter 170, Leaving the Monarch Behind. Eyeballing Dean Hawk. In the midst of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, no one has the idea of air defense that, nor could anyone have imagined that one day the enemy would suddenly appear from the sky. It turned out to be the kind of thing that you wouldn't dream of. It's really happening in front of their eyes. It left Major General Hawk and a bunch of other soldiers of the Sunset Empire with an expression of not knowing what to do. The bottom line is that they can't hit the helicopter gunships in the sky at all. It feels like a cold weapon force versus a hot weapon force. There is a very large gulf in the combat power of both sides. There is no way to cross such a divide at the moment. This was very hard for Major General Hawk to accept, and it made him feel outdated. You know, he's only 59 years old. Of all the generals in the Sunset Empire, he was one of the younger ones. Only 59 years old yourself and out of time? No, it's not like that. It wasn't so much that one was out of time as that those barbaric Orientals were too cunning. Who would have thought that someone would take a carrier like an airplane and utilize it for more than this purpose? For the sake of. The other side came to mind. The people who came up with this particular use turned out to be a bunch of barbaric Orientals. Damn! Obviously they were hung by the Sunset Empire decades ago. Now, only a few decades have passed and they become so strong? At this moment, too, Major General Hawk suddenly realized why the garrison inside the concession so quickly defeated. If the garrison inside the concession was also faced with such an army that could fly, then with a battalion of the rented garrison, there was indeed no fighting back. Although the heart was very angry, as well as irritated, there's also a sense of letting go. But, Maj. Gen. Hawk was still obliged to give. an order which he was not quite willing to give. He said with a blackened face, immediately informed the entire fleet to turn their helms and leave the sea. Turn all rudders away from this sea. Damn it! If you don't want to be blown up and sunk by those barbaric Orientals, turn your helm all around and get out of these waters. Hawk gave the order to retreat. After all, he understood that he could not force his way towards the lease in this way. Otherwise, the opposing planes would definitely drop more bombs. Those incredibly powerful bombs would have absolutely sunk the warship. Nowadays, the Monarch is already battered and bruised. Guess it's going to need an overhaul. If the Monarch is bombarded by another round from the other side, then the Monarch can be declared decommissioned. It's only been 2 years since the launch. An Orion-class battleship so young. If it was just declared decommissioned, Rear Admiral Hawk felt, it would be one of the biggest stains on his life. The kind you can't wash away for the rest of your life, or even be shamed for. Estimates are likely. He himself would still be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Navy of the Empire of the Sunset. No, it can't be. Monarch. It must be preserved. A very self-respecting man like Major General Hawk, and one who generally cherishes his reputation the most. He didn't want to be the joke of the entire Sunset Empire, or even the entire world. If it does become the joke of the whole world, then one might as well just shoot oneself. Damn! It was these damned Oriental barbarians that had gotten themselves into such an embarrassing position. Major General Hawk admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. Recognized that you are not well prepared. The idea of reclaiming the lease was no longer in his mind. All he wanted now was to keep the Monarch. After Major General Hawk's orders fell, a warship began to turn slowly, wanting to try and get out of the waters, lest we get air-raided again. However, they don't. The jurisdictional land of the Dragon Kingdom was not something that they could come and go as they wished. The pilots of each helicopter gunship were given an order. That's leaving behind one of the opponent's largest warships. Yes, Rear Admiral Hawk thought nothing of the fact that the other side was targeting the Monarch, which he wanted to keep. The speed of the helicopter gunships is naturally above that of these outdated warships. These warships are outdated products of the 19th century. Although, in the eyes of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, these warships are very advanced, because in this day and age, the 19th century was just a decade or so ago. But, in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom from the 21st century, both the costly Orion-class Monarchs and those smaller destroyers, all very outdated warships, it's so far behind that it's been eliminated for hundreds of years. A group of arriving Dragon Kingdom helicopter gunships quickly caught up with the Monarch, which was preparing to make a lopsided withdrawal. Rear Admiral Hawk, on the deck of the Monarch, saw the dense swarm of helicopters overhead. Cold sweat, scalp numbness, Fark, what the hell do they want? I'm all set for a temporary retreat. What else do they want? These savage Orientals? Major General Hawk had a very bad feeling about this. Soon, this bad feeling in his mind should then appear. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A single anti-ship missile, also of considerable cost, was launched from the nest of a helicopter gunship. The anti-ship missile swooped down with a long trailing flame, aiming directly at the large and cumbersome Monarch. No! As he watched a swathe of anti-ship missiles come at him, Rear Admiral Hawk roared in unacceptable fury. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't stop the incoming anti-ship missiles. Boom! An anti-ship missile landed on the Monarch's stern, causing a violent explosion on the stern deck. Several Marine soldiers were caught off guard and were directly lifted out by the shockwave. Some smashed down on the deck, spitting blood furiously. Some fell directly into Wang Yang. The entire battleship Monarch shuddered violently once more, causing Rear Admiral Hawk to fall straight to the ground. His eyes widened, eyes wide open. Chapter 171, Sinking of the Monarch. Sunset meets its Waterloo. More and more anti-ship missiles are landing on the Monarch. At one time the whole ship Monarch was just like a leaf floating in the middle of the sea. The shocking waves. All of the seafarers on the battleship Monarch, one by one, all of them two by two, were unable to stand still. Every one of them staggered, a look of fear written all over their faces, because no one can predict where the next anti-ship missile will land. The Sunset Navy aboard the warships had been killed and wounded. On top of the warship that was even more burning everywhere, there are no more seafarers trying to put out the fires, because they're in trouble with themselves right now. How can there be time to put out a fire? All they could hear were explosions in their ears. Successive and deafening explosions rattled their eardrums. Quite a few people have gone briefly deaf. They broke down and shouted. They screamed in horror. Hurry! Hurry up and put out the fire. At this rate, the Monarch battleship will sink. The fire could not be allowed to continue, or else the battleship Monarch would sink before she had a chance to. Those of us who have might as well have been baked to death. It's too hot. It's too hot. It's not good. Mr. Major General. It's not good. The Monarch has begun to leak badly inside its holds. Very few compartments have been filled with seawater. And our warship is slowly sinking. Fark, I obviously hit a plane. Why is it not doing? Couldn't a bullet penetrate it? Quick! The lifeboat! Hurry up and lower the lifeboats. We can't just sit here and wait. Fark, aren't the other destroyers coming to help? LT, Colonel, Jimmy, hiss, Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy is dead. He's got a piece of tin stuck in his head. God, please, bless your believers. Shat, stop praying here and get in a lifeboat and get off the Monarch. It's sinking. The Monarch is sinking. It is not to be wondered whether it was by coincidence that Rear Admiral Hawker was on this battleship. The Monarch, one of the few who wasn't briefly deafened by the blast. He listened to the chaotic screams of those on the warship, to the sound of the blazing fires burning on it. Listened to the noise of the propellers of the armed helicopters overhead, churning the air. Listened to the explosion of that anti-ship missile landing on the Monarch. Major General Hawk's expression went numb. He's numb. Silence. There was even a slight dazed look in his eyes. It was the first time he had felt such bewilderment since he had become a member of the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire. Baffled. Confused. He deeply appreciated that if the enemy controlled the airspace, what exactly would be a consequence? That's just going to be passive-aggressive. Mr. Major General Hawk. Mr. Hawk. The officer next to Major General Hawk shouted sharply. Seeing that Major General Hawk's face was numb with little response, he changed his call sign several times in a row. Major General Hawk was finally looking back at the officer with an expressionless face. The officer exclaimed, Mr. Major General, let's hurry up and get in the lifeboat. The seamen have lowered a lifeboat for you. A lifeboat? Rear Admiral Hawk glanced at the sea below the warship, only to see a lifeboat being lowered. Almost every lifeboat was crowded with seamen. But there was one lifeboat with only 1 or 2 people in it. Obviously, this is a lifeboat for him. Ha! Rear Admiral Hawk let out a soft laugh of uncertain significance. He thought he'd never use a lifeboat on a warship in his life, but he never expected to use it when he was about to turn 60. To be honest, he never wanted to be on a lifeboat in his life because he felt it was an insult to himself. It was also an insult to the string of medals on his chest. But, Fark, in this moment, Major General Hawk had to admit that he was indeed getting old for his age. There's not the same hustle that there was when I was younger. Yes, God knows what kind of mental decision he made when he uttered that one word. How torn is the mind? Major General Hawk hurriedly followed the ropes, descending to the top of the lifeboat below. A few Navy men on top of the lifeboat hurriedly rowed away from the battleship Monarch, because a battleship of that size, if it sinks then it will roll in a very exaggerated whirlpool. A small lifeboat like theirs, if it gets caught in this whirlpool, definitely have to be swept to the bottom of the ocean. Once they were swept inside the seabed, then those of them would only be able to feed the fish at the bottom of the sea. As the lifeboat continued to move away, the hull of the Monarch, in Rear Admiral Hawk's eyes, began to grow smaller and smaller. He took a deep breath. Shame. He felt a sense of shame. And at this point, the other destroyers were pretty much helpless, while the destroyer's mission was to police the surrounding waters and then protect the Monarch, an Orion-class battleship. But, now these destroyers have no idea how to protect the Monarch. The seafarers on the destroyer were all bewildered. They don't have any ability, at all, to deal with the helicopter gunships in the sky. They'd love to stop those anti-ship missiles, too, but they couldn't stop it at all. Jesus, a Marine on a destroyer that couldn't help but murmur in horror. Rear Admiral Hawk, as I recall, is still on top of that one Monarch, isn't he? He shouldn't have been caught by those falling bombs, should he? Fark, shut up. What kind of a person talks like that? The officer on the destroyer cursed angrily. Rear Admiral Hawk is the iron-blooded Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire. He has made great achievements for the Sunset Empire on this side of the Far East. How could something happen? Hurry up and pick up all the seamen in the lifeboats. Fark, the Monarch is a goner. These damned Orientals. Chapter 172 Dean Hawk surrenders. Please don't give these lads a hard time. This is Wuji 6. This is Wuji 6. We seem to have found a big fish. The coordinates are a lifeboat to the left of this one battleship below, at a distance of roughly 100 meters or so. Repeat that. Lifeboats over 100 meters to the left of the battleship. The pilot of the Armed Forces 6 suddenly said. Armed Forces 6 requests a coordinated operation with Armed Forces 4 and 9. So let's try together to see if we can fish this one big fish out. The big fish in the driver's mouth. Naturally, can't be a sea fish in the real sea. The big fish he spoke of was the suspected Supreme Commander of the Sunset Fleet. Yes, the one lifeboat that Admiral Hawk was in was spotted by helicopter gunships in the sky. It was really that one of his lifeboats was too conspicuous. The other lifeboats, all of which were crowded with one seaman after another, it's like a can of sardines. The crowded look was spectacular. It was as if the whole lifeboat would capsize if the rower made the slightest mistake. But the one lifeboat in which Rear Admiral Hawker was riding would have seemed very small in number. The point is that there are still quite a few seamen on the warship, still putting lifeboats down. Those lifeboats that had just been lowered were also packed. Only this one was so special. It's hard to keep people from noticing. Armed Forces Direct 4. Copy. The pilot of Armed Forces Directive 4. Responding on the Infinite Channel. The Armed Forces Direct 4 can participate in a coordinated operation, but it will require other helicopter gunships to evict those destroyers down there, lest we suffer an attack from the other destroyer. Armed Forces Directive No. 9 receives. WZD-9 also replied quickly. WZD-9 has found the target. Descending toward target lifeboat. Requesting other helicopter gunship fire cover. Soon, 3 black-painted helicopter gunships began to fly toward the one lifeboat in which Rear Admiral Hawk was traveling. This strange behavior of the 3 helicopter gunships attracted a lot of attention. There were even a number of destroyers who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, because the 3 helicopter gunships had landed as far as, well, their ship's guns could fire. However, their little scheme is doomed to fail. The other helicopter gunships immediately took cover fire, and the heavy machine guns on the helicopters began to roar. The destroyers were so frightened that they retreated in a hurry. Let's not even talk about firing a gun. They didn't even have the guts to stand on the deck, because the heavy machine guns were directed toward their decks. A number of destroyers had their decks shot to pieces. That powerful heavy machine gun bullet, it's like a fabric ripper. Ripped the deck through, destroyed through and through. Fark. The captain of a destroyer gritted his teeth and an expression of resignation was written all over his face. Why do these guys have so much firepower? Why are their airplanes able to carry so much ammunition? Wouldn't it be too heavy to fly? Fark. Needless to say, the magically modified Republican Realm destroyers are very outdated. Even in the 21st century Dragon Kingdom, pick a destroyer out at random. All are much more powerful than destroyers of this period. The captain could only watch as the 3 helicopter gunships appeared within gunfire range, but don't dare to fire. Everyone was hiding inside the mission candy, not daring to come out and venture out at all, and so on. The captain suddenly noticed something. He noticed that the 3 helicopter gunships appeared to have a lifeboat vaguely surrounded. He hastily raised his binoculars. Look, he's stupid. Fark. It's Rear Admiral Hawk. The man in that lifeboat is Rear Admiral Hawk. The captain felt like his people were going crazy, and he knew that Rear Admiral Hawk must never fall into the hands of the enemy. But the problem was that he simply didn't have that power to save anyone. He seriously doubted that if he went to the rescue, 1,000,000 bombs would hit him the next moment. The faltering monarch is a stark example of this. By then he was afraid that instead of getting the man back, it also caused the death of all the seamen of a destroyer. Then he'll definitely be abused by the world for hundreds of years. Damn, how in the world did these savage Orientals find out about Major General Hawk? He was in a hurry. In the meantime, on the lifeboat, the propellers of the 3 helicopter gunships, churning the air to form a hurricane that pressed down on it made Major General Hawk breathe a little harder. It also made the sea near the lifeboat tumble, keeping the lifeboat up and down. The lifeboat was so scared that the mariners' boats were afraid to row, for fear of capsizing the boat if they were not careful. Major General Hawk looked up with a blank face. This moment, he finally got a clear view of what a helicopter gunship really looked like. Very clever design. He also finally understood why these airplanes, without wings, were able to fly. This caused Major General Hawk great consternation. Oriental, where did you get this technology? His current expression didn't have the slightest bit of panic. There was simply great curiosity. Because he knew his fate when the 3 helicopter gunships came overhead. He knew he couldn't hide. As it is, then put your mind at ease. Just be honest. Defeated. It's just defeat. Rear Admiral Hawk stopped the Marine, who was about to raise his gun to fire, by shaking his head in a tone that, somewhat forlornly, he spoke. There's no need for all this unnecessary resistance. Don't let your life be thrown away in vain. Lad. A failed general is not worth your lives. Major General Hawk raised his hands. For the first time in his life, he did this. He knew he needed to salvage something he didn't have to lose. There is just no need to lose the lives of the Imperial Navy soldiers of the Sunset Empire. If we lose a large number of seafarers because of ourselves again, it wouldn't be nailed to a pillar of shame. It would be outright infamous. I surrender. Please don't embarrass these soldiers of mine. The Sunset Fleet will also withdraw from the area. He shouted. Chapter 173, Captive Major General Sunset. This is our own development. This one lifeboat, with a handful of Imperial Sunset seamen on board, only able to watch their Major General Hawk, being escorted into the helicopter gunship by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The propellers churned the air currents like a gale, blowing them silent and messy in the wind. As a good naval soldier of the Sunset Empire, they knew they should have done whatever it took to get Major General Hawk right back, but then reason told them, if they try to mess around now, then they'll all have to be buried at sea. It might even involve Major General Hawk. The strength of the opposition, the strength of the opposing military. It's something the likes of them can't match. Defeated. How spirited you were when you came and how downcast you were when you left. This fleet of the Imperial Navy of the Sunset Empire is finally leaving in disgrace. It's not as if the Dragon Kingdom can afford to, well, take them all prisoner. The problem is if this fleet escapes regardless, there is no way for the Dragon Kingdom to pursue it at the moment. This is because helicopter gunships have a limited amount of fuel and carry a limited amount of ammunition. If the opponent scatters, couldn't take many prisoners at all, was able to capture the other side's top commander, Major General Hawk, it would already have served the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom. Witnessing one of the destroyers turn around and head back, the Dragon's helicopter gunships also turned around and headed back. Only one ship remains, the Monarch. It was thick with black smoke, slowly sinking downward. Ugh! Aboard a helicopter gunship, cuffed hands, Major General Hawk, out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the Monarch in the sea below. The expression had helplessness written all over it. A soft sigh, flash sth. He forced himself to hold back the grief within him, as well as the heartache, setting his eyes on the Dragon soldiers in the cabin. This was the first time he had come into close contact with a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Major General Hawk noticed that these Dragon soldiers, one after the other, were all very strongly built. The height looks tall too. The average height of a soldier in the Empire of the Sunset during this period was around 6'6". He found these Dragon Kingdom soldiers were even a little bit taller than the Japanese soldiers. He wondered if it was his own fault. Rear Admiral Hawk could see it too. That rigidly subdued look on the faces of these Orientals. The kind of confidence that only comes from a very powerful army at first glance. That kind of essence. It can't be faked. Can you tell me about this type of airplane you have and where you got it from? Major General Hawk spoke a very fluent Japonic. There was doubt in his tone. Full of good vibes. Developed it myself. It wasn't a secret. The Dragon soldier said matter-of-factly. Though the Dragon Nation soldier's Japonic language was not particularly fluent, but Rear Admiral Hawk still heard it. What? You developed it yourselves? It was also because he had heard it that he wore a look of, well, incredulity. Develop it yourself? Major General Hawk had shock written all over his eyes and disbelief on his face. Are you kidding me? This is a very advanced airplane at first glance. Even for the Empire of the Sunset, there's no way to even develop it. These Orientals. Where's the ability to do your own research and development? Where do you get the capital to do your own research and development? No way. Major General Hawk shook his head, and, suffering a great shock within him, looking down and muttering to himself, it's impossible that you Orientals are so backward that you haven't kept pace with 2 consecutive industrial GE lives. How could you possibly be capable of developing something so advanced? Right. Major General Hawk's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he were close to the truth. He looked up and continued to look at the Dragon Kingdom soldier next to him. Again, he asked, are those guys from the Allied countries financing you behind the scenes? And then the Allies manipulate you against our Sunset Far East fleet? The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but stare, couldn't help but snicker. He didn't realize that this Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire was so capable of brainstorming an Allied support? The Dragon Kingdom soldier shrugged his shoulders, then asked rhetorically, if the Allies really have the ability to do that, why didn't they just destroy you guys? Instead, they supported us in such a roundabout way and then dealt with your Far Eastern fleet? These two rhetorical questions, putting Major General Hawk completely and utterly stumped. Rear Admiral Hawk realized that the kind of speculation he had made earlier was outrageously childish. Yeah, if only those countries in the Allies really had such awesome technology. So why are they hiding it? Why give it to the Orientals? Wouldn't it be better to just use this advanced technology to wipe out the Sunset Empire? Is it? Did they really develop it? Hiss. Rear Admiral Hawk sucked in a breath of cold air as he found it all ridiculous. Just as he is now flying in the sky. Ever. And who thinks people can fly in the sky? Now, flying in the sky doesn't seem to be a dream or a wish anymore. Is it true that the unfallen empire doesn't know much about the Divine Kingdom anymore? In just a few short decades, the Divine Empire then went from being that sick man of the Eastia, into a country capable of developing its own airplanes? In a world where countries are able to develop their own airplanes, at the very least, it can be called a great power. The Eastern powers? It wasn't long before Major General Hawk lapsed into silence. The helicopter gunship brigade has returned to the Ha City concession. Landing down, Major General Hawk was also escorted by soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Keep your head down. Walk out. It hadn't been a long walk. Escorted by a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Out of the blue, I don't know. That looks like Major General Hawk. I recognize him. Once at a ball in the Empire of the Sunset, I once saw this ironborn Major General from a dozen meters away. An exclamation of surprise came from a short distance away. It was a Sunset Yankee who was undergoing labor reform inside the concession. The job was to pick the poop. Fark. Why was he recognized so quickly? Major General Hawk's old face flushed. Hurrying, he buried his head even lower, hoping that no more people would recognize him. Otherwise it's too embarrassing. Fark. Chapter 174, Sensational Sia City. Shame on the Sunset Empire. It didn't take long for Major General Hawk to be taken by a couple of dragon soldiers. They were escorted to the prison camps in the concession. It says it's an internment camp, but it's really more like a detention center. The detainees are foreigners who are in God's country without visas. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, they stayed on God's earth without a visa. That's classified as a violation of the law. And it's not like they're being detained for nothing. They need to spend their own money to buy themselves food and drink. They need to give the money to the dragon soldiers in a unified way, and then have the dragon soldiers go out and buy it in a unified way. These people aren't short of money anyway. Major General Hawk, who had come to the camp, received a very great deal of attention at the first opportunity. After all, Rear Admiral Hawk was wearing the uniform of the Sunset Empire, the Royal Navy. The uniform looks slightly worse for wear. It's still covered in dust, but the shoulder epaulets were the ones that gave his identity. Full disclosure, I'll buy it. An exclamation, once again, rang out. Major General Hawk. It's Major General Dean Hawk. Jesus. Major General Hawk, do you remember me? I'm Karen Weir of the Weir family. You helped me when I was little. Have you come to save us? Listen to the voice, the hopefulness in its tone. A look of shame filled Major General Hawk's insides. He came to save these citizens of the Sunset Empire, but obviously didn't succeed in doing so. Instead, he himself was captured by the other side. He lapsed into silence, didn't bother to answer. At this time, a voice full of despair, and with some conspiratorial, rang out, "Don't waste your breath. This Mr. Major General looks like a captive, on our taxpayers' dime. And yet, they can't even defeat the barbaric Orientals. Has the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire fallen to such a level? It's reasonable to say that such a humiliation, in the ordinary course of events, Major General Hawk would have kicked up a notch long ago. After all, he, the Ironborn Major General of the Sunset Empire, didn't have a very good temper. But, rarely, today, did Major General Hawk refrain from retorting to such an insult, because he felt that the person who had humiliated him had made a good point. Yeah, taking taxpayer money, but can't even beat the savage Orientals. What kind of Royal Navy is this? Geez, if even Major General Hawker, the iron-willed Major General, if they are all captured by these barbaric Orientals, won't we have no chance of turning around? Are we really going to be deported back to the Empire of the Sunset? Damn it! I've never suffered such a kind of humiliation in my life. Damned Orientals! What else could we do? Even I think our property inside the tenements. It's possible that all of us will be confiscated by the other side. Back in the Sunset Empire we'll all be penniless by then. Ha! Not even as good as those beggars on the street. No, it can't be. The private property of citizens should be sacred and inalienable. These Orientals have no right to confiscate our property. No, they can't do that. I've made 100,000 doll over the years in God's country. It's a full 10,000 pounds converted to Sunset pounds. They can't confiscate it. Oh, fuck, why are your ideas so naive? They don't give a damn about the laws of the Sunset Empire. Right, you guys don't see how many garrison troops they killed the other day? My God, a major general has been captured by the East. Could it be that the Sunset Empire has declined so much since I haven't returned to it in 20 years? Oh my God, unbelievable. The arrival of Maj. Gen. Hawk sent shockwaves throughout the camp. Every single one of them had, written all over their faces, a strong look of disbelief. Between the same time, after learning that it was really that Major General Hawk, they despaired. Originally, these Japanese Imperials inside the camp, still thinking about the navy of the Sunset Empire and when they're going to get them out? As a result, now people have rear admirals in jail. Well, and now you want to be rescued? Wanted to fart eat it. The news that Major General Hawk had been captured by the dragons, with very great rapidity. It spread throughout Xiaoqing in a flash. The main reason for this is still because it was the Dragon Kingdom specifically that circulated this news. And Dragon Nation also took photos of Major General Hawk being captured. The photos are in color. Rear Admiral Hawk can be clearly seen in the photograph, with both hands cuffed by a pair of silver bracelets. The whole person looked very wretched in appearance, and his demeanor was very low. In particular, above the photo, Longguo also gave Major General Hawk's shoulder patch a close-up, Rear Admiral, and then this picture along with the notice of the dragon. It was posted throughout the streets of Shaman. Moment. It caused a sensation throughout the city of Shaman. Mother asterisk 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 error. A literate commoner, looking incredulously at the inside of a high number of, especially looking at the picture posted on the notice. He wasn't shocked at the color tones of the photo. Although the photographs from this period are in black and white, there will be a number of people with paintbrush paints. Add some color to black and white photos yourself. He was even more shocked by what was on the notice. Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire. The commoner exclaimed in shock. The men under Mr. Bai's hand actually captured a major general of the foreigners. This cry of alarm attracted all the people in the street. The first thing that happened was this one notice. Surrounded. Hiss. After they saw the contents of the notice, the entire group couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Suddenly, it has a dreamlike quality to it. When will they, the people of Shenzhou, be able to beat the forces of the Western powers? Geez, is it because they're not awake yet? Dreaming? Chapter 175, Fearful Yankees. Rubbish sunset. Everyone couldn't help but start wondering if they were dreaming right now. Is what he saw a scene inside a dream or not? Because the content of the notice posted by the Dragon Kingdom. It's just too mind-boggling. It's also a little too dreamlike. Even when many people are dreaming, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to dream of such a scene. They actually saw, on top of the posted notices, a Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. Trying to start a war against the Divine. As it turned out, this Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset had not yet had time to land, and it's already been beaten away. It could even be said that they were beaten and held their heads in their hands, and they were beaten to a great extent. Grayed out. And even an Orion-class battleship named Monarch from the Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. It has also sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even the Rear Admiral of the Far East fleet of the Sunset Empire was captured. Dean Hawk. It was the name of this one captured Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Empire of the Sunset. There are photos. There's the truth. As we all know, there weren't any PSs in this day and age. So this photo, there's a good chance that's true. Though puzzled as to why this photo is so colorful and why it is so clear. But it didn't stop them from being shocked at what was in the photo. After the shock, it is Tweedledum. Yes, Tweedledum. Because this time it was a real eyebrow raiser for the people of God's land. Though those humiliations were decades ago, it was also the last feudal dynasty that signed a variety of unequal treaties. But the humiliation of being stepped on, that hard feeling of being bent over with force, it's something that time can't erase. But, force, however, was able to eliminate it. The people always think in the purest and simplest way without thinking too much, and it's also more subservient without much self-reflection. They felt the emotion of raising their eyebrows, that naturally was incomparably leaping with excitement. Excitement. Such emotions are too rare and precious for them, because they've been in numbness for far too long. They've also been putting up with it for far too long. Now, their numbness, as well as their patience, is completely removed and replaced by the emotion of release. Rejoice. Tweedledum. Hiss. Is this the ace that Mr. White is yanking in his hand? I can't believe that he was even able to defeat the legendary navy of the Sunset Empire. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Bai, in the whole of the Divine Kingdom, already belonging to the kind of existence that has no enemies? Doesn't that mean that we, the common people, can live a good life? Right. As long as we have Mr. White to protect us, then we won't be bullied by those foreigners anymore. And we won't be bullied by those damn warlords anymore. And those ruffians, bandits and thugs, landlords and adulterers, these guys only exploit us. Sure enough, I knew it. Mr. White is here, and the people have a blue sky. In comparison, that Kaiyuan Shang is a dog's ass. That only gathers our money one by one. Mother asterisk 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 error. Do you know how to talk? How can you compare Kaiyuan Shang with Mr. Bai? Is that something that can be compared? It can't be compared. It shouldn't completely offend the Sunset Empire and start a war, should it? What are you afraid of? I hear Sunburst is far away from us. Good man. Captured a major general. By the way, what rank is a major general? Major general. General. That would be a general, wouldn't it? Hiss. Worthy of Mr. White. In contrast to the cheers of the common people of Shaman, the more powerful landowners, magnates, merchants, and foreigners in the public leases were now dumbfounded. They don't even think about. The Far East fleet of the Sunset Empire could be so unbeatable. It's not even if you say that the Far East fleet of your Sunset Empire can't beat the fleet of some great power. But, what makes you unable to defeat the armed forces of God? This moment, the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of many people was like a bubble that, all of it ruptured mercilessly, especially those inside the public lease, the public concession of the city of Shaman. with a large number of foreigners, and a large number of Shenzhou people. The Shenzhou people inside the public rented area. Except for some who were just part-timers. Most of them were the kind of people who had gotten into trouble outside, or had offended someone, or had done something evil, and then spent a lot of money to hide in the tenement. They knew that their own existence, in the eyes of that Mr. White, definitely a thorn in the side, because Bai Yi is within the jurisdiction of Southern Min. The word has been spreading for a long time about the things that were done. They all knew very well that there was no room in Bai Yi's eyes for this kind of bloodthirsty old people's nails. If one day the public leases are also taken away, then they, the Shenzhou people who hid in, I'm afraid it's going to end very badly. They know that a few days ago, a number of people over at the Sunset concession were shot in a public trial. There are not only Shenzhou people among them, there are also foreigners. So, this time the ones who were in a panic, besides the Shenzhou people inside the tenements, and the foreigners inside the concession. These foreigners simply did not expect the Sunset Empire to lose to the barbaric Orientals. Fark, wasted as the day is long, with that kind of combat power. How dare you claim to be the world's first power? It's just shameless. It looks like counting on the wasteful Sunset Empire to drive out these Orientals. It's really true that they overthink things. Although the consul inside the public concession, constantly appeasing the hearts of the people inside the concession, but there are still a lot of foreigners who are scared, then start buying tickets for the boat back home. They don't want to die, then run, hurry up and run. Chapter 176, Targeting the Public Concession. Dumbfounded Consul Simon, a public servant of the public concession, in the consular office of the public concession, reporting to Consul Simon in front of him with a somewhat panicked expression. In just less than half a day, more than 200 businessmen from various countries have purchased tickets to return to their home country, and that number is becoming larger and larger. If this goes on, it could be in less than a day's time. I'm afraid there would have to be a minimum of 500 people who would choose to buy a boat ticket and leave the public lease. Once more and more people choose to leave the tenement, then it is bound to cause even more panic. This looks like a snowball, and the numbers will only grow. In time, once the public lease, when there are only 2 or 3 big cats left, this public tenancy can then be described in the words of the Shenzhou people as a sham. When he said this, the public official secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a very anxious expression. When the time comes, even if those Shenzhou people, without forcing the public lease to be taken back, the public rents also exist in name only. I think, he paused and continued, shouldn't we have a presentation? At least try to calm them down a little. Consul Simon? Consul Simon of the public lease is smoking a cigar. Pale smoke lingered on his face. There was no look of anxiety on Consul Simon's face, nor was he in the least bit alarmed. Listen to the words of this public servant. Consul Simon shook his head. It's useless. Doing all these things is useless. Consul Simon exclaimed. This one-armed force. It's not the same as the divine warlord we're familiar with, and it could even be said to be a world away. There's no way they're going to let this public concession of ours exist. They're definitely going to take it back. It could be today. It could be tomorrow. Or the day after. Who knows? One of these days, they're going to take this public concession back. Anyway, it's only a matter of time. What we need to do now is not to pacify those inside the tenement. Consul Simon put down his cigar and gave a smile. He asked rhetorically, do you know what we, the people, should be doing, right now? The public official froze, bewildered. He shook his head. At this time, all that was heard was Consul Simon saying, all we need to do is, hurry up and buy a boat ticket out of God's country. So, the public official just nodded in dawning realization, then suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. He stared dazedly at Consul Simon in front of him, and so on. What did His Excellency the Consul just say? Hurry up and buy a boat ticket to leave? Consul Simon laughed and said, young man, don't make such a dumbfounded expression. In fact, you guessed right. I had already bought a ticket for the boat. During yesterday, I started out with the idea that if the people of the Empire of the Sunset could defeat the Oriental, then this ticket I bought for the boat can be thrown away as a scrap of paper. As a result, I didn't realize that the people of the Sunset Empire would be so bad. Then this boat ticket will come in handy. This ship's ticket of mine leaves in 3 days. Consul Simon continued. You need to hurry up and buy a ticket for the boat, too, I think. Return to your homeland. Otherwise, if one continues to stay in the divine land, just what will happen? I don't know. The still very young public servant was dumbfounded. He didn't realize that the consul of the lease had actually plotted to leave the public lease. Doesn't that mean that the public concession is destined to be taken back? But he had just come to the divine land, and it had only been half a year. An ambition within himself has yet to be realized. You didn't even get much of an ocean yourself. In this half year's time, He had only raked in a few hundred large pieces of ocean in the land of God, plus the necessary spending on weekdays. Then only $200 of ocean were saved. With the $200 in the ocean, back in your own country? Then wouldn't he have come to this divine land for nothing? Come a lonesome? For nothing? However, this was at a time when Consul Simon was swallowing clouds with an obvious grimace on his face, and the young public servant was in a daze. Suddenly, a very panicked voice came through the door of the office. Consul Simon, something's happened. The people of God. Oh no, those who claim to be soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. They broke into the public concession, and said in front of everyone that they want to take back the public concession. All the garrisons didn't even dare to stop them because they came in those behemoths. The garrison of the Sunbelt concession died under these steel behemoths. The sudden voice, especially inside the voice, narrated. It made Consul Simon's eyes snapped open, revealing a look of disbelief. Couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. As a result, he forgot he was smoking a cigar. A mouthful of cigar smoke was inhaled directly into his lungs, and suddenly his eyes were red, and his face reddened rapidly. Ahem! Cough! Damn! Cough! Simon Consul coughed sharply and continuously. The sensation of the cigar over his lungs made him so horny that he almost coughed up two of them. The violent coughing brought snot and tears to his eyes. There is absolutely no image to speak of. It took him a while to get his breath back, and he wondered, why so fast? Consul Simon didn't expect. That group of Orientals actually defeated the fleet of the Sunset Empire after not even a day. I can't believe I just came over. Hiss. He was confused, dumbfounded. Chapter 177 Resumption of the Public Concession. The surrender was that fast. Consul Simon thought he was fast enough to buy a boat ticket and escape, but I didn't expect the speed of the Dragon Kingdom's action to be even faster than he had imagined, and it could even be said that it was so fast that he didn't even react to it. The other side would already be taking back the lease. It was important to realize that he had purchased this ticket for a ship that was leaving 3 days later, but now those Orientals have tried to take back the lease. Hiss. What to do? How's that? Consul Simon had some brain dangling for a moment. Damn, all that money one has made over the years in God's country, but it's all in the rent-a-bank. If the entire concession is taken back by the other side, what about all that money inside the bank? Wouldn't that be a waste of all your efforts over the past few decades? Bad luck. Bad luck. Consul Simon realized that the worst luck of his life might have gathered today. He himself had just put on a show in front of a young public servant. The result was a merciless slap in the face the next moment. He didn't think he felt capable of such bad luck that, I should have bought a boat ticket a few days ago and just left. If the boat ticket had been bought a few days ago, it would have left God's country by now. As a result, late. It's too late to say anything about yourself. Those Orientals have actually forced their way inside the concession by force. So that means the other side has the harbor under control now. Control of the harbor. That's the equivalent of those ships docked on the harbor. No longer able to drive away. Once you drive away, that's got to be an attack for sure. So, Simon sends out that he appears to be on his last legs now. That's sitting ducks. Consul Simon, and this young public servant in the office, at this moment had long been panicked. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, what should we do now? We don't seem to be able to leave the tenement anymore, and we're sure to be arrested if we do. I know. Consul Simon simply snuffed out his cigar. He was now in a very irritable mood. He was thinking hard about what it would take to get out of the public lease safely. Better, and take all that money you've made, in God's country, and leave with you. Simon Consul knows what he's done. He himself had not done much good in this part of God's earth. Instead, they have done a lot of evil. He is aware. The consul from the Sunbelt concession was dead, and he didn't want to follow in his opponent's footsteps. You're just a few years away from retirement yourself. If you die on the verge of retirement, damn, bad luck. Consul Simon took a deep breath and, immediately speaking up, I remember our chariot kingdom in the public concession. Isn't there a military warship parked? Although it was only a small ship, but if you leave the divine lands, you can still do it, right? We can get the garrison to draw enemy fire and then take the opportunity to leave in that ship. You don't have to go too far. Just leave southern Minnesota. But, the young public servant said bitterly, but that ship has been in disrepair for a long time. What? Consul Simon froze and burst into a rage. Are those garrison troops eating? Why are they letting a ship sit there and eat dust? Why do they not repair a ship when it breaks down? The official replied weakly, a few months ago, the garrison asked you, Consul, apply for a maintenance grant now. Consul Simon, oh, turns out I hacked that repair money, resulting in a ship that still hasn't been repaired. So it is. That's okay. Consul Simon acted as if nothing had happened, his face showing no sign of turning red. Cheeky, thick as a city wall. Out of the blue, outside the consul's office, there were again sudden exclamations and shouts. but the sound came and went quickly. Just as Consul Simon was somewhat taken aback, there was a knock on the office door. "We are soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Please cooperate with us." It's very standard Mandarin. In the eyes of the people of this world, it's just very standard Shenzhou official language. Consul Simon had spent decades in the land of God, and he naturally understood. It is also because he hears. The look on his face. The moment was absent. It wasn't long before Consul Simon, as well as public officials, both men were then handcuffed to a silver handcuff, and both of them had a surprisingly consistent expression, both hanging their heads in shame, both very stifled. They think they're high and mighty white. It is impossible to succumb to these Orientals, but their entire being was instantly honest when a single darkened gun was pointed at them. Never dared to say anything more. Behave yourself. It's easier to take back a public lease than it is to take back a Sunbelt lease, because the garrison inside the public concession, without any resistance at all, surrendered directly. It may be because these garrisons, which are all from different countries, each country also sends only a dozen, at most a couple dozen, garrisons. They don't hold each other together at all. But if we don't stick together, there were only a dozen, or a couple dozen of them on each side. Case STH. Resist STH. It's suicide. Surrender STH. Still alive. In reclaiming this public concession, Longwa didn't even expend a single round of ammunition. Nor did he kill a single enemy, or even wound any. Then there was a harvest of hundreds of garrison prisoners from different countries, and dozens of public officials from different countries. From the time the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom entered the public concession until now, just less than half an hour, the public concession was then taken back by the Dragon Kingdom. The speed of staggering, even more staggering, of course, is the speed with which these Yankees chose to surrender. They surrendered faster. Chapter 178 Energizing the Nation, Shaking the Divine State. The storm clouds are stirring. It looks like both of Xiaoqing's tenements have been recovered. I only didn't realize that there was actually a surprise. I didn't realize that the men of the 2nd Combat Regiment had captured a rear admiral of the Sunbelt. That's a bit out of my league. Southern Minnesota. The Dragon Kingdom Camp. Bai looked at this piece of information in his hand and couldn't help but show some emotion. After all, the mission he gave the 2nd Combat Regiment, it is to take back the Sunset Concession, as well as the public concession. But the 2nd Combat Regiment was clearly more potent than he had expected. I can't believe that they directly defeated the Far East Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. It even sank an opposing Orion-class monarch, and captured a rear admiral of the other side's Royal Navy. Have to say, that's a bit of a shocking record. Although Longguai had previously defeated Lt. Gen. Kaiyuan Shang, but there is no comparison at all between the warlord forces of God's country and the Sunset Army. A major general of the Sunset Empire carries a lot more gold than a lieutenant general of a warlord. Get this in the major newspapers, and in the meantime, Bai laughed and said, follow the customs for a bit, and directly energize the whole country. Bai didn't care that the story spread across the country. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be hidden either, and at the same time, there is no need to hide it in any way. In that case, then take the initiative to get the word out. Not only should it spread to the entire southern part of Min Province, but even to the entire God's country. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom side then took this message. National briefing. Momentarily, the various forces on the Divine Land were all set off by the shockwaves. The entire Divine Land was shaken by this news. Energizing the nation means that, send the message in one fell swoop to all the major newspapers, and all the major warlord powers, the equivalent of being in a group. 8 one time for all members. What? The closest to southern Minnesota is undoubtedly northern Minnesota. That Commander Wu of northern Min Province was dumbfounded throughout after getting the news. The whole thing was dumbfounded. Commander Wu had a look of disbelief written all over his face, and he seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He looked incredulously at the telegraph operator in front of him. Can't help but open his mouth to question in a shocked voice, that Bai telegraphed the whole country? In his message, he said, defeated the fleet of the Sunset Empire, and captured the other side's rear admiral, and at the same time recovered 2 leases? The telegraph operator swallowed darkly and nodded sharply. Inside the message, that's what it says. Hiss. Commander Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he felt his cold hairs stand up. A tingle ran through his head. Show me the translated message. Without saying a word, he snatched a translated message from the telegraph operator's hand. One eye was dead set on the words on that message. Underestimate. The more alarming. Killed more than 160 soldiers of the Japanese concession garrison and the navy of the Sunset Fleet. Captured more than 980 soldiers from the Japanese Empire, the Chariot State, Austria-Hungary, and other countries' garrisons. Killed 1 official of the consulate of the Japanese concession. Capture of more than 100 official personnel of the consulates of the Japanese and public concessions. The total number of Shinshu criminals arrested for hiding inside the rented area is more than 400. Control and detention of more than 400 foreigners from various countries who entered the country illegally. More than 760 persons were confirmed for reform through labor after interrogation. The number of death row inmates confirmed after the public trial was more than 80. Wounded 7 destroyers of the Imperial Far East Fleet of the Sunset. Sank 1 battleship of the Far Eastern Fleet of the Empire of Japan, captured 1 Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Empire of Japan. Not a single Dragon Kingdom soldier has been sacrificed during this combat operation to recover the concession. Silly, clueless, look at the message in front of you, which is too detailed to be detailed. For the first time, Commander Wu felt what it meant to have fear descend on his head. Powerful, invincible. He couldn't think of any words to describe it other than those 2 words. That powerful neighbor of his own. Commander Wu even felt that if the other party took a shot at him, then one need not even think of doing any resistance, for all resistance is useless. If the other guy is going to take a shot at himself, simply vote for it. After all the forces that made a move against Bai Yi Dashin, Kai Zhensheng, the Sunset Far East Fleet, did any of them end well? Can any of them beat Bai Yi? No, all of them. Commander Wu's hand trembled a little as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from inside his pocket. He feels like he's now sitting on pins and needles, except that Commander Wu received the message. All the other warlords, newspapers, and rentals in God's country also received the message. Hiss. A big northern warlord leader couldn't help but suck in cool air. Good man. Really? When did a fierce dragon over the river appear in the southern province of Min? A Mordor gangster sweated coldly. I remember. This Mr. Bai seems to be a bit unfriendly to people in our line of work. A rentier consul was dumbfounded. The Sunset Empire has declined to the point where it can't even defeat the Orientals? Meanwhile, inside the major newspaper offices, there was a flurry of jaw-dropping. Then they quickly smelled a business opportunity. They rushed to give this message to be printed in the newspaper. Then without saying a word all of them were overprinted. Following, countless newspapers then spread throughout the whole of God's country. And the newspapers carried what was obviously a message from the Dragon Kingdom. Momentarily, the whole land of God was plunged into a huge earthquake, alarming everyone up and down, up to the head of the warlord, down to the common man. All of them wore an identical expression. All of them were exactly as shocked as each other. And all of them also remembered that there was a strong armed force in the southern part of the Min province, enough to fight the great powers. Strength, strong. Chapter 179, Cracking Down on Clan Forces. Development of light industry in jurisdictions. Compared to the world out there, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom it was much calmer, although the local people were very excited as well as thrilled. But the work that needs to be done every day still needs to be done. Construction work within the areas under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom and the magically altered Republic of Korea realm. It's still going as well as it ever has, due to the infrastructure buffs added by the diamond chest opening. The speed of infrastructure efficiency within the magically altered version of the Republic of Korea's realm was a full 5 times the previous speed. A highway was paved by hired laborers. Although these highways were simple 2-lane roads, for this day and age, 2 lanes are definitely enough too. What's more, Whitey had a vision for the driveway plan, and later, if he wanted to make these highways, the expansion to 4 or 6 lanes can be done with ease. At the same time, Bai is also helping the local people by bulldozing some dangerous houses. In their place were rebuilt homes that looked stronger and more reliable. At the same time, aesthetics are guaranteed. Even Bai opened one factory after another within this jurisdiction. All light industry, of course. After all, if you want to develop heavy industry in a place from scratch, that would take far too much time and effort. So much so that I'm afraid the current Dragon Kingdom would struggle to get it right. But in the midst of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional lands and the magically altered version of the Republic realm, the development of a certain level of light industry is also sufficient. Because the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom is mainly to address employment rates in jurisdictions and the like a bit. Meanwhile, magic modified version of the Republic of China realm of these cheap labor. But also the Dragon Kingdom will not give up. The entire southern part of Minnesota has the largest concentration of population in Minnesota. The total population of southern Minnesota is upwards of 9 million. I'm afraid tens of millions of people are definitely out there if you add in those who have not been counted. Such a population compared to that province and the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, in the same geographical location, it can only be a fraction of the population of that province. It might even be less than the population of a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. But most of this population approaching tens of millions are unemployed. And there's no way that people who are too poor can live too long these days. That is to say, within these populations, except for the elderly and children. I'm afraid that those who can work as laborers make up 60% of the workforce. If the dragon can get these demographic dividends, for the manufacturing industry of the dragon, nature will be booming. As for whether there will be overproduction, even if the light industry makes goods, there is no way to sell them at Blue Star. That can also be sold inside the magically altered Republic realm again. Having a two-world market, there will never be a surplus of production. In addition to the development of light industry within the jurisdiction, Bai also brought up education. However, the development of education needs to spend too much money. Kaiyuan Shang left behind the family fund is not enough. I am afraid. I want to use the assets that Kaiyuan Shang left behind. It's definitely not realistic if these very money-consuming things are developed. After all, Kaiyuan Shang left behind so many family belongings. Used for construction has been spent. If it's used for anything else, then the pants pockets will be empty in a heartbeat. But it's not good enough not to develop this aspect. After all, inside the magically altered Republican realm, not many people are literate. In other words, in the middle of this empty world, illiteracy is very much in evidence. If you want to stabilize and sustain development in your jurisdiction, surely you can't rely on old people who can't read a word. There is a need to open the minds of the people. Need to run a school. Enlightenment is needed. Of course, this is a start. If there is a little more money to spare, Bai will purchase some vocational schools. In the Dragon Kingdom, this is called secondary school. In addition to this, Bai recruits a large number of people and then trains these people. The people who have completed the training will be the ones who will manage the basic security in the jurisdictions. And there's fire, medical, and so on and so forth, things that need to be arranged and set up. The equivalent of playing a very hardcore simulation game. If it weren't for the double through doors, if it weren't for the fact that it's backed by a dragon nation, Bai reckons there's no way to be able to play at all. It's really a scratch in every way. It's too hard. Bai couldn't help but rub his temples slightly. He felt like he had never been so tired in his life, and know how difficult it really is for those startup business owners. Phew. Aside from all this new construction, the biggest problem in the jurisdiction at the moment, it's those clans that only recognize the patriarchal law, not the legal law. The common people of this magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's really not the usual folk. Bai looked at a report laying on his desktop, and he couldn't help but frown. According to the Dragon Kingdom's reconnaissance and records over this period of time, inside just 30 days of the previous month, the Dragon Kingdom had a full 39 clan armed fights within its jurisdiction in the magically altered version of the Republic Plain. 17 of them were large-scale armed fights, and among these 17 armed fights, the number of participants from both sides in each case added up to more than 100. The most surprising, it was that two clans had fought over a water source, and the two sides combined had gathered more than 4,000 people, and fought a large clan armed fight. A dozen dead, hundreds of injuries. All of these guys were wimpy when they faced those warlords, one by one, but very ruthless when it comes to his own people. Plus they identify with the house rules of that clan of theirs but not the Torah. This is not allowed in the Dragon Kingdom. Bai decided to take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was sufficiently deterrent to the clans within the jurisdiction of the. Make a bold strike. He's going to split all of these clans, one clan into at least 3. One of them then stays in place and the other 2 are relocated out of state. Let the different clans all mix in one village. This corresponds to a minimum of 2 surnames in a village. And the ones that move out have to move far away, at least a dozen kilometers or more apart. In these days of very poor communications, a dozen kilometers apart. It's already almost a yearly occurrence. After a decade or so of this, it's basically old age and death. This can greatly weaken the unity between a clan. Even if there is any more armed fighting, it won't be too big. Chapter 180, Building Roads First if you want to get rich. Jurisdictional land is growing by leaps and bounds. Although there are still a lot of problems within the current jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, it was necessary for Bai and the others to understand and solve them one by one. But overall, the Dragon Kingdom's place of jurisdiction inside the magically altered Republic realm, it's still one of those thriving gestures. At least it's developing very quickly, even faster. It feels overwhelming. It's really because of the time before. After adding a buff that increased the efficiency of infrastructure by 500%, the speed of the Dragon Kingdom in terms of infrastructure all opened up and began to surge like crazy. Almost every so often, a large portion of the road is paved. Want to get rich first, build roads. This concept has been engraved in the hearts of every dragon nation. After all these days of time, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, a more basic transportation network has been formed. It's all paved with cement. It's not considered particularly strong or durable, but it will definitely last up to 10 years, because this era didn't have those particularly powerful loaded carriers crushing the road, so the damage to the pavement can still be reduced to a very low point. These roads paved by the Dragon Kingdom are not a big problem at all with a 10-year period, and those common people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It is natural to be able to see these changes clearly as well. Otherwise, at least they were traveling every day so much easier than before. Places that used to take a full day's walk to get to now only take a small half-day's walk. It could even be faster if you went faster. Chen Yinyo was a villager inside a village within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. He is 20 years old this year and has long been the breadwinner of his family. At this age, if he was from the Dragon Kingdom inside the Blue Planet, he would probably still be in college right now. But, Chen Yinyo, however, did not have the opportunity to go to college. Not to mention college. Never even went to private school. Nothing. No money. Those two words alone are enough to crush a family. Completely. In addition to farming inside the village, Chen Yinyo also runs a business. That's chopping wood to sell inside the county not far away. Although I can't make much money selling firewood, I can at least subsidize my family a little. He has a sick mother at home, and two younger sisters who are still young. He must take the responsibility of being the top man. Ever. There was a landowner who wanted to buy out his two sisters for 10 yen. Chen Yinyo and his ailing mother, naturally, could not agree. Although their family was very poor in the village, but he could still afford two sisters if he worked a little harder. And then, that landowner got irritated, trying to force a grab. At that time, Chen Yinyo was only 18 years old, still harboring a passion, and was not afraid to get into trouble. Took an axe and chopped down two slaves from the landowner's house hard. Blood splatter. The landowner was so frightened that he fled. But, it's not easy to mess with a landlord. After this, the family was constantly harassed. For example, some people threw dog's blood towards the front of their house in the middle of the night. Some people burned all the food he worked so hard to grow in a fire. And some people blocked him in the street and beat him half to death. If Chen Yinyo wasn't naturally stronger, I'm afraid he would have already been beaten to death. Around so, Chen Yinyo still didn't give in and refused to sell his two sisters even after he died. Until this year. Here comes the turnaround. A man known as Mr. White appeared and outlawed the cattle marshal of East River County. From then on, the law and order in this part of the strip, it's gotten better. Many of the people of the three religions were all arrested, and not one of them was spared. Even, Chen Yinyo also saw the landowner who tried to forcefully buy his two sisters before being put on public trial. He saw the landowner get shot straight away. It made him exclaim at the time. At the same time, he couldn't help but be relieved. Flash STH. He then has great respect and love for Mr. White, and if he ever gets the chance to put his life on the line for Mr. White, that Chen Yinyo dared to pat his chest and swear that he absolutely dared to take a bullet for Mr. Bye. Unfortunately, Mr. White does not recruit. Today, Chen Yinyo carried a large bundle of chopped firewood on his back as he walked along the side of a concrete road. While walking, his head was full of sweat. It's hot. Fortunately, since Mr. White built this road, the time to get to East River County, it has been greatly reduced than before. In the past, if you wanted to walk from inside the village to East River County, you had to walk at least half a day's time. Now it may only be an hour's walk. Chen Yinyo muttered emotionally to himself as he uttered the words Mr. Bye. The kind of respect in his tone, the kind of admiration in his eyes, was impossible to hide, because in his eyes, it was Mr. White who gave their family a future. It was Mr. White who helped them eliminate the evil landlords. It was Mr. White who protected his two sisters. Walking, Chen Yinyo then arrived at Dongha County, where the county was booming and prosperous. It was overwhelming for a countryman like him to watch. The town is really changing from day to day. Out of the blue, seeing a group of people gathered in front of him, it made him faint. Chen Yinyo shamelessly stopped a passerby and couldn't help but ask curiously, "This big brother, what's going on over there? Why are so many people gathered there? Is there another 10 evil landowners about to be put on public trial?" The passerby shook his head and replied, "Harm, where are all the 10 evil landlords that, claiming that after Mr. White several major cleansings of East River County, there are far fewer demons and monsters in East River County. Over there is Mr. White's man recruiting security personnel, probably the equivalent of errant constables. Being a constable under Mr. White's hand, there's surely no chance to make any grease." The passerby laughed, "But the pay is still pretty good. For a month, it'll be $7 large. Supposedly there's a bonus reward if they can solve any cases. Mr. White is recruiting. $7 big bucks a month." Chen Yinyo didn't listen to anything else, but only these two words. He didn't say a word. Throwing down the bundle of firewood he was carrying, he then hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. This is the opportunity. He's going to fight for it. Chapter 181, The Sheriff. Will Mr. White be short of money? Folks, please line up. No cutting in line. No confusion. Do not cause a stampede. If someone accidentally falls, please help them up immediately. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom was holding a megaphone and kept yelling loudly here. It's just that these old folks are too enthusiastic not to yell. After all, with so many people, in case of a stampede, it will definitely cause unnecessary deaths and injuries. I have to say that the shouting of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom is still very useful. These old people formed a very conscious line. It was probably because the prestige of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom was still quite high within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. After all, so many powerful enemies were defeated. It has long been recognized by the common people. In the eyes of the common people in the jurisdiction, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were their guardians. Chenino also obediently lined up inside the queue. He squeezed his way to the front before he got lucky. It's at the front of the line now. There were only a dozen or so commoners lined up in front of Chenino. Name? A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom sitting in a chair with a form in one hand. Holding a pen in one hand, he opened his mouth and asked, Hu Xiang. Age? 3, 36. We're hiring vigilantes. Homeboy. It has been stipulated that it is between the ages of 18 and 28. Folks, if you need a job, check out the West River County side of the country. The construction team over there is hiring, and the pay isn't bad for a month. It's $6 a month. I see. I'm sorry, I can't top that. Then I'll go to West River County to take a look. Next. Name? Woohoo! Chenino, who was in the dozenth position in the queue, became more and more nervous. He realized that the requirements needed to apply for a job as a peace officer were actually so demanding. First of all, the age aspect has all but stuck a lot of people down. Secondly, it is also necessary that there are no physical disabilities and that vision and hearing remain normal. And the parents and the family also have to have no criminal history. And even the height of all to have enough requirements must have to be more than 1 meter 6 tall. 1 meter 6 in this day and age. That's not low. The dozen or so people in line in front of Chenino actually didn't have a single one that met the criteria. This caused Chenilio's expression to be very tense, fearing that he wouldn't meet the criteria as well. Next. Soon. It's on to Chenishio. Name? Chenino. Age? 20. Chenino. Right? Well, the young man is quite tough and looks quite tall. Come here. Give you a vision and hearing test, and by the way, measure your height and weight again. Oh, okay. Immediately afterward, Chenino accepted several tests conducted on him by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom one after another. Nothing more than a test of his physical fitness. After all, if you want to work as a vigilante, you have to be physically fit. How can they go and arrest those criminals if they are not physically fit? Good. Not bad. After testing Chenino's physical indicators, the Dragon Kingdom soldier nodded in satisfaction. With such a standard, one could even directly enlist as a soldier in the Dragon Kingdom. Chenino, try running back and forth along that road at full speed. Okay. This was to see Chenino's endurance and explosive power. By the time Chenino ran over and back, panting with exhaustion, he heard a voice like heavenly music. Good. Congratulations. You passed. Chenino immediately stopped his legs from getting sore. A pair of eyes were wide open, filled with surprise, as well as excitement. Me? I passed? Aha! You passed. The Longwa soldier smiled and nodded. Go over there and take a picture of the staff there will instruct you, and they will create a job card for you then. Wait 3 days. You take this one job card and come to the East River County Sheriff's Office, and you'll be assigned sheriff's duty at that time. At the same time, you will also be given training, as well as ideological work every night, and you'll also be assigned a house, which isn't very big, but still has an 80 square meter. I thought you said you had a mother and 2 sisters at home. Both can pick them up and live with them, but there's a mortgage to pay, and it's not a big mortgage, just $1 a month. Inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, the last thing that was lacking was land and houses, because it was sparsely populated. The population wasn't as exaggerated as it was above the Blue Star, plus a lot of new housing has been built on the Dragon side. Momentarily, housing is accidentally built too much. Chenino scratched his head in embarrassment. Sir, how big is 80 square meters? If I move to the city, then my land in the village, is it still mine? The Longwa soldier shook his head and lost his smile. Do you see that house on the left? That's a standard 80 square meter house, and even if you move inside the county, your land inside the countryside is still yours, but such benefits are limited to you, the vigilantes who joined the establishment. Your mission is to defend the security within your jurisdiction, including the lives and property of the residents. It is proper and necessary to grant you such benefits. Got it. Chenino nodded excitedly. He saw that the house, though it did not come with a yard, was more than his own home in the village. It's much bigger. It's absolutely fine for a family of 4. And it's inside the county. Even if you need to pay $1 a month, that's perfectly acceptable. The one ocean piece, for the old man, was enough to make his heart ache for days. But Chen Yinyo was aware of his future salary pay. When you become a vigilante, every month, you get paid $7 large. Even if you take out a big dollar a month to pay the mortgage, it's not a problem. That still leaves $6 left in the ocean. Not only is it enough, even, he still thinks it's too much. Mr. Bai has put out so much money. Will there be any financial problems? Will there ever be a day when you run out of money? Chen Yinyo was still thinking about Bai Yi. Chapter 182, Murderer. Offend Commander Wu? Then you're offended. The common people of this era were very simple and there were very many common people like Chen Yinyo, and they all knew very well what people had given them everything they had now. They are also aware of exactly who is keeping the peace inside the entire jurisdiction right now. And because of this, they were all grateful to Bai Yi, full of gratitude. Today everything is thriving within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. The vigor of the boom is astonishing to watch. At the same time between, also led a lot of people staggered at Bai Yi. That powerful ability, and powerful underpinnings. They simply couldn't figure out why Bai Yi was able to have such a strong military power. Can't figure it out at all. Why was Bai Yi able to have so many talented people at his side to help him out? Especially those who, it was as if it had suddenly popped out of nowhere and could not be traced in the slightest. All of this is destined to be nothing more than a perpetual mystery to those who have a heart. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was half a month that had passed. At this moment, Bai Yi was looking at a report in his hands. The report showed a series of construction and development results in the areas under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom during this period of time. Needless to say, these figures shown on this one report makes one look very surprised. It's hard to imagine a magically altered version of the Republican realm's jurisdiction being able to, in such a short period of time, having so much from nothing. Since this half a month's time, Bai Yi has dealt with another wave of landlords and merchants who are unkind to the rich. At the same time, security within the jurisdiction has been strengthened. The massive appointment of locals to participate in policing, and the foreigners inside the concession who were not tried for their crimes. After confiscating their property, just send some of the foreigners back. After all, Bai Yi couldn't have raised these foreigners for nothing. If they want to remain in God's country, then they have to get a visa. Otherwise, then they would have to be repatriated back to the back dragon country. From the hands of these rented foreigners, Bai Yi obtained a large amount of money. The number of, staggering, from the hands of those foreigners inside the tenement, as well as those of the Shenzhou people who are hiding inside the tenement. Bai Yi actually seized a full 10 million yen. All these oceans are their ill-gotten property, all exploited and plundered from the people. These properties Bai Yi naturally confiscated all of them. All of it will then be used in the construction of the infrastructure. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom above the Blue Planet, inside this magically altered version of the Republican realm, got a lot of valuable resources as well. The most abundant of them are those ores: gold mine, copper, iron ore, silver ore, coal mines. A large amount of mineral resources were transported one after another above the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. The problem of resource scarcity within the Dragon Kingdom has been allowed to improve effectively. At the same time, it also eliminates the need for the Dragon Kingdom to make a big purchase of those resources from abroad. After all, I'm afraid that all those resources abroad don't add up to as much as the magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's safe to say that whether it's a magically altered version of the Republican realm, or the Dragon Kingdom above the Blue Star, it's all going fast. Most notably on this side of the Dragon Camp, there were already a dozen or so gifted Dragon Kingdom soldiers who possessed quite a bit of ability to deal with ghosts and demons. They received careful teaching from the old Taoist priests of the Lushan sect, learning as well as progressing that was naturally very fast. That is, if one day, once again, you come across something paranormal, it didn't need Bai Yi's hands to be able to solve it. Moreover, those bandits and mountain thieves within the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom were also dying out at an extremely fast rate, because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are not vegetarians. When there was no war for them to fight, they traveled to various places to fight bandits. Even bandits hiding in the ravines were able to be uncovered by them. Everything is in order. Everything is alive and well. Everything is booming. At such a time, however, something happened that not only attracted Bai Yi's attention, at the same time between them also touched the nerves of the entire Min province, especially the nerves of that Commander Wu in the north. Just yesterday, a young man was in the southern part of Min province, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, killed a man on purpose. That youth was also from Min province, but not from southern Min province, but from northern Min province. What was most impossible to ignore was the identity of this youth. He's actually the brother-in-law of that Commander Wu from northern Min province. This moment, everyone, neither is phased. The brother-in-law of that warlord Commander Wu in northern Min province? Looking at the identity of a murderer, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. not because this identity made it tricky for him. Rather, because of this ID card still felt puzzled, being the brother-in-law of that Commander Wu. Why did he dare to kill people in the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom? Obviously, this was the point whereby Yi was puzzled. On what basis did the other party dare to kill someone here? Major, according to our interrogations and observations, this murderer belongs to the type of a person of good character. He was uncooperative throughout the interrogation and even verbally abused the interrogators. A dragon soldier reported. According to the interrogator's base judgment, the other person might be one of those spoiled people, while the other person might, at the same time, not know us very well. Got it. Bai Yi nodded and said, no need to give that Commander Wu face. This is a serious matter. Understood. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers nodded solemnly. The meaning of seriousness is also clear, it's in everyone's face. Make that murderer pay for his murder. In the eyes of others, such bright behavior might offend that Commander Wu in northern Min province. But, whether it seemed in Bai Yi's eyes or in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, warlords like Commander Wu, offend STH. Just get offended. Chapter 183, the so-called big shot. Seriously, chasing a prize hero. There's something about that Commander Wu's brother-in-law in northern Fujian province. The interrogation documents related to the case committed yesterday had quickly reached Bai Yi's hands and showed him what was going on. That Commander Wu's brother-in-law's name is Hua Yuxing. Besides being Commander Wu's brother-in-law, it was also a direct descendant of a large family in northern Min province. The Hua family belongs to one of the great families with far-reaching roots in the northern part of Min province, and perhaps for that very reason, it was that Commander Wu of the northern Min province warlords who married this Hua Yuxing's sister. A wave of couplings took place between the two sides. The two are much closer. Hua Yuxing is also one of those notorious existences in northern Fujian province. In a nutshell, it's the kind of two-timer who has nothing to do on a regular basis and is always out with some lapdog, bullying men and women. Oh no. The Hua family must have at least several hundred years of history of origin in the northern part of Min province, so the other side should be called the Lord of the Nth? This Hua Yuxing, I don't know which part of his body has been jerked, but he actually ran to the southern part of Min province. According to the wave of interrogations Rikoku had conducted on him earlier, the other replied that he was smoking a big cigarette at the time, and that he had come running until his brain was confused. With his gang of lapdogs, he came within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Hua Yuxing who came within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It doesn't change that temperament of his in the slightest. Can't even change that temperament at all. After he saw a very watery-looking little girl on the street, the covetousness arose at once. In Hua Yuxing's mouth this is love at first sight, but everyone knows that this is to see color. And Hua Yuxing still thought that there was no difference between southern Min province and northern Min province. After an attempted hookup, how dare he try to take the little girl away by force? In the street, his lapdogs were also the ones who grabbed the little girl. There must be a lot of people who can't stand to see something like forcibly robbing a woman in broad daylight. Immediately, a zealous citizen went up to stop it. As a result, I didn't realize that Hua Yuxing and his doglegs were carrying pistols close to their bodies. They were in a state of irritation. A few shots were fired at the brave civilians who saw what was going on, resulting in a serious shooting. The Longboy vigilantes patrolling the neighborhood heard the gunshots and quickly rushed over as well. Immediately killed two of the other dogs' legs on the spot. The few remaining doglegs and Hua Yuxing himself, with a dozen guns pointed at them. It's starting to wimp out too. Arrested on the spot. The security personnel present quickly took the injured civilians to a nearby hospital for treatment. As a result, I didn't realize that I still didn't get the people back, resulting in a situation where 3 of the people were injured and 1 was killed. As for Hua Yuxing and those of his lapdogs, 2 were dead and 4 were injured, and none of the vigilantes involved in the arrest were injured. Rereading the interrogation report carefully, Bai Yi's face had a rare bit of anger hanging on it. As expected, the last thing that is lacking in this age is this kind of diabolic-like existence. Meanwhile, add to that the proliferation of guns in this magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's easy for a shooting to happen. Phew, Bai Yi slowly exhaled out a breath. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Also this incident is to be taken as a negative example. Warn those curmudgeons, regardless of your identities and backgrounds, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, just have to follow the rules of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the rules are broken, it doesn't matter whose brother-in-law you really are, or what kind of status and background you have. Clearance on a case-by-case basis. Full verdict, and there's no need to press the matter. Make a news story out of it. It was published on top of major newspapers. Notices were also posted in all counties and villages. Let everyone know what happened. Let everyone know that we, the Dragon Kingdom, will not, because of the background of the other party's identity, and lighten up on the trial. At the same time, there is a certain degree of commendation for those civilians who have acted with courage, especially if the civilian who was shot is given adequate posthumous awards, and find out if he has any family. If he does, better treat his family generously, as Bai Yi's order fell soon, and the story spread throughout southern Minnesota. It even spread to the entire province of Min with great speed. Even parts of northern Minnesota were quick to learn about it. Momentarily, there was an uproar, a quake, especially since the newspapers and notices had portrayed Hua Yuxing and his gang as incredibly aggressive and vicious. This is more than capable of stirring up that anger in the hearts of the common people. The story also quickly gained a lot of attention from the local people. Mother that Hua Yuxing really isn't a human being. Not only did he rob a woman in broad daylight, even dared to shoot someone. Good catch. Damn it. If I had been there, definitely put a bullet in the mother inga. The foul-mouthed, open-mouthed, angry man was a hunter, who, looking at the posting of the notice, rage, I can't wait to shoot that murderer surnamed Hua as if he were a prey. Yeah, simply not human. Relying on your special status, you come to us to commit crimes? Do you really think this is his hometown? Think that Wu can cover him? Humph. Mr. Bai is not even afraid of the foreigners. A mere warlord. Commander Wu is nothing. Kai Yuan Shang is powerful, isn't he? Still not killed by Mr. Bai. How come there's no notice of a public trial time? I want to see this get shot. How can it be that fast? There must be a complicated process for a public trial and shooting. What a ing animal. This guy deserves to get caught. Ugh. What a pity to see justice done. If this was in northern Minnesota, the people wouldn't even dare to do this in broad daylight. Rage against that kind of power elite. However, this was the southern part of Min province. Within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, powerful people here are for scolding. The people are the sky here. Chapter 184, Clueless Commander Wu, pit brother-in-law's brother-in-law. What? Yu Sheng is in that Bai Yi's territory, not only forcibly robbing people's women in broad daylight. Better yet, did you kill someone, and now they're arrested? Hiss. When did this happen? Commander Wu, who was far away in the northern part of Min province, got the news. The entire group was shocked into a cold sweat. In an instant, he was out of his chair. The reason why Commander Wu is keeping a very low profile and doing things very carefully these days, it's the fear of offending that powerful neighbor of yours. He wouldn't dream of offending his neighbors to the south, because he knew what the consequences of that would be. As a result, what Commander Wu didn't expect was that his own brother-in-law was actually so brave. People who wouldn't dare offend themselves. I can't believe he was offended. Commander Wu is aware that Bai Yi in the south is very concerned about the common people. It is also a man who will stand up for the common man, and such a man is an oddity in this day and age. Commander Wu is well aware that the common people are Bai Yi's scales, and once touched there is absolutely no good outcome. As a result, his brother-in-law favored the people of southern Minnesota, and it's still killing people in that Whitey's territory. The point is, when the hell did that little bastard get over to southern Minnesota? Damn, isn't this ing trouble for me? Cam. Yuxing wasn't shot, was he? Commander Wu hurriedly inquired to one of the guards in front of him, captured on the spot by that one surnamed Bai. That one surnamed Bai, there's absolutely no way he'll let him go. Still, not yet, the guard replied, reporting to the commander. Young Master Hua should still be alive. Still alive. Commander Wu wanted to breathe a sigh of relief now, but he knew he couldn't. Although Hua Yuxing is still alive now, God knows when he will be shot? Commander Wu couldn't help but curse darkly. Damn it. If it weren't for your sister, and that Hua family behind you, labor doesn't even want to pay attention to you, you son of a. Although his mouth was cursing, Commander Wu still didn't want that brother-in-law of his to die, because his own brother-in-law's identity is too special. The Hua family's influence in the northern part of Min province was very large, not even below their own influence. 30% of the military expenses of the warlords in northern Min province are provided by that Hua family. Once he didn't have a way to get Hua Yuxing back, that proper wife of his must be making trouble every day. There's also the possibility that there's no way to get that money from the Huas themselves. Damn! Commander Wu, the warlord commander, was in a very stifling position, being checked and balanced at every turn, against Kai Yuan Sheng, who was previously a warlord in southern Fujian province, belonged to the southern Fujian province's one-liners. Sometimes, Commander Wu was very envious of Kai Yuan Shang because Kai Yuan Shang was not afraid of anyone except foreigners. But he's different. His military might isn't up to the level of Choi Yuan Sang's, not having the ability to make the entire northern part of Min province his one word, so much so that he is sometimes even subjected to checks and balances by some local forces. It even made him afraid to move some local forces. For example, a big family like the Hua family. Phew, Shaking his head, Commander Wu shook off the random thoughts in his own mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Draw up a message for me immediately and send it to that Mr. Bai, telling him to never kill Hua Yusheng. I can buy Hua Yusheng back with the ocean. Let him make a price." Yes. The guard rushed to the telegraph department. Witnessing the departure of the guards, Commander Wu sat down in his chair and took a heavy breath. Very irritating. Incredible headache. Damn it. This stifling grandson is really capable of causing trouble. Commander Wu gritted his teeth. I told him not to make trouble these days, but he still didn't listen. And he even dared to run to Bai Yi's territory to make trouble. I don't know what kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts he has eaten. Does he really think that no one dares to kill his Hua family's youngest? That Bai is not the same as the laborer. I wouldn't dare touch your Hua family. You still have to offer up your Hua family. But that Bai not only won't give a damn about your Hua family. If your Hua family is in the southern part of Min province, I'm afraid I've been copied. Ugh. Commander Wu sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. We can only take a look. Can that Mr. White sell me a face now? He actually knew that such a hope was very slim. After all, that Mr. White doesn't even give face to the foreigners. And why would he give him face? He, Wu Lianshan, must not be able to lose face compared to the foreigners, right? No. Even the rear admiral of the Sunset Empire, that Mr. White, was arrested as he was. In hell. This ing brother-in-law, pit brother-in-law, Cam. It didn't take long for the guard who had run out to come running over again in a hurry, and brought back not so good news. Commander, they got a reply from the south. They said that anyone who commits a crime in their territory, no matter what their status, they will have to be judged and sentenced by them, the guard said in a rapid-fire report. Wu Lianshan was silent for a few seconds. To be honest, it wasn't so much out of his expectation as it was, but he found it surprising that there was nothing he could do to fix this. Saving? If you offend Bai Yi, you'll be dead. His decades of struggle will all come to nothing. No help? If you offend the Hua family, your own territory will surely be thrown into chaos. Even his own position as commander probably can't stabilize it either. Damn. Wu Lianshan was suddenly in a dilemma. But, just at this time, he suddenly froze. A light flashed in his head. He thought of something. The reason why he was afraid of the Hua family was because the Hua family was too powerful. The connections are too intricate. But, if you go to the telegraph department again, draw up another message and send it to Mr. White. Chapter 185, The Price of Inviting the Gods. The target is the entire Min province. Wu Lianshan was a very careful and cautious person, and a person who knew how to value his life. He knew that everything he currently had was all hard-earned. He clearly doesn't want to lose what he has. He knew that if he offended Bai Yi, everything he had would be gone, and there may not be any redeeming qualities to speak of. But if one just offends a Hua family, although it may lead to one's position being unstable, it would cause one to look a bit precarious in northern Minnesota. But one still has a little bit of room to be pedantic. Yes, Wu Lianshan had now completely and utterly severed the idea of saving his brother-in-law. If Bai Yi's callback had been a little euphemistic, then Wu Lianshan will continue to fight a little bit. But since Bai Yi's callback didn't have any euphemisms to speak of, that would mean that this guy Hua Yusheng had to die. And if this guy didn't die, Bai Yi wouldn't be satisfied. In that case, then sell that brother-in-law. Even he or she is still in one piece. Sold the was outright. There's a deep interest between Wu Lianshan and the Hua family. He knew that once he tore his face off with the Hua family, what awaited him would be a series of troubles. But he couldn't care less now. After all, if the Hua family was compared to Bai Yi, obviously, Bai Yi was even more terrifying. Stronger. Wu Lianshan is holding a lot of information and intelligence on the Hua family. It includes all those properties of the Hua family on the surface, or in the dark, and also knows what kind of misdeeds the Hua family has done over the years. In his impression, that Mr. Bai was a cynical person. Credit STH. If the other party knows about the crimes of the Hua family and has a series of evidence, something will be done, right? Although the Hua family mainly operates in the northern part of Min province, while that Bai Yi only occupies the southern part of Min province, but the commander himself was perfectly capable of transferring the power of law enforcement, for the time being, to Bai Yi's side. Wu Lianshan knew that this was very likely. Oh no, this would 100% definitely lead the wolf into the house. But he knew he had no choice. It can only be done that way. It's the only way. Unless he packs up and gets the hell out of this mess. Now, but is it possible for Wu Lianshan to do so? If he had given up everything he had in Minnesota, he would have already packed up and gotten the hell out of there. Soon. Southern Minnesota. The Dragon Kingdom camp. On his side, Bai Yi received another call from Wu Lianshan. Things like telegraphs seem very backward in the eyes of the dragon. But who let this era go by with only telegraphs and wired telephones? If you want to communicate with the people of this age, you have to use the methods of this age. Unless, the Dragon Kingdom is happy to give away advanced communications equipment. But, it's an absolute no-no. TSK. Interesting. Bai Yi looked at this new call, couldn't help but smile and said, "It's just as well that you're here too, Captain Lin. So come and take a look at the contents of that Wu Lianshan's message as well." Captain Lin. That's Lin Lei of the Special Operations Squad. Lin Li froze. Wu Lianshan. That's the warlord commander in northern Min province who has the same name as the head of the 1st Combat Regiment? Lin Li received that one message, and when he finished reading the contents on it, couldn't help but laugh too. This guy is so cunning. Lin Li lamented. He knows that if he gives up on Hua Yuxing, the Hua family would definitely break with him, but it wasn't like there was any way he could deal with the Hua family, and if he wanted to fight the Hua family hard, it would be a fight to the death. So trying to get us to intervene against the Huas, because he knows we're the only ones who can handle it, and the guy's pretty willing to give up concessions, too, because he must know, once our people enter the northern part of Min province, it's for us to leave that's going to be hard. He's actually going to give us the power of policing and judgment. Yes, Wu Lianshan knew that it was easy to invite a god and difficult to send him away, and he knew even more that Bai Yi, a great god, I'm afraid that once you invite them, you can't send them away. Instead of waiting for himself to be liquidated by Bai Yi, it would be better for him to hurry up and cede some of his power. So, it's better than fighting with the Hua family to the death. After all, if he fought with the Hua family and lost, then his own position as commander, it's hard to say if you'll still be able to keep it. Major, are we going to grant him? Once we grant his request, we'll be able to easily obtain the power to manage law and order and legal judgment in northern Min province. We can use these 2 points to quickly hollow out the entire northern Min province hierarchy. When that time comes, that Wu Lianshan's name as a commander will become a name and name only, because then he'll have military power, and we'll be able to hollow him out, and he'll become pretty much the same as a mascot. But, actually, with the power we have, we are able to grant his request without having to. It's perfectly possible to have a big army and not play any fancy games at all. When the time comes, the northern part of Min province will be ours. Likewise. But, Lin Li paused and said, if we do this, the other side will most likely dogpile on us. He knows he can't beat us, but he knows we care about the people and he might go after them. Just like that Kaiyuan Shang from before. If it wasn't for the fact that we handled it in time, the dying madness of Kaiyuan Shang at that time could have killed hundreds of thousands of common people. Hearing Lin Li's words, Bai Yi nodded slightly. Yeah, these people cannot be underestimated. We are not afraid of them, but the common people are not. Bai Yi smiled. I want to call him back. I can help him deal with the Hua family. But, in addition to policing and legal trials, I want him to disband the warlord forces. It's up to him, whether he wants to or not. Bai Yi paused and said, he wants to invoke the gods now, but invoking the gods, there is a price to pay. Chapter 186, the thought of casting the dragon's heart arises. Shakily realized that the world and the sky were wide in his heart. Wu Lianshan's request gave Longwood a pretext to be able to go into the northern part of Minshang. Even the other party gave the Dragon Kingdom a reason to be able to control that place. After all, it was easy to invite this god of the Dragon Kingdom, but it would be very hard to send it away. Although the Dragon Kingdom is fully capable of unifying the entire Min province territory by force of arms, but if they did, there was no guarantee that Wu Lianshan, the local warlord, would jump over the wall. Whether the other side uses military force or metaphysical force, Rokoku were all able to come next though. But if the other general is power and metaphysical power used on the common folk, then the Dragon Kingdom would not be so capable of protecting them instantly, and certainly not letting the people be a lifeline for someone else to strangle them. With the ability to protect the safety of the common man, the Dragon Kingdom is going to do what it can to keep them safe. But if there's really no way out, then we'll just have to avenge the people. It was also for this reason that Bai Yi agreed to this request from Wu Lianshan, but those conditions put forward by Wu Lianshan made Bai Yi very dissatisfied. Soon, Becky's callback is learned by Wu Lianshan. Hiss. After seeing Bai Yi blatantly asking himself to disband the warlord's forces, Wu Lianshan's first reaction was to stare at him with wide-eyed incomparable anger, because if he didn't even have military power, then a mascot that, and what's the difference? But he was also very clear in his inner mind that once Bai Yi's people that involvement in the situation in northern Minnesota, then he himself, the commander of the warlords, became the biggest thorn in the other side's side, rather than a condition. This was an ultimatum given to him by Bai Yi. It's hard to ride a tiger. Wu Lianshan's expression was tinged with intense bitterness, and the anger within his heart dissipated. Having chosen to sell out the local forces in northern Min, turned to the powerful neighbor who turned to the south for help. Wu Lianshan knew he had to be a mascot as a warlord commander. But he's not happy about it. Tay mother ********* ing Hua Yushing. The ing Hua family. Wu Lianshan couldn't help but break into a few curses. If it wasn't for Hua Yushing that, he was still able to maintain that throwback, subtle non-aggression tacit understanding between himself and Bai Yi. But after Hua Yushing, that, killed a commoner within Bai Yi's jurisdiction, there goes that subtle tacit understanding. A very thin-looking membrane between the two sides was also punctured. Wu Lianshan knew that Bai Yi was definitely interested in using this excuse to die the north. He also knew that once he let Bai Yi take the initiative, you can't even be a mascot yourself. So the dilemma he faced now was, Bai Yi he was offended. The Hua family he is also offended. These two dilemmas gave him two choices. The first was to choose to stand with the Hua family. With the original Kai Yuan Shang one chose to resist Bai Yi and then went down a path to perdition. The second way is to know what's right and give up all the great power you can have. Be a good boy and take the wealth you've amassed over the years and be a mascot. And maybe you'll still be alive. Even if there was no way for him to stay alive, he should at least be able to preserve the Wu family's bloodline. Not as much as Kai Yuan Shang. I heard that those children of the Kai family, big and small, all of them were taken to labor reform. Truth be told, if there was a choice, Wu Lianshan would rather have neither choice. But he didn't have a choice. He knew he could only passively pick a second option. The second option was chosen. He'll live. That's enough. Phew. At this moment, Wu Lianshan's entire body, it was as if he had aged 10 years. His whole body slumped in his chair a little weakly. Turning to the guard in front of him, he said helplessly, "Tell that Mr. White that I'll do what he says, but I beg him to be able to keep me, or can leave the Wu family alive. The Wu family has done a lot of evil things, so I, Wu Lianshan, will use half of the Wu family? Nope, with 2/3 of the property, and having given up 2/3 of the fields, to compensate the people. At the same time, I will disband the warlord's forces, and will give Mr. White a list of. The list is of people who have done evil, or rather, an interest group centered on me." Wu Lianshan smiled bitterly. "You should know, I don't have any other choice now. I won't even be able to save my life if I get tough with Mr. Bai. Starting today, the guard company is disbanded as well. You've been keeping me close. There's no chance of doing anything evil. Mr. White should not be able to liquidate you." But Wu Lianshan sighed. "Those who followed me Wu Lianshan for many years went and have some power over the old ministers, and unless they too are willing to drop everything as I am, then they're afraid they won't be able to escape Mr. Bai's liquidation. After all, there has to be an accounting for the common people who have suffered." The moment the thought of defecting to the Dragon Kingdom arose, for a split second he felt that heaven and earth were spacious. Wu Lianshan felt that his entire spirit had changed. He even found his perspective changed when he saw everything. He was glad that although he had done many evil things as well, but at least it wasn't as much of an exaggeration as Kai Yuan Shang. At least, he didn't have many dogs to exploit the people. "Commander." The guard's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears, knowing that the man before him, it's gotten to the point where they've lost the mind to fight it. "Go away. After you call Mr. White, you let those fellows of yours, all of them, disperse." Wu Lianshan waved his hand. "In a few days, I'll have someone give your guard company 100 dao each. You'd better do something good these days, too. Don't get all high and mighty every day. You know, there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people." "No, Commander," the guard said seriously. "You're doing this, and a lot of people with minds under their hands that is absolutely not allowed. They may violate your decisions or even try to replace you. Please let the brothers protect the commander for a few more days, and when Mr. White's men arrive, it's not too late for Brothers Boy to disband." Wu Lianshan froze, and then instantly tried to understand. Yeah, he was willing to leave everything behind, but what about those who had followed him for years? Are they willing? No way. When they learned that they were going to vote for Bai Yi, then they were already in a dangerous situation. All around, all enemies. Chapter 187, Bloodless Release of Military Power. The Dragon Kingdom is on the move. Wu Lianshan didn't know whether he was on the right or wrong path, but he knew that as long as he took this path, he had at least a 70% chance of being able to save his life. It was also able to save that life of the family. He knew better, that if he made an enemy of Bai Yi, then the loss would be more than just that. The current Wu Lianshan can say that he looks at it very, very openly. Even if Bai Yi asked him to be an ordinary person, he might be willing. It wasn't because Wu Lianshan had a clear conscience or anything, simply because he simply valued this one life of his, and simply cherished those of his family. He can't say how noble such behavior is. Everything is just done out of self-interest. Sure, in comparison, He's still smarter than that Kai Yuan Shang, because he knew that he couldn't make an enemy of Bai Yi. He knew that what would happen if he made an enemy of Bai Yi was definitely no better than Kai Yuan Shang. Wu Lianshan, who has seen it all through, the whole thing is so much more soothing. At the same time, he was well aware that he was now in a very precarious situation that, after all, just because he's willing to surrender doesn't mean those old men of his are. He's willing to give up all the benefits, not on behalf of those of his old ministry that, willing to give up all benefits, just like the leaders of those rebel gangs. For example, it's not that they don't want to wash their hands in gold, rather, they simply can't retreat, and if they want to, then they have to die. And it wasn't the enemy that killed them, it was those of their men. Now Wu Lianshan, it's also a case of, there is no airtight wall in the world, let alone in the midst of such negligently supervised warlords. Wu Lianshan knew that he was acting like this, and thinking like this. It is impossible to hide it. Probably in a few hours' time, the word will be all over the place. It would make the whole of northern Minnesota. It's all getting scary. Now he could only hope that Mr. Bai, who was far away in the southern part of the Min province, would be able to send his troops over as soon as possible, help him stabilize the kind of situation that's coming up next. That might be a little out of his control. In the midst of such instability, he's very dangerous. At any moment he could be shot in the back, and he might not even know who shot him. It could be one of those old men of yours, or even one of their own family members. Yes, Wu Lianshan knew very well that he had some family members who had already enjoyed all the glory and wealth. It is impossible to go back to the old life. They may do extreme things to ensure their current affluence. For example, kinslaying. So after thinking it over, he still chose to keep the men of the guard company. For the time being, Wu Lianshan probably doesn't trust those old men of his or those of his family. But, these 150 men inside the guard company, Wu Lianshan trusted them very much, because they were carefully chosen by him. Cronies raised from childhood. Come to think of it, Wu Lianshan felt sad all of a sudden. Busy for most of his life, even his own family has become untrustworthy. Only able to trust a company of guards who are not related to him in any way. Ugh, he tilted his head inside. Soon, southern part of Bai Min province, the Dragon Kingdom camp. Bai Yi's side got another call from Wu Lianshan. What surprised Bai Yi and the others was that this warlord commander of northern Min province is actually so take it or leave it. Or, it was because of this powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom that forced him to take and let go. Otherwise, what he will face will be a demise that cannot even be imagined. In other words, as long as the Dragon Kingdom entered northern Min province after that, the entire northern Min province could be left to be ravaged by the Dragon Kingdom. All the powers associated with all will be handed over to the Dragon Kingdom. And what Wu Lianshan wanted was nothing more than to save a life, as well as to save a portion of his property. Think about it for a few minutes. Bai Yi agreed. Being able to bloodlessly make a warlord's commander choose to give up all his power. Why not? For this kind of person who surrendered voluntarily, Bai Yi's side was still very welcome, and Wu Lianshan's surrender was able to serve as an example. So, now the Dragon Kingdom has another group of enemies. This group of enemies is the local forces in northern Minnesota. Landlord, family, clan, merchant, landlubbers, army ruffians. These interest groups centered on Wu Lianshan are the main enemies of the Dragon Kingdom this time. Compile the intel that Wu Lianshan sent over. Especially put together that list he sent over. At the same time, immediately notify the 3rd Combat Regiment and the 1st Combat Regiment that I need both of their regiments to go straight into northern Min province and take control of all the people and forces on the list. In the meantime, try your best not to disturb the local common people. If you encounter anyone who chooses to be recalcitrant, you can take the necessary measures to subdue them by force. For this operation, I don't want anything to happen to any of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. If someone arrives when our men are, those who choose to surrender of their own accord without our prompting can be given a bit of a chance. And the guys who are like wallflowers, they don't need to be given any chances. Bai Yi's order quickly reached within the Dragon Kingdom camp, the 1st Combat Regiment in the camp, as well as the 2nd Combat Regiment, amounting to more than 300 men. Start acting immediately. One military vehicle after another fishtailed out from inside the camp. The scene looked overwhelming, when a very hideous-looking steel behemoth, when traveling on top of the highway that had just been repaired not long ago, it attracted the attention of countless ordinary people in the first jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Hiss, is Mr. Bai going to strike again? I wonder who's unlucky this time. It's most likely that Commander Wu from the north. Hiss, it's possible. Chapter 188 Panicked Local Powers. An annoyed Huafu Xing. There really is no airtight wall under heaven. And when Wu Lianshan's several telegrams had been sent out, the contents of these telegrams were then leaked right out with great speed. Northern Minnesota. The Was. What? That Wu Lianshan dares to do this? What makes that asshole dare to do that? He actually colluded with that Bai guy in the south and got that Bai guy to make a move against us? That bastard Wu Lianshan is actually still so generous. You're willing to hand over all power to White? Damn! What qualifications does this asshole of his have to do that? The contemporary head of the Hua family's face was written with shock and fury. And why was Yuxing captured by Xingbais? Didn't the old man warn him not to go over to the south? Why won't this little bastard listen to the old man? Smoking too much big cigarettes again. Sinning. The current head of the Hua family is named Hua Fuxing, and he is now 65 years old. Hua Fuxing is one of those people who can't have fertility and only has a son in his old age. It is also because of this. He was very spoiled for Hua Yuxing. Even Hua Yuxing smoked big cigarettes during the day. He as a father did not stop. No, it's not just coddling anymore. It's spoiling too much. Now Hua Fuxing has begun to regret it. If he hadn't spoiled this son of his so much in the first place, if he had been a little bit strict with his son, he wouldn't have made such a mess. But, this is a family matter of my Hua family. What qualifications does surname Bai have to arrest Lao Fu's son? And that Wu, as Yuxing's brother-in-law, he's actually indifferent, even trying to collude with outsiders against my Hua family? Endless anger surged up into his heart, causing Hua Fuxing to cough heavily a few times. His pale face was a little flushed with anger. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a crutch, the costly one, and gave it a vicious pestle. It made a very clear ringing sound. In the midst of his anger, he actually realized that there didn't seem to be much he could do to being able to stop Bai Yi, because Bai Yi had even captured the foreigner's major general, and the news had long been spreading throughout God's country. Hua Fuxing, the head of the Hua family, no matter how arrogant, nor would they dare to say that their Hua family could compare to a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire. Damn, is there no way to deal with it? Is it just a sitting duck? No, can't just sit back and wait. That bastard Wu Lianshan shook out almost all of those things that the Hua family had done, and Yuxing will definitely be interrogated about quite a few things if he's caught. With the character and methods of that Bai surnamed in the south, there's no way the Hua family won't be liquidated. We must find a way to deal with that Bai guy, and at the same time save Yuxing. By the way, there's also a score to settle with Wu Lianshan, but the question is, how can we do these three things? Hua Fuxing was confused. He suddenly realized that he was powerless in this moment. To know, as the head of the Hua family, he could be said to be powerful in northern Min province. Their Hua family was completely horizontal in northern Min province. No one is afraid. But, the people who are coming to northern Minnesota today are no big cats. Instead, it's an incredibly ferocious over-the-top dragon. With a single Hua family, how could they possibly be able to deal with such an overpowering dragon? Right. Hua Fuxing suddenly reacted, and his expression began to become somewhat gloomy and uncertain. Once that Bai surname comes to northern Min province, the Hua family will definitely not be the only ones who will be unlucky at that time. Those people or forces that are similar to the Hua family will definitely not be able to escape the liquidation of the surname Bai. Come on, man. Hua Fuxing immediately called out to a butler and then instructed the butler. You have someone go and notify all the powerful people in the county, except for Wu Lianshan. Let them all come to the Hua family to gather, and say that I, Hua Fuxing, have something very important to discuss with them. I hope they can give me, Hua Fuxing, a face. The butler nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, master. The fact that Wu Lianshan had betrayed all the interest groups had been circulating for a long time. There must be more than just one Was family getting this news. Members of interest groups similar to the Hua family were now furious one by one, and yet there is anxiety beyond measure. All of them are like ants on a hot plate, panicked to the core. And when they received the invitation from Hua Fuxing, they were finding a backbone in general. After all, in the entire northern part of Min province, it was the Hua family's power and connections that were the greatest. Before long, a large number of powerful people gathered right inside the Hua family's parlor. They are both male and female. There are old and young. Identities vary. Some of them were very famous local merchants, and some of them were warlord generals with thousands of troops. Some of them are big families like the Hua family, and some of them are black bosses in charge of the county's underground. All of these people who constantly exploited the common people on a regular basis are now gathered together. The entire inside of the Hua family's parlor could be said to be crowded with one person after another right now. If a missile were dropped inside the parlor, then apart from the maids and servants, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single innocent. All of them are heinous. I'm afraid that any one of them would not waste a bullet if they were pulled out and shot at a target for a few minutes. Each of them has one thing in common. That's the look of anxiety written all over his face and the panic in his eyes over confusion. They all know, once they fell into Bai Yi's hands, it definitely wouldn't end well. It's not possible not to panic. Old Mr. Hua, I'm afraid this is the reason why you've asked the big guys to gather together. The big guys are all at their wits' end right now and don't know what to do. So if old Mr. Hua has any insights? Please open the door. A merchant who was dressed in what appeared to be a very flashy outfit finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Chapter 189 Dragon Kingdom's Pawn. Everything was under Bai Yi's control. Yeah, Elder Hua. Based on what we know so far, it's all because of that little son of yours that you've messed with that Mr. White from the southern part of Min province, which has led to this situation. And of course now is not the time to discuss whose fault it is, because at the moment we are all facing a crisis and we all need a solution. That's right, Elder Hua. Your Hua family is inside the entire northern part of Min province, all belong to the largest families, and you have the most and longest connections in power and historical roots. There must be some way to escape this one, right? Alas. In fact, I should have thought that the one surnamed Bai wouldn't stick to just one place. The other side has probably been eyeing our place for a long time, and now it's just that the other side has found a pretext. Master Hua, to be honest, if you don't have the means to give a program, then I'm ready to pack up and leave this place today. Ah, Brother Li is ready to leave? You have such a big piece of family business here. Just give it up? What else can you do if you don't give up? Wu Lianshan was able to lay down his military power in order to stay alive. Alas, the fierce dragon is unstoppable. Hearing these non-rich people with a mouthful of negative comments, Hua Fu Xing, who was seated on the main seat of the parlor, coughed gently. Hua Fu Xing still had enough prestige in northern Fujian province. After this cough of his fell, the entire parlor fell silent. All eyes on him. Although we all know that Hua Fu Xing can't be blamed for this kind of thing happening, because it was Hua Fu Xing's son who caused the trouble. But right now, the main backbone of all of them was only Hua Fu Xing. Gentlemen, I know that the situation is urgent, but you are so flustered and tense that there is no way to solve the problem. I know very well how strong that Bai in southern Fujian province is. That's why the old man invited you all, because there's no way that the Hua family can deal with that Bai. It is necessary to gather the strength of all of you to be able to deal with that Bai surnamed one together. Surname Bai is nothing more than having a strong army under his hand. What else does he have besides that? It hasn't even been half a year since the other party appeared. That Bai's in Min province. It can be said that he wants roots without roots. He doesn't have the connections if he wants them. All of us have been rooted in Minnesota for decades, if not centuries. Still afraid of a Bai Yi with unsteady roots? When he said this, above Hua Fu Xing's aged face, he flashed a bit of a stern look. I don't know. Do you all know anything about that Bai Yi? As far as I know, that Bai Yi is a person who loves the people very much. Just like those benevolent rulers in ancient times. That guy for a flat earther with no background. It was able to arrest him regardless of my family's UCI's identity, and even tried to sentence UCI for the crime he committed. So, we can use that against him. Doesn't he, Bai Yi, love the people like a son? Doesn't he, Bai Yi, stand above the highest point of morality? Hua Fu Xing sneered. Let's target this moral heart of his. We're using local civilians as hostages. Threaten him, contain him, coerce him, hiss. All the people present looked at Hua Fu Xing's face, the kind of slightly maniacal color. All of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in unison, thinking that this old man was really crazy. It must have been the desire to save his son, and his mind went crazy. If you really do this, then it's really special to offend each other to death. What's the difference between that and looking for death? Hua Fu Xing had taken in everyone's faces, and he had already expected this. I only heard Hua Fu Xing continue. Gentlemen, you must realize that your present lives, it's been out of your hands for a long time. Even if you pack up and leave now, are you sure you'll be in time? Are you guys sure that the one surnamed White isn't halfway around the world anymore? Once we wait for that Bai guy to come to northern Min province, wait until you and I. There is only one way to go. Death. All of us know exactly what we have done and what we have done. We all know that the one surnamed Bai is simply unable to tolerate those of us. The method that I just mentioned is the only one that breaks the game, and the only way to survive. To wait is to die. To flee is to die. In that case, why not put up a fight? After these words from Hua Fu Xing fell, the entire parlor fell into silence. Yeah, it's a dead end either way, so why not try it before you die? Even if you can gnaw a piece of meat from the other side, it's still better than sitting around waiting to die, right? Many people's breathing began to become heavy. They now know exactly where they stand next. Today it's like a bunch of outlaws, carrying a sharp weapon. The killing mind is self-inflicted. If you all agree with what I have said, then I don't think I need to teach you, and you all know exactly how to do this right. Hua Fu Xing said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, that Wu Lianshan who betrayed us, we can't let this guy go either. Suddenly, a clan patriarch, with red eyes, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, what's the point of being afraid of him, Bai Yi? If the laborer is holding thousands of lives in his hands, would he dare to touch the laborer? One of Wu Lianshan's old generals sneered. Old Mr. Hua is really ruthless. But that's the kind of hate move Raoul likes. A landowner scratched his head. Well, then, let's put up a fight. There was also someone who was very hesitant. I'd rather choose to leave. That Bai Yi is not to be messed with. However, what none of the people present noticed was this. There was a middle-aged man in the parlor, watching everything coldly with an expressionless face. He was a businessman in northern Minnesota. A few months ago suddenly rose to become the largest local cloth merchant in northern Min province. Meanwhile, he's also a spy for the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Bai Yi, long before he had dealt with Kai Yuan Shang. The pieces have been placed all over Minnesota. These pieces, some are mediocre, unknown, and don't get much attention. Some, by various means, have already mixed with the upper classes. This middle-aged man is obviously, it's the latter, everything. It's all under Bai Yi's control. Chapter 190, The Dragon Kingdom's Adversary Scales, conducted decapitation operation on the target. The middle-aged man had a camera pinned to his collar. This camera had captured everything in front of it, all in crystal clear detail. In this day and age, these people don't even know about modern cameras, exactly what it is. Even middle-aged men, who set the camera directly on the table and posed brightly. I'm afraid they don't even know what it is, much less aware that their every move has been, through technological means, transmitted to the camp in Dragonland. In the middle of a conference room in the Dragon Kingdom camp, a group of people sat on chairs and watched the performance of these local forces in northern Fujian province. When they heard the talk of these, many people's expressions went cold. It's true that dogs can't change their ways. Inside the conference room, a staff officer coldly, he snorted. These guys have gotten used to being human-like existences inside the magically altered Republic realm, and it's impossible for them to part with the family business they've accumulated. I thought they were as far as they could go in packing up and running away. As a result, I didn't expect their thoughts to be so extreme, to the extent that they wanted to threaten us with the common people. They're very smug in thinking they've got a handle on our weaknesses, and trying to use it to contain us. Phew, one of these exploiters, all of them should be hung above the streetlights. The staff officer wasn't the only one who was angry. Everyone in the room was holding a fire. The common people, not the weakness of the Dragon Kingdom, but its scales. The behavior of Hua Fu Xing's group of people did not take the weakness of the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it had completely touched the Dragon Kingdom's scales. At this point, an officer said, "Major, we can't let them do anything to the civilians. I think we should take the lead before something tragic happens." Although the 1st and 3rd combat regiments have rushed to the north, they are outnumbered and the march will inevitably be a little slower. I suggest that multiple special operations teams be deployed to carry out decapitation operations against these people. Indeed, the marching speed of the 2 combat regiments of the Dragon Kingdom was not slow though, but ultimately, the numbers are very large. Compared to small groups of special operations forces, they were still marching too slowly, trying to stop an impending tragedy in time. The Dragon Kingdom must get a head start. This time, sending a large number of special operations squads to carry out decapitation operations on these people is the best option. General, the Dragon Kingdom is not going to take special decapitation actions, but things are different now. Local forces in northern Min. It has touched the Dragon Kingdom's scales. Likewise, it also touched Bai Yi's scales. The expression on Bai Yi's face didn't change much. He seemed awfully calm. As the Supreme Commander he had the responsibility of Supreme Command. Only his voice rang out, "Approved." The extremely short 2 words made everyone inside the entire conference room exuberant. These 2 words would mean that the Dragon Kingdom can carry out decapitation actions against these people. Within the camp today, there's been more than one special ops squad for a long time. The entire camp had a total of 10 special warfare squads, their numbers adding up to more than 100 people. They are the best of the best, almost always an all-around soldier. When the mission calls for it, these 100 or so special forces soldiers are the battlefield, the most vicious killer of all time, the sharpest of sharp knives, straight into the heart of the enemy army, beheading of enemy generals and, in 1,000 miles, Bai Yi had initially wanted to give these people a chance. After all, even a warlord leader like Wu Lianshan, both were able to think everything through and proceeded to defect to the Dragon Kingdom without saying a word. However, those who can be as open-minded as Wu Lianshan are still a small minority after all. I'm afraid that this kind of person is even rarer than the first giant panda inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. The appearance of a Wu Lianshan is already a miracle. As expected, still can't overestimate the modesty of these people, can't overestimate their morals. While people like them don't deserve to be called capitalists, they do deserve to be hung from streetlights. This time, Bai Yi had a very rare in his heart. Rise, killing intent. By the way, have Zhao Qingyi follow along. When Bai Yi's words fell, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds, because everyone knew exactly what Zhao Qingyi meant. That's a red-clothed stern ghost. Of course, there wasn't anyone in the Dragon Kingdom who was afraid of Zhao Qingyi's existence. Everyone in the Rococo camp knew she existed. In reality, Zhao Qingyi was already a part of the Dragon Kingdom's army inside. Bai Yi has specially formed a special force. The only member of this special force is the red-clad stern ghost Zhao Qingyi. In Bai Yi's preconceived notions, the members of this special force had to be ghosts. Yes, he wants to create the most exceptional special forces. In other words, Zhao Qingyi, as a magically altered version of a severe ghost from the Republic of China realm, has now officially joined the Dragon Kingdom's army. She had even been on the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's military archives, which were well documented. Due to Zhao Qingyi's special characteristics, on the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's side, she was specially made to become a rank 6 sergeant major. One step further, it's the second lieutenant. I have to say, it makes for an inexplicable sense of dissonance. But Zhao Qingyi's is indeed real. Meanwhile, there are archival records about her, and they are truly recorded on the dragon side as well. Soon, as the orders fell in layers on this side of the command, all of the special operations squads inside the camp had begun to get ready for action. All of them were given the same assignment. Only, they have different lists in their hands. Their mission is to carry out quick and effective beheadings of those on the list. To this end, the camp arranged for helicopter transports to take them to their destination points during the night. Zhao Qingyi was clearly among them. Chapter 191 Special Decapitation Operation. The rocket trailing a trail of flame, one after another. Black-painted steel behemoths, flying continuously in the middle of the night sky. After a period of long-distance traveling, finally from the southern part of Min Province, came to the northern part of Min Province. The propellers churned the air and made a very loud noise, but to the ears of the people of this age, who could not distinguish at all that what the hell is that sound? Most people dismissed the strange sound as the wind whistling in the night. A few were skeptical of a strand of demonic wind. After all, in these times of war and chaos, there are a lot of demons and monsters. The one who took the opportunity to come out and make a mess. What they don't realize is that, in the middle of a silent night, this noise, in fact, they are helicopter gunships carrying special forces from the Dragon Kingdom. And the purpose as well as the mission of these steel behemoths is to take a seasoned special forces soldier. All transported to northern Minnesota. A Dragon Kingdom Special Forces soldier slowly slid down a steel cable from within the cabin. When their feet hit the ground, they immediately dispersed in all directions in a vigilant manner, though it was unlikely that someone had ambushed them nearby. But it's best to be careful. Only one person. Oh no! It should be one ghost, landing in the most peculiar way, because she didn't even need to utilize the aid of a rope hook. It was a direct leap from a height of over 20 meters. The body seemed as light as fluff and landed lightly on the ground. It didn't even make a sound. This was clearly Zhao Qingyi. Nowadays, Zhao Qingyi's cultivation was obviously more refined than ever. Don't think that ghosts don't need to cultivate. If they don't need to cultivate, how can they evolve stronger? At this point she looked no different than a living person. But of course that was from the surface. In fact, she's still a ghost. Zhao Qingyi's hand held a piece of paper on which was written a list of. Each list is labeled with the appropriate location and a small, seemingly, very miniature map. Above the mini-map or one red cross after another. These red crosses represent the location of. It's where the target lives. Action. With a voice that rang out abruptly. A well-trained special forces soldier. Immediately head in the direction you need to go. They weren't worried about getting lost because of the helicopter gunships overhead. Will always show them the way. Zhao Qingyi also began to move. She was a lone ghost conducting combat operations. She was also not carrying any weapons on her person. Because those weapons basically didn't have much use for Zhao Qingyi. Against those on the list, she was bare-handed. That's enough. Zhang Fuguei is a merchant in the northern part of the Min province, and he mainly deals in the grain business. Can be said to be the largest grain merchant in northern Min province. He in this area is most of the landowners, have a very deep connection. At the same time, above the boundaries of the northern part of Min province, Zhang Fuguei belonged to the big shots, and he was also a member of the interest group of that Commander Wu of Wu Lianshan. One might even say core members of interest groups. But how much Zhang Fuguei used to rely on Wu Lianshan, how much he hated Wu Lianshan now. Damn, that's surnamed Wu, thanks to which he is also the great warlord of northern Min province. As it turns out, this asshole has less guts than a businessman in labor. He doesn't dare to touch Bai Yi. Lu's laborers usually give him so much filial piety. These years, Laozi gave him those filial piety add up. At least have to have 1,000,000 yang, right? Zhang Fuguei gritted his teeth and cursed. As a result, Wu Lianshan, at the critical time, he was actually so unreliable that he didn't dare to go against Bai Yi. He even willingly threw down his military power. Where's a dumbass like him? After decades of hard work and struggle, Just like that, he gave it all away? Only that Wu can think of it, maybe only he can do it. This guy's brain doesn't even know how to grow, and if Rauch were him, definitely rather die than block by E. After cursing for so long in one breath, he was already a bit thirsty. Hurriedly, he poured a nearby cup of tea into his mouth, a heavy sigh of relief. In fact, he is also standing on his feet. If he stood in Wu Lianshan's position, to consider or look at things, I'm afraid that his approach in Wu Lianshan, there is not much difference. The reason why he was so angry now was because he felt that Wu Lianshan couldn't protect himself. It's a waste of time to bribe yourself with so much money in the past. Humph. After moistening his throat, Zhang Fuguei muttered, just as the Hua family's old man said, since those assholes are the soft underbelly of that buy in the south, I'll have them arrest a few hundred assholes and lock them up early tomorrow morning. Use them as hostages. Well, it's better still to have all little kids, preferably all of the under 10 variety. If that by surname dares to touch my property, I'll kill 10 little kids. If he dares to make a move against Raji, humph, I'll let all these people be buried with me. Let's just see if his surname by will throw in the towel. As a matter of fact, there was still a little bit of a drum in his heart. In case, what if the other guy doesn't eat it? No, don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Don't think so much at this time. Now that you've decided to do it tough, just do it absolutely. Come to think of it, Zhang Fuguei curled up the corners of his mouth in triumph. However, was about to pour himself a cup of tea, when suddenly a sense of foreboding struck. The next moment, only to be seen in the midst of a shroud of night, a rocket trailing a long tail flame came flying in that direction. It landed straight within Zhang Fuguei's room. Boom! Chapter 192, Beheading in Progress. Weapons do nothing. The violent and unmistakable sound of the explosion seemed very harsh in this silent night. Zhang Fuguei suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eardrums before he could react. Immediately afterward there came an invisible force in front of him that he had no way of resisting. It shook his entire body directly backward and flew out. Smoke rose rapidly between the entire house at once. When Zhang Fuguei's fat body ruthlessly smashed down on the ground, it was already in the middle of a ruin. Ahem! Cough! Almost as a reflex, Zhang Fuguei couldn't help but cough heavily a few times. A fishy sweetness came from the hollow of his throat that seemed to taste like blood. He froze. It was only then that I realized I had actually coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The blood stained the front of his shirt red, making him unable to help but start to panic. At the same time, the bursts of intense pain coming from his eardrums between them caused him to show a pained expression. Zhang Fuguei struggled to get up from the rubble, but just as he stood up halfway, it was as if his whole body had been instantly drained of its strength. The eyes snapped open. A mouthful of blood spewed out once more, sprawled directly on top of the ground. Ear holes, nostril, it began to overflow with scarlet blood. The whites of his eyes were covered with a line of blood among the, paired with this agonized and bewildered look on his face. He appeared to be in a very wretched and frightening state. Zhang Fuguei didn't even know what had happened. He only heard a violent explosion. Then his whole self flew off and then he became this. Ahem. Nowadays, he could gently and unmistakably feel his lifeblood draining away at a rapid pace. His appearance, despite what it looked like, was just a few bruises and scrapes. It seems that such bruises and abrasions, it's not fatal at all. But, the violent shockwaves from the explosion, however, shook his internal organs to the ground. And just now that hard fall, also put his bones, do not know how many broken. The injuries on his surface didn't seem to be fatal, but the injuries inside him suffered very serious internal injuries. Ahem. Cough. I cough. Zhang Fuguei was coughing one after another, able to spit out a large mouthful of blood with each cough, and he realized that his breathing had become very difficult. It's like something strange that's blocking one's airways, the blood coming out of the nostrils. It simply won't stop. The glimmer in his eyes began to gradually collapse, and his entire consciousness began to become more and more blurred. Everything in front of me started to get darker and darker. Vaguely he seemed to hear the maids and fellows at home, screaming in terror. He was tempted to send out a plea for help, but he couldn't say a word, and now it was hard to even make a sound. Suddenly, his breathing stopped. No sound. The common people near Zhang Fuguei's home were dumbfounded and thought that they were suddenly at war. The warlord soldiers inside the county were also panicked and abnormal. They had no idea what was going on, and I don't know why it suddenly exploded. When a group of warlord soldiers patrolling at night ran up to the Zhang family's front door, just saw Zhang Fuguei's home, which was already on fire. The maids in the house, as well as the fellows, all ran out screaming, "Where is your master Zhang?" A warlord soldier, who suddenly pulled a man dressed as a butler, couldn't help but open his mouth to question. The butler replied in horror, "Master Jun, master, he's been blown up." What? The warlord soldier's eyes suddenly widened. disbelief written all over his face. Jiang Fugue was blown up? The biggest grain merchant in northern Fujian province has been blown up? Hiss. Why was your master the only one blown up? Why aren't you guys hurt at all? The warlord soldier snapped. It couldn't have been you guys that did this, trying to take the family fortune, are we? Injustice, the housekeeper hurriedly explained. How can we afford to get such a powerful bomb? We don't know what's going on here. Master said he'd be alone for a while and asked us not to go into his room. And suddenly his house exploded. Master June, we really don't know anything. We really don't dare much. After hearing the other side's defense, the warlord soldiers also suddenly reacted. Yeah, if these guys are capable of getting a bomb with this much power, why are they still housekeepers? What kind of maid? What's the point of being a buddy? Wouldn't it be more promising to just run off and become a bandit and loot everywhere? Just as the warlord soldiers were a bit confused, suddenly, another explosion followed, only to see a fire rising in the distance amongst the night scene. But the flames came fast. It goes fast too. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion came from another place inside the county. After hearing the constant explosions over the years, these warlord soldiers were finally realizing that something was wrong. No good. The junior officer at the head of the group said in alarm, couldn't it be that Mr. White, with a large force of, called, didn't you? Actually, he's only half right. It was true that Baiyi's men were fighting over, but it wasn't a large force at the moment. Instead, it's one special ops squad after another. For efficiency, the special ops squad didn't make a close-range assassination. Rather, it's after determining the location of the target person, and when you're sure it won't spread to others, you simply choose to strike from a distance. Sniper rifle, RPG, drones, what's the most efficient? They just use whatever. Because it was a very efficiency-oriented beheading, they had to decapitate all the targets on the list, all in one night, momentarily. Inexplicable explosions have been occurring in various counties throughout northern Minnesota, or suddenly there are inexplicable gunshots. One Piece, Confusion, Chapter 193, The 100 People's Expectations, the spirit talisman that suddenly spontaneously combusted. What's going on? Child's father? Why is it that all of a sudden, outside, just a series of gunshots rang out? Could it be that there's going to be another war? Could it be that someone is fighting their way inside the county? A pregnant woman in a private house in a county in the northern part of Min Province. A look of trepidation filled his face. She was just about ready to go to sleep when all of a sudden, a series of gunshots rang out. Though listening to the distance of the shot, it might have been that much further away. But still, one could not help but feel fear rising. Her husband now also had a wary, as well as stony look on his face. The husband shook his head and said, I don't know if it's a war that, all in all, never be able to go out tonight, and keep all doors and windows closed. Right. Suddenly, it was as if he remembered something, and suddenly a look of surprise was written all over his face. Son of a, it's most likely that Mr. White from the south is calling. That's right, it should be that Mr. White from the south. The husband hurriedly explained, you should know that I have a big brother who is a soldier under Commander Wu. I learned from my big brother during the day today that that Mr. White from the south will most likely attack the northern part of Min Province. It's likely that he'll move into Commander Wu's territory. If there are no surprises, that must be the same Mr. White from the south, calling in. Ha ha, mother of the child. It is very likely that we will be able to live a good life in the future. Ha, the wife obviously doesn't know much about who Mr. White is, though she thought the title sounded very familiar. She couldn't recall it for a moment. Mr. White is, why is it that when he comes, we'll be able to live a good life? The wife couldn't help but turn to her own husband and open her mouth to inquire. Harm, you have no idea. The husband said excitedly, that Mr. White is very powerful. You know that Commander Kai in the south? You know the 2 foreign concessions in the south? Mr. I once defeated Commander Kai, then the 2 Yankee tenements were taken back by force, and that Mr. White has been very kind to us common people. He'll even stand up for us. I heard that many landlords and magnates who bullied the common people in the south were executed by Mr. Bai, and taxes are low on Mr. White's side, not so much miscellaneous taxes. I've heard that the soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand are also courteous to our common people. If Mr. White is really here, then Qingtian will have it. We, the common people, are able to live a good life. At least, definitely a better life than the one we have now. After this explanation from her husband, the wife's face was also filled with a look of hope and expectation. In the hearts of these commoners, Baiyi's existence was that of a savior. Obviously, within these days, Baiyi's reputation had already spread throughout the entire Min province. Some of the things he's done have become the talk of the generation. Even though Baiyi didn't do anything to the common people of northern Min province, he was still loved by the local people. Compared to these very excited civilians, Su Longhong, who was one of Wu Lianshan's old generals. At this moment it was already sweating profusely in a hurry. He was also invited over by that old master of the Hua family during the day. Su Longhong followed Wu Lianshan to fight for the land a long time ago. Nowadays, he is considered the most prestigious general within the entire northern warlords. Besides Wu Lianshan, compared to Wu Lianshan, who was very open-minded about this, Su Longhong then appeared unable to let go of the power in his hands. He doesn't want everything he's worked so hard for decades to have. It's all gone too. He preferred not to give away the power he had so easily gained in his hands. That's why he wanted to stop Bai Yi from entering northern Min province. Just before he had a chance to give action, Su Longhong then heard faint gunshots as well as explosions coming from outside. It made him break out in a cold sweat. Mother asterisk. What kind of a man shoots a gun inside the county? What kind of a man fires a gun inside the county? Su Longhong shouted. Hurry up and go see for yourself what the hell is going on. He hastily instructed his men to go out and find out what kind of a situation there was at the moment. Su Longhong had actually vaguely guessed what was going on, but he didn't want to believe it. Although the north and south are just separated by a mountain, but it can't be killed back so soon, can it? How long has it been since then? And the one in the south, surnamed Bai, killed over so quickly? You're not ready for that yourself. Hiss. Thinking about how Bai Yi was able to defeat even the naval fleet of the Sunless Empire, Su Longhong's heart trembled in fear. He knew that with the wasted soldier boys he had at his disposal, there was no way to be able to fight the other side. Tay mother asterisk. Just as he was bursting into a succession of foul-mouthed, suddenly he seemed to feel that something was wrong, as if the temperature inside the house seemed to have lowered quite a bit out of nowhere. What's going on? This chilly feeling caused Su Longhong to stifle a cold shiver. Goosebumps couldn't help but be born. Suddenly, he was aware of a sizzling sensation, even a burning sensation, coming from his pants pocket. Hiss. A quick glance down revealed that something seemed to be burning inside his pocket. Su Longhong hurriedly threw out the contents of his pockets. It was a spirit talisman. It was a spiritual talisman that he had obtained from an enlightened master in his early years. This spiritual talisman had dodged a lot of calamities for him. Now, the spirit talisman had inexplicably spontaneously combusted. It also burned a hole in his shirt, sending a searing pain through his skin. What the hell is it? A sudden thought popped up. No way. Is it possible to have a ghost in the middle of the night? Hiss. Chapter 194, There's a Ghost. The value of the life of a red-clothed stern ghost. The existence of such things as ghosts and monsters in the midst of this magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's not made up. They are real and have existed in this world. I don't know how many years. It is possible that the world has been haunted since before mankind was born. And Su Longhong is a warlord general in northern Min province. He was also considered to be one of those who had seen a lot and had seen some lonely ghosts. Against the living. He has a lot of methods as a warlord general, but he was at his wit's end when it came to dealing with things like ghosts and monsters. After all, it wasn't really his specialty, and for that very reason, it's why he keeps a spirit talisman on his person all the time. Just in case he comes across these things that he has no way of dealing with. This spiritual talisman was still one he had begged from a Taoist master a long time ago. It can be very precious. However, a Taoist talisman, not anymore. Su Longhong was seeing this situation for the first time, and he now had two thoughts in his head. Maybe the spirit talisman is too old and has lost its proper power. Encountered a ghost that could not be suppressed by a spiritual talisman. He preferred the former thought, which meant that he was still safe for the time being. Didn't come across anything he couldn't handle, but if it's the latter thought, after this idea just popped up, Su Long hummed in a sudden. Just what kind of strange movement was heard? It made him unable to resist a slight pause. He was now tempted to yell for someone to come in, and also to immediately take the door without saying a word. But he was afraid that if he gave a shout, or made any drastic movement, and then it alerted some weird presence. Su Longhong slowly turned back with a stiff expression. In a flash, the look of worry as well as panic on his expression froze in place. Momentarily, an incomparably mournful and miserable howl emanated from his mouth. Ghost! He couldn't control his body at all. His subconscious was telling him to run away. Immediately, his subconscious was also controlling him, instinctively running away. However, before he could run a few steps, a pair of red sleeves suddenly attacked him. It wrapped around his neck in an instant. This pair of red sleeves began to slowly give out, and the immense power made Su Longhong, the warlord general, too. There was no way to be able to break free. Su Longhong's hands grabbed the red sleeves wrapped around his neck, trying to tear it apart. But the fabric of the red sleeves is not known to be made of anything. It simply won't tear, even when his skin touched with this scarlet sleeve robe. It was even possible to feel a very cold sensation. It was like touching a block of ice. It gave him the creeps. Sweat drops. Only a few seconds had passed and he felt very out of breath. It's like there's absolutely no way to, suck the air in. His expression had been very much suffocated red and purple. The eyes had also become bloodshot. The face was filled with a scowl as well as a look of horror. And what was revealed in his eyes was a kind of despair. He struggled to turn his head, trying to see what the hell was trying to kill him. But, click, only a very crisp sound could be heard. All of a sudden, Su Longhong's expression stagnated. Eyes glazed over. It was as if the whole person was instantly drained of strength. The 3 young flames on his shoulders as well as on top of his head went out instantly at this moment. A soul-like body like Su Longhong, floating out of his body. Su Longhong in his soul form had a dull expression and didn't seem to have any intelligence to speak of. Suddenly, a red sleeve flicked by. Su Longhong's soul body seemed to have been struck by some heavy blow, and in an instant, his soul directly flew away, ashes to ashes. Zhao Qingyi looked at the corpse with a calm face. For her, who was a red-clothed stern ghost, dealing with a warlord general is as simple as eating and drinking. As Bai Yi's ghost servant, she naturally obeyed Bai Yi's orders. And, Zhao Qingyi knew he wasn't killing innocent people. If this Su Longhong is considered an innocent person, I'm afraid there are no more evil people under the sky. Just like what Mr. White said to her. Mr. White once told her that she said a ghost with a self-personality. It should not be bound by worldly prejudices. She should find her self-worth in life. At first, Zhao Qingyi didn't know what Mr. Bai meant by those words. Now, she felt she probably understood. Help Mr. White to clear all obstacles and help the people to judge these evil people. That's what she, Zhao Qingyi, was going to do. Boom! Suddenly the door was violently kicked open, only to be met by a group of very nervous-looking soldiers of the warlord. The full armor broke in. Because Su Longhong howled miserably about a ghost earlier, it attracted all the people around him. A junior officer shouted in alarm. General Su, are you alright? Su, just at this time, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a red silhouette. At once, the look of horror that surfaced on his face. Ghost! Before these warlord soldiers could return to their senses, a huge invisible force came straight at them. It lifted all of them out of the room and the door panel of the room as well. By the time they hit the ground hard, almost couldn't even breathe. The warlord's junior officer coughed heavily a few times and scrambled to his feet to look ahead in horror. That one to the red silhouette that was glimpsed a moment ago had disappeared. All he saw was, Su Longhong's body was lying quietly on the ground. Not a single movement. But at this moment everyone dared not come closer because they didn't expect there to actually be a ghost. That's a ghost. The soldiers of the warlords, with these guns in their hands. There's nothing wrong with dealing with the living. But, how to deal with ghosts? Mother! There are ghosts. Chapter 195, Panicked Huafu Xing. The steel behemoth overhead. As the minutes begin to tick by, the situation in the entire northern part of the province of Min began to change drastically. For throughout the night the major counties in the entire northern part of the province of Min, all of them rang out with sporadic gunshots, or violent explosions. No one even knows what the hell is going on here. And no one knows exactly what kind of people are attacking the major counties in northern Minnesota. The point is that these mysterious people who launch sudden attacks in the middle of the night, they move very fast. At the moment of the gunshot, by the time the warlord soldiers rushed over, they were gone. It's like it's disappeared. The most frightening thing is that the places that are attacked in the middle of the night, it's all the places where the big shots live, so that everyone is scared. The usual high and mighty men who run amok and strut around. It seems so weak in this moment. They didn't have a single ounce of resistance in the face of this sudden attack. One could even say that they were attacked before they could even react. To be more precise, it was assassinated. The entire northern part of Min province had become a little bit fearful during this night. Of course the only people who are on edge are the powerful, like the common folk who, they don't have any worries at all, because for the common man, this chaos is, basically, a ripple effect that doesn't reach him, and, for them, the common people, even if they are worried, it is of no use. So, the people were very shocked though, but there are not many who fear. Oh my god, that's the Lin family's ancestral home. I didn't realize that the Lin family's ancestral home. I can't believe there was such a violent explosion. Good job. Damn it. Those Lin family members are no good at all. With a few spare dollars in their hands, and with the dozens of houseguests they keep at home to bully men and women every day, they buy and sell by force. It's all a bunch of S***T. Hiss. Isn't that General Su's residence? Why is it suddenly so chaotic? Was General Su also attacked? Well done. This Su has killed many innocent people, even condoned his men to burn and loot. Holy, I watched a huge explosion happen in the Zhang family's house. There's also a severed finger that's fallen in front of me now. And I seriously doubt it's the finger of that Zhang family head. Could it really be Mr. Bai's men calling? This is too ruthless, isn't it? Killing without a trace. Good death. Tay mother asterisk 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 These guys deserve to die a long time ago. That's right, King Yama should have taken them away a long time ago, but he never did. Now it's good. They can't escape one by one. They all have to die. I saw the body of that big tobacco dealer, collapsed on top of the street in the night market. Good lord, how many people are dead tonight? Is this the power of Mr. White? While most of the common people are unsure of the exact identity of these mysterious people who launched the attack, but most of them guessed it was all Mr. White's people. In fact, they were right to guess so, because that was indeed the special forces that Bai Yi had sent out. For these special forces from the Dragon Kingdom, the heading of these people in the magically altered Republican realm. It really couldn't be simpler. When the day rose with a sudden flicker of dawn, this glimpse of dawn ripping the darkness all the way through meant that the next day's daybreak arrived. This night, and I don't know how many people don't get to sleep, and I don't know how many people stayed up hard all night. Last night's back-to-back gunshots, a succession of explosions. In this moment, in the early morning, finally, nope. Among the list of special forces soldiers given by Bai Yi, almost all of them have been successfully decapitated. But these special forces are ultimately a little less numerous, and there are just a little too many targets on the list. So much so that it didn't accomplish all the tactical tasks. Nowadays, of all the forces on the list, only the last one remained. That's the WAS. Quickly, how come there's only a dozen men guarding the eastern courtyard wall? Hurry up and send 10 more men over there to guard it. God damn it. Hurry up. We can't let those S kill us. Hua Fu Xing, the old master Hua, no longer has the calmness as well as the calmness of the past. He stayed up all night last night, hard. That's for him, a 60-something-year-old man. The night's stay had almost killed him, but he knew very well that if he fell asleep, then he might never wake up. At this point he was incredibly nervous. The entire Hua family's mansion was heavily guarded, and all the houseguests held firearms in their hands. Hua Fu Xing does not know just what exactly disclosed or forked out. All he knows is, of those who invited themselves over yesterday, not a single one is left dead. That's what he learned from the houseboy. Damn. Surnamed Bai. He's known our moves for a long time, so he's moved ahead. Even he wants to drive us to extinction. It must be that Wu Lianshan revealed all the places where we people live to the one surnamed Bai. Hua Fu Xing could no longer maintain his poise. He even cursed a lot of profanity. He doesn't want to die. He wanted even less for the Hua family to be lost like this. Suddenly, Hua Fu Xing seemed to have heard something strange. Even the houseguests inside the mansion heard it. One by one, they either looked up at the sky in consternation or curiosity. Just see, a steel behemoth, painted in pitch black, was hovering above the mansion. The loud noise was deafening. The gale kept pressing straight down. That's what? Bird? Hua Fu Xing suddenly saw something that seemed to come from the huge, monstrous bird overhead. It fell straight down. When that one strange object hit the ground, he finally realized what it was. Boom! Chapter 196, Shocked Wu Lianshan. The great disaster flies separately. Is this the handiwork of that Mr. Bai? Inside the commander's palace in the northern part of Min province, Wu Lianshan listened to the report from one of the guards in front of him, a look of disbelief written all over his face. He didn't expect these local forces that had been entrenched in northern Min province for years to be pulled out so easily. You know that even the person he was before couldn't do such a thing. If he could have done something like that before, then he probably won't part with it all. Unfortunately, Wu Lianshan obviously couldn't do it. It is also because of the knowledge that it is possible to take the entire local power of northern Min province overnight, and the difficulty of uprooting all of them. That's why Wu Lianshan was so incredulous and couldn't believe this. But then again, the facts told him that this was really happening and was not an illusion nor a dream. Gulp. Wu Lianshan couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, a look of gratitude arose within him. He was glad that he had not completely offended that Mr. White from the south. I'm also glad that I chose to defect to that one Mr. White at a critical time. It is because of his right choices that he is now spared from death. Phew! Wu Lianshan heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment he truly understood what it meant to be outside of people and outside of heaven. His own power in the entire northern part of Min province was already very large, but it still doesn't do that. But I didn't expect Mr. White, who doesn't have much power in northern Min. I can't believe I was able to uproot the local forces so quickly. Is this still human? Where on earth did he get that much powerful military force? It's unthinkable. It's unbelievable. Well, Wu Lianshan collected the shock within his heart, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. And he said to these guards in front of him, I'm not in any danger now, and the one who can pose a threat to me is probably that Mr. White. But if that Mr. White does make a move on me, I won't be able to hide. Your guard company can be disbanded as of today, and after it is disbanded, I'll have someone give each of you 100 deo for settling in, and with that 100 deo, you'll be able to use that 100 deo, to do some small business to make some money? Ha! I didn't expect my good old days of Wu Lianshan to pass just like this. It's actually predictable. After all, how could it possibly end well after doing so much evil? Being able to save one of my own lives now, being able to save the lives of my family, it's been great. That's probably as far as I can go. 2. Wu Lianshan, who had said these words, was as relieved as if his entire body had been relieved. Now, he's already lying flat. What kind of a fate he was going to face next? He would accept it openly, even if, make yourself an ordinary citizen, and he can take it. Even, let him spend a couple decades in jail, until he dies of old age. Also acceptable. Wu Lianshan realized that he had cherished his life in the beginning. He even went so far as to sell out the local forces in northern Min province in exchange for one of his own lives. But now he realizes he doesn't even care about his own life anymore. Even death doesn't seem to matter. Such a shift in mindset was something that even he himself couldn't figure out. Perhaps, that's what it feels like when a tiger falls. Of course, if you compare yourself to that Mr. White in the south, you're not much of a tiger. Maybe, just a kitty. Soon, Wu Lianshan had someone call his family. All of them. Looking at these wives and concubines of his in front of him. Look at your own son and daughter in front of you. Wu Lianshan could clearly see the look of fear on each of their faces. You can also see in each of their eyes the kind of confusion as well as in bewilderment. He knows how it is. Themselves are these family members who, on weekdays, rely on the fact that they are the commander of the warlords in northern Fujian province. It can be said that they are accustomed to rampaging and basically enjoying the glory and wealth. Now, they no longer have the power to run roughshod over people or the money to enjoy glory and wealth. Today they simply don't know what to do. There's no point in having an opinion. If you don't want to stay with me, I can have someone pay you a sum of money to leave. In fact, it's good to leave. When Mr. White arrives, what you once did may have to be liquidated. I won't give too much money, because too much you will squander too. Besides, I don't have much money left, because I have decided to place more than half of my property at the disposal of Mr. White. Rather, I want to hand over all 90% of my property to Mr. Bai to deal with, because only by doing so, might Mr. Bai be able to be a little more lenient towards you. Slightly, even if we were to liquidate you, perhaps, you won't be shot. Perhaps it is for you to be reformed through labor for a decade or so, or, correctional labor for decades, if you choose to remain by my side. All I can say is that I can't give you the life you had before. Probably, that's it. After saying all these words from his heart, Wu Lianshan's entire essence changed. He smiled back. Eventually, the only person who chose to stay with Wu Lianshan was a young daughter, 8 years old, and a concubine who had been married less than 6 months earlier. The rest, whether sons or daughters, wives or concubines, all of them chose to take a large sum of money and hurry to escape from this place of wrongdoing. Just because Wu Lianshan isn't afraid of death doesn't mean they aren't. Ugh! Looking at this young daughter of his, and the somewhat alarmed concubine, Wu Lianshan revealed a bitter smile. Blood or no blood, it's still facing imminent catastrophe. Fly on your own. Chapter 197 Entering Northern Fujian Province. The great contrast between the two. For the interest groups centered on Wu Lianshan, last night was their undoing. All the important heads were beheaded by the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. All the rest were like headless flies, scurrying around. The remaining minions in the interest groups, they simply don't know what to do. And those with better brains would have already packed up and run. The rest of them aren't particularly bad in the head. It's that they can't let go of everything they fought to get in northern Minnesota. Actually, their so-called struggle is nothing but the exploitation of these common people. Those merchants and landowners who were not affected by the ripple effect. All of them were also scared to death. Although the Dragon Kingdom has not, for the time being, embarked on a campaign against them. But these people of theirs were also incomparably afraid, because they had no way to tell when the Dragon Kingdom would deal with them. If that Mr. Bai from southern Min province really makes a move on them one day, they also had no resistance at all. Some of them chose to pack up their belongings and run. Even if there is no way to sell as many assets as possible, it is enough to be able to have a fund. For those of them who routinely exploit the common man, a sum of money is a lot of money too. Enough for them to enjoy the rest of their lives. And those who can't afford to part with their property are looking for ways to remedy their previous, the wrong things that have been done. They began to distribute the grain they had hoarded on weekdays to the common people who were living in dire straits. They also began to distribute some of the oceans to the common people who were living a hard life. This remedy It looks very childish. Doesn't sound much different than a temporary hug. But all these people think they're doing should be able to atone for your sins. Could probably, right? In contrast to these trembling rich and powerful merchants, the common people of northern Minnesota rejoiced, for they all knew that all those who rode on their necks had been killed. In the eyes of the common people, all the people who died last night deserved to die, because these guys exploit the people up and don't give a damn about the people. For example, Zhang Fugue, the largest grain merchant in northern Fujian province. This guy took advantage of the military chaos to raise the price of food one by one every day. Some years ago, when there was a famine in Min province due to natural and man-made disasters, that Zhang Fugue went so far as to join forces with other grain merchants to raise the price of grain to a very high level. That year when food prices were at their most inflated, 1 yen can only buy 1 pound of rice. At that time, the crazy price of food made it unaffordable for the people to buy food. The entire northern part of the Min province was starved to death by several thousand people, and even came close to having a large number of stragglers, if not for the fact that Min province is a southern coastal region where famines come and go quickly. Otherwise, more people will have to die because of all that food price gouging. There could be tens of thousands dead. None of it is an exaggeration at all. And that's just one Zhang Fugue, and some grain merchants doing their sins. If we were to list all the sins that everyone did last night, well, I guess, it would take at least days and nights of tallying up their crimes. All of them are listed. This is not an exaggeration. Facts. That's it. When the Dragon Kingdom's truly large force arrived in northern Min province, all the warlord garrisons throughout one by one, all of them did not dare to act rashly. None of them dared to raise their guns against the dragon's army, because they all knew very well that doing so was no different from seeking death. The so-called big shots in northern Minnesota who were beheaded has proven this one fact ahead of time. While watching the large forces of the Dragon Kingdom marching down the wide dirt road, the soldiers from local warlords in northern Fujian province even threw their guns away directly without saying a word, then raised his hands and simply chose to surrender. Yes, they knew that by the time the Dragon Kingdom's army was completely stationed in northern Fujian province, if those of them still had guns, they might be enemies of the Dragon Kingdom. They don't want to end up like those guys last night. Surrender STH. It's the only way to go. This led to the 1st Combat Regiment and 3rd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Kingdom. The entry into the northern part of the Min province was very smooth, so smooth that it didn't even suffer any obstruction from anyone, or there was no one at all who dared to block the entry of the Dragon Kingdom's troops. The Dragon Kingdom army, which amounted to more than 300 people, was divided into one team after another. After they entered northern Minnesota, just start splitting up. Their aim is to take immediate control of all the counties in the entire northern part of the province of Min. In the event of an attack by a local warlord soldiers, they can fight back unconditionally. Meanwhile, they also have a mission to control the interest group centered on Wu Lianshan. Although most of the heads of the interest groups, all of them, have been beheaded, but it does not mean that those below the head are not guilty. When these people are under control, if definitely need to give each of them, one by one, the necessary interrogation work. When some evidence is controlled, then they can be put on public trial, distinguishing themselves from the fearful soldiers of the warlords, the common people in the major counties of northern Fujian province. Instead, the dragon soldiers were very welcome. These common people even greeted them on both sides of the street. When they saw a steel behemoth driving past their eyes, the whole thing was shocked. After all, it's still hard to see so many vehicles in this day and age, especially since the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom drove these were military vehicles inside the army. The body size is already huge. In conjunction with the roar of the engine, it simply gives a sense of oppression. But, between, it also gives a sense of security. Yes, an army like the Dragon Army that works for the people. If the military power is getting stronger, the people, the more peace of mind. Chapter 198 Capture of more than 70,000 men, vacant local administrators. Inside a short period of time, the army of the Dragon Kingdom immediately took all the counties and cities in the entire northern part of the province of Min. All of them are under control, and the local warlord defenders, all of them, are asked to put down their weapons, driven by a strong desire to survive. Each of those warlord defenders put their weapons in their hands and, all thrown away. After all, they felt sure that they couldn't beat the dragon soldiers with the drawbolt rifles in their hands, and those surrendered warlord defenders rightfully became prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, the armed forces in the entire northern part of Min, except for those small-scale bandits and mountain thieves, just the 2 combat regiments from the Dragon Kingdom. The entire province of Min had also become the one word of the Dragon Kingdom, and had become the current jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, there were still some small warlords between the north and south of Min province, but those small warlords were in Bai Yi's eyes. It's just some ants that are more able to hop around. Actually, the small local warlords who were surviving in the cracks inside Min province, they were now all terrified one by one. Kai Yuan Sheng in southern Min province is dead, and Wu Lianshan in northern Min province has voted. Now, what are they, the little local warlords, to do? Both of their masters went down one after the other. What are they going to do? Panic, uneasy, fear, all sorts of negativity, in the minds of these little local warlords, constantly haunting, constantly surfacing. They don't know what to do here now. Should they choose to run? Or should they choose to surrender? Yes, they feel like those are the only two options they have right now. Perhaps it was because Wu Lianshan's actions gave them a glimmer of hope. There are actually quite a few small local warlords, thinking about whether they should just surrender and forget about it. After all, this place that gave birth to them and allowed them to grow up, they really don't want to leave. Plus their family business is here. Even if you may not be able to keep much of your family business after surrendering, but you can at least keep a little, right? It's better to have some than none. And the local warlords, who are less focused on the countryside, must be thinking of running away. They began to flock to all their valuables, all sold out, momentarily. Within just a few days, there were actually 5 or 6 local petty warlords at the head of the packed up and ran away. The rest of the small local warlords that still remained tried to contact Bai Yi and then surrender. Within these few days, all the warlords in the entire Min province were all swept away. Not one left. Arguably, this time around, the Dragon Kingdom just used a little bit of force and took the entire Min province right into their pockets. Such an outcome was not out of Bai Yi's expectation. The only thing he was a little surprised about was that these little local warlords that the escape was too fast. 2. It was the only thing that exceeded his expectations. Of course, Bai Yi doesn't have that much free time to deal with those small local warlords. When they run away, they run away. In this time of war and chaos, it was probably 9 deaths if they escaped. After all, they must have offended a lot of people when they were warlords, and there are probably quite a few of them that there are still armed forces, now after they gave up all the power in their hands and chose to run, definitely noticed. As for whether they'll be hunted down by those former enemies, then Bai Yi doesn't know, and not interested in knowing. At this very moment, Bai Yi was listening to the report of a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Major, now that the whole of northern Min province is in our hands, everything about the large and small members of Wu Lianshan's interest group had also been controlled by the 1st Combat Regiment and the 3rd Combat Regiment, and all of the warlord forces in northern Min province have also been disbanded under Wu Lianshan's orders, as well as at our urging. So far, we have made upwards of 70,000 arrests. Most of them were soldiers of the northern warlords, and the others were members of Wu Lianshan's interest groups. A large number of our interrogators. Work is already underway to interrogate these people. For some of the worst offenders, we will have them shot in local public trials. Meanwhile, between now and then, we have also seized a great deal of property in the course of the last few days. Among them, and the property given to us by Wu Lianshan, the amount of oceans adds up to a total of $7 million. There are also most of the treasures of wealth that cannot be counted for the moment. At present, the common people in northern Min province are very welcoming to our Dragon Kingdom army. They seem to know that much about our Dragon Kingdom army, so the local people are very cooperative. However, we took control of the entire northern part of Minnesota, captured most of the. It can lead to unmanaged. If this goes on, it's okay for a short time. For a long time, something might go wrong. After listening to the report from this dragon soldier, Bai Yi nodded slightly. It looks like Dragon's efficiency is as swift as ever. And the last thing this dragon soldier said about the problem was indeed a very troublesome one. Most of those captured were local administrators, although these guys are seriously corrupt and bribe-taking on a regular basis. But at least it's still barely managing northern Minnesota. Now that these guys have been arrested in a big way, Dragonland will need to put some people in place to replace them. Otherwise, if the entire northern part of Minnesota was unmanned, then absolutely nothing would go terribly wrong. In this, Bai Yi has long been prepared. In moving 2 combat regiments into northern Minnesota, he said, I've then informed the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom side, and they are actively mobilizing a large number of people on their side to prepare for ordinary management vacancies. For doing this kind of thing, Bai Yi was experienced. After all, he had taken down the southern part of Min province. Southern Minnesota at the time was also experiencing this problem. Luckily, it was the fact that it was backed by a huge country like the Dragon Kingdom that this problem was quickly solved. After one settlement experience, having the same problem this time, nature has to be addressed in advance. Chapter 199 Oil and Saltless Dragon Kingdom Soldiers. Once again, a large number of personnel were mobilized. Master June, how about little discussing with Master June? If Master June lets little leave, I'll give you 100. Ah no, I'll give you 100 Daiyang. You heard me right, sir. It's 100 yen. As long as the military master releases the little one. Hey, Master June, don't go, Mr. Army. I'll let you take care of me. I'm sincere. I do have 100 yangs. I really didn't lie to you. Sir, Cam. What the? $100 and these guys don't move? Damn it. How is it that all these soldiers under the hand of that by one, are all oil and salt? Are they sure it's really a bunch of pawns? A landowner from northern Min province couldn't help but gnash his teeth and curse in a low voice. He wanted to use his money to bribe the dragon soldiers, but obviously, he didn't make it. The soldier from the dragon kingdom that he bribed didn't even pay attention to him, turned his head straight away. This made this landowner furious, but at the same time, he was also incredibly puzzled, because he had never seen such a greasy guy in his life. Under Wu Lianshan's hand before, those soldier boys who were warlord soldiers, one is very greedy. If this landowner, bribing the warlords and soldiers under Wu Lianshan's hand before, then don't say it's out of $100 in the ocean. Even he only had to put up 10 large dollars. I'm afraid those very greedy warlords and soldiers will just let him go. But, obviously he wasn't facing those warlord soldiers. He was facing a Dragon Kingdom soldier. In the face of this kind of bribe, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not have a single heartbeat at all. Because these oceans are of no * king used to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the other side bribes with other treasures, it doesn't help. I say, Master Lu, don't make a scene. These guys are simply oil and salt. It's not the first time you've tried. Alas, who made us give up those family properties at home, and didn't have time to escape in time? As a result, now it's good. People are getting arrested. A nearby businessman with a rather obese-looking figure couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, another lost soul echoed. Before one of my brothers let me hurry to run away. But at that time I thought that the surname Bai will not do anything to us? But, when he said that, the man was left with a small sigh. Ugh, you can tell that everyone here is very sorry. It's just a shame that there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. There was no use for them people even if they regretted it anymore. Because they have done all the evil. Then you have to suffer the judgment. If they could surrender to the Dragon Kingdom early like Wu Lianshan did, it's not exactly forgiving of their sins. But it's good to know that they're not guilty. After all, they surrendered of their own accord, which is a kind of active surrender. Unfortunately, smart people are still a minority after all. Or maybe everyone is just being smart, and only Wu Lianshan is really smart. We're not going to get shot, are we? One of the captives said fervently. I have heard that the one in the south, surnamed White, but love to publicly try some sinners in front of those assholes, and then just put those sinners in front of those assholes. Shoot them all. Hiss. After this sentence of this person's fell, it instantly stirred up quite a few voices that sucked in cool air. Death. This term used to be very far away from them, but now it is very close to them. I've heard that a number of prisoners have been taken for interrogation lately. There's no telling what will be asked these days. Some people were filled with a look of fear, afraid that they would be the next one to be taken for interrogation. Fear, panic, a variety of emotions spread inside the captive camp. The best thing that can happen to them is reform through labor. And the worst thing that can happen to them is a public trial and shooting. They sowed evil, and you have to suffer the consequences. In the meantime, Blue Star, Dragon Nation. Xiao Zhuoyong is a grassroots public servant of the Dragon Kingdom, who is only 25 years old this year. It's been 1 year since I started at the grassroots level, and I can say that I do all kinds of work on weekdays. The young man was already exhausted, making him aware of how difficult it was to be inside the system. It's a job that's not at all as decent as outsiders might think. At least, for him it was like this. However, Xiao Zhuoyong himself doesn't know why. Some time ago the leader above suddenly approached him and asked him if he wanted to accept a work assignment, and reminded him of the very long hours of this task. And there is a good chance that it will be difficult to get in touch with your family. This left Xiao Zhuoyong confused and curious at the same time. He had long been tired of the department he was in now. For a young man like him, the complexity and tedium of the work is nothing short of torture. He's just been thinking about it for a while. Then a phone call with the family. Just say yes. As a result, he didn't expect to see the big battle in front of him after he agreed to this work assignment. Because when he accepted the assignment, he was given an airplane ticket. The destination on the plane was the capital. When he arrived in the capital city on a plane with a confused look on his face, just suddenly they were put on a bus. He realized that the bus was filled with all grassroots workers like himself. Every one of them was confused. Everyone is unknown. And then, Xiao Zhuoyong then realized that he, along with these people, had been brought inside a military area. Suddenly he realized, this work assignment, extraordinary. Xiao Zhuoyong standing inside the military area secretly swallowed saliva. At this time he said that he was not nervous or false. Sweating. Tighten up a batch. Chapter 200 Shaking the World. Attention from the West. Then Xiao Zuoyong realized that a very large number of people had gathered here in the military district. The number must add up to tens of thousands. I'm afraid, which made him not be a little jaw-dropped. Then, the people, met an old general from the military district. And they then got a shocking secret from the mouth of this old general. The Dragon Kingdom has a double penetration gate to and from a magically altered version of the Republic realm. Hiss. When they learned the secret, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. And they then saw a huge doorway. And they know it's not a joke. With a feeling of not knowing what to expect, Xiao Zuoyong and the others disappeared into the double-pierced door one after another. It's a crossing. It was hard for them to dream of crossing over even when they usually did. Not to mention that they traveled to another world to add to the country. This moment, surprisingly, Xiao Zuoyong had a sense of mission. Meanwhile, with the Dragon Kingdom having the entire province of Min in its pocket, the news then flew across the entire Divine Kingdom. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, because the speed is so fast that it's a little overwhelming and a little questionable. But when they learned more, they realized that the news was actually true. The Dragon Kingdom really did take down the entire Min province in a very short period of time. This has thrown a lot of people for a loop. They do know that Bai Yi's side is very powerful. It was also known that Bai Yi's side was able to defeat even the Far East fleet of the Sunless Empire. But I didn't expect it to be this strong. In just a few days, the entire northern part of Min province was taken down. Then with the southern part of the Min province, the whole of Min province will be combined into one. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? If it were any other power on the divine lands, probably can't even do that, right? After all, that Wu Lianshan was not one to be messed with. When they realized that it was Wu Lianshan who took the initiative to release the military power, and took the initiative to invite Whitey's people in Wen, the first thing that happened was that he was confused. They were completely confused as to what was going on with this idea of Wu Lianshan, and couldn't figure out why he'd popped the idea at all. It's not like you're taking the foundation that you've worked so hard for decades to build. Did you give it all away? Even the monks inside the temple don't have such a compassionate heart, do they? They don't know. Wu Lianshan is after a great fear. It's what makes you choose such a path. The entire divine land shook violently as a result, and all those famous newspapers in the land of God began to report on this matter. After all, Min province was considered a not-so-small province on top of the great land of God. Plus these recent days, the commotion on the Min province side did attract, indeed, the attention of the entire divine kingdom. What kind of stormy changes there are in Min province today will be magnified for attention. It's really something. That Bai Yi defeated both Kai Yuan Shang and Wu Lianshan in succession. Awesome. Only he keeps claiming that his territory is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, claiming to be a country on their side. The head of the great warlord from other provinces, with great emotion, opened his mouth and murmured, "In this situation, and I wonder what that chief marshal in the capital will really think of it." It can even be said that amongst all the warlords inside the entire divine kingdom, I'm afraid the one with the strongest strength is this Bai Yi. What kind of thoughts does that chief marshal have? Will he become jealous of this Bai Yi? Or even between the two? Will there be any military conflict? And if it will, which side should I be on? Most of the heads of the great warlords think the same way. They knew they couldn't afford to mess with Bai Yi. Likewise, he couldn't afford to mess with that chief marshal in the capital. Under the circumstances, if there's any conflict between the two sides, they're standing in line. It becomes a very critical point. One of them is in Min province and the other is in the capital. There shouldn't be any conflict, right? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Suddenly, the murmuring warlord leader smiled sarcastically and shook his head. The flowers bloomed twice, one for each table. In addition to the fact that the land of God was in shock, what the Dragon Kingdom had done had even spread to the west. After all, having defeated the far eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset and forcibly reclaimed the two least territories of the Dragon Kingdom, it can be said to be famous throughout the Western world. So much so that many of the powers in the Western world, all of them are following the developments on the side of the Dragon jurisdiction. Once there is any movement or action on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, all their people will be the first to send telegrams to the west. These savage Orientals, whose territory has fully doubled in size. Damn, how can they have spare strength to attack other armed forces so soon after engaging our Sunset Empire's Far East fleet? Fark, our country has quite a few citizens in the northern part of that province those savage Orientals, they shouldn't make a move on the citizens of our country, should they? Why hasn't the Sunset Empire moved since they got their asses kicked? Is it fear of these Orientals? These Orientals are more powerful than expected. Maybe send someone to make contact with them and see what there is to work with. In the Western world, the reaction varies from country to country. Some people are furious. Some people are cold. Some people are stupid. These reactions are evidence that any military action by the dragon now, it's all enough to tug at the nerves of the entire world. It's the kind of treatment only a superpower gets. It also showed that these so-called Western powers regarded Bai Yi's side as a formidable enemy. Sort of. A disguised acknowledgement of the great strength of Bai Yi's side. As for Bai Yi, who was far away in the divine land, he didn't even care about the hustle and bustle outside, just how big it was. He's concerned about its development. Its construction is developed. Chapter 201, Naval Entry. A full complement of carrier fleets, with Bai Yi taking down the whole of Min Province. The provinces next door to Min Province are the most nervous, because they were worried that Bai Yi's ambitions were not only limited to this, they feared that without a few days, Bai Yi would send troops to attack them. However, what is very surprising is that the next full month, Bai Yi's side actually didn't even have any movement or any large-scale military action movements. It's like a momentary hiatus. It made some of the local warlords or local forces in the next province couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, having such a powerful neighbor is very stressful for them. Luckily it was this powerful neighbor that didn't do anything else. Of course, even if the Dragon Kingdom didn't make any other moves at the moment, it didn't mean that they were really relieved. The worry that should be there, they still have some forces, in order to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from attacking them one day. Now they're all thinking about whether or not to give Bai Yi more gifts. Even after that Mr. White sends a little gift, even if they want to attack them someday, it's not like we're going to be driven to extinction. Big, probably not. What these people don't realize is that inside of this month's time, Bai Yi is all set to remodel the 2 tenements in Xiamen. Nowadays, the foreigners in both tenements were pretty much deported, and those foreigners who had committed crimes were put to work for rehabilitation. The crime was unpardonable, and the foreigners were shot by him. Today's Whitey wants to revamp the tenement's harbor. He wanted to transform the chartered harbor into a huge military port capable of accommodating modern warships. It would have taken almost 5+ months of remodeling, but with a 500% increase buff, it only took a month for the 2 harbors to be converted into military ports. Meanwhile, Bai Yi also made a trip back to the Blue Planet and asked the Navy to arrange for some troops. Enter the magically altered version of the Republican realm. The official Dragon Kingdom also moved very quickly, immediately summoning a portion of the Navy. But, since the capital city military district wasn't by the sea, Bai Yi still had to move in person, traveling to the naval base of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Here it is. Bai Yi saw a huge aircraft carrier, as well as a costly warship. Originally, Bai Yi had thought that the officials would mobilize some of the destroyers into the magically modified version of the realm. After all, against a magically modified version of those warships in the Republic realm, modern destroyers have absolutely no equal. Even, it may only take one modern destroyer to be able to take out an entire fleet of the other sides. Yes to giving play around. But, when Bai Yi walked on top of the carrier, he understands. The vigor as well as the handiwork of the official Dragon Kingdom was even greater than he had imagined. To know, aircraft carriers are expensive to maintain, not to mention having to put them in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. That would probably increase maintenance costs by another 30%. But, the Dragon Kingdom has officially confirmed that it is sending an aircraft carrier to the magically altered Republic realm. Meanwhile, also 4 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 4 frigates, and 2 submarines, and a supply ship. This is definitely a very full complement carrier fleet, simply armed to the teeth inside. With such behavior from the Dragon Kingdom officials, Bai Yi also knew exactly what they meant. Obviously, the Dragon Kingdom is trying to take control of the entire sea of the magically altered Republic realm. And with such a large fleet of carriers, it is also necessary to have a naval force of no less than 10,000 men. The tens of thousands of naval troops included a large number of logisticians. Have to say, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't make a move, but when it does, it's a big move. A fleet of carriers can absolutely walk across the entire world in a magically modified version of the Republic realm. No one can beat that. That over-the-horizon long-range strike capability alone, it's enough to play the whole world. I'm afraid that even if we tied all the fleets of all the countries in the entire magically modified Republican realm together, neither is a match for this fleet of modern carriers. The Dragon Kingdom's carrier fleet was certainly not as advanced as the Pretty Kingdom's, but, against the 1913 fleet, that's enough. Even, it's over the limit. Major White, the Air Force side asked me to entrust you with a message. An old Navy general was on the deck of the carrier and suddenly laughed at Bai Yi. They say that both the Army and the Navy are able to enter the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. When are you going to let them, the Air Force, have some of the glory? Air Force? Ha! That was an oversight on my part. Bai Yi had always felt as if he had overlooked something. And now, after the reminder of this old admiral of the Navy, he realized he had actually neglected the Air Force. Although inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm, the Dragon Kingdom had arranged for armed helicopter brigades. But the helicopter gunship brigade is not technically considered a real air force. What kind of air force is it without that kind of fighter? Bai Yi nodded and said, I'll arrange for manpower to be in the right place and setting up a large militarized airport would probably take maybe 2 months. 2 months is actually about right, because there is a 500% increase buff. 2 months. It's actually the equivalent of 10 months. Ha. Well, then, that old fellow of mine has been chattering and complaining about when will the Air Force also get some light? Looking at the imposing Bai Yi in front of him, the old general lamented. It's the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past. It's all about the young people now. Time. Streaming. Soon. While it was overcast, as an immense doorway opened, this large fleet of carriers slowly drive inside the double-through gate. Luckily, the military ports of the magically altered version of the Republican realm have long been blockaded. Otherwise, if only those fishermen had seen that such a large double-through door had appeared. There's no telling what kind of urban legend this will eventually turn into these days. Chapter 202 Provocation. Purpose. Sakurakuni's naval fleet began to provoke the far eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset in repeatedly provoking the bottom line of It was as if that forbidden red line would be crossed at any moment, making the far eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset immediately nervous. Obviously the Sakura State and the Sunset Empire both, one and the same as a member of the Entente, but it just keeps rubbing each other the wrong way these days. Let's just say that there is no permanent alliance between nations. The so-called alliance agreement is in fact a waste of paper. Agreements can be torn up at any time when faced with the benefits coming their way. Nowadays, those of them who are small in stature and bold enough to, and came to places they shouldn't have. Brightness appeared in Bai Yi's eyes, nor did he know what kind of purpose he was harboring, as he kept wandering around in front of Bai Yi and the other's eyes. The other side seems to be watching as well, with malice, perhaps because they were very curious about Bai Yi. Curious as to why Bai Yi possesses so much power. Perhaps it was also because they saw Bai Yi's side as the enemy. After all, these pompous fellows boast of being number one in force on this side of the world. But now, the divine land had appeared, a powerful force that they could not ignore. This raises a sense of crisis in these inferior and arrogant people. The reason they were loitering in front of Bai Yi and the others, perhaps trying to pry for important information, spying on Bai Yi and the others. Anyway, unsuspicious. Report Major. The gang next door, on the east side, has, for the 4th time, broke into our side without permission. It's as if they've discovered that we've made the rented harbor a secret location, and the ones they have seem to be approaching toward our tenements. It's highly likely that they want to survey our intelligence, survey our side of the military secrets. Early this morning, Bai Yi received just such a report, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Cherry Blossom Country. Bai Yi didn't have any good feelings towards this country, but he also knew that the Sakura country was not bad. Of course, the strength referred to here is not bad, using Sakura Nation to compare with the warlords of the Divine Kingdom. If these two were to be compared to each other, it would definitely be Sakura Nation that would win out. But, if you compare Sakura Nation and Ryu Nation to each other, then it doesn't matter if it's a 21st century Cherry Blossom Country or a 20th century Cherry Blossom Country. Neither is a match for Rokoku. The gap between the two sides. It could be the difference between eggs and steel. Did they warn them over there to leave? Bai Yi withdrew the distracting thoughts in his mind and opened his mouth and inquired. They've been warned, and the first few times they've been warned, they've been good enough to leave. The soldier replied, but this time, they didn't leave. Oh, Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Think about it. Bai Yi probably understood. The other side is either desperate to learn about Bai Yi's side, exactly what was used to defeat those from the west. Either that, or they had realized that Bai Yi hadn't made a move against them after the previous few attempts. Then it was naive to think that Bai Yi wouldn't dare make a move against them. The more you get, the more you get. What those shameless people didn't know was that Bai Yi hadn't made a move on them outside. It's because it's still too busy with other things to bother with them. But, if they're getting more and more aggressive, Bai Yi will not continue to tolerate it either. Keep warning them once more. And if they continue to be stubborn, if you continue to challenge our level of tolerance, I'll have the 3rd Combat Corps send out our manpower and send them all back. Bai Yi said with a strong attitude. Yes. After Bai Yi's order fell, the jurisdiction was like a huge machine. It began to roar continuously, constantly running, a ship of this age, above the waves of the rough and turbulent sea, sailing slowly here. The ships of this era were very outdated and didn't look particularly large. Those Sakura people on top of the ship added up to just over 200. Such a flotilla is naturally not much of a deterrent, but it sails very fast. Narita-kun, we're ignoring that Bai Yi's warnings this time and continuing to linger in Bai Yi's territory. Will it make that guy called Bai Yi unable to resist making a move on us? on the deck of a ship, a middle-aged man from the Sakura country, couldn't help but look skeptical. They were able to defeat those Westerners from the Sunset Empire. Their strength is very strong. If we provoke them like this, there's a good chance something will go terribly wrong. No harm done. The man he called Narita-kun was also a middle-aged man who wore a confident smile, only to hear him continue. I know they're strong. It is also known that they have defeated those Westerners, but that's precisely why we have to figure out what the other side really relies on. It's the only way to deal with the mighty West. We have to figure out this secret, then find out a way to deal with that bai. Otherwise, our entire Sakura kingdom will have sleepless nights. Speaking of which, Narita suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed. Baka, damn those Western guys. It's not honest at all. It's obvious that we're all members of the same pact. We asked that bai how exactly he defeated them, but they refused to say anything. We wouldn't have taken the risk if they would have talked. Took a deep breath. Narita continued. Now the War Ministry suspects that it's that bai who's in control of a formidable force of men. If that mysterious and powerful force surfaces because of our provocation, our purpose and mission, too, will be accomplished. After we see what their secret power really is, let's leave that bai's territory immediately. Our ships are small and fast. They won't be able to catch up. He was confident. From the conversation between these two Sakura people, they were able to hear their purpose. They just wanted to know bai's secret. They wanted to feel out the specifics of a mysterious and powerful force on bai's side. Mr. Narita, there's something. Out of the blue, a marine shouted, Ahead! Ahead! Centaurs of the man called bai have appeared. Yoshi, Narita perked up. Quick, bring the binoculars. Come on. Hi. Chapter 203 Death-defying Fleet. Aiming the cannons at the Dragon Kingdom? LT. Colonel. Narita stood above the deck of the warship and, holding a military telescope, when he looked at the sea in the distance, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This is the mighty fleet of the Shenzhou people that defeated the Far East fleet of the Sunset Empire? Is this surely the divine fleet that defeated the Sunset Empire? Why are there just two all-white warships? Just two warships defeated the Sunset Empire? What an international joke. How is that possible? The Far East fleet of the Empire of Sunset, even if its strength has fallen over the years, it couldn't have fallen that far, could it? Is it a trick? Aren't those just two destroyers? Due to the great distance between them, Narita could only vaguely make out an approximation. He used a small island in the distance as a reference point, comparing the size of the two divine warships. Warships of this size were found, most likely two destroyers. Is it? These Shenzhou people defeated the Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset with just two destroyers? Baka, how could one possibly come up with such an idiotic idea? Just think about it. It's just not possible. If the Shenzhou people's destroyers are so powerful, then a few decades ago, why did you lose to them? The Sakura Kingdom? Narita's expression grew weirder. Could it be that they have discovered our intentions? So they're just symbolically sending two destroyers over to try to force us out of these waters? After thinking about it, Narita's expression was ugly. Baka, we can't just return empty-handed like this. The War Department has given me 3 chances, but the first 3 times I didn't find out anything. This time I have to pry useful information out. You guys, get ready for battle. After hearing Narita's command, the entire warship was full of seamen and officers. Both couldn't help but stare. The officer next to Narita was even more astonished. Narita-kun, our Sakura Nation fleet. Shouldn't we avoid conflict with the Shenzhou people? Have you forgotten what happened to the Sunset Empire? We can't let this opportunity pass. Narita gritted his teeth. Since the Shinshu people won't show their real weapons, we'll coin them to do so. They won't be able to sit still when we've beaten the crap out of 2 of their destroyers. When the time comes, stronger warships will surely be sent over. After hearing LT. Colonel Narita's explanation, the officer next to him always felt that something was wrong. He felt that LT. Colonel Narita was just too eager to get ahead of himself, because it's likely that a naval battle will break out between the 2 sides. It can even send both sides into a state of hostility. But, a slight turn of mind suddenly realized that the Shenzhou people and the Cherry Blossom people had been at odds with each other from the very beginning. The enmity between the 2 sides had built up decades ago in the grueling naval battle 9. So even if we were to attack the other 2 destroyers, also actually kind of a normal armed friction. Although they were very wary of the Shenzhou fleet, if it was only 2 destroyers on the opposite side, then they still don't think it's a particularly big problem. For these 3 warships of their Cherry Blossom country, though of a greater tonnage than a destroyer, one level lower, but it's also the most advanced warship in the Sakura country. At the same time, they had 1 more warship than the 2 destroyers on the other side. Deadly battles might be a little hard to top, but a little guerrilla stalking is certainly not a big problem. You can run even if you can't beat them. Couldn't the Shenzhou people's bulky destroyers still catch up with them? Absolutely not. Time. Streaming. Above the rippling sea, 5 ships from 2 different camps, the warships from 2 different eras began to get closer together. It was also for this reason that LT. Commander Narita, who was on board the Sakura Nation's warship, was at this moment. Finally, it was a good look at the Dragon Kingdom's destroyer. That's not true. What? The Shenzhou people have such strange-looking destroyers? Narita froze. He realized he'd never seen such a strangely shaped destroyer before in his life. The shape of the 2 all-white destroyers had put him in an intellectual blind spot. Where's the smoke pipe from the other ship? Due to the immaturity of internal combustion engine technology during this period, warships were powered by coal. That's why warships have a couple of big smokers that keep smoking while they're underway. Even anthracite should have a smoker. So, bringing Narita to the first point of doubt. It's just, how did these 2 destroyers move? Suddenly, right about this time, he snapped to see the guns of the 2 destroyers on the other side, but they were pointed straight at his side. Hiss! Narita couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling all of a sudden. He had expected the other side to telegraph a warning first, as usual. After all, although wireless telegraphy was highly prized, it was still available on Narita's warships. As a result, it's amazing how the other side has switched to a different kind of warning. This shocked Narita while inexplicably raising a nameless fire. Baka! These damn guys! Have they forgotten that? How did they lose back then? Have they already forgotten how powerful we, the people, really are? They are now. To actually warn us in such a way? Narita gritted his teeth. What are you all waiting for? They've already provoked in such a way. Why don't they hurry up and take the necessary action measures? The secret of their true power must be forced out. If anything goes wrong, Koji Narita, alone, will take the blame. The word is out. And with this Narita, again with absolute command and order authority, at once his orders were conveyed. The men under his hand immediately eye the sea ahead. And it's being constantly calibrated. Round and round the truth. Point straight ahead. The far side of the ocean. This unusual behavior on Narita's side. Naturally, they were discovered by 2 sea giants with white bodies. What didn't occur to these people on the beast of the sea was that this Sakura Nation side actually dared to put up this kind of fight. Nice guy, how dare you? It's so deadly. Chapter 204 Fire. Warships from different eras are not comparable at all. After discovering the movement of the 3 Sakura Nation warships, the 2 destroyers on the side of the Dragon Nation that respond immediately accordingly. The main guns of the 2 destroyers of the Dragon Kingdom. All are modeled after foreign Type 87 100mm automatic naval guns. It is guided by a shot control radar on a platform forward of the main mast. Lightweight, fast rate of fire, highly accurate. It is the most significant advantage of the Type 87 gun. It also has anti-missile capability, and its maximum rate of fire can even reach 90 rounds per minute. The effective range against sea targets is 15 kilometers. It even has air-to-air defense, 1 gun for multiple uses. Also on board the 2 destroyers were a large number of anti-air and anti-missile weapons. Of course, the 8 words when the cannon goes off. There are 10,000 taels of gold are not made up. For the sake of this very backward-looking sea vessel, it's not worth wasting that much gold. That's obviously not cost-effective. After all, both sides are built very differently, and both sides are very differently valuable. It's not like you can ask the other side to trade something very backward for something you're advanced in, is it? You can't let someone else's few taels of broken silver exchange for your 10,000 taels of gold, can you? That's impossible. So, there's no way the Dragon Kingdom is going to let the other side be the first to come back, and that would still be a pretty big loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Even just a little would be a lot of money lost. In the distance, that LT, Colonel Narita of the Sakura country, with his binoculars suddenly something wasn't quite right. He then noticed the 2 sea giants in front of him, which seemed to have made some moves as well. That means the movement on his side has been detected by the other side. Being written about the other side seems to be something to be prepared for in advance. Hiss! What kind of reaction time is this? What kind of execution is this? How elite is the other side? He doesn't know. The soldiers of the 2 sea giants in the distance, the Dragon Kingdom, had been given the exact same order of, and they are already carrying out those orders. Report, Captain. The guns are loaded with high explosive armor-piercing rounds. The exact position of the enemy army has been measured. Enemy targets have been locked on. Please give the order. Almost at the same time, the captains of the 2 warships shouted out the same 2 words. Fire! Shara! The barrels of the longbow destroyer's naval guns suddenly made a violent sound. A violent shaking ensued. The muzzle of the cannon spat out a cloud of flames. The smoke is gradually filling in. A round of high explosive armor-piercing ammunition quickly exited the chamber, followed by a distant target. Conduct precision strikes. The extremely fast-firing cannons had already fired an unknown number of high-explosive shells in the blink of an eye. This scene, it scared the sweat out of the distant Sakurakuni warships, especially that LT. CMDR. Narita. It was more of a creepy feeling. He didn't realize. It was surprising that the Dragon Kingdom's side reacted so quickly, before their own side was ready. Already a barrage of artillery had been unleashed. Quickly turn the rudder. Hurry. Fire the ship's guns. Realizing that the situation was very bad, LT. Commander Narita hurriedly shouted at those Sakurakuni marine soldiers. However, late. The power of modern technological weapons is simply beyond what LT. Colonel Narita can imagine. He was shocked beyond belief to see a shell, trailing a trailing flame, swooping in its speed. As he stared in disbelief, it hit a Sakura Nation warship on the left. Boom! Deafening explosions, accompanied by blinding flames, came along with it. LT. Colonel Narita hadn't even imagined that the other side's artillery could be so accurate. In just one shot, it hit a warship on its own side. What makes this so incredible to him is the terrifying power of this ship's guns. He could clearly see the miserable state of the one warship that had been hit at this point. Before he could react, all of a sudden he felt the deck beneath him. It was shaking violently. Immediately there was a big splash of seawater coming over the deck, drenching the seafarers, all of whom were drenched to the skin. It was another incoming shell, only it didn't hit the warship. Instead, they were shot down inside the sea next to the warship. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the warship shuddered violently once more. This time it was accompanied by a violent explosion. Boom! The terrific explosion, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat, sent a number of seamen on the deck. It was directly lifted off the ground. Some slammed heavily onto the deck, and some fell directly into the middle of the sea. The warship began to burst into flames. Hiss! Narita couldn't help but cover his ears as he felt a stinging pain in his eardrums. At this point, he was already unsteady on his feet and fell directly onto the deck on his butt. He looked in front of him incredulously, because he saw the shells in the sky, dragging the tail flame, pounding the sky to attack. In this moment an emotion called despair flashed in his eyes. At this moment, it was also finally clear to him why those divine statesmen only sent 2 destroyers. It finally dawned on him that the Shenzhou people could really, with 2 destroyers, would be able to deal with the Far Eastern Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. He doesn't know. The Far East Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset encountered the air control forces of the Dragon Kingdom, and their Sakura Nation's fleet encountered the Dragon Nation's sea power force. Regret began to come to mind. At the same time between also make his expression become extraordinarily hideous as well as gruesome, because Narita knew he was finished. It's completely and utterly over. Even if he was able to return alive, then all that awaited him was a bullet. One even has to carry a bad name for sure. Baka, don't panic. Fire. Fire the cannon. Loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. Charge through. Fire. The spirit of Bushido is caught in an extreme situation in these times. Narita roared. However, next moment, a high explosive armor-piercing round fell out of the sky and coincidentally landed right next to him. His voice came to a screeching halt at that moment. Boom. Modernized warships compared to those of a period when World War I hadn't even begun. It's like a day. Aground. Chapter 205, Lion's Bounty. Let the Sunset Empire take out a wave of blood. A Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire, known within the Sunset Empire as Rear Admiral Ironblood, also the Supreme Commander of the Far Eastern Fleet of the Empire of Sunset, the most promising Rear Admiral in your country's navy, perhaps with a chance to ask for higher fingers in the future. Meanwhile, there are 141 citizens of the Empire of the Sunset. There were all kinds of identities among them. Some were merchants, some were nobles, some were garrisons, and they were all from the Sunset Empire. With a verbal promise from the Empire of the Sunset, they want all these people back. Isn't your country's top brass a bit too whimsical? It is true that they are citizens of your country, but they have committed a crime with us. Then it's also our job to decide what to do with them. Bai laughed and said, of course, we are also very humane and it is also very international humanitarian. We can accept the Sunset Empire and use ransom money to buy these people back. Mr. Emissary, do you think that the Empire of the Sunset, if it wants to ransom these people, how much of that stuff needs to come out? Be forewarned, we don't want currency on our side, just items, minerals, jewelry, precious metals. We can live with all of that. Right? Roberts, who had heard these words from Bai, was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the young man in front of him to be so shameless, to take a citizen of the Sunset Empire as a hostage, to extort the property of their Sunset Empire. The bottom line is that the other side is claiming that this is international humanitarianism? Fark, what kind of international humanitarianism is this? It's blackmail. It's coercion. It's bullying. No, Mr. White. I think that a friendship between us, if we want to build up, it is not to be established or measured by these mundane things. We should uphold the friendship and tacit understanding between nations. We should. Right, Roberts just instinctively said some crap, but when he saw Whitey in front of him, he suddenly realized that the young man in front of him seemed to be serious. That is to say, it doesn't matter how much he talks about it. The Empire of Sunset wants Rear Admiral Hawk and those citizens back, and it's going to have to pay accordingly. These costs have to be substantial. Can't go on verbal promises. After all, it is clear to anyone that verbal promises are of no use at all. These days, agreements in black and white basically cannot be trusted. Not to mention the commitment. Only matter. It's the sincerity. Right, Roberts. Since he had been appointed to come over and fetch back the citizens of the Empire of the Sunset, then he must have been granted enough authority that he was able to walk away with some pat decisions as well. He frowned in contemplation and gritted his teeth. We, the Empire of Sunset, can offer grain for these 141 citizens, and a rear admiral. We can offer 100 tons. No, we, the Empire of Sunset, can offer 200 tons of grain to ransom them. Right, Robert's heart ached as he said 200 tons of grain. But, suddenly it occurred to me that it wasn't out of my own pocket, but out of the Sunset Empire's. The heart stopped hurting. Honestly, in these times of war and chaos, a human life may be worth little more than that. But it was clear that Bai Yi didn't show the slightest bit of movement. These 200 tons of grain will only feed 100 people for a year at best. A lot? It might be a lot for people in this era, but it was too little for Bai Yi, especially since the 200 tons of grain was still paid for by the Empire of the Sunset. Man, this Sunset Empire was plundering as well as colonizing other people's lands. It was called a vicious, looting an unknown amount of resources and money. But when it comes to getting them to cough up the money, that's called being stingy. Thieves gouge. Does the Empire of Sunset think so lowly of its own country's citizens? Bai Yi asked a rhetorical question, then immediately took the initiative to put forward the conditions, wanting to ransom 141 citizens of the Sunset Empire, plus an Ironborn Major General of the Sunset Empire. You will need to pay for these things. Bai Yi placed a document on the table, the smile on his face remaining. Right, Roberts was suddenly feeling a little big. He picked up the one document. The document is in the language of God. Right, Roberts can read. But it was also because he could read what was on it that he wore a look of disbelief. He was dumbfounded, jaw-dropping. No way. Right, Roberts said hurriedly. There is no way we, the Sunset Empire, can agree to such conditions. You are simply asking for a lion's share of the money, for the steel alone that the above demands need. It alone accounts for 1/3 of 1% of the Sunset Empire's annual production of high-speed railroads. Plus there are other resources that have to be made available to you. And they're all so huge that it's scary. I can't even imagine the wrath that His Majesty would descend upon me if he knew I had agreed to these terms. It's beyond the limits of what I can slap on a decision. There is simply no way I can be able to oblige you guys. You can't Leoneize me like that. Mr. Messenger, calm down, calm down. Bai Yi's tone remained flat. This isn't a bargain between the two sides, nor are the two sides dialoguing as equals. What is demanded on this you must pay to redeem the one you want. Otherwise, they'll just continue to labor and reform in God's country. Right, Roberts was too shocked by this tough attitude of Bai Yi to say a word. What to do? What's the best thing to do in this situation? Fark, greedy Orientals. Mr. White, I'll call back to Sunset and question the gentleman. I can't make this kind of decision on my own, so please give me a little time. 3 days. 3 days. I will give you an answer. Right, Roberts grayed out. As expected, one's guess was not wrong. It's hard work. Fark. Chapter 206, A New Double-Through Door. Diamond Treasure Chest Surprise. Having seen the lowly submission of the Empire of the Sunset, the Sakura Nation's cabinet, which was still in a constant state of controversy, was in disbelief every single one of them for a moment, and then the controversy stopped, because they all know very well that the country that claims to be the world's #1, all have chosen to spend supplies to redeem their citizens. If they, the Sakura country, wanted to maintain their international image, then they could only follow the example of the other side. This made the cabinet of Sakura Nation unable to resist scolding Hibiki. I didn't realize that Sunset Empire could be so soft, but if the Empire of the Sunset were hardened, they wouldn't be held hostage. The bottom line is that the Sakura State and the Sunset Empire are also both equally members of the Entente. Out of this, Sakurago is now only able to hold his nose and spend tons of supplies that redeem yourself to the people of God's land. That's a heartbreaker. Soon, 1 month later, a large amount of supplies from the Sakura Kingdom and the Sunset Empire were then transported into the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. Momentarily, once again, it looked silly to everyone. Everyone up and down the Divine Land had a look of disbelief. It's possible for two countries to voluntarily spend large amounts of material to ransom people. Have to say, that Mr. White from Minnesota, absolutely unprecedented. And also after no one else. Too fierce. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for acquiring a large amount of high-quality steel resources. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining a large amount of high-quality copper ore. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining a large amount of precious metals. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining a large amount of food. Congratulations to Longwei for winning. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune is undergoing a huge surge. Congratulations on obtaining a diamond treasure chest +1. Is the diamond chest open? Yes. No. When a large amount of supplies, all of which had been transported to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom also rose. What Bai Yi didn't expect was that he actually got a diamond treasure chest this time as well. As expected, he made the right decision earlier. Anyway, whether it's the Sakura State or the Sunset Empire, their development as well as the rise of it's all full of blood and riddled with human life. Blackmailing and extorting these two countries was completely psychologically stress-free for Bai Yi. Open up. Congratulations on successfully opening the diamond chest. You get the treasure chest reward, Doomsday Double-Through Door, disabled. Hint, 3 broken pieces of the Doomsday Double Penetration Door will be synthesized into a brand new Double Penetration Door. The 2 lines of subtitles in front of his eyes, all of a sudden, caused Bai Yi's eye pupils to widen a few points. Bai Yi had already forgotten the last time he revealed his shocked emotions. What time is it? Now. He was in a very shocked mood. Another double-through door. While this double-through door is crippled, and 2 other pieces need to be assembled. It is only then that it can be assembled into a doorway that can be traveled to another world. But this still left Bai Yi incomparably shocked, and even his breathing became a few points rougher. Luckily, the current Bai Yi was not what he used to be, and his state of mind was considered okay. After taking a little deep breath, he calmed down a little. There was a strong look of astonishment on his face. A diamond chest can open up such a reward. It was really a bit out of his expectation. He thought, the Dragon Kingdom is only capable of resource development inside a magically altered version of the Republic realm. As a result, I didn't realize that a new double-through door had actually popped up. It means it's a whole new world. Doomsday. But he was surprised that his eyebrows wrinkled. What resources are there in the middle of the world of Doom? Can it be that the Dragon Kingdom can be developed? A post-apocalyptic world should be resource poor, right? But don't be one of those worlds where resources are so scarce that you lose money on development. That would be a pain in the ass. Never mind. There's no use thinking about it now. After all, there's only one crippled Doomsday double-piercing door right now. Trying to synthesize it into a complete double-piercing door. Still need the other 2 crippled Doomsday double-through gates. It's too early to think about that much. Bai Yi shook his head, putting these thoughts aside. Of course, this news should definitely be mentioned to the official high level of the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Yi claimed this crippled double-through door after trying to sexually conjure it up. Dent. A very dilapidated doorway appeared in front of us, and a subtle energy lingered around it. The doorway was even covered with a shocking crack, as if it was a crack in space, giving Bai Yi an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if just touching those cracks was going to tear one right through. Creepy. Sweat drops. He immediately retracted the Doomsday double penetrating door. Rather distraught. At the present rate of 1 diamond treasure chest a month, is there any chance that within a year's time, finish synthesizing this Doomsday double penetration door? Any chance of getting it intact? Bai Yi's tone was slightly less certain. After all, there was no way to control this thing. What will be opened inside the diamond chest is all entirely up to his luck. If the back is crippling Doom double through the door twice in a row, then Bai Yi was naturally very pleased. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's not. After all, there is never a scrap of anything that can be opened inside the diamond treasure chest. Bai Yi looked sideways at the night outside the window, lapse into contemplation. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. These days since the time of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom official are discussing the matter of another double penetration door, and Bai Yi inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. On the other hand, it has continued to work on the development of local infrastructure and livelihood. The entire province of Fujian is like a blank sheet of paper that needs someone to write and draw on it. Of course, writing and drawing on a blank sheet of paper is not smooth. While destroying a large tobacco plantation, the dragon soldiers were attacked by the locals. Bai Yi looked at a document report in his hand. A frown creased his brow. A dragon soldier was hospitalized with serious injuries. 3 dragon soldiers were slightly injured. Chapter 207, a sudden unexpected event. Bai Yi's anger. The existence of such things as big cigarettes is absolutely forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom. Or rather, it's absolutely forbidden for ordinary people to grow it. And while the stuff has quite a bit of medicinal value, it's highly addictive. And The land of God has been plagued by this stuff for far too long. Decades and decades ago, it was even labeled by those foreigners as the sick man of East Asia. It can be said that God's country suffers from it. So much so, that God has not recovered from it now. Many of them remain bone thin to this day. It was basically banned a decade or so ago. But, since the land of God has entered a state of warlord division, all day long the land of God began to be in a state of chaos. How many people would surely go for the wrong idea in such a situation? So there is a lot more of this stuff being grown. The warlords are planting. Hundreds of people are planting smoke offenders at the seed. To be honest, during the past few months, Lai Longguo was inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. There is no telling how many acres of great tobacco fields have been destroyed, but most of those fields belong to local warlords, or landlords, or big tobacco offenders. As a result, this time the situation was very special. Those big cigarettes were grown by the people. Yes, they're all kind of old people who are purely farming. It's just that instead of growing food, they are now growing a scourge on the land of God. It is also for this reason that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, with regard to the common people, lowering of some of the guard. As a result, I didn't expect to be attacked out of the blue, resulting in the serious wounding of one dragon soldier and the minor wounding of 3 dragon soldiers. It was definitely a big event. To know, the seriously wounded one for the dragon soldier still had several bullets in his body. He is still receiving emergency treatment at the military hospital. Can you make it through? It's all a problem. Bai Yi looked at this document in his hands. A frown creased his brow. He didn't want to see any of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers die in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republican realm. If it did, then he felt it was his own fault. Angkon County, Red North Street. Inside this document in Bai Yi's hand was a detailed record of all the processes of this incident. It's even documented exactly what kind of people are growing those harmful things. Also there are some local wind reviews and so on. After reading this one document all the way through, Bai Yi, who had attacked the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, probably have some idea. Within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a county called Ankang County. The county isn't very big. The population is also only in the tens of thousands. Ankang County was originally under the jurisdiction of a small local warlord. But that little local warlord, 2 months ago, for fear of being liquidated by the Dragon Kingdom, straightforward choice to run. So it was only logical that Longguo took over Ankang County. But it's that little local warlord that's causing the headaches. There are some issues left over inside Ancestry County. There is a street inside Ankang County named Shibei Street, which is in a more remote part of the county. Chippewa Street is that infamous in Anchor County. Because all those old people in the streets of Chibei are making a living by growing this stuff. And they are not meant for medicinal purposes with this kind of stuff. Rather, it's for the addictive nature of the stuff, which the common people made into large cigarettes, and which were sold to the great tobacco houses of the county, to reap substantial benefits. This leads to, the people of Chibi Street are generally well off. But, these oceans in their hands, stained with blood. There are more than 600 people in the middle of Chibei Street in Ankang County, and Longguo thought at first, there were only a few people involved in this criminal behavior on Red North Street, but I didn't realize that it was all of them. The key thing was that all of these people actually had a large number of weapons in their hands. It's all outdated weapons for this time period, but it's still this weapon anyways. Just pull the trigger on a person and that person will get hurt or even die. But when Rukoku reacted, it's already late. At the cost of 1 dragon soldier being seriously injured and 3 dragon soldiers being lightly injured, it was only then that Chibi Street was deadlocked. Not one person inside can get out. None of the people outside can enter. Something went wrong with the intelligence, as Bai Yi murmured to himself. Telling the blunder of the Dragon Kingdom, they overestimated the morality of the common people in this era. And since such guys chose to participate in this kind of thing en masse, they'd be a bunch of outlaws already. For this phenomenon of Akita Street, it is very common in the magically altered version of the Republican realm. But, usually this phenomenon comes from among the clans. I didn't expect this to happen inside the streets of a county. Sure enough, this world is pretty messed up after all. Even though Rokoku is working hard to improve all this, it won't happen overnight. It will be able to be improved. There is still a great deal of evil in the jurisdiction. Not for a decade or two. It simply cannot be completely removed. The most crucial thing is that both men and women are involved. Bai Yi frowned. Should we have the guns of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom pointed at a group of minors? Or even children? But, Bai Yi is also clear that in a chaotic world, it is necessary to use heavy punishment. You talk to them about civilization as well as morality, and they don't always understand what you're talking about. But if you show the muzzle, they might just hear it. There is a difference in the people. Some of them are honest, even if they are a little clever, nor will they do anything illegal or criminal. But some are purely unruly people. No, they no longer deserve to be called people. They're criminals. It's criminals, both men and women, as well as young and old. Bai immediately convened a meeting, which was aimed at Ankang County's Chibei Street. These people had already touched one of Bai's scales. At the meeting, Bai's attitude was very strong, insisting on taking Red North Street. And, if anyone in the middle of Red North Street dares to resist, direct hit, Bai would never communicate with a group of criminals, more than necessary. This might have been a bit extreme if it was placed above the Blue Star, but, put in the middle of a magically altered version of the Republican realm. Such behavior. Thoughts like this. Nothing wrong. Chapter 208, Lawlessness? One man's fluke. This meeting for Red North Street in Anchor County was over quickly. After the meeting, Bai personally went to the military hospital, visited the few injured soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. After leaving the military hospital, Bai immediately mobilized his manpower and asked them to take Chibei Street. All the information and intelligence that can be asked for. All of it. It wasn't until after a great deal of intelligence information had been gathered, the entire Dragon Kingdom military camp was mobilized. A full 500 soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were deployed. Enough for a battalion. Attacked Chibei Street. Since the old people who have fallen into crime on Chibei Street are almost always armed with firearms, in order to protect the lives of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai had also authorized a large number of heavy weapons and carriers, and every Rikoku was wearing a very thick and bulletproof body armor with excellent bulletproof performance, because you're not sure if there will somehow be a bullet from somewhere fired at you. Such a formation looks very exaggerated and seems to be a bit like an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. But this was the strength and equipment that Bai had decided to utilize, considering the special circumstances of Red North Street. As Bai's command began, the layers fell. 500 soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to move. They traveled in an armored personnel carrier in the direction where Ankang County was located. Ankang County. It wasn't particularly far from the Dragon Kingdom's military camp, as it was located in the central part of Min Province. Armored personnel carrier after armored personnel carrier drove down the road, which had not long been repaired. The exaggerated sound caused a lot of concern. Many of the common people along the road hurriedly ducked to the side of the road, staring daggers at the one that armored personnel carriers like beasts of steel. The people who have seen such a big show. Still less. After all, the Dragon Kingdom hadn't really experienced much war inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. Even if there was a sudden war, it was settled in just a day or two. Most of the common people simply don't have the opportunity to be able to experience, firsthand, the strong military power of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, these old folks along the road experienced, they felt a sense of extremely terrifying oppression. Meanwhile, in the midst of the oppression was a feeling that made one feel very safe. These two feelings are obviously very contradictory, but it's just compatible with it. There's no dissonance. Geez, is this the army under Mr. Bai's hand? The number of these military vehicles is too much, isn't it? And the shape of these military vehicles looks scary, too. It's as if they were fierce beasts. Even a tiger wouldn't dare to block the road, right? It feels like the ground is shaking. What's going on? Why is Mr. Bai moving his troops again? Could it be that there are some more people who don't know how to die and have you messed with our Mr. Bai's head? TSK, those people are really looking for death. Mr. Bai has defeated even the Sunset Empire. Hey, if you want to know what Mr. White's soldiers are up to, why don't you guys go up and ask? The soldiers under Mr. White's hand are still polite to the people, thinking of farts to eat. This must be a military secret. How could military secrets get out? What a mighty force. No wonder Kai Yuan Shang lost so badly. Indeed, no wonder those foreigners bowed down. If you put it that way, wouldn't there be no warlords in the whole of dare to mess with our Min province? Probably. At least, they wouldn't dare mess with it. So now that's who messed with Mr. White. Who knows? In the meantime, Ankang County, Red North Street, the whole of Chek Street has been deadlocked. Although there were only a few dozen Dragon Kingdom soldiers blockading the place, it was enough to stop those inside from going out and those outside from coming in. The entire Chibei Street was in a sad state at the moment, and everyone felt that a great disaster was about to happen. Mother *********. I told you not to shoot those people. Are you all deaf? You know that all of us will be implicated if you do this. Inside one of the more lavishly decorated houses on Chibei Street, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Do you know the terror of that Mr. Bai? That Mr. Bai is the one who dares to kill even foreigners. Do you think you can handle him? Mother ********. You're killing everyone. At this moment, the middle-aged man was pointing at the several young men in front of him and cursing. Several of the young men were kneeling on the cold ground with looks of resignation written on their faces. One of them was so admonished that he just couldn't help himself. Looking up, he choked with the middle-aged man. Uncle Ming, they are trying to destroy our fields. All those things planted on the field are worth a lot of money. If it's destroyed, all of us on Chi Bay Street, the livelihood is gone. We're also looking out for the young and old of Red North Street. We were really in too much of a hurry and didn't think that much about it. Slap. Asshole. The middle-aged man slapped the young man's face. Ruthlessly, angrily, he said, if you little s******, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I'll chop you up right now and bury you inside the tobacco fields to nourish the land. The middle-aged man took a few sharp breaths and gradually began to calm down. Phew. His expression became somber and uncertain. Obviously, this middle-aged man belonged to a person of high prestige inside the entire Red North Street. It could even be said that he was the one who had turned Chi Bay Street into what it was. He was the one who led the neighborhood all down the crooked path. Asterisk. Mother asterisk. The middle-aged man knew very well that he was now in a very dangerous situation. Nowadays, you can't get out of Chiba Street at all. It made him anxious, because he knew very well that if he continued to stay in this, all that awaits one is death. But there was another flicker of luck in his mind, because he knows the words the law is not against the people, and he knows better that Mr. White, very much in the eyes of the common man, myself and others, aren't they also common people? Though those of you who own it are planting things that shouldn't be planted. But, in these times of war, doesn't anyone move such things? It is with this kind of luck. It made him very hesitant. Chapter 209, Tough Colors. The final madness of a trapped animal. Time passed by, and it didn't take long. The entire county of Ancon was in a state of shock as they saw a steel behemoth that sailed within Ancestry County. That sense of oncoming oppression is creepy, but it also gave one a, oddly enough, sense of security. At least that's what the people in the county think. Hiss. How come so many military vehicles are entering Ancon County? A commoner who was carrying a stretcher, incredulously murmuring to himself, could it be that inside the county, there is some kind of jungle bandit? I heard it's to purge those people on Chi Bay Street. Another commoner, quietly, he said, I heard that the neighborhood of Chi Bay Street has been blocked off. No one is allowed to come out inside, and no one is allowed to go in outside. Red North Street? Hiss. That's the group that grows cigarettes? Good. That group of should have died a long time ago. Shoo, keep your voice down. If the people on Red North Street hear you, you'll get your tongue cut out. I heard that the warlord from before didn't even dare to mess with Red North Street. After all, the rotten boys in the streets of Chibi have guns, and I've heard they even have cannons. With guns and cannons? Where did they get the ocean to buy them? Wouldn't a big tobacco grower have no oceans? And yeah, that makes sense. Many of the common people in Ancon County had guessed the intentions of the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Their hearts were filled with excited apprehension. From their whispered conversations, they were able to hear it. Red North Street is also notorious in Ancon County, even the kind that is feared. It's more like the dark forces that are entrenched in the area. In other words, if the Dragon Kingdom is going to make a move on Red North Street next, the rest of the county folk inside Ancon County, the common people, are not going to stop it. Instead, it was very supportive. After all, no one wants to live in a place where they have planted so many things that they shouldn't. No one wants their loved ones, or any of their friends, to be infected with these things, because once you've contracted, absolute woe to the family. Make people lose their money, as these common people expected. After a military vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom entered Ancon County, they didn't do much hesitation before continuing their journey straight in the direction of Red North Street. Chi Bay Street is located in the remote northern part of Ancestry County, and a little further north is a large expanse of farmland. But those farmlands are not planted with crops that are inedible. These crops have excellent medical value if applied properly, but if the heart is not in the right place, it can become a poison that poisons people's lives. Obviously, those people on Red North Street have no noble ideas. They're not exactly hanging doctors, either. They grow them for nothing more than wanting to get rich, when they get tons of benefits for it. The ambitions of these people will continue to expand along with these interests. They will not be satisfied with the status quo. It will be planted more and more. It will jeopardize more people. It is also for this reason that Long wants to take the crops on this farmland and eradicate them all. The result was that because of the momentary carelessness of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they were attacked by those people on Red North Street. The other party had not just touched the Dragon Kingdom's reverse scale. Instead, they are bouncing on the scales of the Dragon Kingdom. Contempt for the Dragon Kingdom. Contempt for everything. The dozens of Dragon Kingdom soldiers who blocked off all the roads on Chi Bay Street. After seeing the arrival of a large number of reinforcements and armored personnel carriers, they all couldn't help but be slightly relieved. To be honest, they didn't really know what to do with the people inside Chibei Street. If you forcefully blast the whole of Red North Street to pieces, then the time and effort required to rebuild a new street can be quite a bit. It also costs a lot of money. Meanwhile, who can guarantee that there are no innocent civilians inside Chibei Street? This last point, it was the greatest concern of these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had blocked off Chibei Street. So, it was only then that they chose to request instructions from the campsite. Upon seeing a military vehicle arrive, these dragon soldiers probably understood that it's meant to be over at the camp. It looks like the attitude over at the camp was tough. No, it's no good. Uncle Ming, it's no good. Outside. Inside the blocked-off Chibei Street, a young man in a short lab coat, hurriedly, he ran inside a house. In an anxious tone, he shouted, "Uncle Ming, outside. All of them are big-headed soldiers. And very many military vehicles." After hearing the young man's anxious yell, the middle-aged man, who was called Uncle Ming, disbelief was written all over his face. What? He thought there were so many old people inside Chibei Street. It'll give that Mr. White a little pause. As a result, what he didn't expect was for the other party to be so tough. Does that by guy want to destroy Chibei Street? Hiss. Suddenly, another man ran in. Uncle Ming, it's coming in. Those big-headed soldiers are coming in again. And they're driving a military vehicle just like the steel box. The man cried out in alarm again. At this very moment, the middle-aged man's face was already full of death. He knows. Done. The only thing he relied on was these neighbors inside Red North Street. Now there is no way for these neighborhoods to become after their own ceremonies. Then the only thing that will happen to yourself, it's death. The middle-aged man knew very well how that Mr. White actually treated people like himself. He knew a number of his peers, similar to himself, who would have been shot long ago. Perhaps, himself is next in line to be shot. No way. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Can't just sit back and wait. In hell, it's just a bowl of scars if your head falls off. So if you can kill one, you're making even. If you can kill two, you've earned it. You too. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with the insanity of a trapped beast. In a fierce voice, he said, "Tell everyone on Chibei Street to shoot those big-headed soldiers outside as soon as they come in. Kill them." Chapter 210 Purge of Chibei Street. The jubilant people of Ankon County. For this kind of behavior of a trapped animal, the dragon forces that came over to support it was already expected. An armored personnel carrier was driving ahead. The kind of cold steel that it makes one feel a sense of oppression. Makes one wonder if a drawbolt rifle in one's hand could penetrate such armored steel plates? Still, those who are ignorant at first glance are there. Bang! A sudden gunshot came from a bullet that hit the side of an armored vehicle. Only the sound of metal clashing was suddenly heard. That one bullet bounced right off. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who were at the back also reacted quickly, and they quickly locked on to the location where the shots were fired. The rifle in his hand was immediately pointed in that direction. Pull the trigger. Precision point and shoot. A scream then followed. Only a man with a drawbolt rifle, dressed very much in the style of the period, could be seen. Screamed and fell from the roof of a house. Fell down hard. His chest had several clusters of blood splatters, and his entire body was constantly struggling on the ground. Constant screaming. In convulsions. A scene in which the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom showed no mercy, and did not hesitate to assist shook everyone up. Some people who were trying to do something small in the shadows. All the little thoughts that had been going on inside were interrupted by the sound of the gunshot. Couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of spit. Cold sweat. When these civilian criminal armies run into a real regular army, they realize what it means to be truly powerful. It was nothing like the warlords they had encountered. Most of those warlord soldiers they had encountered were mongrels. All of them are soldier boys who don't have to offer. But the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom before them now, but all of them were the elite of the army. There is simply no comparison between the two sides. Coupled with the armored personnel carriers of the Dragon Army, the deterrence given to them was just too great. It's mind-blowing, creepy. When a handful of Dragon Kingdom soldiers arrived earlier in the people here still dared to attack on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. However, when a large number of Dragon Kingdom soldiers entered Chibei Street, the people of Chibei Street instantly wimped out. Though there are still quite a few that are a bit of a brainiac and put up some unnecessary resistance. But all this resistance was of no use at all. In front of the absolute torrent of steel, all resistance is as nothing, and the tough attitude of the Dragon Kingdom has made them weak. These people were undoubtedly ants in front of the Dragon Kingdom. They would only become corpses under the wheels if they tried to stop the advance of the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, they are not in that position to stop the Dragon Kingdom from moving forward. Less than an hour had passed today since the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had entered Red North Street. The entire Red North Street was directly and completely purged, one after another, male or female, old or young. The people of Red North Street, all of them looked down in the dumps, a look of sadness. Each of their hands were firmly cuffed by silver handcuffs, all gathered together. The entire Chibe Street of over 600 people had all been captured by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, among them, including that Uncle Ming. In the presence of these arrested people of Chibi Street, on the other hand, there were bloodied corpses, and all of those corpses were those people's former neighborhood collaterals. They became corpses because they had previously pointed their guns at the dragon soldiers, even had the audacity to pull the trigger. In the face of such a person, no one will pity them, and no one will leave them alone. The corpses lying quietly on the ground actually amounted to more than 20. It is obvious that, how arrogant are these guys who are entrenched in Encon County. Even in the face of such an overwhelming army, they actually dared to make a move. Of course, since they chose to do it, they would have to pay the price. Cost STH. It's death. Reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom camp came and went quickly, because they also have to escort these criminals who have been apprehended. Escort them over to the Dragon camp for interrogation from the modern day. At the same time, Longwa still kept some people in Encon County to continue blocking off Chibe Street. You know, a place like Red North Street must have a lot of contraband. The Dragon Kingdom needs to be searched for all of this contraband, then destroy them one by one, lest they fall into the hands of others. Once these things fall into the hands of others, then more people will be harmed. When the people in other parts of Ancestry County, upon seeing those arrested Chippewa Street people, they wore expressions of disbelief. After all, no one would have imagined that Red North Street, which has been entrenched in the area for so long, would. I can't believe it was just pulled out. Hiss. Unbelievable. I remember that guy. He's the talker on Red North Street. I remember. I think his name was Zhao Ming. The gangsters called him Uncle Ming. It's the same *** that created Red North Street and blighted Ancestry County into this mess. Uncle Ming? Hiss. That's the big tobacco dealer who's known far and wide for hundreds of miles around? He actually got caught like that? Geez, how much time has just passed? Are Mr. Bai soldiers that powerful? After all, Mr. Bai not only defeated Kai Yuanshan, he even made Wu Lianshan surrender outright. Compared to these two, he, Zhao Ming, is nothing. That's right, this kind of big tobacco peddler doesn't even have the capital to play with Mr. White. Good. Damn it, my cousin, who smokes cigarettes, is dead. It's because of these ***es that not only grow these harmful things, but even make them into even more harmful things to sell. It's these assholes that make all the foreigners say we're the sick man of East Asia. Good catch. Mr. Bai is working for our people every moment. I've long looked at those assholes on Chibe Street with disdain. Sure enough, the rumors weren't wrong at all. When Mr. White comes, there will be a green sky. Good catch. Chapter 211 Uncle Ming's Remorse. The support of the common people. As many as 600 people were captured on Red North Street, and the Dragon also made the operation that. All of them were published in the major newspapers within Minnesota. There is information about the reasons for the operation, the background of Chibok Street, the course of the operation. A series of details were all published on top of the newspaper. While literacy rates are more worrisome these days, the newspapers are passed on by word of mouth. The literate ones passed the content on to the illiterate ones. The illiterate ones in turn communicate and talk to the illiterate ones. For a while the infamy of Chibe Street began to circulate throughout the entire province of Min. The behavior of Bear North Street is staggering. It also makes the people angry. While the existence of something like Akita Street in this day and age is considered nothing unusual, the people actually know it by heart. After all, they are in contact with all sorts of people all the time. But to put these things out in the open leaves no room for man. Of course, the anger of the common people could certainly not be directed at Bai, much less at the Dragon Kingdom. Their internalized flare of anger is directed at those who have broken the law. Their anger is directed at those who have scourged the land of God into this state. They are well aware of the existence of such a presence on Red North Street. For God's country. For them the people. Exactly what kind of damage will be done? T-**************ing *********. These, how dare they plant this kind of thing on Mr. Bai's land? Don't they know that the reason why Min Province is experiencing such a boom is entirely because of Mr. Bai? These guys, all of them are ungrateful. How dare they injure the soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand? It's just, I don't know what happened to the soldier who was seriously injured, and there are several slightly wounded soldiers who were injured by those Red North Street. This newspaper seems to say that the seriously injured one is in bad shape. Those big cigarettes. They just have to be eradicated altogether. Those who grow big cigarettes, all of them should also be arrested inside the prison cell. Damn it, it's because of these guys that the land of God has become like this. I've heard that Mr. White can't stand to smoke this kind of stuff. And sure enough, Mr. White has always been about it. It's all thunder out of the blue. Good guy. Red North Street was actually terminated just like that? Hiss. Mr. White is so ruthless? I heard that hundreds of people were arrested. Yeah, men, women, old and young, all of them, as long as they live on Bay Street, have all been arrested. I wonder if those kids, who are a few years old, will be sentenced to reform through labor? Definitely not. What do you know when you're just a few years old? That's it. The entire northern part of Min Province is discussing this matter. Thesis tendency that is even more lopsided. Almost all of the common people are in favor of Bai's practice. Of course, there are also a small number of people who would object. Exactly what kind of thoughts this part of the population is harboring is unknown. That remains to be seen. Perhaps, only they know anymore. The arrested criminals of Chibok Street were sent to the manhwa camp at the first opportunity. Because they need to have a series of interrogations. After up to half a day's escort, the criminals on Bay Street, basically all escorted. At this very moment, the color of the sky, it had long since gotten dark. Each of the criminals being escorted to the Dragon Nation's camp was in a state of great trepidation. They were very disturbed and wondered what fate they were going to meet. Next, the middle-aged man, who was called Uncle Ming, looked very miserable at the moment. His forehead was obviously broken, and blood stained half his face. But there's probably a reason it only hurts a little bit of flesh. It looks pretty ghastly. Actually, such an injury, not even a minor injury, and for that reason alone, the military doctor from the Dragon Kingdom just very simply cleaned the blood from his face, and then cleaned the wound, so that the blood from his face wouldn't harbor any bacteria. Then let the wound infection worsen, then put 2 band-aids on his forehead and basically kind of that healed him. Today, Uncle Ming had his hands cuffed behind his back and a grim expression written all over his face. He actually wanted to fight back, because he knew exactly what fate would greet him if he was captured. But, when, during the day, he had witnessed several of the dragon's armored personnel carriers, very forcefully knocking over his yard wall and even roughing up a small house after, he was silent. The emotions and mentality that wanted to resist in his heart completely vanished at that moment. Replace STH. It was a pervasive bewilderment as well as fear. Meanwhile, and regret. Yes. He could now say that he regretted very much if he had made the decision to run away earlier. It wouldn't have ended up where it is now. Actually, there are plenty of opportunities for someone like him to escape from Min Province. After all, the Dragon Kingdom didn't have that much energy to deal with them. Unfortunately, he would not treasure such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Instead, he chose to continue to work against the Central Dragon Kingdom and against Bai. Now, it's what happens when he makes choices like that. Uncle Ming was now even beginning to fantasize that if he had chosen to run away after nowadays, he's probably on the loose in another province, or overseas. Nowadays he could not wait to slap himself more than once, because it was so stupid. He actually dared to entertain the thought of going against Bai. Damn, Uncle Ming, will we be shot? A weak voice rang out from behind him in the night. It was a Red North Street man. Uncle Ming's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she said, "No one takes you for a dummy when you don't even say things like that in your special mom." Oh, the man behind him chimed in aggressively. LOL. Uncle Ming sighed darkly. The heart is sad. Chapter 212, Crippled Doomsday Double Piercing Door. Panic in all the major places. One of the rewards opened inside the diamond treasure chest was not out of Bai's expectation. It's still the same as the last diamond treasure chest reward. A crippled doomsday double through door. Nowadays, Whitey already has 2 crippling doomsday double penetration gates that, if he gets a crippled double through the door again, it is possible to synthesize them into a complete doomsday double through door. If we could have a second double pierce door, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to have a second otherworld. You can let the Dragon Kingdom develop it. Although, Bai couldn't figure out how exactly a post-apocalyptic world would go about developing its resources. But, it wasn't something he needed to think about, and he didn't need to consider it. It was because there would naturally be professionals on the Dragon countryside to help him deal with this kind of thing. Time. Streaming. The events on Bay Street have come to an end within Minnesota. But, because of the ripple effect caused by Red North Street, now, all across the Minnesota landmass, all the people who grow these plants are in a panic. They simply didn't expect Bai's methods to be so terrifying. It also didn't occur to him that Bai actually really was unable to tolerate them planting these things. Momentarily, many people who grow this plant on a large scale are all panicking, saying that you're not afraid of them people. It's all fake. They were the most emotionally fearful group of people in the entire Min province territory right now. Many of the more resourceful ones don't want to end up like Chiba Street. They have been trying to do everything they can to get out of this place of wrongdoing in Min province. They know that if they remain in Minnesota, then they're screwed. Chiba Street is famous in the entire Min province. If even Chiba Street has already fallen, how are they people capable of going against Bai? Escape. Their only option is to flee. Flee far away. Anyway, the great provinces above the land of God, fleeing to other provinces. It was also able to save one of his own little lives from being lost. It's best to flee to a place farther away from Minnesota so you can stay out of danger. However, there are people like this who are more resourceful and aware of the times, but there are more of those foolish and ignorant people who, with a kind of fluke, are. This fluke made them think that they would not be captured by that Mr. White. This fluke is because they, for one, can't afford to part with a lot of their interests in Minnesota. They were able to amass wealth with impunity in the Minnesota territory, being able to make a lot of money with impunity. But if they are allowed to leave Minnesota and their comfort zone of enrichment, they wouldn't be sure that they, themselves, would be able to afford to be somewhere else and continue to make a comeback. If there was no way to make a comeback, they simply could not accept it. It is for this reason. They'll have flukes. Would think Whitey wouldn't do that much? Unfortunately, they had no idea how much determination Bai actually harbored for something like this. He had even less idea how much the Dragon Kingdom really hated these things. Not a single one of these ignorant and lucky people has escaped the net of justice. In front of the immensely powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they were simply useless. The few broken guns in their hands were of no use at all. After a full month of cleaning, the entire province of Min was suddenly refreshed. This big cleanup operation, the Dragon Kingdom actually arrested a full 200 people and interrogated those 200 people en masse. After a period of interrogation, the number of these 200 or so people who were able to be sentenced to death was actually as high as 361. Yes, these guys have committed crimes of unknown magnitude. Their crimes are too numerous to mention. The Dragon countryside didn't exactly interrogate them for all their crimes. All of them, because there's absolutely no need for that anymore. And a trial for more crimes would be a death sentence. And the only thing that would happen to them would be death. This wave of great cleansing alarmed everyone, even the entire divine land. When the major warlords in the land of God learned of this news, all with a look of disbelief, it's like seeing a ghost, because in the eyes of them, the warlords, growing this plant can be a big moneymaker. It can earn them a lot of money for the military. It can make their pockets incredibly full. Most of the warlords in the divine kingdom have tacitly authorized some people to grow these things, because they can make tons of money off of it. That's why they're unbelievable. It's what makes it unbelievable. Damn it! That guy in Min province doesn't grow this kind of stuff. Where did he get so much money? He doesn't have money, much talk. How did he train the soldiers under his hand? To be like that? If he didn't have money, how can he have so many foreign cars? Even, I heard that the one surnamed Bai has a ING ocean ship. A warlord leader in the neighboring province of Min, unbelievably murmured to himself, could it be that the surname Bai has a mountain of gold? But even if there is a mountain of gold, it can't withstand the way he's hobbling around. He's no use for a few gold mountains with this look of hokum. At the same time, he felt a sense of crisis as he sensed the kind of determination Bai had. It also felt the kind of dominance that Bai had. Hiss, if that one surnamed Bai, if he comes here one day, then there's no way I'll be able to stop him at all. I'm not going to end up like Kai Yuan Shang, am I? He panicked. Of course, he wasn't the only one panicking. Everyone was very much panicking, because all the warlords in the divine kingdom were afraid that Bai had ambitions. If Bai has the kind of ambition to fight for the world, and they're in danger, whether it's a big warlord or a small warlord, or even that chief marshal inside the capital. They didn't clash with Bai's side though, but they knew they were no match for Bai. Nowadays, every move, every breeze in Minnesota is closely watched. What these warlords don't even realize is what they face today. It's the massive Dragon Kingdom.